On my way delivering food, I crashed into a luxury car that I couldn't afford in a million years, and the owner turned out to be the aloof female CEO of my company. What surprised me even more was that she turned out to be the silly female online friend who pesters me every day to play games with her. As I sat there dumbfounded, staring at the luxury car I had just crashed, calculating how many lifetimes of delivering takeout it would take for me to afford the damages, a very pretty girl got out of the car. She had a pair of big watery eyes, with a hint of worry in them. We looked at each other in silence, neither of us saying a word. Wow, indeed a rich person, able to remain calm. I could only force a smile and speak first. Don't worry, I will compensate. The eyes under the girl's thick eyelashes are clear and bright, blinking at me without speaking. Girl, how much do you think I should compensate? But maybe I can't afford it now. We can sign a contract for installment repayment, and I will definitely compensate as soon as possible. The girl listened quietly to me, with a faint blush on her face. She opened and closed her lips, then shook her head. She leaned slightly closer to me, her caring eyes looking me up and down. Finally, her gaze fell on the scraped skin on my arm. I was stunned, and quickly understood the girl's meaning. I quickly moved my arm and lifted my leg. It's just a minor injury. I'm fine. The girl breathed a sigh of relief, said nothing more, turned around and was about to get on the car. Hey, miss, are you leaving now? Seeing the girl had reopened the car door, I quickly caught up. Don't you want compensation? The girl shook her head at me again, no longer stayed and went straight into the car. The roar of the car engine sounded. I stared blankly at the departing figure of the car, and there was a line of small words on the rear windshield. Chase my daughter's car. Must marry. Consequences at your own risk. What's going on here? I dare to hit. Does she really dare to marry? After returning home, I sat on the chair and thought back. The magical experience of the day was too much. A series of message tones from the chat app brought me back to reality, only to see a cute avatar blinking constantly. It was the silly female online friend I had been chatting with for years without meeting. Man, you've changed. You must have another dog outside. You don't even play games with me anymore. Angry_cat. JPG. I rolled my eyes, tapping on the keyboard clatteringly. Tap tap tap. All you know is tapping all day long. I just graduated and am looking for a job. Damn it. You scold me again. Don't slander me, you spendthrift woman. I'm just stating the facts. Sob. You are so indifferent, as if you have never loved me. So you're saying what I said is not true? I seriously suspect that I messed up in the college entrance examination. It's you, this spendthrift woman, who distracted me during my senior year and made me play games. You hate it. Don't call me a squandering woman again. I have actually doubted whether there is a big man weighing around 200 caddies sitting at the other end of the network cable. But she neither cheated me for money nor emotions. She even gave me a whole set of game skins when she first knew my birthday. I cursed right on the spot, mainly because I felt heartbroken. It's more intimate to transfer 200 yuan directly to me than to buy game skins. Since that birthday, her title in my place has become a spendthrift, and according to my incomplete estimate, the money she spent on games over the years is at least 7 figures. That's also why she took the initiative to invite me to meet offline, and I directly dodged the past reasons. The two are not in the same world. The gap is too big, and at this time Wu Peinie is curled up on the sofa with a huff. Bad guy, are you still cursing? If you curse me again, I will find someone to trace your IP address and then beat you up. Oh, you are so awesome? I'm so scared. Come and beat me up. Do you agree that I contacted you? When did I agree? It's best for us not to meet for the rest of our lives. I still need to find a job. Let's talk later. Okay. Wu Peinie held her phone and stared at the screen for about half an hour, then sent another message. Have you found it? Have you found it? Play games with me. I was speechless for a while. This young lady really doesn't understand the sufferings of the world. Do you have any misunderstandings about my education? Besides, do you think finding a job is as easy as buying Chinese cabbage? I am still busy with interviews, and when I start the new job, I will need to adapt to the new position. I haven't had time to play with you these days. Wu Peinie is feeling very lost. I feel so bored alone. Let me stabilize my life first. Once my life is stable, I can play games with you again. Okay, when will your life be stable? How about letting me buy a house first, and have a place to live? Wu Shijing thought for a moment. Just one house? Then, how about tomorrow? I was silent for a while. Are you silly? How can I buy a house in a day? That's hard to say. For example, if a landlord happens to have a house and is willing to sell it to you for $100, then you will have a house, right? I was speechless for a while. Ha ha, you are really clever. Wu Shijing's eyes are bright and shiny. He, right? What the hell? I hate the rich. Let the rich woman play by herself. Okay, I'll stop here for now. I have an online interview later. On the other side, Wu Peigney started sitting on the sofa staring at her phone again. An urgent voice suddenly came from the door. "Darling, are you okay?" A middle-aged man with a concerned face walked over. "You silly child. Why did you go out driving alone? Look at the front of the car. What have you done to it? If something happens to you, how can I live? You are not allowed to do this next time." "Got it." Wu Peigney nodded, lying somewhat bored on the sofa, then thought for a moment, suddenly opened the notepad on her phone, typed a sentence on it, and handed it to the middle-aged man. "I spent a lot of money on playing games. Do you think I'm extravagant?" The middle-aged man froze, then immediately shook his head and touched his daughter's hair in a particularly doting manner. "Of course not. In fact, many of those games you play are invested by our family." Penny Wu sat up and looked at her dad and blinked. "These game companies give our family a nice cut every year. So daughter, you no matter how much you fill up, a portion of the profit goes to our family. You can understand it as a 50% discount on recharge, right? For example, if you play the game and recharge $10,000. In fact, $5,000 is our own. The actual cost is only $5,000, saving $5,000. The more the middle-aged man said, the more energized he became. "Daughter, in the future, the more you fill up, the more discounts you'll get, the more money you'll save. How can this be a loser? More than not losing money." Wu continued to talk nonsense with his eyes open in order to coax his daughter. "You're practically helping dad earn a lot of money. Is that how you do the math?" After hearing this, Penny Wu thought about it and silently typed out another line on her notepad. "Dad, I'm dumb, not stupid." Wu Guodong smiled and coughed twice, then moved his butt to sit next to his daughter. When Penny Wu saw this, she retracted her legs, and old Wu hurriedly waved his hand. "You lie down well. Dad has something to do. He'll leave in a while." Penny very early without a mother, body in this situation. The old Wu from childhood do not know how much heartache her daughters, spoiled her daughters, listening to her daughter had a car accident, was in the field, the fire rushed back, saw Wu Penny is fine only to rest assured. However, the old father is still sad. She's not too young, she's 27, and her daily life consists of staying home and playing video games, in addition to going to work. And I hear that when she goes to work she stays in her own office. Originally, it was just a digital reading subgroup acquired under the headquarters. The business sector in the headquarters is considered insignificant, quite marginal, not too tired. So, the daughter took care of the affairs that were hers to handle, and did not even leave the office door, being notoriously high-strung in the company. A little interpersonal activities do not participate in, although Wu Guodong can understand. After all, the daughter mute, cannot speak out words, how to communicate with others, after so many years, has long developed this habit. But he called it not at all reassuring. So what if you're rich? Daughter this way, 100 years after his own, may sincerely accompany her is not even a person to estimate. Wu helpless chatter, do not lie at home for a long time, go out and exercise. Work should also be more exchanges with co-workers, more and young people to make friends. In case there is a right riot? They don tradition and Penny is his only child. Penny is in this character right now. Wu has dreamed several times of being hung up and beaten by his own mom and dad's grandparents, asking, "Where is my great-grandson? This is just horrible," but couldn't bear to push his already poor daughter too hard. Old Wu difficult can only silently bear all, and only multiplied before getting up to leave. Humble try, by the way. "Daughter, is your Uncle Wang has a cousin-in-laws of the family's children? The last time the party saw you, said to invite you to have a meal." Wu Penny sniffed a small mouth, a body gently moved, as if she did not hear the same. Aside turned his back to the old Wu on holding the cell phone lying on the sofa. Pretty face stunned to look at the chat box and Chen Siphon began to daze, and ignored the old Wu. Look at her. She plays dumb when we talk about this." Wu had no choice but to speed up his steps to leave and pull back. "I'd rather go down there and get hammered to death by her grandpa and her grandma." Day 2. Early morning, 7 o'clock. Chen Siwen didn't have the habit of staying in bed, and brushed his teeth right on time. Nowadays, it is still convenient to look for a job, without going out of your home. At home, download a few software. You can tell the basic situation to HR, but looking for a day's work. Chen Siwen feel a little ashamed. Other buddies awakened the mystery of the fetus. People are like a changed person. The opening encounter what frustration is hanging. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Do not deceive the youth poor. And Chen Siwen is still just at home for the afternoon interview, grunted and brushed his teeth. Looked at himself in the mirror. Secretly muttered, people's sadness and happiness is really very different. He was a penny hard to defeat the hero. When he finished washing up, Chen Siwen still didn't die, and sat on the sofa in a frenzied manner. calling out something. System? Grandpa, are you there? Is there a hang-up? Well, it's been about half an hour without any movement. However, after a morning of blindly messing around, Chen Siwen still found something wrong, probably when the mystery of the fetus awakened before. A clear stream that seemed to be hidden in his body brought from his mother's womb turned over. He was still favored by God. Originally before the hand injury, after a day of recuperation has been scarred, all over the body has also not the slightest feeling of the accident, and even feel that their spirit is more adequate, but also more than ever full of strength. Although there is no such thing as the miraculous effect of spitting spider silk, or the horror of smashing all the reinforced concrete, but after trying, Chen Siwen suddenly surprised to find that he perhaps the whole body's function, because of the awakening of the mystery of the fetus, more than doubled, including strength, memory, recovery and so on. And because of his enhanced memory, he was getting a clearer reflection of what might be helpful to him in his mind. It was something for which he rejoiced. Can't float, though. Keep your feet on the ground and take it one step at a time. Chen Siwen didn't think about reaching heaven in one step and digging out a gold doll with a single hoe. After all, he didn't have an unreasonable contraption like a system, purely on my own. Let's just say, he still needs time. He needs to build up. A person's success is not all about knowledge and ability, but also about experience. He has just graduated, and was an orphan in his previous life. His experience is really quite thin, and he has not seen much of the world. So even though Chen Siwen gradually discovered the Lord's strong love for him, at this moment there is no symptom of fluttering, and the little master will immediately have to be rich and famous. It was just a special joy, and after the joy was over it was tightened up to continue to start looking for a job. No matter what you do, it's literally impossible to get anywhere without money. Therefore, Chen Siwen felt that he still need to work to earn money first, and at the same time just use the time of work, complete their college students to social transformation, adapt to the new identity. It is best to have a bit of savings and then think long and hard about it. Go for it. Socialites. Feeling that her future was always bright, Chen Siwen revealed a rather bright smile in the mirror. Is really kind of nice to look at. Chen Siwen's height of 1 meter 8, coupled with a straight and moderate body. Face contour is clear. Eyes are particularly God. Can say that the whole person's facial features are particularly upright, and not too much care. Plain and simple let people look particularly comfortable. And the children of poor families are early adopters, living a particularly regular life. Even after graduating from college, he still has 8-pack abs. Standing in the doorway at the moment, he put on his shoes and looked at a text message on his cell phone. Mr. Chan. Hello. Scholarship group notifies you to come to interview for the position of editor-in-charge. Interview time June 7, 2023 at 2 p.m. The interview location, Tengfei Office Park, District C, a building of the 6th floor of the small conference room. When you come, please bring your resume, a copy of the original ID card, proof of education, undergraduate diploma, graduate diploma, etc. For inquiries, 100861111. Chen Siwen remembered the company address. Learning Group, Tangdu's big company the largest genuine digital reading group, similar to the last life of the reading group, but the market value of hundreds of billions of dollars of the company, and a few years ago after the acquisition, and now the payroll system, promotion pathway backed by the Tengfei Group, which is almost across all walks of life, the giant, it can be said to be the meat and potatoes of the eyes of graduates. Fortunately, he had a period of time in college, mixing a little bit of Learning Group's male frequency reading software Point Reading Book, but also published works on the top. There is a certain amount of reading literacy and understanding. Junior internships were also introduced by the tutor to come over to work for a while, in addition to their own although not considered top-notch, but also a diploma, which allows him to get over the net surface. In June, the cold weather has worn off and the air has started to get a little dry. Tengfei Office Park is the Tengfei Group spent huge sums of money to build the Tengfei system. Almost all the subsidiaries, branches of the unified office can be said to be a giant work park, divided into ABC partitions. Among them, Zona covers the largest area, with Tenda of Tengfei Holdings, Tenglong Real Estate, Multi-Spell, and other Fortune 500 companies occupying the most central and expansive part of the park. Area B was the backbone industry chain of the Tengfei Group, while Area C belonged to the marginal industry of grandma and uncle. Chen Siwen came to a building in Area C, a relatively plain office building in the park. Chen Sifen tightened the suit on his body and walked inside in a decent manner. People's official employees have gone to work early this time, and a large part of the ones who are going in now are the same as Chen Sifen who came to interview for recruitment. Moreover, although the Learning Group looked a bit mediocre in the entire Tengfei department, but backed by a big tree, At the moment the situation of graduates' inward role was extremely serious, and there were not a lot of people who came over for interviews today. In the midst of the noisy crowd, Chen Siwen was still a little nervous from her first interview. Nonsense. He is not a person born very good, even in the not-so-good family conditions, so that he are still a bit of habitual marginalization of their own. Before all can only be in the network to find the presence of the heavy-handed. That's why he doesn't feel like he can slap the table at the moment and say, "No dog will go to a crappy job. My life is my destiny, not God's." That's why he's so proud of himself. Still no capital. Queuing up at the entrance of the small conference room, Chen Siwen got nervous and instinctively grabbed her cell phone. The message from the female netizen had been sent 20 minutes ago. A moving picture of a cute little child rolling on the floor accompanied by P-up text. Play with me, JPG, I'm busy, Chen Siwen said with some helplessness. Also, last time, I didn't say to you, you also need to go out and walk around often. Turn around everywhere. Life is actually not only chatting and playing games with me. You should also come out from the network. Make some real good friends. Penny Wu was sitting in her office at the moment, and as soon as she heard her cell phone's special concern ring, she hurriedly put down the documents in her hands. Last time I drove out alone. Chen Siwen, yes, it can be, and it continues today as well. Penny Wu, I'm at work today. Chen Siwen thought about it and suggested, it's better to go to work. Get out of the office. Talk more with your colleagues. Get to know some of your little sisters. Make a date for afternoon tea or something on the weekend. Doesn't it smell good? Penny Wu blinked. Okay then, I'll listen to you. Chen Siwen sighed and laughed softly. As your best friend on the internet, I wish you had more socialization to punctuate your real life as well. Aha, okay. Best friends ugh. Penny Wu was happy and put her cell phone aside before picking up the file in her hand again. And the secretary over there who had been waiting quietly for a long time began to continue reporting on her work. When the work was taken care of, Penny Wu stood up, and the secretary who just wanted to leave saw the situation and hurriedly had greeted her. Mr. Wu, you are. Penny Wu held her cell phone in both hands and waved her hand without looking at her. Under the secretary's uncertain eyes, Penny Wu took herself out of the office door. 16 floors, 15 floors, 14 floors. Chen Siwen suggests that she go out of the office for a spin. She's being truthful literally from top to bottom. It caused a clamor throughout the office building, in various offices. In no time at all, even a bunch of people who were lining up for interviews on the 6th floor were very surprised to see the nice and beautiful woman walking past them in the corridor while quietly looking at her cell phone. Chen Siwen interview at the moment has passed. His resume for the chief editor is still quite comprehensive and quite able to play. The academic group is more efficient company. The interview through the newcomer also did not let go. Said waiting for all the interviews are over, on this afternoon to do the uniform entry, and then tomorrow you can go to the department to report to start working. So at this moment, the relaxed Chen Siwen was sitting on the side with his eyes closed waiting for the notification, when he heard the sudden clamor coming from the surroundings. Suddenly, a mature figure just walked past Chen Siwen's body. Is she? Chen Siwen's eyes widened steeply and swallowed hard. Wasn't this the beautiful rich woman who didn't let herself be compensated for the last time she crashed her car? Seeing a few interviewing staff members see the bustle in the corridor through the glass, they hurriedly paused the interview to greet out. Mr. Wu, you. Corridor at the moment inconspicuous Chen Siwen in the corner position face suddenly flashed through the world Nima so small dismay. Said, Mr. Wu, I wipe Lu, their future boss will not be their own mistakes hit the woman blah? Then she won't settle her score and come after me for compensation if she doesn't perform well at work in the future. Will she? Chen Siwen subconsciously dodged with a weak heart, but he obviously thought too much. All of Penny Wu's attention is on the phone. Quiet even a few interviewers did not pay much attention. Not to mention his kind of small staff who have not even done the entry. Just looking at the large number of people, Penny Wu stopped to look around flatly, and her eyes swept over Chen Siwen without even bringing a stop. Chen Siwen still hiding a fart. At the moment some tears and laughter. It looks like people simply did not remember him. Gotta. Chen Siwen sighed in relief. It's good that you don't remember, but if you do, and you make yourself lose money, wouldn't it be a big loss to find a job and find out about the debt? Chen Siwen once again looked at the good rich woman's pretty face and body. Coiffure, white shirt, coffee OL skirt, white legs plus black high heels. A competent dress that is how to look not tired of taste. Another look at her downright uninviting behavior along the way. Chen Siwen, who was preparing to follow the personnel to do the entry, couldn't help but tsk his mouth and sigh. Sure enough, this kind of female leader is really high and cold. The month of June reeks of heat. Top office building especially cool air conditioning, as well as very refreshing air. Large companies are large companies, Indeed different. The layout of each department is particularly reasonable. Each office also does not look too cheap, not to say that the gold and blue, but also simple and neat. From now on it's a laborer, although the job doesn't always last long. Still, Chen Siwen had a little joy in the success of her entry. The personnel who took them through the onboarding process for the newcomers in this phase was surnamed Zhang. Sister Zhang is relatively easygoing and quite enthusiastic. While doing the induction, not too much trouble to give them some, just joined the need to pay attention to things, casually also introduced them. Let them this group of small newcomers know. The original just encountered in the 6th floor of the Small Wu General Manager. Is their learned group at the moment when the family? As for why called Small Wu General Manager? Because the old General Manager Wu of the famous Tengfei Holdings was her father. Whoa shit, then isn't she not only the big boss of our learning group, but also the big boss of the entire Tengfei in the future? Sister Zhang then sighed at the words, shook her head, thought and nodded, opened her mouth to answer the newcomer who asked the question. This thing is not a secret in our Shuin, and even the entire Tang system of the company. General Manager Xiao Wu, in fact, because of some things, is a little physically defective. Chen Siphon entered his basic information into the company's basic employee information database, and his ears perked up, obviously very interested in this kind of gossip as well. Sister Zhang is no loss as the old Jiangsu. Chat gossip hanging people taste rhythm is also mastered that called a stove fire pure green. Looking at it, two small budding newcomers open a pair of big eyes interested in staring at her. She sighed, laughed softly, our Small Wu General, in fact, will not speak. Chen Siwen's eyes blinked, a little stunned. Ha! No wonder the last time the front end of the car was hit. Are calm as a horse. Not a word to say, get a half. Chen Siphon scared his mouth and said that he looked like a poor man too, then shook his head again. No. What was he pitying someone else for? People are young to drive tens of millions of cars. When the female president of the 100 billion group, the future even want to take over the giant Tengfei Holdings. Chen Siwen can only say that there is a saying that does say human beings have very different sadness and joy. Every family has a difficult experience. Sister Zhang looked at him, then smiled as she continued to impart her experience. I'm also giving you guys a reminder to be careful with your words and actions in all places in the Tang system regarding General Manager Xiao Wu. The old Wu can be a daughter. That is in the mouth for fear of melting. Hold in the hands for fear of broken. Sister Zhang speak not to mention, but also quite rhythmic, methodical said, some time ago, there are a few high-level private mouth and mute shouting. Behind the scenes said a lot of Small Wu General bad words, so that the old Wu know. A little bit did not spoil them. All dismissed. Chen Siwen nodded indistinctly, indicating that he understood. If I have a daughter, grow into the Wu General that look. I do not know how much heartache she that shed her let others scold. But you don't have to worry too much. Small Wu this kind of identity of people, and we are simply not a world. You are lucky to see her today. Usually Small Wu because of her physical reasons. Some of the meetings are basically vice president to help preside over the derivation of the senior level of our year-round are difficult to see her one. You guys probably also saw today. President Wu is actually cold. Those at the top are hard to get in touch with her. Is not going to have any effect on bottom-level employees like us. Indeed. The whole person reveals that I can't communicate well at all. Chen Siwen secretly nodded. Sister Zhang was just chatting casually and didn't really say much, but it was still considered beneficial to new employees like Chen Siwen. The entry procedure is not much complicated. After completing the process, I got my work permit, and tomorrow I will be able to swipe into the company with my ID card. Chen Siwen went home for dinner in the evening, all decided to treat himself. Added an egg to himself. His mom went back home to work in the morning, and a person huffed and puffed to finish the red oil small noodles. Then Chen Siphon disciplined himself to do sit-ups, push-ups to exercise his body, and finally intended to do flat support. Just on the floor to support not long. The cell phone on the side of the dropped two sounds. Without looking, he knew who it was. Penny Wu, what are you doing? Chen Siphon at the moment bare bladder patting hands got up and stood up then sat in front of the fan. The day in June is really hot a little movement is sweaty. Wiped a handful of sweat. Copied the cell phone replied to, tomorrow the first day of work. Ready for a moment after a bath on the bed. Penny Wu at the moment is collapsed on the bed, wearing a set of white ice silk pajamas. Pajama pants especially textured paste in a pair of legs, and then snapped one up and one down gently patted on the pure white sheet. Chin pillowed on the top of a large doll, hands holding up a cell phone. A pair of charming eyes blinking. I turned the company several times today. The legs are tired to death. You help me to knead it okay? Chen Siphon aired, then cried a little. Here we go again. Once she hurt her hand. Chen Siwen comforted her through the netting and said to help her blow on it, and then she got into the habit of letting Chen Siwen take care of her through the netting wherever she was uncomfortable. It's like an internet over-the-top kind of thing? With or without helping with fatigue pain I don't know, but just highlighting a companion. Chen Siphon thinks he graduated from university, is a social person, the network over the family is not too a little childish, so digress, you or must often exercise. You see ni, even do hundreds of sit-ups do not bring tired. Penny Wu, oh huh. Alright then, get some early rest. Chen Siphon stretched his back, intending to go find a change of clothes, take a shower and go to bed, and tomorrow he would be an honorable laborer. However, Penny Wu's calves weren't swinging at the moment, and her head was drooping. Unhappy. You've changed. In the past, when I wasn't feeling well, you'd help me rub my legs and stomach. Chen Siwen had no choice. Who let this trend was started by him, put the change of clothes on the chair in the bathroom, coughed, and sent a little shamefully, rubbed your calves, a little better? Penny Wu happily took an inch. No, it'll take another hour of rubbing to get better. Chen Siwen rolled his eyes, and did not bring to spoil her. Excessive almost got it hurry up and rest. Wu was actually quite easy to coax. Oh, guess I didn't play as a kid and let Sven Chen make up for it. Playing house with this thing. Take it to elementary school students are too childish. But for Penny Wu, just right. Chen Siwen good people do in the end. Anyway, they will not meet. The chat record will always stay on the internet. A little bit of childishness is a little bit of childishness. A little bit of shame is a little bit of shame. Okay, rub it in, go to sleep. Penny Wu obediently lifted the covers and got in. Oh who? Tanda, a rental house far from the city center. Waking up early was not a difficult task for Chen Siwen, but thinking about how she had to go to work for close to an hour, transferring once to the bus and twice to the subway, Chen Siwen then couldn't help but lament. Sure enough, once this person runs out of money, life is hard everywhere. Tangdu is the capital city. Is the fast pace of life in the city? Most of the people who go to work in a hurry, interspersed with trotting in the various subway station entrance in Tangdu. Chen Siphon also joined them. Even if it is foggy morning fog, they have to run for life to go. A few breakfast vendors out of the stalls. Gradually become noisy city is slowly waking up. The sun is bright and down. Seems to slowly disperse the early morning mist, and attached to the skin on the faint coolness. Chen Siwen feel warm, although now his life is really not easy, but the struggle against the early sun is refreshing comfort. Go for it, Hitman. Chen Siwen vibrant. No unusual college students wake up early after the dead, because he does not like to stay up late. And even female netizens one night want to talk to him passionate night. Or early he drove to bed. Said, chat about what to chat about, what to make noise. Neighbors do not have to go to work tomorrow? Get off the bus. You can say to go to work a few weeks The company doors selling pancakes small boss obviously will not let go of every customer. Young man, pancake fruit to a set? Ajk. Chen Siphon looked at the time. Got up early. 9 o'clock to work. He was a little after 7 to the foot of the company building. So he walked over, decided to let the boss also add a ham sausage today, waiting for the fragrant pancakes. The time had come, and his daily as hypnotic female internet friend guessed it was time to wake up from her nap and drop. Penny Wu, I'm awake. Chen Siphon gave an oh so quiet. I'm all the way downstairs at the company. I'm planning to eat a pancake to fill my stomach first. Penny Wu just got up, crawled out from under the covers, still sleepy, dully rubbed and messed up her messy hair once she got up from a nap. Then fell head over heels on the bed again holding her cell phone and asked, what kind of company are you? Exploiting your employees so much. Why do you let you guys go to work at 7 or so o'clock? It's too much. You haven't heard a sentence. Chen Siwen's pancakes are ready. Not to mention hot and quite fragrant. He smelled a mouthful, and then said in a serious manner, capitalists are bloodsuckers. Inhumane inhumane. Penny Wu followed Chen Siwen's words and then chimed in. Oh, inhuman inhuman. All but ignoring the fact that she is the stupid daughter of a capitalist. Waiting for Chen Siwen to go upstairs to find his office is still no one to come. Not clear about their own workplace. In the rest area to sit down chausseurs Louboutin pas cher. Wu Peigney also washed up. A wave of the hand did not let the home chef to do breakfast. Set off to the company. To the downstairs. Let the driver uncle stopped. Get off. Roar. Pancakes pancakes. When Xiao Wu arrived at the company, it was already time to go to work. And the pancake stand was full of co-workers, and the cravings were all tickled by the smell of the fragrant pancakes, only to be scared back by Penny Wu. Xiao Wu always. A small group of employees in line jumped steeply in shock, and there was a sudden hush in front of the pancake stand that resembled a group of high school students being caught by their homeroom teacher, while some enterprise groups of the academic group, the colleague group exploded all of a sudden. Uncle Wang's pancakes downstairs surprised the big boss. Where is it? Holy shit. Really? Hey. Sure enough, the rumors are true. General Manager Xiao Wu was simply absolutely beautiful. Good lord. Chief Wu was so grounded that he buys his own pancakes? People also go to the toilet by themselves but then again, small Wu always this is encountered what a good thing. Yesterday I heard that turned the whole company a circle. I was thought she came to check. Startled. But after the search, but also not right catching small employees like me to touch the fish also cannot be used to the big boss feed. Is not the slender jade hand of General Manager Wu used to point to the mountains and mountains of grandeur and dominance. Actually so grounded. Front row to watch. There are too many onlookers. Even a small newcomer like Chen Siwen has heard about it, and several photos of Mr. Wu lining up were sent out in the small group just pulled by the new staff yesterday. With a stunning body and a beautiful face, Penny Wu was really one of those big 360 degrees beauties with no dead angles. Pretty good. Pure with the original camera of the orange cell phone photographed all have the atmosphere of that kind of fine-tuned picture. Chen Siwen TSK mouth. As far as it is, the big boss to eat a pancake on the mess hemp. They also ate pancakes this morning. How no one cares about what? Oh, there are people who care about it. Penny Wu returned to her office. Small mouth chirping a bite. Gorgeous on the message said, pancakes are really tasty eh? What do you add to the material Ham. Chen Siwen replied a sentence and their own editor-in-chief led. Finally found their own workstation. The editor-in-chief briefly introduced the daily workflow. Because there is a meeting on the first to leave. So that Chen Siwen will not ask other colleagues. However, for Chen Siwen's current memory, the work of the editor-in-chief is not too complicated. The editor-in-chief introduced once he can almost remember 7 or 8. Then began his initial work with gusto. Reviewing manuscripts. The most important daily work of the editor-in-chief is to review the manuscript. Back to the manuscript. Signed. Add my microchat. If you haven't reached the signing standard, you can take a look at my circle of friends. Because the quarter, the middle of the year, the end of the year quai sword hanging over the head. The hand already has a lot of small god big god of the author of the old oil can be leisurely. Chen Siwen this kind of budding editor-in-chief is obviously at the lowest end of the food chain of the academic group. Just one morning, Chen Siwen found out the job is not easy. He just joined the work. The work within the mailbox has just opened. And no one asked for it. He is then left to find the work that fulfills his pie in the editorial backend of each group. From what could be hundreds or even thousands of direct mail pieces a day. Since the reorganization of the academic group, the original mystery group, urban group and other categories of groups, changed into a group, 2 groups, 3 groups and other categories of groups. Each group's direct works are simply rare. What kind of all kinds of? The old authors usually have long had a fixed cooperation of editors, are inside the mailbox. Direct works are mostly newcomers. Of course, there is also that kind of awesome old authors on a whim open small vests. This also led to the work is simply God's God. Ghost. Chen Siwen read all morning. Rubbing his sore eyes, muttered in a small voice, I fucking see the world as senator. Let's put it this way. Chen Siwen saw a manuscript this morning. The content is like this. The protagonist is crippled. But when he saves the heroine, he flew over the small car in one cross. Yeah, crippled in both feet. For fuck's sake. Flying over the minivan in a nice cartwheel to save the heroine. Looking at Chen Siwen crying and laughing, intending to go to pee and come back to continue. Just after washing his hands, his cell phone rang in his bag. So boring. Play with me. Chen Siwen didn't rush back to his workstation. The feeling of being paid to take a shit was really cool. He replied to her. Didn't you go out and wander around today? I'm spinning, but it's still so boring. Didn't I tell you to interact more with your coworkers? Chatting and gossiping during breaks. You need to actively integrate into the office. Chen Siwen's own thoughts were such that no hitman is complete without having been involved in office gossip. I won't, Penny Wu said honestly. Chen Siwen nerd. Looking for someone to chat with can't even? You can really be reality coy and internet heavy. Well, I'll teach you a method. The next first coworker you see on the road, you take out your online energy and go up and say hello. Penny Wu, oh. Chen Siwen finally washed her hands. Then after briefly arranging her bangs, she pushed the door from the floor's toilet and walked out, positively stunned. A pair of beautiful eyes were staring at him in a daze, not far from the doorway of the restroom. Dang, Mr. Wu. Chen Siwen's body froze a bit for a moment, blinking her eyes. And over there, her red lips also moved slightly, blinking her eyes. Big eyes for a few seconds. Chen Siwen was a little nervous, and said, it can't be that he's remembering himself, crashing her little donkey? Holy shit, didn't Sister Zhang from the personnel department say yesterday that it's hard to meet a big boss? That's it? Chen Siwen hurriedly lowered her head a bit. Good day, Mr. Wu. At the same time in the heart of the mind can be vigorously meditation. Do not remember the old man. Do not remember the old man. Sure enough, God forbid. Penny Wu also just froze for a moment, then shook her head, and then did not even look at Chen Siphon, with a very good smelling percolating fragrance, stepped on her high heels and did to the right straight past him. Chen Siphon exhaled heavily, accelerated his pace and slipped away. 8-figure car crashed into that. Really a little hurt. Just returned to the workplace to sit down. Chen Siphon had a kind of escape from the celebration. The phone rang again. I don't want to say hello to anyone. Question mark. Chen Siwana not. Then how do you make new friends? Ta-da. Penny Wu's big eyes were serious at the moment. Plain and simple. Don't. I already have you. Chen Siwan did not feel smug because of such words, but was a little worried. Although the two of them had different personalities, but getting along with people is about a heart-to-heart. She was very nice, and in Chen Siwan's heart, after so many years together, even though she had never met, she was still a very important person. The so-called gentleman's friendship is as light as water. It is not necessary to meet without too much heat. Feel naturally close. So Chen Siwan thought for a moment, organized his keyboard, and then sent it at her. Not sure exactly what you've been through though. Chen Siwan organized his language and sincerely suggested, but give yourself a chance, and give life a chance. Life? Well, it's really more than just the internet. Penny Wu stood still, hanging her head and letting her hair fall, and only after several seconds did she suddenly ask, Little Chen, let's meet then, shall we? The female internet user was aware of his last name, Chen, and they had exchanged names when they had just met not long ago. Chen Siwan said his name was Chen Wen. She was cold as hell and just said the screen name. The two just met both tacitly did not say their real names. Chen Siwan looked at the chat box in dismay. Question mark. Penny Wu, when we meet, my life will be more than just the internet. Chen Siwan was astonished, and said, you are so fucking witty. However, how is your word strange? Together with half a day. You only have me in your life? The sauce is outrageous? Penny Wu, Little Chan? Chen Siwan's expression was a bit odd. Are you confessing to me? Penny Wu's big eyes flashed with a trace of confusion, not understanding, and foolishly asked back, am I confessing to you? Chen Siwan almost choked on his own spittle. No, you're asking me? A long downtime suddenly appeared in the chat box between the two. Penny Wu obviously felt that this question she would not do. Back to the office of Wu, waiting for half a day before tightly asked again, so do you want to meet with me? Near the end of the work time, Chen Siwan rolled his eyes. Sometimes, this bitch is also a bit naive to be angry. Decisively said, no see, I'm off work. Penny Wu, oh. Chen Siwan put her table in order then got up with her bag on her back, looked at her cell phone and was a little short-tempered today. Oh your head, get off work. Penny Wu didn't know where she'd pissed him off at the moment, typing in O, silently looking at the O in the selection box, and O clicking the back one. Oh, Tangdu's early morning mist filled the air and touched in there was still a cool feeling. Chen Siwan work a few days ago. In addition to the first day just joined some unaccustomed fuss. These 2 days, day and night to review the manuscript, coupled with the office's quite passable atmosphere. Chen Siwan is also more and more adapted to his work. He was also a bit surprised at what odd manuscripts he encountered. He had been able to adapt to his surroundings since he was a child. Except that after he had adapted to his surroundings, he was soon silently due at the office, as was his marginal attribute in his student days. Chen Siwan is not the kind of person who dazzles as soon as he enters a new place, compared to his heavy-handedness online. Although in reality he can't be said to be too cavalier. At least normal communication contact with his classmates is not a problem, but it is certainly not related to being greatly generous. He belongs to the kind of character who is introverted on the surface but actually quite stuffy inside. Compared to the same period there are a few newcomers chatty quickly and colleagues. A day smiling. Chen Siwan at the moment can be said to be a bit silent. Honest review of the manuscript. The manuscript he thinks can be forwarded to the editor-in-chief of the second review. Ah, new editors. That's the one thing that's bad about signing manuscripts that don't even have complete self-care yet. After all, the academic group on the signing of the author welfare can be said to be the Blue Star Unique class, signing through the full $2,000. Of course, the signing standard becomes the industry's most difficult. Worry about the new editor in charge of the lack of ability. Blind Hook 8 sign a bunch of bad manuscripts that are not worth the full time. The new editor in charge of the new job. There is no autonomy, such as the editor-in-chief with a period of time, under the hands of the author of some of the achievements of the rights will be handed back to them. Of course, if there is a delay in signing up for something that will produce results, the QI won't be completed for a long time. Capital has never been a source of idleness. There are also a lot of new chief editors who pack up and leave every year. In the morning ago Chen Siwon was more cranky, maybe menopausal next door group of female editor-in-chief education. His immediate editor-in-chief can only love to help. The female editor-in-chief called Zhang Xin. Seniority old. Chen Siwon's editor-in-chief as she brought out. She didn't mean to target Chen Siwon either, but this issue's new chief editors were all whipped up by her lifting them over. Sister Xin is usually quite good. Lately, you guys don't bother with her. Understand her a little. A little office gossip. New people know. The original Xin sister's husband is also a learned editor. Is a group. I heard that recently in a female author, a little bit of what is not clear relationship. Chatting or what? Anyway, seems to have been Xin's sister grabbed. The two are making a fuss about it. Just say that men have money will become bad. Well, Xin's sister young time pretty tight. Is our editorial group in the famous of flower? Sue brother before a good. Gentle and elegant to Xin's sister and good. The results of the first few years Sue brother back to write a book. I heard that the explosion. Earn money. It is not right. Chen Siwon's editor-in-chief is quite good. The work of Chen Siwon grasp is not too tight. A bit of Buddhist feeling. Especially like to chat. Office gossip is usually started by this brother. He was smoking in the restroom. And when Chen Siwon went to the restroom, he was able to pull Chen Siwon in for a chat or two. Chen Siwon froze. Didn't you say when you joined that editors can't write books? Young. The editor-in-chief pecked a leisurely puff of smoke. Editors explicitly say you can't write. But what if you don't use your own ID? What if you use your mom and dad's IDs? Going to work? It's not like you're in jail 24/7. Who cares what you do after work, right? Chen Siwon expression thoughtfully, back to his position when, slammed right. They reviewed half a day of the manuscript, did not find their own kwai. Then they cannot create their own kwai? It's yourself who wrote the book, and it's yourself who gave the recommendation. So this thing is really, tie pants hot. You can milk yourself, left hand to right hand. Oh, yes, earn money by the way. Kwai is also completed. Chen Siwon is not too stumped. But what did I just go to the bathroom for? Oh, yes, I was going to the bathroom, and I forgot to zipper up my pants because I was listening to the gossip. Chen Siwon got back up and headed for the restroom. It is also so coincidental. A middle-aged man with eyes all over the entire Tang system of companies. The moment he heard that his daughter does not stay in the office, excited Wu Guodong ran from the headquarters. No matter how busy today is also bound to accompany his well-behaved daughter to turn the whole building. Penny, look at it. It's so nice to go around like this every afternoon. Well, Dad called someone to add the greenery of your office building at that time. You don't look at your cell phone all day long. Look at the greenery or something. Take a break. The old father's words are thick with concern. Penny Wu raised her head at that. Then, crooked day. Is the world that small? For the third time, Sister Zhang of the personnel department, she cheated her. Mr. Wu is hard to meet. Hard to meet? My old Wu always bumped into each other at the moment. Baffled. Penny Wu and him are still wide-eyed. Wu at the moment froze, thinking of Small Chen's words. Small Chen also, because they do not go to make friends, also angry. Press simply do not know before chatting. Chen Siwon in the end cursing and grinning what Penny Wu did not want to get angry. And honestly stretched out his hand with little expression pointing to the Chen Siwon gestures. Hello, sign language. Sven Chen obviously can't read sign language. But Wu Guodong, that is seen on TV. Blue star are shot on the number of the rich. At this moment, the body collapsed to stiff. The heart cannot help but exclaim. No way. Just a small accident. The big deal is that we discuss my compensation is. Do not have to call your father to catch people. So people? However, it was obviously Chen Siwon who had overthought it. Penny Wu said hello as if she was completing a task. And after completing it, she crossed over to Chen Siwon with little reaction and left. Wu, on the other hand, brightened up. Got better. Smiled at Chen Siwon. Then looked sideways at his daughter again. Who's this young man? Not bad. How did Penny Wu know who he was? She shook her head and refocused on her phone. Don't be angry. I'm listening to you. And Wu Guodong looked at the young man who ran into the office in a puff of smoke over there 3 times a step back, pondering. Chen Siphon ran into the office, then breathed a huge sigh of relief. Nothing happened. At this time, Chen Siwon probably didn't even realize that the scales of his destiny had begun to tilt. Sitting on the workstation, decided not to scare themselves. Wu always the kind of woman. Eyes loaded with splendid upper class. Where there is a place for him. What he is now crooked. Chen Siwon shook his head. After 3 occasional encounters, things are not 3 well. He is sure. People simply did not take the previous car accident as a matter of fact. He is too much to think about. Give yourself too much drama. And finally in the spit, decided to no longer care about it. Completely turned the page of the Chen Siwon, slightly slid their swivel chairs forward. Looking at their own cell phone messages. What? I gave someone else a shout out. Oh, Congratulations. Chen Siwon actually did not get angry with her, mainly because the 2 days before joining the work, too busy. He is diligent. I also have the energy. The new chief editor can only deliver more than a few copies of the manuscript, a few more points to complete the pie of the chances. So the reply is a bit not diligent. Are you still mad at me? Chen Siwon froze. She herself didn't even know where the anger came from. When did I get angry? Penny Wu, I will live a good life, even if I don't have you in my life. Why are you talking strangely lately? Chen Siwon's expression was a bit odd and suddenly froze, then thought for a moment and asked, No, do you like me? Wu Guodong, this old comrade, it especially nagging in the daughter's ear, pulling east and west. However, Wu Penny as a sentence did not listen to, but also suddenly stood still, a pair of big eyes simply, as if revealing a clear stupidity. I like you? Chen Siwon was bored on the spot, then rolled his eyes while shaking his head. Laozi is talking to you about a ghost. Then thought, by the editor-in-chief, by the old Wu General, small Wu General, and this female net friend to interruption. He toilet has not gone, pee to go. Got up and left the office. While on the next floor, Penny Wu was fidgeting with her cell phone. Daughter, Penny? Old Wu also strangely twisted his head to look at his daughter, somewhat helpless. You, don't play with your cell phone when you walk. Penny Wu blinked up and down, then looked down at her cell phone, then found the notepad she had been chatting with her dad on, dripping it, and held it out to Wu. While looking at it, Wu muttered out in a small voice, Dad, what's like? After reciting accordingly, Wu was first stunned, followed by surprise, and he was not sleepy when it came to this. The daughter must have sensed her good intentions, and the difficulty of her old father, and become enlightened. For the sake of our ancestors, the Wu family is still alive. I'm going to lead them well, and we won't be able to break our back. I asked my dad, and my dad said that like the end of it is to give you children. But how am I supposed to give you a baby online? Chen Siwon was startled. The phone almost did not grasp the drop toilet. Palpitating, holding the phone, eyes wide, leaned a sound. You do not seem to drink hemp? The two of us are not in love. Have not seen the face. Raw, your second aunt and grandmother's legs at Raw. Penny Wu blinked. I don't have a second aunt. Chen Siwon was silent for a few seconds. Do you think you're funny? Penny Wu thought for a moment. Oh, Sven Chen. Pulling the hook 8 down. She is like this. Chen Siwon are somewhat accustomed to it. Did not care about her, but remembered the editor-in-chief just said gossip. Writing a book with mom's ID, and then recommend it in your own editorial capacity. It's a reliable thing. Chen Siwon went home that day and started to act. No matter what, he wrote something. It is more reliable than the crippled leap kara, a casual stir-fry of a small dish, in which 2 pickled carrots from the pickle jar were eaten over rice. Chen Siwon this night rare did not go to bed early, crackling the keyboard, intending to use the knowledge in the brain to get money. To the editor within the pitch, usually pitch 3 chapters, 6,000 words can be. Chen Siwon's thoughts are very clear, roughly more than 2 hours to knock out the content. Then looked at it. After all, the thing about words is that even if the idea is the same, there is a difference in what is written, but after changing it, roughly there is a 7 points, 8 points similar. Chen Siwon nodded with more satisfaction, and then cast it to his mailbox. That's funny. Left hand inverted right hand. Early the next morning, Chen Siwon was more excited to come to the company. Sitting on the workstation, from time to time, look at the time, and look at the door of the office. When Wang Wei leisurely entered the door a few minutes before the prescribed work time, Chen Siwon waved. Wang Wei is his chief editor, a native of Tangdu. His family is said to have a few houses, so he is relatively desireless and a bit Buddhist. What's wrong? Siwon walked over and pulled a chair by hand to sit beside Chen Siwon. Brother Wang, I came across an internal submission last night and thought it was pretty good. Take a look. The budding editor over the draft or first have to find the editor-in-chief to discuss. Chen Siwon thought about it. Last night, stayed up until the early morning, liver nearly 20,000 words. Mainly he is also afraid of the water and soil, are not convinced in case the preparation is not sufficient to pass the draft on the laughs. It is not easy to catch up with the coincidence. The left hand inverted the right hand of the opportunity. Do not grasp the really blind himself this identity. Okay, I'll take a look for you Chen Siwon let out a position. Wang Wei leaned over to look at the computer. At first quite casual, and then flipped over. The body plate suddenly sat up straight, and then looked down. The expression suddenly a little bit gloomy. A small word convergence into the content flashed. Wang Wei just started to review the text, also want to comment on the sound of the voice of an abrupt end. The mouse's scroll will quickly roll to the end. And after Wang Wei slid several times with no new content, he froze, followed by a sudden fierce slap on his thigh. Good. Siwon, your kid is lucky. What a good one. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't kid yourself. This man's rhythmic thoughts are on par with even the great gods. Wang Wei hurriedly urged Chen Siwen to add him, and also waited on the sidelines for 10 minutes, wanting to guide Chen Siwen and this author to talk about the outline. Chen Siwen was relieved when he saw the editor-in-chief's reaction. Good job, potato. There's no water in soil. The result didn't wait. And then before Wang Wei left, he'd sked his mouth in a fatuous way and said, "See, this kind of talented, awesome author that's all high and mighty." Chen Siwen blinked and nodded, thinking that the editor-in-chief was right. But then what is it possible that this author is at your side and can't spare the time to reply to the message? Waiting for Wang Wei to leave before using his own small number plus his own large number, Chen Siphon hid in the toilet cubicle to chat with himself left and right after finalizing the time to release the book. Then when I stood up, it was 9:30, and I didn't have to look to see whose message had come. Why haven't you sent me a good morning? The group didn't hook me up. Chen Siwen lost her smile and said, "There you go again." June 30th. Chen Siwen's life has stabilized. Going to work, leaving work, catching up on drafts. Because the signing of the contract is the need for identity cards. So the old mom from the old home again came to the capital. She also did not understand what Chen Siwen wants to do. Can only say in a serious tone, "Son, be careful in everything. You have just gone to work. And mom does not ask you to be very rich. But do not go down some of the wrong path." Chen Siwen explained to his mom for half a day before she gave him her ID card. "Mom, you can rest assured that I'm the kind of person who doesn't know what's right. You just wait for your son to earn big money is." When you say that, mom is not comfortable with it. Mom shook her head. "Where is the big money so good to earn?" "You are." Mom does not say. "You yourself also have a sense of proportion. Anyway, everything should be careful. In the company should also be down to earth." I know. Chen Siwen listened to her mom chatter 2 sentences, then sent her to take the train. For her mom's such a small old woman, she really does not understand the internet at all. How to pay to read to earn money. Chen Siwen was actually half knowledgeable before he entered the learning group. Now I realize that the original learning to turn on the full-scale burglary after the industry is really earning money. Now the point of reading the book's bestseller list of the top 105, that are monthly 100,000 books. That is to say that now the point of reading, rely on purely manuscript fees. There have been 150 annual income of 100 authors. Burglary prevention is so horrible as it is. This makes Chen Siwen more and more looking forward to the play of the potato. To know that now the point of reading, the bestseller list of the top 10, a variety of channels add up to the monthly sales have been about 2 million, can stabilize the top 10 authors? The pure manuscript fee is basically the existence of 10 million after tax. What's the concept? A year of manuscript fees do not use. Save the bank to talk about interest. A month or at least 3W plus interest income. I'm working as an editor-in-chief, and after my internship, the miscellany only adds up to a measly 10,000. Although Chen Siwen sometimes laugh at their own education, and the end of the college entrance examination choice, but his diploma is not low. People are also more down to earth and hard work. In fact, the income compared to a lot of fresh graduates is very good and very good. Mom received a phone call that day. Listening to Chen Siwen found such a good job. Words have been full of joy. Even said his son could do it. As a result, when Chen Siwen heard gossip, said the next group of the editor-in-chief, write their own books to push their own. And now they all earn millions of dollars a year. They slowly moved to write a book after the idea. More and more. It seems that the man just owes it to comparison. And when comparison comes, so does greed. At least Potato's heroic deeds in his last life. Chen Siphon had heard about it, and he himself unleashed his sharpening will-eye technique. It shouldn't be that bad, should it? Chen Siwen was originally a quite stable person, but at the moment the bottom of the heart also have some expectations. After all, the lack of money, there are always a few moments. Will want to be rich, I want to be rich. For Chen Siwen, the netizen gods and the top 10 bestseller list were put aside. It smells good to be one of those 150 people who make $1 million a year in manuscript fees. Okay, so Chen Siwen motivated. In addition to office hours, the rest of the time that are on fire crackling keyboard. So much so that Penny Wu has been particularly distressed and bored lately, lying on the couch in the middle of the night, her calves dangling down beside her, swinging forward and backward in boredom. The phone then covered her plump breasts, and only when it slid down along the smooth peaks, sticking to the top of her collarbone, did she pick it up and send, "Play the game with me." Not playing. Didn't I say before? When I earn a house and settle down in Tangdu, I'll play games with you. Chen Siwen, who had been staring at the computer, replied quite quickly, "I think it should be soon." Penny Wu was happy to hear that and sat up. Really? I've got a side business now in addition to my job, and as long as nothing goes wrong, I should be able to make $1 million a year. Chen Siwen because of family reasons. Well, the reality is not like bragging and farting at all. After all, he has this environment, what good to blow. But on the network, it is his original character. Where are the young men who are not frivolous and don't like to brag? It's just that the environment suppresses their nature. I guess. This is the reason why he felt and Wu Pei this female net friend two people to become a soulmate on the network is simply too good to be true. Anyway, we do not know. Even with the old mother did not dare to blow the bull. He dared to blow it with her. Penny Wu obviously didn't have any special feelings about earning millions of dollars a year, but she felt as if little Chen was very happy, so she cheerfully oohed and awed twice. Little Chen, you're great. I work hard for 2 years. I guess the down payment will be enough in Tangdu. When the time comes to work hard to buy another car, maybe I can still take you for a ride. Having a car and a house for the current Chen Siwen apparently makes him a little happy. Placing the basin on the sit, Penny Wu knelt on the plush carpet and clicked away. Not a talker, photo. Not a talker, I have a car. You take me for a ride. Just tomorrow, okay? On how to be bored by a picture. The car keys are all fucking with pots. The original excited bragging Chen Sifen was pounced on with a basin of cold water. It was a breathtakingly cool, soaring heart. Dang, why are you blowing up in front of her? People have dogs that wear hundreds of thousands of dollars in customized clothes. Usually takes private jets to concerts. Chen Siwen sighed deeply. His own fucking even if the keyboard jacked up the cigarette. There is not a tiny bit of comparison with her refreshed, Chen Siwen was much more calm. I'm talking to you my ass. The next day, early in the morning, Assistant Lao Li walked to the foyer as usual. Just wanted to take the car keys, and was stunned. No, where are the fucking keys? Wu and the secretary who reported on the trip today also walked out. What's the matter, old Li? Wu Dong. Assistant Li cried and laughed a little. The car keys are missing. ? Wu looked at it for a few moments. No way. I left it at the door last night after I picked up Penny and came back on my own. Just when a few people are puzzled. The sleepy-eyed Penny Wu dully held the basin with both hands and silently walked out, with the confusion of just waking up in her eyes, and peacefully put the car keys back in front of the 3 middle-aged men, and went back to the room again on her own. Wu Guodong looked at his daughter's naive back. That is a stunned. Then hastily beckoned and ordered, hide the car keys. Never let Penny drive out alone again. One more incident and she could scare her father out of me. While speaking, Wu had another thing on his mind. Glancing sideways at his secretary, he greeted. Also, the young man that Penny took the initiative to greet yesterday is called Chen Siwen, right? You have someone pay attention to it. And when there's a chance, well, you can put some burden on him. In the office, a lot of the time everyone is busy with their own business, and there is very little time to talk to each other. Editors, there must be competition. Points to read the book's recommended position is only so many. Is fixed. Your book on the book. Other people's hands cannot be on the book. And the book's results and on behalf of your kpai and affect the bonus. Rounding up. When it comes to competition in terms of money, of course it's impossible to be completely at peace. Grab the author. Fight for the recommended position. Of course, we stayed in the stage of superficial friends, but in the editor-in-chief under the balance of the office atmosphere is still not too much saber rattling. Usually pass-by are still smiling and nodding to show respect. Occasionally someone took the lead. We gossip a sentence or two is not a problem. And of course there are those who can quickly mingle with everyone and talk to anyone with their outstanding emotional intelligence. Chen Siwen's editor-in-chief is one of those people. It's natural to have a good conversation with people when you don't fight for a day or like to roll recommendations with them. The whole office. Chen Siwen is also familiar with his editor-in-chief a little bit. Thief Hookate like to touch the main fish. Look at Chen Siwen this side of the signing of the work. The author has a rise. What over the manuscript? The newspaper recommended the right to all back to Chen Siwen. None of Sven Chen's contemporaries as new editors have that right yet. And Chen Siwen his editor-in-chief is also just promoted to the editor-in-chief of the Well. Their 8th group is also just established. Just the two of them. So the old king of his touch fish not only their own touch fish. He also pulled Chen Siwen together. Often shouted Chen Siwen to the toilet to blow empty dragons. Want one? Wang Wei comfortable with payroll took a cigarette, and then handed his packet of Huazi to Chen Siwen. Chen Siwen waved his hand. Wang Wei swallowed clouds and fogged 2 mouths, then smilingly inquired. By the way, last time you signed that book Xiaoyan, 30 years east of the river 30 years west of the river that, last Saturday should be on the test water pushed it. The effect how? Pilot push. That is, point reading book all new books of the first round of recommendations. Point reading after the revamp. Every day is the opportunity to go on the front page. Can take off the book. Usually the first round will have a seedling. You see, the old king how to swing. Originally he is quite optimistic about Chen Siwen this book. The result? Chen Siwen issued books written for more than 10 days. He only thought to care about a sentence today. Seems to be pretty good. First day collection added over 1,000 I think. Catch-up reading is invisible for now. Then I imagined are good. The old king froze for a moment. Shook the ash. Siwen. You are comfortable. Just join the encounter this kind of authors. You later by estimate do not have to worry about. And so on the backside of the first round of trial and after the end of the out of the pursuit of the readings you give me a word. Oh. Chen Siwen gave an O. It was true that things don't come in threes. This time when Chen Siwen returned to the office from the restroom, he finally didn't encounter Penny Wu. Back to the workstation. Recently the office is also rarely chatting. Everyone at the moment work is particularly active. The atmosphere of the whole office is that kind of tense state. Chen Sifen is still a little strange it. And so on Friday out of the results of the new book test push, he and the editor-in-chief of the two go out to chat. After the old king to know. Oh, it's not because of Sister Xin and Brother Su. Sister Xin is the old editor-in-chief who spurred on their newcomers in the days when she first joined the company. And Su is her husband. Also an editor-in-chief who earns millions of dollars a year from writing books. The two of them made a big deal out of it. Su's affair with the female author was poked into the ears of the higher-ups by a couple of big god authors, saying that Su used his editorial authority to give recommendations indiscriminately, and that the female author was in a bad relationship. Well, there was some kind of deal or something. Anyway, I heard that the higher-ups are going to sack Brother Su. The rest Chen Sifen knew. Su was the editor-in-chief of the third group. He was sacked. The position of the editor-in-chief of the third group was of course vacant. No wonder one or two chief editors in the office are positively numb. Promotion A? Who wouldn't want that? Chen Siwen nodded in understanding. Old Wang pinched the cigarette and patted his shoulder with a smile. You're just too shallow in terms of seniority. Or else with that author under your hand called Crazy Pumpkin, you'd actually have a chance to compete with them. That doobie under your hand is too ruthless. Wang Wei exclaimed as such. Chen Siwen nodded and asked curiously. Then how much money can this book earn? Wang Wei, $10 million? Big millions? It hasn't hit the shelves yet. So who's to say? Chen Siwen blinked. So much? Oh, Chen Sifen more energized. As long as the code is not dead, he will be dead. Just when everyone in the office was in full swing fighting for their future, a promotion announcement set off the whole office. Hereby Chen Siwen in the work of the work. Hard work. Outstanding performance. According to the group personnel promotion system, by the group management consultation resolution, from now on the promotion of the three groups of the editor-in-chief, responsible for the three groups of the various responsible for the coordination of the editor-in-chief, as well as the group of the work of all the regulation, and so on. Crowd of competing culprits, what the hell? Group 3 editor-in-chief, who are we? King David, Moses, where am I? Sven Chen, what's he talking about? When the editor-in-chief called him to his office, Chen Siwen thought that his sneaky book writing had been exposed and startled him. And then when the editor-in-chief announced this promotion announcement, he was even more startled. What the hell? I got a fucking promotion? I'm getting a promotion? How come I'm suddenly the editor-in-chief? Chen Siwen expressed great shock, listening to the colleagues suddenly familiar with the congratulatory congratulations. Chen Siwen cannot help but think, this promotion announcement named typing error, right? I'm just the little munchkin who's only been on the job for a month, a junior staff member. How did I get promoted? Hey! Chen Siwen suddenly came up with a thought. It could not be that the company already knows his talent, want to use the promotion when the decline, binding himself, and then let himself in the future to help the company do cattle as a horse, right? But after some trial and error, no one found out that the recent point reading book explosion doo-wop is their own TSK. Chen Siwen shocked for 2 days also regained his calm. The promotion of a large company turns out to be so unconventional to lower the talent? Could this be the discovery of his own pearl of the sea? But apparently Chen Siwen overthinks it. But still let Chen Siwen originally because of the mess kill all the points read new books recommended joy on top of the mood added a joy. And the office that hadn't taken the initiative to integrate was now taking the initiative to reach out to him. But it was just a simple exchange and didn't show much closeness. The culture of the Tang system pursues high efficiency and calmness. And colleagues feel that Chen Siwen's seniority can be promoted so quickly that there must be a background. Before his backer is not understood. We all watch from a distance, neither excessively cold nor close to him. It's one of the rules of survival within large companies with complex interpersonal relationships. However, this newcomer usually look honest. This matter is very tight-lipped. The office has been knocking on the side of several times did not ask for clues. Tight-lipped. Chen Siwen could only shout that he was wronged at this moment. How do I know who I'm leaning on? Chen Siwen no. Somewhat dismayed, he looked at the office which seemed suddenly different. Do I have a backer? Chen Siwon is getting more and more like a fish out of water in the company. There were some minor surprises, though. After all, he just joined, became the editor-in-chief. Under the hands of powerful authors have not been a few at Mu Changwell, all walks of life, although the surface of his quite peaceful, but behind the scenes do not know how much judgment. That's normal, especially Sister Xin before her. Her husband wasn't fired because of some gossip. Between husband and wife, most of the beds fight and make up, especially since his husband is not the editor-in-chief anymore, the kind of full-time writer who makes $1 million a year. The meat and potatoes one. Divorce? Putting aside feelings, let's be realistic. We can't afford to get a divorce. Not divorced. The gas also subsided. Sober after looking back, their husband's editor-in-chief position was topped. At the moment think about it and feel heartbroken bad. Before his husband as editor-in-chief, they get recommendations for themselves, and then sometimes they have recommended resources on their side that can be absorbed a little bit. Every recommendation converts to money. Double the pleasure. How nice. So although Chen Siwon, who took over her husband's position, didn't do anything, but Sister Xin looked at him and felt that she was not dealing with him anywhere. So much so that, every week, when the row of recommendations, Sister Xin as editor-in-chief of a group is a veteran of the group, under the hands of powerful authors in particular, can always rely on seniority to steadily pressure over the three groups ahead. Chen Siwon new editor-in-chief A. In fact, this group to fight for a limited number of recommended positions before the meeting would not have participated in the first time. There are people deliberately targeting, naturally the same results of the book. A group can take the recommendation is quite a bit more than the current group of three. Engaged in the three groups under the two editors are also a bit stifled. Chen Siwon promotion came too unprepared. Seniority did not boil enough. In the company does not have any friends. In addition to the old editor-in-chief Wang Wei occasionally to help him a hand. At the moment in his background is not known. Most of the people wait and see when it is true that there is some worry about the feeling of trouble outside the company. This situation Xin's sister Heart also has a number, but she just cannot get used to squeezing their husband's editor-in-chief position of the newcomer, and not against him, which responsible for the editor of the position she cannot get used to, and she did not particularly excessive. Normal take recommendation just, you own hands under the author less. Seniority is shallow, cannot afford to say hard words also cannot blame anyone, they just take advantage of the situation to play a little. Speaking of which, Chen Siwon didn't do anything. The only thing wrong with him was how he got promoted when he was clearly not qualified. The help was definitely there. The pay was more than a third higher, but it was also holding him over the fire. Just this time he is also going to start busy shelves, so simply directly swing. Recommend yourselves to grab to go. Grab to the end. The editor-in-chief will be out. It is impossible to a little recommended resources are not given to the three groups. Don't say. The mindset of a swing. Chen Siwon feel especially refreshed. There is a he himself do not fucking know the background and the feeling that even if he does not come to work, no one said his. He also experienced the joy of the old king. Paid groping at work turned out to be so great. How easy it is to review manuscripts in the morning and hide in the pantry in the afternoon to code on your cell phone. Chen Siwon before that honest and conscientious work also let everyone surprised. Now the relationship between the household are so down to earth. As a result, Chen Siwon is bad. I do not know what is the trend. Right. This is the relationship between the household. Where can so little money to suffer these wimpy? But also more and more curious about this entry into the month on the promotion of the editor-in-chief of the newcomer in the end what is the background? Chen Siwon completely become a learning group of a tea time to speculate on the two sentences of the little red man. The other departments have heard about it. Even the old king had a few times in Chen Siwon together with the swing, are particularly curious to ask, Siwon, you just say it. You in the end what background? With the cat scratching like the heart itch, I guarantee that I have heard the pull down, and never out of the world. I send 4. Brother Wang, it's useless for you to send 5. Oh, I know. Sven you lay low. Chen Siwon heart bitter he did not say, I low key a hook 8. If I know what background I have, I can still let who xin bully ah, I do not tug into 2.5 million pat her shoulder. Said, you down, will not row recommended to let the dog come. The key itself is all clueless. The fox can't do anything ah hello. But today at noon, the long speculated backer of Chen Siwon finally came out. The assistant from the president's office appeared very abruptly at the door of a small academic group's editorial office. May I ask which one of you is Mr. Chen Siwon? Chen Siwon looked at her co-worker suspiciously, then stood up. I am. From the whispers and strange expressions of his colleagues, Chen Siwon, who was considered a newcomer, presumed that this lady was definitely not simple, and his expression could not help but change. No way. Just a little more tea and shit time with pay. And even the top brass are alarmed? Chen Siwen stood very stiffly and watched as her assistant walked towards her and stopped in front of him. Then she smiled and spoke. Hello Mr. Chen. I'm Zhang Yan. General Manager Wu asked me to invite you up for dinner. It seems like you guys had some accidents last time. She wants to talk to you. Mr. Wu, dinner? Accident? Colleagues' mouths drop open in disbelief. No way. Chen Siwen's backer. Actually, it's actually Mr. Wu from upstairs. Oh, my god. Of course, if they had looked down towards Chen Siwen, they would have realized that his mouth was open even wider than theirs. He seemed to understand everything. Nima, isn't it true that things don't happen for more than 3 days, so people shouldn't be able to think about it? Chen Siphon followed the assistant's ass. He had an unsettling feeling. Shit, so this period of promotion accident is just because of the last car accident and the big boss's intersection? Come on, what's meant to be is meant to be. It's not unrewarded. A debt owed must be paid eventually. But Big Boss is pretty sweet. Give yourself a promotion and a raise and then think about compensation? Followed the assistant into the house. Penny Wu was concentrating on patting the dishes in her lunchbox, switching her work number to the life number with him in it, and then looked up to take a puzzled look at her assistant who knocked on the door and came in, and Chen Siphon who was following behind her. Mr. Wu. Director Wu said that last time you guys didn't bump into each other, so you probably have quite a lot to talk about. Daughter are running 3. Wu Dong, this little old man is probably really anxious, desperate for medical help. Penny Wu frowned, clearly not liking the topic, waving her hand, her attention back on her cell phone, and her assistant, who was also intelligent, understood. Chen Siwen is simply a clueless fruit on a clueless tree, and me and I under a clueless tree, come to the president's office to skulk around, and inexplicably be taken out without a word. Not. Chen Siwen expression at the moment expression a little odd. Said play? What about fooling around? Is this rich man so good at playing with people? Anyone who gets pulled out at noon is like slipping and sliding and put back in isn't happy. Just immersed in the capitalists still have good people. Chen Siwen and carefully thought. Not. Give yourself a promotion. Issued a salary no matter how high. They still have to compensate her. According to the value of her car, their salary must be compensated for at least 20 years. Rounding up, that is not no one promotion. And even a permanent pay cut of a chief editorial position. Hired a white worker. Chen Siwen viciously ate for free the meals in the group's high-level cafeteria that the secretary later brought him to, saying that it is not bad for the capital. So hard-hearted. Fatten it up before you slaughter it. Capital's tactics are so old shoulder. Shucks. It's old and crafty. After roughly figuring out the key to the matter, Chen Siwen really wants to slap the table and yell, 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. This broken job small master also quit. Of course, the words could only be thought about in his mind. He wouldn't be intentional about it. Come on. He is now and does not rely on the salary to eat. He relies on the manuscript of the fee. There is a chief editor of the vest cover themselves. People under the people still mistakenly think that they have a huge background. Their own random pendulum or not take their own fun to the extreme. It's a fool's errand. Not only to do it. Chen Siwen now swinging are no psychological burden at all. Anyway, the salary is also used for compensation. Rounding up is no salary. What are you going to do without a paycheck? So, Chen Siwen at the moment a calm-faced cheeky in the office crowd, envy plus speculation in the eyes of the firm on their own work in the mixed approach. Looking at the female network friends happy to share the lunch pictures sent. Eat really good. With the dog capitalists eat simply as good. Will you exploit your employees when you become a boss? Penny Wu thought for a moment. I'm the boss now. Sven Chen, and do you exploit your employees? Penny Wu shook her head. No. Chen Siwen nodded. Good. Very good. Please do as you say. In the future, I will grant you the title of conscientious capitalist. Penny Wu took a small bite of her sandwich and winked. Oh. Then after a short interval, there was another message from Penny Wu over there. How long is the future? Maybe because after Chen Siwen went to work, together with the side business of coding, the time to chat with her became less and less, and the frequency of replies stretched longer and longer. Penny Wu became more and more. Not sure how to describe it. There's just something empty and lost. As a result, Penny Wu has been carefully and tentatively proposing to meet with Chen Siwen more and more frequently lately. Chen Siwen until into the company, completely out of the ivory tower of the university. It is more and more aware of the gap between him and female internet users. The two are not even in the same class. It's not like friends can't be made online, and meeting is definitely just something else on your mind. Of course, Chen Siwen would also fantasize, but the cruelty of the reality in front of him after his dad's death made him understand that fantasy and reality can't be confused. Just like their previous promotion really wanted to think about whether they are evening what people, and even just into the president's office. Chen Siwen shyly substituting himself into the perspective of the hegemonic president fell in love with me blindly. Think about it. He is the stupid male lead, crashed the heroine's car, and then high and cold hegemony of the heroine's heart said that he is so stupid. I like it so much. Cough cough. The result? It's just a mirror image. Chen Siwen, you wake up, there are unrealistic things press don't imagine. Feet on the ground to knock the keyboard. Let mom and sister live a good life, is your top priority. So, after chasing the tail, 3 company encounters, promotion, as if ambiguous to go to the office immediately followed by Gray slipped out. At this moment particularly sober Chen Siphon said seriously, we know the time is not short. I know you may be a little sociopathic in real life, do not love to speak, do not love to communicate, just like when we just met. Chen Siwen spoke her thoughts and understanding, but the internet is the internet after all. It is not the same as reality. Maybe in reality, I am not the way you think I am, or maybe you are also very different in my eyes. Chen Siwen froze. No, the difference between the two of us is great. You, the family dog, can wear hundreds of thousands of dollars of clothes, travel our private planes, luxury car keys or used pots, and my father left the family less a pillar. I a penny hate to break into 2 petals to spend. TSK, the more Chen Siwen spoke, the more she came to an understanding. Although we both live in the same blue star, we are obviously not from the same world. Let's just leave each other with imaginary goodness that begins and ends with the internet, and never even talk about seeing each other again, okay? Penny Wu was a little confused. Her throat seemed to be clogged, panicked, put down her chopsticks, and at the moment sat in her seat at a bit of a loss. Chen Siwen also looked at the cell phone for half a day. Half a day did not wait for a reply, also can only give a bitter smile, sighed and took the phone back into the bag. She's a little on top of things and can't tell what's online and what's real anymore, and Chen Sifeng thinks it's good for both of them to say so, but feeling the female net friend's loss that could be felt even through the netline, Chen Siwen suddenly also felt a twisted panic in his heart, and then hurriedly slapped his face fiercely. Chen Siwen rational point. People photos voice video you have not seen through. Do not think too much you. In case the opposite is 180 pounds of beauty warrior. Of course there have been good things lately, and during this time, Chen Siwen has felt the warmth of spring in the office. Colleagues are worthy of the elite. To be good to a person can be the slightest trace, absolutely silent. Chen Siwen previous meeting what seniority shallow problem seems to have suddenly disappeared as if colleagues will take the initiative to ask about this recommended arrangements for the 3 groups there is no problem and so on, and sometimes also by hand to help Chen Siwen with a cup of hot tea, and occasionally chatting must remember to pull Chen Siwen into the topic. Even the editor-in-chief had said more than once that the young man Chen Siwen had a future. He also specially called him to the office and said with concern, Siwen, have you encountered any problems at work recently? Editor-in-chief Lin. No is good What directly come to me to communicate is, not to mention that the editor-in-chief, who looked quite young, smilingly poured Chen Siwen a cup of tea, then took out his cell phone, found his microchat business card, and placed it in front of Chen Siwen for him to scan. Right, Siwen, you haven't gotten into the group yet, have you? Editor-in-chief Lin laughed, your communication number to me, add you, and then pull you into the group. Point reading the editor-in-chief, and part of the company's senior management as well as the big god platinum authors are also in the inside, is considered to be a small group of point reading it, not a work group. The group atmosphere is very good. We have nothing to do, we'll be chatting in the group, and occasionally there are tycoon readers to bubble. Send a red packet, that can be not small. Mr. Wu will be in the inside of every year on the holiday will also send a big red packet. Grab A to earn a lot. Oh, it's just one of those top of the net cliques. After scanning the code and dinging, Chen Siwen added the chief editor Lin, and then was invited to enter the small group of online articles called Point Reading. System tip, unthinking joins the group chat, saying that it was a small group. The number of people in this group chat exceeded Chen Siwen's expectations, and there were 253 people including Chen Siwen. It seemed to have seen Chen Siwen's doubts. Chief editor Lin laughed. There are leaders, authors, readers, and editors in the group, so there are naturally more people. Aha! Chen Siwen thought about it and understood. Small group, well, small is just quality. After all, the net so many years, this group chat of all the people are basically elite. There are 200 has been counted as a rarity, and because everyone is elite, Chen Siwen turned over the group members. Here the editor-in-chief are less. The editor-in-chief is a sweep of a piece of already famous authors, starting a rebirth stream of Hanamin. Metaphysical far cry slammed into the current bearer, Sick Hen. And then there's the king of point-and-click bounties who is said to be a dirt-cheap reader with billions of dollars in real money. So Chen Siwen into the group. Only a few people in the group to send welcome newcomers. Those rumors about him and the company obviously don't get around in these high-quality circles. Lin editor-in-chief just said that the group atmosphere is good. The results of the newcomers into the group out of the welcome are not a few. The main Siwon background is also relatively mysterious. But so far the rumor has not been an accurate letter. Most people in this group do not know what he is the gods at. Editor-in-chief Lin only coughed lightly, thinking about a Chen Siwon to introduce him. As it turned out, at this point, there was no need for him. One in the group named Penny suddenly ate Chen Siwon's ID and said, "Chen Siwon, welcome, Mr. Wu Mr. Wu, wow. Hello Penny-san." Xiao Linzi greets Mr. Wu. "I can't believe I'm seeing Sister Penny bubbling up today. Ooh, 3 lives. Front row view of Sister Penny. Sister Penny surprisingly in addition to the holidays out to send a big red packet today out of the bubble to talk? Ah, I'm dead. Sister Penny Sago." As soon as this Penny showed up, the atmosphere in the group couldn't be described as good anymore. It was crazy. "Brother Savan, you're in the group too. Ha, front row to see the big man. Welcome newcomers, welcome. Well alas, welcome to the group Brother Savan. Yeah, it's our new editor-in-chief of Point Reading. Warmly welcome." As a sign of friendship, some people even sent out exclusive red envelopes with the words "Welcome Siwon," which amounted to $200. However, a transfer immediately afterward added to the fire once again. Complete madness. "Welcome Savan, Siwon, BY, Penny, $20,000. Sven Chen." The reaction of the group of friends is simply too real. Chen Siwon felt that at the moment he could not insert a word, staring dumbfounded, thinking that not the big boss. "You fucking last time at noon. You still ignored me. Hiss, you're playing with desire to escape?" Lin Hai eyes also flashed 3 confused, 7 points suddenly. Before no matter when and where the small Wu has always been very high cold. Okay, big boss, the style change is also too unprepared for it. The scene in front of you seems to be only in the romance novels have seen. For example, the president is in love with me. The president's little husband. Sorry, I'm the boss's man. How do you think Chief Editor Lin became chief editor at such a young age? Silently looking at the back of the man in front of him. Oh, Lin Hai suddenly felt enlightened. Faced with Penny Wu's sudden welcome, Chen Siwon was obviously puzzled. Is he really a stupid male lead? The point is I'm not stupid. Smart yuppie. Can't figure it out. Really the same sky. The same style of big boss. Their minds are deep into the sea. Who can touch her? Chen Siwon did not know how to respond for a moment, and could only twist his head to look at Chief Editor Lin, just bumping into his somewhat meaningful eyes. Chen Siwon smiled sarcastically and said, "The atmosphere in the group is indeed very good. Ha, ha, ha. All of them are fucking understanding people. No shame they are all elites." Heart secretly sigh a sentence. Lin Hai rushed forward to meet a step. At the moment the body shape already has the tendency of slightly bending to do listening. Lightly coughing, "I said it's good. Right. The atmosphere of this group chat. Indeed good. Chen Siwon and not stupid." He just entered the group. A handful of people greeted. Mr. Wu spoke immediately as if he had just entered the wrong group. Of course, know what's going on. So he lamented, "Our little Mr. Wu can really be everywhere? Well, shining. Brother, they word dare not be." Lin Hai smiled, nodded approvingly. "Tang Do that person does not know. Our Tang system boss, Wu Guodong. The old Wu Dong is a daughter slaveit, backed by Tingfei this giant. It is said that there is also a very deep official background, that no matter what the top circle, small Wu always that is also the top of the existence." Lin Hai looked at Chen Siwon, thought about it, but still whispered and reminded. "Little Wu always into the group time is not short. This is still the first time I saw her speech in addition to sending red envelopes. That is, to welcome you. The group now do not know how many people are curious about you." Chen Siwon heard the implication that he hadn't introduced himself yet when he entered the group. Well, mainly because he hadn't even ordered a response after Xiao Wu had welcomed him. Chen Siwon nodded and thought before sending. "Hello everyone." Penny, smiles. Lin Hai, "Welcome Brother Savan." "Ha, no, you're just a brother?" Chen Siwon looking at the side of the comb still smiling at himself. A little bit of urgency is not the editor-in-chief Lin. "Buddy, you really deserve to be the editor-in-chief." Chen siphoned at the moment some tears and laughter. Feel that it is necessary for him to have to explain. After all, he himself is puzzled it. "You open your mouth and shouted my brother, and then found out that he is a what hook 8. Just a misunderstanding of thinking too much. That would be embarrassing. The same can't feel this plot in the end is a what to carry out. Chen Siwon do not want to be misunderstood to become a royal relative. To explain the reason why Wu will always have such a reaction is the most important, or he had an accident to her car hit. Before the promotion has just transferred what is because our small Wu always she is a good person. A great good person. Afraid of their own can't afford to pay back and then give their own support a little bit of. Lin Hai's face showed a sudden realization, the heart half disbelief. You hit the boss. The boss also gave you a promotion? This car changed me, I also hit a. You take me as a stupid smash it. Even if it's true as you said, the boss is equivalent to hiring an editor-in-chief for free. Naive. Are you ignorant of the fact that I do not know how much the sole heir of Tengfei is worth, and that he is not as good as you as an editor-in-chief with that kind of salary? There's obviously something fishy going on. However, Chen Siwen saw Lin Hai's face convinced, and didn't think about whether it was getting darker and darker, and honestly went to work and got off work. You don't have to work if you join a group, so you don't have to earn money? However, after thinking about it, although he was an accident before, but after all, he broke through the red light and hit someone else. Chen Siphon still sighed. As the old saying goes, it's a blessing, not a curse, it's a curse to avoid it. Think of so much, what's the use of it? Might as well pay back their own accounts that should be paid back. And 20,000 welcome transfers of this one can't be collected. Eat your heart out. So from the editor-in-chief's office, Chen Siwen made a note of compensation and applied for the friend of General Manager Xiao Wu from the group chat, then ready to touch the fish to code for a while, but thinking about their own at least hundreds of thousands of words to write in vain, to lose to the small Wu General Manager. It is a little bit unable to raise interest, as if seeing their pockets drop RMB with wings and fly away. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The West City Courtyard could be considered one of the most luxurious and upscale residential areas in Tangdu. There is a serenity in the air, a freshness carried by the rich tree plantings. Every now and then the roar of a luxury car resonates in the shade. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the city's lights, wine, and green skyscrapers smelled of hustle and bustle. The driver had just parked the car in the garage, and Wu pushed the door to get out of the car in a hurry. The little West Side house wasn't an old mansion. It was Penny's own house, and whenever she was in a bad mood she'd pack herself up, curl up, and hide in her little room. What kind of person old son's daughter wants to meet? You also sat on the spectrum. Have eyes not recognized the mountain? You worried that her dad was too worried. Penny Wu gave him the reason why when she lost and hid out this time. The general idea is that she has a friend she's known for a long time, but doesn't want to meet her, and has said, never mention the meeting thing again. Daughter? Wu Guodong carefully pushed open Penny's house, then let the driver wait outside, tried to look inside, and sighed with relief. Fortunately, the girl did not lock herself in the bedroom today. Wu Guodong changed his shoes without even making too much noise, and then he looked at Penny, who was over there in a white nightgown, hugging her legs, curled up on the sofa, staring blankly at her cell phone. Wu Guodong called a heartache. Roughly understand the pulse of the matter of him. You say people that netizen said wrong? In fact, it seems to be not unreasonable. Reality and network originally distinguish between the right. What online love to see the light of death. Online love karma waste of the news still see less. Wu Guodong actually think that this network on the young is still relatively sober. But when it comes to your own daughter, there's a shitload of reasoning to be had. Later on, I'll have someone check him IP and tie him up in front of you. Let's see if he still says such words as never seeing each other to break my daughter's heart. Penny Wu raised her head and pulled Wu, then gently shook her head. Wu sighed and pulled Penny's hand, gently patting the back of her hand. You didn't go to work today, did you? Dad knows that it's not easy for you to have a friend since you were a child, and also knows that even though you haven't met yet, you must also value this friend of yours. Wu Guodong said, his eyes are slightly red. Dad wants you to be happier. You that netizen or said really good. Girlfriend, the network is ultimately the network. He refused to meet. We cannot force him. But Penny, you can be positive to face the reality of life as with him to get along with the same, to make friends in reality. Daughter, Daddy's most afraid of you coming back over here alone. So afraid you'll lock yourself up again. Penny Wu gently pinched old Wu's large, trembling hand. The corners of her mouth shallowly rose, revealing a sweet smile as her small hand gestured. It won't. Then saw that application message. Familiar friends circle. Familiar avatar. Familiar account. Because he's been found. Chan Siwen, without any surprise, managed to add the big boss, and without the slightest hesitation, first returned the $20,000 that she had just transferred back to her. So what? No merit. Mr. Wu, this is returned to you. Oh, by the way, Mr. Wu, I'm really sorry for accidentally hitting your car last time. That's okay. So what? I just don't know how much the repairs will cost. It's my turn to pay for this. Penny Wu collapsed on the couch and silently inquired. It wasn't repaired. So does that mean we don't have to pay for it? Chen Siwen froze. No, big boss. This question you ask me. The car is not mine? Chen Siwen asked tentatively. Are you saying that you will wait for me to go along for the repairs and then finalize the total price of the compensation based on the cost of the repairs? Ah, together? Penny Wu sat up, her big eyes flashing. Yes, yes, yes. Then see when you're free? Chen Siwen inquired. He didn't float himself all of a sudden because of a little unknown thing. His attitude was still very polite. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday? Sven Chen. Good man. That means you're free every day, right? How about this Saturday? Then, you have to work on a weekday. What do you think? Penny Wu, yes. Chen Siwen thinks that the small Wu general manager is also strange good talk Lu. Then Wu general, we contact again on Saturday? Penny Wu broke up her fingers and counted. There are still 3 days although a little lost, but skimmed her mouth, but still replied. Well, then after thinking about it, Penny Wu suddenly walked over to her dad over there who was getting himself a fruit, and gestured expectantly with her little hand. I want an electric car. Sign language. Wu Guodong froze, still do not understand the intentions of the daughter. And so on the little pink electric was brought back home. The daughter hummed and puffed and pushed the car to the garage. To find the front of the car has actually long been restored to the little gold man. Wu Guodong was still unsure of what was going on and followed beside him. Penny Wu was seen recklessly putting on her helmet and getting on her bike to crash into the top. Wu almost didn't die of shock on the spot. Wait, you wait. With an arrow step, he hurriedly took his daughter's hand and controlled the front end of the little electric donkey before he sighed with relief and turned his head to look at his daughter staring at her with wide eyes. The ancestor, what are you doing you? Penny Wu honestly crossed her fingers and said, I have an appointment on Saturday to get my car fixed. Wu froze, then immediately felt angry and funny. Then you can't ride an electric bike into a sedan by yourself. Oh, old Wu looked at the front end of the car that had just been repaired. Come on, it was repaired for nothing. He looked sideways at his daughter and said helplessly, Dad will figure out what to do about the car. Just stay out of it. Penny Wu removed her pink helmet and cradled it good-naturedly in her arms, nodding her head. Oh, day 2, Wednesday, early in the morning, in the Wu family's old mansion. It was a little bit of a surprise yesterday, but none of that matters. Wu Guodong rarely seen so happy. The whole person is overflowing with the joy of my family has a daughter grow up. Worried for some years, just to see his daughter to others to say hello. He can be sick and give people a promotion, hoping that people can have the opportunity to spend more time with Penny the girl. Can imagine these years. The old Wu had a very difficult time. A handful of bitter tears the key to their own daughter with a pair of simple and lovely eyes blinking and blinking looking at themselves. Their own and old father's heart immediately soft. The poor daughter can only put the heart of the bitter rubbed into their stomachs swallowed. As a result, it is now simply peaky. The daughter is not only playing games at home every day, but also has an online dating partner. Wait, you're saying they're not in love? Who am I? Mr. Wu, the proprietor of Blue Star's largest communications software, a veteran. It's not too much to ask to be a moon goddess, is it? Ancestors on top. I, Wu Guodong, will be fortunate enough to keep my old Wu family going strong. Here, daughter, eat this, you eat more. Sitting at the dinner table, the crowd was sparse. At the moment it was just the two of them, Wu Guodong and Penny Wu. Although there were still other relatives, but Penny didn't like to be lively, so the house was mostly cold. Father and daughter, plus a maid waiting next to Penny. Penny Wu obediently nodded her head, her small hands clasping her chopsticks as she ate her breakfast in small bites. Wu Guodong was on the side, pinching various dishes for his daughter, then smilingly asked the maid beside him, By the way, is the kitchen ready for Mrs. Lunchbox at noon? The maid nodded and hurriedly trotted a few steps to bring out 2 lunchboxes. One is Penny's, and one is naturally old Mr. Wu's. The family has a nutritionist and a chef who is specially invited back to help the Wu family with their 3 meals a day. Food, clothing and transportation. Wu Guodong put down the chopsticks, wiped his mouth, looked at the 2 lunchboxes put over, as well as with white gloves bent over to carry the lunchbox of the assistant. Wu Guodong thought for a moment, looked at the daughter who is still gurgling and drinking the milk, turned his head and beckoned to the assistant, said, The 2 lunchboxes are put into the car of the Penny. I have to go out to have a meeting at noon, so I won't eat in the office. Okay Dong Wu. Penny Wu froze, not knowing why she had to put 2 lunchboxes in her car, and gave her dad a quiet look. There was still residual milk smeared around her upper lip, a white circle, and with her big, uncertain eyes, she looked a little dopey. Wu Guodong looked at her, some crying and laughing. Get, or the old father took up all. I know, our group's staff work are particularly serious and hard. Some people can't wait to have a good meal at noon. Anyway, Dad is not in the company at noon today. Also coincidentally, Penny your netizen and is our company's employees. This meal do or done. Don't waste it. You take it to the company. Let the secretary send it down at noon to give you a meal. Let the secretary send down at noon to your netizen to eat. Oh, Penny Wu's eyes blinked, and she hurriedly stood up and happily extended her hand to receive the lunchbox that the particularly eagle-eyed assistant hurriedly handed over. And father is a real father. Wu Guodong thought about it and said, this young man, quite down to earth. The nature is also a little sensitive. He has said what reality is reality. The network is the network. Penny, you do not dorky that you are his netizen. Looking at his daughter who was not at all alert, it was ultimately the old father who took it all on, and the old Wu sighed. Otherwise, because of the stereotypes that you guys had before on the internet, he'll likely treat you simply as a friend. Penny Wu has very long, curved eyelashes, flickering, the corners of her mouth slightly tilted, and her eyes are filled with a flash of confidence. He would have been my friend. Penny Wu put down her lunchbox and held up the small cardboard she always had in her house. Thinking about it, blinking a pair of big eyes also added turning a page. He also said he was a best friend. Wu's mouth twitched. Friends? You go as friends. I go down to be beaten by my ancestors. Right. This girl. Emotional aspect is really retarded. After all. Will not speak. Lack of too much communication. Wu Guodong sighed. Anyway, you listen to dad's quasi-right. Penny Wu continues to hold up the cardboard. Oh, it is said to be debt-free. Early Wednesday morning, Chen Siwen came to the company with vigor, smiling all morning, and in a somewhat relaxed mood. A co-worker joked, Siwen looks good. Is something good happening? Chen Siwen smiled with her chin in her hand and spoke 4 concise words. Payday. For your kind of background, yesterday, Mr. Wu, a transfer is $20,000 of the Lord. The company sent you a few crooked dates can still make you happy? Also in yesterday's elite group and the side of the veteran editor-in-chief. Could not help but TSK mouth. Lamented, Siwen brother. You really grounded. The Blue Star's workplace is still very much about pre-post etiquette. Of course it's not absolute. Age is one thing. Seniority is one thing. Background is another. It's not that being older necessarily means you're respected. That's the same everywhere. Chen Siwen felt crying and laughing. How can I be considered grounded if I receive a salary? You have misunderstood me very much. I don't know how, but today's co-workers are more rowdy than ever. Chen Siwen explained helplessly. Misunderstanding? Brother Siwen, haven't you been on the company's forum? A screenshot of the chat in there is all over the place. Screenshot? Chen Siwen sat on the position, looked at the colleagues gathered around, feel a little puzzled, and then opened the so-called forum to see. Well, yesterday in the group side of the chat records, do not know who was sent out screenshots, passed to the company's forum. It's a stone's throw. The comments at the bottom blew up. Front row. Front row. It seems that editor-in-chief Chen's connection is indeed General Manager Wu. But what exactly is their relationship? This screenshot doesn't feel like it's readable either. No one has an explanation. So I'll start talking nonsense. For example, Chen Siwen won't be our future emperor's son-in-law, right? It can't be. Didn't it say that Xiao Wu always hadn't been in love since he was a child because of various reasons? The old Wu Dong was all anxious. And suddenly a horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's son-in-law popped up? This is unlikely. Maybe there's a possibility that it's a distant relative of Mr. Wu's family or something? There were many different opinions at one time. No wonder the co-workers gathered around when Chen Siwen just entered the office today. Brother Siwen, what exactly is your relationship with Mr. Wu? The so-called relationship. Chen Siwen looked at the discussion in the forum, opened his mouth, spread his hands in a very wrongful manner, looked at the curious people, and said sincerely, it just doesn't matter, to the extent that there is a relationship. At the moment that's just deader and deader. But the co-workers are all elites of a big group. How can they believe such nonsense? This Chen Siwen is indeed, not only grounded, but also very low-key tight-lipped as hell. Chen Siwen helplessly coped with her co-workers and also had to deal with the female netizens. Penny Wu, what are you doing? Did you have lunch? Just now the discussion was too noisy. Chen Siwen was hiding in the toilet cubicle to clear up a bit. Looked at her message, froze for a moment, and said, big morning, eat a fart lunch. Penny Wu looked happily at the 2 lunchboxes next to her hand. So you're working? Chen Siwen, nope, paid to touch the fish. Penny Wu inquired, is it a tiring job? Chen Siwen thought for a moment, kind of. The main heart tired. Gossip dead people. They east and west rumors outrageous. What Chen Siwen is Wu Dong's second aunt family second uncle his cousin uncle's grandson. What is the small Wu always childhood sweetheart? The reason why the small Wu always have rumors have not been in love is because of the golden house to hide the husband of the. Chen Siwen had never dared to think that in her dreams. But they opened their mouths. It's almost as if the knife pulls the butt and opens the eyes. Wu Penny subconsciously to help small Chen righteous indignation. What kind of company you are? To the staff pressure so big, but also sneaky to rest. Too much. But on second thought, hurriedly deleted all the text in the input box, and Penny Wu blinked her eyes. It is my company as the big boss Penny Wu offered. Then you can touch the fish for a little while longer and work when you're rested. The company isn't my house. I run it. Chen Siwen laughed. You are really not afraid of me being fired. Okay, I'm going to work, so go mind your own business. Wu Penny thought about it. The company is not opened by you, but it is opened by my family. Wu Penny silently recited in her heart, do not worry, Xiao Chen. No one will dismiss you. In order to control the rumors from intensifying to the point of reaching an uncontrollable situation, Chen Siwen explained the words he explained to Chief Editor Lin that day one by one to his colleagues again, and it just so happened that the salary was paid. Chen Siwen decided to break the bank at noon and treat everyone in the office to a meal to eat in the staff cafeteria. It's not that Chen Siwen's stingy, the main although he broke the promotion, but in fact, or just entered the job. The first month is the probationary period of wages, counting meal supplements and transportation costs only 5,000 oceans. As for the manuscript fee, the book has not yet been on the shelves. As early as it is, the office of the colleague and a lot of dozens of it can only save a little bit. However, sentimentality is priceless. I have invited all of you to dinner. I hope that you will keep your mouth shut when you take a handful of food. Look, I'm so poor that I can only treat everyone to a cafeteria meal, and you guys still rumor that I'm some kind of rich and famous. Is that appropriate? Obviously it's not appropriate. Sure enough, after Chen Siwen's crisis management, it didn't matter if other people believed it in their hearts. They at least superficially accepted Chen Siwen's line about not bumping into each other. Moreover, the goddess of fortune was smiling. At noon originally Chen Siwen had already planned to meet a wave of pain. The cell phone at hand rang. It was a message from Penny Wu. Chen, come up here at noon. Chen Siwen hurriedly asked. Is it because of the compensation? Penny Wu replied a few seconds apart with the word. Aha! Too right. You see, the president certified that my relationship with her is actually a simple compensation. Not as complicated as you think. Everybody go to their own mothers. Go back to their own homes. Get cleaned up. Don't watch the fun. Suddenly feel the peak. And save a meal of ceiling at noon. Refreshed Chen Siwen relatively joyful into the elevator. Pressed the button of the 16th floor. It's not the first time I've been here, but the last time was a walk in the park, so to speak, getting shouted up in a daze and leaving again in a daze. But this time it was Mr. Wu himself who sent a microchat to call him up, so there won't be the kind of accident that happened last time. Arriving at the 16th floor and stepping out of the elevator, Chen Siwen couldn't help but stare, worthy of being general manager Xiao Wu's lair. The decorations were all different from the ones below. Just as Chen Sifeng sized up the situation, Zheng Yan's assistant, whom he had seen last time at noon, walked up with a smile. Mr. Chen, the president wants you to go directly to her office. Chen Siwen, once nodded and said yes, found the president's office, hesitated for a moment, and raised his hand to knock on the door, only to hear the sound of high heels duck hastily approaching. The heavy wooden door creaked and squeaked from the inside was pulled open, and welcomed the faint fragrance of refreshing. Large claw-like hairpin firmly grasped in the back of the head. Competent coiffure. Light makeup but in her face looks particularly bright. Pure white casual shirt. The lower half of the black leggings. High heels. Penny Wu looked mature, but her originally flirtatious type of eyes revealed that kind of clean simplicity. Looking curiously at Chen Siwen, her big eyes flickering, blocking the doorway for half a day. He heard Chen Siwen cough twice and called out, Mr. Wu. Only then did she hastily make way, waiting for Chen Siwen to enter, before silently pulling the office room door over, carefully following Chen Siwen at the back, waiting for Chen Siwen to turn her head to look over again before raising her hand and weakly pointing to the mahogany table over there. Chen Siwen, oh look, cannot help but sigh. Talk about compensation, also tube meals. This compensation are compensated more willingly. Looking at the two white 3-layer round lunchboxes, Chen Siwen was shocked and muttered, No, I can't eat this either. Boss, you're being too polite. However, upon sniffing, Penny Wu looked sideways at the side of Chen Siwen's face. Her finger tapped one of the lunchboxes, then pointed at Chen Siwen, followed by the other lunchbox, and then pointed at herself, with a pair of large Kaziran eyes blinking and blinking. What? Chen Siwen was even more shocked and asked with a strange expression. You mean one for both of us? Penny Wu did a few steps ran to the front of the desk to pick up her small cardboard, then a pair of long white and slender straight legs astride. A few steps again humming and puffing ran back to the front of Chen Siwen, slightly tilted her head. Her eyes are simply full of animation. raised her small cardboard, It was noon today, and the sunlight was ruffling the mahogany desk mischievously through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the president's office. The two men stood in front of the table. Chen Siwon froze to see the words on the cardboard clearly. His eyes picked up his sight and stayed on Penny Wu's pretty face again. This big boss is different. The body is very fragrant. Is the kind of light refreshing fragrance? 1.72 m, long legs straight and slender. Holding up a small cardboard. She body at the moment is not too much high on the strong woman momentum. More is some gentle serenity. Penny Wu's eyelashes are really long and the curved curve is still especially perfect. She was the kind of woman who looked particularly mature and imperial in appearance, but whose eyes retained the innocence and flawlessness of a young girl. How do you say? Young woman's body. Young girl's heart? Ahem. Anyway, holding up a small sign nicely in front of her chest because she can't speak and lacks the most important ability to express herself. Language. Small Wu total at first glance seems to be full of imperial lady. Mature women's charm is simply pouncing on the face. But fixed eyes look. How to seem to reveal a dull breathflow. Chen Siwon pursed her lips. The first image felt that the big boss was very contrasting. Resting his attention again on the two lunchboxes sitting quietly on the table. The layers looked substantial. Penny Wu's eyes stared at the lunchbox and then looked up at Chen Siwon. For eyes, Chen Siwon understandingly clicked one of them open a few times. Swept a glance at the dishes. Fragrant rice aroma overflowing. In the small compartments of food one by one on the table to set up. Mr. Wu, may I sit here? Then, Chen Siwon lifted her lunchbox and inquired. Anan. It just so happened that the word was already on the little cardboard, and Penny Wu held it up to express herself. Poor boss. But if she was in good health, I really don't know what window God closed for her. With 7 points of respect for his boss and 3 points of pity for her not being able to speak, Chen Siwon honestly pulled out the chair for Penny Wu and then sat down, not forgetting to politely say thank you. Thank you, boss. Penny Wu did not move her chopsticks, but quietly stared at Chen Siwon. And only when Chen Siwon tentatively lifted her chopsticks first and glanced at her did Penny Wu reveal a light smile. So I'm welcome? Anan. Small cardboard. You don't say. It is quite convenient to pick up a lift. And the conversation with Chen Siwon is all done. Chen Siphon didn't bother being polite and started eating as soon as he was seated properly. The only thing you can't live up to is the food. Chen Siwon may be the influence of family conditions. As a child to eat less good food, the desire for mouth and stomach is still quite a pursuit. The body has free money. The first time is to eat a good meal. I have to say that the owner's home chef is very level. A small few dishes, nutritional collocation, color and flavor. Unfortunately, this kind of good thing to pay the price is also miserable. Chen Siwon eat very quickly, and there is no very good eating. Where like Penny Wu red-lipped small mouth slow and particularly elegant. After a few shavings, Chen Siwon is more serious not saying anything without urging to sit, intending to wait for the old boss to finish eating to talk about compensation. The result is that Penny Wu was just under the watchful eye of Chen Siwon, happily finished lunch and then went to busy work. Chen Siwon froze, and not good to disturb her. After all, the big boss' slender hand that is pointing to the mountains. The affairs of the large group are her in control. Certainly some busy. It didn't say anything about letting him go or anything, so Chen Siphon had to sit stupidly where he was, packing up his lunchbox, and couldn't help but twist his head to look at Penny Wu over there, who had gone into a work mode. Do not say. Serious work up her. The bones and revealed a trace of competence, especially concentrated. Special secretary holding the documents to report work. She flipped through the time. A raised eyebrow, a look, and a strong woman's momentum, which is a bit of the big boss that flavor. Feeling Secretary Zhang's curious line of sight if nothing else. What is Editor-in-Chief Chen doing? And Chen Siwon, who is being penalized for sitting, would like to ask Moshi, boss, have you forgotten me? However, Penny Wu's thoughts were actually particularly pure. Little Chen stayed in my office to play a little longer, so no one in the company could say that he was touching the fish. In the end, Chen Siwon waited for Penny Wu to get busy until 3 o'clock in the afternoon before seizing the opportunity to ask him if he was ready to go, having been sitting there for almost 4 fucking hours, and start to work. The aura of the full open. The big boss is next to it. Just like when you go to school next to sit a class teacher like. It's very stiff. Okay. Chen Siwon is an honest person, and not rebellious. Quite rules. At the moment naturally feel that they are sitting in the back pain. Of course, the body is actually nothing too difficult. The key heart pressure is quite big. So at the moment, standing in the pantry, he was acting a little tired. Sure enough, you have to keep your distance from the boss. You can't hit the boss's car. Chen Siwon particularly witty to realize that all the signs are indicating that the boss is pointing at him to take the initiative to take responsibility. Given that he took the initiative to take responsibility can ask him to have a lunch. but he was so slow to take responsibility, so he was punished to sit for 4 hours. It's called a sweet date and a slap in the face. Chen Siwen scared his mouth. Where did the big boss stay? The way of employing people, hand to hand. Shrewd. Okay. What savvy, boss? Chen Siwen jerked his head back and saw Chief Editor Lin standing behind him with a curious look on his face. Chen Siwen raised his hand and placed it on Chief Editor Lin's shoulder, shook his head, and sighed. Chief Editor, the boss's car can't afford to crash. Can't afford to be hurt. I can't afford to be hurt. What? Lin Hai froze. After a burst of Chen Siwen's sincere explanation, Editor-in-Chief Lin was a bit half-hearted at the moment. Siwen, you and Mr. Wu really didn't know each other before. Chen Siwen nodded repeatedly. He sobered over, and said that the boss really wants to offer up, unless you are really a royal relative. Otherwise Chen Siwen, this kind of rumor to spread rumors of fake royal relatives and fake relatives, that's the crime of deceiving the king. In ancient times, you'd have to have your head chopped off. You wouldn't even have a place to lie down. Chief Editor Lin looked at Chen Siwen with such sincerity, and was also suspicious. Could it really be that everyone in the company was thinking too much? With a sleepwalking face, he left the pantry, still shrewdly feeling that things would not be so simple. But a new claim that had been certified by Zhang Yan, the personal secretary of General Manager Wu, that had suddenly come out of the Tang System's more distinctive optional anonymous employee life forum, left him somewhat compelled to believe it. Editor-in-Chief Chen was called to the office at noon to really do nothing, but simply sit for a few hours. According to Chen Siwen, it's just a penalty sitting. It's just an accidental car accident. You guys don't think too much. Originally, Secretary Zhang didn't feel that Editor-in-Chief Chen and Mr. Wu had much closeness. So, the matter is about Xiao Wu. The company's recent tempo is getting bigger and bigger. As Xiao Wu's chief assistant ably came forward to do the rumor, Zhang Yan, she was aware that the big boss had no interest in real people, male or female. Her old man is only interested in paper people on the internet. Okay? That day at noon she went down to ask Editor-in-Chief Chen to come up for dinner, and it was also a good blah 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 arrangement given by the upper side of the sick and desperate. Mr. Wu can't talk, and he doesn't pay any attention to the staff forums or anything, mostly living in his own world. Zhang Yan feels it's her responsibility to help the big boss deal with the company's gossip, so she kind of helped do the official explanation, and the rumors can be said to have gone away. Good. The road is definitely getting wider for a responsible chief secretary like me. In the future, follow the small Wu general manager step by step, promoted to general manager, as CEO, to marry a rich man, not a problem. Think about Zhang Yan feel energized. Any rumors about Chief Xiao Wu couldn't escape her eyes. As a professional assistant, my eyes are as poisonous as a camera. Zhang Yan felt that she is really too witty. Today's delivery of documents when the small Wu general particularly happy, but also rare smile at me. I think it must be to find my efforts, right? Unbeknownst to Penny Wu, she was just thinking that Chen had said he was tired from work earlier, so he must have been happy to let Chen rest for a few more hours at noon, right? Penny Wu was sitting in the car as she headed home. She quietly looked out the window at the city that seemed to be particularly bright today, and nodded to herself. Wow, she had to be a little nicer to her best friend. Thursday, right after there was a lid on the story about the editor-in-chief and the big boss in the Scholastic Group section of the Tang System's particularly distinctive staff forum, the recent rhythm of discussion dissipated at once, and true to form, the colleagues quickly adjusted their state and their minds were focused on their work. The forum is quiet and peaceful. Every staff forum is like this. When the top brass don't get off the stage, everyone is hot and bothered, and once the top brass and those close to the top brass get off the stage, it immediately disperses. Employee forums are for employees to whine, gossip with a small platform, rather than letting everyone discuss privately a past 10 past 100 more and more outrageous. There is the risk of chatting screenshots leaked out. Might as well find an official platform. Sign the employment contract plus one-day staff forum confidentiality agreement. Workplace gossip well, privately we don't talk blindly. In the open we can rest assured that the forum is also thoughtful to provide you with anonymous function. 8 After pulling down, never out. But comrades, you have to think about who ultimately interprets the platform, right? Go to the group So it slowly evolved that the forums are actually not less open, but ultimately there's a degree to which they're all open. Below the scale speak freely, above the scale someone is banned, highlighting a freedom of expression. This is the moment of calm after a free flow of ideas. Early in the morning to the company's Chen Siwen suddenly, the big company's human feelings he has begun to realize. Everyone's good moist and silent, everyone's indifference and immovable. The other day, Chen Siwen photocopying a document our people rush to come. Every day the teacup is full of water. Life, the world, the large intestine, tsk. Chen Siwon stood by the printer, listening to the sound of the paper clicking. When chief editor Lin saw Chen Siwon on his way to the pantry, there was no change at all. Siwon? Chief. Chen Siwon straightened up and gave a sideways greeting. I promised last time. I'll buy you lunch at noon, huh? Don't forget. Why do you think Lin Hai is the editor-in-chief at such a young age? The realm is all different. And smilingly walked into the printing room and patted Chen Siwon's shoulder. Chen Siwon felt a strong sense of the same thing and nodded her head in a moved manner. At lunchtime, chief editor Lin even took the initiative to give him food and asked him to eat more. Worthy of the company's reputation as a good chief editor. After a long day of work, life finally returns to calm. Chen Siwon walked in the rental house of some backlighting appears dark in the hallway. Stood in front of the house. He breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, ordinary is the basic tone of life. Well, creak. Pushed open the door. Nose smelled the aroma of food. Ears heard the sound of frying mixed with mom's grumbling. You this girl? How to resign without discussing it with mom in advance. Probably hearing the sound of the door opening, Chen Siwon's sister hurriedly got up and came over, placing her slippers by Chen Siwon's feet. Chen Siwon froze. In his impression, his old sister should be working in a certain company in Haidu now. Sister? Aha. You quit your job. Ha? Yes. Chen Siwon's sister is the kind of small family type. From childhood to the younger brother of his special care, nature is very gentle, not much temper. The mother walked out with a plate. To Chen Siwon chatter, look at your sister. A good job not to do. From the Haidu to run back. I heard that last month's salary did not get. I'm sorry. Chen Sijiao lowered her head, her hand a little short of breath at the moment. Ouch. Mom is not scolding you. It is. Looking at her daughter's appearance, mom did not want to say anything more. After dad left, the three of them rely on each other for life. The feelings are very deep. Mom is also because the old sister too suddenly ran back, and did not discuss with the family, so complain a few words. And Chen Siwon looked at his old sister. At the moment did not say much, just smiled, nothing. Eat first, job resigned on resignation. Old sister down to earth and capable. How can not be suffocated by urine? Mom frowned for a moment, sked her mouth. You this child, eat, don't say these have no. Mom first to Chen Sijia served rice, and then handed to her in front. You see you in the sea, so far away from home, are thin, bitter you right? Eat more, job resignation on resignation. Your brother is now working. Some time ago also promoted the editor-in-chief. Your mom I can also move, but not hungry you. Hearing this, Chen Sijia tears a collapse, snapping a tear along the corner of the already tender eyes smashed in the bowl. Tried to wipe it. Wipe not clean. Goo. This girl how to still cry. Mom just really is not scold you. Mom's temperament is anxious and you are not unaware of. Sijia. Daughter? Mom hurriedly got up and pulled a napkin to the old sister's hand. However, the old sister did not receive. Suddenly got up, hiding like running into the only bedroom in the house. Bang. Mom worriedly rushed to get up, while Chen Siwon pulled her. I'll go in first and take a look. Their siblings are more pro. Since childhood, they are happy to talk about anything. Chen Siwon pushed the door to go in. Just walked to the old sister in front of the old sister. The old sister as if she grabbed the straw to save her life hugged Chen Siwon and cried hard. Cried very sad. Chen Siwon rushed to pat her back to comfort her. And so she was a little more emotionally stable. Only to know that the original is her boss wants to move the company to foreign countries. Go to the store Manhwa. Said that a great deal of money, to double their wages, to collect their identity cards to buy a ticket. She was terrified. And overnight to buy a standing ticket to run back from Haidu. Holy shit. Chen Siwon's eyes widened after hearing this. Isn't that place where Karma Waste is? He also took Hoshi to a hotel. Hoshi? My co-worker? Shared roommate. Hiss. Chen Siwon sucked in a breath and hurriedly sat next to her old sister, holding up her head. Sis, are you alright? I am fine. But Xiao Wei obviously already has a boyfriend. Are talking about marriage, but now. The old sister is a very soft-hearted person, and cried again. Chen Siwon knew that the old sister was scared, and hurriedly patted her back. Only when Chen Sijia's emotions calmed down a little did Chen Siwon ask, didn't you call the police? Hoshi wouldn't dare. She wouldn't even dare let her boyfriend know. Sis, you didn't persuade her to call the police and help her out or anything, did you? Chen Siwon then asked. No. No is right. In case you help out and make a big deal out of it, the person's boyfriend might blame you instead if he resents her and breaks up with her. Chen Siwon took a look at his oldest sister and once again carefully inquired. Sister, what about you? My oldest sister sulked. I have a month's paycheck that I didn't get. Chen Siwon huffed. The salary is a small matter. He grew up in fact is quite common honest man. The only time anger is his own old sister in high school when Koyan almost bullied. looking at his sister that aggrieved Baba look. Honest man is not no fire, but people in high do, and the old sister is fine, so far away. They are not familiar with life. Adults cannot be in order to help others out, as in high school, blocking people to beat up and threaten. It's not going to work. Really Hook 8 disgusting. Chen Siwon spat and cursed, looking at and family cried and then cleaned up the mood of the old sister. The phone is not very appropriate ringing. It is her, the female internet friend, Xiao Chen. What are you doing That's the best part of having a fellowship network. As an adult male, crumbling up all decent, many times any emotion is kept to the bottom of the heart, and also never met, but extremely sympathetic netizens in Chen Siwon feel howling twice not ashamed. The mood will also be a little more comfortable. Just like the female netizen often said that he was bored, sticking to Chen Siwon to play with her. Chen Siwon is not too annoying. People always have the wrong mood. Chen Siwon moody occasionally send her. I am so annoyed. Can you let me curse? Then Penny Wu thought about it and replied. Then you curse, but no swearing the day has to go on as it is. Nothing is smooth sailing, especially when you get up early on a Saturday morning thinking that you have to pay for your boss's car repairs today. It's a big world, a big gut. A while ago he was still enjoying the hypocritical splendor, and now it is back to the prototype. From the sofa up Chen Siphon sked his mouth, washed up. The old mom went back to work in the old house last night. Chen Siphon let the bedroom out to the old sister to sleep. Older sister is a diligent person. She quit her job at home. Chen Siwon did not have to eat pancakes early in the morning to get up to cook eggs for the oldest brother, boiled rice, but also went out to buy buns. Sister, you don't have to get up so early. Just quit your job and rest at home for a while. Chen Siwon barred a mouthful of buns and drank a mouthful of rice. Then said, I know how to go out and buy it myself in the morning. Older sister skillfully wiped her small hands on her apron. It doesn't bother me. Sis is going out to look for a job today anyway. It's hot now, so it's cooler to go out early. What job to look for on a big weekend? Chen Siwon advised. Rest first. There is no rush to find a job. You need to get a wife and buy a house. I can't do it without working. No. Chen Siwon put down the bowl in his hand with a bitter smile. You're here too. Just listen to mom. Right? I married a daughter-in-law to buy a house is my thing. This is 2022. Where the patriarchal feudal remnants? Sister, you cannot become ambidextrous devil even bring your brother was scolded. Poke the backbone Comrade Xiao Chen's 3 views are still quite correct. In the future, do not mention to me to put together a down payment words. I have hands. Know that they earn. Old sister you just rest. Summer vacation heat. Do not run outside the east and west to find a job. Your brother I started to earn money, or to support you well. Chen Siwon said. I know you've grown up and will care for your sister. Older sister is also someone who can't be bothered. Pulling the paper and handing it out, warmly smiling as she wiped her oldest brother's mouth. Don't talk while you're eating. Look at you. You're eating all over the place. Chen Siwon rolled her eyes and peeled her old sister's hand away. It seems like you don't take what I say seriously. Dang it. Che, perfunctory. Chen Siwon disdainful skimming, and then looked at the phone came a microchat. Hastily got up and went to the bathroom to shave his beard and cut his nails. At the end of the Chen Siwon is still not assured, but also with the fastest speed to wash his head. To clean up his own body face mirror Chen Siwon nodded slightly. Sis, I'm going out first The boss will be here soon. The house is not backlit. It's hot in the afternoon. You remember to turn on the air conditioner haha. Don't save that 1 or 2 to heat yourself up and catch a cold. Got it. Older sister's gentle voice came, and Chen Siwon was already on fire and out the door. On the road at the north end of Flat Street. Chen Siphon of course is not good at home waiting for the boss's call. That is too disrespectful. As a subordinate mellow or have to have. He just stood on the side of the road eyeing the north side, waiting for his boss's minivan. It wasn't long before the little golden man with the PN 928 license plate slowed to a stop on the side road. The front end of the car was really still dented to a scant degree. Mr. Wu's family is not short of a big family. The car accident has been so long. This car is not with repair. There are more cars than you can drive. So naturally you don't have to rush to fix them. Chen Siphon then quickly step up to pull open the door. To get on the passenger seat, the rear electric car door own nuisance slowly opened. The boss was sitting quietly inside with a touch of fragrance. Chen Siwon froze and tentatively bent his head to probe and look behind. Boss? Penny Wu beckoned to him with a smile on her face as she raised her small hand. He also thought that as a small editor-in-chief, he should honestly sit in the front. Did not think that the small Wu general manager is so approachable. Slightly anxious to get into the car, Chen Siphon sat in the soft back seat. The luxury of the limousine sense of luxury came to the face, accompanied by the fragrance of the body of the small Wu general manager. Apparently the body is a little stiff. So Chen Siwon twisted her head somewhat dryly and said, Mr. Wu, still letting you drive over to pick me up. It's really. Before he could finish his sentence, Penny Wu silently opened the small refrigerator in the back, revealing the purple grapes and small green grapes inside, and then looked up at Chen Siwon in peace. Since she couldn't speak, it was time to test Chen Siwon's reading comprehension. Are you saying that you want me to eat? Penny Wu used to ignore people. The small cardboard sometimes are casually thrown around, while with a wink nodding and shaking the head of a lot of people perfunctory. And at the moment, her small cardboard is carried around with her, lifting up. Anon! How embarrassing. Chen Siwon gave a polite cry. Penny Wu blinked. She still liked the Xiao Chun who scolded her yesterday, because that kind of Xiao Chun didn't have the same false mask on his face as they did. Penny Wu glanced at her cardboard and then at her cell phone, tossed the cardboard aside, and then sent a message to Chen Siwon in front of him. Don't treat me like a leader. Chen Siwon felt the vibration in the pants bag, thought it was a female internet friend. The result is not. It is Penny Wu. He looked down to see the chat log, and raised his head, and her 4 eyes froze for a moment. Worthy of being a big leader. Treating the subordinates daily are like a spring breeze. This is the leader of the way of the people. Well, Chen Siwon hurriedly typed thank you in the input box, but after thinking, it's not like he didn't have a long mouth, so he hurriedly said, thank you, Mr. Wu, then put his hand into the small refrigerator. I have to say, the boss of the home of the grapes are better than the outside of the delicious, big and sweet, and this small green mention with a little fruit acid but not at all stimulating the kind of this big summer. Ice cold feeling especially very delicious. A long white dress of Penny Wu's lips spread a smile, gracefully lifted a finger. No need to thank you, TSK. Chen Siwon thought that this kind of chatting was quite rare, as if there was a female internet user sitting in front of him, waiting for the car to drive into the repair station. Chen Siwon apprehensively waited for the repair offer, and then found that the repair station actually recently in the activities. Scanning the code to pay attention to the microchat number. There is a chance to participate in the offline lottery-free car repair. Chen Siphon originally has not been very trusting of this kind of activity, but could not resist the front desk softening, raised his hand to pay attention, and did not have much trouble. The result was that his hand casually touched inside the raffle box, and he froze. No way. Chen Siwon looked at the clear number 1 ball on the ping pong ball. There's really a free car repair? Only after the front desk's repeated confirmation of a smile gesture. Chen Siwon realized the fact that he had won the lottery as an afterthought. This repair store is so honest? Chen Siwon scared her mouth and sighed. It's worthy of being a high-end repair store, and its practices are quite high-end. Feeling that she is a koi, today can go to buy a few lottery tickets. Chen Siwon originally wanted to take a taxi home by herself. Then she heard the driver uncle's helpless voice. Miss, you can't drive home by yourself. Wu Dong explained. Can't you drive alone? You wait here for a while. Someone will come to pick you up. Chen editor-in-chief, or I'll go to send it. Penny Wu shook her head. Chen Siphon hurriedly said that he did not need to be sent. He took a taxi. Anyway, today saved such a large sum of money. It is not bad to take a taxi of a few dozen dollars. Penny Wu still shook her head. In the end, the driver uncle after the corner threw the phone. Or compromise, but also particularly serious to Chen Siwon said, in a moment the lady is on you. You sit next to the lady. Must be good to watch her drive. Chen Siwon nodded with a smile and tears. Pulled open the passenger side and got into the car, while fastening the seatbelt, while twisting her head to look at the little Wu who was so excited at the moment. She probably had an itchy hand. Of course, she wouldn't still be a road killer, right? Silently fastening her seatbelt a little tighter. Chen Siwon also grabbed the top handle of the car door, but apparently he thought too much. Penny Wu driving is still quite stable. Good behavior to comply with all traffic regulations, until smoothly in a traffic light intersection stop. She ingenuously put the front row of the small refrigerator also opened, signaling Chen Siwon. Eat. When Chen Siwon was stuffing one green tip into her mouth one by one, she even twisted her head to look at him a few times every now and then. Chen Siwon blinked and inquired in a dignified manner, do you want to eat it too? Although Penny Wu didn't have a small cardboard, it seemed like Chen Siwon was reading her eyes for the first time at the moment. On. So hurry to take out a green tip from the refrigerator. But at this moment the red light has passed. The car slowly start. If the old Wudong know that he let her daughter one hand off the steering wheel on the way to drive, will tender death him, right? Just wanted to take back the hands of the Chingti, that know that Penny Wu also did not leave the steering wheel. The eyes are also looking at the front, but the neck slightly to his side of the new, the rosy and clear small lips good one. She didn't have to speak, but it was as if Chen Siwon heard her right off the bat. Feed me. Chen Siphon swallowed hard, careful to pinch the Chingti slightly close to her full lips. Her lips, is particularly beautiful kind? close up, tightly rounded, slightly open, and have that kind of ripple people arc. Chen Siwen was afraid that his fingers would be next to her lips, so he managed to feed her one. Penny Wu obviously tasted the sweetness. Her eyes flickered as if all the sunlight was particularly bright today, and her small lips happily opened again. It seems to still have a mouth-watering crystallization because of the percolation of the green tips. There's no one else he can be as a wage earner. You have to work hard at work, and you have to feed grapes to your leader after a good weekend. Although it is said that the rich and the poor cannot be removed, the mighty cannot be bent. But, even if their own side business of the manuscript fee, but also the group sent, saddle up for the boss. Chen Siwen's ideology is still spot on. But, that said, isn't this scenario of you driving up and me pitching in a little too intimate? Isn't the boss a little too open-minded? It was like a different person from the one who saw her working seriously in the office before. Because she can't speak, she basically expresses herself with her eyes and expressions. And when she feeds, she looks a little cute. The small laborer Chen Siwen got out of the car, looked at the back of the small car that happily drove away, shook his head in a hurry. Bold Chen Siwen, the big boss is not behind you to be able to speculate. Non-negotiable? Take before. You met by chance several times. The big boss was all lovey-dovey and cold, and then suddenly one time he greeted you again. Well, that gesture before would be a greeting, wouldn't it? Then you went upstairs to the boss lair twice. The first time literally just looked at the boss and was seconded. The second time it felt like the boss was good for you, but then you were left out to dry and punished by sitting there for another full 4 hours. Boss heart. Underwater needle. Chen Siwen felt that any move of the boss is not to be misunderstood easily. Otherwise who knows, she will open berserk at that time. And one strike will make a small staff like him. Small brittle seconds. Then it will be finished. Sis? Older sis? Retrieve the mind. Chen Siwen pushed the door to go home. The old sister is no longer at home. It is estimated that the top of the big son went out to look for a job. Chen Siwen skimmed his mouth. Idle lord. What about saying I'll support you? Promising well on the surface. 100 pounds behind your back. 90 pounds of backbones. Chen Siwen complained twice. Also afraid that the day is too hot. The old sister went out too hard. Opened the air conditioning. Quickly sat in front of the computer. Just like the game. Bosses are floating clouds. Get money is the king. Day 2. Wu got up very surprised. What's a lady doing in the kitchen so early in the morning? Wu Dong. It seems like he went to ask the kitchen to prepare lunchboxes. Wu Guodong sniffed happily. Daughter has grown up, knows to care about what his father eats for lunch. Penny. Wu Guodong favored his own daughter and greeted her. Your father and I have someone who knows how to arrange my lunch. You don't need to be busy. Quietly clutching her 2 lunchboxes, Penny Wu looked up, winking at her old father. Aang. Then I couldn't wait to get out the door with my lunchbox. No. My daughter, you've taken both lunchboxes. What's dad going to eat for lunch? Is it because your daughter misses you and wants you to go down to eat with her at noon? But today's lunchtime is a bit busy. There is a meeting. So how about delaying the meeting for a bit? While Wu Guodong was brainstorming arrangements over here, the butler came over from over there and respectfully handed out the lunchbox. Master, your lunch. Wu froze for a moment as he looked at the lunchbox close at hand. My lunch? My lunch is not my daughter. And so on. Wu Guodong's expression suddenly became strange, looking at the housekeeper, and then looking at the well-behaved daughter over there who changed her shoes, blinking and winking, and then coughing slightly awkwardly. For a while 2 kinds of thoughts flowed back and forth in his head. A daughter of my family is growing up. Women are so big. A day's work lies in the morning. There is an old sister in. Chen Siwen can sleep more than half an hour every morning, rubbing his messy hair, sitting up from the sofa, looking at Tiptoe, moving in the living room, afraid to wake up his old sister. Sister, what are you doing? My oldest sister Odd. Did I disturb you? I told you it was better for you to sleep in the bed. I got up early and slept on the couch. Chen Siwen cried and laughed and stood up. How can you let you sleep on the sofa in a girl's home? I have thick skin. Some other day I rest. I now have a lot of salary. Re-rent a set of houses. No need to bother. Older sister quickly waved her hand. I'll just find a job with a dormitory. Chen Siwen looked at his own old sister this way. We're still dare to let her live outside. When the time to let people to cheat, bullied are no place to say reason. No, you forget your things in Haidu? Finding a job is fine. You living alone is exempt. Oh, older sister didn't say much, but pulled out her chair. Breakfast is ready. Come eat. Okay. Wait for me to finish washing up. After Chen Siwen sparingly cleaned herself up, she ate and drank, and stated, only a sister is good in the world. A child with a sister is like a treasure. What about our mom? Chen Sijia couldn't help but smile. Comrade Wu Fong gets anxious to hit people sometimes. Pass her by. There are family members, or from childhood each other's kind, is particularly cozy. Chen Siwen 3 times to finish the breakfast, then put the 1,000 yuan taken yesterday on the table. Sister, we both living expenses will be deducted here. Not enough, you tell me again. No, I still have. Here, keep it. When your small treasury, later your brother to give you to put together a big dowry. Go to work. The matter of looking for a job do not need to rush ha. Also do not go abroad. Just in Tang do. Well, I go out late will be late. White. Aha. Be safe. Refreshed to the company. Met Lin editor-in-chief of the two also said hello. Chat for a while. Lin editor-in-chief said he knew to some tea. Asked Chen Siwen want to drink. Seeing this kind of attitude of chief editor Lin, colleague asked Chen Siwen curiously, brother, do you really have no relationship with the top management of the company? Chen Siwen nodded his head and said, after yesterday's compensation, I don't have any contact with my boss. After slowly believing in Chen Siwen's words and knowing that he can't be the eyes around the top management, Siwen has completely and normally integrated into the office life. People didn't look at him with too many tinted glasses anymore, and when they went to the cafeteria for lunch, they did so in 2s and 3s. Colleague A, hey, how is this life so difficult? Deducting rent and utilities, and then remove the filial piety of parents to send gifts, a month's salary and white collar. Coworker B, why else do you think we're called urban white collar? Settling down to eat in the cafeteria. It so happened that everyone was chatting about family matters. Chen Siwen thought about it and asked, is the rent next to our company so high? Tingfei office park around. You think, as the whole of China, and even the whole Blue Star, the wage level of the most first-class giant consortium's base, excluding the company's some lucky employees can draw the opportunity to stay in the park staff dormitory. Around the rent prices are simply scary good it. Editor-in-chief Chen, where do you live? I can't believe I don't know. After Chen Siwen said his current residential address, colleagues froze. Can't enter the Tang System company? Everyone is actually elite. Family conditions are generally good, that is not the suburbs. It's going to take an hour and a half to come to the company. Right. Chen Siwen nodded. Colleagues became more and more convinced that editor-in-chief Chen was just a lucky guy, and definitely not related to the top brass. After all, that high-rise that can live in such a remote suburb, it's not scientific alright. Older sister came. Chen Siwen was also going to rent a house. Would have liked to then ask this side of the house market. The result was interrupted by the sound of high-heeled shoes coming sharply from de, and the figure of Secretary Zhang of the president's office appeared in the cafeteria. Ouch! Editor-in-chief Chen, why don't you answer the phone and send a message you don't bring back? Ha! I left my cell phone charging in the office. Chen Siwen stood up in dismay. Hurry, Mr. Wu is looking for you. Mr. Wu, seemingly triggering some keywords. The ears of the co-workers perked up a little. Chen Siwen was a bit unsure and subconsciously asked, what are you looking for me for again? Secretary Zhang, and he looked wide-eyed. You ask me, how do I know? The president obviously only cares about the paper people, and at noon to find you for what nah, but apparently it doesn't matter. You're coming with me. From the whispers and strange expressions of her co-workers, Chen Siwen knew that their minds were jumping around again, so she gave a dry explanation. It's probably because the weekend compensation thing hasn't been thoroughly dealt with yet, then drifted out of the cafeteria in a daze. The remaining colleagues looked at each other in disbelief, and colleague A suddenly said quietly, Editor-in-chief Chen, this is how bad the car of General Manager Wu. How much will it cost to compensate? Walking into the elevator and pressing the button for the 16th floor once again, Chen Siwen thought about it. It can't be a problem with the garage, right? Before their own free car repair won the lottery does not count? Forget it, or do not think so much. Go upstairs, will know naturally. Chen Siwen this time was led all the way to the president's office by Secretary Zhang. Opening the door was her help to open it, and along the way, she also whispered and urged, don't let General Manager Wu wait for a long time. When Chen Siwen finally entered the office, he saw that Big Boss was standing by the same mahogany desk from before, pacing back and forth. Only relieved when he saw him enter, he lowered his head and tapped something on his cell phone, then pointed at it, probably signaling Chen Siwen to read the message. However, Secretary Zhang urged all the way. Where did Chen Siwen have the chance to go back to the office to get her cell phone? Hurriedly explaining, the phone is charging. On, Wu Pei did with fragrant wind, then stepped on high heels and walked over, and greatly exposed her cell phone in front of Chen Siwen. Chen Siwen only then saw clearly the message that Wu Pei sent to him. Have you eaten yet? No way. Half eaten? Chen Siwen answered honestly. Penny Wu skillfully typed, and then put her small hand in front of Chen Sifeng. She was really exceptionally white. Her fingers were slender, and she pinched the cell phone, revealing a few translucent fingernail caps, which were beautiful to the extreme. The two are still drawn closer at the moment because of the handing of the cell phone. Wow. Then this little hand pointed to the lunchbox that had already been opened beside her. And then her big eyes flickered, making Chen Siwen easily understand her intentions. No way? Chen Sifen cried and laughed. You're a president. Day to day. How do you still manage to send out lunchboxes? Because it is the third time to come in. The president's lair in the field of vision more clear up than imagined, a little more large. Bright atmosphere. The temperament of condensed and minimalist. The big boss is next to it. The body of the aroma of a hard to him around the nose. Pointing to the lunchbox. Bright big eyes staring at him, crystal and abnormal. Chen Siwen involuntarily swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. Is there something wrong with the repair shop? Penny Wu shook her head and thought about picking up the chopsticks on the table and handing them to Chen Siwen. This didn't even require a communication tool. Chen Siwen understood her intentions. Eat? Chen Siwen was confused at the moment, unable to figure out the development of the plot. Rushed to receive the chopsticks, then picked up a clip of food and stuffed it into his mouth. And at the moment he couldn't care less about feeling the flavor, and put down the chopsticks and gave a thumbs up. Penny Wu nodded, her eyes blinking at another dish. Good good good. Chen Siwen smiled and raised the chopsticks again. He is anyway confused. However, the boss's intention, who can understand? She let himself eat the dishes. Then he first honestly eat the dishes, questioning the boss why that is the person's boyfriend loved one should do things their own. Such small editor-in-chief can only be speculated on. And then the soldiers come to block the water to cover the earth, barfing his mouth. But then again, the boss's family chef skills are really great. Small fried meat are fried fresh and clean. Chen Sifen think if it is not the boss is beside him, he just eat 3 bowls of rice are not a problem. Waiting in the eyes of Penny Wu under the gaze of each dish Chen Sifen have tasted, she happily shook her hair, and then tilted her head. That red lips with yesterday in the car when obediently open, eyes expectant as if to express, you finished eating, it's my turn. At this moment, Penny Wu completely lacked that day at work. Don't have a kind of superior grim light through the floor-to-ceiling windows behind him, over baked like light on her delicate mature body. Originally full and transparent red lips seem to be more crystalline. She will not speak. Looking at Chen Siwen froze all the time. Can only add a little action. The small hand dutifully pointed to his slightly open lips. Big eyes also blinking 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 blinking. Oh, Chen Siwen was awakened. Found that just now he was actually by the boss of the beauty, confused, but not cold sweat a little. You do not want me to feed you, right? Suddenly an outrageous thought flashed through my mind. Could it be that you felt so overwhelmed by me feeding you grapes last time that you wanted me to feed you for lunch? As a matter of fact, it is also true. Chen Siwen carefully with his hand then a clip of small fried meat into her mouth. One bite after another. Penny Wu was particularly pleasant, baring her little mouth and eating. Mr. Wu, slow down. There's oil. Anan. Chen Siwen became an honorable vegetable feeder. Originally he felt that he was growing his head and was going to start thinking blindly. But apart from feeding the vegetables, nothing else happened, as if Chen Sifen had just become a mode emotionally fed vegetable toolman. But looking at her when she's working, and when she's taking feedings, there's something else that's charming and charming. It was true that the more dangerous the creature, the less it could be touched. The female president was the most typical example. But Chen Siwen decided, when his book is on the shelves and there is a fee, he must show his temperament and boldly ask Mr. Wu, what do you really want to do? As for now, the editor-in-chief is still honestly completing the side quest of feeding the boss. Still the 16th floor of the president's office. Chen Siwen honestly opened the lunchbox next to the table. From the first time he appeared here, it has been 5 days in the past, and the wonderful lunch break has been mercilessly hijacked, and not processed. Capital asshole. Chief Editor Lin is going to come up to report on his work in a while. Mr. Wu. Secretary Zhang carefully glanced at the somewhat resentful Chen Siwen over here and inquired in a low voice. Penny Wu nodded her head, and her attention went away from her work, and trotted over to Chen Siwen's side, her small hands propped up on the table in a good manner, and Chen Siwen waited for the secretary to go out in order to pay attention to the impact before moving his chopsticks. But today only a few clips of vegetables. Wu Pei's small hands suddenly blocked Chen Siwen's chopsticks, and then suddenly followed Chen Siwen's example. Her small hands received underneath the chopsticks, and peacefully lifted them to Chen Siwen's mouth. Chen Siwen could already roughly understand a bit of simple intentions from Wu Pei's eyes. You eat too. Chen Siwen subconsciously bit the chopsticks and gave a thumbs up. The big boss is more energetic to stuff things in his mouth. Obviously without Chen Siwen's eye price and level. Usually Chen Siwen's mouth hasn't finished chewing it. And then another pleasant clip. Chen Siwen's cheeks are being fed by her, bewildered very much. This time the office door suddenly opened. Before the secretary on the report of the chief editor Lin walked in with a dozen documents. looked up. The hands of the documents almost did not hold steady, and his open mouth Chen Siwon at the moment, 4 eyes relative to each other. Chen Siwon's mouth is still wrapped in rice. Do you believe me when I say that I have no relationship with the boss? As if. Chen Siwon at the moment himself a little bit do not believe it. Lin Hai just froze for a moment, then silently retreated, and also brought the office door with a very measured gesture. Bang! The office door was closed quietly. Penny Wu, chopsticks in hand, twisted her head back to follow the sound and didn't pay much attention. It is well known that Xiao Wu's office, as long as the door is unlocked, that is, no need to knock on the door, because she presses will not say please come in. The boss is feeding. Chen Siwon was all about opening his mouth, taking advantage of Lin Hai's mess. It was only now that he was able to take the time to swallow a mouthful of food with difficulty. Then blinking, he looked at Penny Wu, who had started moving her chopsticks again near his eyes, and suddenly asked quietly, "Boss, is bracing up counted as a work injury?" Finally, the boss had a clear conscience and didn't really shove all the beef he was holding in his chopsticks at him again, blinking and putting down his chopsticks after thinking about it. The two then began to eat up the meal normally. Chen Siwon only ate a few pieces, looking at her from time to time, but I don't know why, there is always a strange feeling. After finishing the meal, Penny Wu went to the restroom to clean up. Chen Siwon, driven by the weird feeling, quickly finished cleaning up and was about to slip away. Penny Wu came out and waved at him, then handed him her cell phone to see. "You don't have to come tomorrow." Chen Siwon was shocked and stood still. "Wait, I just started to have some fantasies, and it's broken like this?" Sure enough, the president's heart is a needle in the bottom of the sea. Chen Siwon felt a little pulled numb. He is not really stupid, just playing stupid. He is small editor-in-chief under the hands of others to make a living. A little bit of the bottom of the barrel is not there. Before the boss can question what, the boss himself did not say it. He asked, is not embarrassing? At least let him write a book to earn a little fee. At least the author and the company is some win-win meaning. And then dare to ask the boss first. "You recently every day at noon to find me dinner in the end, what is the intention?" Chen Siwon, some things are not want to. Just think more easily hurt. Just like this. People call you up, let you go on the go. Small editor-in-chief, no human rights on no human rights. However, fortunately Chen Siwon himself has always pressed his own fantasy expectations to a very low level. After a short loss, nodded, or do not have to take up their valuable lunch break. Thinking so, Chen Siwon happy a little, but unfortunately the smile has not yet come out. Wu painting in front of the face and added to send him a message, "Come up again on Monday." Chen Siwon froze. Tomorrow was not supposed to work. Not Penny Wu. You do not think that you do not mention a sentence. I will still come to the company tomorrow and eat with you, right? Vampires are not as capable as you are. But then again, what the hell is going on here? Are we that close? No. Why are we so close? Is it true that if you're handsome, you can do whatever you want? Gee, it's rather like a romance novel shining into reality. Coughing, Chen Siwon coughed violently twice, hiccuped, and walked out of Penny Wu's office. A bit puzzled. The strange feeling that arose during the meal plagued Chen Siwon all afternoon. Doing things are a little soulful, but where it is wrong and cannot say. Go to the pantry to make tea. Chen Siwon suddenly a flash of light. Cannot help but stiffen. Suddenly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Muttered, the boss will not be the kind of speech. Only back to hide in the nest all day long to see the romance novel heroine. And then it happened to tailgating accidents. And stumbled upon him this kind of small sheep male lead. The president's sheepish husband? Chen Siwon froze for a moment and hurriedly shook his head, feeling that his head was perhaps a little too active, with a little too many ideas, and that he needed to calm down. Thousands of people have thousands of faces. Wu Guodong in a high position is mostly very imposing, but very childish. And even this age accompanied by his daughter to play house he also pulled a face, but it's also too much of a pull down. Now that I think about it, he's the one who hurt his daughter. Wu's most regrettable thing is not to make the family business bigger and stronger. But when Penny was a child with physical and mental problems, did not have the heart to bite the bullet and force to help her solve the problem, but unlimited indulgence. She did not want to go to school, do not want to go out, then hire a tutor, disconnecting from social circles for long periods of time. The daughter was already unable to speak, so it would probably have been better for the daughter if she had been cruel enough to ignore her pathetic behavior and let her walk out, right? But she before this kind of closure of their own appearance. Wu Guodong cannot bear to think about it. She can go to school outside? Forget it, ask someone to come back to teach her knowledge on the line. Leading to, well, Penny Wu is actually very smart, but she has a clear-cut stupidity that results from being out of touch with reality and living in her own world for a long time. It is also my Wu Guodong ability is too strong, to build a completely undisturbed world outside the paradise for their own daughters. And some time ago Wu Guodong realized that the reason why Penny University is willing to go out of the door, it turns out to be someone to open up, so that her closed world, unknowingly break open a mouth, slightly go out a little. Microchat is good. Tenta is adding bonuses this year. Wu instructed. Then thought, how's Penny doing at noon lately? Dong Wu. Mr. Wu has recently called editor-in-chief Chen upstairs every day at noon, and I heard that they are having dinner together. Wu smiled. Yes. Have the kitchen dishes at home changed more frequently? Also, Dong Wu, the employee forum over at the scholarship group seems to have seen a lot of discussion about General Manager Xiao Wu and Editor-in-Chief Chen recently. You see. Don't bother. Wu Guodong smiled and stood up, patted his secretary's shoulder, stood up in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looked out the window, sighed. His face seemed to carry some memories of the people who had been there. Murmured, gossip is a lubricant for a relationship to move forward. Weekend. Because of the boss's wacky week, Chen Siwen returned home, far from him and the company like calm, taking a break, sneaking online to find a few romance novels to read, and even opened a small vest into the book group, intending to discuss the plot with everyone behind the scenes. However, to enter is to blow up the scene. A man in the group, you are a real dog. You came to me with $200? Room to eat, money is my own take, you spent 80 by escape. You said you want to leave the road home, that line, no problem, I'm not bad, that little money. You step horse. I have said I do not like. You hard to my mouth. Not washed, have a taste, I'm going to vomit, you know? Back and forth a few hours. I cannot cry out of the water. And you begged for mercy and you have been like this. What kind of man are you? Also, your next day at noon you said you want to go downstairs to buy cigarettes and then you go out and have not been back to call. Do not pick up the microchat. Pulled black. The most annoying is that you also gave me charging treasure stole. You are so poor that you can't even afford to buy a rechargeable battery. Right? Dogs. I know you're still in the group, who I will not mention to give you some face. Subsequently, because it is a romance book group, the group chat is mostly girls. Righteous indignation, scolding to the rise, simply came to a big cleanup. All the boys who mixed with the book group may be plotting to mischief kicked out. There is an administrator in the group cleaning, also especially polite private chat. Chen see when a sentence, also open a small number into the group. At a glance is not a good person. Please go out. Sven Chen. I'm just going into the group to get some advice. I'm wronged. Also, why does this avatar look more and more familiar? Because there is a private chat box. You can still click into her profile box. Chen Siwen clicked on it, froze for a few seconds. His expression became odd. Not old sister. When did you also become the group management of the romance novel book club? On weekends, there's a hint of double duty relaxation in the city. Chen Siwen flung his hands and pretended to move his body while feeling carelessly close to Chen Sijia. Chen Sijia, because of Chen Siwen's strong opposition to resting at home, did not go out to look for a job against the 40-degree heat that was rare this year during Tangdu's summer vacation, but sat on the sofa, fiddling with her cell phone. Sis, reading a novel? Chen Siwen asked as she suddenly moved closer. Older sister subconsciously put away her cell phone, then was about to stand up. Are you hungry? Sis is going to peel an apple for you. Chen Siwen quickly waved her hand and pulled her along to sit on the upper side of the sofa. No need to be busy. I want to eat, I know, I'll go eat by myself. Let's sit and chat as two sisters. Oh. Older sister politely placed her cell phone on the coffee table and quietly looked at Chen Siwen. Sis, I remember reading novels in middle school. Don't you ever get tired of reading them? My sister shook her head, then thought about it and nodded again, answering softly, sometimes I get tired of it and stop watching, and then I want to watch it again every once in a while. Indeed, novels are still very interesting. Chen Siwen barraged a few sentences, coughed lightly and started to step into the main topic. Right, old sister. You've been reading novels for so long. How come you didn't think of writing them yourself? Stupid head. No. Although Chen Sijia didn't bother peeling the apple for her brother, she idly picked up the orange on the coffee table and peeled it for him, then handed him the orange flesh. Here. Chen Siwen barred her mouth for a moment, and with a blink of her eyes, she went on to ask, Sister, with your 10 or so years of old bookworm vision, if there is a book, well, the plot carries out roughly like this. There is a female main character who is very rich, and the male main character foolishly crashes her car, and finds out that she's actually his own boss. And then the boss starts to inexplicably call the male main character to go upstairs to eat, and also feeds each other. What are the boss's intentions? My oldest sister subconsciously asked. Why is it that the heroine is rich? Oh, cross-frequency. Chen Siwen smiled sarcastically. Then replace it. The male lead is rich. In that case, Chen Sijia thoughtfully hummed softly and cleanly. The big boss is plotting against the heroine. No way. The female lead before chasing the tail of the boss's car. The two clearly do not know each other. How is it plotting? This presses no logic. With a glare, Chen Siwen offered a rebuttal. But where does romance novels get so much logic? Isn't writing without logic a load of shit? Just enough sweetness. The hero is enough to protect the heroine. We are just reading a book to pass the time. Why do you think so much? But you can't be a fool all the time in reality. Chen Siwen's voice grew higher. Chen Sijia weakly fed him an orange. Brother, why are you so excited? Chen Siwen realized that she had overreacted, and immediately cursed indignantly. Recently I read a novel. The author wrote it like this. What a thing. The update is still slow. I really want to send a razor blade to send him to death. Chen Sijia snorted a smile and patted her brother's back warmly and softly. Just read the novel and be happy. We won't meet this kind of thing in reality anyway. Ha, ha, ha. You didn't think it was going to happen either, did you? Me too. Chen Siwen dryly coughed twice, then proceeded to inquire. Old sister, do you think that this boss would be the kind of person who is high and cold on the surface and doesn't say anything, but secretly reads romance novels behind his back, and just happens to meet the male heroine, and then substitutes himself before treating ahem, the heroine strangely? Quite good, ah. So that the development down is not completely no logic at all, ah. It is a bit of a look. What novel, ah? Feeling is not bad. You push to sister it. Push a fart. Where did he come from the novel? He lives a life. Casually said a sentence because of touching the line of this shitty book was blocked. Chen Siphon thought about it, and finally asked, Sister, if you are the heroine of the book, and on the way to the meal, you get up the courage to want to ask the inexplicable hero a word, what will you ask? Me, Chen Sijia said softly. I'll ask him if your mom will give me a check for $5 million to get me away from you. Chen Siwen. 6. Worthy of being my Chen Siwen sister. So realistic. By the time dinner was served in the evening, the air, though still filled with the dry heat of summer, was at least a few degrees cooler than in the afternoon. Without the direct sunlight, Chen Siwen was eating ice cream and posing on the sofa when the female netizen's punch card-like message was sent. Little Chan, what's going on? Found on. Ha, Chen Siwen just typed a word. Suddenly slammed his head and sat up from the sofa at once, swallowing the ice cream in his hand in 2 or 3 bites. Yeah, haha. A female internet friend should know this too and then give him advice and pointers, ah. Chen Siwen decisively told the female netizen the whole story. That's it. She now lets me go upstairs and eat with her every day, and lets me feed her, and even on Fridays she feeds me. You rich people should know rich people. What do you think she wants? Penny Wu silently typed out a question mark. Question mark. Chen Siwen, a lot of things even older sister and mother do not dare to pick up, but and female internet users have no burden, and even do not have to set on the I recently read a novel this kind of rhetoric. You are not aware. I started from entering the company. There is no stop. First inexplicably was promoted, was treated as a royal relative, was flanked by people, but I'm a what I know, ah. Panicked a batch. It was not easy to make an explanation. I thought that after the compensation of all the wind and waves, who knows that the big boss she does not go by the way of the cards. 1 to noon to call me upstairs. A whole week. Penny Wu pouted her rosy mouth and lowered her head as her small hand tapped the cell phone screen. Do you hate her? Don't want to eat with her anymore? Chen Siwen thought for a moment. It can't be said to hate it, and she actually people feel quite good, but at least it's the boss. Respect and distance should always be there. And she's so special not only colleagues will misunderstand it. I may also misunderstand, Chen Siwen thought about it, sighed, and said quietly, misunderstanding whether I'm about to become the male protagonist of the highly cold president's honest husband. Penny Wu held the phone away from her a bit and blinked up at the ceiling before looking at it again. Oh, then Chen Siwen blinked his eyes, contemplated for a moment, but also in female netizens also said their own ideas, just you say. This boss in the end will not be the kind of surface high and cold do not say anything, behind the back but from time to time to sneak look at romance novels of the heroine, and then it happens to happen to an accident. Stumbled upon a small male protagonist such as me. The reality of the substitution of the plot. Want a line plotting misdeeds. Haven't waited for an answer yet. TSK. Chen Siwen immediately after shook his head inside. Female netizen, she is even more indisputable. Forget it. This kind of problem will not be difficult for you. The last question. If you were my boss, encountered these situations now, what would you do in the end? Anon. Penny Wu thought for a moment, her bright eyes carrying a surfeit of curiosity, her long eyelashes flickering. Then I might buy a few romance novels first? Chen Siphon spaced out for half a day before finally sighing as he did. If only the bosses in the whole world were as good at figuring out and communicating as you are. It would be great. The corners of Penny Wu's eyes curved, lying on the bed, her little feet flopping slowly on the sheet a few times, her little hands happily tapping on the screen. Aha! The weather was clear and refreshing. Although Chen Siwen's first payment will not be sent until the 12th of next month, but in the middle of summer, There is only one air conditioner in the house, and it is still in the bedroom. And it is ultimately too inconvenient for the siblings to live in a tiny one-room apartment. I was thinking of suffering a little bit, and then when I have the money, I'll just take a step to get a bigger house, but it turned out to be too hard to suffer. So in the evening Chen Siwon just went out the door, intending to go to look at the house. If it can work, first settled tonight, tomorrow after work to move. Housing agents are still very enthusiastic, although the day is slowly getting late, but also a family with Chen Siwon visit, but the results are poor. They look at it, and too expensive, cheap it, they cannot see. It comes down to two words to describe it: no money. The company side of the fantasy is beautiful, but the reality is miserable. People are valuable to have self-awareness, a life firewood, a home with a chef. Any more fantasies can only end up in life. So Chen Siwon has been very sensible and sober, and not much on the head yet. The boys from his kind of family have been used to disappointment since childhood. Finally settled on a 2-bedroom apartment in the 5th Ring Road. Not to move cannot. Big summer air conditioning effect is extremely poor. Another month of sleeping on the couch. Will die. Subdivision housing. Hardcover. The location is still good. Only 200 meters from the subway station. Just a little higher rent. 3,600. Compared to Chen Siwon's current internship salary of 6,000. It is indeed too high a little. But he has a considerable amount of money for the manuscript. Although not yet. But the money left over bite the bullet and insist on the day of the payment of fees should not be much of a problem. As for the manuscript fee to be paid, when the time comes to change another set, rent a big house, and reserve a room for mom as well, that will also have to wait until then. When my oldest sister heard that the rent was so expensive, she of course said that she could just sleep on the couch and didn't need to go through all that trouble. Chen Siwon did not do it. She cannot argue Chen Siwon. Moving is also simple. The two people do not have anything. In Tangdu at the moment is also just drifting people. There is no mark. And so the two people, in order to celebrate the move, down the pavilion to eat after dinner home. It is already 10 o'clock over. Workday kind of fluttering feeling seems to be poked and prodded by the weekend running around. Sober a lot. Chen Siwon also said that the manuscript fee to be paid to face in front of the boss to show a wave of temperament. Questioning her. And finally thought better of it. Hiding online. He can, and female netizens can be casually pussyfooting around. And the boss, he still does not dare to open his mouth and ask, "Are you reading too many romance novels?" Ahem. After hesitating for half a day, Chen Siphon felt that since the boss did not say anything except that they ate together at noon, then he himself should first adjust his mindset. Playing the working soul. Honestly becoming a long-time feeder without overtime pay but taking up lunch breaks to see when you get dumped by the boss or by the boss. Chen Siwon, lying in the bedroom of the new house, had, looking at the ceiling, froze for a moment, shook his head. Old Chen. You rationalize a little. Might as well sleep and dream. Chen Siwon adjusted quickly to his state. He would fantasize but would not let fantasize about his life. When Dad left, he fantasized every day that it was a dream. That Dad was still alive. Right? But Dad wasn't alive. Life went on. The next day, Chen Siwon slept for half an hour more. Moving lost money but gained sleep. This deal is a huge loss for the small editor-in-chief Chen Siwon. But for the network writers, it does not hurt. Daily look at his writer background new subscriptions. Chen Siwon feel his vigor. The rest do not want anything, just want to wake up. On August 12th. This way he would have a manuscript fee. Compared to the boss, this kind of during golden existence can be said to be crooked. But for Chen Siwon, it was already enough. He has never been very greedy. Hundreds of thousands of dollars a month in manuscript fees to be able to re-establish a small home in Tanda. Chen Siwon ideas are all down to earth. After completely adjusting his mentality, Chen Siwon also adapted to this life now. Going to work in the morning, going upstairs at noon, going home in the afternoon, and coding in the evening. He was faced with his co-workers' comments about him going upstairs every day. And at the moment he became much more calm and honest with them. My relationship with the boss? I don't know. I'll tell you guys when I find out for myself, because Chen Siwon is too approachable. Completely without the kind of self-consciousness of the boss's sidekick. Colleagues get along with it, is also relatively bold. Often pulling him to ask questions. And at this time Lin editor-in-chief will come out at just the right time. Rounding up the scene, well, it's time to go off work. Go home early to accompany the children, to accompany the daughter-in-law, at everyone. Remember to come to the company early tomorrow to gather. To go to the hospital to take a physical examination. Medical checkup. Our small group of editors look at the computer every day to review the manuscript. Age. See, things feel more and more fuzzy. I do not know how many degrees of myopia this year again. Occupational hazard can't be helped. We all chatted casually and went home from work. However, there are still a lot of colleagues in the heart. This Chen editor-in-chief. Really have enough low profile. Noon are so blatant It turned out not to be a bit of a windfall. Unbeknownst to him, he definitely doesn't communicate with his boss as much as his coworkers do in their heads. After all, boss she does not also talk her. All healthy except for a little cervical spine problem. This is Chen Siwon's medical report. At night, sitting in front of his computer in his new rental house, he subconsciously rubbed his neck. Is there a glitch? But it doesn't feel like it hurts much. Gotta pay attention to that. Gotta adjust my routine. Gotta add an hour to my running schedule in the evening. It's the body that makes the revolution. After a simple activity, Chen Siwon didn't care so much, but after thinking about it, he still reminded with his good friend. Don't sit in the office all the time when you work. Occasionally get up and move around. And it's best to go out for a run in the evening. Penny Wu, are you going out for a run at night? Chen Siwon nodded. Run I'm so young now. Physical examination of the cervical spine are a little sick. Do not pay attention to it. The turn of the eye shall not lumbar disc herniation Penny Wu, oh. Then I'll run. Here's his chat with his female internet friend from August 2nd now. Soon. It was August 12th. The day when Chen Siwon's first payment came down. Penny Wu, wow. Chen, why did you suddenly give me so many beautiful skins? His birthday, she stupidly sent himself a whole set of game skin. Chen Siwon has always remembered. Although at the time that she said that she loser, but that time before he seems to have been a long time before the birthday. In the past, I had no money, no time, my family was in debt. And I was running around trying to make ends meet, so I didn't have the energy to spend my birthday. Chen Siwon has always put her heart in the right place and smiled. Last year's birthday gift, make it up to you, and give you a gift for your birthday every year in the future. Little Chen, thank you. Penny Wu's eyelashes touched and silently clicked on the screen. But didn't you say before that those who charge money to the game are fools? Yes, Chen Siwon was in a particularly happy mood today, and smilingly replied. Isn't that a coincidence? We are both pure and simple two idiots. Penny Wu's fussy little foot lifted mischievously and suddenly knocked. Little Chen. What? You're stupid. I'm not. ? Chen Siwon rolled her eyes. Roll. Your bank card with the tail number 6211 received a transfer of $216. 371 with an account balance of $217. 170. August 12th. A day to rejoice. Sven Chen is rich. At the same time he also received a message from the company's finance department. Your workdo deed sang dong July share of the manuscript fee has been remitted to the account. If you have any questions, please contact the editor-in-chief as soon as possible to give feedback. I am the editor-in-chief. And I indicated that there was no problem. After returning the friendship ode to the female internet user, Chen Siwon exhaled, silently felt out his cell phone, and dialed the familiar phone number. On the other end was a slightly tired voice. Siwon I heard that you and Jia re-rented a house in the capital. It cost a lot of money. Right. Mom will give you some. No. Chen Siwon's throat knots couldn't even control the movement twice at the moment and softly called out. Mom. What? Is there anything you want as a gift? What's going on today? Mom doesn't have a gift she wants. And you just started work. So don't spend any money. How about a gold necklace? I remember when I was a child that time my father was still working abroad. I was sick. He was not at home. You were anxious. Pawned the necklace for me to see a doctor. And when my father came back the pawn shop closed again. Mom. I'll buy you a gold chain. You still remember this thing? Mom said with a warm smile. No. Mom knows that you are filial, but do not need to waste money. Have filial piety is good. You are now in urgent need of money. Mom has money here. You do not have to worry. Mom, I have money. I know. My son is outstanding. At a young age is the chief editor in a large enterprise. The salary is high, but to economize, we can't compare with other families. Mom is not outstanding. Busy life did not prepare a decent house for you, did not prepare a decent dowry for Jia. Chen Siwon's heart suddenly soured, and she softly interrupted. You're already amazing. Mom laughed and wiped her tears. Okay, you and Jia have grown up. Our family life is definitely getting better. Still mention these unhappy why? To eat well and pay attention to the body. The work should also be down to earth. Protect your sister. Your sister's nature is soft, not much temper. In the outside easy to be bullied. Mom will go to the capital to see you siblings when empty. The phone hangs up. Chen Siwon no. Here is false. C is real. Call to contact the company near the big house. And urge the mother to hurry to the capital trip. Number 14. Waiting for my oldest sister, who had just gotten a job not too long ago, to come home from work. What are you being so secretive about? You child? Mom followed Chen Siwon into the cab. And the old sister also looked at him suspiciously. Chen Siwon smiled and did not say anything. and a large flat in the Xiqing courtyard, located on the left side of the Tingfei Science and Technology Park, near Yintang Lake, has welcomed its new tenant. Exquisite coated door drops, elegant and simple decoration. 4-bedroom, 1-bathroom layout, sitting north to south looking at the floor-to-ceiling windows of the tranquil Yintang Lake. Mom and old sister at the moment, and the environment is still a little out of place in the constraints. Dumbly followed Chen Siwon into the door, but also afraid of their own people, to the silver gray marble floor to step on the dirty. Mom and sister, why are you still standing at the door? Enter the house. Visit the tour. See which bedroom you like. You do not choose first. I can make the first move. Chen Siwon felt that he was able to earn money for the purpose of this, to provide a better life for his family, and simply just watching the manuscript fee into the sense of accomplishment, which is different. Into the house? Pick the bedroom? Mom is not only not happy, but completely flustered. You child, what are you saying? Confused. The last time you called you spoke strangely. Son, you must not, because of the pressure, want money, and go astray. Talk to mom. You recently did not meet any scammers. Now fraud is very powerful. Mom's voice took on a bit of anxiety as she spoke. Chen Siwon was in tears. Where are you going with this? Sit down first. Let's talk slowly as a family. So and so. Chen Siwon more concise on the introduction of his money where to come. Mom was not believe. What on the network to write a book a month to earn 200,000? But suddenly remembered. Son seems to be looking for their own ID card before. That is to say, writing books. Would have been 2 months in the past. The mother has forgotten about it. At the moment, the mother's voice a little bit shaky. Really write a book on the internet to earn? Yeah, well, didn't I show you everything backstage? Mom and old sister absorbed for a long time, before accepting the fact that Chen Siwon suddenly almost earns $1 million a year. Mom then had the heart to focus on the house. This house rent a month is not cheap, right? $10,000, right? Chen Siwon sniffed, blinked her eyes and honestly raised her hand, comparing the number, 48,000 a month. Mom froze, then suddenly reached out. Where's my big gold chain? Haven't bought yet. Go buy it. Go buy it. Mom immediately offered to Chen Siwon. Chen Siwon scared her mouth. Didn't you say you didn't want it before? Mom glared at him in a bad mood. How do not want? After I want every month, at least after the gold buyback to change money. Rent a house a month to spend 40,800. I tell you you just earn money. Cannot float occasionally good luck. The book wrote a fire. Someone to see it has been the ancestral tomb on the high incense. You just started to write a book, but also want to every book or fire Mom was obviously shocked by the rent. What family We live in this kind of house. We deserve it. I just want to do my best to give you the best life. The key is also close to my company, right next to Chen Siwon's side. And the book also has the possibility of publishing rights and whatnot. I have just shelved this. The word count is not much. The subsequent manuscript fee may be more than this 200,000. Mom, I have a sense of proportion. Mom from childhood is this very good. She will preach, but she will not force their sons and daughters to think exactly the same as her. Like hearing Chen Siwon spend 48,000 on the rent of a house. Heartache is one thing. A little bit do not understand is also a thing. But she will never say, you are my son. No, you cannot rent such an expensive house. You have to hurry to go back. Mom wasn't very educated, but she had a special respect for people, including her own children. Don't say it. Mom doesn't sleep in the master bedroom. You'll sleep in the master bedroom. Your sister will sleep in the right room, and Mom will sleep in the left room. In the pleasant afterthought of the old mom, the belonging of the room was also arranged, and subconsciously, the top pillar of the Chen family also changed. The day has been a little late, accompanied by the joy of the old mother and sister downstairs. In the fresh air around the lake, neat lakeside trails, many walking exercise people. Mom still wants to go back to her hometown tomorrow. 1 is to pay back the rest of the money owed by her family. 2, her circle of life is in her hometown. Her acquaintances and friends are all in her hometown. Just when Chen Siwon asked her to quit her job and stay in the capital, she said, my son is earning a lot of money and has become a writer. So if I don't go back to my hometown, who am I going to say it to? People sometimes are not living their own, but living a cheek. The son made good. Mom certainly have a kind of raised eyebrow cozy, and finally said with a smile, rest assured, when you get married and have a child, your mom will come to Tangdu, then not go, to help you with the child. Really good. Fresh lakeside. Leisurely pace. Do not have to go running around. One hand on the arm of the old sister. The left is the old mother. Chen Siwon only feel incomparable ease. Smilingly replied, still early. 8 are not a skimming it. August 15th. The joy of the harvest made him ramble. and Chen Siwen only sort of fell asleep in the wee hours of the morning. But the next day's alarm bell yanked him out of his thin covers again. The bed is very soft without the sound of the old spring bed creaking. He rubbed his eyes without having to go out of the bedroom to wash. Feel great. At the end of the wiped his face, yawning to the living room. There is no longer the rust of the narrow rented house. Sister, the new house to live in is still accustomed to it? Circumstances have changed, but the people remain the same. The oldest sister with her apron on sagely sits somewhat awkwardly in the open kitchen at breakfast. She's not quite used to these new objects in the kitchen. Get used to it. Sitting on the small bar in the open kitchen, Chen Siwen was obviously more adaptable than his oldest sister. Smashing his mouth, older sister, now that my company is right next to my home, just a few steps out the door, you don't have to get up so early to get me breakfast. I'll go downstairs and buy a pancake to deal with a few mouthfuls, and you have to go to work, so you'll have to rest for a while longer. It's unsanitary to eat outside. Got it. Lao's sister is deeply in mom's true tradition. Chen Siwen ate a mouthful of Lao's sister's fried egg, barred his mouth, then excitedly took out his cell phone and turned on the video, asking, "Right, Comrade Chen Sijia, how was the first night of staying in the new home? Any thoughts yet? Life has begun to look good, and it's time to document it." Chen Siwen is not in a hurry, but still has a sense of ritual. Older sister, the shy spirit, of course, the first time was to hide, but under Chen Siwen's urging, red-faced looked at the cell phone camera, blinked her eyes and suddenly asked, "Can I say it? Please speak freely. It's that novel you were talking about last time." Chen Siwen froze. "Ha?" Older sister's watery eyes filled with a curious glow. "This house is actually the boss's, right, brother? In fact, it was you who rear-ended the boss, and because he was worried that you were too far away from work, he specifically took the house for you to live in, right? Chen Siwen finally knew why his old sister was the management of the romance novel book group, put away his cell phone and pushed his old sister's gradually approaching curious head mercilessly away. "You think well, but please don't think next time. Bye. I'm going to work." It was the height of summer. Moving home was really different. Chen Siwen walked to the company in a few steps, enjoying a rare refreshing trip to work, but having just sat down in the office, Chen Siwen looked at the clothes she was wearing and shrugged her nose inadvertently. Since being admired by the one on the 16th floor every day at noon, in order to have a good dining experience, Chen Siwen had cleaned herself and changed her clothes every day, and last night in order to give the old sister and mother a surprise. They luggage are not mentioned, so Chen Siwen afraid of smell. At noon when the thoughtful sit far away from the boss, just moved yesterday, and at night also ran, no change of clothes, a smell, or we eat each today? Wu Pei'ni blinked, slightly nodded, said Chen Siwen eat originally very fast, hula very efficient. The result after this period of time the boss with good intentions of cultivation, Chen Siwen successfully slowed down. I have to say, the boss is a real assimilator. Although the two people are sitting each close to each other today, after Penny Wu's small mouth ate a few bites, she put down her chopsticks, took out her cell phone, and asked curiously, "Xiao Chen, where did you move to?" Chen Sifen is already quite accustomed to this kind of communication with the boss that she is online and she is offline. Skillfully looking at the chat logs, he looked up and replied with a 5-1. Xiqing Xiaoyuan. Penny Wu blinked her eyes for a moment and picked up her chopsticks again, not saying anything more. Chen Siwen skillfully finished eating, skillfully completed the work. Before leaving work, I heard colleagues chatting, said there is an author, a long time to stay at home to write a book, do not exercise, not grounded, not see the sunlight, biological clock disorder, midnight to write a book, sudden death. Thinking about his medical report, Chen Siwen scared his mouth and stated, "You can't stop exercising, it's only right to have a good body to enjoy when the days are good." Sis, are you really sure you don't want to go for a run with me? Older sister from a young age does not like sports. The student era every year 800 meters of physical testing failed the Lord. At the moment shaking his head shook like a rattle. Chen Siwen did not force her, change their own running equipment. Since I took the time to go back to the rental house to vacate my stuff, I didn't realize it was already 10:30 p.m. Worthy of high-grade housing, greening is well done, but also close to the lake. The air is slowly all cozy. The lake breeze is very comfortable here at night, and although it's rather late, you can see night runners sporadically. So Chen Siwen starts his self-discipline life, but without running a few laps around the lake. He realized a serious problem: the lake was too close to the company. And not only are there upscale neighborhoods around the company, but there are also staff dormitories in the technology park. With such a nice running area by the lake, it was rare to run into colleagues by chance, so much so that the news of Chen Siwen's moving didn't take a while to get around the company. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Editor-in-chief Chen went into the west side yard. Yes, Yes, Mr. Wu has heard that he has lived here before. Chen Siwen are flabbergasted. So coincidental, but cannot say coincidental. The West Side Courtyard was originally Tinglong Real Estate's property. Penny Wu as a young owner has lived here. What is strange? But then the rumors get weird. Chen Siphon helpless. But fortunately, the community is also paved and the walkway is very good. High-grade community green or good. Cleaning is also very careful. The air is naturally also good. The key to privacy. So to avoid the occasional strange eyes of the learned group's employees while running. If you can't afford to mess with me, you can't afford to hide from me? Sitting in a chair on the curb of the neighborhood. This day I was going to tighten my shoelaces and just run when I suddenly saw a familiar figure. It's actually Chief Editor Lin. Chief. Chen Siwen sat on a wooden chair and waved hello. Lin Hai had long heard about Chen Siwen's move, so it was no surprise to meet him in his own neighborhood, and responded with a smile. Siwen, what a coincidence. You're also running. Yeah, the editor-in-chief lives here too? Well, at that time, the company had a quota, so the family bit the bullet and bought me a house here. Chief Editor Lin said with a smile, then raised his finger and pointed. Here, that's the building. I heard that a lot of Tengfei's executives have houses in this building, and General Manager Xiao Wu's house seems to be on the top floor. Speaking of General Manager Xiao Wu, Lin Hai also took a special look at Chen Siwen. Yes, Little Wu's general house is in this building. Ha, ha, ha. Chen Siwen smiled on the surface, but in his heart, he was spitting out a sentence. Why does everyone think that if I go upstairs for lunch at noon, I will definitely be close to Penny Wu? You think we're going to talk a lot? That we'd exchange a lot of questions? No, nothing. Have you guys ever considered the problem that Penny Wu can't talk? She can only type and hold up poker cards when her hands are occupied during dinner. Good shot. Communication is all about enlightenment. Chen Siwen thought about it, and that was probably one of the objective reasons why she felt she wasn't too special at all. Chen Siwen, this young man, is indeed low profile, have been their own bumped into and small Wu general feeding each other. That little break time at noon are not avoided to stay together. And now also Pingbian moved, but still a state of I'm not too familiar with the president. Not at all ostentatious. That's nice. Lin Hai had the sense not to break it up and said hello before running off on his own. Chen Siphon also shrugged his shoulders and began to work out in a serious manner. At the same time, not far away from the Wu family's old house, looking at the backpack, because you cannot say goodbye, can only be good to shake your hand to move out of the daughters. The old father is particularly entangled, but in the end can only back hands, sighing, looking at the shadow of the car in the distance, shaking his head, then waited until the next day, around 8 o'clock in the evening, after the food in his stomach was slightly digested. Chen Siwen he came to the neighborhood as usual. The words Lin Hai exchanged with him last night still had a little effect. The old position, by the bench, moving his joints up and down at the same time. He subconsciously looked over in the direction of the building that Lin Hai had pointed his finger at yesterday, and had moved away with a simple glance. But in the end, just as he did so, he was stunned, and then he looked over again. A familiar figure came into view. She really lives here. Ha, Penny Wu. She was also running at night, wearing sports shorts, wrapped in those black tight pants specially made for sports, which completely outlined her thin, straight legs, and the same black tights depicted her luscious upper body section perfectly. Ms. Wu. Chen Siwen was also quite rare to see her outside the company, and snapped a greeting. You also run at night. See, they don't talk much. Die of laughter. Pressed to speak at all, at least to Chen Siwen. Although he had to admit it was true that the upper and lower levels were a bit unlike upper and lower levels, where upper and lower levels fed each other. But friends really aren't friends either. The two really didn't feel like they knew each other very well. For Chen Siwen to pick one word to describe it at the moment would be, it's just a single pure rice hitchhiker. Penny Wu raised her hand, a sign that she heard her. Don't say, people can't talk. Greetings and expressions of intent are still quite straightforward, without so many human feelings. But that doesn't make Penny Wu communicative. On the contrary, she is really difficult to communicate. From time to time, people staring at, and do not say a word. As an employee, by the boss look at, or more or less still a little fidgety. The key to her so that the two people occasionally in the office awkwardly sit in silence, as if the crows are in the two people's head leisurely fly over the behavior. That's pretty reasonable when you think about it. As the editor-in-chief, Chen Siwen and do not know the top boss is his own sticky hoo-hoo female netizen. Naturally, cannot be very casual, and as a mute, you let Penny Wu take the initiative to find a topic of conversation. You are not rather unreasonable some? To say a little to seek advancement a little bit of people. Shelves outside the night run into the boss. Not to say that the performance is too close, before or to show their faces to brush the eye. But Chen Siphon does not seek to improve. A simple greeting. He ran away on his own. Show his face? Ha! The joke. I even in front of the boss in front of the mouth did not show off. Does it help with communication? Not helpful. The boss is not a regular person. And even a little strange. Chen Siwen feet on the ground of the Lord. Did not pull a hard face to run to get close to the intention. However, you say that the relationship between the two of them is not normal. The two of them are not normal at this point. At noon when the meal. Chen Siwen is just sober. But he is not the kind of reaction is particularly slow to the big fool. Although it is not so bright. But he can vaguely smell. Penny Wu is wanting to eat with him. And also a little. Anticipation? Ahem. This is not Chen Siwen no basis blindly. The main Wu Penny no matter how busy. How many things? At noon will put down. Take out that 20 minutes good behavior sitting at the dining table waiting for Chen Siwen. Just like now. The moonlight is glittering and sprinkling. Whereas Penny Wu's little body compared to Chen Siwen's little hanging pussy that is favored by the heavens. Although she was sweating profusely and humming and puffing to speed up her pace. It seemed as if she was still trying to keep up with Chen Sifeng's footsteps in front of her. Chen Siphon froze. He had already lassoed her around the neighborhood, and didn't know what she was chasing with her eyes flickering, blinking. He still inquired in a low voice. Boss, do you want to take a break? Have a drink of water or something? Penny Wu twisted her head hard to look at him, huffing and puffing while shaking her head. Chen Siphon a sound. He runs generally like to run by himself, and he is now this body. Slightly running slow a little bit of sports feeling or not. Thought, and then happily greeted the moonlight. Greeted the clear breeze of the community garden to run forward. For a few days in a row, Chen Siwen had to circle around Penny Wu several times a day, having a comfort of surpassing the big boss, simply not too cool. And then finally, one day in the midst of Chen Siwen's cheerful lapping, the president of the Lord was too tired to see it, and was very displeased, and demanded that he and she should run at about the same pace. Caught in a daze, Chen Siwen asked why, with her body bent over, one eye closed, and her small hand still stuck in her waist in one bent area. Penny Wu raised her cell phone in protest and handed it to Chen Siwen. Because I can't run anymore. I have to say, the presidentess was so good at being jealous than he could even run fast. So Chen Siwen had no choice but to run a step to see the progress of Penny Wu. He slowed down a little bit when he was fast. She slowed down a little bit more slowly. See more. Chen Siwen suddenly realized. Hey, how she ran slower and slower. The slower and slower. The face also gradually had a change. Paused to take another look. Did not even see the silhouette of the person. Question mark. She actually suddenly squatted. Chen Siwen hastily turned around and walked back a few steps. Originally thought that she was not tired or something. Just bent down to ask what happened. The result was that Chen Siwen had only just approached no more than 2 steps. Squatting, she suddenly held her thighs humming and puffing and turned a few steps, with her back to Chen Siwen. Chen Siphon and around to her front yet. She glanced at Chen Siphon, and hummed and hawed again, a move of small feet to hide back to the original position. Chen Siwen disbelieving another round. I duck. You round. I duck. Penny Wu was spinning around like a muffled pink gyroscope at the moment. Chen Siwen lips a sheet, then cried and laughed and looked down at her. You just say she is difficult to get along with it. Strange and strange without a head. Big sister. You stupid turn what can't you just say? Oh, like you really can't just say. Chen Siphon is still a little unclear why, but he seems to see the top of Penny Wu's white gym shorts seems to be stained with a bit of red. Chen Siwen's expression changed slightly, as if he understood something. Every girl has those days every month. There's nothing more embarrassing than that. No wonder it's hiding. Chen Siwen silently looked at the little pink cyclone squatting on the ground. Ahem. This big summer. There is no jacket or anything. Chen Siwen coughed twice. Thought about it. A bite of his teeth to take off his black sweatshirt. And then don't look at her. Don't look at her head. Hand the clothes in his hands, leisurely handed out. Honestly bent down. Exposed his back, squatting in front of Penny Wu. Snappishly said. What? Boss, you blocked it well on the air. I can't see you if I carry you on my back, huh? The bare-chested Chen Siwen thoughtfully looked out for Penny Wu. Penny Wu raised her head carefully, looking dumbfounded at Chen Sifeng's sweaty back, taking a look at the short sleeves in her arms, blinking her eyes. She hurriedly got up and tied them around her waist. Not a moment. Chen Sifen felt a breeze gently patted on his naked back, because the body with sweat. Along the wind there is a trace of coolness flashed, followed by a soft body warm and hot next to the skin through the shirt and clothes on the up. Hissing, there was a steeply provocative touch on his back, and Penny Wu's white arms were obediently and naturally pressed against his shoulders. In front of his neck, Chen Sifen's hand gently pressed against her soft and sticky thighs, blinked, swallowed hard, carefully adjusted, exhaled, and with a lift of his head was about to get up. Ergo, the air was more than a little quiet, and in front of him was chief editor Lin, and his cell phone that had crashed messily in the wind. Chen Siwen was bare-chested, and on his back at the moment there was a big boss who had his head buried and didn't really want to see anyone. Editor-in-chief Chen dryly nuzzled his mouth trying to explain something. However, just a few seconds later, chief editor Lin silently picked up the cell phone on the ground, and then ran in the other direction of the fork in the road, ignoring the two men like a blind man, and even plugged his ears with the headphones that at the moment could no longer play any music at all. Ha! 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 Sorry to interrupt. You guys carry on, carry on. At this moment on the quiet walkway of the neighborhood, Chen Siwen was helpless. How come there is chief editor Lin everywhere, but people who live here have the habit of running at night, so it's not unusual to be bumped into. The only thing to blame is that the relatives of the big boss's family came at the wrong time. Luckily, it was close to home, and with the night breeze, along the walkway, Chen Siwen quickly walked towards the building Lin Hai had pointed out yesterday. Huffing and puffing, Chen Siwen felt the weight behind her, and said that the boss's body is really soft. Coughing, she is already good looking enough, but her body is even better. She usually does not speak, and sometimes she looks dull, but her bones are just revealing a mature flavor. At 5'7", there was absolutely no ambiguity about where the meat should be, and her body was extremely well proportioned. To be honest, leaving aside the fact that she was the boss, she hung quietly and was particularly cooperative, and as far as touch was concerned, it had to be said that Chen Siwen felt quite comfortable on her back, but the embarrassment faded, feeling the warmth on the back, ripples to rise when Chen Siwen afterthought realized that he would not be too appropriate. Boss, she just relatives accidentally came, as if not twisted feet, fall or something, huh? He was so naked carrying her. Chen Siwen thought about it and hurriedly asked tentatively, look at me, I'm covered in sweat. So what, boss, why don't I put you down? Penny Wu didn't say anything, but her slightly tightened arms expressed everything. Don't come down. Then Chen Siwen has no doubt. He is just sober, but not stupid. If you are the boss, it's okay to carry it for a lifetime, and then you will be able to point the way to the grandeur of the world. Chen Siwen coughed twice. Here we go again. One of the after effects of too much contact with the boss. You're too much of a thinker, aren't you? Fortunately, Chen Siwen is extremely able to distinguish between reality and fantasy. Otherwise it is estimated that it has long been floating. Flying in the company, the mind do not know where to fly. Sparingly, she carried a buried boss always into her building, got on the elevator, and vaguely remembered what Lin Hai had said last night. Boss, is it the top floor? Just feel the little head on the shoulder obediently nodded twice, and when Chen Siwen honestly sent the boss to the front of the house, in front of the thick password door, Chen Siwen bent down, just put her down, only to see Penny Wu frowning, her body rickety, slightly raised her head, half of her small face revealed in the somewhat dim white light in the hallway, her arm wrapped around her stomach, her teeth lightly biting her lower lip, her hair strewn and sticking to her pretty face, her big eyes somewhat pitifully looking him over, wanting to say something, but not being able to say anything. Chen Siwen froze, hurriedly reached out her hand and lent it to her, looking at Chen Siwen's puzzled expression. Only then did she take out her cell phone, her small face somewhat screwed up as she finished tapping and handed it to Chen Siwen. Ouch, tummy ache, then drip, the sound of successful fingerprint authentication. She moved her arm slightly, disengaged Chen Siwen's arm, took back the cell phone again, went inside, tapped something and held it up for Chen Siwen to see. Xiao Chen. Thank you, it's getting late, you go home. Waiting to observe Chen Siwen finish reading the words in the chat box, she squeezed out a smile, and with the hand that wasn't cupping the cell phone, she waved it obediently at Chen Siwen before gently pulling it and closing the door of the room with a bang. When Chen Siwen returned home thoughtfully, he did not come back to wait for him to not sleep and watch TV. Old sister from the living room sofa got up to welcome over when they were startled. Io, Siwen, how did you get? Where are your clothes? Why are you still naked? Chen Siwen didn't answer her old sister's query, but just suddenly asked with great curiosity. Old sister, aren't all menstrual cramps hard to bear? Of course especially uncomfortable, just like a small person with a small needle in your stomach can vigorously stab the same. Older sister obviously still some fear like honestly answered Chen Siwen's question, not only pain, sometimes the waist will also be sore, will also feel nausea and regurgitation. Anyway, why do you ask this? Again, Chen Siwen didn't answer his oldest sister's question, and followed it up with, then how can this be alleviated? Although the old sister does not understand why Chen Siwen will ask these, but she still softly answered, usually drink some warm water, brown sugar water and then hot compress the stomach. Really cannot take some painkillers. When Chen Siwen heard this, she shook her head. How much does it hurt your body to take painkillers? Can't eat it, By the way, old sister, do you have brown sugar at home? There is. You find me. I'm going to take a shower and change my clothes. And you get me one of those clean towels I bought the other day. Oh. Older sister nodded her head and went to work. And when Chen Siwen poured herself clean in 3 tries and walked out, as if she was carrying something to go out again, she still couldn't help but ask curiously, Siwen, it's so late. You still want to go out? Chen Siwen didn't change his shoes either, so he wore slippers and his hand was already on the doorknob before twisting his head and winking at his oldest sister. Older sister, what would you do if one day, your boss maybe needed a little help? Help her? Perfect. We siblings thought of it together. Chen Siwen pulled open the door of the room and walked out. However, Chen Sijia firstly nodded indistinctly, and then froze, and then shook his head violently. The words are so. The reason is also this reason. But, who's the boss that needs brown sugar and hot towels? Associated with a novel that my oldest brother said earlier. A not so reliable idea crossed in the mind. Chen Sijia froze, hurriedly shook his head again. But the romance girl at the moment is a bit unable to sit still. Thinking about before the oldest brother asked himself questions about romance novels, Chen Sijia hid into the bedroom, and then sneakily opened the readers of the romance novels. The power of the crowd, such as asked, family I have a friend. He chased his tail, at the moment carrying a bag, standing in front of the boss's home of course. Chen Siwen does not know a group management of the gold. He originally looked at the boss's empty home on her alone, and then thought of the boss pain, and cannot speak. Poor rickety body waving his hands when the feeling of a trace of loneliness, the head of a hot, Chen Siwen on the offer here, but when he got to the door, he suddenly got weak again. What a face! Sensing a hint of loneliness from the boss you came over? The boss is still the boss even if he's pathetic and depressed. You're a small editor-in-chief without some account? But the boss seems to be treating himself a little differently. Shouldn't he, and could he, do something about it? Do a normal person good. Big bosses likes and dislikes and normal people that are not the same. Plus your company with the big boss is not a normal person. People look at you different. Maybe people just figure a novelty. You do not really want to think of something, right? How many words have you said to the boss in total? Chen Siwen felt his head two small people fighting, raised his hand and hesitated for half a day, thinking to come all the way. Even if the horse's ass shot on the horse's leg was kicked off, the recognition on the recognition, but also broke some messy and unrealistic fantasies. Well, Chen Siwen exhaled heavily and knocked on Penny Wu's room door with a thud. The light in the hallway wasn't that harshly bright, but dark with a bit of eye protection. Soft, and after knocking on the door there was the same slightly nervous self-consciousness of a student knocking on the homeroom's office. Chen Siwen also has his own self-consciousness as a small editor-in-chief. The door of the room, lightly ringing, was unscrewed from the inside, poked out a puzzled little face. Slightly anxious Chen Siwen rushed forward to welcome a step. Boss, this is so. The family has a little bit of brown sugar, and we are now neighbors and neighbors. I thought you need it or not. Just give a little sent over. After Penny Wu saw the visitor clearly, her tightly knit brows eased a bit, and with a pair of dumbfounded eyes, she pushed the door of the room open, and looked at Chen Siwen in confusion, as well as the bag that was handed over in his hands, and didn't pick it up, but instead, she slightly stepped aside a bit. May I come in? Chen Siwen blinked his eyes. It seemed that the horse's ass was not patted on the horse's leg, and Penny Wu obediently took a few steps back and nodded her head, because Chen Siwen's slippers were stepped on outside. He stared at the shoe cabinet. Penny Wu stared at him and generously took her pair of pink slippers and threw them at Chen Siwen's feet. Chen Siwen looked at the shoes, and then looked at his feet. This 36 size cute little slippers, to their 43 size feet is not a little too disrespectful. Looking up, I saw the big boss who was covering her stomach and still looking forward to it. You can say she is not strange. She now has this pair of big eyes that clearly write. You wear my slippers, damn. The big boss really likes to play with others. As the saying goes, you can't move from poverty to poverty, and you can't bend from wealth to wealth. If you want me to wear pink slippers, it's not impossible. Chen Siwen honestly really put big feet into the pair of small pink drag. The size simply cannot squeeze in. But look at the eyes squinting a little happy boss. Forget it, today her day is not right. Not with her, and he a small editor-in-chief has no human rights. The boss to let wear what on what to wear chant. He was about to enter the house so shamefully, but as a result, Penny Wu reached out and blocked him, shaking her head and pointing to the big slippers that he would have worn, and then unable to say anything at all. She picked up the small slate on the entryway cabinet and wrote words and held it up for Chen Siwen to see. There is no need to change your shoes. Chen Siwen froze, looked down at his own, was remembered in the tiny pink slippers and the poor big feet. Then you get me a pair of your pink slippers. Teasing people, damn boss. Tolerable. Chen Siwen changed back to slippers. decisively, then went into the house, and then carried the bag into the kitchen. To come all to offer attentiveness, that is not as good as one step to the endurance. Boss, can I borrow your pot? Penny Wu raises her board. Chen Siwen then boiled up brown sugar water, and also boiled a pot of hot water, and then borrowed a basin from the toilet, caught some cold water, and blended some hot water, and finally, after testing the temperature of the water with his finger, he threw in the dry towel he brought. Busy for a while, Penny Wu West Side Yard Home is very elegant and luxurious house. Silver gray marble slab is pure black plain and introspective but expensive coffee table. Coffee table under the pure handmade velvet carpet. Cotton linen wrapped solid wood sofa. Penny Wu rickety sitting, hand rubbing on the stomach. Boss, brown sugar water. Chen Siwen handed out the cup, watched her red lips slightly open, gulp and gulp, took the empty cup, and handed her the hot towel. There is also a hot towel. Apply a compress, it should feel better. Anon. Penny Wu received the hot towel, looked up at Chen Siwen. Eye suddenly Ying flashed a trace of anticipation. Across the network line over the house. Where is the reality of fun? They used to have a stomachache. Xiao Chen will be on the internet to help themselves to rub their stomachs. She generously handed the hot towel back to Chen Siwen, and then in his unguarded expression, her beautiful legs lifted and crossed, happily placing them on the sofa, and then her upper body also collapsed, revealing her small stomach. Penny Wu turned her head sideways, staring at the stunned Chen Siwen, rubbing her stomach, seeing that he stupidly didn't reflect at all, rubbing her stomach again. What the hell? Chen Siwen feel their hands at the moment hot towel, surprised to see that side has changed ice silk pajamas, even if lying, with the aroma of light rose body wash. Light pink pajamas wrapped in the texture of the body are not to mention how tempting. That what the boss? You do not scare people. You will not want me to give you a belly rub, right? The night, we are not happy to joke. Seeing Chen Siwen's expression, Wu Pei and I is a little dissatisfied. Chatting when you often pretend to be stupid to fool yourself. Wu Pei and I looked at a bit of a handful of Chen Siwen. A small hand reached out, grabbed Chen Siwen's wrists, and then gently pulled, and then nodded with satisfaction, and closed her eyes comfortably. It is true that it is more comfortable than the netting through which Chen is separated from the netting, and that Chen is rubbing it with his own hands. Chen Siwen lips slightly open. At the moment the mind seems to have a small child singing, "Children, you are not a lot of question marks?" The hand then felt that he touched something particularly silky. That is the unique touch of the ice silk material, and separated from the pajamas, is delicate another layer of warmth. You, me, the boss. Chen Siwen for a time flaxen stayed, hard to swallow saliva, hand uncontrollable gently helped her rub. At the same time the throat eyes blocked up a large number of words, but did not say to the export, and finally ghostly hold out a sentence. Boss, overtime have wages. Penny Wu's expression was particularly stretched, squinting her eyes, and she didn't have a reply for half a day. Chen Siwen then felt especially weird. The boss is home. He sat by the sofa. The boss lay on the sofa, his hand rubbing on the boss's stomach. 1 minute, 10 minutes. Moses, is anyone there? Am I going to be rubbing all night? So what? The boss seems to have fallen asleep under her own care. Do I quietly leave with the door open or do I stand by her to make sure the first thing she sees is herself who has been waiting all night? Waiting online. Pretty urgent. Boss? Chen Siwen felt that if she sleeps on the sofa, it is not possible to catch a cold. He is not clear and she is suddenly a ghost of what? Of course, cannot swing her to her boudoir, can only softly call. Penny Wu opened her eyes and blinked at him. It's late, and I have to work tomorrow. Why don't you go back to your room and rest? Saying that, he took the initiative and retracted his hand with fondness. Penny Wu also sat up and nodded obediently. I'll go home first then? Anon. When Chen Siwen went all the way back home as if he was a bit floundering, his old sister was not asleep at the moment, holding her cell phone in the living room. Hearing the door open, she stood up, so Chen Siwen leaned over and suddenly called out in a daze. Old sister. Chen Sijia hid her cell phone in her bag and blinked. What's wrong? Chen Siwen didn't come back to her senses until she saw her loved ones and returned to her own nest. Looking down at her hand that still had some residual warmth in it, she hurriedly shook her head. No, nothing happened. Chen Sijia absent-mindedly made a couple of O's and reminded Chen Siphon to turn off the lights, so she minded her cell phone and hurried back to the bedroom. Until Chen Siwen went back to the bedroom he patted his face. Don't panic. The female president of this completely want one out is one out. Style change too fast. The scene in front of him seems to be only in the romance novels have seen. To not buy a few romance novels to get the idea suddenly in Chen Siwen's mind stupid, tossing and turning for a long time before he fell asleep in a daze. And when Chen Siwen left, Penny Wu, who felt her stomach feeling much better, peacefully lifted the quilt and lay down on the bed, and after briefly ruffling her hair, she earnestly picked up one of the books on the nightstand and carefully flipped through it. She read very slowly, and from time to time also slightly nodded, but did not look at it for a long time. Pennywu was very organized. The bookmark stuck in the last reading page, closed the book, turned off the light. The delicate body today especially pleasant to lie down, not forgetting themselves and rubbing their own little tummy, eyes blinking 2 times and then closed. Only the last dimly lit sleep wall sconce remained flickering, while the light reflected a string of book titles. Heck, the president's last name is Sugar. Sugar to Sorrow. The next day was clear and calm. Older sister was wearing a dark circle under her eyes, cooking breakfast for herself. Sis, last night was hard for you, waiting for me to come home for half a day. Next time it's not necessary. Just rest yourself. Don't worry about me. My oldest sister, wearing an apron and pinching a small pan of fried eggs through her gloves, turned oh so subtly. I waited, but the dark circles under my eyes weren't all from waiting for my brother. I was so vocal in the group chat last night that I lost track of time. I didn't fall asleep until 4 a.m., but it was quite rewarding, picking the omelette in Chen Siwon's bowl. He then took out the milk from the refrigerator and sagely poured the milk for Chen Siwon while Chen Sijia seriously inquired him. Siwon, is your boss a girl? Yeah. Did you hit someone's car? Chen Siwon froze, but in the end, he didn't hide it and nodded his head helplessly. It was an accident. Chen Sijia revealed an expression that was really like that. Last night, I think it must have been the boss who was not feeling well. Yes. Does the boss treat you particularly differently? Chen Siwon froze for a moment. The collision of the car not only did not let you compensate, but also specially let the repair shop specially organized a sweepstakes-free activities to give you enough respect, right? Chen Siwon, huh? The house we rented must have been well below the market price, and the people made special arrangements for an agent to say that the owner was abroad and rented it to you cheaply, right? Sven Chen. In fact, you don't have to hide it from your sister. After all, my sister has been reading novels for so many years. This acumen is still there. Chen Sijia said seriously and sincerely, then pouted her rosy lips. What you said before, that boss called you upstairs for dinner every day at noon. Novel protagonist is you, right? Chen Siwon didn't answer and swallowed hard, not saying anything. Is it because I said, big boss has his heart set on you, right? My oldest sister's bright eyes flowed watery and brimming with a confident gleam. Chen Siphon almost took a mouthful of milk without holding back and sprayed it out. You did it again, then knocked her on the head nonchalantly. Ouch. Chen Sijia, sooner or later the cell phone will be confiscated for you. Nothing you read less novels. How can you have such a rich imagination? Saying that, he rolled his eyes and left the door, but he still stole a glance when he passed by that building, and his palms seemed to be slightly warm as well, so he hurriedly withdrew his sight and ran into the company with a few steps. Phew. Watching the editor-in-chief receive a file containing a summary of his group's achievements for this quarter, and also sent over an emoticon with an OK gesture, Chen Siwon was relieved. After a moment's reprieve, just wanting to get up to print out and pack it up to hand over to the chief editor's office, he saw Chief Editor Lin with a passionate face holding a USB flash drive, walking to Chen Siwon's side in the process. Siwon, I'm going to the copying room here. Do you have anything that needs to be printed and copied? Give me well. I'll do it for you by the way. Chen Siwon froze and waved his hand dryly. How embarrassing that would be. It's fine. It's fine. They're all co-workers. I just happen to be on my way. Give it to me. You go about your business. You go about your business. Almost grabbing it, Lin Hai took some of Chen Siwon's documents and then happily went to the printing room over in the corner. Otherwise, some people are the editor-in-chief. Some are the editor-in-chief. And some are the editor-in-chief at a young age. It was all naked last night. Can it be wrong? This made Chen Siwon look at his back and silently said, sure enough, you can't lead a team. You can only do it until you die. Without human feelings you press no team at all. He is not stupid. Of course he knows where Chief Editor Lin's kindness comes from, but even if he is an honest child, he has a mouth at the moment. Do not know how to explain it. Yes, the two of us have nothing to do with it. I just stopped by to carry her home bareback, and then by the way to cook a bowl of brown sugar water, and finally rubbed her tummy in the end cleanly and innocently. Really innocent. Innocent Chen Siwon now seems to be able to recall the touch of the big boss pajamas, worthy of the boss to wear the brand. Touch is very classy. And outside the feeling of ice silk are not a variety of cough. Chen Siwon was a little distracted all morning. It was hard to get through to noon. He ran out of the office in a puff of smoke, and ran towards the 16th floor. There are a few co-workers look at each other. Co-worker A, half envious, half cynical, said, this is a long time. The family also moved. Are righteous. He still so hard mouth. Walked into the elevator, pressed the button on the 16th floor, had already come to the boss lair so many times, Chen Siwen should be completely unaffected by the ripples. But at the moment it is a little bit nervous. Penny Wu last night, what does it mean? Older sister read so many romance novels, read so many overbearing president. Her words are not unreasonable? Should you think boldly about it yourself? Ahem. Should one look forward to it? Push open the door. Chen Siwen are prepared mentally. The result? Indeed. Nothing happened. Wu Penny or that Wu Penny. Feeding or that feeding. The long work or that long work. Wu Penny natural like yesterday nothing happened. Like their stomach was Chen Siwen rubbed the usual. That's it? Thanks to my tossing and turning last night, I was so distracted today that I came up here humming and hawing as soon as I got off work at noon. It was a mistake to pay after all. Black-hearted capitalists who milk their free labor for all it's worth and don't give any feedback. For several days in a row, the two of them completely resumed the state of simple meal hitchhiking and punching the clock again. And Chen Siwen's expectant fantasies were all of a sudden called away by his slap. And the old sister who was originally expectant and excited to know something was also knocked on the head several times by him. Capitalists are all vampires. Moderately emotional. Wait until Penny Wu can rejoin the night of the run. Chen Siwen went to the night run. The first time even greetings did not give Penny Wu. Self-conscious running. The faster you run, set Penny Wu's lap is also more and more. Simply cannot catch up well. Penny Wu huffed and puffed as she sat on the bench breathing heavily. She didn't understand anything as she typed. Little Chen. Why aren't you waiting for me anymore? Chen Siwen also hardened up a bit. A skittish, this is all off duty. I have my own rhythm of life. Why should I wait for you? Penny Wu asked honestly in return. But aren't good friends meant to walk side by side? Chen Siwen froze. Lowered his head. He saw the simple eyes of Penny Wu. Not so much complexity. She didn't even notice that Chen Siwen was a little bit grumpy, bending over and rubbing his sore calves, and then greatly extended his two hands. There is a one and then there is a two. Penny Wu blinked expectantly, twinkling as if to say, I'm tired. Chen Siwen hummed. You think cute and pampered will be useful 2 months. The whole 2 months. Every day at noon feel like just like a toolman. Make people cannot be like you make the You reach out my hand I have to carry you? I do not want to face good friend Lu. Cough. Without realizing it, it's been almost a week since Chen Siwen became a humanoid tree at night since she was regularly fed at noon. And the big boss really knows how to give an inch. Every night as he neared home, he would reach out and hang on like a wombat to Chen Siwen, who was glued to his eyes by a cry for a good friend. In the night, Chen Siwen once again angled his head, reluctantly bent his waist and squatted in front of Penny Wu, finally unable to hold back, couldn't help but roll his eyes. A good friend is not a donkey in the production team, and can't afford to be so gripped. Penny Wu had one arm around Chen Siwen's neck and one hand placed her cell phone in front of Chen Siwen. The current Penny Wu all but did not have that day the first time on the back of the honest Waka cut. Penny Wu's petite body will slide down the slide, and then Chen Siwen will be upside down, dragging Penny Wu's small buttocks to continue to move forward. Boss, we is to say, can you come down and walk home yourself? However, Penny Wu blinked, and at the moment, she didn't know where she learned it from, shaking her head and even holding up her cell phone. I'm a bully and I don't want to walk. The plaintive night breeze wrapped in a hint of the sultry heat of a summer evening. Chen Siwen looked at the glittering screen in front of her, and paused. Her expression froze, then flashed a touch of fruitful. With a slight tilt of her head, she said quietly, Boss, don't you usually quite like reading novels? Penny Wu, look, it's nice. The leaves around the walkway rustled. Chen Siwen opened his mouth. Hand lifted Penny Wu's straight, long legs. Some helplessly asked, but this thing? Mr. Ba, can still rely on his own mouth to say? Penny Wu had her own understanding of President's surname Sugar, sweets to sadness, winking and handing her cell phone to Chen Siwen's eyes again. If I don't say anything, then how do you know I'm bossy, and I'm typing? It's not like I can speak. Chen Siwen actually felt somewhat speechless. 6. Okay, you're the boss. What can I do? Can't cooperate with your performance, I turn a blind eye to it. I'm not an actor. It's your small editor-in-chief and writer. Putting Penny Wu in front of her house. Penny Wu looked back as she slid off her back, and then even patted Chen Siwen's shoulder as a sign of encouragement. Chen Siwen froze for a moment. Just watched probably the childhood are mooted. She walked into the house quite happily. What's the script now? Chen Siwen saw that he simply did not understand. Back home. Just kicked off the sneakers. Saw senior novel fan old sister greeted. Open a pair of eyes on the up and down Chen Siwen, and so late back. Body and perfume smell. Honestly explain. You and the president to which step? I want to check your cell phone microchat. Chen Siwen backhand on the suppression of the novel addiction, completely committed by the plot hook stars in the eyes of the old sister's small face. Clear and white. What president? Where to the president? Older sister is soft and sticky and there is no point in doing anything about it. Just tell me about it. Tell me about it. It's like a novel I really want to read but there's been no follow-up. Brother, it's like there's a little kitten scratching me one by one in my heart. Chen Siju's eyes blinked rhythmically. I don't even know myself. What is there to talk about? Chen Siwen rolled her eyes and once again ruthlessly pushed her old sister away. Chen Sijia, how old are you? We grew up together. Being cute and petulant is not useful at all. Older sister took Chen Siwen a little bit no way. This romance novel group management does have her last stubbornness. Actually particularly rare put down harsh words, and then ran into her bedroom. Then you'd better not bring anyone home. But can't even put in all the tough words, or they don't add up. So what if I bring someone back? When Chen Siwen passed by his old sister's room, he even yelled in a bullying manner. By the way, sis, add a little more water to the steamed eggs tomorrow. Today's are old. My oldest sister sulked for a moment, her tone still sounding oddly menacing, but did say, got it. Chen Siphon's cluttered mood got much better all of a sudden, and returned to the bedroom with the intention of taking a shower and going to bed, and also already sitting in the study. Penny Wu was hugging her book, frowning her pretty eyebrows and shaking her head straight, puffing her cheeks and wrapping hot milk in her mouth like a cute hamster. Shouldn't have patted Xiao Chen's shoulder. That's only a shoulder pat to a subordinate. Should have turned his back and said with a couple of light grunts, woman, I won't allow you to enter my house. It seems that the boss of the president's last name is Sugar. Sweet to sorrow is still in the arrogant style. So the next night, Penny Wu reckoned that she had already found the joy of not having experienced, as a child, the joy of hosting a house party, and when she got off Chen Siwen's back, she literally raised her cell phone. Woman, I will not allow you to enter my house. Chen Siwen was silent for a few seconds and didn't say anything else, just said quietly, boss, I'm a guy. Penny Wu withdrew her hand, withdrew the message, and retyped it, man, I'm not going to allow you into my house. Chen Siwen did not say a word, just silently stepped on her house, then stated together and turned around to leave. Penny Wu didn't react at all and waved her hand, politely giving Chen Siwen another goodbye. She was addicted to the novel, but not so addicted. After a period of contact, Chen Siwen finally found an adjective to describe her at the moment. Overbearing, particularly clumsy. President A. Man, you're late. Chen Siwen, who was planning to take a break today and didn't go out for a run, held her cell phone for a long time before responding. Oh, boss, I won't come down for a run today. Take a day off. No vacation. Too arrogant, too arrogant. Chen Siwen's fists are clenched. The little editor-in-chief's rest time is also going to be taken up for punching the clock? Black-hearted and no vacation time is allowed. 996 is not as exploitative as you are. Chen Siphon hit the worker's taut string was plucked. Obviously thought and the boss become good friends. There will be a lot of benefits. The result is that he not only became a small worker, occasionally have to suffer from the boss' strange play, and even no overtime pay. Can't take a vacation, right? Chen Siwen covered his cell phone and sat in front of the computer. Why don't you just fire me? When it was late, Penny Wu sent another message. Count yourself absent from work today. And remember to come up for dinner tomorrow. And absenteeism? When will the gas shivering cold and the beaters stand up? A big boss is a big boss, making people do things that are always so natural. And if he continues like this, he'll definitely become the boss Sama's all-around houseguest. Chen Siwen clenched her fists and decided to rebel, starting from not feeding. The next day Chen Siwen never picked up his chopsticks. Penny Wu washed her hands before the meal and came out from the small bedroom in the office, just to see that both lunchboxes had not been opened. Blinking and walking over, looking at Chen Siwen suspiciously. So what? Chen Siwen exhaled and said, I won't feed you again at lunch. Why? Penny Wu raised her cell phone in confusion, staring at Chen Siwen with eyes that seemed a little flustered. Because. Chen Siwen gritted her teeth and pushed the two lunchboxes over with both hands. In reality, because of the identity of the editor-in-chief hanging, completely failed to find a way to get along with Penny Wu. Chen Siwen out of the blue. Because, that Mr. Wu, every day at noon also let you bring lunch is really troublesome. And I do things in the office every day at noon to go upstairs. We this and non-relative. The impact on you is really not good either. In the future, it is not necessary. You see how? Chen Siwen, you are really hopeless. Chen Siwen stared helplessly at the two lunchboxes. Her intentions were roughly expressed, but her temper was still not there. Penny Wu felt that the picture at this moment was particularly familiar, as if she had seen it in a book. So she also naively simply didn't know anything about adding fuel to the fire. Man, you want to go on strike? Chen Siwen wanted to take a hoe and hoe her to death. I don't know how the female lead of a romance novel likes the male lead. Chen Siwen stopped serving, got up and left. Wait until the next day. Chen Siwen vigorously to the Science and Technology Park. and Penny Wu to express the intention of the strike clearly. At this moment, completely free of nonsense, sleep is not too fragrant. The capitalist's temperamental, the boss of such creatures, that is the average person can touch? Chen Siwen without a little pressure. All morning with a smile. The heart is not too much by the boss after the influence of the magnetic field. At the moment incomparably clear and sunny. Cafeteria go. It's been a long time since I tasted the cafeteria's plain and simple aroma of Chen Siwen incomparably miss. The first to rush out of the office after work at noon. And so on, after eating and drinking enough. Greeted most of his colleagues today with a particularly special and strange look. Chen Siwen frowned back to the office door, not paying attention to stare inward, his mouth steeply open. The road seems to not even see clearly almost fell, only to see President Wu sitting obediently in his place, her small worried hands fiddling with the 2 lunchboxes in her hands from time to time. Hear the doorway and the table knocked after the inhalation sound. Penny Wu she only hurriedly turned her small head, looked at the doorway of the small chin, small hands shrink, drooping head to the left to move the chair, in the right to Chen Siwen to leave a range of a larger position, quietly tapping the cell phone screen, and then looked up to Chen Siwen blinking translucent big eyes. At the moment the office fell into a burst of eerie quiet. Each colleague is basically sitting upright, not looking at the computer screen in front of their eyes. Crackling. The boss is currently. One seems to be particularly diligent work. And Chen Siwen stared blankly at the familiar and unfamiliar office at this moment when she was supposed to be on her lunch break. Beeping, silently following the vibration to her cell phone. She saw a message on it. I'm sorry. Chen Sifen felt the sight if any around him, and the knot in his throat surged and exaggerated. It's okay to feed only the 2 of them in the president's lair. This would be in the office in front of so many people. It's too shameful. No. Chen Siwen shook his head fiercely, then rushed to run up, and could not care less. One hand lifted up the lunchbox, one hand grabbed President Wu's white wrist, and caught a bit of vigilance or not. Still good blinking eyes of Penny Wu ran out of the office. The boss is gone. The Todd office finally suddenly had the feeling of breathing a sigh of relief. The rest of the colleagues looked at each other in dismay and silence for a long time before colleague A sighed quietly. No wonder I'm so happy to see Chief Editor Chen today. It turns out to be righting the ship. Walked into the elevator. The aroma of the big boss in the narrow space of the elevator is particularly easy to diffuse inside the nose. Quiet. Chen Siwen carrying the lunchbox, from time to time absent-mindedly along with the aroma of the side of the head to look at her. Ding dong. The elevator arrives at the sound of the voice as a sound. Will feel their hands outwardly there is a clear tugging force. Look up as the big eyes of Penny Wu puzzled. Chen Siwen realized that he had not let go of her wrist all the way up the stairs, and hurriedly let go of his hand. The elevator door closed again, and neither of them had gone out yet. Penny Wu wasn't in a hurry and took out her cell phone again from her bag. What's wrong? Chen Siwen's eyes lingered on the phone for a moment, then moved away to look at Penny Wu, exhaled and asked, why did you say sorry to me? Penny Wu's eyes were beautiful, looking a touch of translucent innocence in her dark orbs. I don't know but it feels like you're having a tantrum? Chen Siwen aired, obviously not expecting Penny Wu to say that, and said with a crying smile, you still don't know anything after all. Know what? You've been. Forget it, it's nothing. Chen Siwen let out a bitter smile, and didn't know how to describe to the big boss how she had acted towards a hitman. Perhaps a little too much. As a result of that knowing Penny Wu she actually tapped her cell phone expectantly again. Have I been feeling safe with the domineering president lately? No. You are not counting at all. Chen Siwen realized that the subdimensional wall between him and his boss seemed to be slowly slipping away, putting aside the fact that she was the boss. It seemed like she really did carry a touch of clear stupidity in her eyes. Chen Siwen was flabbergasted for a moment, and couldn't help but blurt out, you've got a fart. You're a stupid boss. What do you know about bullying? But the little editor-in-chief giggled when he finished, and it was over. Before he had a chance to observe his boss's reaction, only heard the elevator ding tone. A mediocre timing man Lin chief editor is standing dumbfounded in the elevator door. Up fierce, big noon to see Chen editor-in-chief scolded the president. Ha, ha, ha. When the elevator silently closed, Chen Siwen did not see any angry reaction from Penny Wu, but once again took the initiative to press the button for the 16th floor. This time, the feeling of going upstairs was very different from the previous visit. Before it was like a small player who had wandered into the lair of the final boss in a haphazard manner. Curious but more disturbed, fearful, terrified, whatever the mindset was anyway. And this time is to go wherever you can show off the big boss personally appeared. Good walking next to him to take him all the way rampage. Chen Siwen is just a small white name editor-in-chief who is not even at 100 levels, while she is a big boss with 1000 levels of equipment pulling, covered in gold, and with titles pulling, all of Chen Siwen's chi. When she enters the lair, It is as if she is hit with the control skill of breaking the chi. Yesterday just finished saying that a 7-foot man doesn't feed anymore. And when he arrived at the lair, without anyone having to say anything, Chen Siwon honestly carried his lunchbox and sat down at the table, taking the initiative to open it. Boss, it's ready. Penny Wu, eyeing. Chen Siwon held the chopsticks in a regular manner and skillfully pinched the dishes over time, which knew that Penny Wu blocked Chen Siwon's hand, picked up the chopsticks herself, and gently shook them in front of Chen Siwon's eyes before holding up the cardboard with the words already written on it before to show Chen Siwon, "You don't like to be fed, so there's no need to do so." Chen Siwon froze, and Penny Wu held up a small cardboard, slightly blocking half of her face, and stared tentatively at Chen Siwon before turning a page. "Chen, you can talk, but I can't. We're good friends. If there's anything we're not happy about or don't like, can you tell me first? Don't go on strike all of a sudden, okay?" Chen Siwon froze. Only at this moment seems to really feel the sincerity of Penny Wu to make friends. As if that before has been illusory. As if it cannot catch the way to get along. Slowly, was found. Chen Siwon exhaled and nodded with a smile. "Good. Let's eat. Good. You've got your eye on that dish. Remember to clip it yourself if you want to eat it. Aha. This egg is delicious. You eat it. Fine. You don't like red meat? Then I'll ask the kitchen not to make it tomorrow." Sven Chen. Penny Wu was currently holding chopsticks in one hand and gently biting them in her mouth, while tapping her cell phone with one hand, half-heartedly taking a few bites. Chen Siwon, who was sitting on the side, had something in her mouth and couldn't speak. "Is it choking? Wait. I'll go get you some water." Penny Wu did get up. Chen Siwon dumbfounded bite by bite stuffing himself with rice. There is a horrible thought flashed. He seems to be a bit misunderstood the big boss. The big boss himself did not speak before. It may not be purely because of the hand to take chopsticks to feed him, control of her weak hands. After receiving the paper cup in a daze and gulping down a sip, she skimmed her mouth and handed her cell phone to Chen Siwon to look at. "You never choke when I feed you. I don't know why you don't like feeding." Chen Siwon easily swallowed something, was about to speak. Sniffing, immediately choked, while coughing with his eyes to accuse Penny Wu. "I haul 7-foot man, eh? I'm a 7-foot man. I'm not a child. Why are you asking me? Don't joke around when you're eating, okay? And it's still so cold." Seeing him coughing to the point of tears, Penny Wu gracefully leaned over and gently patted his back to help him smooth out his breath. Chen Siwon was enveloped by her light and mature womanly aura. Suddenly a heartbeat accelerated, and hastily dodged to the side. Little General Wu was really too scary. "Closer to the heart," or strongly protested. Chen Siwon sideways head slyly said, "Boss, is it true that you have never played house when you were a child?" "Ang? Me? I just feel as if I'm a lucky toolman." "A lucky toolman who has a connection with Big Boss and accompanies Big Boss to play house games." Chen Siwon sighed and said with a bitter smile. Penny Wu withdrew her small hand and looked at him, shaking her head. "Not a toolman. A friend." Chen Siwon looked at Penny Wu's eyes and said with a clench of his teeth, "But it shouldn't be like this. A friend is one who understands each other's thoughts. And even if the two people's identities aren't equal, there is a measure of respect for each other, and respect for each other." Chen Siwon completely put her chopsticks down and said seriously, "Boss, friends actually don't have words like late, absentee, and strike." Beside her, Penny Wu also put down her chopsticks. Confusion flashed in her eyes, and her small hands were a bit overwhelmed and didn't understand. Now he could see a little more clearly. Where is the boss? Just a clumsy boss who can't talk and doesn't have many friends. Chen Siwon sighed and moved his chair, facing his boss head on for the first time in a big way and extending his hand. "Boss, get reacquainted." Chen Siwon. Penny Wu's full red lips slightly opened, and she scrambled to find her cell phone. Then, knowing that Chen Siwon shook her head, without her having to speak, she took the initiative for the first time and requested, "Shake up." Wu Penny's big eyes were full of flashes. Her small hand hurriedly and obediently wiped on the side of her pants and grabbed Chen Sifeng's big hand. Chen Sifeng observed her and, realized that he seemed to have a big misunderstanding because of his previous small editor-in-chief perspective. Penny Wu wanted to say hello, Chen Siwon, but unfortunately she couldn't. She could only give him food to show her happiness. Chen Siwon also felt the right flavor. Have not introduced themselves to the friend counts. What kind of friends? Then there's just a naive and unself-conscious boss who can't make friends at all, and a sober and helplessly coping junior editor-in-chief. Not a whiff of camaraderie. You eat too. Chen Siwon smiled and also gave Penny Wu 2 clips of food back. Penny Wu cheerfully raised her board. By the way, in the future, boss, you mustn't suddenly carry a lunchbox downstairs. That will scare your coworkers, and the impact is not good. Oh, and boss, enough is enough. I ate our company cafeteria's spare rib set meal at noon. No need to clip me anymore. Chen Siwon's stomach was bursting. Penny Wu suddenly put down her chopsticks at his words and stared at him with wide eyes. Boss? Chen Siwon blinked. And she blinked back, glaring straight at him for more than 10 seconds. Little editor-in-chief Chen had just stood up not long before he indisputably picked up his chopsticks again. Actually, it's not impossible to eat a little more. Which knew that Penny Wu didn't mean that at all. Handing her cell phone to Chen Siwon. Didn't you say that there's no absenteeism, tardiness, or strikes between friends? Then there's no boss either. Chen Siwon, my name is Penny Wu. Chen Siwon froze to look at the flickering screen and looked up to see the serious big boss. Chen Siwon put down her chopsticks for the last time today at noon, took a breath, let out a light laugh, and said, okay. Light himself said that it is actually floating. There is a response to really count the feet on the ground. Until he returned to the office, looking around everyone's strange eyes, want to get close to ask, and suddenly keep a good distance from everyone. Chen Siwon finally gave an answer to the eating masses. Well, I show my cards. Mr. Wu is actually my good friend. If before Chen editor-in-chief took the initiative to explain, people still believe that Chen editor-in-chief this honest comrade. But now, just a friend, that's it? She came down with her lunchbox. Before that, I was so sure that you had nothing to do with her. Apparently editor-in-chief Chen, a comrade with a mouth that dogs don't believe in anymore. Even colleague A can only in the back of the envy jealous I hate extra horse harnessed by the side of a team how is not their own See you later, editor-in-chief Chen. Where's editor-in-chief Chen off duty? You go first. I'll see you tomorrow. Editor-in-chief Chen. Oh, bye. Chen Siwon step a pause sardonic smile waving his hand to cope with almost the whole company's co-workers. At noon so open and clear things. Where there is any secret to speak of, the whole company has spread. The photos are flying all over the sky. Even the minions throughout the entire Tingfei Technology Park. The top of the old father heard the first time. The old father went to pay homage to their own ancestral graves at night. The ancestors' blessing. Our family is finally going to be the end of the bittersweet. When the service was over, and I was missing my daughter, the car pulled into the underground garage of the West Side Yard. When he arrived at his daughter's house, Wu Guodong froze for a moment. Only to see that the daughter over there was behaving herself, using her own left hand, and squeezing her right hand. Penny, what are you doing? Wu walked in suspiciously. Penny Wu raised her head and winked at the older Wu, then let go of her hand and nodded her head as if she had said hello to her dad. Have you eaten? Are you used to living here these days? Wu Guodong briefly looked around the living room twice then sat down on the sofa next to his daughter, who was now sitting on her but on the carpet, curled up with her legs, her small hand clenched in a fist propping up her chin. Then staring blankly at the clock on the coffee table. Daughter, why are you sitting on the ground? Get up. Wu Guodong bent down and made a gesture to help his daughter. Wu Penny's head lifted slightly then shook her head, quietly typing to old Wu, eat, habit, not get up. I've heard that Penny is having a full day at lunch now, and even went down to inspect how the staff meals were. Right? Wu said smilingly, and Penny Wu shook her head again, correcting her elderly father. No, I'm going down to get Chan, and Chan is going on strike. Strike? Wu was stunned and hurriedly asked. You had a fight with Xiao Chen. Is it alright? Did you make up? It's not possible that we just worshipped our ancestors and something happened. Is it? No quarrel. Nothing. Make up. When he saw the message conveyed by his daughter, Wu Guodong was relieved. He is well aware of how difficult his daughter is to communicate sometimes. However, now the lower side of the learned group passed a model, which is almost 2 months. In addition to the weekend every day at noon 2 people are alone in the office. Their daughters also took the initiative to step out of the office to go downstairs to find someone. The old father, harboring a heart of anticipation for the relationship between the two at this moment, coughed twice and inquired. So what, daughter, you and little Chen both, have you been chatting especially well lately, and have become especially comfortable getting along? Penny Wu thought for a moment and nodded her head in a good-natured manner, and then she even sprinkled cold water on her old father in a particularly thoughtful manner. Yes, we all introduced ourselves today. Introduce yourself? You mean you two have been eating together for 2 months and you just introduced yourselves? Wu covered his face. Don't go to one side. The heart of a miserable self-introduction. You guys brewed 2 months. Ambiguous it? The first time I saw the movie, it was a very good one. But it was a very good one. Kiss and hug. Wu Guodong felt that his heart was a little twitchy, and subconsciously covered his chest with his hand. Where are my quick-acting heart-saving pills? Looking at the time approaching 8 o'clock, his daughter, who probably had something to do, dutifully concerned herself. Dad, how soon will you be home? Wu Guodong completely lost the ease and comfort of just arriving, worriedly squeezing out a smile. Back. I will go back. Now. However, at 8 o'clock, under the moonlight, A delicate silhouette trotted and ran out from the glass door of the building, pushing the door. The concave and convex figure was outlined by the black tight, wearing sports shorts. A pair of long legs in the moonlight mixed with a somewhat dim light are revealing unblemished whiteness. The old Penny Wu. Chen Siwen sat on a wooden chair and waved hello. Penny Wu then ran over to meet him, and there was a small board that she was still holding up to her chest as Chen Siwen looked over. She looked at herself peacefully, and though she could not speak, 3 crisp words printed with particular grace on the top of the little cardboard were greeting him. Chen Siwen. Well, smelling the refreshing fragrance of the big boss, Chen Siwen turned around and said with a light smile, "Go, run, Aang." Penny Wu nodded and quietly followed beside him, then thoughtfully tugged gently on his sleeve. Chen Siwen turned his head and saw that she was staring at herself with her long eyelashes curved in a particularly appropriate way, and her beautiful eyes were soulful and divine. Chen Siwen, then you remember to wait for me. No more laps for me. Oh. The night of Tangdu is full of lights and wine, but the hustle and bustle of the city can't affect the quiet west side courtyard. Why is it quiet? Because the average price is so expensive that you can't say a word. The neighborhood is lush with greenery, so it seems to have a freshness away from the city, and the flat plastic walkway. The male is 1 meter 8. The body shape is straight, breathing rhythm is particularly calm. Step by step is not hasty. The woman beside her 1 meter 7 body looks particularly tall. Not the kind of bone structure. Should not be fat parts of the body filled with tight fine meat. Should have the weight of the parts of the body and is full of nutrients. Maybe because of the overnutrition has led to the weight forward. Humming and puffing. Penny Wu students every day running feel she is so tired. Compared to running, she actually preferred to stay at home and play games with Xiao Chen. But Xiao Chen recently did not play the game. That game is not interesting. Of course, she does not know why before the daily happy game time how to become a Runlu. But Xiao Chen he has to. Huffing and puffing. Penny Wu faced much more resistance than Chen Siwen. From front to back and not a little from top to bottom. Tired? God favors. Special strong Chen Siwen inquired with a sideways glance. Should we take a break before continuing? Penny Wu had originally blinked her eyes for a moment. However, after hearing the twist her eyelids redrooped, shaking her head and keeping it down. She believed that Xiao Chen would later understand on his own where to run for a game to play, and then ask himself if he wanted to start a game. Penny Wu continued to run after Chen Siwen and waited until finally. It was 9:30 before she huffed and puffed and sat down on a wooden chair by the side of the road, easing her breath as usual. Originally, Chen Siwen thought that she would put her arms out again after resting for a while, with a look of "I can't walk." But today, Penny Wu was self-consciously propped up her thighs and stood up by herself, waving her hand to give Chen Siwen a goodbye, and then she leisurely walked towards a building. The boss is obviously so reasonable. Chen Siwen silently watched as the original boss title, which was originally glittering with golden light, seemed to be slowly fading away, sighed, and walked towards the 5th building there with his hands behind his back, not panting or jumping, muttering a sentence while skulking around. It's true that you can't look at people with tinted glasses from the start. The little editor-in-chief perspective kills people. Password door fingerprint verification successful unlocking sound. Gently a twist of the door handle. Squeak, a door pushed open. Saw an old sister pounced over. The novel fan a little excited. No wonder not to say that you're so happy when you eat dinner today. I saw it at the door today. That girl is so tall and pretty. Is she the boss of your company? Through the glass door of the hall, Chen Sijia sneakily observed for a long time. Under the moonlight, the younger brother handsome, the girl tall and quiet. The faint flavor of romance novels over. Stinky brother, you still don't admit it. My cell phone is broken. Lend me your phone to send a message to someone else. Older sister was actively trying to get Chen Siwen's cell phone while telling a poor lie. Didn't I tell you not to go downstairs? Chen Siwen's eyes glared as she skillfully pushed her older sister's face. Chen Sijia was indignant. You don't talk to me. And you don't let people go downstairs. There is no such thing as you being a younger brother. The boss is not as unreasonable as you are. You're wrong. The boss is much more unreasonable than I am. Chen Siwen put the phone into the pants bag. Chen Sijia, good gas. All bumped into it. Still do not admit it. When did the old brother mouth become so hard? I know, just should jump out directly. Completely catch him a current. Unfortunately, she was too weak to dare. The old man righteously said, this kind of thing don't get involved. You're old enough to have secrets with your sister. I'll go. Chen Siwen looked at the soft and weak to push the door out of the old sister. Rolled his eyes to catch her back front of the clothes. Chen Sijia. Selling misery and what not to me is not any role. You know me, this person. There is no quasi-believable things. I won't say anything to anyone. You just die this gossip heart. Chen Sijia lost lifted his hand without good humor, gently patted the hand that lifted his own. Fight and can't beat. Say and can't say. Humble old sister can do it. Can only a little bit of power are not said. By the time if you bring people back. I must do a wicked sister. Oh. Wicked, wicked, wicked. Chen Siwen nodded perfunctorily, and suddenly thought that he had exposed himself anyway, and simply offered. Right. Last time I looked for a romance novel group to enter, the group was kicked by you. It's too humiliating. You pull me back. I'll peek at the screen and observe how the female frequency president is written. By what? Chen Sijia first froze, then shook her head. Our group chat is now forbidden for boys to enter. Saying that, she looked up again to sneak a glance at her oldest brother. But if you... Negotiable. Chen Siwen flipped his hand and suppressed his old sister. Pull me in or not? Ouch. You hit someone. It can't be helped. Who made you fail to take advantage of hitting your brother before it's too late? It's too much. It's too much. The two siblings fight some. Of course, the older sister, that soft nature, purely punched party, bulging cheeks of the aggrieved bag, is no way reluctant to put Chen Siwen into her management of the romance group chat. But also some broken thoughts, into the group chat for what? What can't you talk to me about? You and the president of the things accounted for out. The power of many. I then give you advice. After our old Chen family splendor and prosperity, the United States have to hide. I tell you the president of the boss monster, difficult to catch, very ACA. When you let go, I on behalf of our ancestors' condemnation of your grave. Chen Siwen strangely looked at the head of romance management. Old sister said head on. Chen Sijia. I so did not see before. You so mercenary? Chen Sijia blinked a pair of eyes. That is, you have not read romance novels. Mom or sister or brother also. The heroine's family people. The president will not forget them. Chen Siwen, if you get 10,000 splendor, will make the family shine. Chen Siwen froze for a moment, and then mercilessly knocked Chen Sijia's head. Belonging to is to read novels to see the bewitched you. Wash up and go to sleep. There is everything in the dream. Chen Sijia yipped and covered her head. No peeking downstairs next time. Chen Siwen threatened. Otherwise, when I Chen Siwen 10,000 splendor will allow you Chen Sijia dim light. Good. Chen Sijia retracted her hand that was rubbing her head in surprise, then nodded her head, and suddenly a flash of light in her head came out with a sentence. Female president's little sweetheart. Sven Chen. Ouch. No, don't do it. Brother, Siwen. Older sister is wrong. After the daily hijinks with his oldest sister, Chen Siwen took off his shirt and went into the master bathroom naked to sparingly wash himself off. Chen Siwen then lifted the quilt, drilled in, sat on the bed, and comfortably touched the cell phone. That day you by day I am so strange to kick me out of the group. Today is not honestly pull me back. Chen Siwen thought that the romance novel book group was simply too much fun. Everyone in it was talented and well-spoken. Chen Siwen silently watched the group kick out the male compatriots after the topic gradually became spirited. So girls are so nice in front of girls. Shibuya? Chen Siwen watched for a while, and all felt that he had learned a lot of gestures. Bah! Knowledge. There are URLs, and there are pontificating about all the teachers. Chen Siwen silently bookmarked a few URLs, and then only this time did he have a chance to take a good look at the group file. What's with all the little Liu? I'm going to condemn the group. It's a beautiful fangirl. How can you watch this? This one even I lost the resources. Confiscated. Boss current. Chen Siwen originally just come to look for romance text to find nothing to rummage through. In case of emergency, the results of that know that on the surface of this no male compatriots in the group chat, found a new piece of shy world. As for why it's superficial, Chen Siwen suddenly saw a message in the group. Sister, when you and your boyfriend do that, is it really comfortable? I don't understand at all. Hey, boyfriends are average, but not as good as the one I met last time I went to the bar, who was 5 feet 7 inches and was really good. Yes, sisters, looking for boys must find 1 meter 7 to 1 meter 78 body lean some or so. All very powerful, too tall too fat. Sven Chen. Moses? Is there something crushing past my face repeatedly? Chen Siwen looked at the group chat with a mouth that could have been stuffed with an egg, while suddenly one of the administrators urgently turned on the plenary ban. Then an afterthought private chat popped up weakly. Old man, can you quit the group? Chen Siwen, TSK, you're a good manager. Older sister. Actually, they don't usually do that. We talk about books. Oh, you all read Spring and Autumn. Chen Sifen nodded his head to show that he understood. Okay, back off. Although Chen Siwen will make trouble with his old sister, but has always been very measured, and will not make his old sister too difficult. Just like after Pops left, he used to escape from reality by means of the game. His old sister should also have their own side of the small space, before he exited the group. Though, he located the familiar avatar that had started the thread, and after clicking on the profile, it was also a straightforward. Deva? Holy shit, who are you? Chen Siwen and female net friend to play games together to play a period of time. Of course, can not be alone two people? The game name Wang Defa. Is a member of their game fleet. Open the voice. Is a man. Get on the big one and talk. If it is not before Comrade Derfar he chatted on the internet flirtation online love for a period of time someone chasing him. Chen Siphon estimated that they do not know his small number of. When switched to large and said hello. Wang Defa, holy shit. Brother Light, you've come back to life? I haven't seen you in a long time. Chen Siwon's screen name is called Do Not Like to Think. But the game name is taken Do You Believe in the Light? We all know each other from the game. So more call him Light Brother. Sven Chen, I've been so busy lately with life on the line. It's just stabilizing. Wang Defa, what about Sister Speechless? After you stopped talking. Brother Guang. Sister Speechless has dived except for the occasional number to play a couple of games. Isn't she the big boss? And she also has to be on the line with life? Chen Siwon hadn't even replied yet. And another message came over there in a flurry. Wang Defa, no. Sister Speechless is definitely waiting for you to play with her. Without you she won't even play games with us. Everyone in the group simply misses you. Chen Siwon also nonchalantly broke him down. Come on Les. You guys simply want the speechless red packet. Wang Defa, haha. Chen Siwon sent another screenshot over. Wang Defa then replied wittily. Don't worry, Brother Light. I definitely won't tell Sister Speechless that you're secretly chatting in a romance novel group. Chen Siwon ignored it and asked. I'm asking you, didn't this group kick all the boys out? Wang Defa was serious. But I'm a female number. Sven Chen, didn't I hear about voice detection? The clever Wang De sent a voice. A female voice. I have a voice changer. Chen Siwon. 6. Wang Defa, Brother Light. Playing a hand? Chen Siwon thought for a moment and clicked on another avatar. Do you want to start a game? Penny Wu was lying on the sofa in boredom. Seeing the message she instantly propped herself up and sat up. To be. Okay, get on the horn and take a flyer on you. Wu Penny two beautiful legs happy one up one down swing. Know that as long as they obediently wait. Can wait until Xiao Chun again pull her together to play the game? Ding! Recharge pull full of V10 Big Brother is on the number. Wait ha! I'll send a link in the group and invite 3 more people. Chen Siwon opened the hidden dialogue, put out one of the super blocked group chats in there, and sent a group role link. King's Caravan, 3 short of 2. Urgent. All of a sudden, the small group of less than 20 people in the game exploded. Surprise! It's Light. Ah! I'm dead. Light, I'm coming. Long time no see. Don't grab a position with me shit. I Haidu Dongpu District 1st tank Chen Siwon looked at the group chat as if it was instantly going to be 99 plus in a minute. But the result was that the female netizens' immediately following statement was even more so that the small group of mediocre and uninterested people had become numb. Non-committal, rush. Female net friend. Game name Speechless, aka Walking RMB. Belonging to the kind of game not only to fill up the money, will also send red packets of that kind. It is in that year after she gave a full set of her own skin. Her birthday. Chen Siwon always will be the heart. Before making up the birthday gift is last year. That year's birthday present was returned to her by Chen Siwon that year. At that time Chen Siwon also rely on part-time work to buy her a bracelet. And then now think about it. Should be particularly youthful in 2 of the box loaded with bracelets, but also sandwiched between the 20 yuan box, hidden in a nook and cranny of the Tangdu playground. The address sent to her, although there is no meeting, but for the first time there is a crossroads. The young college student Chen Siwon said plainly, I don't have much money, so I left you 20. Please ride the carousel. Happy birthday Then, that night, the clouds were gone and the air was clear. A relaxing and pleasant accompaniment to the music. University or already graduated Penny Wu alone merrily rode the carousel round and round, until the amusement park closed did not manage to drive away her as a young proprietor. At the same time that night almost all kinds of group chats were raining her happy red envelopes, one after another. Originally relatively low-key and quiet, the image of her gaming circle of big rich woman overnight deep-rooted. The next day to sleep and wake up to go to part-time work. Chen Siwon learned that is also dumbfounded. Immediately went to ask the microchat customer service. Said, red packets cannot underage refunds. Looking at the moment she not pay attention is a few red envelopes sent out. Chen Siwon immediately cried and laughed at the private chat control of the female net friend. Bridge bean sacks. Sensible. Be sensible. Penny Wu's white calves swung vigorously beside the sofa, her small hands tapping the screen briskly. Oh, Sven. There's milk warmed up for you on the table outside. Remember to drink it before you go to bed. My oldest sister's sage voice sounded outside the bedroom room door. Timo. The sound of the phone entering the game rang out, and Chen Siwon tilted her neck and answered. Got it. Then I'm going to bed. I have to work tomorrow. The company has been busy with the merger lately. So busy. Okay. Good night old sis. The 2 siblings chatted through the door of the room, and the oldest sister went to bed while Chen Siwon. Big sister you protect me. No. You're a piece of meat. Why are you standing behind my ad? Wait a moment. You wait a moment. It's been a long time since I've seen you. Little speechless, your skills have regressed a lot. Chen Siwen playing the game. At the moment did not skimp on his voice. Penny Wu manipulated the small auxiliary bouncing after Chen Siwen as travel throughout the canyon. I dizzy. Bridge beansack. Don't come over. I'm in the grass back in town. How do you lead the way for the ghosts? You meet lump. Flash and run? Ran away? Dead friends don't die of poverty. Right. So this is it? Penny Wu, oh. Chen Siwen, oh you big head. I'll do your hero next. You can only play nursemaid. Milk me. Penny Wu, oh. With Chen Siwen's superb play, hardship won the first hand and the second game followed. Where's your second skill? Big sister? Where's your milk? Quickly milk me. Save the day. Save the day. Add blood to the batters. Quick. What are you waiting for? Penny Wu, I'm not milking anyone else. Sven Chen. Crowd gained hitch. Playing field Wang Defo weakly spoke. Sister speechless. You and brother Light are so affectionate. Ha. Ha ha. Looking at the word failure, Chen Siwen hesitated for a moment. Next time, you're not allowed to play assist. Penny Wu took her cell phone and skipped around the living room while typing. I told you, I'm a good mid-single thief. I bought a lot of new skins. I'll wear them for you later. Dead memory attacked Chen Siwen for a moment. You're not allowed to play center either. Penny Wu paused her little feet and furrowed her little brows. Playing top singles. Ha, their skins are all so ugly. Chen Siwen thought for a moment. Forget about the upper singles as well. Penny Wu, I don't want to play the field. The opposite side of the field thieves fierce. I can't beat him in the field. Chen Siwen, that's just it. You'd better play auxiliary to pit me. Penny Wu, then I'll use the skin you gave me last time. Kai. Chen Siwen looked at the time. Not coming. Work tomorrow. Sleep. After playing 2 games together today, Penny Wu was already happy. Okay, good night. Chen Siwen threw his cell phone aside, got up and went to the living room to gulp down the milk prepared by his old sister, wiped his mouth, and then thought that tomorrow is the new January, the new 12th, the freshly baked manuscript fee will be arriving. Chen Siwen could not help but sigh a sentence. Life is really good. Because this month Chen Siwen 8-point reading app homepage of a recommendation, coupled with the potato beads in front. Chen Siwen never exist card text to say, the amount of updates is not bad. This month's manuscript fee record high. It's a full $400,000. Chen Siwen was so happy that she had a good night's sleep, and the next day she was beaming all day at the office. Colleague shared a bag of chips with him and asked curiously, Editor-in-Chief Chen looks so good. Is something good happening again? The last time Editor-in-Chief Chen was so happy, the big boss scared them when he came running down with his lunchbox in his hand. Editor-in-Chief Su's previous firing is still fresh in his mind. And although Chen Siwen earns money, how do you think he got last month's recommendations when he just hit the shelves? How did this month's exploding manuscript fee come about? He was still very satisfied with the job of editor-in-chief, so he decided to sulk. Chen Siwen rested his chin in contemplation for a while, and said a very connotative sentence. A good thing is not a good thing when it's said that too many people know about it. Oh, so this is the reason why you are so low-key and tight-mouthed. Editor-in-Chief Chen? Colleague came to his senses and gently twisted his fingers to make a gesture of pulling his mouth shut. Happy to noon. Chen siphon clean up the table. At the moment can be greatly generous upstairs. Just joined when everyone said, especially the personnel department of Sister Zhang specifically said that the small Wu general a little bad to get along. So that Chen siphon has a stereotypical image of the, now it seems, actually quite good to get along with. Sure enough, Chen Siwen said in her heart that gossip kills people. Sked her mouth. And at this moment, she also slowly transformed from the editor-in-chief state to the Chen Siwen state, and came to the 16th floor without any tinted glasses. When Secretary Zhang saw him coming, he hurriedly got up and waved to him. Editor-in-chief Chen. Chen Siwen thought she was greeting, waved his hand towards her, stepped to the office door with a relaxed pace, only to know that Penny Wu is not in the company at noon today. I heard that it was a meeting at the headquarters. Went over, and stayed over there to eat, and Chen Siwen's cell phone was dead as soon as it reached noon. And charging didn't see any news from her. Off to headquarters? Well, I heard that Dong Wu left Mr. Wu to have dinner over there today. Secretary Zhang didn't hide the itinerary either. Despite the bitterness in his heart, the little secretary still had to smile and laugh. Before she also on behalf of the big boss and the company's staff for him to explain the big boss and Chen editor-in-chief is not any relationship. And then the boss carrying a lunchbox went downstairs. Xiao Zhang's helplessness is that big. Obviously the big boss before only like paper people. How the world is changing so fast. The boss. You paper don't want it. Okay. By Secretary Young. Chen Siwen nodded at his words and went downstairs. Secretary Zhang smiled and waved his hand. Smile. Be sure to smile. Downstairs, Chen Siwen went to the company cafeteria to eat. The company's spare ribs set meal is still very good drops, and right in the same technology park. Unlike the marginalization of the academic group, the most central, the top floor of the iconic building that symbolizes the most core of the Tang system, the chairman of the board's office, translucent lighting, simple layout, but without losing luxury. Wu Guodong in front of his daughter, in front of his completely without his chairman of the frame. Daughter, eat this. I specially let the kitchen to do it for you. Penny Wu nodded. You eat slowly. Dad has a document to look at. Wu took care of his daughter to eat for a while, so he took the gap of going to look at the document and suddenly introduced a topic. Daughter, look at a planning Tangda did this time. It says that it wants to make an app specialized in college students dating, and the registration needs to be authenticated by the school credit network information. Penny Wu took the document in Wu's hands and looked at it, nodding slightly. Now the college students dating really rich. What script kill? What werewolf kill? And KTV what? Wu Guodong faced their own daughter. Obviously not much will chat about work. This old father completely drunkenness, right? You and you're that small Chen editor-in-chief to know have 2 or 3 months. How also did not ask to go out to play it. For her part, Penny Wu put down her chopsticks and corrected herself. I've known little Chen for many years. The old father nodded his head in agreement. Yes, you are online friends. That is to say, you know time is not short. Wu coughed twice and asked tentatively. Why don't you go out and watch a movie together? Go shopping together or something? You guys stay in the office for 2 months and just introduce yourselves. Hell knows how anxious the old father is. Can't wait to get on Penny's number himself. Won't fall in love, let your father come. The two of them don't change. Introduce themselves twice a month. Kiss twice a year. And settle down again in 20 years. Right? Your father and I were dying then. When will the old Wu family start a family? When will Wu Guodong be able to hold his grandson? In whose hands should the huge family estate be handed over? Daughter, I have 2 movie tickets here. Daddy hasn't thanked editor-in-chief Xiao Chun for his company before. You don't have many friends. It's not easy to meet a good friend like editor-in-chief Xiao Chun. Your dad and I are hosting a movie for you too. Chen Siwen think they learned the group's staff cafeteria flavor is really good, although not as good as the boss's chef. But a penny well. The company subsidized only a few dollars but also what bicycle. I had just returned to my office space after eating and drinking, when I saw that my cell phone, which was sitting on the table charging, had received a strange message from my boss. Are you free tonight? My dad said he'd treat us to a movie. Holding the phone for half a day. Chen Siwen was sure it was the boss's avatar. Your dad? The movie? Chen Siwen froze. Ha! Old Wu Dong's great talent. Swallowed the mountains and rivers. Invited me, a small grassroots, small editor-in-chief, to watch a movie of what kind? Penny Wu, he's happy I found a friend. Oh, Chen Siwen nodded. So that would be slightly more understandable. Okay, what time tonight? Penny Wu, who was still in Wu's office, quietly looked at the time of the movie ticket in her hand. 10:20. Well, the old Wu Dong is also enough to fight. You will not be right? 2 months will only be self-introduction. Right? Okay. Wu Guodong this time to let the secretary to buy is the city center of an ordinary movie theater, ordinary night tickets. The last row. I don't know if we can learn by ear. Can't we? In order to create an opportunity for my stupid daughter, I, Wu, have gone out of my way. Chen Siphon said so late after watching the movie will not be the early morning, but after thinking about it, tomorrow is the weekend. Agreed. Okay. Old Wu Dong's good intentions, hey. That is in charge of the entire Tang system of the ultimate boss, the real top of the capital. Sober small editor-in-chief Chen Siwen said. The chairman of the board of directors to buy the ticket, all night without sleep, also have to stay up to see. Friday afternoon in the office, and do not know how most of the time filled with a cheerful atmosphere, but also feel that passes very quickly. Chatting a few celebrity gossip, do a little bit of closing work. The editors are mostly pleasant. Did you hear? Chief editor Lin is going on a blind date today. I heard about it. He said it himself when he spoke at noon, and he even got someone to come over and ask about the experience. Ha ha ha. Editor-in-chief Lin is young, has a good job, and lives in a small West Side home. So what kind of experience does he need? Just sit down wherever he wants. That's hard to say. I heard Chief Editor Lin say that it was introduced by his family, and it wasn't bad. Since the last time Penny Wu ran down with a lunchbox, Chen Siwen bit the two are friends. For the small editor-in-chief and the big boss of the gossip tends to calm down. Chen editor-in-chief have said, they are good friends. So what to do? Colleagues are elites. Emperor's son-in-law, right only. Office gossip is slowly no longer in one person. Today's share of the topic, is their own generous initiative to hand out the stump of the Lin editor-in-chief, but Chen Siwen just listening on the sidelines, and did not join the discussion, mainly because he is very measured. He is still a child, and has not kissed where there is what experience to participate in. Pack up to look at today's account balance after the arrival of the manuscript fee, and happily waiting for the end of the day is. Even and the leader said hello, left an hour early, ready to go home to turn themselves upside down, and the boss to watch a movie. Shall not dress themselves up a little fresh. Took a shower, shave, addressed in a clean and neat in the living room of the full body mirror to take a picture of the click, the sound of the password door to open. What's wrong with you? Chen Sijia came home from work today, seems to be a bit absent. Skimming his lips, it is not a big deal. I did not say it to you before. The company has recently been busy merging. Older sister went into the house to change slippers while going to gulp to drink water. Sven Chen, too busy? Older sister put down her water cup and shook her head. Not really. This merger is not so much a merger as it is a takeover by someone else. Well, because the takeover has not been completely completed. The little assistant has a confidentiality agreement not to tell you which company. Anyway, it is a special, 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 special company that is buying us. That's a good thing. What's with the look? Chen Sijia sighed. It's a good thing, but there are also bad things. Before the acquisition was negotiated, the company guaranteed the original establishment no layoffs, and indeed, this is how to move forward, but said that there will be no layoffs, but did not say that there will be no transfer. Chen Siwen sat across from her old sister. The company is transferring you. That's not true. After we were acquired, the system is a system of others. The salary bracket will be adjusted. Their group has a habit. That is, the newly merged company. There will be a test, and an interview. Then Chen Siwen looked at his old sister's lack of interest today, so he went to pinch her shoulders. Older sister went on to say, then according to the performance, it will be transferred to the group's various subsidiaries branches to go. Each company in the group's status is different. Volume is different. The welfare treatment is of course different. And now one by one our original company's colleagues are running up and down the street to find a relationship, as well as reviewing the assessment material. Older sister patted Chen Siwen's hand, stood up and also ready to go to cook. Sighed, you also know that my resume is actually not very good. Can be merged into this kind of big group is also my luck. Encountered the acquisition. What a good promotion opportunity in front of It's just a promotion. Look at the microchat. Chen Sijia, what for? Just as the voice fell, she realized that Chen Siwen had transferred 50,000 yuan to her. Siwen, you this month's manuscript fee is accidentally $400,000. This is a filial tribute to my old sister. Chen Siwen smiled and pinched her old sister's face. Are you in a good mood? Chen Sijia's tone perked up. I'm in a good mood. Well, to do the work, the most important thing is to be happy. Not transferred to the post. Not transferred to the post. Not promotion is also fine. Not happy we will change jobs. Not work. Do not go to work. Brother to support you. Chen Sijia was touched. Not bad. It seems that sister didn't love you for nothing when you were growing up. Chen Sijia mood indeed a wonderful up. Do not care what test or not test. Face or not interview. Mainly receive the transfer of the younger brother. Even if the merger was dismissed by the large company does not matter. Slowly find another job is. The big thing is to rely on your brother to support you. The joy of having a dirtbag brother is something the average person can't even imagine. You're on your own for dinner today. I'm going out for dinner later. Upon hearing about dinner, Chen Sijia couldn't even be bothered to count the money and looked up with a wink, asking expectantly, with whom? Sven Chen. Chen Sijia put what transfer or not all behind her. A pair of eyes revealing an itching curiosity. Is it a big boss? Is it the female president? Is it the girl who ran with you yesterday? Chen Siwen replied mercilessly. No. Chen Sijia with a pity face. If you really take what female president, big boss to fix to bring home is good. I still need to worry about merger. Worry about transfer. Worry about promotion? Chen Sijia small fist a pinch small voice forcing. To romance novels of urine well. My left foot first cross into the office have my intimate sister-in-law to help me promote the loo. There are specialized drivers. Sister-in-law will give me a lot of beautiful clothes and bags. I can hold sister-in-law's hand together lying on the bed to talk about a lot of whispers. We go shopping together. Sister-in-law waved a big hand to seal the field. Shopping malls thrown give sister to play. Chen Siwen's mouth was wide open listening to it. Throw them all for you to play? Promoted because of the left foot into the company? Chen Sijia. What other novels are you reading? When Mr. Quit the literary world. I was strongly against it. Okay. Chen Siwen rolled his eyes and shook Chen Sijia, whose eyes seemed to be starry in front of him, back and forth, and yelled, "It's not even dark in the middle of summer. Wake up, Penny, you must go out and drive slowly in a while, don't go changing lanes or overtaking." From the last time his daughter was rear-ended, Wu Guodong is not assured that she will drive out alone, but today this kind of occasion, can't let the driver go over to accompany the participation. Inappropriate. However, Wu Guodong looked out through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the small courtyard in the west side, and was slightly relieved that today at least he was not alone, and there was someone in the daughter's passenger seat. Chen Siwen, a small editor-in-chief, can leave work an hour early. There are ulterior motives of the old Wu Dong urged. Wu Penny shall not leave work 2 hours early. Seeing his daughter's quiet demeanor wasn't much of a positive, and he even stayed in the living room and sat on the couch and fired up a handful of games. Wu Guodong, heart bitter, worthy of being the group bearer. The surface looks particularly casual, with very relaxed words mentioning a sentence. By the way, Penny, you are in the game, are dressed up beautifully in small Chen editor-in-chief Wandering Canyon. How this meat not dress up it? After Wu finished, Penny Wu looked at the hero's good-looking skin, felt very reasonable, threw her cell phone to Wu and asked him to help end the game. You can't hang up. It's shameful to hang up, Xiao Chen said. Wu Guodong gladly received the cell phone, looking at the back of his daughter, who got up and trotted back to the bedroom to dress up. Penny, how do you play this hero? How does Tenta design heroes? And why is it so hard? Is it okay if Dad helps you die a couple times? Is it okay for Dad to help you lose a hand? Along with Dad's jabbering, after 15 minutes Penny Wu came out again, already a fresh and elegant new makeup, a loose big sweater to hide their good figure, simple denim shorts exposed slender white straight long legs, loose long hair naturally fell on the shoulders, elegant and not lose vitality, mature and revealed a little youthful atmosphere. Wu gave a thumbs up, watched his daughter go downstairs, and sighed. His old father was simply worried. Chen Siwen also went downstairs. Chen Sijia is also really, confusingly said a whole lot of strange words. Originally earthly sober Chen Siwen heard that it was Chairman Wu's treat, and it is not Penny Wu herself. Do not want to think much about it, but the result is still defeated in the old sister gibberish under the fantasies. Chen Siwen palms are a little sweaty, no matter what, and the boss 2 people alone to watch a movie. This is true. Now I'll watch a movie. Then later, Chen Siwen stood in the downstairs elevator and exhaled, signaling himself to calm down a bit. Don't be led astray by Chen Sijia, this silly big sister. But then again, isn't it just their family? Old Wu Dong will not personally come together, right? Or bodyguard, driver or something? Blame it on Chen Sijia. Chen Siwen shook off her head, shirking her responsibility and muttering in her heart that it wasn't her who was blindly pushing, and that she didn't think about anything indiscriminately. While thinking, the pace has not slowed down at all. Soon, not far from the lobby, brightly lit, a slender tall woman standing there, his slightly tilted head in the lobby to see the bulletin. She turned side to side to him, revealing only one side of the face, but the whole scene is set off like a picture of impeccable light and shadow. At the sound of a voice, her long lashes moved and she turned her head. Those soulful eyes looked up at him at once, and seemed to stare for a few seconds, spreading a smile of, looking at the woman not far away who was smiling at him. Chen Siwen could not be exempted from a trance after all. He had probably met a strange encounter. Penny Wu was also looking at Chen Siwen. She couldn't speak, but a pair of clear eyes could help her express a lot of meaning. Oh, it seems so. It's nighttime, Chan. She was untainted in the rolling dust, as always, with clear eyes. A long time later, Chen Siwen came back to her senses. Penny Wu. Originally, the movie was 10 o'clock in the evening. Eat a meal and rest before going out or not too late. But Chen Siphon thought that he ate for nothing for 2 months at noon. Plus the boss is still quite cared for. He proposed to ask the boss to eat a meal in the evening. He did not. Penny Wu, of course, was delighted to accept. The two side by side out of the door of the neighborhood. Chen Siwen sometimes feel that the boss get along with the force, and some embarrassing place is reflected here. The boss will not speak. Chen Siwen will not sign language. There are a lot of words, Chen Siwen, even if you want to chat with the boss. Off the mouth before you think about it, also retracted. Coupled with the identity of the big boss sneak. Not to mention, it's really not easy for the two of them to communicate properly. So you can't blame Wu Guodong for being in a hurry. You let little editor-in-chief Chen take the initiative to invite Penny to watch a movie? Little Chen, editor-in-chief's character, he still has some appreciation. Not anxious, calm and sensible. Not the kind of jumpy young man. Count on him. 2 months self-introduction to understand. You let Penny. Forget about their own girlfriends, they know best. The probability is, Xiao Chen, playing games. There was no way around it. And in the end, only the old father took it all on. See, the two are walking side by side. And at the moment there is no verbal communication. And physical communication is hiding somewhere. How could this make Wu feel at ease? So he silently asked the driver to follow him out, put on his hat and sunglasses and mask, and made a good disguise, secretly observing. Hidden in the crowd, the two youngsters in front were not at all alert. After all, Penny Wu is too beautiful. Hands and feet between the natural with a striking temperament, coupled with a simple summer dress next to the outstanding Chen Siwen, the two walked together. Inevitably attracted passers-by frequent side-eye. Chen Siwen, is it okay to have hot pot later? There's one I looked at online that has good reviews. 2 months of eating together. Chen Siwen knows that Penny Wu quite like to eat spicy, not lose a spicy girl. The two simple to eat a meal. Grounding the best. Hot pot is not a preferred choice. Penny Wu nodded her head sideways, and then the two of them walked in silence again. The main bar. Walking process. Take the cell phone, how inconvenient. Cannot walk and stop holding the phone all the way to see it. Especially Penny Wu obviously didn't like crowded places too much. Even when she sat down to eat, it was all so much quieter than in the president's office. After all, the president has been the president. The social fear is not so serious. Just simply uncomfortable. Chen Siwen think old sister really think too much. Where to what ambiguous feeling? The two of them at the moment in the mall. You are the oldest sister, people have thrown your mall to play. I am still the main it. Also did not feel what is different. Sure enough. Chen Siwen think or their own kind of sober attitude is the best. How big face a little bit of action, all want to think about the West. Chen Sijia, this ideological awareness is not high at all. Chen Siwen scared his mouth. More and more calmly finished the meal. Was going to pay, but the result is that the waiter is the initiative to come over. But also said that the store has a maintenance of friendship activities. Any two people at the same table holding hands and walking around the table will be entered into a drawing. Minimum 98% off. Maximum free? Chen Siwen now these merchants in order to promote consumption. Really brainstorming smart but unfortunately, his counterpart is the boss. Chen Siwen just sobered up a little bit. At the moment, of course, intends to take out the phone to pay in full. But just Chen Siwen stood up, has not yet opened the phone lock screen. A small white hand quietly hanging in the air. The wrong head down is Penny Wu, beering eyes. This girl's fingers are long and thin. The bones and joints are particularly clear. Although there is no nail polish to modify. But the fine flesh under the nails white with a little healthy reddish halo is also a little bit without the slightest blemish. Chen Siwen one hand cupped his cell phone. Hot pot store, rich pepper aroma pungent. He froze and blinked, his eyes have not moved yet. The waitress lady is particularly sweet. Smilingly playing the assistant said, you see how generous your friend. Chen Siwen looked at the waiter, and then looked at Penny Wu, swallowed hard, and raised his hand tentatively, not moving quickly, ready for any resistant reaction from the boss he would collect. But of course, Penny Wu didn't have much of a reaction, her small hand hanging motionless in the air, just waiting for Chen Siwen's hand to try and hold her. Her hand cannot be said to be too hot, nor is it the kind of soft feeling, slender, but not at all pinch. As the old saying goes, beauty in the bone. Her knuckles clear, small hand grip is a hand of silky smoothness. The skin is too good, plus missy where there is no wind and rain. Maternal solos. Chen Siwen's last handholding has to be traced back to elementary school, and mom and sister went out shopping together. So the dopamine secreted at the moment. So he seems to be a little bit of a trance. The heart cannot control the thumping of the 2 times. Before even dragging Penny Wu around the table, she drew the prize, 20% off, and then paid the bill in a daze. And it wasn't until she was out of the hot pot restaurant and all but a block away that odd state of affairs was gently dispersed by the air-conditioned breeze of the mall. There were 80% of counters selling perfumes and cosmetics on this floor, and a unique scent of roses and unknown scents greeted them. It was only afterward that Chen Siwen felt the big boss beside him, and the truest touch that lingered on his fingertips, as well as Penny Wu's sideways face with calmness. Chen Siwen a moment on the nervous up, glancing at the 2 shallow grip, although not 10 fingers tightly clasped, but also all show intimacy of the small hand. Incidentally sneak a peek at her loose sweater under the seemingly cannot hide the charm of the wood gulping spit. At the moment the 2 ideas seem to be opposed to each other in Chen Siwen's mind, fighting. Quickly, let go. Chen Siwen, what kind of treachery are you doing as a small editor-in-chief? Just like a tiger's ass can't be touched. Is the boss's hand something you can hold? The other villain is compelling. Letting go? Let go of what hand? This is the boss's own outstretched hand. Think about what my sister said. Think about the big mall. Is that a hand next to you? That's a golden treasure. You don't grasp it. And you let go. You're a big fool. Villain A disobeyed villain B. Villain B desperately flirted. Chen Siwen rushed to drive the little people all away, and then silently thought that there is a possibility that the boss she forgot to let go. Yes, and then he himself forgot to let go. Well, forgot to. Chen Siwen finally greedy so little. Playing dumb holding that pair of small hands, the two still did not say a word. Quiet. As if the mall Friday night hustle and bustle have nothing to do with them as. Walk slowly and walk with a thud. Then, not far away, the old father finally smiled in relief. Not in vain. Where are all the discounts? It's just that someone is carrying the weight. Woo. Who bought the hot pot restaurant? Is sort of nodding with satisfaction at the moment. Let's go. Go home. Dong Wu. No need to follow? Wu Guodong smiled and patted the assistant's shoulder. Soberly said, Xiao Lu, you know, this kind of thing has to find the opportunity to find a gradual approach. Remember not to pull the seedling to grow. The assistant honestly a sound. At the same time in the heart a sigh. The boss is really too atmospheric. In order to create an opportunity to buy a hot pot restaurant, if the two people are really together that's not going to be a problem? The assistant silently sighed in her heart. Lucky editor-in-chief Chen Siwen holding Wu Pei and I blindly wandering around the shopping mall for a long time. Palms are pulling out sweat. In the end, maybe the small universe magnetic field a little disturbed. Chen Siwen accidentally in the avoidance of a holding a child nearly bumped into her women. The action is too big. Even with wearing high heels Wu Pei and I is a little unsteady before subconsciously letting go of his hand. Hurriedly holding Wu Pei's big arm. Stabilizing his figure. Chen Siwen then said sardonically, I'm sorry, are you alright? Penny Wu shook her head and pointed at Chen Siwen. And thinking that he actually didn't know sign language, she thoughtfully took her cell phone out and placed it in front of him. It's fine. What about you? I didn't. Either. Small hand away. As if the awkward atmosphere back again. The two silently sitting on the escalator. Chen Siwen also unconsciously pinched his hand. As if the previous touch is still there. And look at the outside especially quiet Penny Wu. A little ripples after the overwhelm. Until the movie theater. Chen Siwen only dry and find the topic again, eat or not to eat popcorn? Saying that, she pointed to the service counter of the movie theater over there. Penny Wu nodded and followed Chen Siwen over. Where's the Coke? Penny Wu took out her wallet from her own small bag while nodding again. Originally Chen Siwen was going to order food now. She pulled Chen Siwen, then lifted her leg a step, pointed to the popcorn picture on the screen above her head, and then pointed to the Coke picture, and explicitly stretched out two fingers. I'll do it. Chen Siwen had reached out and wanted to pay with her cell phone. Penny Wu twisted her head to stare at him, then shook her head, took out a $100 bill from her wallet and handed it to the waitress lady, then quietly waited for the popcorn cola, and obediently handed it over to Chen Siwen's hand, with a shallow smile. Here, please eat. Going out and spending money on all the boys pressed into existence okay. Chen Siwen a hand holding popcorn, a hand holding an iced Coke. Feel the back of the brother slightly this buddy girlfriend good out on a date but also their own money envious eyes. Chen Siwen really want to stay completely rational. People are big boss, and you are different. Do not ripple inside. But I can't do it. Comrade Wu was worthy of the past. The ability to seize the opportunity a great. If you change Penny Wu single row, the girl she pulled Chen Siwen every day to eat, play the game nothing else to do or very likely, and the mother fetus solo pursued the enemy does not move. I do not move the Chen Siwen may also be slowly and leisurely to do his psychological construction. 2 months of holding back a self-introduction to the Lord. Whereas now, fantasy world seems to break out of a small mouth. Sitting in the movie theater, look at the side of that actually a little boss posture are not Penny Wu. Chen Siwen do not know why. Feel that they are subjected to is not the boss. As if called Penny Wu's magnetic influence. Heartbeat from time to bang to twitch a little bit. 2 times. At the end of the movie theater, through the black, Penny Wu is quite happy. The cinema's big screen fluorescent flickering. Every now and then she turned her head to look at the side of Chen Siwen. Back on the road the pace seems to be particularly cheerful. Under the moonlight. Until it was time to enter the neighborhood. The quiet neighborhood walkway. Penny Wu suddenly twisted her head and gently tugged on Chen Siwen's sleeve. Then since holding hands, Chen Siwen, who had been somewhat distracted, turned his head. Wu Pei's dark night seems to be particularly bright little face with a little healthy and natural redness. Eyes blinking with a little inquiring to hand the phone to Chen Siwen to see, we will also come out to watch movies together in the future. Okay? Chen Siwen held all the way up, through the darkness, and the air aroma of the teasing. First did not say anything to answer, but the throat seems to be blocked with tension. Blink blink blink. Along the night wind. Yes. Chen Siwen along the wind with the back of the hand to try to stick to the back of the hand of Penny Wu. TSK, the big man's family, finally do a good job of a little construction. Have walked all the way. Okay, have walked a few hours. Chen Siwen only willing to take the initiative a little bit of the back of the hand to stick to the back of the hand of other people. So it's deserved that he mother fetus solo it. Not active where is the story? Progress The night breeze is gentle. Chen Siwen felt the silky smooth, good behavior re-stuffed into his hand. Bang! Bang! Hold up. Unlike before, it can also be attributed to store activity. Chen Siwen, throat not surging, looked down at the big boss, naturally smooth on the pinch their own small hands, and raised his head in a daze to look at the eyes at the moment especially clean, waiting for his answer to the big boss. Phew! Chen Siwen only feel the head suddenly dangled for a moment, subconsciously blurted out, good. In the neighborhood, with only dim lights for company, Penny Wu holding Chen Siwen's small hand is still gently swinging forward and back. I had a great time today, until after the two separate into the elevator. Saw the big boss's message. Chen Siwen stunned look at his left hand. The afterglow seems to still exist. The big boss's red name also seems to be in his eyes, completely become green name friendly. It is really not easy. Cell phone drip input sound as if it is only without the small editor-in-chief. Without the big boss of the new beginning. Aha! Me too. Brothers, today's 12 o'clock chase reading is very important. It is related to the pencil next week's recommendation. Is not able to Three Rivers on this. The 2 days of the chapter Iron Juice guys try to chase reading it. The pencil will be well written. It was only when the faintly pervasive sour smell in the air cleared that a figure emerged from the nooks and crannies. It's them. Own right. It's them. Lin Hai swallowed hard. Delivering documents meets feeding. Running meets them flirting. Even a blind date can meet them dating. Families who understand. Originally, Lin Hai had just come out of the movie theater and saw those two familiar figures. He was in disbelief, searching for the impossibility of such a coincidence. And then what? That's it? Can't you be a little bit more mushy? If you can, I'll bump into you when you're kissing. 2. I'll die of acid. The company, although the boss served a lunchbox downstairs once, but Chen Siwen bite the bullet that they are good friends. Everyone is ambiguous about the relationship. Do not dare to be sure. And Lin Hai is not the same. As maybe the company's most understanding and maybe the only understanding of this matter of the first person. The big boss has just cheerfully swung his hand in my face. You call this a good friend? Last time it was carrying the boss bareback. It's too sweet to be true. If it wasn't for the fact that you might be the future emperor's son-in-law, I, Lin Hai, would have wanted to fool around in the company a long time ago. Okay, friends, a little action is normal. Hold a hand just. You Chen editor-in-chief said what? I little editor-in-chief can still refute it? Just hope that the next time you kiss when you can be a little vigilant. Do not let me see. This in the company everyone is drunk, I wake up alone feeling. It makes me feel very stressed. But then again, is my ability to catch timing so strong? I've caught every timing? Lin Hai returned to just took off his shoes and stood at the entrance hall and thought about it. Then slammed his head. TSK, what else do you call Lin Hai? Why don't you just change your name and call yourself Lin Taemin? The next day, it was Saturday. Mom rested, early in the morning of the moving car from the old home to the capital, to see their daughters and sons. Looking at her son who was not far away with headphones, still humming a little song and actively mopping the floor and doing the cleaning. The mom who was in the kitchen with Chen Sijia choosing vegetables asked her daughter with a little curiosity, Jia, what's wrong with your brother? How come he's a bit bouncy? Don't look at Chen Sijia recently off in trouble Chen Siphon. But the two siblings is a camp. The older brother does not want to say. She will not open her mouth blindly to the mother. The eyes cannot stop blinking look at the older brother. And then replied to the mother, I do not know maybe too much this month's fee, right? I don't know. Speaking of her son's manuscript fee, Mom was beaming with joy. Your brother has made a name for himself. And the last time I was in the unit doing cleaning, I saw young people in the unit reading your brother's novels. He is more than outstanding. Chen Sijia's eyes once again have that longing little star in them. I guess he's honoring his ancestors. Mom listened to more happy. Apparently her son's success she was very proud. Completely did not appreciate the daughter's mouth seems to exist in another layer of meaning. Old comrade Wu came to the capital generally stayed not long. Her social circle in the old home. The old girlfriends are also in the old home. Look at the son and daughter she will go back to the old home. And so on the old mom left. Chen Sijia took a spoon a little bit of power on Chen Siphon. Say, what bad things did you do last night? So happy this morning. Chen Siwen raised her hand and collected Chen Sijia's spoon. Looking at her strangely, last night? Didn't I sleep at home last night? Chen Sijia froze. Didn't you go out before dinner? Chen Siphon open eyes can say blindly, you remember wrong. I have been at home last night dinner we eat together. Eat green pepper shredded pork. You forget? Question mark. Chen Sijia. I cooked the noodles last night. Oh, that's what you get with the shredded green chili and meat with noodles. Chen Siwen you. Chen Sijia glared. You can still be such a bullshitter. Honestly, what did you do with the president last night? What president? Where did the president come from? Chen Siwen was about to go to the foyer to change her sneakers. I don't even know what you're talking about. Good ah. The nuclear bomb exploded. He is estimated to have a mouth left. Chen Sijia is too curious about the reason why Chen Siphon is happy today. So he threatened, tell me. Or, I will pinch wash myself. Oh. Chen Siwen perfunctorily peeled away the old sister who was currently blocking the door. You slowly pinch. I'm going for a run ha. So angry. Chen Sijia looked at the door of the room that was mercilessly closed with a bang, muttering, okay, if you don't want to tell, who cares? I'll look for novels to read myself. Can your crap story be more exciting than novels? Stinky brother, it's best if you don't even tell me when you get married in the future. It's September, a tail left of summer's scorching heat, and the crisp fall air at night seems to press on. Shen Siwen pacing between, far from seeing that side wave to welcome over the silhouette, without the big boss stereotype, naturally does not seem to be a routine completion of the task. Chen Siwen also has a normal appreciation of the beauty of the eyes. When running, Chen Siwen sighted his head from time to time, humming and puffing, and the crystalline sweat came out and hung on his nose. Penny Wu does not like running, do not know what is fun about running, wait until tired, do not want to run, pulled the side of Chen Siwen, signaling to rest. It was really understandable that the two were a little slow before. Penny Wu couldn't speak, and it was really harder than normal for them to find their way of communicating. But as soon as they found a way of communicating, Chen Siphon realized that in fact, even though Penny Wu was such a big boss, or the future heir of the Tang system, she was very good to reach out to. In the past, he was worried that if he was too attentive, his boss would think that he was kissing ass and would resent it. But now Chen Siphon took the initiative to unscrew the sugar water that he had prepared ahead of time and handed it to Penny Wu, who was resting on a wooden chair. Here you go. Penny Wu tilted her head, her full, crystalline lips next to the corner of the water cup's mouth, and gulped a mouthful before looking at Chen Sifeng and quizzically inquiring on her cell phone. What's yours? After all, it was a run. Chen Siwen felt that it was really inconvenient to bring 2 bottles. I'll drink it at home in a while. Penny Wu's rosy lips still had a bit of water stains on them. Looking at the sweaty Chen Siwen, with a pair of big white legs all stretched out straight, she lifted her head, especially knowing how to share with her good friend, and handed the water cup in her hand out. Here. Then you drink too. Her eyes were exceptionally clear, with no complications at all. The cup stopped in the air. One stood dumbfounded and looked down. The other sat obediently and looked up, and the moonlight was most talkative at the moment. President, Ang, do you do this to all your best friends? Penny Wu shook her head, her cell phone screen flashing. No, I only do that to you. Chen Siwen's hand holding the water cup was trembling slightly. Penny Wu followed up with a naive statement. You're the only good friend I have. Chen Siwen's hand holding the water cup stops trembling, staring blankly at the obedient, can't speak her, silent for a few seconds, sighing, President, you're so pathetic. This time Chen Siwen is sincerely feel some pity for her. Of course you are a what small editor-in-chief only. What qualification for others to pity the big boss? The heart does not have a little bit of counting? Indeed, the little editor-in-chief is not qualified, but as a friend, at this moment, looking at the sincere Penny Wu, is really feel a touch of regret that she cannot speak. It's also because of this, and the ample protection given by an overly worried family, that she has no friends and doesn't socialize. I guess, the strange feeling that arose during the rest plagued Chen Siwen for the rest of the night. The reruns were a bit soulful, but what was wrong couldn't be said. When it was time to part ways, Chen Siwen suddenly had a flash of light and couldn't help but freeze, muttering, I remember. The water cup. Drool. He had just paid too much attention to this thing that Penny Wu couldn't speak and had no friends, so he was so wooden that he didn't realize at all that the cup of water was the one that the president had drank from first, and that it wouldn't be mixed with the big boss's spit in it. Would it? What spit? The big boss's. Chen Siwen turned around violently and saw a mediocre and same neighborhood chief editor Lin standing behind him with a perplexed look on his face. Chen Siwen vigilant mouth, laughed a little to run away, recalled just Penny Wu that simple eyes. Estimated that she herself do not know what is going on. They are also still when not this matter it. However, the usual shrewd most know how to advance and retreat. Lin chief editor has been president's secret history, overwhelmed. Pull him, C1. You look like this. Is it just today the first time? I'm not going to be able to get a good look at you. Worry, am I really a timing man? I didn't see your first feeding, your first carrying, your first date, your first kiss. Did I? What a coincidence. What? Goodbye chief editor Lin. Chen Siphon only froze for a few seconds before playing dumb enough to run into his building in a panic with an empty cup. How can such an obvious desire to cover up conceal the shrewd comrade Lin Hai? Lin Hai with an unbelievable face stood in place and lamented, the president, they are so innocent. Have gone out to hold hands on a date, mushy for several months, today only to kiss this step. Then Lin Hai returned home with a sleepwalking face, staring blankly at his original screen name, and surprisingly changed his name silently. Lin Taemin. I must have been a timing goddamn in a previous life. On Sunday, in a haphazard manner and the big boss and have close contact with Chen Si1 weekday absent-minded throughout the day. Lin Hai's feelings if Chen Si1 heard. Really no problem at all. The boss is really a little bit of innocence and can even say that the innocence of a little bit of droll. So the night once again night run and big boss meet. Chen Si1 looked at her eyes. Finally understand her eyes in the clear outside what is. Ahem. Although as a chief editor so bad description. But Chen Si1 some suddenly have to say. Is stupid. I don't want to run anymore. My calves are sore. Penny Wu's delicate body stood obediently in front of Chen Si1 and accused. Chen Si1 along with the words subconsciously looked down at a glance. Before the small editor-in-chief urged it. Do not dare to look too carefully. Big boss's legs are really beautiful She over 1.7 m body. Body proportion is also the most perfect golden ratio. White calves are not fat and not thin. Especially white. Naked without any flaws. But also special texture of the kind. Wearing boat socks. Luscious ankles are also exposed on the outside. Chen Si1 still did not dare to say. Legs sore then I help you rub. It's, cough cough, or goat. So no running, home. Chen Si1 didn't move her eyes away. Penny Wu shook her head again, and took the initiative to express a sentence that her old father would probably be highly pleased with, saying that our Penny had grown up. Let's go to the movies, okay? Chen Si1 stared blankly at the big boss who seemed to have bright eyes and blinked as if he was looking forward to something, and it can be said that as soon as her boss's vest broke open a small opening, it seemed like it couldn't be stopped from breaking open, and the little Chen editor-in-chief felt that she was a bit dull. And for the social aspect of the situation it could even be said to be a bit silly. People were at least a big boss or to give her a bit of face. Well, the social aspect of Penny Wu was a bit too kind. Kindness to let Chen Si1 Warji swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Said the old boss. You communicate with me like this. Then I'm going to be bold Do you think Chen Si1 is honest? He is indeed honest and down to earth. But would you say he is absolutely down to earth? It's obvious from getting along with Chen Si-jia and the netizens. This guy kills it. The better you know him, the more natural he is and the more he lets go. At the moment it seemed like there was no barrier of status as a big boss. Chen Si1 pursed her lips and replied, good. At the same time, she blinked her eyes and thoughtfully stated, so what, boss are your legs sore? So what? I heard that after exercising your legs are sore. You need to pinch and revitalize them better. Chen Si1 spoke, are trying to look at her expression. A case of wrong? Hurry boss sorry as I speak Mengwang. The results of Wu Penny where there is no right meaning? Ong a little, and sat on the wooden chair at the side of the community walkway. She is really not complicated at all. A simple one that you help me pinch put a pair of legs straight in front of Chen Si1. Waiting for half a day, but also looked at Chen Si1 in front of the stupid standing. Eyes puzzled to look at him, as if to say, not to pinch the legs it. How still not move lo? Chen Si1 looked at treating her friend as if she was almost undefended, and the beautiful legs that were greatly set out for her to pinch. As well as the small hand that was voluntarily stuffed into her hand yesterday. No, what the hell was Chen Si1's sudden guilty feeling of cajoling an ignorant girl? Finally Chen Si1 heart construction squatted down, gently pinched the symbol of the two of them friendship consolidation of the calf. Wu Penny students, pinched this time the leg, after you are my Chen Si1 bottom of the heart recognition of friends, after the boss is the boss, the editor-in-chief is the editor-in-chief, the friend is a friend, we talk about each of our. Penny Wu's calves are particularly tender. The whole thing is the kind of milky white milky skin, tight and not lack of soft feeling. Chen Siphon has never been in love. At the moment is also a little sparse not to mind resting her small feet in sneakers on their thighs. Wu Penny that no Chen Siphon from beginning to end inside so much drama it. She just lowered her head, especially smooth and caring gently patted Chen Siphon's head that was buried in busy work, signaling him to look at his cell phone. Dirty shoes. Feeling the touch on his head. Chen Si1 raised his head and hastily waved his hand and said, it's fine. Aang. Penny Wu seemed to think that Chen Si1's hair was especially fun to touch, so she squinted her eyes, and joyfully twirled Chen Si1's hair with her small hands. As the saying goes, head can be broken and blood can flow, but the hairstyle can't be messed up. Chen Si1's boyish instincts waved his hand to drive her away, and after Penny Wu obediently withdrew her hand, she lifted her right foot again after little Chen said it was fine anyway. Squatting on the ground Chen Si1 looked along with the gentle movement. You can see Penny beautiful legs on the easy bending of the mind of the toes gently next to his thighs. That perfect arc from the bottom up, plus the texture under the milky white skin. Chen Siwon's hand could then easily touch on her calf belly, whose touch was simply unrivaled. The delicate touch made him swallow hard and raise his head to inquire with Baba, "Boss, is the strength appropriate?" "Ing." Penny Wu nodded seriously. Then her long eyelashes flickered as if to say, "You're still weirdly nice. Hard work." Oh. After Chen Siwon patted his leg and stood up, Penny Wu even thoughtfully extended her small hand to help him. "It's fine." Chen Siwon felt the small hand on her arm, stared at her, and also laughed lightly. "Boss, is there overtime pay then?" Penny Wu sniffed, angled a bit more, and with a big wave of her hand transferred 20,000 to Chen Siwon. Wait, 20,000? Chen Siwon stupidly looked at the cell phone. The landlord's stupid daughter. Some bitter smile to turn the money back. Sardonic smile, "Just kidding. Did not let you really turn. If you transfer 200, Chen Siphon may accept it. But 20,000? 200 is a love affair. But 20,000 is not fun. Ing." Penny Wu bounced in place, sort of moving her kneaded calves, then tilted her head. Once she was back, twice she was familiar, blinking her big eyes again, and gently patting Chen Siphon's head. "Then I'll treat you to a movie later. That's overtime pay." Older sister used to like to touch his head, like a gene engraved in the bones of male homosexuals. Do not like others to touch the head. So when I grew up I did not allow my older sister to touch it. And now, too, hold back. Look at the original, not at all fierce big boss. Did not hold back. Gently grabbed her fluttering wrists, trying to peel away. Well, if the big boss is not happy, then Chen Siwon will also be decisive to help her hand down to the slap. Clothesline. It's not the same as old sister. Long live the boss. Chen Siwon is still politically correct. But Wu Penny a pickpocket on the good behavior to move away from the hand, and even skillfully have a 1, have 2, have 2, have 3. Also put the small hand naive initiative stuffed into Chen Siwon. Just let go of her wrist hand, pulling him to watch a movie to go. Chen Siwon do not need to care about anything, just need to bring a person. Tickets. Popcorn. Ice cola. Penny Wu are quiet ready. All boys rely on a person to work. For Penny, does not exist. Gee, what's with the bucket of popcorn? Chen Siwon looked at Penny Wu, whose 2 small hands were raised to carry only 2 cups of ice coke, and suspiciously took the bucket of popcorn on the service counter and held it to her chest. Worthy of being a daughter's slave. Old father. Really understand Penny Wu. She easily tapped the screen of the phone. Naturally took a Chen Siwon to see, because the 2 people in front of us yesterday also only bought a bucket of popcorn to eat. Chen Siphon said, worthy of being the boss? You are how you can be so righteous. A little ambiguous or not get to say this kind of sour smell words? Chen Siwon was helpless. Then why did you still buy 2 cups of ice cola? Might as well return a cup of. Just as soon as she saw the words, Penny Wu dutifully nodded her head and turned to return the coke. Chen Siphon choked and hurriedly emptied a hand, catching her. Come back. I'm joking, lol. Wu Penny nodded a wink. Chen Siwon has been able to sip out of her. This is a little. Then she sided the small head to look at pickpocket this own wrist of the big hand. Raised the hands of the 2 cups of cola to Chen Siwon. Red lips pursed, gently shook his head. Chen Siwon at this time did not understand what the meaning of. But wait for the ticket check into the field will know what it means. The black pressure of the cinema screening hall. She gently patted Chen Siwon's shoulder. The faintly glowing cell phone handed Chen Siwon. On the top of the line of news, I just don't have time for the hand. Can't hold it for you. Chen Siwon surprised nuzzle. Said who just wanna hold you. Held back half a day. Very small voice. Fool. Penny Wu craned her head, apparently not listening. It's okay, I said the movie is starting. Oh, Chen Siwon did not particularly want to see a movie. Penny Wu compared to the night run also just want to see a movie. No special preference, so the movie tickets are bought casually. The time is not late. Unlike the last time the old Wu comrade carefully selected romantic comedy film, the lady at the box office pushed a horror movie on them. Blue Star Wahini Cinema is still a great scale. Not the kind of review here is not right. And there and touch the line is not allowed to be on the shelves. This horror movie is still pretty much on the level, and the creepy, boozy atmosphere is still stacked up nicely. So much so that Chen Siwon called out that he was fooled. He obviously asked the lady at the box office before entering, saying that this movie is scary? The lady clearly said it wasn't scary. What's the result? What's the result? Well, Sven Chen doesn't like scary horror movies, and if you want to say he's scared, he won't admit it. Well, he just doesn't like them. Penny Wu was also a coward as expected. When that kind of drowsy transport mirror came out, her small hand silently reached over and gently twisted Chen Siwon's sleeve. The plot has not yet completely unfolded before. Just padding time. Chen Siwon, this goods also surface force to calm comfort others. Do not be afraid. Are fake, people acting. There I am. No accident, ha. Penny Wu's big eyes looked at Xiao Chun, blinking twice in a slightly adoring manner before her body moved slightly to his side. Who knew that Chen Siwen had also become a limp noodle at this moment? When a dead man's brain broad suddenly smiled weirdly and appeared on the big screen. Chen Siwen teeth are not only a tight, toes buckle the ground, head slightly averted. Wu Penny is even squinting subconsciously grabbed the whole arm of Chen Siwen at once, and then the head hurriedly leaned towards the direction of his shoulder, but found that the original led her mo fear of small Chen also to her side to avoid 2 times. The 2 cowards were sitting there at the moment with their heads close together. Chen Siwen's eyes are almost closed. His mouth is still hard. You don't fear. I am in. On. Xiao Chen said that. Well, then she believed it that way. It wasn't until she was out of the movie theater that Chen Siwen came back to her senses as an afterthought. What kind of horror movie? So scary. Penny Wu was already dull. And then this scare. At the moment walking on the way to the underground parking lot. Her small face white. Her eyes are still a little frightened. Her small hand tightly twisted in the corner of Chen Siwen's short sleeve, silently following behind him. Chen Siwen easing or very quickly. The mall at the moment is still bright lights alight. Demons and monsters quickly leave. He breathed out, sort of detached from the shock of just losing his mind and regained a little bit of calm. He looked at his side at the moment was scared as if a little bit pathetic. Penny Wu looked up as a catching machine. He thought about it, took out the previous and old sister. A coward to watch horror movies. Coaxing the old sister to be happy the same set. Boss, why don't I catch you a doll? Chen Siwen said and brought Penny Wu to the crane machine, exchanged $100 of coins, and controlled the flying claw to grab it, symbolizing the flashing lights of relaxation and cheerful music pleasing to the ears, until Chen Siwen deliberately declawed dozens of coins and was pretending to be so annoyed that he intended that I was going to tear down this broken doll machine. Penny Wu finally slowly turned her head, quietly looking Chen Siwen over, finally loosening the small hand that was pulling on the corner of his sleeve. With a little leap of faith, Chen Siwen decisively gave way. Looking at the first time to catch dolls really is a rookie. Penny Wu finally forgot about the picture in the movie theater. Happy to listen to the "Come and Catch Me" happily squandered game coins. Chen Siwen looked at the gradually sharply decreasing game coins in the small basket in her hand and couldn't help but sigh, then leaned her shoulders slightly on the nearby one-lift crane machine, her eyes staring at her quietly. Big Boss really doesn't have much of a childhood. With a little chagrin on her florid little face, she looked at the only 2 coins left in the little basket. Her little mouth opened slightly and exhaled, her little hand solemnly taking the game coins out of the basket. But by Chen Siwen sighed and laughed softly and snatched the coins. A simple coin, a simple shake of the paw. Once, twice, a white fluffy teddy bear was surprised to be brought out by the flying claw. Chen Siwen as much as possible in the grasp of the stoop. The bear picked up, stuffed into the moment as if wow, a mouth open. Eyes beering slap in the arms of Penny Wu. Horror movies through the back of the head, greatly expressed, for you. Penny Wu angled a bit, squeezing the stuffed teddy bear and looking down at what was actually a particularly cheap bear. On the way home, Penny Wu, in addition to driving, the hand is not holding, and do not need to grab Chen Siwen's sleeve, holding the hand of the little white bear, and every now and then also touch the head of the little white bear, the corners of the mouth clucked up. The whole person is happy to fly. Even wait until the next day early in the morning, hugging the bear of the Big Boss and her little gold man. Just highlight a full of fight again back to that doll machine in front of the side of the guard waiting for the door to open. 100 coins of game. 200 coins of game. She's a vegetable, but she can't help it if she's rich. When Chen Siwen went upstairs for lunch at noon as usual, the apparently mature but actually rotten Penny Wu was already standing not far from the door waiting for him with her hands behind her back, and her big eyes were still flashing with the light of "Guess what's in my hand?" Chen Siwen into the door froze, but there is no need for him to guess. The first time to catch the doll Penny Wu straight white long legs towards his direction jogging over, small hands from behind him out of the same white fluffy stuff, generously stuffed into his arms. Also for you. Oh, the plush touch in my arms is not big, and the height is only 30 centimeters, especially small and simple little white bear. Chen Siwen pinched the little white bear's ears, looked up and nuzzled her mouth and asked, "So, you're going to catch dolls this early in the morning?" "Ing." Penny Wu stood not far from her white blouse, black wraparound skirt, slender legs, shapely body stepped on high heels Tata and leaned forward 2 more steps. A hand raised also pinched on the other ear of the bear. The two were very close. Their noses were full of the fragrant scent of her body. Not that kind of perfume flavor, as if it was from her white gooseneck oozing out a special flavor, as if it also had a bit of milky scent, especially good smell, coupled with the already milky white skin. Chen Siwen froze lips slightly open, the aroma of the Big Boss down the mouth and tasted in. He is quite tall. His eyes are also not paying attention to a sweep, just in time to fall in the collar of Penny's white shirt. The shirt's first collar is not buttoned up much more tightly. A small angle. Chen Siwen thought. Really white. Don't get me wrong. He is saying that the little white bear in his hand is really white and tender. It's cheaper to pinch, but still has the cotton softness it should have for a plush toy. Chen Siwen didn't dare to look at it more. Her eyes detached from the small white bear, and looked up and laughed softly. How could you think of catching a doll early in the morning? Sitting on the table, Penny Wu also hugged the bear that Chen Siwen gave her last night. Both hands pinched on the bear's ears. The cell phone screen glowed lightly. Because you gave me the doll, so it's only right that I give it to you as well. Chen Siwen froze. Thank you, I like it a lot. The two of them were sitting next to the lunchbox at the moment, both holding dolls. Penny Wu might have something to do at noon today. She played with it for a few moments, and stuffed the bear in her hand into Chen Siwen's arms as well, and then showed her cell phone to Chen Siwen. Right, there's a small meeting in a little while, about 20 minutes or so you don't have to wait for me. Eat first. Chen Siwen smiled and nodded, but looked down at the two bear sons in his arms and sighed. You are silly to run early in the morning to catch dolls to give me. 20 minutes only. I still do not wait for you. Then I like words? After quietly watching Penny Wu, accompanied by her secretary, take a few senior executives into the small conference room attached to the president's office for a meeting, Chen Siwen was alone in the big boss's lair, bored and fiddling with the two bears, and not long afterward opened the lunchbox to see what was on the menu today. TSK, this president of the adult bar, before his small editor-in-chief no human rights, not to say, now cannot help but say two sentences. Penny Wu, her picky eaters have reached the unthinkable point, and the horror is also with the change of time and cooking methods. Eat today may not be eaten tomorrow. Boiled and eaten fried may not be eaten. It's really hard for the chef. Just as Chen Siwen secretly muttered, the door of the conference room opened. Penny Wu walked out surrounded by a group of supervisors. Although Chen Siwen didn't recognize this group of people, but he knew for sure that these were the top management of the company. He was also particularly measured. It was always impolite to sit by himself, so he put down the spoon in his hand and stood up and politely smiled at them. The group of supervisors immediately said, Chief Editor Chen, please take a seat. Please take a seat. I wouldn't dare. Holding. Chen Siwen also didn't care about the supervisor's line of sight, helplessly raised his hand and snatched the bear in her arms in one smooth motion. It's time to eat. Don't play. Penny Wu hadn't let go of her hand, and had held it a little tighter. You can't hug for dinner, can you? Loosen up. But hearing Chen Siwen's slightly aggravated tone, she skimmed her lips and allowed the little white bear to be snatched away and placed on the sofa. Chen Siwen did it smoothly, oblivious to how shocked the supervisors looked. Early on, I knew that this Chen editor-in-chief was flat on her back, and somehow she had gained the favor of the president, who even wanted to be with her during that little break in the middle of the day, and did not shy away from people's words at all. Now it seemed that the relationship between editor-in-chief Chen and the president was really more extraordinary than they had imagined. He actually grabbed something from the president's arms at random, and the president, who was not happy about it, even listened to him, because the editor-in-chief is also a senior executive in the company now. Comrade Lim Taemin just laughed disdainfully in the back of his mind as he watched the shock of his compatriots. That's it? I'll tell you about Editor Chen eating Big Boss's spit? Naive. Lin Hai with the world is drunk. I am alone awake, and a thoughtful face of the supervisors knowingly and hurriedly exited the office. For her part, Penny Wu squared up her two bear sons on the sofa before walking over to sit down across from Chen Siwen. No childhood. Childish. Chen Siwen pressed in a small voice. Aang? It's okay. Says you're good. Chen Siwen re-sat down and respectfully placed the lunchbox in front of her. Boss, it's done. Anan. Chen Siwen has been having lunch with the president adult for 2 months. Of course, this is the first time after watching the movie. Chen Siwen has too much less of the previous insecurity. The way the two of them are getting along at the moment, just as the supervisors have just seen, there is a big change in the steepness of the situation. No longer is the little editor-in-chief carefully serving the big boss. Perhaps because she rarely received gifts from anyone other than Comrade Wu since she was a little girl. Penny Wu treasured the bear son that Chen Siwen had given her for the first time in person, and she bit her chopsticks and blinked her eyes at it from time to time during dinner. Chen Siwen helplessly tapped the lunchbox with her chopsticks. Only then did Penny Wu take back her sight. Small mouthfuls of vegetables. She quite liked to eat vegetables, but these 2 months did not see her clip a few more clips of meat before Chen Siwen fed her is also dogged. She likes to eat vegetables, then routinely feed the vegetables, but now it is not the same. Took the initiative to clip 2 piles of braised meat clip to her bowl. Penny Wu shallow smile and then ate it. Sven Chen clips again. Penny Wu froze and ate it anyway, but after Chen Siwen chucked 2 more piles of meat for the 3rd time, Penny Wu's mouth has not yet swallowed the rice, bulging 2 cheeks, like a cute hamster, hastily shook her head, and then a small hand blocked to protect her lunchbox. a pair of bright big eyes. No need to say anything, Chen Siphon seems to have guessed what she is going to say at this moment. You're still weirdly nice, but please don't pinch it for me. I don't want it. Seeing this, Chen Siwon also stopped her own chopsticks and just chucked a family of baby bok choy and put it into the bowl, wrapping it around the rice and baring her mouth for a bite before sighing and saying, "Actually, I quite like eating meat." Penny Wu took a look at the lunchbox to match and put down her chopsticks. This is where the previous communication barrier originated from. She had to take out her cell phone and tap on it before she could communicate with Chen Siwon. Then I'll ask the kitchen to make more meat tomorrow. Good. Chen Siwon on the dishes, not vegetables, meat not meat at all, did not put on the mind. Just think of the night running, just run for a while. Wu Penny on the small mouth slightly gasping. It looks like the meat to eat less. In fact, carefully observed, Penny Wu looks as bright but raised his hands and feet and some soft people feel. Lin Dayu is meat eat less, so hiccups early. Looking at her bare forehead, occasionally look up to reveal the clean big eyes. I don't know how a 6'7" guy who eats this much grows so dimpled. Chen Siwon can be considered to start caring about the small details of the two people at dinner. It is not easy. He sked his mouth and muttered a sentence. Think about it before is also stupid enough. The boss long, boss short. I give the boss boo boo boo. Not mellow at all. And now get along with how good. After dinner I went downstairs to work and code, and a leisurely busy Monday came to an end. Chen Siwon still went for a night run, but Penny Wu said it was because she didn't like running at night, but still wore her little white sneakers downstairs. Still watching the movie? Chen Siwon asked Penny Wu a sideways question on the way to running, and laughed to death. The two of them were almost scared into a daze last night. Penny Wu froze, as if she remembered something bad, and quickly shook her head. Or running is good. Running is not as good as a dead man's brain broad. Chen Siwon smiled. Exercise is still necessary. The so-called body is the capital. No body, what is useless? However, Penny Wu seems to be a little strange. All the way to trot. The west side of the small courtyard of high quality. Green especially good. The leaves of the trees to meet the night wind of the fast approaching autumn thrashlight sound. Every now and then she sneaked a glance over toward the rattling, and after seeing more, Chen Siwon inquired curiously, "What's wrong?" Feeling the sense of security brought by Chen Siwon next to her, Penny Wu shook her head, indicating that she was fine, but one step 3 back into the building. On the elevator, the confined space seems to suddenly let Penny Wu a little rushed, silently moving her small feet back a step, looking at the bright elevator lights, eyes flickering, as if pasted on the wall to feel at ease. Heard the elevator ding tone, Penny Wu hurriedly ran out of the elevator, back to the house, snapped all the lights in the house to open, shoes kicked on and socks off, revealing her smooth white little feet. She trotted back to her bedroom, flinging herself onto the bed in one fell swoop, as if the comforter would grant her some sense of security. Grinding for half a day, by the bright light of the house before washing up, hurriedly into the blanket again, hugging the little white bear, showing a small head outside the blanket. After last night's excitement, as if the bear that brought her enough yesterday had no effect tonight, Penny Wu closed her eyes as if a creepy dead head was right in front of her eyes, smiling at her oozing straight smile. She immediately opened her eyes, which revealed a daze, and miserably weakly tightened the covers in her arms, being scared and unable to even speak. Gently squeezing the bear in her hand, Penny Wu with big watery eyes fumbled for her cell phone and sent it to Chen Siwon. I'll never watch a horror movie again. Until the next day when eating at noon. Penny Wu's spirit seems to be a bit depressed. Chen Siwon pursed her lips, one clip to give her a clip of food, and then softly consoled, the movies are all fake, can't be real. Chen Siwon did have a bit of a heart attack when he watched horror movies, but he didn't have a strong sense of images and his sleep quality was superb, so he belonged to the kind of people who were afraid, but didn't have any horror movie after effects. And Penny Wu is not the same. Big Boss, her mouth wrapped in rice, had been because of the cinema big screen in the side of the particularly classic dead people brain brought insomnia. Chen Siwon also gave her a bunch of meat piles in her bowl. Wu Penny can only bulging cheeks. Stubborn copy chopsticks to the meat and clip out again. Clipped into the bowl of Chen Siwon. Okay, Chen Siwon said in a deep voice. Penny Wu's chopsticks hung in the air without movement, but you could tell that she wanted to throw away the pile of braised pork in her hand that still had a bit of fat in it. It's normal to be scared of watching horror movies and not dare to sleep alone. My oldest sister is the same. But that's no reason for you not to eat meat at noon. Chen Siwon helplessly caught her small mind. Change before small Chen editor-in-chief do not dare to say. But look at her like this. He also greatly set out. Penny Wu swallowed the food in her mouth, which put the red meat back into the bowl. Well, eat a pile of meat, just eat it. Which knew that Chen Siwon suddenly sighed. And from the pile of meat just returned by Penny Wu, he picked the biggest piece and gave it to her to clip into the bowl again, and said helplessly, I can't finish it, but wasting it is a shameful behavior. So I'll just trouble you, boss, to help me to eliminate a little bit of it. And you must finish it. Wu Penny dumbfounded look at their lunchbox meat and more up. Originally after a day and night, did not escape being scared by a horror movie on the gas, and now Chen Siwen also let her eat the least favorite meat. So Wu Penny angry bite by bite to finish the bowl of things, wrapped in the mouth to get up and pick up the small white bear on the sofa over there. Ignoring Chen Siwen back to the desk sullen work. Chen Siphon see her today this is only considered a rich nutritional mix well. Then shrugged his shoulders, put the lunchbox away, went downstairs to work. Originally, after thinking about it in the afternoon, he suddenly worried that he was not too wavy. Will the boss have an opinion? Chen Siwen hindsight is still a little weak. At the end of the night, blinking and looking at the front door of one of the buildings over there. It wasn't clear if she'd be coming down today or not. The result is obviously he was wrong to worry about. Penny Wu did not have that kind of big boss self-consciousness strong, do not know what is wrong. The night is still humming and hawing running, and even the last two people to break up the scene. Penny Wu stepped 3 times to turn back, are going to walk into the door of the building there. She suddenly turned around and ran over in the direction of Chen Siwen, who had originally eyed Penny Wu's cut and was also about to turn her head to go home, and suddenly squatted down, her small hands clasping Chen Siwen's thighs with one hand. I'll go. Chen Siwen was startled and froze, and as soon as she looked down, she felt the pitiful eyes of the late-stage horror movie aftermath squatting by her legs. What are you doing? Chen Siphon lowered his head sideways, reading comprehension as he looked at her Buring's big eyes. I'm scared. What then? I don't know. No need for sound, but no sound here is more sound. Chen Siwen suddenly bent helplessly to help her up, crying and laughing as he inquired. You don't want to go home with me, do you? Then there was no need to guess at this sentence, as Penny Wu's big innocent eyes stared at the cell phone screen and typed a string of words, then handed it to Chen Siwen expectantly to see. Do you live with your sister? Can I rest with your sister tonight? Chen Siwen thought about it. Old sister at home. Stay overnight. In fact, is not impossible, After some agonizing, sighed. When I was a child, my own old sister watched a horror movie also want to find my mom to sleep with her for 2 days. I was still laughing at her. Gee, horror movies kill people. What can Chen Siwen do? From Big Boss request. Bang, bang, bang. So he quickly led the way home and knocked on the door of his sister's room, accompanied by a big boss who was quiet because of the aftermath. Chen Sijia, in order to prepare for the company's examination, slept especially early in the past 2 days, and at the moment, she was almost sleepy and confused, blinking her eyes blankly to get up. She didn't have much to get up for, rubbing her hair and snorting. She helplessly got up from the comforter and said to the outside of the door of her room, "What are you doing in the middle of the night?" Then opened the door. The subtle light stimulated her eyes. Chen Sijia eyes blinking. In front of her eyes is her own disturbing sleep stinky brother, as well as a good beautiful female. Wait, girls? Chen Siwen blinked. Chen Sijia thumped the door closed and opened it again. His eyes were all confused and did not forget to rub his eyes and muttered softly, "Hey." I got up fierce. So and so. The living room is brightly lit. Chen Siwen to Wu Penny poured a cup of hot milk. Her hands good behavior holding a cup. Small mouth especially elegant drinking. Penny sitting posture is very good. The back of the typical beauty arc. A pair of legs gently next to each other slightly to the left side of a little bit. Especially the posture of the lady. The atmosphere of the big girl at a glance. Chen Siwen briefly explained the incident of the movie theater horror movie. And her older sister, who was also a coward, nodded indistinctly, while also looking at Penny Wu with special empathy. Taking people to see a horror movie in the middle of the night. Don't you want to lose your life? Chen Siwen spread his hands to show that I am wronged. That is all because of the lady at the ticket office. She said that she does not ha people. By the way, this is Chen Sijia, my sister. Chen Siwen pointed at Penny Wu, then introduced Chen Sijia again. This is Penny Wu. Chen Sijia also gently rubbed her hand on the seam of her pajama pamphlet, then hurriedly reached out. Hello. Penny Wu didn't say anything, obediently extending her hand and nodding her head. It's so classy, so high-flying, it doesn't even bring a speech. Chen Sijia looked at Penny Wu, and stared at his oldest brother, blinked with hindsight, gulped, throat suddenly welled up so many questions, but in front of Penny Wu, she was not good to ask. Chen Siwen knew his oldest sister very well, and he could tell from even Chen Sijia's twinkling eyes that the man was starting to ramble again. Chen Siwen did not move and pinched his old sister's arm. Normal point la, and then looked at the will not speak, can only sit on the sofa docile drink milk Wu Penny, counting on her and at this moment should be equivalent to a stranger's old sister initiative to communicate is also no chance. After all, it was the young Chen Siwen who took up all, pulling his old sister to one side. Sister, just ran, Didn't I buy you a lot of clothes the last time I went to the mall? See if there's any that haven't been worn. Take a set for her. Chen Sijia first nodded, then twisted her head to look at not far away as if at the moment in curiosity scanning the small Chen's home of Penny Wu. Just wanted to ask what? Before asking, was nasty stinky younger brother with a small bread gagged? At night it will be troublesome for you to clean up a new bed quilt. You two squeezed. She is now living alone. Watched horror movies. Afraid. Chen Sijia managed to swallow the bread in a few mouthfuls, and just when she wanted to ask something, Chen Siphon stuffed her with another small loaf of bread. I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry. It's getting late. Lead the people to bed first. Chen Sijia puffed her mouth and blinked her eyes before finally nodding helplessly. Chen Siwen beckoned, and Penny Wu, who was still looking around, set aside her cup, stepped on her sneakers and got up to trot over. Chen Siwen froze at the sight and made a stop gesture. Bridge bean sack. Change your shoes first. Cooking and wiping the table is the old sister. Home mopping is generally Chen Siwen busy work. The two of them men and women with work is not tired. The large flat was cleaned up, especially from a young condition is not very good. The layout in the kind of Penny Wu's home a little too much to lose the life of the gas of the high end of the atmosphere of the class feeling is not the same. The home is not badly decorated, but it just has a touch more warmth and some life to it. Chen Siwen took down the slippers that had been prepared for the guests early on and threw them at Penny Wu's feet, and just watched as she obediently took off her little white shoes, and in the process pulled down the little white boat socks, revealing her little feet, which had a particularly beautiful arc, and were even whiter, and one of the translucent toes seemed to be cute to the point of being cute, and especially milky white with a bit of a pinkish feel to it. Looked at wearing a particularly youthful sports tights Penny Wu bent over the small feet finally stuffed into, before shopping in the supermarket old sister chose, but also with 2 white rabbit prints of the small white drag, lowered his head while quietly pulling the smooth down the hair, fingertips also mischievous a warped one. Chen Siwen coughed lightly twice and withdrew his sight. My sister went to get you a change of clothes. Take a bath in a while. My old sister sleeps quite peacefully at night. Well, sleep in a bed with my sister at night. Is it okay, boss? Chen Siwen inquired about the big boss, just in case the boss suddenly felt it was inappropriate to change his mind. Penny Wu nodded, and then stood in place to step on the slippers, satisfied to raise his head, stood in front of Chen Siwen, slightly tiptoe a little bit, revealing with a little bit of pink heel, eyes curved especially beautiful. The matter has been 3, skillful and once again openly and gently pat Chen Siwen's head. Chen Siwen silent for a moment, did not say anything, but in the bottom of the heart or rise up to counterattack, said in the heart that it is like a girl's ankle, the boy's hair cannot be touched. You do not know wow. In touching the flip-flopping return hand ha, but after thinking about it, forget about it. She is the boss to endure a little bit, wait for her old sister to come out. Chen Siwen decisively peeled her small hand away, then took the clothes, a hand stuffed into the arms of Penny Wu, leading her into the bathroom. Simply let her pay attention to the ground slip casually blah 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 2 sentences. Chen Siwen from the bathroom to close the door back out. A turn of the head is waiting for a long time old sister. Her eyes stared like a copper bell. Pressed the helpless Chen Siwen pulled into the bedroom, took a look at that side of the tightly closed bathroom door, and then lowered the volume of the voice, but could not lower her excitement. Who is she? Who is she? Who is she? Is she the big boss? Is she the one you rear-ended? Is she the one who rents our house to us? Chen Siwen disgustedly pushed her old sister's face that came over to the side and skimmed. First, she is my friend. Second, our house is not rented by her. And third, boss? What boss? I don't know any bosses. Chen Sijia, don't think nonsense, wash your hands of it. You've brought people back and you're still not telling me about it. Chen Sijia protested, but the protest was ineffective. Chen Siwen yawned. I'm sleepy, old sister. I'll trouble you for the night. If you don't tell me, I'll ask Wu. Penny Wu. Later? Oh. Chen Siwen shrugged indifferently. The old sister from childhood to outsiders is also a social terrorist. Penny is even more will not speak. The two of them to stay in a house. The head of the silence of the small crows cannot fly. Simply cannot fly. As expected, the big boss is accompanied by someone, and the after effects of the horror movie will be good at once. Plus last night did not rest well at all, and after taking a bath and falling into bed, she slept especially sweetly, while the old sister was insomniac, tossing and turning and imagining things, and she couldn't sleep. She couldn't sleep at all. After mentally spitting at her own stinky old brother for half a day, Chen Sijia barred her mouth before finally falling asleep in a daze. However, today's dream seems to be particularly sweet. The dream is written in the romance novels. The glorious luxury store, a group of beautiful and polite counter-sister respectfully surrounded. The mind flickers with the soft inquiry of the girl I just met today. Which bag do you like, sis? He himself was just eyeballing a flick of the finger. Attentive younger sibling actually on the good behavior and understanding of the slender jade hand gently waved, oh, then including this bag. All for my sister wrapped up. Everyone until next Tuesday. Really every day to catch up on reading it. Even if you do not read it to help point to the last page. This week 3 Rivers recommended did not hit. Only the last chance. Especially next Monday's chapters. Must remember to help to look at it. Thank you everyone. Early the next morning. The sunlight mischievously teased into the bedroom, illuminating Chen Sijia's eyelids twitching, baring her mouth, frowning, and realizing that there seemed to be something particularly soft and hot in her arms. Confused, she opened her eyes and saw a pair of extraordinarily beautiful eyes staring at her. Chen Sijia's sleepy eyes also looked at her, blinking, wide-eyed for a while. Chen Sijia only steeply awake, a moment to release the arm, sat up, especially embarrassed to rush to apologize. I'm sorry, only to see Penny Wu give a light smile. Shaking her head, not saying anything, her beautiful legs slightly towards the bottom of the bed, stepping on the small white drag to organize her clothes, and then went out of the bedroom. Chen Sijia watched her go out from the bed, and sat for a long time before moving herself, feeling the warmth and softness that still remained, and a little slightly nervous as she followed. As soon as he went out of the bedroom door, he froze, got up fiercely, and Chen Siwen, who had gotten up early, was over there in her apron, cooking breakfast. Yo! Woke up, simply boiled a few eggs and put down some noodles. Penny washed up in the outside bathroom, so you can go wash up in the master bathroom. Old sis. Chen Siwen twisted her head in greeting, and it was obvious that she was still in a good mood. Simple warm and cozy breakfast. 3 people around the table. Wu Penny today is also full of spirit and smiling. After the meal, Chen Siwen looked at Wu Penny wearing her older sister originally loose-style pajamas. The results were Penny's good figure hard to wear out another effect. Penny Wu's clothes, Chen Siwen this morning threw into the washing machine to wash. Just also strange to not see her inside wear intimate apparel. The results now think about it. Yesterday, I guess she didn't change it. After all, the older sister's size and she is not even a magnitude of a cough. So at Penny Wu's inquiry, Chen Siwen took her bag and cell phone. Sister, the bowl will trouble you to wash it. Penny's house is in the next building. I'll accompany her back to change her clothes for work, and then I'll go to work. Chen Sijia. Because she stared at her oldest brother from time to time and looked at the quiet Penny Wu, ate the slowest, still holding the bowl of shivering noodles, nodding her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Soon Chen Siwen came to her door with Penny Wu, who was pulling herself by the scruff of the neck. Apparently she was experiencing a period of bad sleep memories at home the night before. After her fingerprints were successfully verified, she twisted open the door of the room and poked in a head melon first, observing for a while before she entered the house. This time, a pair of men's slippers that perfectly matched the size of Chen Siwen's feet are quietly placed in a more conspicuous position at the entrance hall. Put on the slippers and entered the house, sat on the sofa and waited. With her old sister's symptoms in front of her, Chen Siwen knew that this horror movie aftermath was going to last for a few days, and divided people. They had to slowly wait for that exciting sense of images to not be so clear before they could have a normal night's sleep. Thinking about her silly hugging of her lap yesterday, and looking at the house which, though large and beautiful, always felt a little cold. Chen Siwen looked at the change of clothes out. A lady's small suit, a simple disc hair. At the moment the surface looks competent, but also well-behaved. Holding of her small children is too childish. For her just good bare son Penny Wu. Chen Siwen smiled helplessly. He didn't have too many complicated ideas, simply inquiring softly, "Boss, why don't you pack a few clothes and go to my house for a few days, with my old sister accompanying you? You should sleep a little better." "Okay, go. Go home and put your suitcase away before you go to the office." Chen Siwen snapped his fingers and took the box in Penny Wu's hands. It wasn't too heavy, and dragging the box, he went from the first building to the 4th building, and passed by 3 buildings in between. It should be a business trip back, but then again, how does this person look so familiar? Just like Xiao Wu General. Shit, Mr. Wu. Lin Taming upward wiped his hair, eyes staring like copper bells, did not see too clearly, expression wooden flute a little less sure, staring at the door of the 4 buildings over there. Waited for a while, saw a man and a woman out of the inside, fiercely gulped, the body hastened to a shrinking one to hide, the whole person at once tightly pasted to the wall, lips slightly open, stagnant eyes, slowed down for a while before silently out of the wall corner. First time holding hands, first time kissing, pulling a suitcase. This is just living together, right? I was there for all of it. Big boss, Chief Editor Chan, you too have me in your feelings. Lim Taming followed a few steps forward with a bit of tears and laughter, and saw that the original ordinary entrance to the neighborhood had now become glittering, and even overflowing with pink bubbles in all directions. only to see Chen Siwen standing in place, waving his hand toward the front, signaling the big boss to go first. Chen Siwen felt that in order to avoid rumors spreading in the company, it would be best for the two of them to enter the company back and forth, and Penny Wu was holding two hard-boiled eggs, one of Chan's and one still of Chan's. So turn around and trot back. Do not like to eat eggs. Penny Wu put in the hands of the two eggs through to Chen Siwen to run. Chen Siwen helplessly caught her, signaling her first MO run, and then peeled an egg and watched her reluctant to finish eating, before waving goodbye. In the corner, Comrade Lin Taemin, who was secretly observing, saw everything and sucked in a breath of cold air. Is this the big boss and the little editor-in-chief falling in love? Is this what it's like for a girl to read a romance novel? Chief Editor Lin covered his face and shook his head. The corners of his mouth seemed to rise a little, muttering, "Sweeten me to death." At the same time, in the old mansion recently more refreshed also started morning exercise. Wu Guodong received a phone call. It is a little unsettled. What? Miss didn't stay at home last night. The voice of the aunt who was responsible for going to make breakfast for Penny Wu specifically every morning then rang on the other end of the phone. What? Around Wu's voice couldn't resist sharpening a bit at the moment. You still saw Miss dragging her suitcase home with a young boy in the middle of the day? No. Didn't they just introduce themselves, living together? Wu hung up the phone face or with who I am the color of confusion. The old father suddenly feels so strange. That is, the family who understand. My family cabbage seems to be a pig arch. I put this pig in the vegetable garden. The next day, the morning sun just glittering, the boss and small Chen editor-in-chief cohabitation. This matter had a great impact on Lin Hai. Of course, it hit the old father even harder. In the small courtyard of the West City, in a remote corner, Lin Hai held the bread in his hand, and before he could nibble 2 mouthfuls of it, he dropped it woodenly to the ground. The chairman of the board of directors was standing there with a cigarette in his mouth thoughtfully, looking over to that side of the building from time to time. Reason told Lin Hai this place should not stay long, but the sixth sense is quietly telling him, do not go. You Lin Hai life how many times in private to see the chairman of the opportunity? How do you think the young Lin Hai became editor-in-chief? He finally chose to greet him with a formal greeting, Chairman, and then stayed. There is soon to be 2 figures came out. Penny this girl picky eaters? Wu Guodong is always known, but also do not let others say. Once she said she not only did not speak, but also pretend to be deaf, can not hear. There was nothing Wu could do with his own daughter. At the moment looked at Chen Siwen peeled the eggshells. It gave the girl into the mouth. The girl can see reluctance, but still good behavior of the barking mouth. Wu Guodong held a cigarette in his hand, inhaled deeply, spit the smoke ring at the moment seems to be with a touch of melancholy. Noticing the young man beside him, Wu Guodong sighed and handed a cigarette over. Lin Hai fearfully took the cigarette and lighter. The heart silently sighs, but also just feed an egg. The chairman of the board of directors on this look, kissing, barebacking, and holding hands. Lin Taemin what big scenes have not seen. Lin Hai also emotionally exhaled a mouthful of smoke rings. After a while, the 2 people over there went to work one after the other. I heard the chairman of the board beside me suddenly asked, in your opinion, Little Chen editor-in-chief, how is this person? Lin Hai hurriedly pinched the cigarette and organized his language and replied, Editor-in-chief Xiao Chen is very nice. Chief Xiao Wu will take the initiative to bend down and carry her when she is tired. We'll hold Chief Xiao Wu on the road, and will also carefully feed Chief Xiao Wu her meals. As a boyfriend, Editor-in-chief Xiao Chen is still very qualified. Boyfriend? Lin Hai gave the chairman a report on what he had seen and heard recently. After listening to this, Wu silently lit the cigarette in his hand on the trash can and threw it into the bucket, suddenly glanced sideways at Lin Hai, smiled, and suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Your name is Lin Hai, right? The chief editor of the scholarship group? Yes, chairman. Well, that's good. I'll keep you in mind. You're going to be late for work, aren't you? Okay, chairman. Lin Hai pleasantly arrived at the company. At noon, the co-workers would no longer be surprised at all that Chen Siwen would go upstairs for lunch every day. It's a matter of habit, but it's like the last time the big boss came downstairs with a lunchbox. Just getting used to it, and little editor-in-chief Chen would always surprise them. For 2 days in a row, editor-in-chief Chen actually ran out of boxed lunches. Yeah. I heard that the high-rise cafeteria has also seen big bosses foraging for food at noon. This office gossip, sometime is just idle. What about the big boss treating you differently? People will speculate about your identity. What about you slowly or return to mediocrity? And people will think, has editor-in-chief Chen fallen out of favor? Well, the big boss. What a status. I guess it was just a win before. Big fish and meat are used to eating. Want to taste the editor Chen this clear soup small dishes? I don't know. It's just Penny Wu temporarily moved into Chen Siwen's house. Where is the cook anymore? Although Penny Wu was upset that Yu Xiaochen couldn't eat lunch with her for the past 2 days, but then she thought, Xiaochen has changed. He used to not care about eating meat by himself, but now he is trying to stuff his mouth in every way possible. No meat at noon is not bad. No meat plus a small Chen is better. So she sat in the cafeteria, took out her cell phone and photographed their own noon meal. Inquired, afternoon cannot want meatloaf? Chen Siwon's reply was quick, but I like meat a lot. Penny Wu discussed with Chen Siwon. Then in the future, I'll have the kitchen cook more meat, but you don't force me to eat it, okay? Chen Siwon, no good. There's too much meat for me to finish. You'll have to share it for me. Boss please. It's really bitter. I really don't like eating meat too much. But Xiao Chen troubles himself Penny Wu shook her head helplessly. Alright then. But Xiao Chen really has enough inches hey. In the evening, when I returned to Chen Siwon's home, I looked at the table full of meat, and there was only a sporadic small cabbage. Penny Wu sat down at the dining room table and wrote 2 words with a pen on her little piece of cardboard. Protest. Older sister through the micro chat message. Know that Penny Wu will not speak. Last night also secretly slander this girl is too high and cold. A little bit of bad contact. Lunch break at noon when half of the sleep will not be able to sleep. Climbed up and pinched himself twice. She can be really damned looking at Chen Siwon as if he didn't see the cardboard in his hand. Then Penny Wu hurriedly held it up in front of Chen Siwon to show him. Protest. Chen Siwon looked at her this little look of no power that estimated that all of the boss's skill points were added to good behavior. For some reason, the more he spent time with Penny Wu, the more he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, and his words came out succinctly. Invalid. Penny Wu sniffed with a grave expression and glanced sideways at the dining table, then changed her tool to take her cell phone out. So much. The dishes aren't there. I can't eat a little bit. Chen Siwon laughed and pulled her cell phone away. Boss, eat meat first. I will mix a vegetable salad for you in a while. Meat and vegetable collocation well. Penny Wu, you've called me boss. So Chen. Can you give me face and listen to me? How about just eating the vegetable salad? Chen Siwon thought for a moment, then still said, not good. Penny Wu's entire body is lifeless. Hard to eat after dinner. Went back to the bedroom. From the suitcase side of the rummage out of a new book. Overbearing president's sweetheart little stepford wife. Penny Wu held the book. Her slender, curly eyelashes fluttering slightly. Not at all sweetheart. And Chen Sijia, who had been sullenly silent for the past 2 days, secretly observing with a pair of wide eyes, had frozen. The big boss who is full of nobility but actually can't speak and is quiet and well-behaved is being fed meat by his oldest brother. And the whole thing is cute and helpless to the point of being too much. So who would believe it if it were said out loud? Even Chen Sijia would like to ask, our ancestral tomb is burning up. Right. So much smoke. My oldest brother is good-looking, has a pretty good personality, and is now a better earner. But why does it feel so hard to believe? Don't the presidents start out in control of the absolute initiative? Is there even a period of time when they abuse each other to death because of the inferiority complex that one side is noble and one side is close? How come it doesn't look like the novel now? Is that the part that went wrong? Oh yes, Chen Sijia figured everything out at once. And it was hard to wait until Penny Wu didn't go home from her meeting, and Chen Siphon had the chance to go home first. Chen Sijia took out her silky, not at all powerful spoon again and placed it in front of her oldest brother's neck, and suddenly asked, honestly, how long has your adulterous relationship with Big Boss been going on? Chen Siwon rolled her eyes and snatched the spoon from her hand. Nonsense. Big Boss and I are simple. Chen Sijia with a face of you treat your sister as a big fool is it? Oh, you fed her chopsticks of meat before, retracted and then clamped the vegetables into their mouths. Simple? Simple enough to indirectly kiss is it? Chen Siwon aha. You make the Big Boss eat meat. She doesn't want to eat it and she doesn't retort. Even if the Big Boss is scared, if she wants to, she can call a car full of people to guard her bedside. Simple? You two are simple. Can people go home with you? The authorities also seemed to be a bit confused by this recent dreamlike feeling that had hit them, and didn't think too deeply about it, while the old sister's words seemed to have suddenly opened some valve. Chen Siwon's expression became a bit odd as she opened her mouth. She hasn't had any friends since she was a child, so she should especially cherish hard-won friendships, right? Chen Sijia she really, romance novels really did not see in vain She froze for a moment, followed by a particularly clear speech. She has no friends since she was a child. So what makes you her friend? Chen Siwon froze at the words and swallowed hard. Is this the power of romance novels? It's so horrible like this. Chen Sijia looked at her brother's expression. At the moment the onlooker is especially clear. With a pair of heart frogs have been touching your stomach eyes, pouting rosy lips continued. Things are definitely not as simple as imagined. To my experience of reading so many years of romance novels, no 3 or 5 years, The big boss simply cannot be so good to you. Right. Gee, that's nonsense. One has only been at the company for how long? 3 to 5 years? Where is the 3 to 5? Wait a minute. Chen Siwen stared at her older sister in a daze. Something seemed to string together in her head this time. Snapping the odd switch on. Hiss. Chen Siwen sucked in a breath. And with a face full of terror and strangeness, he raised his hands and cupped Chen Sijo's face and pulled it to the sides. Demon! Quickly give my sister back. What ah? Chen Sijia helplessly peeled Chen Siphon's hand away. And as expected, all said to this point, Chen Siphon still highlights a hard mouth. I don't know anything. You don't ask me anything to take the initiative to go to cook. Then when Penny Wu came back from the meeting, he hurried out of the kitchen when he heard the door open. Penny Wu didn't even have time to take off her heels. Bridge bean sacks. Blocked by a stop gesture from Chen Siwen. Penny Wu stood obediently without moving. Chen Siwen carefully remeasured her from top to bottom, sniffing the aroma of her body. He rare boldness. Raise his hand 2 fingers on the tender small face of the big boss. Meet her curious big eyes. But also did not forget to pinch. Thought you were stingy. Chen Siwen suddenly narrowed her eyes and smiled, as if there was some different ease and said, alright, little Wu student. Change your shoes and wash your hands. Get ready to eat. Penny Wu sniffed as she took off her high heels, revealing her small feet, and nodded. Penny Wu does not know why. A night, Xiao Chen from time to time in front of their own sway a circle, measuring themselves, and then the interest came to pinch her face. Pinch the left side, pinch the right side. And even in the sofa watching TV is even more excessive. 2 hands, a left and a right, rested on the 2 sides of their own small face. His hand was still slightly hard, and his own face was gently pulled away a little. So Penny Wu held up the little cardboard she had written just before. Protest. Chen Siwen was facing Penny Wu at the moment with a calmness that she had never felt before, and even said, the small cardboard is almost blocking my hand from squeezing you. Penny Wu sniffed and actually put the cardboard aside before raising her cell phone again. Protest. Penny Wu's small face is particularly smooth and tender, belonging to look at the contours, but tight skin feel extremely good kind. Chen Siphon fondly loosened, suddenly laughed softly and said, fool. Penny Wu was heard and rubbed her face, then looked at Chen Siwen and expressed with dissatisfaction, I'm not stupid. Row, you smart yuppie row. Chen Siwen shrugged perfunctorily, at this moment revealing ease from the bones, completely free of the filters that were more or less present before. Penny Wu thought about the romance novel, fumed for a while, and then turned her head to look at Chen Siwen. Little Chen, I'm the overbearing president. Why don't you have any respect for me at all, Lou? Do you know what a domineering president is? Chen Siwen mercilessly pinched her pink and tender little face again and said, firstly, you are not domineering at all. And secondly, what would you do if I disrespected you? Do you want to fire me and forget about it? Overbearing President Penny Wu. Penny Wu shook her head. Not open. Chen Siwen thought about some things. After a little pressure is no longer. Think Xiao Wu her little face is really too cute bullet. Which Wu endured Seeing that Penny Wu naive also did not care about his hand, Chen Siwen not only pinched, he also rubbed along the small face, but also said with a smile, then you are silly. Penny Wu let Chen Siwen rub her, swinging back toward the sofa, thinking about typing a string of words and handing it to him to read. Little Chen, you're a bit of a bully. Yo, discovered by you. This is actually what I look like. The little editor-in-chief is just my previous disguise. Chen Siwen finally pinched her cheeks. Penny, you have to get used to it slowly. Penny Wu held her pinched face for a long time, twisted her head to look at him, blinked her eyelashes, thought about it, and simply nodded. Chen Sijia at the moment is a glass of milk to drink half an hour. The dog's sneaky covert observation, looking at the bullying after the big boss of the old brother refreshed ran to wash, and looked at the good behavior of the rubbing face. On the quiet continue to look at the news of the big boss. Where's my knife? Quick, kill me to give them a boost. Chen Seijia's eyes glittered with excitement. In dreams, it seems especially beautiful. The endless blue sea and blue sky. Chen Siwen pleasantly sunbathing. The sea breeze. The sun is just right. Lazily drooping eyelids sunbathing. The nose seems to suddenly influx a fragrance. Chen Siwen looked up to see. The vision of the slender figure appeared. Oh, so it is a female internet user graceful. Elegant posture. The sun seems to cover her face. Do not see too clearly. Chen Siwen took a look at it and fell back to continue sunbathing. Thinking while sunbathing, Che, come to the beach without showing a small face. Netizen, you are really unreliable. Chen Siwen was muttering in his heart, when suddenly the sunlight in front of him was blocked, and the scent in his nose grew stronger and stronger. I found you long ago The female netizen's voice was particularly familiar and bright at the moment. Little Chen, you must always play with me. Okay. Found me? Chen Siwen was in a daze, as if she knew what he was thinking. The cybernetic woman bent over and happily pinched her cheeks as well. You heard me right. That you. You don't get too excited. Who was it again? Chen Siwen was a bit dangling. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she opened her eyes in a trance, not expecting a large, particularly rugged face to appear in front of her. Ah, it's Ru Hua. Yelling out, Chen Siwen sat up violently from the bed, clutching the quilt in a cold sweat. Slippers couldn't even be put on. Panicked, ran out of the bedroom, thumped and held up the next door. Penny, Penny. Soon the door opened, and there in front of her was Penny Wu, who had just woken up from a nap, with fluffy hair and a hint of dullness in her confused eyes. Chen Siwen raised his hand and then pinched her face again, feeling the real slippery touch. Could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. So close. Fortunately, it is you. Penny Wu opened her mouth and couldn't make a sound. She could only gently poke Chen Siwen in front of her dumbfoundedly, her big eyes obviously saying, Little Chen, what are you doing? It's fine. Chen Siwen smiled warmly and helped her straighten her hair. Let's see if you're asleep. If not, get up and re-sleep. Penny Wu's long eyelashes seemed to be lagging. Then she saw a light. The same confused old sister sniffed and froze for 2.5 seconds, suddenly widened her eyes and squeezed over. Without good humor, a fist hammered to Chen Siwen's shoulder, rarely showing the majesty of being an old sister. To die out Chen Siwen, in the middle of the night, tossing people. No, old sister, listen to my sophomoric, poo-poo, explanations. Chen Sifen knew he was in the wrong and held his head. Explanation? Not listening. Chen Siwen, let me tell you, I've been putting up with you for a long time. No, bridge bean sacks. I was wrong. So wrong. Dang, Chen Sijia, hit someone without hitting their face. Penny Wu was already much more awake, and the big boss who hadn't had a sibling or even a friend even since she was a child was now fading away from the confusion in her big eyes, suddenly carrying a strong interest, as if she was still a little bit eager to try. Whoa go, Penny Wu, why are you poking me too? Not a moment later, Chen Siwen positively caught sneaking over to hit the stick of Penny Wu. She hurriedly put her hands behind her back, her eyes actually with a little bit of coldness, playing dumb blink. Good wow. Chen Siwen immediately rolled up his sleeves in a pretense of annoyance, caught Penny Wu who turned around and wanted to run, and went to pinch her face, and she naively blocked it for a while, but she couldn't block it at all. Chen Siwen ferociously retracted his hand, suddenly stretched out 2 hands. Wu Penny a skimming small mouth, broken cans on the closed eyes to the small face to Chen Siwen this side also stretched it. As a result, I didn't know that the imagined small hand didn't fall on my face, but instead, there was a sudden arm around my back, and the strong scent of Xiaochen. Chen Siwen gently hugged her, simply feeling her real touch, and suddenly smiled. Penny Wu. Penny Wu couldn't speak, but her good and gentle little pat on Chen Siwen's back seemed to say, Aang, good night, Anan. The curtains blocked out the late night moonlight. Chen Siwen's home has regained quietness. Holding his head, lying on all fours, staring at the ceiling in a daze, the corners of his mouth cannot stop rising. Finally calmed down, the second half of the night to sleep comfortably, and the next day refreshed to go to work. Unexpectedly, at noon in the chairman's office, something happened that made him even more so that he did not expect. Chairman, this is not good. Chen Siwen came to the chairman's office for the first time, a very quaint and elegant room, without the modernization of the exquisite, but with more very valuable generosity. Chen Siwen, little Chen right. Wu did not have the posture of a chairman of the board of directors, and the evil parent look in Korean dramas was even more non-existent. Don't be so formal. Come, sit. Facing a person who was a resounding figure in the entire Blue Star, just now in the elevator to Penny Wu's office, when he received a call from the chairman's secretariat, Chen Siwen's entire body was a bit hesitant. The chairman of the board of directors has a lot of work to do. How can he still have time to see him? A small editor-in-chief well, dizzy face. In fact, is Chen Siwen have a little bit of weakness? Although he and Penny 2 online has been like last night, so get along. Penny Wu a little natural cute. Many things do not understand. Chen Siwen cannot help but a little bullying a little bit of her, but at that time was not aware of her identity. However, now that he knows, he still pinched her face one after another and called her a loser bitch. Hiss, I heard that the chairman is a notorious daughter slave. Ha man, it's not going to come after me, is it? However, apparently, Chen Siwen thought too much, and cautiously followed the chairman's finger to sit by the tea table of the meeting over there, when the chairman suddenly had a phone call. Siwen, wait a moment. Chen Siwen nodded her head and didn't dare to disturb him, sitting upright and waiting for him to finish the call. A few moments later, Wu came out of the office conference room with his cell phone, and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, C1. There was a transfer that gave me a return call back." Looking at the chairman coming over, Chen C1 also understood and hurriedly stood up. "Chairman, it's fine." Wu Guodong smilingly looked at Chen C1. Good face." Gently patted the shoulders of they, generously pointing to the chair. "Look at you. There is no chairman of the board of directors here today. There is no editor-in-chief. There is only a father. And his daughters, well, good friends. Sit down. C1. Penny, that silly girl, are humming and hawing, dragging the box to go to people's homes." Wu Guodong, although it is easy to be clear about the day things went through, watched a horror movie well. Small Chen, editor-in-chief of the family, and his sister. It should not have been the beginning of what he imagined to happen. But it's time, certainly, to call people up to meet, contact. A little friendly, to show a little attitude. Wu Guodong, today's general idea is that the small Chen, editor-in-chief, you and our daughter contact. I do not have any opinion. You must not watch too many TV dramas. Mistakenly thought that our old Wu family thought old. Only practicing the right family, that does not exist. I Wu is still very open-minded. You two good benefits. In addition to the feelings of the matter, all have me. The car key on the table. You take it. Didn't you just say, the group will have activities for each holiday every year? Isn't the Mid-Autumn Festival coming up? The prize for this year's activity is to draw a car. Well, the lucky one is you this year. Chairman, the Mid-Autumn Festival has not yet arrived. And this car is too expensive. What family background? The Mid-Autumn Festival activities on the Draw Blue Star, famous resistance to manufacturing, anti-collision, former military, converted luxury off-road. Money are not necessarily by the kind of your Penny's friend. And it's not office hours now. So stop shouting, chairman of the board. Call me Uncle Wu. Chen Siwen stalled. Wu, Uncle Wu? Wu smiled and pulled open the small cabinet of the tea table. Siwen, what kind of tea do you like? Both. Waiting until Wu Guodong slowly seems to bring a little aroma of brownish red, a little antique teacup pushed over. Looking at Chen Siphon's small drink, and did not seize the car key thing, but the mouth chatting about some short and sweet little topic of parents. C1, I don't think you've been in the group for long. Is there anything you're not used to? No. Everyone at the company, they're fine. That's good. You just graduated children into the company. The salary is not high, but also to adapt to the new environment. New work, quite hard. Work is one thing. You also need to pay attention to life. Pay attention to rest. Not tired. Throwing your head for the group. It's only right. Chen Siwen felt as if he was quite comfortable with the chairman. Wu Guodong laughed and pointed Chen Siwen twice in vain. Your kid is showing loyalty to uncle. Leave a phone number for uncle. And if there's anything you need, you'll be the first to tell uncle. Bosses, if they want to, it is really easy to mingle with people. And they are all savvy when it comes to the human condition. Wu Guodong did not have the slightest overbearing rich man like, but is like a neighboring uncle. Very easy to chat with Chen Siwen half a day. The more chatting, Chen Siwen also feel more relaxed. And finally the secretary came in to report that there is a meeting to start, the time to arrive. Wu Guodong just put the table of the car keys back up again, while patting him on the shoulder to send Chen Siwen out, while sighed and said, Siwen, Penny has been too well protected by me since she was a child. She doesn't have any friends. Blame me. Maybe I was a little bit cruel when I was a child. I wasn't so busy to accompany her all the time. Maybe she wouldn't have become like this now. It's not easy for her to have a friend. Uncle will trouble you if you are free and have the opportunity. Take her out to play more. Take her more to make new friends. Wu sighed and sent Chen Siwen to the door, stuffing the car keys into his arms once again. In the future, you and her will need to use the car less often when you go out to play. Take it. Uncle is also not comfortable with her driving anymore. Penny will trouble you. This reason Chen Siwen do not know how to refuse. Not ashamed to be the chairman of the board of directors, but out of the chairman of the office door. A little confused Chen Siwen only afterthought a moment to think of. Slammed the slap on his forehead. Forgot. I do not have a driver's license, crying and laughing at the car keys in his hand. Should I give them back? However, thinking about the chairman of the sincere and unrefusable good intentions, he certainly will not take it back. So, or forget it. Chen Siwen, very wise, thought of a good idea in the future. After getting a driver's license, often drive around with Penny Wu to play, so that the chairman of the value for money. The first thing I want to do is to get the license and drive around with Penny Wu, all the way down from the top floor, which symbolized the most central center of power in the Tang system headquarters. He walked from Area A to Area D, and returned to the office, and before it was time to go to work, he saw a group of colleagues gathered around the bulletin board whispering, "Here is the forest and the sea." Chief editor Lin was promoted, out of the blue, and everyone was particularly surprised. Lin, editor-in-chief, is not very old. It seems that the big company is really hidden crouching tiger. Look at Lin, editor-in-chief is usually quite kind and low profile. I do not know is that the background. So that he just over 30, transferred to the Tang system of all the boards, obviously more than the academic group of the priority of the Xinli Film and Television. This kind of cross-company leveling is even a promotion. Not to mention the fact that people are still promoted across companies. However, Chief Editor Lin also explained, because the original president of Xinli Film and Television retired, Small Wu General in recent times, is likely to go to take over Xinli Film and Television. So the headquarters side has the intention of mobilizing some of the Small Wu's original company's personnel to go over, so as to smoothly take over the excessive. Of course, that's really part of it, but more than that, it's the chairman's words, I remember you. There are also rumors in the company that it is no wonder that it is not said that the editor-in-chief of Chen has not been upstairs for dinner recently, and Chen Si when he has fallen out of favor. If it is really that kind of relationship, why not seize the time to get more tired before the transfer of Mr. Wu? You and me together? Lin Hai listening to these rumors, can only TSK mouth? Say they are naive. People are already living together. Off-duty time every day to see. Still need to be in the company this hour lunch break? Why else would I be the editor-in-chief at such a young age? Oh no, the vice president of Sunrise Pictures, aren't we all? The pattern it's different. Lin Hai sket his mouth. And to Chen Siwen, none of the other gossips mattered. He noticed one of them, Mr. Wu is transferring. Yes. I heard that the secretariat of the president's office has also started to hand over the work. Colleague A said. Couldn't help but gossip disease again. Prying. Oops. What am I talking to you about this for? Chen, editor-in-chief, you are with the president every day. Don't you know? Sven Chen. An afternoon are some heavy-hearted. No wonder Wu Penny recently these days are a little busy. To open a lot of meetings. Sometimes the evening after work time are to work overtime. Chen Siphon returned home. Today, fortunately, Penny Wu did not work overtime. Chen Siwen just arrived at home in front of his feet. Penny Wu came back, and she did not have time to take off her shoes again. Chen Siwen then pulled her to sit at the dining table, staring at her blank, wide eyes, and opened her mouth to inquire. You're transferring? Aha. Penny Wu nodded obediently. Why didn't you tell me before? Penny Wu thought about it and replied with a particularly logical copy of her cell phone. Because you didn't ask. Chen Siwen smelled some speechless, did not hold back. A pinch on her cheeks. Silly, let's not eat together at noon? Penny Wu. To eat. What to eat? You came to me. Xinli Film and Television in the Science and Technology Park on the far right. Learning group on the far left. The break will be a total of 1 hour. To go back and forth to walk for half an hour. Eat for half an hour. I do not take a break. The capitalists are not so exploitative. Penny Wu looked up with a grave expression. Then I'll come to you. Stop. Chen Siwen interrupted her simple expression. You? Penny Wu, the only designated Missy in the Tang department, every day at noon bouncing from the far right side of the campus carrying a lunchbox to the far left side. Do you want me to be drowned in saliva? Isn't it possible? A trace of doubt flashed in Penny Wu's eyes. I think it's you who are overthinking it. Little Chen. The corner of Chen Siwen's mouth twitched. If you really did that, your father would have to knock me. What about it? Penny Wu blinked. I don't know. Just eat each one. Don't. Penny Wu shook her head unwillingly. Her slender, curly eyelashes seemed to be tinted by the warm color of the light. Xiao Chen. I don't want to eat each. She liked eating with Chen even though he was being obnoxious right now and was about to stuff her mouth with meat. As for not being able to eat together at lunch after the transfer, the unresponsive big boss pressed on. Is it true that I can't come over to you at noon? It's really not okay. Chen Siphon thought about this feasibility of almost zero. Crossing the entire Tingfei Technology Park every day just to have lunch together. Putting her heart in the right place. Penny was obviously so good. Chen Siwen wouldn't make her work flat out just to show how different she was. Penny Wu lost to go to the entrance hall bar, high heels off. Into the house, collapsed on the sofa. The whole person is a little bit lifeless. Xiao Chen. I seriously think about it. Your mouth is so cold. Chen Siwen had a question mark on her face. I didn't arrange for your mobilization. So what's it got to do with me? But I wouldn't be so unhappy if I didn't have you all the time at lunch. So I think that you're to blame. Penny Wu sat up justifiably. Chen Siwen was silent for a moment. You're being irrational. Well, it's rather like a bully that way. Penny Wu blinked, thought about the storyline, followed the gourd and held up her cell phone nonetheless for Chen Siwen to see. Well then, I order you. No strikes at noon. Don't leave my sight. The cell phone screen in front of him flickered and he couldn't talk. And this inferior bully's strength, not to mention, looked kind of nerdy. Chen Siwen didn't hold back and confiscated her cell phone. Then the small cardboard was also given to her to grab in her hand. We mean, Penny, You're bossy again to see? Penny Wu tried to take the cell phone in Chen Siwon's hand, only to have the person not give it back to him and free a hand to pinch her face. When Penny Wu saw that Chen Siwon did not give her the small cardboard cell phone, her big eyes looked at the hand that pinched on her face, and she became a little dazed. Bossy can't be a bit. Chen Siwon also just gradually found in her stayed on the network habitually and her jokes pinched her delicate bright little face. Not a moment later, the phone's small cardboard back to her, and then reset the apron. Counting on Penny Wu this big lady will cook is completely unrealistic. The oldest sister later back. Dinner still have to rely on their own. The old sister's company merger has entered a white-hot stage. As a small assistant, some things need to be dealt with today. The afternoon came to the phone. The evening does not come back to dinner. Overtime. At the moment Chen siphoned home on the two. The time for two people began. Skillfully gave her a clip of shredded meat with green peppers. Penny Wu very good behavior on the copy of the chopsticks. On the shredded meat to eat a mouthful of white rice. A small look as if to say, I'm already seriously eating meat. The matter of noon cannot be discussed again? Chen Siwon looked at the soft and sticky big boss. It seems that he is especially under the table, huh? We live so close to each other. You'll come over from work in the future. And if we can't have lunch together, then we'll have breakfast and dinner together. Okay then. Penny Wu thought about it and nodded. This girl was still particularly good at coaxing. When you go to a new company, remember to combine meat and vegetables every day for lunch too, haha. Penny Wu immediately dropped her head and didn't hear. Talk, don't play dumb. Penny Wu put down her bowl. I can't talk. The corners of Chen Siwon's mouth twitched. Type, don't play dumb. Penny Wu saw that she couldn't avoid it. Oh, I know. You picky eaters, this is not good. You are not a rabbit. Cannot just eat grass? Do not eat meat. Face and stomach for a while there is no meat. That pinch up the light bones. It is choking. Penny Wu lowered her head originally intending to look at her small belly, but it turned out to be too big of a target to see, so she could only raise her head and wink. Aang, I'm trying to grow a small belly as much as I can. Oh, no problem at all. So can you stop rubbing my stomach for a minute? I can't reach my bowl. Oh, I'm unclogging your bowels, and with a little better appetite, you'll eat more meat, and your little tummy will grow faster. Chen Siwon was poked and prodded at the moment also remained calm. Across the net he didn't know how many times he had helped her rub her stomach in a shameful house-like manner, so he wasn't flustered at all. But in the end, he still didn't move and let go of Penny Wu's smooth and flat stomach, and continued to eat his meal pretending as if nothing had happened. Creaking, the wooden chair was pulled closer to the table, and when the two had finished eating and Chen Siphon had finished washing the dishes, the two of them leaned back on the sofa and rested for a while before they heard the sound of the combination door unlocking. Chen Siwon silently retracted his hand on Penny Wu's stomach, and just as he turned his head, he heard his oldest sister's complaint. Crazy. Some female colleagues are simply crazy to move up the ladder. Chen Siwon got up, gave her a cup of water, let her slow down, only from the mouth of the old sister to know. Their company is not a merger. There is the opportunity to transfer, like today's editor-in-chief Lin, transferred to a more important company, have a higher annual salary, have more rights. How good. So what? This weekend is the transfer written interviews and everyone is trying to get as much as they can. Older sister is a small assistant is in the original company's office of the boss. Today I heard, in order to transfer, their office has two very good relations with the secretary and now headquarters sent over to contact the merger of staff transfer arrangements signaled the leadership to get together. Yes, all three together. Those two female co-workers actually teamed up and offered to hook up. One still has a boyfriend, but also accidentally found by the boyfriend chat records. The boyfriend ran over to the company this morning to make trouble. The guys only know this shocking news. The whole company up and down today is all abuzz. And even the headquarters are re-arrived to deal with this kind of bad influence things. My oldest sister is working late tonight because of this. Chen Siwon froze. 3 people? Yeah, Siwon. I feel that some people in the workplace are so messed up. For the sake of a little benefit, they don't even want to lose their face. Chen Sijia sat down and shook her head. You don't know. My 2 female co-workers. They went to the hotel and also secretly hid the camera. Took the scene and filmed it. Chen Siwon thought about it, put her thumb and pinky out, held it up in the air and shook it. 6. It's more than that. I heard there was something in the chat logs about releasing the video if the transfer wasn't where they thought it would be. And the police are here today. I think they're pretty criminal. Chen Siwon had been chatting with his old sister for half a day, waiting for her to go take a shower. Penny Wu finally connected to the internet, and as an afterthought, she pulled on Chen Sifeng's sleeve, her curious eyes seeming to buring twinkle. Chen Siwon mercilessly stuffed her small mouth with the apple on the coffee table. Adult matters. Half adults shouldn't think blindly. What is a semi-adult? There's just an intelligence that's unique to college students and a perception that there's no scruples. But I've been out of college for years. Does this have anything to do with graduation? Ask yourself, where have you developed other than physically? Penny Wu thought seriously, her big eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. Then how should I develop? Chen Siwen coughed lightly. Simple. Now that I'm here, there's still a long time to go. I'll lead you to develop slowly. The group's official website quickly published the specific announcement of this transfer. Not only Penny Wu learned, including the secretary, there are more than 10 people's names also appeared in the announcement. The handover was actually being prepared before. This week was just wrapping up. Penny Wu wouldn't be coming to the academy next Monday. Some personal belongings have been moved into the top floor of Sunrise Pictures, through an assistant. On Friday night, not far from the Tingfei Science and Technology Park, in the Tenlong Hotel's Qingxian Hall, one after another, various colleagues from the editorial department of the learning group arrived and took their seats. This farewell party was initiated by Lin Hai on his own initiative, and he was not cheap at all, asking for a high-end private room and booking the best banquet. Folks, my 4 years as editor-in-chief have not been long or short, but I feel very honored to have had the opportunity to work with you. As of today, I'm not everyone's editor-in-chief, so thank you all for your cooperation in carrying out my work over the past few years. I'm not much of a talker, so I won't say much more than that. And well, it's all in the wine. Lin Hai picked up his glass and smothered the beer inside in one gulp, then turned the glass upside down and clasped it on the table, showing everyone that there was not a drop left. Seeing this scene, everyone in the private room clapped their hands, raised their glasses, congratulated those who congratulated, and sighed. And Chen Siwen is obviously not a particularly withdrawn person. This kind of collective activity, there is little reason not to participate, except that Penny Wu has an opinion, obviously said that we will eat breakfast and dinner together in the future. In the midst of the clamor, Chen Siwen put down his wine glass and typed with his head down. Didn't I send you a message in the afternoon? Editor-in-chief Lin's farewell party tonight. Penny Wu, alone in her home, switched to another romance novel and flipped through 2 pages before her small hand tapped on her cell phone screen. So, is Editor-in-Chief Lin important or am I important? You abandoned me for Chief Editor Lin. Little Chen, you seem like a scum. The corner of Chen Siwen's mouth twitched, thinking, ever since that night, after he had said that Penny Wu was semi-adult, she seemed to be seeking change, seeking progress, but this dull nature of hers, there are really some times when she sparsely lets people get caught off guard. Please throw away the broken book in your hand. Penny Wu obediently put the book aside. Xiao Chen, you said a few days ago that I still need to grow up, and I thought about it, and you were right, so I'm there working on it. Chen Siwen was helpless, dull-gored. You already had the cognizance of having no scruples. Well, now you actually have no scruples of blindly teaching yourself. 4 stupid? Penny Wu bristled. Your words really hurt. Chen Siwen blocked the people who came over to make a toast and held up her cell phone to indicate that she had something to do. Be good and wait for me to go home. No more reading those messy books. Anon. Until he saw Chen Siwen put down his cell phone. Chief Editor Lin, who had been waiting for a long time, hurriedly walked over with his wine glass. Siwen. Mr. Lin, don't be so polite. Call me Lin Hai. Hi Z. It's all fine. Lin Hai waved his hand. And then the intention was just obvious. Sincerely toasting Chen Siwen. Siwen, I can thank you for taking care of me during this period of time. Chen Siwen hurriedly raised his cup. Originally the cup edge wanted to be placed on the lower edge of the Chief Editor Lin cup edge 3 points it. The results of the Chief Editor Lin's quick eyes and hands under the edge of the cup. Chen Siwen drank a mouthful of wine, before saying, it is I who should be grateful to the Chief Editor to take care of the right. Do not say these, after I go to the newly film and television. We can also have to move around a bit more. I am responsible for the past and learning this side of the copyright contact well. There is no need to contact with the learning side. Lin Hai smilingly pulled a chair to sit next to Chen Siwen then said, the author under your hand. Copyright what need help. Timely and eye contact. I am also learning to go out. A family, are good to say. See when you say it. Chen Siwen nodded politely. Good, Mr. Lin. Lin Hai doesn't care what Editor-in-Chief Chen calls him. What my brother Wen calls me can't, right? After simple pleasantries, he continued the conversation down, right. I went over to hand over the work this time and saw a proposal. Remember correctly, Do D is the work of your 3 groups, right? Chen Siwen sniffed and came to life. Yes, it's from the 3rd group. Lin Hai smiled. The heat of this book. The search index is very good. We have already set up a project team on the side of Xinli Film. We should be contacting the academic side in the near future, to talk about the price of the copyright and so on. Selling the rights? Chen Siwen froze for a moment. Lin Hai looked at Chen Siwen's expression and laughed lightly. Siwon came to the academy not long ago, and hasn't been editor-in-chief for long, so it should be the first time she touches its operation. Chen Siwon nodded. Although Chen Siwon often called the editor-in-chief as a small editor-in-chief, but that is for the big boss for the small. In fact, the editor-in-chief function is not small. The academic group so many novels, really many years of fire is also quite a lot of these works of the IP value of the development, and the editor-in-chief of the work is closely related to the work of the editor-in-chief. Recommended good IP. To do copyright development, such as the group of these novels IP to develop film and television anime game etc. The editor-in-chief are entitled to participate. Then this time you can give it a good try and practice. Of course, see one in the future. If there is an IP that you are optimistic about, just microchat and recommend it directly to me. I'll go and have it evaluated. Lin Hai is particularly witty. The editor-in-chief would have been able to recommend IP, and he is now the newly film and television in charge of IP. Heaven sent opportunity not bad for you, Lim Tae Min. Lin Hai felt that perhaps in the future, he might have to move his position forward for both editor-in-chief Xiao Chen's and Chief Xiao Wu's weddings. Ahem. Chen Siwon pursed her lips and nodded. Okay, thank you Mr. Lin. It's not in the way. Savon, you take your time eating. I'm going over there. Okay, Mr. Lin, you are busy with your business. Before Chen Siwon's seniority is shallow, coupled with their own mind is mostly on the side of writing books. This job is a bit slack, did not care much, and now heard that the copyright development seems to fall on their head. Who doesn't know in online writing circles, copyright equals money, and the money you earn yourself is the most down to earth. Thus, Chen Siwon is obviously a bit happy cha rice at the moment, and today's dishes are still very good, and there's a bean who's quietly home alone and bored with his cell phone, and the messages just don't stop. Little Chen, you've been back for a long time? Just started eating it. Still a while to go. Chen, are you almost home? Nope, eating. Chen, are you there yet? I'm peeling shrimp. Xiao Chen, stop. Chen Siphon helplessly tossed the fresh white burnt shrimp to the side and wiped the water stains on his hands. You're an ancestor. You waited for me to come back, because the hotel is not far from the company. That is, it is not far from home. When Chen Siwon and chief editor Lin said goodbye, and soon arrived home, as soon as he opened the door, he saw Penny Wu, who stood up, and Chen Siwon said in a bad mood, "Come on, sit down." Anan. Penny Wu nodded and sat down. Then Chen Siwon nonchalantly put both hands on her face in its entirety and rubbed it. Originally, it was because I was worried that if you went along you would give too much of a shock to your coworkers, and that we would all have a bad time eating and drinking tonight. But it turns out that if you don't go, you'll leave me alone to have a bad time eating and drinking, right? Do you have a place to eat? I'm starving to death, you know. Chen Siwon bared his fangs menacingly. However, Penny Wu just blinked a pair of big eyes, casually rubbing her face as much as Chen Siwon wanted, her small hand lifting up to gently pat Chen Siwon's head. Doesn't Penny Wu have to learn to grow? Little mister. Chen is in class at the moment. A boy's hair is like a girl's foot. You can't just touch it, you know? Chen Siwon looked at lifting the cardboard a little, obediently hand back. Big eyes like obedient college girl as simple as Penny Wu. This who can top Phew, you touch my hair. I pinch your little feet. Courtesy. Reasonable? Chen Siwon felt it was reasonable. Pursed her lips. Quickly. Lie down. Feet out. On. Penny Wu looked at Chen Siwon's eyes that seemed to be hungry to eat, hesitated for a moment, but still slowly sidestepped her body and raised a beautiful leg, milky white that seemed to still carry the aroma of shower gel. Time then flew by. A white horse. Penny Wu has just taken over a new company and has entered into an immersive work situation. Very busy with all kinds of things that need to be taken care of, as it is a film and television company and the work pattern needs to be changed. And after the transfer of the editor-in-chief, the editorial board of the Scholastic Group, led by the various editors-in-chief, also fell into a frenzy of work. There are a ton of editors-in-chief, but only one editor-in-chief. Editor-in-chief to editor-in-chief. This is a solid step towards the top of the learned group, plus most of the editors are actually in their prime, and also it's time to climb to the top, so who wouldn't covet it? Even Chen Siwon was motivated to start badgering the editor-in-chief about the workflow when approaching for copyrights. Of course, he is not for the position of editor-in-chief. He only came to the company for how long are less than half a year, to complete the position of 3 moves? Obviously unscientific and unreasonable. At present, the most likely candidates to become the newly promoted editor-in-chief are the editor-in-chief of the first group, and the editor-in-chief of the second group, both of whom were editorial giants of the tail number era when the scholarship group had not yet been acquired by Tingfei. Brought out the big guns with a lot of learning, platinum writers, and of course good reviews, and usually good people skills in the editorial community. Both of their seniority is almost the same. The ability is also half a caddy. This time the last up, depending on their background who is deeper. Perhaps because it was a temporary promotion. Chief Editor Lin had been promoted for almost a month, and the new chief editor position was delayed. But of course it could also be because the competition between the two was too scorching. However, the editor-in-chief competition, this is another level. Most of the editor-in-chief concerned about the group's QI near the end of the year, which will directly lead to the thickness of the year-end awards, and sell the rights is not so easy to do. Many groups cannot meet a few a year, so a few other editors-in-chief who were also less senior didn't bother to participate in the old editors-in-chief's godly fights, but rather watched the show from the sidelines and had something to talk about between them. Sivan, you can do it. Just a few months after being promoted to editor-in-chief, and there are authors in the group who want publishing rights. For the editor-in-chief, the group's subscription results are important, but the incubation of the group's IP is even more important, because although the editor-in-chief has the authority to recommend IP, but after all, only the editor-in-chief, in the participation of a whole IP incubation belongs to the lower level of personnel, usually reported on the IP and the editor-in-chief there on the Sea of Stone, so can be out of a group IP? This is something to celebrate. After all, the feedback to the bonus, that is, 1% of the total price of the copyright sales of the individual bonuses, as well as the 2% of the group dividends. Excellent IP can easily be an 8-figure offer. And for the editor-in-chief and the editors in the group, the bonus is not a small amount of money to be congratulated. Good luck, good luck. Don't say that since Penny Wu transferred, there is one less person involved. The gossip is slowly disappearing. Chen Siwen this is really able to mingle with his colleagues. After all, in the past, most of us are shrewd. Chen Siwen is the side of the small Wu general manager. As if all the time during Golden Light holding the imperial sword. Who dared to contact him more? Be careful to accidentally give you chopped up. Several seniority shallow editor-in-chief after this old editor-in-chief for that a chief editor position after the fight. At the moment is holding group in the pantry rare leisure. He was originally because of the Shangjia sword. Some of the old editor-in-chief of the fading away. This month also slowly reconnected more. Smiled, luck is also a strength of the well. Old Chen. Has the offer from Xinli Pictures been handed over? Chen Siwen to his family Tang do several suites of relatively Buddhist indigenous old editor-in-chief. From the beginning of the image is very good. 1. No. After all, I hand under the fight this book is not finished. Xinli sighed need to let the author briefly write a follow-up thoughts. Normal. Hearing Chen Siwen's title, Wang Wei was obviously much more enthusiastic. Although now the splendor is gone, everything returns to calm. But just came to the company less than half a year. Chen Siwen can be counted on the peak of the editor-in-chief. Some of the bullying in favor are normal, but he did not. Has always been courteous, not at all domineering, get along very comfortable. So he lost favor, lost the imperial sword, happy to get along with his colleagues more. By the way, now that the editor-in-chief's position isn't set, the leader in charge of copyright negotiations is Vice President Zhang, right? This recently in the busy copyright Chen Siwen clear. He nodded, and then shook his head, laughed. Previously it was Vice President Zhang. Just from today onwards now handed over to Editor-in-Chief Liu, the Editor-in-Chief of the second group, surnamed Liu. Colleague A, the Editor-in-Chief of Group 7, froze for a moment, then lowered his volume. Hiss, so you guys are saying that's the dust settling? Shoo, be careful what you say until there's an announcement. Alright, let's wait for the announcement. Let's eat first. Packing up and resting for a while everyone is ready to get up and go to the cafeteria. But Chen Siwen felt his pants bag of cell phones began to vibrate. And now began to copyright the contact. Daily meetings, the phone will not run out of power at noon. Chen Siwen fumbled for his cell phone to signal everyone to wait. Took the call, and twice. A co-worker inquired about him. Siwen, what's wrong, not going to dinner? It's fine. You guys go ahead. Chen Siwen put down her cell phone and turned around with a light smile. You're not going? Where are you going to eat? 66th floor. Chen Siwen floated out of the pantry. The remaining editors-in-chief looked at each other in dismay. Wang Wei frowned a little puzzled. No, do we have a 66th floor in our academy? Of course the academic group didn't have one, but the chairman's office did, and this was the second time Chen Siwen had come to the center of power in the Tang system. The office is bright and atmospheric, with an air of gravitas, and the chairman of the board is far away at that end of the office, seated behind a wide desk, looking down at the dossier. The chairman of the board at work don't have a kind of grimness of the superior. The light through the floor-to-ceiling windows behind him. Hearing the ringing at the door, Wu's aura dispersed and he gave a light smile, still as amiable as ever. Sven is here? Didn't eat? Did you? Come sit. Good. Chen Siwen brought the office door and walked in. TSK, How come the chairman is the same as Penny, having the habit of letting people accompany them to dinner? However, what was different was that Chen Siwon was good at giving food to Penny Wu, while Wu, as the elder, was particularly amiable and smooth in giving food to the younger generation. Little Chen, signaling him not to be formal and to eat more, because the chairman of the board is really easygoing. So Chen Siwon slowly not so embarrassed, and when the meal was finished, he sat quietly and waited for the chairman to say the main thing that called him up today. Wu Guodong was also brief and concise. Scholarship group has recently had some position transfers. The editor-in-chief's position is vacant. Siwon, I want you to try. Well, what do you think? The lights in the chairman's office are brightly lit. Chen Siwon froze for a moment. Me, chief editor? I've only been in the group for how long? Is this the legendary one step to heaven? Chen Siwon, who had memories of 2 lifetimes, realized that the world line seemed to have been altered as if it had all been changed. The chairman of the board asked him about his intentions. Chen Siwon has a say, because of the side business. He is a little slack on his job. Even the editor-in-chief of the work is only recently thoroughly familiar with it, and now it is straight to let me be the editor-in-chief? This is obviously not reasonable. So, Chen Siwon stood up in fear of waving his hand. He has always been very cognizant of himself. Chairman, it's not appropriate. I've only just been promoted to the editor-in-chief. The work has just begun to step into the right track, and then change a new position, or such an important position, will definitely delay things. Wu Guodong smiled and pressed his hand. Don't be so excited. It's not finalized. Isn't it being discussed? Come on. Sit down and have some tea first. Chen Siwon exhaled. From childhood to his own positioning is very accurate. He now goes to be the editor-in-chief. Undoubtedly is being racked on the top of the fire frame to roast. Sit down. Drink tea or a little distracted. Wu looked at him and sighed as he explained. I also know that if you are promoted with such a shallow seniority, you will face a lot of pressure from yourself, or from outside, and there will be no shortage of gossip that might leave you breathless. And I asked you to come up here today because I wanted to talk to you and ask your opinion. His seniority is too shallow. Before it can be said that he just won the editor-in-chief of the time, he signed a book of this level of the fight. Excellent results. So the breakthrough, and now his editor-in-chief work cannot be said to be active, and can even say that there is no achievement at all. From all aspects, he has absolutely no point to break the promotion of capital. The editor-in-chief is an important position to coordinate the entire editorial department. No talent, no virtue, who can serve him? Especially a few tail number era on the existence of the old editor-in-chief. To the mouth of the duck have flown, not to mention the positive cooperation. Do not give him trips or good. Chen Siwon opened her mouth and very measuredly just wanted to refuse. Don't rush to answer first. As a result, Wu still had something to say. There's no chairman now, only Penny's father, so listen to me. I personally would love for you to take over the position of editor-in-chief, because Chen Siwon, you are Penny's only friend since she was a child. Wu's expression took on a bit of seriousness, and he gave Chen Siwon a particularly chipper look. Well, do you understand what the only one is? Chen Siwon first shook her head woodenly, then quickly nodded, and finally closed her mouth tightly. Her heart couldn't help but thump twice without saying anything. Wu also just nodded to the point. He is still very measured, and did not intervene too much, but the wind of the conversation turned. So, I have to make some arrangements for your future. The old father sighed. The aura is loose, and smiled again to pour tea for Chen Siwon. The group is a small Jianghu. The Jianghu cannot help but fight in the Jianghu. I cannot mess in the Jianghu. But, Chen Siwon sensed Wu's solemnity. I'm gone, and I only have Penny as a daughter, and she can't talk. Well, do you understand? Wu didn't put his words into words, but Chen Siwon obviously understood what he meant, took a breath, and nodded heavily. Wu Guodong clearly organized and quickly expressed his thoughts clearly. Penny is now in the newly film and television and Siwon you in the learning. Is the group IP operation mode is the most important two pieces of the puzzle. Learning good content can form the initial IP. Need to newly film and television packaging, and newly film and television also need good IP in order to grab to the share of the film and television market. Penny needs Sunrise Pictures to do well for me to be able to relatively easily, and for the jungle to be less agitated about moving Penny back to headquarters to the board of directors. Chen Siwon slowly dawned on him somewhat and swallowed hard. The chief editor is again the one who deploys all the content output. Wu nodded. Especially Frank, that's why I want you to take over. It's not just about taking care of you. It's more of a father's test and expectation. Although the chairman of the board of directors in fact many things are not stated, but Chen Siwon is very easy seems to smell an attitude. Hiss, he did not even dare to say out of the kind of attitude. Afraid of others to say who P yellow. Come over and bear to wake him. At the same time, his heart also slowly had a little change. The original easygoing leisurely slowly added a few points of urgency. What match or not to one side? The chairman of the Lord's test are coming. Chen siphoned heavy breath, and then clenched his teeth. Chairman, the editor-in-chief of the take. It is not just IP. You let him manage the company. To lead the team is indeed a little difficult for people, but you let him engage in content, then he will not sleep. And Wu Guodong is also pleased to pat his shoulder. Nodded. Not in vain today, and he exchanged so much. But the old comrade Wu was not happy with his title of chairman. Frowned. Still called chairman? Chen Siwen had an call uncle. Chen Siwen coughed twice. Okay, uncle. The announcement of the promotion has not yet come out. Chen Siwen began to actively understand the daily workflow of the editor-in-chief in the afternoon. Of course, the way to understand is mainly the former editor-in-chief, now the vice president of Xinli Film and TV, Lin Hai. Chief editor Chen, congratulations in advance. Oh, don't. The announcement hasn't come out yet, so I can't say. Good. Will I, Lin, still refute whatever editor Chen says? A little sigh. Think of their own promotion has been huge fast. Just over 30 transferred over when the vice president of the time. We are surprised to think that their background is strong. Now it seems to be compared to the small Chen main. No, small Chen editor-in-chief. Their own. What is this? People have been promoted twice in half a year. Horrible as. But think about it. People's son-in-law. Oh, that's all right. The chairman of the board of directors on a single daughter. Plus their own eyes to see the two of them. You and I love each other feelings. No. It's not too much to call him Prince. Comrade Lin Taemin, who has already become the vice president of Xinli Film and Television, thought about it and wisely and decisively added a special concern to editor-in-chief Xiao Chen's microchat account. Originally Chen Siwen wanted to keep a low profile, but the chairman did not allow. From Penny's father's test, this is all set out. Chen Siwen could only try to brainstorm the IP that burst into flames in his last life. But fortunately, because of the enhancement of his bodily functions, his memory was substantially enhanced. Well. Chen Siwen sat at his desk, copying a neutral pen to write and draw. His eyes getting brighter and brighter as the decision to go against his ancestors flickered in his mind. For my orphan self in my last life, this could be the last love that Earth Daddy gives me. He arranged a bunch of names on a blank book, from front to back, according to the completeness of his mind's memory, and it was only when he returned home from work and put the book in a drawer and locked it, that Chen Siwen pursed his lips. Thanks to Todo. Thanks to Cixin Lu. Thanks to AIC. The pressure was there, but it didn't seem to be as great as he thought it would be. Chen Siwen exhaled. The old sister also just went to a new company, new position. Overtime busy. At the moment a person at home he is ready to change shoes and go out to a building. The after effects of looking for a horror movie have disappeared. And Penny Wu, who moved back home some time ago at the suggestion of her elderly father, has dinner, previously promised, today also late, pushed the door into her home, saw cooking Auntie Zhang is changing shoes ready to leave. Before leaving the finger blocked in front of the mouth to make a hush gesture. It turned out that the first time to come to the busy work hard almost a month exhausted Penny Wu was lying on the sofa to fall asleep, stomach on a thin quilt, wearing a mature with a little lace white shirt. The lady's suit is also open and attached to the outside of the shirt. The lower half of the body is covered by a sheet a little, revealing a little bit of white hip skirt. Eek. Penny's legs are also particularly rare wrapped in black stockings. Chen Siwen. This LSP joked at dinner yesterday. The weather is cooler. It is recommended to wear a pair of socks on the legs. The original milky white legs with black silk. That silky smooth texture. Chen Siphon swallowed saliva. Did not look more, but also afraid of her catching a cold. Tiptoe walked over, bent down, hand from the back of her neck gently inserted. The other arm ringed the black silk wrapped delicate skin touch seems to be able to play for years of legs. She princess hugged up, crying and laughing softly murmured. Silly. Penny Wu seemed to sense the movement, frowning blankly and opening her eyes, her thick, slender lashes fluttering slightly, as if after seeing clearly that it was him. The little hand subconsciously raised up and encircled Chen Siwen's neck, and the little head also rubbed against Chen Siwen's chest, feeling her whole person dazed and confused arching into his arms. Chen Siwen looked down at her bright little face that still had a bit of sleepy redness. Let you wear. You really wear. Today's more than one chapter is because the readers of the big brothers of this period of time to support the addition of more. The most critical 2 days. Iron Juice people today and tomorrow night at 10 o'clock 2 chapters of the update must help to catch up with the reading. 3 Rivers of the Last Chance. Thank you. Originally, Chen Siwen wanted to carry her to the bedroom and cover her with the quilt to let her rest for a while, but she ended up wrapping her arms around her neck and refusing to come down. Penny Wu is really so beautiful. Even when she is asleep, her face reveals a healthy blush, her delicately curved eyelashes are slightly trembling, and her lips are delicate and translucent. Hey, don't pretend to be asleep, get up and eat. Chen Siwen finished appreciating, threw the lazy wombat on his body onto the bed in one go, and the pity and whatnot didn't exist at all. Penny Wu rose from the bed peacefully, rubbed her eyes, reacted to being thrown, and sat on the bed a little dazed. Out for dinner, huh? Chen Siwen bent down and pinched her face twice, then turned around and went out of her white-based boudoir, which looked particularly plain but smelled particularly high-class. Her room had white sheets, white pillows, even the dresser was white, but she smelled as if she was carrying ripples of pink. Out of the house. As the dining table next to the table, Auntie Zhang stewed chicken soup today. The thick aroma rolled. Chen Siwen carried Penny Wu's exclusive print in the small white bowl of the same model as the little white bear given to her last time, serving her soup, not forgetting to add a few piles of chicken stewed to the point that it was already soft and sticky, and looked up to see Penny Wu's little feet wrapped in black silk stepping on the floor obediently walking out. Why don't you even wear slippers? Not afraid of catching a cold, are you? Penny Wu paused and raised her little hand to point over there next to the sofa. It turned out that Chen Siwen didn't carry her slippers when he carried her into the bedroom. Chen Siwen felt that he had caused her to go barefoot and needed to make amends, so he called out to Penny Wu, who was about to go over to the sofa side to put on her shoes. You sit first. Hold her down at the dining table and sit down. Looking at her black silk small feet on the floor, very shameless to go to the slippers lifted over, bent down, looking at her slightly tiptoe a little bit, the arc of the instep is simply perfect legs. Lifting his head also did not forget to show a naive and honest smile. Come on, lift your feet, put on your shoes, don't catch a cold. Chen Siphon, he really, too sweet. Penny moved to wink the black silk little feet just handed him. The big boss who couldn't speak had always had little defense against Chen Siwen, and stretched out in an extremely stretched position. The perfect curves of his body could not be covered even by his shirt, which was a little tight. She had no idea how tantalizing this blend of confused good behavior and sexiness could be, let alone the fact that the load at his feet had long since lost the decency of a small editor-in-chief in favor of some of the wantonness of an old netizen. But Penny Wu quickly felt the big warm hand that was wandering halfway around her ankle but didn't see the slippers being put on her. Patted Chen Siwen's head and handed him her cell phone. Are you playing with my feet again? Nonsense. I'm helping you with your slippers. Chen Siwen has always had a pretty hard mouth. Penny Wu was still making progress now, and after thinking about it, she once again asked on her cell phone. Little Chen, you seem to particularly like my feet, right? Nonsense. I, Chen Siwen, am definitely a decent person. So why is it that since I've moved back home, you rub it for a while every day after you eat? Activating blood circulation, removing blood stasis, tonifying qi, nourishing blood, warming menstruation and dispersing cold. Chen Siwen opened his mouth and shook his head with a sigh. You don't know how much I've paid in order to tonify your body. After thinking about it, Penny Wu lifted her other beautiful foot as well and stuffed it into Chen Siwen's arms, patting his head generously. Then you play. Bah, play what play? Wear slippers. Blood circulation, understand you. Chen Siwen grew up an honest child, even if slowly a little dishonest but also full of righteous reasons. Help her put slippers on, and finally did not move to let go of her little feet. As if nothing happened to remind her that the soup is cold. Quickly drink the chicken soup. Penny Wu angled a bit, and settled down to gurgle her soup, but the sight of the annoying chicken in her bowl made her a bit depressed, her chopsticks shaving the meat over and over. Seeing this, Chen Siwen asked, did you have a good meal at noon? The meat dish I asked Auntie Zhang to get for you had a good taste, right? Penny Wu nodded. Eat? Chen Siwen, you now have a heavy workload and a lot of things to do. You need to eat more. The body is not everything else is false. With that, a clip of fish-flavored shredded pork was shoved back into Penny Wu's mouth, and she nodded her head with puffed cheeks and depression. After dinner, Chen Siwen will generally sit on the sofa with her to see the news and then go home. Just sat down. Penny Wu has habitually put that originally pink and white wrapped stockings is more a touch of mature flavor of the small feet up. The slender little hands continue to copy the phone. Asked, do you still play? Chen Siwen sat very close to her. That beautiful leg was gently placed on his thigh. I do not know if it is not an illusion. He seems to be able to feel the rolling of Penny Wu's skin, calf tight, silky smooth. Sighed, what to play? Have said that the blood circulation on me. Go home to take a bath. You are also tired these days. Early rest. Chen Siphon peeled her legs apart and got up from the couch, then bent over a little before exiting her house. And when he got back home, he dug into the toilet. Ice-cold water slides down the backbone. Chen Siwen cannot help but despise himself. Before obviously so honest and simple. Now become bad Chen Siwen. People woo Penny so simple. Including the chairman of the board of directors are so trusting of you. You are actually so sinful. You lowly. Men really live up to that saying. What's good if you're not horny? But at least until Penny is more cognizant. It can't be too much, right? Chen Siwen, you be sensible. Penny did improve a little after this month though. At least she knew to bite the bullet and say she was just playing with her feet instead of believing other falsehoods. Buoyancy flowed down the cold water into the sewer. And Chen Siwen finally calmed down, nodding his head with still more relief. Paige, you've finally grown up. Ha? No. Why did it come out of my mouth? Isn't Paige the pink piggy? Chen Siwen, are you polite? Chen Siwen lightly coughed twice. But then again, Paige's family had a bunch of little friends before such as Susie the sheep, Danny the dog, Rebecca the rabbit and so on. Who does Penny Wu have? She just has herself. Gee, how can you have a normal social life like this? Chen Siwen stood in front of the mirror in the toilet while wiping her hair, while decisively taking out her cell phone to change her note. Pink piggy Wu Peichi. All the while chuckling softly. I hope that slowly. You do get a small group of friends that belong to Penny. Putting the cell phone casually on the corner of the sink, Chen Siwen stared at herself in the mirror in a daze. Suddenly raising her hand, her right hand extended her index finger pointing to herself in the mirror. Then with one hand, she made a fist and bent her elbow, bending it inward a bit. Go for it. Sign language. Penny Wu. Day 2. The early morning sun was especially pleasant today. A country cannot be without a ruler for a day, and a family cannot be without a master for a day. The editorial department has been a group of dragons without a head for so long days. The editor-in-chief of the fight has reached the most white-hot stage. There is gossip. The editor-in-chief of the position is set. Today we'll put the announcement posted. The office is full of stormy noise. There were actually only 2 people left in the final round. Sister Xin in the first group and Brother Lu in the second group. Chen Siwen's editor-in-chief position at that time is because the original group of editor-in-chief Zhang Xin's husband had some problems. Writing books privately plus chatting with female authors. Things got serious and was dismissed. Before the editorial department of Everyone Knows, a group of Zhang Xin and Chen editor-in-chief some not deal with. Chen editor-in-chief just took over the editor-in-chief of the days. Because people put her husband's position squeezed. Xin's sister look at the wrong. Lending their seniority is to suppress the Chen Siwens. Chen Siwen is quite open-minded. Think about it, also understand that they squeezed the position of people's husbands plus still broken after the promotion of not happy. Plus after Chen Siwen soon went upstairs to eat. And the big boss gossip was flying all over the sky. Zhang Xin was then again dissatisfied, also cannot be so no eyesight price it. So this kind of small friction quickly passed, and Chen Sifen didn't take it to heart, forgetting about it. As a result, today Wang Wei suddenly sneaked up and mentioned to him in a small voice, Siwen, this person, Sister Xin, usually looks quite kind, but she's actually very petty. Chen Siwen had an oh. Wang Wei saw how Chen Siwen's not take it seriously. Sighed, Siwen, brother, these words you may not like to hear. Before the small Wu always and everything is good to say, but today's time is different. Well, you understand it. You and Xin sister to move around a little bit more. After all, it is a girl. The weak show weakness. The flattery flattered a little bit. Ha, Chen Siwen shook his head. Flattering who? With Zhang Xin? How old and yellow? Brother Wang, you're overthinking it. It may be that Chen Siwen's voice does not hold the slightest bit of petite and indulgent brother shouted to Wang Wei's heart. He pulled Chen Siwen down to a corner of the building. You don't want to take it seriously. Sister Xin, when she was the chief editor before, she was famously calculating in a group of authors. Wang Wei lit a cigarette. At the moment while smoking while saying, once because of a small thing, she carded people an author's recommendation. That author forced to change a vest. The results of the strength of the vest, but also let people right out of the head. The book exploded. Exhaling a smoke ring, kind of drifted off. Was complaining about what happened before in the authors group. Xin didn't say anything. It would have been more than a year later. No one was taking this seriously anymore. As a result, then Xin's sister is not just Rise editor-in-chief it. Tengfei is also preparing to buy us. A little chaotic. She looked for a relationship with the original company. Take that author's copyright to go and their own family relatives to open the company to talk about the original can be sold in 8 digits is not just over 8 digits of copyrights. The last 500,000 on the sale of the people. That the author sued several times, but because of the previous old version of the problem of signing a contract is all unsettled. I go to. Wang Wei touched his shoulder with his hand. Before everyone is afraid that you hold the imperial sword in your hand. A lot of things did not talk to you. Yesterday Zhang vice president is not the copyright contact worked to the second group of Lu. I heard that Sister Xin's family to send power to fight to go. My family has a relative is in the Xin sister, their relatives work at home. Her relatives are quite energetic. The probability of the editor-in-chief position is her. Chen Siwen coughed twice. The two hands back and forth cross-boarding fingers. Back and forth. And do not know how to say. The big group in the hook and corner I have always been not much like. I see you have been down to earth. Listen to my brother a word. When the head should be bowed down. Or else bumped into the head of the blood. Not the slightest idea that his road seems to go wide. Wang Wei sighed and patted Chen Siwen's shoulder. When you joined the brother has seen your resume. Well, you should understand it. There are times when people go as a tea cooler. The key is still to look at yourself. Your Wang brother words also said here. How to do your own decision. Chen Sifen looked at the change of guard. The old editor-in-chief of the people are so worried about him to suffer. All cross-heartedly said a whole lot. He finally sighed. Will be heart-to-heart chant. Anyway, by the time the announcement came down, the raging storm cannot be blocked. Suddenly pulled Wang Wei closer, coughing 2 times. Wang, you are a good person, but you do not go around and tell other people about it. Wang Wei stared at Chen Siwen in an uncertain manner. Chen Siwen helplessly spread his hands. Brother Wang. In fact, I shouted chairman. Shouted uncle. ? Wang Wei was silent for a moment, looked at Chen Siwen, and raised his hand. Excuse me, old Wang, do you think the new editor-in-chief will be Sister Xin from Group 1 or Brother Lu from Group 2? Colleague A pulled Chen Siwen's old editor-in-chief who first came into the company is swallowing clouds in the toilet. And the discussion about the position of the editor-in-chief hasn't stopped in a month. After the big boss transferred, the biggest gossip in the office was who the new editor-in-chief was. I don't know. Wang Wei has always been a poser. And it doesn't really matter much to him who the editor-in-chief is. After all, it couldn't affect him. A native of downtown Tangdu, collecting rents single-handedly. But after thinking about it, he suddenly said, by the way, what did you say about Chen Siwen? Colleague A didn't get it. Chen Siwen what? Wang Wei thoughtfully exhaled a smoke ring. Chief editor Colleague A froze for a moment with a cigarette in his hand, and then stared Wang Wei down with a look of are you kidding me? Wang Wei shrugged at the situation. What if? Siwen was the new chief editor under me when he first entered the company, and at that time, I didn't think that he would be on par with me in less than a month. The editor-in-chief and the editor-in-chief are not the same, counting the female frequency of our learning. The editor-in-chief is a handful, but the editor-in-chief is just 2, 1 for the male frequency, and 1 for the female frequency. The position of the editor-in-chief is so important. And how long has Chen Siwen only been in the company? What if? Colleague A waved his hand. No way, absolutely no way. Wang Wei said quietly, is that so? Don't forget, people have made their homes on the 16th floor. So what? It's not like we're married to any of the ancestors on the 16th floor. Colleague A doesn't believe it. Who knows? Wang Wei and Colleague A walked back to the office on the aisle. Suddenly saw that side of the bulletin board. A staff member is sticking something. Go over and stare. Oh, it is the chief editor of the appointment and dismissal announcement posted. I hereby present to you Chen Siwen. Wait, you wait. A trace of bewilderment flashed in the eyes of Colleague A. Wang Wei, on the other hand, stood in place and froze for a few seconds, and a flash of fruitfulness flashed in his eyes. Colleague A carefully read a lot of times, only to determine that this announcement on the word is not a problem. The voice suddenly some sharp, no, Lao Wang, this is not reasonable. You don't shake me. Wang Wei helplessly held down the hands of Colleague A. At the same time, the heart also has the sigh of the world is drunk. How unreasonable it is. Family members, who understand? People. Chen Siwen shouted. The chairman of the board of directors shouted uncle. Editor-in-chief? What editor-in-chief? Chief editor Chen. Shocking official news blasts the editorial calm today. Except for one of the parties involved. One of Lin's successors. People didn't react. Xiao Lu, the learned new chief secretary of the president who had come to take over, sent the appointment letter down personally and smiled gently. Chief editor Chen. I'm in a hurry to deliver the documents, so I'll talk to you some other day. A group of chief editor Zhang Xin was anxious. What do you mean? Lu, the editor-in-chief of the second group, was a good old boy and couldn't see much of a hurry, but he also ought. What's going on? Secretary Lu shook his head without further words and left the editorial office with a quick step. As soon as he left, the office crashed. Everyone looked at me. I looked at you. And finally their eyes all hit Chen Siwen. Colleague hurried back from the outside bulletin board, shocked as anything. Siwen, don't tell me you've become the editor-in-chief? Lu Guochao, the original editor-in-charge no. One under Chen Siwen, was stunned. How is that possible? Is it really true? Boss, blame number 2 glared. Why is it you now? Chen Siphon suppressed the sour feeling he rarely had since he was a child, forcing out a very calm smile. The appointment has only just come down. I'm not too sure. Colleague A froze. Is it really you? Zhang Xinhui Xiaowu total transfer away for a month. Everything is calm. How did not expect Chen Siwen will be on the throne again? But paralyzed on the stool. How come it's Chen Siwen? How could it be Chen Siwen? It's nobody's turn but his. There must be a mistake somewhere. While sitting in a mess at the editing office, Chen Siwen received a phone call from the chairman of the board. The chairman on the other end just smiled and encouraged. Siwen, work hard. Uncle Wu is convinced that you will deliver a satisfactory answer. Then Chen Siwen put the cell phone on his head and sat on the chair. Promotion well. In addition to that instinctive joy, head down and eyes closed, there is still a pressure on the heart across, but a book title followed by a number of books from the head across. Chen Siwen was relieved, or had a bottom, and said, no matter which editor-in-chief, has never fought such a rich battle. Lunchtime, on the way to the group's cafeteria. It had been a month since Penny's transfer, and the feeling of being in the limelight had once again appeared on Chen Sifeng's body. A middle-aged man in his 40s said, Editor-in-Chief Xiao Chen. Congratulations. Secretariat Xiao Gao, Editor-in-Chief Chen has been promoted. Shouldn't he set up a table for treats? Sister Zhang from the personnel office, Chief Editor Chen. Congratulations to you. This time no some colleagues have congratulations. Chen Siwen also did not be huge compliments to the head. Although everyone at the moment in front of the face of much enthusiasm, but behind the back of the finger may not how to say it. The more this time the more low profile. So the mouth is just modestly said that they are just lucky it. But also let everyone do not call the editor-in-chief of the Chen. After eating just wanted to go back to the editorial department, Chen Siwen officially moved into the editor-in-chief's office. He is now also a senior hitman with an independent office. Did not have time to enjoy the scenery of the office. Chen Siwen buried his head bitter liver up. Not liver can not The editor-in-chief suspended for a month. Although some matters have a vice president, the editor-in-chief to help deal with, but also backlogged a lot of things. Chen Siwen, came here with an organizational mission, and the pleasant days of groping and mingling have completely passed. Now it's the hitman Chen Siwen 2.0. Busy afternoon. Even now the group is similar to Small Chen Editor-in-Chief in the end. What background? What exactly is the relationship between the youngest Editor-in-Chief and Mr. Wu? Is Chief Editor Chen related to Mr. Wu or not? No, I can be ready to start. This kind of young and talented golden son-in-law catches to earn. And so on. The gossip Chen Siwen are not too concerned about it. He is to roll up his sleeves and work hard, working overtime until 8 p.m. To go home. Tonight's dinner Chen Siwen can only let Penny Wu eat first by herself. The next day is again early in the morning to the company. On the backlog of affairs to go, the company would have just changed a hand. It is the time of the 3 fires, coupled with the suspension of a month. Chen Siphon at this moment finally appreciate hate 25 hours a day busy is what it means. A few days in a row. Promoted to editor-in-chief of the week passed in the blink of an eye. The new leadership of the learning group. A new image of a thriving, just overtime time is indeed more. Because at noon again cannot eat lunch together. Originally said to eat breakfast and dinner together. But at night to work overtime back to have to code. Take time to learn basic sign language. Every day in the early hours of the morning before going to bed. And in the morning and cannot get up. So it was a week of seeing the big boss for a handful of hours. At 8 o'clock on Friday night, the office was already empty. Leaving only the flickering lights of the editor-in-chief's office. And Chen Siwen had managed to spend a week getting herself on track. It's finally a relief. Paralyzed in the office chair, rubbed the slightly sore eyes, did not slow down for long. The phone rang. Chen Siwen heard the voice on the other end of the phone, suddenly froze, and then hurriedly packed up his things. It is already autumn. There is a refreshing coolness in the night. Chen Siphon put on his jacket and hurriedly rushed to the west side yard of building. Dropping in, he pushed open the door and saw the big boss. She was wearing a black sweater today, with a collar not too high, just revealing her fair shoulders, and was quiet and docile. And there was no longer a trace of tossing heat in the completely untouched dishes on the table. But her eyes were not on the table, but looking out of the window, as if the coziness of the previous period was all false. Penny Wu looked out the sky-darkened window dully. You don't feel the darkness without experiencing the light, and you can't stand the darkness without experiencing the light. It was as if she detected an indescribable flash of loss in her heart. At this moment, a complaining voice accompanied by the sound of a chair creaking being pulled open rang out. Can you? Just a few days did not look at you. You want to rebel? When Penny Wu looked back hastily, she saw Chen Siwen's big hand reaching out with no good skill, grabbing her small face while sitting down. Not Auntie Jean called me today. I still don't know. People work hard every night to cook a table for you. You just eat a few bites. You want to cultivate immortality? Ah? Penny Wu shook her head. Her clear eyes seemed to slowly flash with an unseen complexity. Little Chen, I miss you. Chen Siwen looked at the cardboard flabbergasted for a moment, and then looked at the table, and then inexplicably a little heartache. Even if she said in advance that she was busy today and would not come back to eat, she would still foolishly get her own dishes ready. Chen Siwen suddenly looked down at his two hands and sighed. Sign language was something he should have learned even if he was busy. To try and communicate with Penny the way she communicated. It was something he had to do. So his hands stretched out in crappy gesticulations. You idiot, can thinking about me be food? Sign language. Little Chen, his gestures are still particularly clumsy, but very positive to try. I do not know how. The heart seems to have a kind of emotions that they do not understand the upwelling. Originally some of the lost Penny Wu eyes seem to be slightly bright. During seems to have some spirit. Immediately stretched out the small hand, flying in the air. Chan Siwen, who had just retracted his hand, was dumbfounded. Wait, stop, it's too fast. Big sister, you're nodding it, can't read it. Penny Wu was particularly happy that Chen Siwen had begun to try to communicate to her in sign language. And even after Chen Siwen had piled a bowl of her least favorite meat on her and stuffed her little mouth to the point where it was bulging, she was still in high spirits. Then wait until the end of the meal. Her small hand pulled Chen Siwen's arm to sit on the sofa, took the initiative to put her own beautiful legs to rest on Chen Siwen's thighs, stuffed her small feet to him. Her big eyes flickered as if she still had a hint of encouragement. Chen Siwen froze. What are you doing? Penny Wu obediently took Chen Siwen's hand, then silently placed his hand on the top of her calf. Today she didn't wear stockings. A pair of milky white legs were resting peacefully on Chen Siwen's thighs, and her pink and white little feet were another kind of tenderness. She first left hand right hand a slow motion gesture, and then afraid that Chen Siwen cannot read, and then expectantly handed the phone to Chen Siwen to see, you are using your hands to talk to me in the future. Then my feet every day for you to play. Okay? No stockings on, and you're testing a cadre with this? That cadre can't stand your test? Chen Siwen coughed and threw her feet off his lap. What words you this is? Chen someone is now the editor-in-chief, is considered to be a reader. Intellectuals have integrity. Bewildered, Penny Wu tucked her legs back in and plopped down on the couch, sitting and blinking. Chen Siwen bristled. Besides, 1 foot and you want to buy me off? I don't learn sign language and want to play. Bah, want to help you revitalize your blood, don't you agree? Penny Wu thought for a moment and shook her head. Yes, agreeing. That's just it. Obviously I've labored enough for you to have a healthy body, but all I get in return is your misunderstanding. Chen Siwen pretended to be sad and angry as the thief shouted. Penny Wu, you've gone too far. Ang? Penny Wu's calf silently leaned towards Chen Siwen's side, then patted his hair. Then what are you going to do with little Chen? When Penny Wu raised her hand, her body was having a forward lean, and she was wearing the kind of shoulder-bearing white sweater today, the kind that was especially slimming. Although remove the shoulders and white distinct part of the collarbone exposed on the outside other are very tight, but cannot help her body is really explosive. The eyes inadvertently from the top to the bottom. You can see that the white sweater amazing weight. Chen Siwen subconsciously gulped a mouthful of saliva. Penny Wu also followed the line of sight and looked down at her chest, then looked up at Chen Siwen. Her little face seemed a little tangled, her agar nose slightly wrinkled, then silently took out a small cardboard block. Little Chen, are you looking at my chest? Chen Siwen was caught on the spot after not moving to retract the line of sight, and then righteously said, no, naked slander. That knew that Penny Wu once again looked down at her chest, shook her head helplessly, and then raised her head and chest, her small face rather like a death wish. Xiao Chen, only for a moment, you can't go too far, or I'll be bitter too. At the word, Chen Siwen a moment of dumbfounded, looking at the well-behaved figure in front of him, his heart pumped, as if there was some voice cursing. Chen Siwen, you dog day really damned. The sinful rush flourished. Excuse me. He was bent over and fled like he was out of Penny's house, really didn't dare to stay at all. Penny Wu quietly looked at his back, then silently held her own little face and fumed, not knowing what she was thinking about. Although Chen Siwen learned sign language late yesterday, he also yawned and got up early the next Saturday morning. There was no way. Time was tight and the task was heavy, and having been favored by the chairman of the board, then he must put in equal effort. In a while I will go to the company. Today about your newly film and television screenwriter. Intends to talk about IP adaptation thing. In the morning we'll not eat together, but do not because I am not in. You alone will pick 2 mouths perfunctory. Fortunately, the owner of the pancake stand was diligent and knew that in a large company like Tingfei, there were not a few people who worked overtime on weekends, So Chen Siphon was still able to line up on the curb outside of the Science and Technology Park at this moment ready to purchase a sizzling pancake. Penny Wu had not been in the habit of sleeping. Chen Siwon's message had just passed and she had a reply. A photo of a small plate of nutritious breakfast that Auntie Zhang had made, and then followed immediately by a message. Chen, I'll eat clean. Well then, given your good behavior, are you okay in the morning? Come to the office if you're fine. Bring your lunchbox and wait for me to finish my meeting. I haven't visited your new office since your transfer. Really? You're coming to my office? What? You're not welcome? Penny Wu replied dryly. Welcome. Well, let's eat. My pancakes are almost ready. Oh. Chen Siwon sweep code to the boss to pay the money. Just put the phone away it. Slipped on the plastic bag containing pancakes it. Ears next to suddenly came a seemingly very long time ago, but also a special image of the voice, old Chen? Chen Siwon quizzically twisted her head to look over. Her lips slightly parted and her eyes flashed with a hint of realization. Wang Chao? Gu, really you are. Just at the intersection to see you like. Old Chen, since the graduation of the university, we can have half a year has not seen it. Really? I saw you on the day I got my diploma and I haven't seen you since. I didn't expect to run into you here. The day of the breakup also said that everyone more contacted. The result I about you a few times. All said busy. Before my cousin gave me that graduating from college is equivalent to losing contact. I did not believe it before. You guys Wang Chao laughed and hammered Chen Siwon's shoulder. Complained. Before answering, I'm not a test editor did not pass the transfer cannot be. From the TV station out of it. Some time ago into the newly film and television screenwriting department. Cannot eat the system that bowl of rice? No way to play the workers' part-time souls. This is not. Come over to work overtime it today. It turned out that Wang Chao is this month to do the entry, which is only on the side of 10 days. Today is to follow his current editorial department to bring his master over to learn. The two slightly gave way to their colleagues in the queue at the back and stepped aside. Wang Chao handed Chen Siwon a cigarette and Chen waved his hand before he asked. Old Chen, how about you? How are you doing these days? I'm in the academic group now. Wang Chao sighed. It's true. We majored in Chinese language and literature out of the Han language and literature. If the test editing did not get on the bank, it has also interviewed screenwriters. Editors have an advantage. Chen Siwon laughed and nodded. It's too hard to take the editorial exam. Yes. Wang Chao inhaled a mouthful of smoke. Some helpless, you also know. I went to the TV station for free for almost a year of internship. Just want to stay in the TV station has a career. The results, examined twice. 2 times even the written test did not pass. Interviews to point out the relationship between a cannot be used, especially in the Tang dynasty. A carrot, thousands of people competing for a pit. Horror like this. The end of the universe is the end of the establishment. Chen Siwon smiled and looked at her old roommate, who hadn't changed much and was still very enthusiastic. But why hasn't Chen Siwon contacted him before? Just went to college when he was a little too enthusiastic. Knowing that Chen Siwon family conditions are not good. Especially after a big grin to release his good intentions. What a potluck activities The small young IQ is slightly inferior. A little bit of flair. Chatterbox. Big mouth. Are in front of a lot of people? I gave the old Chen out. This money I come. Although Chen Siwon is not the kind of person who treats his good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs. But young people who go to college who do not have a little pride. So Chen Siwon is a little burdened. Also know that he is just too young. The mind shallow operation some deformation. Nothing malicious. Chen Siwon does not hate him, but the two certainly did not get too close. However, he is also counted as Chen Siwon University walked the closest roommate. Mainly because Chen Siwon University every day is not a class or work study. Life is forced. The basic socialization is less. Of course, is a small transparent, not many friends. After briefly chatting for a few sentences, Wang Chao suddenly secretly screamed badly. Gu, can't talk to you, I'm going to be late. A moment later my boss should rant again. Old Chen left first. Let's eat together some other day. Chen Siwon smiled and nodded, then waved his hand. Finished the pancake in a few bites. The plastic bag threw it into the trash can. Now no one cared if he was late or not, but he still trotted a few steps to the meeting room that he had set before. Chen Siwon waited for about a few minutes, then heard the slowly approaching scolding sound at the door of the conference room. General Manager Lin repeatedly emphasized the importance of today's discussion on the adaptation. I had a hard time getting you a chance to listen to the conversation. Is this how you take it seriously? What? You just didn't arrive, causing me to be criticized by General Manager Lin. Who doesn't know that General Manager Lin is out of the learning group? To the learning group's matters of special importance, you are still to the mouth of the gun to hit. Wrong, brother, I was wrong. Cut the crap. In a moment you go in first and posture properly. I have to go and call Mr. Lin back. The old screenwriter turned around and pressed his temples, guessing that he didn't expect Mr. Lin to take it so seriously, just a few minutes late, and then he got so angry. Obviously his blood pressure was a bit high. Relieved, the young screenwriter wiped the sweat from his head and took the lead, pushing his way into the conference room and looking up to see an old acquaintance staring right ahead of him. Old Chan. He took a few steps closer, and with a big grin and not much thought, he was instantly amused. You've been brought in by your boss to sit in on the study too? Sven Chen. See, there are old acquaintances. Wang Chao just pushed the door when the nervousness is much less. Hurry over. Hook Chen Siwen neck. Old Chen, you mix kana. I heard that this copyright transaction is the new editor-in-chief of the learning group took office of the first shot. Whether it's our newly film and television, or your side of the learning is particularly important. I still know because of my father and my leadership before I have the opportunity to participate in the ABIT. Did not expect old Chen you now. A little something That's why old Wang is such a big talker. When he gets a little familiar, he'll talk about anything. Chen Siwen laughed and pushed him away. Alright, you've been yakking since downstairs. Are you thirsty? Do you want some water? Wang Chao waved his hand and said, but don't. After a while my boss came in to see me still heartless end of the water to drink, designated to pack me again. Right, your editor-in-chief. He also late? Sven Chen. You see, the big leaders were late for nothing at all. I was just a few minutes late and I was almost skinned by my boss. Wang Chao scat his mouth. I really hate to yell out 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river. Don't fool the youth. Chen Siwen hesitated and coughed. Is there a possibility that I am the chief editor? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Chao just glanced at Chen Siwen. Happy. Learning group. Listed large companies. The editor-in-chief in such an important position. That must be a dragon and phoenix among people. We just graduated. Can stand firm in a large company even if it's a success. Old Chen. Haven't seen you for a long time. You've changed your humor. Chen Siwen laughed and got up to get him a glass of water. Come on. It's better to drink water first. Then thank you We have joined the Tang department as a big family. Can be considered half a colleague? In the future we have to get acquainted and take care of each other. Wang Chao happily said. Just at this time, the old screenwriter just pushed the door in after hanging up the phone, and saw the scene of Wang Chao and Chen Siwen hooking up, and immediately felt his heart hurt a little. No, Wang Chao, you. He rushed up and pulled Wang Chao back fiercely, angrily glared at Wang Chao who didn't have a bit of ha count, and then hurriedly bent his body and said to Chen Siwen who was organizing his collar. I'm sorry, Editor-in-Chief Chen. Wang Chao is new. His brain is a bit not too bright. ? Who's not thinking straight? We must have just graduated. Chen, chief editor? Ha ha. It seems like the brain is indeed dying, and I'm hallucinating. Chen Siwen looked at Wang Chao's dull gaze and said with a smile, Wang Chao and I are college roommates, and being late before was also because the two of us chatted idly without paying attention to the time. It's not a problem. The old screenwriter froze. Wang Chao, on the other hand, opened his mouth, wanting to speak but having no idea what to say. His head was a bit confused. How is this fat for? Until today about the adaptation of the idea of roughly chatting a direction after the meeting was adjourned. On the way back to the office, heard in the ear of the old screenwriter inquired. Wang, you and Chief Editor Chan is a roommate Wang Chao, still somewhat in a trance, turned his head and nodded. To say that you hang around all day. There is this relationship you do not say earlier? The old screenwriter eyes actually envy and cynicism at the same time to take the ability to put down said, that what? Just now is brother too loud. I apologize to you. Wang Chao. There was so much information that his brain was dead, and he had just rebooted when he finally came back to his senses and inquired slyly. Old Chen is so fluffy now? What do you think? The youngest editor-in-chief of the learning group. I heard that it is still the headquarters side of the personally recognized General Lin before and again instructed to be on the heart. Wang Chao swallowed hard. Oh, my college roommate, who was originally mediocre and had to work several jobs a month, suddenly transformed into the youngest executive in the company, with a mysterious background and sky-high strength. Have I been abducted by aliens who have tampered with my memories? There is another possibility. In fact, Lao Chen he was carried wrongly when he was a child, was originally the illegitimate son of some big shot microdosing? Well, that's good. Finally reacted Wang Chao, especially witty to find Chen Siwen's microchat account. Big brother. I little Wang go rich, do not forget each other At this very moment, Chen Siwen, who had already visited the new lair of the big boss of Xinli Film and Television as if no one else was there, looked at the message in his cell phone and couldn't help but smile, then tossing the phone aside, He craned his head to look at the big boss who was now a world away from when the little editor-in-chief was honestly playing the long game before. She was obediently unwrapping the lunchbox on the table of the big boss. Chen Siwen walked over, sat beside her, and said softly, "I've just been promoted this week. I'm busy, and I have things I need to take care of tomorrow. So be good at home and wait for me to come back tonight to have dinner with you, and I should be free next weekend to take you out." After thinking about it, Penny Wu placed her chopsticks on Chen Siwen's small bowl and winked knowingly. "Little Chen, if you're busy, I'll be a good girl and not bother you. I can play with myself." Chen Siwen looked at the message on his cell phone first, then looked up at her and froze for a moment. "Don't you feel lonely when you keep yourself company?" "Not before." Penny Wu thought for a moment, her small hand tapping honestly on her cell phone screen. "But it seems like I will now." "Alone, Penny, you'll be more than one later." Penny Wu smiled lightly. "Aha, I know, I have little Chen." "No, it's more than that. You deserve more than a good friend." Penny Wu's big, bright eyes blinked earnestly, then slowly shook her head. "I don't want it. It's enough that I have you." Chen Siwen pursed his lips, his heart all thumped twice, and suddenly grabbed her motionless and well-behaved little hand. "But what if one day, I'm not going to be your friend anymore?" Underneath the table, Penny Wu backhanded and confusedly grabbed Chen Siwen's hand at once, her eyelashes fluttering slightly as her cell phone screen flickered silently. "Little Chen, what's wrong?" "Nothing much." Chen Siwen lost his smile and shook his head. "Not your friend anymore? What can it be?" Look at her as simply do not understand. "Oh, pull back. You naive. Eat first, eat more. You eat too." Xinli Film and Television is not ashamed to have a somewhat higher position in the entire Tang system of companies than the Learning Group. This president's office all feels a bit brighter and more spacious than the Learned one. Especially the thoughtful old father had made an upgrade to the interior of the office in advance compared to before, and Chen Siphon was lazily lying on the sofa of the office after eating, because it was a day off. Penny Wu didn't dress more professionally, but instead wore a particularly lived-in black dress, and actually wore a black lace choker, neck collar, around her slender gooseneck. It was last night when Chen Siwen was learning sign language at night associated with Penny White proportion especially good neck. Suddenly in the middle of the night to her message said, "You are so beautiful neck, do not bring something to modify a little bit. It is really a strange pity." At the same time in the multi-spell to find a girl with choker picture sent over. I didn't realize Penny Wu brought it with her when she went out today. Lying on all fours on the soft, high-grade sofa, sniffing the aroma of proximity, looking at the silhouette in front of him that bent down, Chen Siphon of course easily placed his sight on her neck. The knot in his throat surged, and before he had time to utter a word, he saw Penny Wu obediently gesturing in front of him. "What, going to sleep there again?" Chen Siphon propped his body up a little bit, a bit puzzled. His sign language wasn't quite home yet, but he could see that Penny was telling him to go there and sleep for a while. Penny Wu blinked and handed him the cell phone again. "Xiao Chen, there's a small bedroom over there in the office. If you're tired, you can rest in there." Follow the direction of Penny Wu's finger to see the past. Is a flat small white door. Capitalists can really know how to enjoy their own before having an independent office is still inevitably happy for a while it. The result is that there is no comparison, there is no harm. Chen Siwen looked at the bent over, hair sliding down the cheeks to look at him peacefully and quietly. "Penny Wu, today and yesterday's slim white sweater is not the same. The dress was originally a relatively loose style, but also lined with a slight collapse. There is a particularly perfect arc." Chen Siwen blinked and couldn't help but raise her hand to touch the top of the lace choker around Penny's neck. In one smooth motion, the small hand felt the warm touch of Penny Wu's neck. As long as Penny Wu was above Chen Siwen's head at the moment, she habitually liked to pat his head and rub his hair as if she had some kind of pet peeve, but when she did it, she obediently tilted her neck as if she could let Chen Siwen touch it more smoothly. After Chen Siwen reluctantly moved her hand away to pull away her naughty little hand that was acting as a bully on her head, Wu Pei'ni began to give Chen Siwen compared. Also know that he may not be able to see completely understand. Pei'ni also used his own cell phone to translate to him to see. "I called the mall manager over this morning. Only this style is more like what you sent me yesterday. There is no same style. This you will like? Look at this, Penny. How nice, plain and simple, with exceptionally clear and simple eyes saying titillating things." Chen Siwen, who had already stood up, slightly lowered his head, pursed his lips, gulped and looked at her, and suddenly asked, "Penny, is it true that whatever I like, you'll wear it for me?" And Penny first nodded her head obediently, then shook her head slightly, peacefully tucked her hand into Chen Siwen's, thought for a moment, and gave a reply that wasn't an answer. "Little Chen, you won't let me be bitter, will you?" "Nope, actually I'm bad as pus. You'll see later." Enough of that. I'll get busy with my work." "Wow, okay." Penny Wu let go of Chen Siwen's hand, Looking at his slightly bent back, her eyebrows slightly frowned. Somewhat worried, she jogged a few steps to follow him, pulling Chen Siwon. Little Chen, is your back bad? Do you want me to call the doctor over to give you a look? Chen Siwon immediately felt a bit embarrassed and hurriedly peeled away Penny Wu's hand to hide as if hurrying out of the office. I'm fine. Soon Chen Siwon returned to the learning group, washed his face in the toilet, calmed down a bit, and then returned to his office. Looking at the planning book in his hand about the adaptation of Do Deet Sung Dome, his expression was somewhat in deep thought. Screenwriters in Blue Star WA are highly regarded. Unlike the Eartha drama After the Fire is mostly, our brother acted really good. My brother is really good looking. Completely regardless of what the script is, the screenwriter is what? Blue Star is drop-dead friendly to script writers. Mr. So-and-so has a new workout, and I heard that he's hired a certain top-tier star to collaborate with him. This is a common comment after the announcement of a Blue Star drama. A good screenwriter carries no less weight with the audience than a so-called star power. It's like something that only a very few of the greats among creators enjoyed in a previous life. This is old Mr. Jin Yon's work. This is Auntie Cheong Yao's classic, because the awesome screenwriters, writers, on the Blue Planet as a result of the rules of play at the beginning, have enjoyed their fair share of fame and treatment. This also leads to the fact that a good movie and television company not only depends on how good and famous its artists are, but also needs its own screenwriting department to be excellent in order to be able to make a dent in the various list rankings that give screenwriters their status of being not at all low in terms of exposure. Screenwriters are, after all, behind the scenes, and it takes a path to get to the front of the stage. And the list is one. An up-and-coming list for new writers to make their initial mark. A year-round movie and TV pop-up list for all screenwriters to fight over. There's also the movie history top list that counts the total number of airplay of all works in history. The screenwriter is thoroughly associated with the scripts he writes, one way or the other. Shinli Film and Television some years ago by virtue of the academic group exceptionally excellent IP bullet library, can steadily do the Chinese film and television of the top three, not even just the old three. Very brilliant, but as time advances, because the novel IP has the original author, screenwriters take over the adaptation can only be counted as co-creators, can only be counted as synergistic, not counted as creators. Coupled with a lot of hot novels IP because of the subject matter or novels can easily be millions of words slightly bloated adaptation does not fit, can become a hit too. Look at screenwriters adapted for the sake of the merit of the cause. Adaptations require the involvement of good screenwriters, and most of Blue Star's best screenwriters don't bother with the synergistic co-creation of others. What's more, these 2 years adapted out of the circle of the novel IP, most of them only remember the original novel author. Synergistic creation of the second place to pay a little, and a lot of screenwriters are mostly forgotten. It's arguably laborious work, and powerful and famous screenwriters involved in this kind of adaptation might as well have originated it themselves. Screenwriters are considered literati, and their status is not as pathetic as it was in a previous life, and that has a backbone. This makes the original head of some of the scriptwriters of the newly see the company IP adaptation intention is getting hotter and hotter, is really not a good match, so out of the way. The result is that the screenwriting department of Shinli Film and Television is now getting weaker and weaker, coupled with the fact that the feedback of several new dramas adapted for release in the past 2 years has been less than satisfactory, not making much of a splash, and continuing to wither on the new talent list. Both big budget shows just barely managed to squeeze into the top 10. It's a bit of a stumbling block compared to companies in its class. One of the most learned in Shinli cannot accept is that the female frequency of the bearer Jiang Jin as early as 10 years ago in the layout of the IP adaptation of the market. Most of the works are scripted to the not too heavenly adaptation is difficult to get down to the picture. The picture is extremely strong. In the IP market mixing with the wind and water, peers are enemies. The first few years by virtue of the strength of the original screenwriting department of Shinli, the two sides are still half a caddy. These 2 years the old screenwriter's contract expires one after another out. Shinli was simply pressed to lift their heads. So there is this Shinli overall senior management of an adjustment, but also the chairman of the board of directors smelled an opportunity. Penny, if you can take Shinli Film and Television to stand out, back to the peak, then their poor daughter resume will have into the board of directors to plug the premise of other people's non-compliance, and the test in the chairman's mouth. The expectation, Chen Siwon also roughly understood. The so-called men and women work together. The two play a beautiful match, with the newly film and television step by step bigger and stronger, and create another brilliant. Chen Siwon pursed for half a day, then threw the planning book for the Du Bao Song Dome adaptation onto the table, leaned back in his office chair somewhat helplessly and rubbed the bridge of his nose, muttering, "The head is full of Big Brother. Your horse doesn't run as fast as mine. Bean, you left me with a lot of pressure to adapt." Chen Siwon thought about it. In order to revitalize Shinli Film and Television, Horse breaks the vault seems to be insufficient. More than 3 million words. Moving fighting air into wings. Stepping in the air. Do not be home where to no firewood. After this week's contact, Chen Siwon looked at the project planning according to his ideas to move forward, only to feel the funds are burning. You say that in a previous life there were already ready-made answers, so just start copying. Fine. I'm a 1-star fighter, and I'm being chased by a 7-star fighter saint, but I'm not the least bit panicked because his horse isn't as fast as mine. Revive the glory of Shinri? Will this work? Chen Siwon silently walked over to the office window, realizing the difficulty of the adaptation. Feeling the cool wind outside the window into the fall, Chen Siwon slapped her forehead and felt that this would not work. How much support did Sunny Pictures give him this time? Let's put it this way. Sometimes when they are approached, the staff on the academic side often ask, I am the B side, right? We are party B, right? With Penny Wu, a big boss with a heart for Xiao Chen, taking the lead, and the cooperation of comrade Lin Taemin, Chen Siwon felt like he had a taste of home when he talked about working with Sunrise Pictures. And this is Penny Wu's first big production when she took over Sunrise Pictures. There's the last love that Daddy Earth had for him. If he were to still pull off an oops like the fighting spirit transforming horse, it would all be a shame for Penny and the chairman's trust. Might as well dig a hole and bury yourself to count the begging. Chen Siwon became particularly cautious, feeling that he had to make sure that nothing was wrong. Doobie is on hold for now. Although Chen Siwon had been busy for a week, he analyzed the situation and made a decisive decision. If you want to open the door, you have to take at least one masterpiece that has already been bejeweled in a previous life and has received a double dose of word-of-mouth buzz. Chen Siwon pulled the window closed, hurriedly sat back in front of the desk, opened the computer, knocked for a good half day, searched for a lot of information, viewed a lot of the same type of work of the Blue Star, and finally created a new document, and in the title typed out these words, The Three Bodies Filming Project. Luckily, the memory of my last life is stuck in the moment when Tencent Video had just finished screening Three Bodies. And I was a little uptight by the sudden shocking impact and stayed up all night to brush up on Mr. Liu Cixin's masterpiece, together with the strengthening of the memory at the moment. The Three Bodies 1, 2, 3, 3 books are particularly clear in the mind. The text surplus flow. Chen Siwon felt that he only had some certainty to restore. Otherwise, if you want to copy the 3 bodies of this top science fiction novel, the difficulty is huge. If you want to open the door, then why don't you just go straight to a big red to the end? Chen Siwon knocked out the name, slammed his thighs and was ready to start. Multiplying the text is particularly clear. Crackling. Chen Siwon fell into a feverish busy. Feeling the keyboard seems to be hot. Watching the only Asian science fiction masterpiece that won the Hugo Award, the highest award in the world of science fiction literature in the last life. The milestone work of Chinese science fiction literature is slowly being born under his keyboard. I can be so fluffy. Nope. Mr. Cixin Liu can be a real fluffer. Ahem. That's not right either. We're so fluffy. Hey. Chen Siwon suddenly found the pleasure of the copyist for a moment. Watching the treasures of the earth in another world can also be able to emerge, able to shine, even if it is not because of the position he is now forced. Even if not to earn money, he also felt very interesting. Why didn't I awaken to the mystery of the fetus and enter the literary world in my last life? At the same time, a powerful news broke the circle of friends of the learned group. Have you guys heard? Chief Editor Chen suspended that IP operation he just took over last week. I know, that novel is really quite difficult to adapt. The scenes are hard to recreate. But it seems like Chief Editor Chen wants to get down and personally work on his first big production since he was promoted to Chief Editor. Well, listen to the original 3 groups Chen Chief Editor under the hands of 2 responsible editors. The name seems to be called, 3 what comes? 3 bodies. Yeah, I hear it's written as sci-fi. Sci-fi has always been not by the United States or led by the literary works. Film and television works for a long time to occupy it. Chen Editor-in-Chief this is. People Chen Editor-in-Chief. Just out of the group directly on the top floor to play the peak of the game. Promotion speed with a rocket like. Didn't see before or some not against a little friction was robbed of the Editor-in-Chief position of a group of Editor-in-Chief Zhang Xin. Sister Xin at the moment are particularly know the time for the wise honestly even more than before. Even more hard work for fear of being caught pigtails of the work. People may be behind the back of the meeting will discuss. Chen Siwon this is floating at him. Do not know. China's film and television has always been no place for science fiction works. And suspending doujinshi, which could be adapted into an ancient romance with the potential for something to come of it. To set up a project with the inexplicable name of 3 bodies? Do you want to die? Zhang Xin, how on earth did this kind of person get to be Editor-in-Chief? And on the bright side, Wang Wei, trust Chief Editor Chen. Colleague A, trust Chief Editor Chen. Zhang Xin, trust Chief Editor Chen. Chen Siwen, this hand suddenly personally when the author manipulation of science fiction does let people have enough shock. Although you are a graduate of Chinese language and literature, maybe a bit of literary literacy, but you this professional and science fiction is completely unrelated. This kind of scene they had only seen in those kind of TV dramas where the second generation of rich people went bankrupt. Like there was a saying in the rich circle of Tangdu that they were not afraid of their sons being paper drunk, but they were afraid of their sons wanting to prove himself. Doesn't this all at once taste right? Learning Group editorial department of a number of responsible editors have a kind of boss to engage in science fiction. Will not we want to finish the worry? Of course, there are also some people have to see how long you finish the celebration. In fact, Chen Siwen has heard a bit of wind. And even the old editor-in-chief Wang Wei, who used to be more familiar with the old editor-in-chief, also came to persuade him. I heard that the chairman of the headquarters side intends to give you the approval of no budget ceiling for you to personally manipulate the knife. Chen editor-in-chief. In Huaxia, sci-fi cannot engage in awe. The chairman of the board has personally said that he has something to look forward to. How can he not give Chen Siwen support? After hearing the message coming from the bottom, a big wave of support in the end. As long as you are willing to try, do not be afraid of not having a chance. Of course Chen Siwen also understands that anticipation implies the need for feedback, and the test is about that. So he listens to a series of rumors, words from the bottom of his heart, and holds his breath. Get it for sure. Wang Wei saw that after persuasion is fruitless, but also disappointed. People are now the editor-in-chief. You still have nothing to do to find trouble. Why? Bury your head in your bitter liver. You can't say that the feeling that the world laughs at me for being too crazy and I laugh at the world for not being able to see through it is really kind of subtle. Chen Siwen looked at the time. It was already time to get off work again. This period of time busy and hard work are as if he did not know the sky. He decided to take a little rest, put himself an early shift. It was just about meal time. Dragging a slightly tired body back to Penny's. Listen to Chen Siwen's words. I work overtime, you just eat by yourself first. When Penny Wu heard the sound of the door opening, she hurriedly put down her own dishes and chopsticks. Tuk-Tuk trotted to the entrance hall, and tenderly and virtuously put Chen Siwen's slippers to him at his feet. Xiao Chen, you're back. Sign language. Even though it was hard work, Chen Siwen didn't forget to squeeze out time to learn sign language. With his amazing memory, energy, although it was still a bit clumsy, he could kind of see the meaning expressed by Penny's little hands now. Changing into his slippers and nodding his head, Chen Siwen looked at Bean, who took the initiative to receive his jacket and stood there quietly, and suddenly asked, by the way, Penny, do you know that the chairman is fully supporting the project I have in hand right now? Penny Wu nodded. I know. You know what a lot of people in the office say about me in private? Ang? Looking for death. Penny Wu silently took a step closer to Chen Siwen, not speaking, but her actions were enough, warmly and softly patting Chen Siwen's head, as if she was comforting him. You're not afraid I'll fail your father and lose a lot of money? Not afraid. Penny Wu thought for a moment and shook her head, then took the initiative to hold Chen Siwen's hand, because I believe in little Chen. Standing in the entrance hall, Chen Sifen flinched for a moment, looking down at her flickering big eyes, her bright little face filled with trust and encouragement. His throat suddenly felt like it was stuffed. Chen Siwen's head suddenly lowered, slowly printed on her forehead, feeling the flat touch of the forehead, point to point, looking at the front of the eyes of some dumbfounded rubbed his forehead of Penny Wu. Chen Siwen pinched her face, lightly laughed. Mo, believe me, I'm a liar. I specialize in cheating money. VI50. I'll tell you how I cheat. Silly, you're really spinning. Chen Siwen pinched his cell phone and looked at the 500 in the microchat. Yes, you cheat this bean 50, and she has to transfer you 10 times more. And looked up at her again. The choker on the neck was replaced with a white lace one, and on the body was a special homey black sweater, plus light blue slim fit jeans strained a pair of beautiful legs straight and long. Chen Siwen looked at the amount, not too satisfied, and pinched her face. Why not $520? Wu Penny big eyes flickered on for a moment, and then behaved and re-lifted the cell phone, so that Chen Siwen really cannot help but want to tease her. Held down her hand. Chen Siwen pretended to be disappointed and shook his head. Just, belatedly love the dog, don't want to. Sad. I'm leaving. Penny Wu froze for a moment. Her white arm was still sagely hanging Chen Siwen's jacket. Her beautiful legs stepped on slippers, revealing her small ankles with clear arcs. Suddenly panicked and took a step forward, her small hand hurriedly pulling Chen Siwen, who was about to turn around so bad that it was practically pus. No go. Little Chen. You know, I can't react. But you hurt me. You have to make it up to me. Ang? Feet take me for fun. Well, motherfucker, Chen Siwen has been able to be shameless to this extent at this moment. Penny Wu thought about it. Her small feet stomped the slippers, then lifted them up. She had to say, Penny, her flexibility is really good. Balance is also very good. One foot stood still. The other foot was able to easily lift the leg to Chen Sifeng's chest, handing it to him. Chen Sifeng, bewildered on seeing Mei all can be in situ to do a word horse Wu Painey, and has been resting in their own hands in the small feet. No, you wait a moment, this posture is not a moment to play fall. Chen Siwen coughed twice, smoothly bent down to help her put her feet down, then didn't quite straighten up, tactically digressing to say, "Didn't I say last time? It's cold, wear more pairs of socks to keep warm." Penny Wu looked down, also because for some reason completely unable to see the Lord of the Feet, rearing her head, neck tilted on a particularly persuasive nod. "Then I'll go put it on." "That's fine. You wore black last time, didn't you? You have to change your socks every day to be right. Let's wear white today." Chen Siwen exhaled and followed her a few steps toward the house, and he even Moncler Outlet Online picked on it. Penny Wu was also really honest, because there was none at home, yet Xiao Chen wanted to see it, so she thought about it, turned around and prepared to go out. What are you doing? Anan? I'll get white stockings." Chen Siwen was choked for a moment and hurriedly caught her. Come back. I'm teasing you." Pulled her to sit at the dining table. Chen Siwen just sat down it. Tang Du, the first solid, took the initiative to lift her small feet, and then to Chen Siwen's arms, who was preparing to give her soup. Chen Siwen bitterly laughed as he put down the bowl and helplessly peeled her feet away from his lap. "Why are you so honest? Stop. Eat first, eat and talk." Penny Wu sniffed and nodded her head quietly, then put her little feet back into her slippers as if nothing had happened and took a small sip of soup from her bowl. Wu Painey eating has always been well organized, especially serene and elegant, and Chen Siwen is swallowed in one lump. The two people grew up in the family environment. Growing up is not the same. Well, sometimes a little life in the smallest details to look at is a picture of the two styles. Still, when the two are next to each other, it's not at all out of place. It's hitched and a little cozy. Chen Sifeng didn't get tired of giving her meat day after day, and then thought that isn't today Friday, what he told Penny last week, that he would take her out to play. Well, it's a combination of work and play. So he put down his bowl and asked, "By the way, Penny, one day at a time, let me take you hiking in the morning." Penny Wu first spread a smile and nodded her head, then with a slight frown on her willow brows, she shook her head again. "Can little Chen go hiking in the afternoon? I'm going to see the doctor tomorrow morning." Chen Siwen froze, hurriedly moved his chair a little closer to Penny Wu, looked her up and down, and hurriedly inquired, "What's wrong? Catching a cold? Where are you uncomfortable?" Penny Wu smiled lightly and patted Chen Siwen's head skillfully again. "No, psychiatrist. That's good." No, wait." Chen Siwen reacted and looked at Penny Wu in a daze. "What psychiatrist? My dad probably thinks I have mental problems and has to make me go to a psychiatrist twice a year, but I obviously don't have any problems at all." Sven Chen. He seemed to be a bit slow, probably because he and Penny had known each other online for too many years, and after spending so much time together, he hadn't thought too deeply about what was wrong with Penny not being able to speak. On the contrary, Penny, with such a nature, was still particularly in line with the image of a female internet friend in his mind. Now after thinking about it, yeah, you're right. Your dad's making it up. There's nothing wrong with you at all. Come on, let's eat first. Xiao Chen, you really are my best friend. Not like my dad at all. He always thinks I'm sick, but I obviously don't feel sick at all. Can I not go to the doctor tomorrow? No. Chen Siwen gave her a decisive reply, and then sighed, thinking that he was embarrassed to say you have no mental problems. How can you not talk? How is it that you have only one friend since you were a child? Or an online friend? After a couple days off with my oldest sister, you two probably didn't exchange as many words as you said to me in half an hour. And isn't that the problem? Chen, you think there's something wrong with me too? Chen Siwen did not answer but asked with special concern, "What did the psychiatrist say before?" Penny Wu thought for a moment and honestly held up her cell phone. "She told me to try to go out and see as much as possible, not to be so egotistical, not to live in my own world all the time." Chen Siwen sniffed, pursed her lips, and said somewhat helplessly, "No, don't you think this is the problem?" After pondering for half a second, Penny Wu felt that it was completely unjustified, and looked at Chen Siwen very seriously and said, "What she clearly said is not true. I am not egoistic. I clearly have little Chen in my world." Chen Siwen heard a little touched at the same time also a little broken defense. "No, Missy, your world is only the two of us is also not right." Penny Wu's question was also particularly dry, so what would it take to do it right? That's what going to the psychiatrist tomorrow is all about. "Well, I'll go with you. I'll stay with you, and I'll be sure to help you with any problems you have." Penny Wu raised her head to look at him, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, suddenly lifting her leg up again to hand it into the arms of Chen Siwen, who was right in the middle of the moment, her gaze still clear, and she responded in a good-natured manner. Little Chen. Thank you, and I will try to satisfy you in the future if you have any problems. Chen Siwon felt that in their own arms especially good as if to let casually play with the small feet, as well as that full of I believe that I cooperate with the little face with a little redness. Bye. Chen Siwon swallowed hard and bent over once more to get out of Penny Wu's house, and when he got back to his bedroom, he impatiently searched for this answer on the internet. Patients who have been in a self-contained environment for a long time and seldom or never communicate with others for a long time will not be able to speak. Such patients need to actively cooperate with the treatment of the primary cause, and then try pronunciation exercises after they have gradually improved. Chen Siwon slammed his thighs, then stood up, leaving only this line of information in his eyes. Try pronunciation exercises after you get better. It's the one you understand the pronunciation of, isn't it? Penny has a chance of getting better. Chen Siwon ran into the bathroom, stood in front of the mirror, blankly pinched his face. Meat did not grow for nothing. It is estimated to be the credit of the chef in the big boss's house. Pinch the left side, and pinch the right side, but also quite forceful. Oh, it is painful. Followed by the throat suddenly all with an overwhelming tightness. Talking to himself, by ceasing to be egotistical, by interacting more with people, by slowly lifting and opening in what had been a separate little world. Isn't it possible that Penny will be able to start talking again? Chen Siwon thought of the fact that there is indeed such a possibility. The originally well-behaved Penny will happily call in Xiao Chun, will obediently call him brother. Chen Siwon hurriedly lowered her head and snapped her palm followed by cold water to her face, but the whole person was still caught in that state of excitement and nervousness coexisting. Cannot. Chen Siwon a night no matter what to do or a little distracted. Shower, drink milk, and finally lying on the bed in a daze looking at the ceiling for a while. Do not know what to think. A good half a day before falling asleep. The result, sleeping is also unsettled, and the well-behaved Penny Wu actually ran into his dreams again. Today's dream she seems to have suddenly turned on the beauty. Pink little soles of the feet looking up along the way are two milky white as slightly staggered calves, knees slightly pasted together, plump thighs even with the calf leg belly looks tight as hell. There is no flaw at all. Chen Siwon seems to be along her body from the bottom upstream. Cheeks on both sides is the kind of rippling people's red halo. Hair is still sticking to the forehead. The big watery eyes at the moment seems to contain water. Full of crystal red lips slowly one by one. Actually really sent out the voice of the Qingwan but with a slight gasp. Dad. Dad. Hiss. Chen Siwon only felt confused and inhaled a breath. Confused. Opened his eyes. The sky was still light. The ceiling was dark. Stayed for several seconds. 2 hands before silently raised the quilt slightly a little. Around the fact that he is now not thin-skinned, but also slightly blush. Slightly sober after a little bit. Rushed out of bed. Ran into the toilet. And then duck quickly ran out again. Pulled open a drawer, in which to find a pair of shorts. Standing in front of the mirror, the single man rubbed his shorts in inevitable silence. His hands still slightly clammy. If the chairman knew that he actually dared to have such a dream, he would definitely throw him out of the window of the 66th floor of the group as soon as he could. Right? Chen Siwon, you are a real dog. People, Penny is not yet well. You not only greedy people body, but also attempted to treason chairman of the board of directors of the wrong way. Let Penny shout your father. Chen Siwon silently spat at himself. You're cheap. After determining again and again that he was in fact a LSP by nature and despising himself a bit, Chen Siwon finally calmed down from the heavy news that Penny could possibly be able to re-speak. But due to the joy of double because of the perks, the really energetic Chen Siwon didn't sleep at all in the latter part of the night. The next day some neuroses accompanied the rightful owner of the cause of his debilitation to a private psychiatric clinic. Unexpectedly while listening on the sidelines, the emotions that had been slowly calming down were completely mobilized again by the words of the psychiatrist surnamed Ryu. Little Wu is in a very good state recently, and then more communication with others. More go out and get along with others. More friends. Slowly have a new social circle. Perhaps little Wu may soon be able to. How soon is the soonest? Sitting on the inside of the clinic, which was decorated in white and relatively airy and bright. It was hard to make this moment too calm for Chen Siwon, who inquired in a fiery manner. Psychological problems, this is impossible to say. Xiao Wu's current state is better than when she came in the first half of the year. There is too much. Just as I did not expect Xiao Wu to change so much in just half a year's time. Well, the time for her to completely get better and slowly recover her speech function is also an unknown. Saying that, Dr. Lu looked at Penny Wu and was a bit hesitant to speak. Chen Siwon could see that and also twisted her head to look at her. Penny Wu herself didn't care much about it, just quietly peeling oranges for Chen Siwon. As if it didn't matter because being able to talk or not didn't have much of an impact on her getting along with little Chen. Chen Siwon wanted to grab her shoulders and shake her violently. Bean, you cooperate well with the treatment. There is a chance to recover. can you lift up a little bit and cooperate positively? Of course Penny Wu cooperated with Chen Siwen. He told her to go out and wait for herself for a while. Penny Wu obediently nodded her head. Then she didn't even look at the psychiatrist. Didida stepped on the small leather shoes with a little heel. A pair of long legs actually really wrapped by just over the knee with a little bit of lace white silk. Simply pure desire to the limit. Twisted her head and left the room. When Chen Siwen withdrew his gaze, he heard Dr. Lu helplessly state, Mr. Chen is more like Chief Xiaowu's psychiatrist than I am. Chen Siphon coughed once he aired. You're joking, Dr. Lu. Dr. Lu is a middle-aged woman. At this moment helplessly sighed, said quietly, at least Xiaowu always has not been very cooperative. With me. Chen Siwen smiled sarcastically and scratched his head. But it's good to have you now, too. Dr. Willow smiled thankfully, then got right to the point, which wasn't complicated. Waiting for Dr. Lu to some of the precautions that should be explained, as well as follow up some of the treatment program and some things, unreservedly one by one after informing the Chen Siwen. He silently walked out of the room and saw Penny Wu sitting quietly on a chair next to the hallway. When she heard the noise and looked sideways, she totted on her little leather shoes and stood up. In the corridor, Penny Wu was in a white skirt, with a thin little belt looped around her waist, the bottom of the skirt revealing a little bit of the tender flesh of her thighs, followed by a particularly transparent white silk with a little bit of flesh-colored wrapped around her calves, and her feet also stepped on a pair of small pure white leather shoes that still revealed a little bit of the instep. Chen Siwen stood in the doorway and looked at her, both of them looking at each other with big eyes. It wasn't until Chen Siwen suddenly opened her arms with a smile that Penny Wu froze, and then as an afterthought, she jogged over and wrapped her hand around Chen Siwen's waist in one go. However, the small hand was suddenly lifted to the neck by Chen Siwen. Hold me tight. Penny Wu angled a bit, and the entirety of her warm, soft, fragrant body hung obediently on Chen Siwen all at once. Then Penny Wu only felt as if she was being lifted high by someone who was slightly excited, and the whole confused person tightly wrapped her arms around his neck, her head gently pressed against his shoulder, with his positive voice in her ears. I know there are things that are hard, but you can't run away anymore. We'll face anything together. We'll work it out together. Got it? The psychiatrist said we'd work it out together. She refused to cooperate. Chen said we'd work it out together. She was well behaved. Penny Wu, whose small leather shoes had already re-stepped on the ground, but whose white arms were still hanging around Chen Siwen's neck like a wombat, obediently nodded her head. At the moment Dering's big eyes seemed to highlight a double standard to the extreme. It seemed that this fellow Chen Siwen was more credible than a professional psychiatrist. The psychiatric clinic is in the east side, and outside the car window are the bustling streets of the Tang dynasty. Chen Siwen didn't have a license yet and couldn't drive, and on the way home, the driver for the two of them was, of course, Penny Wu, with her seatbelt sunk into her chest and her white dress bulging. Here, Chen Siwen was already able to skillfully raise his hand to take seasonal fruits from the car's small refrigerator and feed them to Penny Wu, looking at her full, crystalline little lips opening obediently at the word. I wonder what kind of scene she'll be talking in when she's better. A mature and magnetic royal voice? Or a young royal voice? Penny reveals sexiness all over her body, so it can't be a cute Lolita voice, can it? Will not. Chen Siwen immobile up and down look at her. Penny's voice is best to be the kind of mature magnetic with her right body. Sexy is good and simple. TSK, that kind of small contrast. Cute becomes worthless in the face of sexy alright. Stoplight and watched Penny's puzzled eyes look over. Chen Siwen coughed and changed the topic with a smile. It's a nice day today. Is it the first time I've taken the initiative to ask you out? When Penny Wu thought about it, her hands left the steering wheel, and the poor girl child couldn't speak yet. Chen Siwen hastily stopped her to go to get the phone movement. Wait, we two driving or do not talk? Penny Wu blinked and nodded as she rested her hands back on the steering wheel. No words on the way. Soon, the other side of the city's underground garage, parked the car. Penny Wu snapped her seatbelt loose, and hurriedly took out her cell phone, turned her head sideways to the passenger side of the car, Chen Sifeng, and showed him the phone. Little Chen. Yes. It's the first time you've ever taken the initiative to ask me to go out and play. Then what are you waiting for? Why don't you go upstairs and change your clothes? Go. Move it. Chen Siwen pinched her little cheeks. After a moment of angst, Penny Wu hurriedly got out of the car and went upstairs to her bedroom, even taking the rare initiative to put on her makeup. Coming out half an hour later, he grabbed Chen Siwen and broke his gaze toward his face, his wide eyes seeming to inquire, is the makeup too thick? Do you like it? An exquisite top beauty near at hand. Chen Siwen, although can say that every day to see, at this time still looked dumbfounded for a moment. Wu Penny see him or no reaction. Self-centered let go of him. On, sure enough, it's a bit thicker. Silence went back to the bedroom. Chen Siwon, ? After 15 minutes Penny Wu came out again. Has been a fresh and lovely new makeup. Wearing a loose large sweater to cover their good figure. Short jeans showing slender white straight long legs. Tied loosely ponytail. Fresh teenage sense of adequacy. Chen, is that okay? Chen Siphon actually has always liked the kind of more mature dress. Penny usually wearing a dry lady suit white small shirt taught particularly full when he felt particularly beautiful. But today looked at her casual change of style. The original good looking in this style seems to be particularly match. Thus, Chen Siwon could only say at this moment in a trance plus heartily. Good looking. So go change your shoes now and set off. Xiao Chen satisfied. She is also satisfied with the clap. Towards the entrance hall. Picked a pair of white sneakers. Chen Siwon looked at this day. And not summer. Although today the weather is good. The fall is a coolness. Especially smooth hand gently grabbed Penny's loose small ponytail. Penny Wu was about to take off her slippers when she twisted her head inquiringly. It's cool. Still up the hill. Don't wear shorts. Change into yoga pants. On. When Penny Wu came out again. Her beautiful legs were wrapped in tight, stretchy black yoga pants. And Penny's leg type was going to look great in these tight pants. Chen Siwon sat on the sofa and drank a cup of water. So he stayed and watched Penny Wu come out and also turned around in front of him. Without having to say anything, he knew that she was asking, is it okay? Chen Siwon gulped. Especially because the loose white sweater and yoga pants do not match it. Penny Wu thought about the upper body is still just wearing a matching yoga undershirt. Is short, and wrapped around the belly button of the pants and the middle of the pants are still exposed a little white belly. Dang, who taught you to dress like that? Yoga undershirt is hanging neck of the kind. The collar cannot say too high. Penny Wu figure how good white flowers exposed a piece of. Penny Wu blinked in bewilderment. This was how she dressed for yoga practice at home some of the time, where she needed to be taught. The suits for yoga practice that the mall sent regularly were just like this. I can't. That particular fragrance of Penny's body that seems to have a bit of tantalizing milky scent lingers along the air. Who can top this? Come on, come here, let me play with the legs. Eh? Little Chen. Aren't we in a hurry to go out? Penny Wu handed her cell phone to Chen Siwon, and obediently sat quietly next to him. Ahem. It's too sunny right now, and I'm afraid I'm going to go out now and put you in the sun. Chen Siwon also shamelessly find a complimentary sentence for his own trickery, and then his hand sneakily touched on the side. He found Penny Wu's long and slender right leg and touched it. The palm of his hand slowly went down, and after a piece of concupiscence, the soft touch of the small cooler mop was transmitted to the palm of his hand. Chen Siwon squinted his eyes and looked down, and immediately touched Penny Wu's feet with his hands. His feet gently upturned, hanging cool slippers, revealing a little bit of the top of his feet, especially clean, slippery and tender. And the bones of his feet underneath are also angular and very thin. Little Chen, do you want us to go out first and come back for dinner tonight before we play for you? Chen Siwon absent-mindedly Immediately. There is a mosquito on your leg. I am blasting it. Yes, it's fall, and the mosquitoes are huge. After thinking about it, Penny Wu blinked helplessly and responded cooperatively. Little Chen, thank you then. You're welcome. Dog day Chen Siwon. He also pretended to say a sentence. Continued to caress her beautiful feet, at the end, but also boldly gently pick and pull. Will be her feet on the white small sandals off, barred on the ground. Chen Siwon then began to repeatedly grind up her entire beautiful foot. The arc fascinated him greatly. God is really a bit biased how to design every inch of Penny's body so seductive and beautiful. This still let people live? Chen Siphon saw that Penny the naive had nothing to resent, and gently removed the slipper on her other foot. And the two beautiful legs wearing particularly elastic yoga pants were lifted together in his lap to play with them. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Penny Wu, who had already placed her beautiful legs on Chen Siwon's thighs in a sideways manner, finally patted his head gently and inquired, Little Chen, how soon are we going out? Oh, mosquitoes keep landing on your feet. I'll blast them again. Chen Siwon couldn't let go. Penny Wu thought about it and silently held up her cell phone to discuss with Chen Siwon. Little Chen, it's that you can fool me. But can you think of a better reason before you fool me? Or else it'll look like I'm dull. Chen Siwon fondly let go of his hand. The bastard blinked and raised his hand to pinch Penny Wu's cheeks, and actually nodded. Aha, I'll pay attention the next time I snub you. By the time Penny Wu was urged by the protective Chen Siwon to go back to the house and change into a new blouse, it was already after 3 in the afternoon when the two of them went out. Chen Siwon only felt that the air was fresh. The whole person was a piece of refreshing, while Penny Wu was obediently following him at his side. Just a small mountain in the urban area of Tang. Not high, just 300 meters. Because most people climbing the mountain early in the morning and after dinner in the evening mostly. This time in the afternoon, The mountain cannot be said to be too many people, but can feel around if not quite a few lines of sight. Of course, he knows very clearly, the reason why everyone is so look at himself, mainly or next to Penny Wu is too outstanding. And then another reason is, Wu Penny is now good behavior holding her hand. She has always had too many other people's environment cold does not get up a little, and even still feel that if all the people around the drop, just leave her and Xiaochun too happy strolling in the mountains on the good. Seeing Penny Wu like this, Chen Siwen couldn't help but pinch her arm a bit. We are saying, happier, okay? Penny Wu then turned her head sideways and gave Chen Siwen a sweet smile. The smile is real. And the fact that you just tried to get a package deal. Missy, are you serious? Chen Siwen was a bit helpless, having just arrested her on the spot. The idea was to get her in touch with the outside world. But you just came in here and you're going to pack the place. So what's the point of getting in touch with the outside world? When will you get better? When will you call me? Ahem. Walking up the hill on the more workmanlike walkway, Chen Sifeng glared at her sideways. Wu Penny on good behavior Buring winked, and then embraced Chen Siwen's shoulders a little tighter, indicating that small Chen. I'm kidding you do not let the package then I will not package it. But it was tight, and Chen Siwen's elbow dropped with it. With a jolt, he busied himself with a tuck and a sideways glance. Penny Wu looked down at herself, probably saw two hairs and gently patted them, and looked up at Chen Siwen. Little Chen, besides liking my feet, you seem to like my. Chen Siwen immediately did a thief like a left and right scanning glance. Which is outside it. You are so blunt that people are caught off guard. You don't want to die. The heart can't help but pinch a sweat. Subconsciously covered her mouth. The results found that. Right she won't speak. Our chat records only we know. Chen Siwen felt the touch of those small lips picking in his hand and looked at those big blank eyes. He couldn't help but cough twice and said in a dignified manner. I'm just simply appreciating it. Penny Wu's small hand gently patted the large hand that was still pressed in front of her mouth. Well, little Chen, I believe in you. Chen Siwen retracted his palm and looked at the mouth that seemed to have been rubbed off a little bit of lipstick by himself, but still carried a little bit of natural redness. Embarrassedly moved away from the line of sight, and hurriedly diverted from the topic. Where has this all gotten to? Penny Wu, you're not allowed to make any trouble. Chen Siwen also bit back and said that she was messing up. The psychiatrist said that you just can't just stay at home or in the office, and that you need to go out in public more often when you're free. Penny Wu winked. I can still stay at your house. The corner of Chen Siwen's mouth twitched. You're stuck in a bug with me. Penny Wu took the initiative to lean over and encircle Chen Siwen's waist, hugging him before patting him on the back, signaling that he shouldn't worry. Little Chen, with you here, I can go anywhere. Chen Siwen handed the phone back to her at the same time, both touched and helpless and also heartache. What the heart has. Complex. Gently holding her small hand. Did not say anything more. Heavy-heartedly pulled her like the top of the mountain to go. On the way up the mountain, Penny will not speak. Communication is inconvenient. Chen Siwen mind is also chaotic, also do not want to talk. Quiet. Until the top of the mountain. Sitting in a pavilion. The two are quiet and look at the afterglow of the setting sun. The afterglow was spreading and ruffling in front of his eyes. Chen Siwen felt that he was actually no better than Penny. And Penny was just two small edges of that kind of social circle. Both of them were once lonely people. And that was one of the reasons why they got along in the first place. Wasn't it? What about Penny Wu is edging herself? And herself simply because of her previous upbringing and conditioning. Now thinking of expanding his social circle. With Penny together out wave. Chen Siwen suddenly also some two eyes. Catching blind. Sitting in a small pavilion at the top of the hill. The sky is getting later and later. Looking up is slowly brightening up the Tang dynasty. A hustle and bustle of lights and wine. The timid being moved his little body to lean over after watching it get late. Chen Siwen twisted his head to look along the stone chair on the silent affixed to his body, and then peacefully kicked his little feet. As if in the small Chen side can be heartless completely without worrying about the urgency. As if the ability to speak are completely not a serious matter of Penny Wu. A bitter smile. Really, the emperor is not in a hurry. Chen Siwen did not have the good sense to stand up suddenly, startling her with a startled look. Hiss, what do you see behind you? Penny didn't because she couldn't make a sound at all. She just jumped up from the stone chair in shock, hooked her hands around Chen Siwen's neck, clamped her legs around Chen Siwen's waist, and hung on to Chen Siwen's body at once, her little head burying itself towards Chen Siwen's shoulder. Chen Siwen sighed, hissed, and through the mountain wind, through the moonlight, said quietly, Penny Wu, you are just a naive person. Penny Wu's arm immediately released Chen Siwen slightly, then carefully twisted her head to look behind her, realized that there was nothing, exhaled, and then poked Chen Siwen's face in protest. Chen Siwen at the moment his two hands lightly lifted the two thighs of Penny. Her whole person clamped Chen Siwen's waist also did not say down. He can even feel the rolling hotness of Penny Wu's body. Penny Wu's nose slightly wrinkled, looked down, confused, looked at Chen Siwon, the cell phone screen surplus flashing. Xiao Chen, your belt is a little choking. Penny Wu blinked her eyes. Her face seemed to slowly resurface with a faint blush, and with the benefit of hindsight realized that something was wrong. Xiao Chen clearly wore sweatpants today. His head was a little bit down, and it was obvious that his knowledge was superb at the moment. And Chen Siwon toes are all stubbed tight. He had a brief second to think about it. Where did he get the belt today? The result, panic threw her down. Chen Siwon hurriedly turned his back to organize his clothes, and then slowed down a lot of breath. And when he turned over again, he saw Penny Wu cover her face and stood there. Her ears seemed to be all scarlet and red. Her big eyes seemed to have messy lines spinning around. Her small lips seemed to be dull and open, and she seemed to be repeating what was muttered in her heart in the naive. I'm unclean. I'm unclean. I'm unclean. Chen Siwon saw Penny Wu could not help but froze for a moment, and it was fortunate that Penny could not speak. Otherwise, if he heard her muttering in her small mouth, he might have to give her a lesson. Just a little bit next to each other and you're not clean. You're practically touching the porcelain. Let's go. I've lost the belt. Chen Siwon, a little fledgling, was originally shy, but seeing her even more shy, cute and lovable, the man's nature made him unable to help but blindly open his yellow mouth again. Penny Wu's small white hand covering her small face silently forked away a bit, revealing a small gap. Sneaking a glance, secretly observing the small appearance is also too cubum. Chen Siwon gulped and couldn't help but continue to tease her. Don't believe it. Penny Wu's big eyes through the finger slits were frozen for a moment. Her cheeks seemed to get more and more flushed, and bang, her head seemed to be like smoke, covering her face and suddenly running away. Bridge bean sack. Wait for me. Run slowly, don't fall later. Penny Wu. Sound in the mountains languid. Probably because Chen Siwon teasing people too hard. It is not easy to catch up with her. Penny Wu's eyes are still spinning in circles. The right hand is still obediently pulled by Chen Siwon. Only the left arm on the other side of the blocking the small face. Bewildered in the heart then muttered, Xiao Chen is also not clean. Xiao Chen is also not clean. Xiao Chen is also not clean. Until Chen Siwon went home and lay on the bed now. The mattress was squeaking several times. He tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. And then bitterly sat up at once and decided to open the computer and stay up to learn a little sign language. Wait until the next day early in the morning. Is Sunday, you think right will I's big Lou cannot brain since Chen Siwon start 3 body planning, in the company and even go home that are all exhausted brain. That is called a brainstorming copying or copied to the heart of the mind. The heart, how he is so hanging, right so well de Lou is real bull. A flavor of high intensity recollection is also not work. The efficiency is getting lower and lower. Coupled with the moment carefully and cautiously rummage through a variety of physical knowledge to weigh the rationality of the second creation of the work. Anyway, yesterday's Saturday has been happy past. Chen Siwon decided to give himself a good vacation this weekend. Labor and leisure or to combine drops. What's more, at the moment, the priority of the 3-body project was slightly backward in Chen Siwon's mind. Wu Penny is naive. She is not anxious, but about her body cannot be anxious. Chen siphoned hard to move. Penny is kind of wasted. By her social circle and ideas, she can keep a little Chen for the rest of her life. She at least grew a mouth. And she didn't have many friends before. But can't you just take your time making friends, step by step, get bigger and better, and take Penny to social glory? Speaking of strange, talking about making friends, Chen siphon mind flashed a person's figure. The university when he was like a social bully, and who he can chat a few words, people and enthusiastic, although sometimes a little straight road, easy to offend people. But wins in the sincerity of the people is still particularly good. Older sister recently from the boss assistant, because the entertainment company has been acquired, shifted to become a star assistant, busy as hell. Early in the morning followed her now new boss and went out to shoot commercials to go. So Chen Siwon stayed home alone, sitting on the sofa to lie down on the corpse for a while, thought about getting up to poke Wang Chao's microchat. He first tried to ask tactfully, Chen Siwon, Chao, what are our classmates doing now? Do you know? Wang Chao, big brother. I know. They Suwon went back home to test the editorial went hurt ashore. The old Li went back to Haidu to inherit the family business to go it. Chen Siwon, roommate I know. I saw you guys chatting in the group the other day. What else? Other students? Wang Chao, Lu Lang got into the TV station and Jian Yuhan is now working as a car salesman. Wait a few minutes. Chen Siwon, do many stay in Tanda? Wang Chao did not know what to do to go. This time there is no timely reply. Chen Siwon felt that his 9 years of compulsory education plus 4 years of college life is considered to be in vain. The results did not say too good, and love has not been talked about. now after graduation into the community, counting the internship as only half a year. In addition to their roommates' movements, want to get acquainted with everyone again. All the other people have to be from the mouth of others to be able to understand. Sheesh, there was no one else. He deserved to be friendless, and if Penny hadn't had the possibility of talking, it wouldn't have been too much to ask for the two of them to find a pit to bury themselves in together for their silly self-indulgence. Intelligence Officer Wang Chao finally came back. Not too much. Tang do competitive pressure. Most of them will be back home to test the editor. About a dozen it. Wang Chao, by the way. Meng Hanyun's company recently moved over from Haidu. She's a big star now. She's hot. She's kind of the ceiling of our class. This person Chen Siphon is heard. I heard that when the university wrote a novel in Jiangjin, a book on fire, and then people bought her copyright, to see her in person. All of a sudden there is a violation of the idea of the ancestors. Although not to say that the stunning, but indeed quite beautiful and novel female authors are shooting your own play that you wrote. Blue Star's screenwriters aren't low in the entertainment industry. What a great gimmick. So sophomore year on the spot by a large entertainment company to sign down. Screenwriters, actors the same person. Acting people are also spiritual. Not surprisingly gimmick enough marketing foot, coupled with their own ability to have the life of fire. Counting all the fire for almost 4 years. In the entertainment industry is also a footing, because the ability to write and act, the status of the circle is really not low. Chen Siwen and she is not very familiar, but he knows that Wang Chao and she is very familiar. The two people's parents are employees of state-owned enterprises, is a colleague, the relationship is very good, live in a neighborhood, grew up together, elementary school, middle school, high school are classmates, is considered a childhood friend. Even Chen Siphon think that the two of them freshman year should also talked about, especially Mushy, and then I do not know why. The two gradually estranged like strangers. Chen Siwen, Chao, you're still in contact with Meng Hanyun? Wang Chao, people are now a first-line actress. I am a what hook 8 things. No, long ago no contact. Wang Chao really didn't want to dwell on this topic. Big brother, why are you asking this? Chen Siwen finally started Penny Language Great Recovery Operation. It's just that there's been a period of time since graduation. It's been too long since I've seen you, and I want to find my classmates to get together. Oh, promoted. Want to pretend. Big brother. Little brother understands. Wang Chao immediately understood, sent an okay gesture, signaling that he understands. Okay, I'll help you contact them. The time you see. Chen Siwen thought about poking Penny Wu's microchat, who had been pretending to be dead for most of the day. Are you free next Saturday? The company doesn't have any arrangements, right? Penny Wu is hiding in the quilt looking at some romance novels, as if strange chapters it. The little face also do not know if the quilt is not airtight, or what. Red. Hair is also with a little fragrant sweat mischievous scattered. Heard the phone, particularly concerned about the sound. Sneak out of the nest to reveal a small head, and then the small hand touched the phone. See is someone's message. The small face is almost pinched out of the water. Weakly replied, Xiaochen. I don't want to wear yoga pants to go hiking. Again. Chen Siwen looked at the chat log and froze for a moment. Then deflated. I can't get over this. Am I that kind of a loser? Well, I am. But yesterday's incident was an accident. I'm talking to you about business. And you're all hung up on hanging out with me alone, right? Can't I ask you out just to help you expand your list? Can't you grow up? You can be good like this. It's a ghost if you can talk. Next Saturday night something also give me empty. Chen Siwen decided to tough it out a bit. The chairman of the board of directors' ruthless heart. He came. How can she want to only she and Xiao Chun world on the bottomless fit? And is not Uchiha Beltearth good blah blah blah. Aang, take you to my reunion. Lying on the bed. Penny Wu's eyes instantly went out of breath and she skimmed her lips. Might as well go hiking. Chen Siwen is now lazy to take care of her complaints, but also went on to say, by the way, you are not allowed to drive, so that the mall to send you a few pieces of clothing at affordable prices. Jewelry and whatnot are all put away. Saturday is the ordinary person Xiao Wu. Aang, you can buy 2 sweets in Tangdu with 1 watch. You've gone to make friends, not lick friends. Then this seems like fun. I licked my face and risked being talked about behind people's backs that this pussy was promoted to organize a class reunion. What's so great? What's he pretending to be our risk before I opened my mouth to ask about my classmates? And we went with the mission to make friends. Play? You're serious. Chen, I've been noticing you've been a bit bad lately and don't want to give you my leg to play with. Chen Siphon pinched his fist. I said A with you. You say B. On their own, uninterested in the topic of highlighting a play deaf and dumb. Right? Okay. You're making so much noise. Right? Chen Siwen directly opened the message without disturbing. Your emperor is not anxious. Eunuchs are not anxious. Chen Siwen from that night to know that Penny has the possibility of talking on the special on the heart. the results of her good. It is not heartless a little bit, don't care about it as if. It made Chen Siwen a bit annoyed and intended to clear the air. Chen Siwen went over and twisted the door. A gentle fragrance came to his face, and through the security door, the outside revealed a bright and beautiful face, with big innocent eyes flickering, and in his hand was a small cardboard weekly held up in front of his chest, and on top of it was this line of words, "Little Chen, I was wrong." Chen Siwen looked at her face. The anger subsided by half, but the hand still did not have the good sense to raise around the chest of the small cardboard resting on her face and rub several times. Thought, let's go. Go home to clean up and pack up. Eh? Where are you going? Sign language. This kind of simple communication Chen Siwen still read and understood. Holding down Penny Wu, who was going to get her cell phone to translate for him. Take you to the promotion banquet I've improvised. Eh? Originally, I personally did not want to publicize it at all. Chen Siwen, who was planning to put on his shoes and start the action of expanding the column, looked back at her. You forced me to do it. No Chief Wu tonight. Eh? Only our new friends in the editorial department. Penny Wu blinked and settled down to hold the cardboard in place. Well then, whatever Xiao Chen says is fine. At this time is a big afternoon. The editorial department of the original everyone is in the home to sleep. Chen Siphon also do not want to take up everyone's valuable weekend time. But there is no way. Bean forced himself to go out of the way. What's more, he or she is introducing a new best friend to everyone in the editorial department. And this best friend's name is Wu. I believe everyone should not have a big opinion on this. Right? Whatever. Keep your opinions to yourself for now. The editorial department's work group, Chen Siwen did not discuss. The time and address of the evening was posted on the announcement of the group chat. By the way, at all, but also private chat poked Wang Chao. Let him brush his face in advance. Next week's reunion so that there is a familiar face. So that Penny Wu is not too nervous. Especially, and he said hello in advance. Big mouth not to say leakage. Where is the boss? Only their own a mediocre alone to Tang do to fight the distant cousin. Chen Siwen brought Penny Wu into the hotel box and found her a seat. I learned sign language too late last night. Squint for a while. You watch for people to come and yell at me to wake me up. You worked hard. Penny Wu nodded, touched, and thought about sending a message to Chen Siwen. Little Chen, I can actually teach you sign language. Chen Siwen really intends to lie down for a while. Just set up the chair. Look at the cell phone screen. Froze for a moment, and then looked up at her. You can't teach a little, eh? Don't mess with me yet. I'll squint. Okay. Just then, a group of small responsible editors received their own editor-in-chief a disdainful message, just a small promotion. You see him, bull. Small responsible editor is not much of a grudge with the editor-in-chief of the small Chen. But the weekend wonderful weekend can lie in bed and roll around at will cheerful time mercilessly occupied. Editor-in-chief, you have no heart plus originally and their own direct leadership relationship is good. So at the moment responded positively, but also the weekend to save the bureau. Temporary notice. The capitalist buff stacked That's just it. It's too much. Exploiting people's precious time off is more annoying than a high school math teacher. +1. The two exchanged heated exchanges for a while. The subway radio tone leisurely rang in the ears of the small chief editor, yanking her out of the state where she could be a spammer at will on the internet. And when she got off the subway, Wang Jia suddenly inquired slyly, Sister Xin, do you want to go tonight? Zhang Xin also silently replied with 3 words. Parking lot. Wait for me Xin. I'm getting off the subway. The two finally converged, glancing at each other as if the two online spammers hadn't just been the two of them, and silently followed the address in the workgroup. Wang Jia was following behind his own editor-in-chief, but suddenly saw Sister Xin enter the door as if she had seen something strange and weird, and stiffened up a bit and stopped in her tracks. In a daze, she stretched her neck to look into the booth to see what warranted such surprise, and then, I got up fierce, only to see in a corner of the large round table, Penny Wu was sitting with a quiet face, one hand on her knee, one hand on a one blocked in front of her mouth. Her eyes revealed a different kind of coolness than what she had with Chen Siwen, the former big boss of the academic group, the future sole heir of the Tang system. In the face of others, her kind of uninviting nature, at the moment there is really a strong woman's momentum, signaling everyone to be quieter. Then the editorial department of the crowd came in one after another, not only quiet, and even the atmosphere do not dare to breathe a bit, and even did not sit down, and Penny Wu this eye in the soul small chin, but also do not warm greetings to let us all hurry up to sit down. We do not dare to sit down, but after Penny Wu made a good reminder, politely beckoned, signaling everyone to sit down, and one after another, the colleagues came in before they dared not bring out any noise one by one to be seated. At this moment the atmosphere suddenly has that kind of gruffness of sitting in a row and being caught doing something bad by the homeroom teacher, causing the editorial staff to beg for help. Wang Jia has been muttering in the back of her mind. We're in the wrong private room? Chief Editor Chen. Where are you? I forgive you for taking up my break time. I suddenly recalled the fear I felt when I was caught by my homeroom teacher in an early love affair. Hurry up and come to help. Maybe the chair lying is not too comfortable. Chen Siwon is shallow sleep for a while, but then quickly urged to wake up. The ears are all quiet, because it is natural to wake up. Plus Penny Wu and did not wake him up. After all, it is a temporary notice. Chen Siwon thought that the time should still be early. People have not yet come it. So he hit a haircut. Chen Siwon's dazed and half-squinted eyes also did not sit up first. More carelessly lifted his hand, and then skillfully pinched on Wu Pei's small face. What time is it? Good. Chief Editor Chen's familiar voice at this moment is as clear as when he explained it to everyone before. I don't have any relationship with Mr. Wu, we are just friends? Oh. The editorial department of the crowd at the moment suddenly realized and expressed special agreement. Prince son-in-law, you are right. You two are indeed clean and pure as a blank sheet of paper. The spacious boxes at the Tinglong Hotel are especially good for that kind of small reunion. Chen Siwon just froze when he sat up, knowing that he had been arrested on the spot. It should also be thought of. How could Penny Wu, a simpleton, spare the initiative to wake him up? But he wasn't the least bit panicked at the moment. Even took the initiative to laugh and began to liven up the atmosphere. Everyone dry up. Today is not in the company. There is no work. Where is the boss, Chief Editor? We all get high first. Okay. You guys look like you're having a convention. How can you get closer? How can you open up a social circle? To be honest, Chen Siwon really didn't quite know how to liven up the atmosphere in this kind of small party. But he was trying to learn as much as he could anyway, and was ready to order a few pieces of wine, drink them first, and then believe in the power of alcohol. What's everyone drinking today? Beer, right? Or white wine and red wine? Chen Siwon's voice was especially clear at this moment when the atmosphere hadn't opened up. In the private room where there wasn't much sound except for a little whispering, a few sporadic replies, people are too put out. You have to work hard to make a miracle. Beer, white and red together. I'm fine with beer. Penny Wu suddenly handed out her cell phone, showing her cooperation as well as positive response to Chen Siwon, while her eyes seemed to hide a small anticipation of alcohol. Chen Siwon glanced sideways and didn't say anything. Sending her a message. Didn't ask you. Your day is almost up. You can only drink more hot water. Penny Wu would have wanted to protest a little, and Chen Siwon to fight a little discussion, but after thinking about it, it is estimated that the protest will be pinched again. So even if it is, the novel said, the president is also to have the appearance of the president, is not swayed by the desire, so that there will not be a weak point. Chen Siwon did not care about her, but instead, with his wine glass in hand, he began to mingle with each table, looking from time to time at Penny Wu, who was sitting quietly eating her meal, still consciously isolating herself from everyone except Chen Siwon. Expecting her to take the initiative was completely impossible. Fool, you don't even know how much I paid to help you go out. Originally with a little marginal attributes of Chen Siwon at this moment is also the initial evolution. Threw a few cups of wine under the belly of the liquor to go out. There is his active proximity. The effect is also remarkable. Many people become eager to try. The atmosphere warmed up, and finally began a hot push and drink. After drinking red, Mr. Wu, before the learning thanks to you, can thank you for your care. This cup I dry. It's a horse's ass. Mr. Wu, I'll toast you again. I hope Xinli will return to the top under your leadership. Feel free to do as you please. I'll drink. Here's another ass kisser. Mr. Wu, I wish that we, Tong Fei, will get better and better in the future, and that our wealth will flourish. The main character of the box with the role of alcohol, slowly all focused on that one person. Basically toast and flattery are related to her. Chen Siwon suddenly realized that something is not right. How to come over to toast are all assholes. It is not difficult to observe that people who can take the initiative to come over to toast are generally smooth and progressive, and their little mouths are smeared with honey and they speak particularly well. They may be good employees, but it's hard to have a state of upward compatibility with their bosses to get along. Chen Siwon silently marked them a pass. His first time organizing such a small party. He was still in the learning stage. Summarized, Penny Wu really can only win first when their distant cousin, big boss, heir, make friends simply does not exist. Chen Siwon had wanted to continue to supervise the picky eater by Penny Wu's side as she ate, but it was obvious that little general manager Wu's charisma was too great, and in the effort of going to the bathroom Chen Siwon was finally let go of some of his colleagues who had come up to strike up a conversation and brush their faces, and squeezed them to the side. Today's party, it seems to have an effect. You see, How lively. Penny Wu is to often be in this lively environment. The eyes can see small Chen. She did not panic to sit down. Slowly habit becomes natural. Chen Siwen held his wine glass, very satisfied with this atmosphere. Although there are more ass-kissers, but this is not important. With a good mood and a sip of wine, Chen Siwen looked up and looked at Penny, who was surrounded by the crowd over there, and couldn't help but stare. What are you doing? I only saw that Penny Wu took advantage of Chen Siwen's absence and opened a bottle of beer nimbly, adding a little to her own glass. A gorgeous sip, carefully stared left and right, seemed to see that Xiao Chen was looking at her. She blinked and immediately hid the bottle. Her eyes were innocent. Chen Siwen is now sort of found out. Sometimes for their own do not like things. She not only do not speak, she is also skillful to pretend to be deaf. You do not let her do, and she wants to do things. She secretly did, and then stared at the two eyes will give you to pretend to be innocent. You're drinking when your period's coming? And ice? Yes. She likes to eat ice cream and drink ice water. No wonder you have menstrual cramps. Until eat 7 or 8 to disperse. Chen Siwen also did not organize the intention of the second. A hoe cannot dig out the gold doll. To change their social way of doing this thing, have to take their time, step by step to open a mouth. She slowly able to come out from the closed small world. May also be better, because Wang Chao only saw the message later and arrived in a hurry. Everyone was pretty much drunk by that time. Penny Wu had been drinking and couldn't drive. So Chen Siwen thought to brush him off and asked him to take himself and Penny Wu home. In the minivan at the moment. As a new employee, or Xinli Film and Television, Wang Chao did not experience the hustle and bustle of the learning group before. At the moment through the rearview mirror kept glancing back. Employees induction training, he has seen photos. This is his boss, right? This is their big boss of Sunrise Pictures, right? Ha, 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 not sure. I'll watch again. It was better not to observe. But when I did, well, it was a real shock. Only to see Penny Wu pitifully holding Chen Siwen's hand. She used her small hand to pull his hand toward her belly. Little Chen, it hurts. Chen Siwen skimmed her mouth and rolled her eyes at her at the moment. Now that you know it hurts, what did you do earlier? He disgustedly broke away from Penny Wu's hand. Did not intend to help her rub her stomach, but Penny Wu did not do it. The other hand was also taken out. Weakly caught Chen Siwen's arm, and then the whole person without the self-consciousness of being in someone else's car. Face still with a little bit of redness under the effect of alcohol. Scooting his buttocks, the small head at once leaned against Chen Siwen's shoulder. Pretending to be innocent, she is really good at pretending. Apologizing is also particularly sincere. Tilting her head, her big eyes looking at the side of Chen Siwen's face. One hand holding Chen Siwen, one hand cupping the phone and handing it to Chen Siwen's eyes, who was a bit reluctant at the moment. Xiao Chen. Wrong. Chen Siwen also turned his head to look at her. Sighed. What can be done? To her simply cannot come to a little temper. Helplessly put his hand on her stomach, as if so she can be much more comfortable. Happily squinting her eyes, drinking a little bit of wine. Penny Wu seemed to be particularly clingy at the moment, wrapping her arms around Chen Siphon's neck at once. Her soft body wanted so hard to just drill into his arms. Just 2 glasses of wine. This being she seems to have a drunkenness. Head in front of Chen Siwen's chest constantly rubbing, like a small white cat. The neck is also tilted up, lips beeping as if looking for Chen Siwen's face. The head of the moment confused, a thought flickering. Small Chen. Hey, hey, to kiss, to hug, to lift high. Inside the minivan, both men were frozen except for one, who was flailing through his drink. Chen Siwen stared blankly at the bewildered eyes in the front rearview mirror, and before he could explain, his expression became confused. Wait, stop. Chen Siwen's hand that was placed on Penny Wu's stomach hastily hand back, held down her small hand that had nowhere to rest, and said, I'm dizzy. This is still in the people's car. Don't touch my pants. Waiting to control Penny Wu, she flushed face slowly fell asleep. Chen Siwen signaling Wang Chao to take a step to speak, got out of the car. At this time Wang Chao stared blankly at the backseat of the sleeping sweet Penny Wu. The voice has a trembling, big brother. She is the big boss. Right. What is this situation? Why is the big boss here? Chen Sifeng facepalmed. We are good friends. Wang Chao gave Chen Siwen a sly look. Big brother, I am not a fool. You're both in the car on the verge of hitting the highway. Well, as you can see, she does crave my body. Brother, you're so funny now. Yes? Chen Siwen smiled and patted his shoulder. Keep it a secret. Just claim to the public that she's my distant cousin. Wang Chao, 2 fingers twisted silently from the left to the right. My Wang Chao's mouth at the moment is like a steel-reinforced concrete, general tight. Chen Siwen smiled and opened the back door, then picked up the squinting, huffing and puffing bean from the inside and waved goodbye to Wang Chao. Walked into the neighborhood. Penny, good figure. Does not look fat, but it does have a weight. but also fortunately Chen siphoned physical strength, to be able to relatively easy princess carry her back to her home. The living room was dark, with only the nightlight of the city outside the window flickering slightly through the floor-to-ceiling windows, touching the dark. Into the bedroom. Chen Siwon had wanted to rest her on the bed and go home, which knows that he just bent down, gently put. Her buttocks next to the bed is a little reluctant, closed her eyes, her eyebrows slightly knit, her hands lifted up and hooked on Chen Siwon's neck, her legs tightly clamped Chen Siwon's waist, and there is no consciousness. The whole person seems to instinctively climb towards Chen Siwon. Hey, don't exert yourself. Ouch. She made a fuss. Chen Siwon was originally kneeling on the bed on one knee. By her so, the figure was also difficult to stabilize. A moment also fell on the bed, but fortunately the hands reacted quickly. The moment he fell down propped up on the bed, not to press her. But at this moment in the dim bedroom, this posture is really some subtle. Chen Siwon is in a push-up position to support himself on the bed. Penny Wu is the hand and wrapped around his neck, legs and clamped him lying on the bed. Looking at her sweet sleeping face, it seems that her hot skin have ignored off the clothes. A burst of Chen Siwon attacked. Big sister, you wake up, I'm almost can't top it. However, Chen Siwon's urging, undoubtedly in vain, can be said to be a cup to be poured by Penny Wu at the moment refused to let go. Chen Siwon and afraid of really waking people up light hand and foot struggle some finally should fall into a deep sleep of Penny Wu peeled down. Then with a pair of copper bell eyes open, somewhat lifelessly, he had changed his position and lay next to Penny Wu. And Penny Wu at the moment is a good boy sleeping next to him. The clothes did not take off. The skirt did not take off. And even high-heeled shoes are still left hanging on the foot. Have not yet stopped for a while. Aside of the other little feet on the eve of up. Pressed Chen Siwon's legs. Tired. Destroy. Chen Siwon also drank wine. Tossed a good half day. Forget lazy move. This being this way no one looked at the feeling is not good. In case the middle of the night vomit? What if he sleeps under the bed? Well, find yourself a good reason. Chen Siwon secretly decided not to go tonight. Don't even know when he fell asleep full of restlessness. Only know that when he was awake, it was someone who suddenly and heavily slammed himself on the bed, and his small face was fiercely buried in the pillow. Not daring to see anyone, but stretched out a small hand to weakly poke the arm of Chen Siphon beside him. Chen Siwon only awake. Eyes at the moment and who I am, where I am now, what I have to do the confusion. A little back to God a little. Feel a cell phone slowly next to his arm. Chen Siwon's side of the head. Pick up a look. Chen. I'm not clean anymore. Chen. You're not clean anymore either. Chen Siwon almost did not a mouthful of old blood gushing out. Sat up violently, looked at the small petite body over there hiding in the pillow, did not have the good sense to grab her hand a hand of her soft and sticky arm to lift her whole person up. Wu Penny two small legs outside 8 style kneeling on the bed. Shirt skirt at the moment wrapped around the sleep of the night. Are wrinkled. Hair is also messy. Small face red. Was grabbed by the small hand is still weakly wanna go to put their own face. That little look It is like Chen Siwon did something worse than a beast last night, but Qing Tian Daliang is above. I am wrongly accused. It's so thick with guilt. It just doesn't make sense. Chen Siwon poked her naive face with her finger without any good reason. Well, you've even learned to fight back now, haven't you? Second poke, you're the one who poured a glass of bean yesterday and drunkenly clamped down on me and wouldn't let me go. 3 pokes, I clearly let you do not drink. You non-hearing, I cannot easily wait for you to toss to completely fall asleep. Himself said lying down to rest for a while. You a pair of long legs of force to me to Eve. I was pushed again and again. Finally had no choice but to stay. 4 pokes, what's going on in your little head all day? I'm just taking care of you when you're drunk. We're as clean as a sheet of paper now. How are we not clean? 5 pokes, good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs. Bumper sticker. Slander. Chen Siwon is full of the language of a decent man, and is not at all sticky. And Penny Wu was being poked and prodded at the moment. Her big eyes flashing a flash of bewilderment at the moment. Oh, is this what it's like? Her hands were grasped at the moment, held up in the air as if in surrender. Her long eyelashes flickering innocently in an attempt to budge. After ranting a few times, Chen Siwon sat on the bed a bit out of breath and glared at her a few times. Penny Wu carefully moved over and tried to pull Chen Siwon's small hand, but he shooed it away. She wasn't discouraged and continued to lean over, unable to speak, so she apologized with those big clear eyes looking for Chen Siwon's eyes. Chen Siwon rewarded her with a few big blank stares, dodged, didn't manage to avoid, and then both hands pinched at the sides of her face, tugging ferociously at both sides. You'll only be able to drink milk when you go out in the future. Penny Wu blinked cooperatively and patted Chen Siwon on the head, nodding with a particularly submissive nod at the moment. Chen Siwon sighed. How do you say to be annoyed with her? He could only raise his hand to help her straighten her hair and said helplessly, "Get up and wash up first. You're dirty." Penny Wu picked up the cell phone on the bed again and answered Chen Siwon. "Okay." Waiting to find the other high-heeled shoe that had fallen off the bottom of the bed, Penny Wu Tada stomped her heels out of the bedroom. Chen Siwon moved his shoulders to follow her, and the two of them walked out of the bedroom together with a sleepy look on their faces. For a moment, the house seemed to be filled with scenes from the ancestors' graves. Snap! Only the sound of a key crashing not far from the foyer over there was heard. It may also be that the silence is 0.01 second. Duck duck duck. Long time no see. Thinking of coming to send waves of warmth to his daughter, Wu turned around and was about to walk out of the house of Penny Wu, and then the silence of a few steps back, picking up the car keys on the ground, this time jogging out of the house. "Excuse me, you guys continue." "Chairman." Chen Siwon hadn't reacted to the shout. Woodenly glanced at Penny's back, her eyes suddenly became alarmed. "I knock." "Your father." The meal left on the table by Auntie Jean was still warm. Chen Siwon sitting on the sofa, a little preoccupied look. Eyes full of I put the chairman of the family's cabbage arched. He sewed daughter slaves. Back to God will not slaughter their own trepidation. After all, the daughter of the house is very cute. But how would your excellency react if I pulled out my yellow hair and added ghost fire? Although Chen Siwon is not a yellow hair and does not ride a ghost fire. But, an old father's mind. Who can guess? The most critical thing is that he really didn't arch it. And he hasn't done it yet. So he is wrongly accused. Chen Siwon shelved this side of the nonsense. Wu Pei and I body with just finished shower vapor. Skin white and red. The dishes on the dining table one plate by one plate lifting and put on the coffee table. Finishing the skirt of the ice silk nightgown that has just been changed. And then obediently sat on the carpet on the buttocks. Watching him from across the table from Chen Siwon. She gave him buns to eat. As if she hadn't seen her dad coming before, as calmly as if she hadn't seen him before. "Your dad just came by." Chen Siwon was worried at the moment and had no desire to eat breakfast. "Eng." Penny Wu nodded. Looking at Chen Siwon's expression of wanting to speak, she blinked confusedly. "Then lo, we're alone. Out of a house in the middle of the morning." Chen Siwon helplessly gnawed a bite of the bun, feeling that it was hard to argue. "But didn't you say, Xiao Chen, that we just laid down together and slept for one night, clean and innocent?" Chen Siwon, with a bun still wrapped in her mouth, froze for a moment and said quietly, "Can your father believe it?" Penny Wu sipped the hot milk. The corner of her mouth was still stained with a bit of white. She dutifully wiped it with her small hand before typing on her cell phone. "I believe in Xiao Chen just fine. What's it got to do with my dad?" Chen Siwon opened his mouth. "If a pig suddenly ran into your vegetable garden and arched away the Chinese cabbage that your family had worked so hard to grow for more than 20 years, would you want to kill the pig?" "I don't want to. It's not like I'm arching little Chan away." Chen Siwon Linen stayed for a moment, opened his mouth. His expression was a bit odd. Well, you say so, right? Smile. "Penny Wu, in the future you must be a good mother, the kind that steals husbands from their daughters." After the stormy weekend, there was a little bit of a hiccup, but it was not a big problem, and Chen Siwon still came to work with a full spirit, for no other reason than to keep Earth's treasure, the blue star, out of the dust. The literary copyist's high note is sung first. Of course, it was better to keep a low profile as a human being. He was a bit enough of a tree hugger ever since he joined the company. He Chen Siwon honest child A. Before going to the Civil Affairs Bureau, he is not going to tell the honest truth. Whoever to ask him and Penny Wu are innocent. Absolutely cannot complacent show off. "Good morning, Chief Editor Chen." "Good morning, Chief Editor Chen." "Chief Editor Chen, I heard that you had a promotion banquet over the weekend. How did not call on me?" Because of the promotion, it is also considered to be a high level of learning, and the leaders of various departments have some contact. A relationship with Chen Siwon is also a good relationship with the Ministry of Finance's leadership of the regular meeting whispered. Immediately after, another leader of the operations department also came up. "Chief Editor Chen, is it true about you and Chief Xiao Wu?" After time brewing, Chen Siwon's gossip has not been limited to the propaganda of the learned small staff. Broken the editor-in-chief. Promotion banquet intimacy. More experience in the survival of large enterprises in the middle and senior leaders pressed the human essence, but also from the previous wait and see, secretly observe. A lot of personally down the field. Sitting in the conference room Chen Siwon. "What really? I'm not sure. Where did you guys find out?" "Hey, that's what everyone's saying. Rumors are spreading." "Chief Editor Chen, is it really true?" Chen Siwon said that this company really cannot hide anything. The weekend Chen Siwon's promotion banquet, although it is shouted editorial department colleagues, but the presence of Penny Wu is estimated to have alarmed a lot of people. That's probably how things got out. But Chen Siwon didn't intend to hide it from everyone in the beginning. He had already thought of the words to respond to it. so he answered a few sentences vaguely, roughly meaning, false, don't believe in rumors and don't spread rumors. He and Xiao Wu are quite innocent. If you change into the moment in the Chen chief editor and the big boss had to say the secret, this gossip frontier of the editorial department of the crowd. Even if it is because of the two had a small friction. Very do not want to believe that Chen Siwen and Small Wu always have a relationship with Zhang Xin. Hear Chen Siwen this kind of bullshit, estimated that now can only LOL two voices, and then said, extra horse harnessed by the side of a team is right. You that niter the Small Wu always face as a Play-Doh pinch. The emperor's son-in-law's mouth is really hard but eating melon is not so timely, and not at the scene of the leaders of the various departments, or half believe it, then compared to the small staff, they will think more, judgment will also be more cautious, will not be too easy to listen to the wind is the rain, just a clear understanding. Chen editor-in-chief is indeed a lot of head, casual chit-chat a few sentences, the regular meeting began. A hand of the learning group is also just transferred to the people more competent. Do things thunder and lightning? The ability is very strong. The meeting is not wordy, simple and concise. Soon the meeting was over. Chen Siwen put away his laptop, just got up and wanted to go at the front of Jinan. Jun, the general manager knocked on the table, shouted to stop him, Chen editor-in-chief to stay for a while. Chen Siwen froze for a moment, waiting for the people to be almost gone before standing next to Jinan. Mr. Jun. As soon as he saw Chen Siwen come over, Jinan, who was relatively serious a second ago, immediately smiled and patted Chen Siwen's shoulder. Little Chen, sit down first. Jinan is the headquarters transferred over, has been aged 40, but the person still looks relatively young. With glasses, Uncle Fan full, such as Chen Siphon sat down, before he first opened his mouth to ask politely, Xiao Chen promotion is also almost half a month. How is it? The work to carry out have encountered any difficulties? No. My co-workers were quite cooperative, and the approach to editor-in-chief Lin went well. Jinan had a few polite words, then suddenly inquired, by the way, how's the thing about the double-star IP going these days? I heard that the cooperation with Xinli Film and Television side has been suspended? Yes, for now, but there's a new collaboration with the Sunrise side. 3 bodies? Right. Sci-fi right? Right. Did Chen do it himself? Mr. Yen. Yes. Xiao Chen. We are purely chatting. Said words do not count. Just ask. This 3-body project, can we slow down? Chen Siwen froze for a moment. Mr. Chen. Jinan looked at him somewhat helplessly, but also direct. We China. Science fiction has always been weak. Engaged in science fiction almost no not yellow. You and I are just promoted. Is the need to reacquire the resume? Xinli Film and Television side almost stopped all large-scale projects. The intention to fully support your project. Alan Sci-Fi. The 3 bodies. Right? Even the script was written on the fly. Jinan this person character is like this, is also frank and open and Chen Siwen handed over. Xiao Chen. I just got promoted. The family villa also just bought. I am afraid that you will lift me a wave of awe. In the conference room, Mr. Jin and Chen Siwen discussed. Science fiction cannot be engaged in awe. You engage and also engaged in it. We are saying, cannot be a little more stable? First try the water? As a result, I do not know what the headquarters of the pump decided to fully support. Ready to Alan science fiction to salvage the decline of Xinli Film and Television in these years. A company that big is all alone? Dang, do you guys want to die? What's more critical is that you guys fully support Chief Editor Chen. He has someone behind him. What about me? It's not easy for me to climb to this position after so many years of hard work. You guys are Alan on sci-fi. And if the project turns out to be yellow, someone has to take the blame, right? With such strong support, can the person who takes the blame be smaller? Then who will do it? Jinan feels like he's been under a lot of pressure lately. Royal relatives. Sudden idea. Personally, but also complete reverse version of the selection of the track, which belongs to the collapse of the buff stacked. Change the game is basically an opening. Ready to 15 points. Right. It seems that Jinan in this one thing in fact nothing involved. And even not dominant. But, people headquarters, Xinli Film and Television can hold I lost a few $100 million. Lost $1 billion or more losses to a company Chen Siwen to play a big one. It may seem that Chen Siwen is bent on having his own way, but Jinan is clear that the headquarters only needs a scapegoat, and does not care if you have ever been kindly persuaded. He had no choice but to find Chen Siwen to persuade him to discuss. We are saying do not put the so-called 3-body priorities so high, okay? First do a few small projects to try the water. Aijinan Chen editor-in-chief is certainly full support, but Alan, Aijin also villa mortgage to pay back. Do not believe that just too much pressure. I cannot afford this small hard As far as sci-fi masterpieces go, how can this project not be a hit? it's better to go to sleep. Dreams have everything. Jinan used to be quite fond of science fiction in high school, and because of that fondness, he really doesn't think that there is a way for Chinese science fiction to live now, and the gap between foreign countries is a bit too big, and now that the network is so developed, it's better to go and see the sci-fi masterpieces that Blue Star is famous for than to have a hard time panning for gold in the domestic sh*t. He is also very straightforward, is to show his own views on the market. At the same time said quietly, headquarters is willing to spend several hundred million, or even $1 billion with you to squander, even if it is not to earn money. The word of mouth burst are okay. If both do not earn money and the word of mouth collapse, it is necessary for someone to bear the responsibility of the resignation of the blame, and I'm the wrong kind of. Chen Siwen felt that communicating with Jinan was not at all laborious, and he was able to know his concerns very clearly when he talked about things, so he thought about it and also replied politely, Mr. Jun, the first part of my 3 bodies has roughly been written, why don't you take a look at it first? Jinan heard this, felt that at this time there is a turnaround. Chen, editor-in-chief of this person, is still quite humble and good to talk, feel that as long as they can be from a more professional point of view, negate his 3 bodies this work, maybe things will be a peak turnaround. So Jinan politely said, then I'll take a look at it first, but Chen, let's talk about it up front. If the quality of the work really doesn't work, we'll just move this project back a little. Is that okay? Chen Siwen turned to Mr. Jin and revealed a smile. Yes, send it to me then. I'll look at it later. Okay, Mr. Jin. The encryption is sent to your email. Jin always felt that today's conversation is quite good. Chen Siwen, this person is still quite good to talk. There is no kind of royal relatives bad high and mighty complete ignorance of death. Back to the office. Jinan opened his mailbox, and after a sigh of relief, decrypted and opened the document, which was titled, The Triumvirate, Past of the Blue Planet. Blue Star Past? Jinan didn't understand the meaning of the words, but the stereotypical image led him to feel like looking at the name and pouncing at a glance. The story begins. River Wang feels the beginning of the middle rule, but the sense of writing and picture is extremely sophisticated and ruthless. The original somewhat distracted Jinan sat slightly upright. A good book is one that raises a lot of questions beyond one's own perceptions. As the time of a scientist's bizarre death kicks off, suspense slowly mounts, and scientific boundaries slowly emerge. Physics doesn't exist anymore. Jinan suddenly felt a tingle, like something had exploded in his head with a bang, and goosebumps shrugged. The countdown's coming up. The relationship between time, life and civilization. What does life mean? For every individual, the longer the better. And what does time mean? It pushes us towards death all the time. Jinan had completely forgotten what to use a professional perspective to negate the work at this moment. To nitpick, then he had to have the capital to nitpick. The universe shimmers and defies physical common sense. Scenes seem to leave the text and leap to life. Jinan had been completely confused. Office unknowingly has been 11 o'clock at night. His wife opened to urge him to go home. A few phone calls were not received. Wooden sitting in front of the office floor window sofa, looking at the city's bustle. Jinan clamped the hand of the cigarette at the moment are slightly trembling, are not holding steady. The cigarette fell to the ground, pick up to their mouths to put in a dull hiss. Pooh, pooh. Jinan sucked in a mouthful of cool air and hurriedly patted his mouth. He picked up the cigarette and smoked it backwards, smoking the burning side into his mouth, slowed down for a long time before he went back home, and he was greeted by a virtuous and worried about his wife. Husband, you do not stress so much, really cannot. We contact the headhunter. Contact what contact? Your company isn't going sci-fi. Get it? It's got to be done. I'm on the warpath with anyone who doesn't do sci-fi. And tell the night to sleep. Sleep to half. Jinan cannot resist a rollover and sat up, ran to the study computer, opened the file, to determine that this is not a dream. After a hard sigh of relief, at the same time a sudden afterthought to think of what? This is China's science fiction? I am in China? How long has it been since Chief Editor Chun wrote this? Right You're an editor. You're still not a writer in your own right? It was as if a BGM was madly blaring in his head, asking his little friend if you have a lot of question marks. And after a while, Jinan looked at the computer screen and swallowed hard. No, how is he so bullish? The next day, Jinan just patted Chen Siwen's shoulder and told him to do a good job. What kind of work is there? Xiao Chen. You tell the editor-in-chief to look at and deal with it. At present, the group's center of gravity is on you. You do a good job of writing the 3 bodies, and communicate with me in time if there are any other difficulties. I've long seen that you, little Chen, are a good candidate for science fiction. Chen Siphon again got the support of the direct leadership. At the moment, the headquarters, Xinli, Learning, a hand of the 3 parties are all supportive. The Chen Siwen project is moving forward at a colossal pace. Everything is in place. Just need a script from Sylvia-chan. So Chen Siwon fell into a stage of frantic rushing. Knocking on the keyboard. Recalling. Keep pounding the keyboard. And Penny Wu has had a busy week. Going out on Tuesday to travel to Haidu for a couple of movie and TV nights. Returning Friday night. Just the second day after leaving. Bean is not used to it. Chen, I miss you. Chen Siwon recently code word simply code bewitched. Starry-eyed pulling someone to cushion. Knock knock knock. Everyone together. So, how much do you want it? 1,000 words to describe it. Penny Wu weakly replied. Suddenly, I don't want to. Chen Siwon dragged people down to play tricks, traveled on business. Don't want me? 2,000 words to explain why. Collect later. Wu Penny thought about it. Xiao Chen let her write she really write Playing to discuss, Xiao Chen, can not less 500. Update at 11 today. Chen Siwon even proceeded to make a lion's mouthful of money. Still haggling? 500. Plus another 500. Anon, 2,500 words? Penny Wu was lying on the hotel bed at the moment, skimming her mouth somewhat lifelessly as she really considered writing. Little Chen, I can't finish writing tonight. Chen Siwon at the moment seems to be able to look at this naive little look through the screen. Can't help but want to continue to tease her. If you can't finish writing tonight, then get up early tomorrow morning and write. Oh, got it. Just kidding. No need to write. Oh, got it. Silly. You're the stupid one. Unhappy kitty. JPG. The corner of Chen Siwon's mouth rose slightly. Alright, my sister is back from working overtime. I'll go out and take a glance. You take an early rest. Good night, little Chan. After saying good night, Chen Siwon put away his cell phone and moved his slightly sore wrist. Then he got up and went out of the study. The lights in the living room were bright, and his old sister was really lying on the sofa at the moment. Chen Sejia, coming in the door doesn't even take off your shoes now, does it? Older sister raised her eyelids breathlessly, then helplessly propped herself up, then slammed herself heavily on the couch again after removing her shoes and socks to the foyer. Chen Siwon helplessly went over there and poured Chen Sejia a cup of hot milk. Looking at her old sister who could be said to have little spirit as she lay on the sofa, she inquired, Sis, are you that tired from work right now? Chen Sejia raised her eyebrows and looked at Chen Siwon, then nodded in despair. Yes, you don't even know. How many activities do artists have all day long? Following the nanny car every day. This month is almost at the end of the month, and I've had a full and complete night's sleep for only 8 days. Chen Sejia angrily made the sign of 8 to Chen Siwon. 8 days. Chen Siwon of course no. The old sister original company merger almost a month. Since the old sister transferred to a new position, less time at home. Did not see this some more than 10 years of romance novels begging for Age of the Melon Eaters? This period of time, even the domineering female president fell in love with my younger brother. Melon are too lazy to eat it. Get up first, drink the milk. It helps you sleep. Chen Siwon pulled her older sister. It was only then that Lao's sister sat up along with Chen Siwon's hand strength, and slowed down for a while before downing the milk, then covered her forehead and stood up. No. I'm sleepy. I finally have a day off tomorrow. I'm going to have a good sleep for a whole day first. Older sister is too tired. At the moment also tired of gossiping about miscellaneous things. Chen Siwon also nodded. And then the older sister's cup washed, also went to rest, waking up early the next morning, gently avoiding disturbing the rest of his oldest sister, who was probably not so tired as the donkeys in the production team had been lately. He prepared a little breakfast and set it down on the table, and went to work, just merged and mobilized. The oldest sister is still giddy. Said she will be able to close contact with the big stars, but also said that the oldest brother in the future you have any favorite stars, sister to help you to get an autograph. It's not certain whether people will buy the face of a small assistant like you, but now you're wearing yourself out as a dork. Of course, recently the hard work is not only the old sister, Chen Siwon also hard work. Work is not too many other tasks, but the word task is arduous. At the same time to code 2 books, bitter, but know how to combine work and rest well. Chen Siwon own office to play the keyboard for a long time, is like to go to the pantry around the circle, rest, but also almost to the end of the day. Employees are inevitably a little restless. Chen Siwon in fact, has always acted easygoing, not cold. Editorial department of the opportunity to everyone also quite like to get close to him. After all, he may be the only opportunity they have access to the royal secret. He is relatively easygoing. We are familiar with. See Chen Siwon out of the office. Colleague simply leave the seat. Surrounded by Chen Siwon next to small talk. Chief Editor Chen, do you know if the chairman will still come to the dinner tomorrow? Chen Siwon's brain was still piled with plot text. She didn't react for a moment and looked up at him. What? It's the annual meeting of the academy tomorrow night. The Chen Siwon, who was almost dizzy from coding, then remembered that the learning group was going to hold a New Year's Eve meeting tomorrow night, and that the notice had been sent out last week. Although Chen Siwon is already the editor-in-chief, but this is still his first annual meeting. Originally as the editor-in-chief about the annual meeting has a lot of work to be busy at. The result is that Jin, in order not to delay the Chen Siwon code, a wave of the hand, let the others to help him deal with the work at hand. Annual meeting? Listen to the old staff said, because there is a small woo. Learning every year the annual meeting is a big deal. Not only in the 5-star hotel held a luxury dinner, the dinner also has a huge raffle. Prior to the dinner, all kinds of big and small god authors will be invited to present this year's various awards. The 12 heavenly kings, the new gods will also speak on stage and so on, and some stars will be invited to warm up the scene. Unlike the annual meetings of many companies, the annual meeting of the academic scene is very lively. Chen Siphon actually used to see this dinner party and that dinner party on TV, and couldn't help but think about the picture of himself attending. And now that he had the chance to get up close and personal, he was still more interested. The first time is always new. In previous years, when Mr. Wu was there, the chairman would come every year. Not to mention how much it boosted morale and face for a more marginal company like us. This year, Mr. Wu was transferred, so I don't know if the chairman will come. Now that we're talking about it, a few more co-workers joined the discussion. There's no Mr. Wu this year, isn't there? A few lines of sight looked at Chen Siwon if at all. Chen Siwon blinked, also pulled a chair, sat down, especially calm. Don't look at me. The chairman of the board of directors of the Majestic pointing to the mountains. Where can I know his movements? Without advance notice. May not come. Chen Siwon's old editor-in-chief. Yes, that Tang Du indigenous. At this moment is also really cannot help it. Looked at Chen Siwon, a few eyes opened his mouth to ask, the last promotion banquet. You also pinched the small Wu's face. Chen editor-in-chief. You guys really are not in love? What romance? Xiao Wu and I are always innocent. Don't talk nonsense. Chen Siwon was not the type of nature that was particularly flamboyant, and his mouth had always been quite hard. Plus getting along with Penny was getting worse and worse, so Chen Siwon's mouth got even harder. Belonging is something he won't admit a word about until the civil service moves in. Even when he came home at night, facing the questioning of his oldest sister, who had slept most of the day and was finally in good spirits, he said that we were innocent enough. But the oldest sister certainly knows more than her co-workers. Obviously you didn't even come home the night before. Innocence? Yeah, innocence. At the side of the living room, Chen Sejia, who was coming out of the kitchen with dishes and felt that she was being treated like a fool by her oldest brother, glared at Chen Siphon for several seconds and said without any good sense, Okay, you guys are clean and have a litter, right? What if I'm a pig, and have a litter? Chen Siwon scared his mouth, then gave Chen Sejia an idea. Alright, if you have the chance to spend time with Penny Wu, it's definitely easier to ask her than me. The little assistant has no human rights on no human rights. It's been a long time since I've had a meal made by my oldest sister. Chen Siwon looked at her oldest sister over there who was pressing in a small voice and lost her smile as she gave her a clip of shredded meat with green peppers. So, oldest sister, how do you want to be a million times better? Sibling buys a mall and throws it at me for fun. Chen Siwon froze for a moment, laughed, and hit his old sister's head with his chopsticks. Wake up. My oldest sister skimmed and rubbed her head. I've read that's how it's written in novels. Fiction is a lie. Why don't you think about whether you want to have a midnight snack tonight? Ha! What do you mean? Older sister bit her chopsticks and stared at Chen Siwon, blinking her eyes. I still don't think it's too much of a problem for the bully to buy you a midnight snack tonight. Chen Siwon smiled. Older sister put her bowl on the table at once and said excitedly, Brother, you're not pretending anymore? You and the president progressed to which step? You didn't come home that day. You guys, are you? Chen Siwon rewarded her with a blank stare before once again tapping her skull with his chopsticks. What are you thinking about? Although it's true that some people crave my body, am I a man who lets others have it that easily? Older sister stared at Chen Siwon for several seconds, and her lips quirked several times before she said, Siwon, you're not only tough-mouthed now, you're also thick-skinned. Chen Siwon just pretended not to hear, then changed the topic and asked, late-night snack or not? Eat? Chen Sijia pursed her lips. Not eating for nothing. Chen Siwon then touched out the cell phone, opened his mouth. I'm king of Yin Luo. My sister and I can't find the Yellow Springs road back to hell. VI 500. I invited my sister to have a snack, and by the way, take a car home. Penny Wu's transfer came quickly. Penny transfers $20,000 to you. Penny Wu, who was away on a business trip, was lying alone in her hotel room, especially bored, and when she looked at Xiao Chen's message, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, so she sat up. Xiao Chen, treat your sister to a nice meal. Penny Wu is good, smiles. Chen Siwen smiled and held her cell phone up in front of her old sister for her to take a look. Classmate Chen Sijia, is it okay? Is it radiant enough? Chen Sijia froze for a few seconds as she looked at the chat log. And it roughly seemed like there were a few lines like this on the chat log in addition to these few messages. On a business trip. Don't you miss me? 2,000 words explaining why. Collect in a moment. No. Mr. President said he misses you. And you're asking people to write a review? I didn't read all of it. But Chen Sijia had a somewhat odd expression as she looked at Chen Siphon, who had taken her cell phone back. Is this how you usually chat with Big Boss? Chen Siwen nodded once he nodded. Chen Sijia's lips opened slightly and froze for several seconds before she said quietly, Chen Siwen, you're a real dog now. What words you are. Chen Siphon rolled his eyes. This is a small love affair between the two of us, Penny and I. What the hell do you onlookers know? Perhaps because the barbecue stall meat is not clean. My sister began in the early hours of the morning to feel uncomfortable stomach, diarrhea, tossing and turning all night, have not slept well. 3, 4 a.m. Only to fall asleep in a daze. Get up in the morning is not surprisingly rare to be late. Of course, she felt it was unfair that she had diarrhea and Chen Siwen didn't. Dying. The late night snack invited by the boss is really not something that ordinary people can eat. Chen Siwen, it's all your fault. There's a particularly important event to attend today. I'm actually late. Finished. My oldest sister woke up early in the morning, and after a haphazard dump in the bathroom, she crumpled up her shoes while fumbling with them. Chen Siwen also hurriedly cried and laughed and gave her bread and eggs. You recently followed the stars around. The diet must be all irregular. Right. The stomach and intestines become worse. Of course the problem came. Here, take it and eat it on the way. You can't skip breakfast even if you're in a hurry. Okay. I'm out the door. Wait a minute. Sis, you said earlier that the artist you were talking to would be here today for the annual meeting of the academy? Chen Sijia, whose hand was already next to the doorknob, mooned and twisted her head in confusion. What's wrong? He was promoted again too suddenly. A little flaky, plus recently busy. Chen Siphon did not communicate with his old sister how to exchange work things, so his old sister does not yet know the news of his promotion. That today to give his old sister a surprise. Chen Siwen smiled. It's fine. Sijia Chen, beat you up. You'll be really late later. Yuck. When Chen Sijia went out to the company, the nanny car was already parked in the company's garage. Liang Ru was already sitting in the car, and when she saw Chen Sijia arrive at this time, her face didn't look good, and she reprimanded on the spot. Is there any sense of time? I told you again and again. When I have activities, don't be late. What's wrong with you today? I'm sorry, Sister Liang Ru. Chen Sijia bent over slightly and said she was sorry. I didn't pay for you to come here to hear you say sorry. Next time you're late, then you don't have to come. Liang Ru's tone was not fierce, but she was still unsympathetic and cold to the little assistant. Chen Sijia lowered her head and nodded, then hurriedly got into the car and sat in the corner, her voice a little low. Got it. Sister Liang Ru. When it was time to get off, Liang Ru got on the car and took off her high heels, and when it was time to put them back on, it was already Chen Sijia squatting at her feet, pinching her high heels towards her feet. That's what happens to celebrity assistants. They don't get much respect. Not to mention she was late today, in the morning and afternoon, probably to knock her for being late. The chores of the day had made Chen Sijia do an extraordinarily large amount of work, and by the time she got to the most important event of the day at 5 in the afternoon, Chen Sijia was exceptionally tired. Mr. Chun, it's been a long time. I didn't have time to congratulate you on your high promotion before. When she got out of the nanny car and looked at the organizers waiting over there for a long time, the actress had another face. Ms. Liang has also become more beautiful after not seeing her for so many days. They can stand in the bright light and talk and laugh. They'll have to hide in the transparency and be careful. The driver is a middle-aged man, or more enthusiastic to comfort Chen Sijia a few words. Today Liang Ru's sister an endorsement was snatched away by others. The mood is a little bad. Speak a little heavy. You do not put into the heart. Liang Ru went over there to attend the event, so Chen Sijia was able to catch her breath a little, squeezed out a smile, and nodded. I know Brother Zhang, and it was originally me who was late in the first place, so it's only right to be scolded a few times. It's good that you think so. The driver's uncle is still quite warm-hearted. Chen Sijia, why are you still standing? Quickly come over. Sister Liang Ru will be coming down soon in a while. Jacket. Quickly bring the jacket over. Chen Sijia hurriedly jogged up. Liang Ru in the company is notoriously difficult to deal with. The little assistant where there is too much rest time. The old brother's phone is perfunctory. Busy before and after, even if the party is over. To attend the dinner. Wearing a dress, Liang Ru did not eat before the grand and luxurious annual venue. Pomp and circumstance do not belong to the small assistant. The small assistant can only take people's coats, bags, waiting at each table corresponding to the wall. Chen Sijia stood on the side, looking over there talking and laughing, are a little sleepy, after all. This kind of noisy world does not belong to her. She still likes the warmth of home. Here is too cold. So hungry. Chen Sijia muttered in a small voice, almost hallucinating from hunger. She seemed to have heard her brother's voice, and the voice calling her oldest brother's name. Siwon, where are you kids sitting? Come over quickly and accompany your Uncle Wu for a drink. Oh, it seems that they are all starving out of hallucinations, and looking along with the sound. It seems that there is a familiar figure carrying a glass of wine hurriedly trotting towards the very center of the position over there. Brother? Chen Sijia stood next to the table of actresses. Was the second row, still slightly able to see the front, rubbed her eyes and froze a little, learning the big red man at the moment. Also got up before seeing the Chen Sijia who was standing over there by the wall, holding his jacket and bag, looking at himself like a dummy. This goods is really difficult to contact. 5 o'clock to come to the company. Came to the company, just in the venue, specifically for her in their own next to leave a good place. She does not answer the phone, and so the party is over. The dinner, called her dinner. She did not answer the phone. Send a text message to say she is busy. You're too busy standing over there as a steak, aren't you? Sis, what are you cat doing here? Called you several times but did not answer. Chen Siwon came over from the main table of the banquet. Why are you still standing around? Come and eat. Chen Siwon waved helplessly. Chen Sijia took a step forward in bewilderment, but subconsciously looked at Liang Ru again. How do you know that Liang Ru's heart at this moment has already set off a shocking wave? Sister? The young man who can easily talk and laugh with Chairman Wu called you sister? So what are you, and what am I? Liang Ru difficult to swallow saliva. The circle mixed people. Reaction it is not slow. Hurriedly squeeze out a smile. Sijia, you quickly go. Chen Sijia didn't even know how she managed to get to the very front table. Only feel at this moment as if it is the first time to feel really have the light hit her body as if frozen in place. Oh, it really seems like $1,000,000. Because of the arrival of the chairman of the board, the dinner was very lively. Chen Sijia some of the first time rushed. Chen Siwon poked her. She reacted to sit down. This is Chen Sijia, my sister. Sven Chen introduced himself. Wu Guodong smiled and greeted the people, then took a look at the food on the table that had already been moved with chopsticks. How can this be done? It doesn't show their old Wu family's respect for the little Chen family members at all. Serve and reserve. Chen Siwon hurriedly said that there was no need to be so troublesome, while Wu Guodong patted him on the shoulder. What's so troublesome about this? In the future, you and my daughter got married and had a child. This is my grandson's own aunt. This little Chen is also really. The banquet is so noisy and not formal. Your sister came to the company today, how not to say it in advance? I can arrange for the secretary to set a private room or something. Chen Sijia didn't know what her reaction should be at the moment. Probably this was a scene from a dream. Weakly approaching her oldest brother, she asked, who is this uncle? Penny's dad. Chen Siwon twisted her head and answered her quietly. The president's father. That's the chairman of the board. What a scene now. Oh, is this already the meet the parents session? But she clearly hadn't even been self-conscious about being the important female partner of a romance novel, the male lead's own sister, before. In addition to sleeping a few days of veggie sleep with the President Lord, as well as eating one of the President Lord's midnight snacks last night, it seems that she hasn't felt the taste of the President Lord's participation in their family's life, and she's going to meet each other's parents today? Brother, is this what you call a clean slate? Sure it's not a kiss and a hug? Chan Siwon, there is literally not a word of truth coming out of your mouth right now. See Jia right? Why don't you give what you have on you to Secretary Wang? He'll hold it for you. Obviously at the dinner table, Wu was particularly warm and amiable to the two. Chen Sijia originally raised his hand, and then withdrew. The small assistant is still very measured. Some embarrassed to explain, Wu Dong. These things are not mine. So, you are Siwon's sister. No need to be so formal. Just call me Uncle Wu. Wu. Uncle Wu. It's fine for things to hang here. Don't bother anyone else. Wu took a look at the things in Chen Sijia's hands, and then associated it with the fact that the person had just guarded the corner of the wall, and he could easily know what Siwon's sister's current occupation was, so he had a good image of Chen Siwon from the beginning. This child has a sense of proportion in particular. Never said that borrowed Penny's feelings for him and the company flaunted, especially low-key and modest, and not because in Penny met, broke their own, or family's original life, but let Penny slowly into his. Even the last promotion banquet, he had learned, was meant to slowly familiarize his daughter with the hustle and bustle. Few can know the excitement he felt the last time Penny saw a psychiatrist, who ran over with slight excitement to report that Penny had a chance of getting better. and might someday be able to talk again. Trembling and covering his eyes with old tears in them, he really felt that it was lucky for the boy Chen Siwen to have met Penny, but it was also lucky for Penny to have met this boy. I'll have Secretary Wang return it to the person for you. Chen Sijia gulped. The chairman of the board's arrangement and do not know how to refute. Can only carefully point to the sister Liang Ru over there, and then handed over the things to Secretary Wang, looking at his past figure, and a little bit of small trepidation, which knew that Liang Ru over there also looked over and just gave her a warm smile, but in her heart, she was already confused. That's Wu Guodong. That's the Wu family, the boss of the Tang family, powerful. He can't even get by his side. If I can recognize him, my endorsement today can still be stolen by others? In the circle, he can walk sideways. As a result, people are talking and laughing with you, and you come to be a little assistant beside me? You're late. I just took it out on you today. And you're not pretending anymore. You're showing your cards? Big sister. Are you kidding me? It's not that no one has played me, but that's not how it's been done before. Looking at Wu Dong's secretary handing her bag to herself, Liang Ru couldn't wait to bang give herself 2 punches. Where's your showbiz wisdom, being robbed of just one endorsement? Why are you starting to be unsteady? And just now how you stupid let other sister Sijia take your broken things to the main table for what? If she had been a little more emotionally stable before, a little more courteous, giving the little assistant more warmth. Yes, dragging her shopping and sleeping together. If she had a good girlfriend who had a laugh with Wudong, wouldn't she be walking horizontally in the circle? Give you the opportunity you do not even hit. You've been making a show of yourself while others have been making a private visit. Where's your realm? Where's your worldly sophistication? But today was clearly the first time she criticized her assistant. Endorsements were robbed. The impact of the film after the movie word of mouth also collapsed, and recently the opposite family hidden to rise doubled, throwing hands of some black material to suppress her. Liang Ru was a bit bitter. I should have to go to a master to do some math. How come the old lady has been so backward lately? But don't panic. Today I am grumpy and usually quite trivial, but we are giving very good treatment to those around us. There is still a chance to remedy the situation. Chen Siwen and their siblings are quite responsible. Chen Sijia finished eating and wiped her mouth to go back to continue to work when Chen Siwen shouted at her and pulled her to the corner and said, "Sis, can you get some rest tomorrow night? Penny said it's too informal to treat you to a late night snack. She's coming back from a business trip tomorrow night, and she wants to treat you to dinner the day after. How about that? Enough to give you a blow?" Chen Sijia blinked, chatting and nodding at the moment, flashing so fast that she didn't even know who she was. She thought about it and replied uncertainly, "I'll try to take a vacation. It's really not possible. Another day? Okay. Penny was fine with that, and Chen Siwen made a gesture, waiting until Chen Sijia quickly returned to the nanny car side. The actress is still outside the car chatting to wrap up, looking at the somewhat quiet car, the agent and the other assistant at the moment. The expression is a little odd. The atmosphere is strange. Want to say something, but also can't say what the feeling of squeaking. Until Liang Ru re-entered the car. Chen Sijia took the initiative to break the state of this embarrassing, whispered inquiring, "Sister Liang Ru, there is a little thing I want to discuss with you. There is a small matter that I want to discuss with you." Liang Ru smiled and asked, "What little thing?" Chen Sijia talked generally about her idea of wanting to take the day after tomorrow off. "And why?" Liang Ru was silent for 3 seconds before she suddenly frowned slightly and said with some dissatisfaction, "Sijia, didn't you say you had a small matter you wanted to discuss?" Chen Sijia froze for a moment. Liang Ru's frown suddenly loosened, and with a warm smile, she grumbled, "Seeing your brother's girlfriend is such a big deal, and one night is considered a vacation? Sijia, sis will give you 3 days off." When Chen Sijia typed this question mark, it wasn't that Chen Sijia had a problem, but rather Chen Sijia felt that Liang Ru had a problem. Those who read novels probably have an ability to dream. For example, in romance novels, the male lead is handsome and rich, and he's also in love with his brain, which is like sci-fi. So they dream of being the female lead and having a male lead of their own. That's dreaming. Chen Sijia looked at Sister Liang Ru, who had enthusiastically sent herself home at night, and she had stopped dreaming because it seemed as if the dream had shown into reality. Even though she didn't have a male lead of her own, it seemed like she was really becoming an important female character in a romance novel. There's a younger brother who grew up with him, and the younger brother met his Lord President. Well, that's good. Romance novels of the important female supporting, with the president of the Lord's love house, generally live very happy. She happily stomped off her shoes back home and looked at Chen Siwen, who was pouring milk at the small bar outside the kitchen over there, and greeted him, "Brother, I've taken my vacation. Chen Siwon thought about it and scratched his head a little embarrassed. Sister, can you change the day? I just remembered. I have a date with a college friend the night after tomorrow. Chen Sejia blinked, not dwelling on it at all, and with a little bit of excitement said, Alright, the boss gave me 3 days vacation. Chen Siwon froze and suddenly asked, Right. I haven't asked you yet. Who's the artist boss you're with now? Chen Sejia's eyes were filled with exuberance. Shouldn't you be concerned about why I suddenly took a 3-day vacation when I was obviously so busy before? Chen Siwon had an Chen Sejia revealed a smile of you honoring our old Chen family and patted Chen Siwon's shoulder. Brother, you must really want to know, don't you, what it's like to be an important female supporting character of a romance novel? Chen Siwon. What the hell? Chen Sejia looked at her own brother's expression, the light of a book lover in her eyes. It's just like a dream. You, Chen Siwon, the fugitive male lead of the President Lord falling in love with me. Chen Sejia pointed at Chen Siwon and patted herself. And I am the only real sister of this male lead. Chen Siwon's mouth opened, wanting very much to poke Chen Sejia for such nonsense, but looking at her especially happy today, so he finally said perfunctorily, awesome. Chen Sejia took the sleep-aiding milk handed over by Chen Siwon, then gulped a mouthful of it, her eyes blinking as she turned her words around. Sister has been well-versed in romance novels since she was a young girl. In fact, in the future, when you encounter any conflicts regarding your relationship with the president and his lordship, it is possible for you to consult with me. Sven Chen. What's this all about? Chen Sejia continued to speak seriously. You know, the president of the adult is difficult to will be. Sis has a group. The power of many people is great. Chen Siwon thought about it and fumbled for her cell phone. You wait, haha. He dialed the video call, which was soon connected, and Penny Wu's pretty face appeared over the phone. And then Chen Siwon said with a smiling face in front of his old sister, My sister has been familiar with romance novels since she was a child. Woohoo! Seeing this, Chen Sejia was in a hurry and hastily covered Chen Siphon's mouth. I'm just kidding. What are you doing? Chen Siwon disgustedly pulled Chen Sejia's hand away. Penny likes to read romance occasionally. I thought that you guys can communicate in private. Why are you covering my mouth? Chen Sejia retracted her hand with a dry smile. Oh, so, Penny would have needed more friends and more interaction with people other than him, and it would have been better to stay close than far away. And my sister would have been a good tool for that. As if calling my sister a tool would have been a bit unorthodox. Oh, and like she said, isn't she an important female supporting character? So of course she has to take on the responsibility of being an important female supporting character. Chen Siwon looked at the video call end of the Penny, hair tied up, is flopping on the bed. The phone should be placed upright on the top of the pillow. Through the cell phone camera to look over. White calves seem to be still up and down random flopping. Chen Siwon and suddenly so cue bullet Penny Wu, occasionally nervous out of some similar to woman. You annoyed me this originally domineering, but in fact cute words. Boss Wu has her little interests, too. It's just as well. She likes to play a domineering president, and you've read a lot of novels, so you can still teach her. While it was highly likely that little Boss Wu would learn a little bit of bully tactics and would naively come running to toss himself around slightly clumsily, she liked it, and Chen Siwon did want Penny to be happy. As previously explained by the psychiatrist, this will definitely help her recovery. Chen Sejia sniffing is confused. People are not just the president of the Lord. How? Bully that thing can still act? Blinking. Penny on the other end of the phone blinked back, then tapped the keyboard emphatically. Little Chen, I'm already bossy. I don't need to learn. Belonging to the fact that there was no ha count at all. Chen Siwon, while looking at the message that could also be seen vaguely in the video call, didn't bother to talk to her but asked, How long will it take to get to Tangdu tomorrow night? It should be 8 o'clock. The chairman asked me today if I'd go with him to pick you up. Penny Wu, who had been traveling for several days and hadn't seen Xiao Chun, had her eyes glowing slightly. Will you come? Let me ask you a question first. Do you want me to come? Penny Wu got witty this time, her eyelashes flickering as she tentatively asked, Do you need to write a review? Chen Siwon cried and laughed a little. No need. Penny Wu's big eyes turned to flash with anticipation. Little Chen, I want you to come pick me up tomorrow. Chen Sejia at the moment the small head is looking at the cell phone screen especially close. Chen Siwon intended to let his old sister in front of Penny more brush. You two familiarize yourself with it. More exchanges and exchanges. So at the moment also did not push her away. Then Chen Sejia looked at the chat logs. The script in her mind seemed not to be like this. Shouldn't her own brother, as a little sheep employee, be soft and bullying in front of the president adult? Shouldn't he bleat under the president's tightening grip? Chen Sejia's expression suddenly became a little confused. As if the flip in front of her and her imagination some discrepancies too large. The script of the novel seems to have been erased with a rubber sassafras changed the name. Brother's sweetheart president. The president's wife is falling for me. My sheep president. The president's name is Goat. So soft it's sad. One by one, the names flashed before Chen Sijia's eyes, and the next night seemed like a validation of those names. Business trip for several days. Finally home. See little Chen's Penny Wu from over there dragging suitcases from over there from their own small private airport ran out. Looking at this side of the early waiting for her smiling and waving Chen siphon. Bean even boxes do not want to. She suddenly opened her hands and rushed over. Chen Siwen has not yet had time to shout stop. The Qianshang close. Eyes become embarrassed. Bridge Bean sacks. You wait. Chairman. Your father in. Pouncing. Not being able to speak, but with big eyes that seemed to say little Chen. I miss you. Penny Wu jumped up to Chen Siwen's neck and hung on him like a wombat. As for, Chairman. What chairman? Almost without any hesitation, Wu silently pulled the driver and left. At the moment urinating urgently. Well, especially urgently. There's probably no one who knows more about leaving enough room for the youngsters than he does. Granted. There was a little subtle moment in my mind when I let the pig into the garden to arch my own cabbage, but watching his daughter's condition get better and better, with more and more smiles on her face, not to mention, this time he could finally not dream about his mom and dad, Penny's grandparents, and being hung up and beaten was also non-existent. Wu Guodong then felt that everything is not important. The daughter has a warm little home of her own, a husband who loves her, and then 2 more children. The old father will be satisfied enough. Before the conversation, Wu also said what test not test. In fact, in the bottom of his heart, Wu did not take these external factors as a matter of fact. Their old Wu family is more than enough. As long as Xiao Chen has no problem with his character and treats his daughter well, does anything else matter? If he really felt it was important, he wouldn't have stood up and given their young couple enough support when he heard the people below him say that Xiao Chen was bent on having a sci-fi career and his daughter was fully cooperative. After all, from his perspective, with no sci-fi background and having just graduated from college, the experience is perhaps too weak for little Chen. Little Chen's project, conservatively estimated to lose a few $100 million. Wu was prepared. When you think about it, isn't this indeed a bit dreamy for a recent graduate of Chinese language and literature to be working on science fiction? The group's internal risk assessment, to summarize, are unified not to pass. The project risk is too big, and may even affect the share price of Xinli Film and Television. Just to make an analogy, like a young man who has never written a web article, or even read a web article, suddenly said that his first book is going to become a god. I don't know what the chairman of the board of directors thinks will fully support this kind of clear-eyed people at a glance to lose money into the Muggle science fiction project. Chinese sci-fi is dead, okay? It's all about commercial comedy now. Some of the executives at Sunrise Pictures are pretty vocal about it. But looking at the sweet and happy 2 children over there, they have a dream. How can he, who is a father and capable, not help his own children to chase after it? Lose it. As long as they are good. Xinli Film and Television. The academic group threw them to the loss of the end of the so what. In the back of his mind, Wu had already prepared for the worst. Reboarded the car, took the initiative to sit in the passenger seat, giving the back seat to both of them youngsters, looking at the daughter who was holding onto Xiao Chen and leaning her head obediently on his shoulder. The old father felt that the car was full of sweet flavors at the moment. Chan. When the chairman of the board of directors' voice rang in his ears, Chen Siwen was actually a little bit slightly embarrassed. Some of the newlyweds were tired of being bumped into by their own elders. All hated to dig a hole in the ground. Not to mention that at the moment the 2 of them are still nameless and unattached. Instinctively, Chen Sifing's toes are a little slightly buckled. Of course, Penny Wu is heartless and does not care at all. Has entered the realm of no one else. Big sister. In front of your dad. Can you have a little distance? You keep posting. Your dad is a daughter slave. How come I just have a vestigial feeling that I'm going to be knifed by the chairman of the board? But Chen Siwen obviously think too much. Has long been worried about Wu Guodong at the moment, only feel my old father knocked to the feeling of the 2 children more intimate. So intimate. After the birth of a child, that have to give birth to 5, 6, 7 or 8, right? Xiao Chen. I heard that you recently because of the work of things particularly hard. In fact, you do not have to give yourself so much pressure. The newcomer to do things would have to slowly learn. Progress is very arduous. The courage to try has been very good. The failure of the pressure is not terrible. You do not have to strain yourself too tightly. Wu Guodong first showed his attitude. Uncle has been ready for you to fail. You cannot think nonsense to give themselves too much pressure. Like what this loss. Engage in sci-fi sucks. It has no face to see people resigned or something run. You mustn't think that. Losses, money is a small matter. You people no face to Jiangdong father and mother. Ran, that is a big deal. The daughter now heart is not easy to open, a slit has to be reclosed. And even sealed on the steel mixed cement. They have to go down to reface her milk her grandfather's husband and wife mixed doubles. Chairman, I'll do my best and won't let you down. Wu shook his head. This idea. Wrong, it's nothing to live up to. You and Penny have a good time. Nothing to go out more. Go out more to make a date. The company's things are left to the company's professionals to deal with it. Chen Siwon blinked. Anyway, he recently suddenly felt that the first 2 times the chairman of the board of directors in the office and he exchanged with him were warm enough, but now the chairman of the board of directors his attitude changed even more benevolent. Obviously, before also mentioned the test of the old father, and as the chairman of the distance of the sense of, and now, this sense of distance seems to be particularly rapid to draw closer, almost close to zero. That's bullshit. You're spending the night with your own daughter, and the psychiatrist's words are still ringing in your ears. Miss Moore and Mr. Chen to get along and communicate. By his influence, slowly more and external communication. The possibility of language function recovery more than 90%. Chen Siwon probably didn't even know himself how important he was in Penny's old father's mind at the moment. After all, really cannot. The little too hurry to give birth to a number. I will help you too to practice. Ahem. Anyway, this is what Wu meant. Daughter as long as you can recover. Small Chen as long as you are willing to. What learning group Shinli film and television? Their own sent him to their daughters as a dowry is not a problem. But also the distance sense? Still afraid of your loss? Even if Xiao Chen's so-called 3 bodies are written like a game. So what? The stress monster old man is completely non-existent at the moment. The automobile traveled down the busy roads of Tanda. Then looking for a son-in-law to become a dragon. Wu Guodong wants her children and grandchildren full of small cozy. The thought of a few little cubs, with his buttocks in the back of the cute and loving shouting at him grandpa. Now the sci-fi market would have been the future would have been a little slim. Xiao Chen, you dare to try has been very good. Uncle is very satisfied. Well, when this period of time is busy, no matter what the result, I give you and Penny a vacation. You go out to travel, go out and have a good time. It's better to come back and get pregnant. And then you two get married with a child and end up with a child calling me grandpa. Well, the old father's joy came flooding back at once. Chen Siwon a little terrified. So that the chairman of the board of directors how much he valued him. Words are pessimistic about the market, but still remain supportive. He was really afraid that the 3 bodies of water and soil, failing the chairman of the cultivation of him, so he tentatively asked, Chairman, the 3 bodies of my intention to trilogy, and now the second part is already in the finishing touches, or not first sent to you to point out. Wu frowned at that. What did you call me? Your son should call me grandpa in the future, and you're calling me chairman now? Uncle Wu. I usually like to pore over some ancient books and texts and stuff, and I don't know much about sci-fi. Wu Guodong frowned slightly and nodded, thinking, in that case, you send it, and then I'll find a few famous foreign sci-fi authors to give you a look, okay? Chen Siwon nodded repeatedly. Good. It's for the best. With the swaying of the minivan driving, the sound in the car is getting smaller and smaller. Maybe traveling for a few days and did not rest well. Penny Wu surged up bursts of drowsiness. The upper eyelid lower eyelid naughty close together and open. A few times after the small face side of the sleepover. In a daze, she felt her neck being wrapped around someone's neck, as if her entire body was suddenly suspended in the air. It turns out that when getting off the bus Chen Siphon did not bother to wake her up. Princess hugged her, vaguely feeling the familiar flavor of Xiao Chun. Penny Wu had peacefully squeezed into his arms, hiding from the moonlight. Continue to huff and puff. Good. Beside the horse road, Wu Guodong waved his hand at this moment, looking at the princess hugging his own daughter. Leaving Chen Siwon, the old father showed an ant-like smile. Not too tired. He gently carried Bean back home and put him on the bed. Penny also has her little hard work. Silently take off her shoes and socks, revealing the pink little feet. And gently put the quilt to her cover. Looking through the healthy red face, with a little bit of delicate and translucent lips, Chen Siphon gently put a few strands of mischievous flyaway hair for her to organize a bit. Although the chairman's attitude has changed significantly, Chen Siwon still remembers what he said last time. The group is a jungle. The jungle is always dark. She has worked so hard. He should also work harder. Chen Siwon lowered his head and gently placed a kiss on her forehead, murmuring softly, "Good night, Penny." Back home, Chen Siwon stayed up until 5 in the morning, finally wrapping up the second part of 3 bodies as well, sending it encrypted through the email to Uncle Wu, before dragging his tired body into bed, his eyelids closing heavily. When I opened it again, it seemed like it was noon, and the fall sun was no longer hot, but just smelled warm. Chen Siwon yawned and rubbed her messy hair as she walked to the living room, when she heard her oldest sister's twittering voice. "It's a great novel, and it's been made into a TV series. Here, look, that's them in it. Penny, this one is good too. It's by the same fiction author as the one you're reading now. She has a trilogy and all of them are classics. It seems that because of getting up early in the morning, leaving a message for Chen Siwon, calling him did not pick up, Penny Wu ran to his home. Anyway, the two are not far away. I did not expect to see the little Chen is still huffing and puffing, and today it is the oldest sister who is fighting with the oldest sister. You early and sister said Penny reads novels. You know sister me. Romance novels group administrator A, and Penny exchange novels. This is not hand to hand. Chen Siwon had but looking at the two of them being able to communicate normally, he smiled and left them both alone. But just feel the old sister over their voice is getting smaller and smaller, as if the two began and Penny whispered. Penny this being opened a pair of big eyes seems to also from time to time agree with the nod. What are you two sneaking around talking about? Chen Sijia's side was just about to reply smugly. Secrets between girls, don't ask. As a result, Penny Wu over there was particularly honest and tapped the cell phone screen with a quick hand speed. Sister Sijia is teaching me how to become a qualified domineering president. Sijia Chen. Sven Chen. Yesterday, I asked you to teach me, but you really taught me, and one of you dared to teach me, and the other one really dared to learn. Chen Siwon cried and laughed as he inquired. Oh, did you learn anything then? Penny Wu nodded. I think, little Chen your sister is very powerful. Gee, after all these years of reading romance novels, this isn't crap. Then you guys talk more. Chen Siwon intended to do just that, using Penny's fun as a lead-in. Wouldn't that make it possible to communicate with his oldest sister? Communicate more. Maybe every few days you can open your mouth and call out to your father. Ahem. Don't get me wrong. Chen Siwon means, call out to the chairman of the board. By the way, Chow just called to say the place is set. 6:30 p.m. Go over to Fujin department store, have western food. Chen Siwon did not forget to repeat his instructions. Remember you are not some big boss of Shinli Film and Television now. Not the chairman's only daughter. You are the stupid daughter of my distant cousin's family. My naive cousin. Chen Sijia was really beside herself at the moment. Her expression suddenly felt a little strange, not knowing what kind of sinful things they were playing with. When Chen Siwon looked at her oldest sister's expression, she couldn't help but knock her and said in a good-natured manner, Chen Sijia, what are you thinking about all day long? Chen Sijia rubbed his head and skimmed his mouth. Penny, don't look at Chen Siwon honestly outside. In fact, he's the worst. Since childhood, he has been harboring and bullying his sister. Chen Siphon rolled his eyes and lazily ignored his oldest sister, leaving the space for them and went to the side to chat with his cell phone. Chow, I see that the group is discussing the possibility of Meng Han Yun coming to today's party. The big star of their class, Wang Chao's suspected ex-girlfriend. Chen Siwon still doesn't have a driver's license, and Penny Wu is now her stupid big sister who doesn't drive. Wang Chao drove over to pick them up on the way, and sounded a little silent. I saw it. Chen Siwon wanted to say something, but finally suppressed her curiosity and said softly, it's all in the past, just relax. Wang Chao sniffled, and his expression became slightly more relaxed. Come on, big brother. I'm relieved. The old doesn't go. The new doesn't come. Chen Siwon and Wang Chao's university is in the vicinity of Fujin department store. The gathering place is naturally in the vicinity. A 30-minute ride from Shicheng Xiaoyuan. Chen Siphon arrived when the people who promised to come today almost all. Western restaurant does not have a box. 7 or 8 people sitting in a compartment on the side. The scene is very lively. Xin Hao was the first to see him and rose to greet him in a spirited manner. Our big editor-in-chief is here. Chen Siwon and this classmate is actually not too familiar with the university era. He was busy earning money. In addition to class time, almost every day part-time job. In addition to Wang Chao, a few roommates, and other students are not really hot. Xin Hao freshman year but seems to have been holding a not light hostility to him. The beginning of his unknown. Until the sophomore year, Meng Han Yun embarked on a brilliant star and Chao broke up. He understood why. Belonging to the because in Wang Chao is a roommate and a good relationship lying shot. But now it's matured. And people are smiling so much that it's hard to judge the true meaning for a while. Chen Sifeng sat down after greeting everyone, and looking at everyone's eyes that were particularly curious about the person next to him, he briefly introduced himself. Chief Editor Xiao Chen, your cousin can be a bit high-strung. The one who spoke was a classmate who had been more outgoing before. Chen Siwon, it's not high and cold. It's that she has some problems with her speech function. So I thought that if we all got together and livened up a bit, it might help my cousin recover. So don't be offended. That student heard, hissed, sucked in his breath. I can really immediately raised his hands on the wineglass poured on the table. A drink is considered to make amends for their own recklessness. Seeing this, Penny Wu blinked and suddenly touched the bottle of wine, pursed her lips, and also began to add wine to her own wineglass, showing the generosity of her luxury family's daughter at the moment, and was about to raise her wineglass. As a result, it was grabbed by Chen Siwon's quick eyes, drinking it all in one go and signaling to her classmates that there was no relationship. Penny Wu blinked blankly with both hands empty. Little Chen, I want a beer too. Not allowed. Chen, just one cup. You didn't count at all the last time you got drunk on one glass. Chen Siwon was in a microchat conversation with her at the moment and sent her an emoticon of rolling her eyes. Last time it was 2 drinks, so I'll just have one this time. Chen Siwon ruthlessly refused. No, you can't drink it. You can only drink milk. Penny Wu tugged on Chen Siwon's sleeve, thought about it, and looked at his expression with big eyes, playing a discussion. Little Chen, it's not impossible to drink half a cup. But in the end, Chen Siwon didn't hold back his heart. Well, he dipped his chopsticks in the wineglass twice and put it into Penny Wu's small mouth, and inquired with a shameless smile, Cousin is good to you, right? Penny Wu dully pursed her lips, stained with a tiny bit of alcohol, smiled falsely, and handed her cell phone to Chen Siwon. Little Chen, I thank you ah. Chen Siwon smiled, then looked up and realized that the atmosphere was a bit off at the moment. Originally he was the one who saved the game, but at the moment it seemed to be preempted. After the crowd chatted for a few moments, one of the classmates, Lu Yun, suddenly asked, Qin Hao, didn't you say that Meng Han-yun was coming? Why haven't you seen anyone yet? Chen Siwon was stunned when she took a look at Xiang Chao. Qin Hao smiled broadly as he took out his cell phone. I'll call out to her. He dialed. Han-yun, why aren't you there yet? Dinner is just a few steps away from your hotel. I don't know what was said over there. The smile hanging on his face disappeared little by little, but finally he laughed again. Okay, we'll make another appointment. When he hung up, Lu Yun said, What? Big star Meng can't come? She said she had an emergency in Haidu in the evening and had just left for the airport. Zhao Tian wondered. I didn't tell you before? Ha ha, said he was about to call me. Haven't seen her in a while. Big star. Some were disappointed. Another student said, Meng Han-yun is apologizing to us in the microchat group. Chen Siwon sniffed and took out his cell phone to look at the microchat, just in time to see Meng Han-yun, who has now become a big star, send out a sentence. I'm sorry, Tang Du's classmates, was about to get together with you all today. Yesterday's temporary emergency back to the BJ. I forgot to talk to you about it. Sorry, this one's on me. Get back to me with the bill. At Chen Siwon, which is not a person in the audience. Now where do not understand Qin Hao where there is before he said in Meng Han-yun that familiar. People yesterday back to Haidu filming, simply forgot to tell him. Qin Hao was quick to strain. I misheard on the phone. I thought I was leaving today. Come on, order. Reaching out, he called the waiter. Chen Siwon thought for a moment, secretly nudged Wang Chao, and whispered, Did you know that Meng Hanrian went back to Haidu yesterday? Wang Chao sighed and didn't deny it. I told you, I don't have a good relationship with him. Why did he come back to the bureau I saved? Drunkenness is not He came over today may just have an excuse to ask about Meng Han-yun. Chen Siwon also wondered it. Qin Hao University and Wang Chao relationship is so poor, and their own and even the entire dormitory are not very deal with. Chao to help their own contact with the students. How this kid will come it, at the moment is to feel that the chain of logic is more complete. He alone about Meng Han-yun. The big star must ignore him. So that said heard me to engage in a class reunion, and went along to find someone to contact, but he just said that Meng Han-yun is coming. It does not look like a fake but Chen Siwon soon realized why, as Wang Chao finally explained in a low voice. Meng Han-yun was supposed to come. She asked if I would come and I said I wouldn't, and then she stopped coming. Chen Siwon blinked her eyes and her voice was even lower. Old Wang, Meng Hanrian doesn't still like you, right? Wang Chao expression a little bitter, did not say clearly, but expressed a lot of things. Unfortunately, some things can never go back to the past. No, Lao Wang, you sound like a big star at the moment in the back of you. Chen Siwon looked at Wu Peinie who came over as if she also wanted to listen, and pinched her arm, saying, Do you believe you or do you believe that I'm the first emperor of Qin Shi Huang? Penny Wu didn't know what Chen Siwon was suddenly pinching her for and looked at him curiously, as if he was brainstorming a big drama like an actress chasing her husband to the crematorium. Chen Siwon perfunctorily continued to pinch her arm and said, I'm pinching to play. Oh, you play then. Anyway, it didn't hurt at all. And Penny Wu rested her hand on Chen Sifeng's leg in a generous manner. It is also considered a half-decent novelist, rich imagination, so that his curiosity is also more and more intense. But at the moment the venue is not right. The next time there is an opportunity to have a good chat with Chow, the old king. It is also true that the occasion is not right. There is one more person who does not deal with it very well. The dishes have not been served. Xin Hao aimed at Wang Chao, and opened his mouth somewhat flirtatiously. I met the next class the other day, and I heard that you came out of the TV station. Wang Chao, free internship for half a year. Seems like it's still useless? Who's in the next class? The classmate asked curiously. The one from the bureau. The one that's on WCTV this year after passing the editorial exam. Zhao Tian was a bit strange. Isn't old Wang in Xinli Film and Television? Last time I saw the TV series promotional posters posted in his circle of friends. You guys still don't know? Xin Hao looked at Wang Chao, with a bit of condescension in his expression. Wang Chao went to the TV station during his internship, and has worked for almost half a year, right? As a result, he didn't pass the exam this year. It's a pity that he didn't get paid for so many months, and gave others to work for nothing. The scene went quiet. I heard Xin Hao beeping. Wang Hao, you're working as a screenwriter at Xinli Film. Your salary shouldn't be high, right? Why don't you come to my place to try? We are our own people. But I let my father to give you discretionary increase in salary. Otherwise 100,000 a year in the Tang dynasty how to live? If you can't, you can find Shen Siwen. You two were close in college. He's the editor-in-chief now, and he makes a few $100,000 a year, right? You follow him as a chief editor under the main editor or something. How then you are now when the internship screenwriter strong it. On this side, Xin Hao's words didn't stop. And over there, Wang Chao does not come. Meng Han-yun silent sitting in the nanny car. The roadside where there is what the scenery of Haidu. Only the faint greenness of the university drifted along the car window. He was in a daze when the assistant opened the phone. Rhyme, guess who I met at the restaurant? Wang Chao. You know that. Ha? Nonsense. That's why I asked you to come over and order when I knew they were having a get-together here today. But sure enough he lied to me again and didn't want to see me. Rhyme, aren't you coming over? Meng Han-yun was a bit helpless. He doesn't want to see me even if it's okay, or else he'll have to jump on his feet again in a while. You take the good meal and also come back soon. Don't let him see it. I'm hungry, but I see that your college classmates are very unfriendly to him hee. One of them seems to be sarcastic and speaks harshly. Meng Han-yun frowned, but another classmate seems to be on good terms with him. Wow. That classmate is so good looking and direct in his speech, so that the guy before him doesn't take it out on other people that rhyme you stood you up. Biting people indiscriminately. Meng Han-yun froze and shouted out their names. Wang Chao and Chen Siwen. Rhyme? Meng Han-yun shook her head. Her small hand pinched, and clenched her teeth. Don't bother them. Wait for me to come over. Inside the Western restaurant, Xin Hao was a bit blown up by Chen Siwen's words. What do you mean? Shen Siwen, literally. Xin Hao, we are not too familiar with the university. If you are sincere to come, I welcome. Nothing to find things then forget it. Ha! Xin Hao sneered. It seems that Chen Big Editor-in-Chief has been promoted to speak with a lot of confidence. Thought today to come to who rare like. Still a part-time job. I do not know what you are smug. When Penny Wu heard that someone disliked Xiao Chun, her brows locked slightly, but she was gently patted by Chen Siwen, signaling her not to be too concerned, before politely saying, then please make yourself at home. Xin Hao was furious. You. Chen Siwen raised her glass toward him in a self-conscious manner. Everyone actually also feel that Xin Hao is a bit too much. At the moment playing round, but Chen Siwen words are said to this. Xin Hao also got up, just want to and put down a few words. As a result, suddenly a woman with sunglasses and a mask with a delicate figure walked in, looked at Chen Siwen, and removed the glasses mask. Chief Editor Chen? The family lived in an upscale neighborhood near here and gave the assistant a vacation, and Liang Ru, who rarely came out to buy salad on her own, gazed at all of them in a quick circle, and finally smiled accurately and said to Chen Sifen, we met at the last annual meeting. As soon as Chen Siwen froze, Liang Ru had already introduced herself. I'm a friend of Sijia's. I've often heard her mention you. Chen Siwen responded politely. Oh, Sister Liang Ru. It seems like it's not the right time to meet today. Some other day. Call up Sijia and let's get together. Liang Ru observed a little, then smiled and retreated. Everyone must be a little confused by the sudden development. I'll go. Noble Consort Su? Noble Consort Su was a character Liang Ru had played before, belonging to the kind that penetrated the hearts of the people. Zhao Tian gulped. Siwen, you and Noble Consort Su know each other. Ha! Here are actually just graduated half a year of college students. The age is not big. In addition to Qin Hao family is good. We are ordinary people. Liang Ru, although the 2 days to fight for some of the loss, but also counted to the old first-line star, just did not cross the threshold of the Queen of Heaven. In addition to classmates Meng Han-yun, were to see the other big stars, suddenly a little excited. My mom loved her as Princess Sue. Wow. She's really pretty in person. Chen, you're deep in hiding. Can I have an autographed picture of her? Wang Chao smiled as if he was not surprised. You think this is it? What's this? You know who's next to my big brother? What's the concept of being the boss of Sunny Pictures, and possibly the boss of the Tengfei Group in the future? 100, 1,000 stars can't even compare. Naivety, class. Also, this stupid Qin Hao. You really don't understand the gold content of this reunion. You still pick on me, and even pick on my big brother. You don't know that I'm my big brother's cover. My big brother is covered by my sister-in-law. Looking at that side, Qin Hao expression turned a little ugly. A bite of teeth, do not want to say anything more. Turn around to leave. Wang Chao feels some dark pleasure. The results have not had time to cool for a while. Suddenly a figure he is particularly familiar with walked in. With sunglasses. Mask. Here we go again. Taking off the mask and sunglasses, the pretty face that everyone hadn't seen for a long time appeared in front of them. With a surly smile on her face. Classmates. It's been a long time. I'm late. Wang Chao gritted his teeth. This woman. At this moment the reunion is considered a complete climax. Holy shit. Big star. It's all old school. Where's the big star? Meng Han Yun. It's been a long time. I dragged my mom to watch the drama you acted in every day. You're getting prettier and prettier. Really? Thank you. Han Yun. You're here? You're not. I wanted to surprise my classmates. Chen Siwen saw Qin Hao see Meng Hanrian arrive, and silently sat down again, then turned his head to look at Wang Chao, who seemed to be a bit stuffy, and whispered, Old Wang, what's going on here? Didn't the big star say she wasn't coming? Hell knows. The arrival of Meng Han Yun did give the crowd present a few shots of vitality. Even the nasty Qin Hao at the moment also Benjamin up. We talked and laughed about the past, chatting about those youthful times in the university. Wang Chao was the only one who was a little too lazy to open his mouth, as well as Penny Wu, whose attention had been on the bottle of wine. Chen, are you going to the restroom? No go. Chen, now what? No go. Xiao Chen. Chen Siwen's head bubbled up with well signals, dripping and knocking on the cell phone screen. Even if I suffocate tonight, I won't go to the toilet. Don't worry. I won't give you a chance to take advantage of the drink. Penny Wu shook her head. Xiao Chen. I won't. Don't worry about it. Chen Siwen, you think I'm stupid? That's how you drank hemp last time. Penny Wu pondered for half a second before her small hand touched the bottle of wine. Her little glutton. She really felt especially happy after drinking the wine, so she changed her words. Then I want to drink milk. Xiao Chen, help me get the milk. Are you that desperate for a drink? Penny Wu wiped her saliva and her gaze showed clear coldness. I don't want to. I'm the president. A real president is able to suppress his preferences and won't show his desires easily. Chen Siwen sighed, and said that your day-to-day desires are written in your clear and stupid eyes, without taking care of her. Chen Siwen sidled his head and whispered to Wang Chao. Chao, trouble to help Penny to get a box of milk. There is no one she is familiar with here. I can't leave. Chen Siwen only had to trouble Wang Chao. Of course he couldn't say that he left Wang Chao in his seat to watch her to keep her from drinking, or else with his knowledge of old Wang. Boss, do you drink white beer or red? Honest man smile. Chao. She dropped her fork too. Please, Chao. At this moment, Chen Siwen is not moving like a mountain. Wu Peinie is secretly distressed, and there is an eye dead on Wang Chao. The teeth seem to be secretly biting. No wonder it is not said that you do not want me to come, and I am afraid that I will come to delay you to give other girls to offer their attentions. Meng Hanyan gritted her teeth and sent a message to Wang Chao. Well, Wang Chao, you're good, thanks to which I'm still afraid that you'll suffer. Having just gone to get a new plate for the top big boss and also sister-in-law. Mr. Xiao Wu. Wang Chao felt puzzled. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? What's wrong with you? Meng Hanyan was pissed off and the reunion slowly came to an end. But what surprised Chen Siwen was that the person actually approached himself for Penny's microchat before he left. Chen Siwen thought back to the university and her contact. This woman nature is generous, also relatively straightforward. Although I do not know exactly what happened to her and Lao Wang, but it is also really a friend who can be contacted. So gave her. When the show broke up, walking on the road to send Penny Wu home, Chen Siwen's half-assed novelist's imagination was firing up at the moment, and was brainstorming about the love-hate relationship between the bamboo horse and the big star's childhood friend. Penny Wu did not drink into the wine, at the moment thought about it, and when she walked to her own downstairs hall, she suddenly turned around. One hand held down Chen Siphon's shoulder, and pressed him against the wall at once, while the other hand froze for a few seconds, as if recalling something, and, after thinking of the next step, she actually lifted up Chen Siphon's chin. Penny Wu tilted her head. The two of them looked at each other with big eyes. She quickly tilted her head sideways again, took out her cell phone and loosened Chen Siwon's chin, typed, and then held it up for Chen Siwon to see. Man, are you sure that you want to disobey me and everything? Chen Siwon looked at Penny Wu's particularly clumsy and arguably a bit dopey little move and was silent for a few seconds. Are you walloping me? Penny Wu nodded and winked. Aang. Who taught you that? Your sister. So she didn't teach you. Chen Siwon suddenly inhaled a breath, wrapped his arms around someone's waist. A turn. Palms inserted over Penny's bewildered face propped up on the wall. Lowered his head. Rich hormones close. He squinted his eyes. Textbook lifted up Penny Wu's chin. Looked at the surplus. Water with luster naive slightly open red lips. Chen Siwon swallowed hard, and then exhaled next to Penny Wu's ear and said, the correct way of wall thumping? Heart fluttering, the head finally pressed downward, also gripped up, lips parted. Chen Siwon heavy slowed down a breath, looked at her again, big eyes and again in a dazed circle. Penny Wu as an afterthought covered her small face, and then buried into Chen Siwon's chest at once, as if she felt ashamed to see others, and at the same time, she muttered something in her mind dully. It's finished. I'm really not clean. It's all little Chan's saliva. Tomorrow on the shelves. Want to say too much. Also want to sell the tragedy. But finally contemplated for a moment. Also even if, short and concise, not to delay the readers of the time. Tomorrow at 12 noon sharp shelves. The first guaranteed 5. More than 2,500 first booking. Every 100 plus a chapter. Subscription is particularly important to every author. Especially the pencil such as full-time. Almost equivalent to the life of the pencil. More not to say, update is the biggest respect for the readers. The collection of the pen has been over 3W. If you can have the honor to chase, the collection ratio can be 10 to 1. The first booking more than 3,000. Then, the pen will be everyday day 10,000. Continued for 2 months. As long as the code is not dead to death kind of code. Iron Juice people, tomorrow at 12 o'clock noon. I hope you look at the Qin Shi Huang Sake. Believe me a subscription. All support it. I seal everyone as a great general. Full-time really lives on this. The lights in the hall under the building are of the dim kind. Chen Siwon felt the moment still naive bumped his chest at Penny Wu, grabbed her arm and wanted to move her small hand that blocked her face, but found that a slit was slightly exposed between her fingers, and her big eyes flickered weakly observing the. It seems like I can see Xiao Chen's bad mouth. His face is scarlet and red, and he seems to be smoking. Penny Wu stubbornly continued to block her little face, and her little head was lowered down. There was no sound, but Chen Siwon felt as if she was crumbling something. I've often suspected that some of the times you cover your face, you're not shy, but are actually mentally bad-mouthing me. Penny Wu flinched for a few seconds, bent her body over Chen Siwon's walloping arm, covered her face, leaving only a crack to see the way, and buggered off. Slow down and watch the road. I'm not chasing you. Penny Wu really slowed down a few steps, but still did not look back, ran all the way back to his home, high heels, slippers did not have time to wear, ran into the bathroom, looked at the mirror of the little red man, big eyes watery, slender forefinger resting dully on the delicate red lips, little Chen, who not only likes to play with his feet, but also likes to feed others saliva. Chen Siwon until Penny Wu were gone for a while, he just cannot restrain the corners of his mouth upward from a building hall walked out, as if the air at the moment are sweet flavor. But how he heard the sound of someone snapping his face, sweeping around and not finding any movement. Chen Siphon went back to the house with a bit of a bounce, and it was only after a while that a head pranced out from the lush green grass over there. Seeing Chen Siwon walk away, Comrade Lin Hai that the apple muscle of the face cannot control into a ball, the corner of the mouth crazy upward, a hand like a seal snapping gently patting his face, walloped Editor-in-Chief Chen, face covered big boss. Aha, can't stand it, it's just going to sweeten me up. Taemin. Lin Hai was simply knocked out of his mind. After Chen Siwon returned home, his sister has not slept yet, seems to be reading romance novels, watching is fascinated, compared to the previous what to look at, the phone for you to confiscate. Chen Siwon at the moment completely changed a face. Sis, do you have any more coins? No more, I'll charge you more. 500. Oh no, charge 1,000. Chen Sijia silently typed a question mark, somewhat unsure. Ha? Chen Siwon walked over and tenderly pinched his oldest sister's shoulders, smiling warmly. Sister, please keep up the good work. Chen Sijia was even more confused. What? Chen Siwon smiled. Teach the big boss to come over and deliver. Chen Sijia was silent for a few seconds. I suspect you're insulting me? Chen Siwon shook his head, took a particularly cheerful pace back to the bedroom. Wash up lying on the bed in a daze looking at the white ceiling is a bit frozen, pursed lips, and finally decided to turn over and open the computer to continue to learn sign language. Another pleasant morning, a Sunday. Give Chen Siwen a keyboard. He also you a miracle. Since the finalization of the three-body to save the newly film and television big plan, Chen Siwen less than a month, will be the three-body 1 or 2 complete right will eyes over. It had been encrypted and sent to the chairman for guidance yesterday, and I heard that after the chairman had it uploaded to the Blue Star Science Fiction Association for the record, he forwarded the article to a few of Blue Star's particularly good sci-fi writers, to believe in the chairman of the Circle of Friends, although there is not a little letter back now, but Chen Siwen is waiting for the evaluation of Blue Star professionals now. I don't suppose it's waterlogged? Delu A. 3 bodies A. Was there anything more sci-fi than 3 bodies in the country in the last life? There isn't one, is there? Chen Sifen felt that he had a big gold mountain at his back. How should he help Penny take on some of the unavoidable responsibilities of being in that family of hers? How could he bring Sunrise Pictures back to the top himself? Ahem. With Earth Dad's love for him, he probably could, right? While Chen Siwen was on edge. It's a big afternoon and almost time for dinner. October has just left a tail. Because it is near the end of the year, Wu Guodong is also a little busy. Endless meetings, need to attend a variety of occasions. Dinner tonight, he is all intended to casually cope with in the car. Originally, the child is big, slowly take over the affairs of the group to help out. There are occasions to help show their faces. The end of the year Wu Guodong does not need to be so busy. But his daughter that way, the old father is really a life of labor. But now there is hope. The daughter and Xiao Chen born a small number. Then he will have a run. So recently again busy and tired. At least the spirit of the gas is abundant. Not before the body is tired. Tired heart, even seek to dream to rest for a while, dreaming to be beaten. That day, TSK, simply no one. Chairman, there's a charity gala tonight at 8 o'clock. And there's a conference call with the Maidu branch at 11 o'clock. The assistant flipped through the schedule in the tablet and reported respectfully. Wu Guodong leaned in the back seat, gently rubbed his slightly sore eyes, briefly squinted, slowed down for a while, and did not open his eyes, even if so busy. The old father did not forget about those little two. By the way, yesterday, Xiaochen sent over the trisomy. You filed it, after you forwarded it out, right? Assistant, yes chairman. 3 replies have been received so far. Wu Guodong's eyes opened at the words and sat up slightly, extending his hand. Well, show me. The assistant twisted and hurriedly clicked on her email and handed the tablet in her hands with both hands. Receiving the tablet, Wu Guodong looked down and inquired, how many people were forwarded to it in total? Chairman, there are a total of 5 teachers. Alan, whom you met during your last meeting in the American capital, Puhua award-winning sci-fi writer Haben, and the 3 vice presidents of the Blue Star Science Fiction Association. Alan, this young man I still have some impression. I heard that the mouth is quite poisonous. People have a sense of arrogance. Is considered to be more excellent Blue Star Science Fiction emerging writers. I do not know that Xiao Chen's work can get him a what evaluation. Wu nodded as he listened, but flinched as he looked at the email and his voice seemed to be getting smaller. This is a very unusual book. A marvelous mixture of scientific and philosophical musings, of politics and history, of conspiracy theories and cosmology, and, dear Wu, I find it hard to imagine its heights, and I wish I could meet its author. Wu Guodong lips opened, ultimately just helplessly sighed. He is the Blue Star famous tycoon. The family industry threw out the Blue Star. It seems that in my face, the young man is still measured, and cannot get any nutritious comments. But, old Mr. Hua Ben is a person who is just and straight, and has already made a name for himself long ago. His reply letter is believed to be helpful to Xiao Chen should be. Tap it and the reply letter comes into view. Very like the 3 body in a sentence and nowhere. The world has become like a map so small, do not know where. Feel the world is wide. Once did not know. Do not know the original unknowingly between the Chinese science fiction has reached such a high level. Dear Wu, Huoben shame. 3 body of the texture of the pattern in my above. I do not know how to give you feedback. Perhaps I can meet with its author. I don't know how to give you feedback. Perhaps I can meet with its author. Oh, it will be an interesting meeting. Question mark. Wu seemed to realize that something was wrong. No, you, Hua Ben, the winner of the Blue Star Science Fiction's highest honor, the Puhua Award. If I've translated this line of English correctly, it means that Xiao Chen's level of 3 bodies is still above yours? Wu, it's not scientific. So, looking at the last reply so far, from the Vice President of the Blue Star Science Fiction Society, the email was succinct. Dear Wu, there are no words. PNW award level work. Wu put down the tablet and touched his head in a daze. His lips seemed a bit dry at the moment. What on the Puhua Award? Blue Star Sci-Fi Ceiling Award? Little Chan? The 3 bodies? Because of the recent busyness, Wu Guodong himself has not had time to see it. Clicked on the mailbox that document. silently looked at the name. Afterthought muttered out, "Really fake? Postpone tonight's conference call and free up tomorrow morning's schedule for me." Wu arranged. The email replies managed to pique his interest, and he wanted to see if everyone's highly rated trilogies were really all that fascinating, or if people were just blowing it out of proportion in their own way. As a result of the night past, Wu Guodong sat in the study, standing in front of the window, holding a cigarette, and the unkempt after staying up all night. Sleepiness doesn't take over the mind. At the moment the head is full of the dark forest laws. Trisomy man. Hiss. Who? Wu Guodong a mouthful of silent spitting smoke circles, only to feel the heart flooded with a burst of subtle feelings. Oh, this feeling seems to be called. Wu family has a son-in-law first growth. 1 or 2 scripts for the trilogy are rushed through. Chen Siwen for rushing manuscripts on the sense of urgency is much smaller, but still too young. At this moment on the Earth content output Blue Star performance are not the kind of wild and cool bottom. This day while waiting for the chairman to write back, the two well-behaved Penny Wu and Chen Sijia sat on the sofa, one watching a novel on her cell phone and the other flipping through the romance book in her hand. This moment is particularly harmonious. Chen Siwen came out of the study, thought about it and waved at the sofa. "Penny, come here for a moment. I'll show you a treasure." Penny Wu at the moment is barefoot curled up on the sofa, sniffing looked up. Anan nodded, and then quietly put the bookmark card on the coffee table. Small feet to find the slippers next to the sofa, about to get up and walk over. And Chen Sijia also raised her hand and blinked, thinking that her brother was a bad guy who was going to do bad things, with a particularly clear position of wanting to protect the particularly nerdy big boss. So she got up. "What a treasure. I want to see it too." Chen Siwen looked back. "No, you can't look at it. You can only look at the bully." At this time in the study, the old sister of course still left space for the two of them, and Penny Wu asked suspiciously, "Little Chen, what are you going to show me?" "Trisomy. Watch it carefully and remember to sharpen your comments." "Okay." Penny Wu nodded, but her big eyes suddenly noticed a folder on Chen Siwen's computer desktop, then happily lifted her finger and pointed. "Little Chen, can I look at this first?" Chen Siwen the line of sight along her finger to look over, saw a folder named Sign Language Learning Materials. Hiss. Met. Forgot about this. He almost didn't trip over himself. Slightly face hot, decisively pulled the folder into the recycle bin and said with forced composure, "Empty. Focus your attention a little. Now we learned group. Your Shinli film and television top priority is this 3-body. Oh." Penny Wu nodded her head and honestly looked at the 3-body document that was opened in the computer screen, but before she even started to look at it, she still blinked tentatively and inquired, "Little Chen, actually learning sign language? I can teach you." Chen Siwen sideways look at sitting in front of the computer tilted his head to look at their own serious being. The heart has a sense of guilt arose, but while despising himself, he also while the thief opened his mouth and said, "Teach teach teach. All day long just no teach teach teach. Don't worry, there will be no shortage of opportunities for you to teach me in the future." Aang. Penny Wu's eyes blinked innocently, "Then from now on, Little Chen has to call me MS. Penny. No problem. Call you whatever teacher you want." "Ahem. Forget it, Bean. You'd better read 3 bodies first you." Chen Siwen pointed at the computer screen, and Penny Wu got serious, turning the mouse wheel little by little. "An afternoon time is rushed past, because promised my old sister to invite her to dinner today." Hundreds of thousands of words. Penny did not read to finish, rubbed her eyes, and saw Xiao Chen looked at her slightly expectantly. "How is it?" Penny Wu's little hands fluttered good-naturedly. "Looking good. Sign language." Chen Siwen then lo? Penny Wu, "Chen, you're awesome." Her performance seems to be too calm. Chen Siwen did not see a trace of shock or excitement in Penny Wu's expression, as if it was particularly cloudy and light, but Chen Siwen simply thought about it, and knew that she was not perfunctory, but probably the only one who firmly believed from the bottom of his heart from the very beginning that Xiao Chen was awesome. So where's the shock? Where's the reaction? Chan was supposed to be just fine. Sure enough, where could Chen Siwen get any normal feedback from his number one little fangirl? Bean has never seen anything but Chen Siwen's eyes. Maybe just her. Even if Chen Siwen writes a coattail defense and 10,000 people spit on him, there will still be a Bean behind him all the time, right? Chen Siwen's soul trembled a little, gently pinched her face. Silly. Penny Wu frowned with a small frown of dissatisfaction. "I'm not stupid. Okay, then I'm stupid. Let's go. Big smart. As promised, it's time to treat my old sister to dinner today." Chen Siwen exhaled heavily, smiled and stood up, stretching. Penny Wu held Chen Siwen's coat corner and stood up as well. "Little Chen, neither of us is stupid. Okay, then both of us are great smarts." Crouching Dragon and Phoenix brood reign over the Jianghu. And what is Crouching Dragon Phoenix? Adjective. Describes us as witty as hell. It was because Penny Wu promised when she traveled on business that she would treat Chen Sijia to dinner when she returned. So the small private room in the restaurant. Chen Siwen became very happy after receiving a few forwarded messages. De Lu is worthy of you. When it comes to writing sci-fi, it's you. High praise from Blue Star Sci-Fi writers reflected, along with a thumbs up from Penny's dad. Yeah. Chen Siwen suddenly felt that the vigorous pressure was suddenly removed for the most part, inhaled a breath, and waved his hand in a particularly happy manner. Gago, are you done eating? Let's go shopping. All of tonight's spending will be paid for by Mr. Chen. Chen Sijia sniffed. All immediately stopped her own lipstick replenishment, eyes blinking. Is this true? Chen Siwen nodded graciously. Well then, Chen Siwen, buy this mall and throw it at me for fun. Oh, this old sister is still obsessed with her fantasy playground. Chen Siwen rewarded her with a blank stare, hands raised to compare a fork in a good-natured manner. I can't afford it even if you sell me. Wake up. At most, I can buy you a bag. Within $200. Chen Sijia clenched her fists. Brother, you are so generous to your sister. Hush, being a sibling, in the heart, no need to say it out loud. Chen Siwen made a shushing gesture. Chen Sijia didn't even bother to pay attention to her and took hold of Penny beside herself. Then she foolishly complained to Penny Wu. Penny, look. What a bad guy he is. Big boss, you hurry up and clean him up. Wu Penny look at the jostling siblings. Eyes than before seemed to be more dynamic. God. Ying with a leap of faith between the light, carefully reached out and pinched Chen Siwen's ears, but not much force, but actually really gently twisted. Chen Siwen then silently stared this being down and asked her, what are you doing? Pinching ears. Penny Wu also honestly used her cell phone to explain her motivation. Your sister told me, from time to time you have to pinch your ears. Pinch more. Xiao Chen is raking ears. Chen Siwen almost choked on his own saliva. Okay. You're doing this, aren't you? He first peeled away Penny Wu's little hand that had no power at all. Then immediately after that, he stood up, one little ear in each hand, and gently lifted it upwards, backhandedly suppressing the two. Ouch. Pain. Chen Siwen, you murdered your own sister. Chen Sijia's ears went along with Chen Siwen's hand, and Penny Wu had long ago witlessly raised. Surrender. Chen Sijia wanted to cry. Younger sibling, you also surrendered too fast. Good. It's true that the two of them are the family. The overbearing president is not overbearing at all. The novels are all lies. Chen Sijia honestly raised his hands. Brother, I'm wrong. 3 people in the booth fooling around for a while. Chen Siwen watched. In addition to their own Penny's smile are more than enough. His slightly exaggerated reaction is also because of this. Because of his importance to Bean, the more lively and cheerful he was, the more she was able to move outwardly. And conversely, like at the last reunion, he wasn't as loose as he had been when he was alone in front of his oldest sister and her. And so Penny Wu acted outwardly as if she was a little hard to reach. Take your time. As long as her heart can slowly open up to a world where she is not the only one, and she herself needs to change just as much. Chen Siphon thought so in his heart. At his angle at the moment he was just able to see Penny Wu's high and straight nose under her long eyelashes, as well as the shape of her well-defined lips. Sibling, your lips are so beautifully shaped. No lipstick? All so moisturized? Chen Sijia, who had already made up her lipstick, looked at Penny's face, which was born with a natural beauty that was hard to abandon, and couldn't help but sigh. And Chen Siwen sniffed with a strange expression. She glanced at her elder sister. What did you shout at, big boss? Chen Sijia picked up her bag, straightened her hair, and rightfully repeated at this moment. Sibling Chen Siwen highlights a blue star without a mouth still. Don't talk nonsense. I and big boss too. Simply innocent. Chen Sijia look at really tricky old brother, and look at the blinking eyes of Penny Wu, and finally firm up the fact that he should not be here, should be under the car. Sighed, you two can be really innocent to death. It was supposed to be. Don't you think so? Penny Wu nodded her head. What Xiao Chen said is what chanting, but she thought about it, at the moment, or weakly muttered in her heart. I and Xiao Chen is still innocent? Obviously he has fed me saliva. At the thought of this, Penny Wu's ears were slightly reddened, and she stood up in a fidgety manner, just in time to bump into Chen Siwen's meaningful eyes, and immediately shifted her gaze again like a frightened deer. You see, how to talk about the blind delay time. Now almost 8 o'clock, and then dilly-dally. A moment of big brand bag store closed. Sister, I can really give you to buy 200 yuan bag. Chen Siwen urged with a smile. Chen Sijia immediately put what innocence of these things into the back of the mind. The bag. Chen Siwen is so bad. He must ruthlessly slaughter him. 2,000. No, he will make him buy a $3,000 bag for him. Chen Sijia seems to have no talent for taking the word slaughter too literally. Chen Siwen directly led her to the specialty store of luxury goods. Chen Sijia looked at the store dazzling seasonal new products. Looking at the hang tag in outrageous zero, the scene in the dream seems to really emerge. Like this one, huh? Okay. I'll break the bank once today, your brother. No. This is too expensive. Chen Sijia's breathing was a bit gasping, completely lacking the naturalness of Penny Wu's kind of big girl staying in a luxury store as if she were staying in her own home. Chen Siwen was not in a hurry, waiting for her old sister to pick, and for Penny the simpleton. He also did not have to worry at all about who is important between me and your sister, and who is important between me and your mother, this kind of century dilemma. She just quietly accompanied her old sister to pick and listened to her sister's inquiries, nodding her head from time to time and shaking her head from time to time. Chen Siwen felt that this scene was particularly cozy. Then you guys pick first, I'll go pee. Waiting for Chen Siwen to go to the toilet, Wu Penny looked at Chen Sijia a moment to pick up this bag to see the tag, shaking his head, a moment and pick up that bag, pursing his lips, as if he could not get the idea at all. The plot in the romance novel seems to automatically emerge. Wu Penny thought about it, and then recruited the counterkeeper, waved her hand, and gave the phone to the counterkeeper to take a look. And the counterkeeper's face immediately went from confused, to the disbelief that was gulping down saliva, and then finally to the ecstasy of getting Wu Penny's black card. Wrap all the bags, including your sister's hands. Chen Sijia looked at the entire busy store with a dull gaze, at the scene where suddenly the managers all started serving tea and water. Such a scene she seems to have seen in a dream. When the dream shines into reality, Chen Sijia she seems to be at this moment cannot feel who they are, where they are, what they are doing, can only stupidly inquired, This is, since I can't choose, I'll wrap it all up and my sister will pick it out at home. Sijia Chen. The air at the moment is too real. It seems that today is not dreaming but if not dreaming, what is happening now? Is this the charm of a bully? Is this the flavor of romance novels that important female matriarchs enjoy? Chen Siwen just go to a toilet effort, after coming back, dumbstruck, almost did not leg softa but sit on the ground. I knock. Chen Sijia. You want my life? Looking at a bag that was neatly wrapped, the two people who were all in the limelight at the moment in the luxury store. Chen Sijia is also an honest child one. She was also scared by Penny Wu's sudden move. Brother, not that I want your life. It is the younger sibling is about to kill me in old life. Chen Siwen's expression was a bit confused, thinking, I didn't look at you for just a moment, and Penny Wu, you're just starting to zoom in, this is it? Silently watching there was also a special car with someone, who transported the stuff back to his house. His heart was bleeding, though the money that was clattering out wasn't his and the stuff wasn't given to him. But, is it worth it? Why does a silly looking bag cost tens of thousands of dollars? Why do you want tens of thousands of dollars for a pair of shoes that don't feel very good even when you wear them? Why? So we're saying that everything has to be in 10,000? I just arrived home and my oldest sister was carrying her somewhat dangling head out on the balcony blowing in the wind. Possibly seeing that Chen Siwen's expression was a bit not quite right at the moment, Penny Wu sat on the sofa and moved to his side. Little Chen, am I a bit wasted? Chen Siwen looked sideways at Penny Wu, who was holding her arm and tilting her head to look at herself, and replied quietly, what do you think? Penny Wu lowered her head in embarrassment. It seems like a bit. It can be said to be very much so. Chen Siwen lifted her hand without good humor and pinched on Penny Wu's lowered face. If not for the thought that you are also a dignified figure in Tangdu, and the fear of losing your face, I almost went over there to directly 7 days without reason. Although Penny Wu lowered her head, but still can feel a ghostly gaze beside her watching herself. Her small hands at the moment are a little nowhere to rest, can only quietly move her buttocks in the living room to let the big bags away from themselves, as if this can cover their ears and draw a line with them. Then she suddenly remembered something and decided to explain. Little Chen, actually that store is an industry under my name. What? A portion of the profits from that store are paid back to me through rent. Chen Siwen froze. What do you mean? It's what we bought today, and part of the profit is for me. The more you buy, the more profit you make and the more you save. Penny Wu herself felt that her dad had enough eyes open before. Chen Siwen looked at Penny Wu with surprise, and said, good guy, you're teasing me. So, this kind of deal, instead of wasting it, it's also blood money? Chen Siwen asked breathlessly. Who taught you to do your math like that? Penny Wu lowered her head, her small face slightly red as she raised her cell phone and answered. My dad? ? Chen Siwen opened his mouth and was silent for a few seconds before finally surprisingly giving a thumbs up. Chairman Bull. Of course, in the end, Chen Siwen didn't let so many things stay in his own home, and only left behind 2 bags. One that Penny Wu gave to her old sister, and one that he gave to her, and let Penny Wu take the rest home. Wu Peinie at first is not happy, but also reason in Chen Siwen said something. Small Chen. Sent out of things is like splashing out of the water. Where can you say take back it? However, Chen Siwen just came to her ear next to say a word. Penny Wu immediately red-faced ran home. Raiding my family so early. What's the matter? Penny Wu. Does your friendship for me mean it's gone sour? Can't wait to get your foot in my door? What? It's only not spoiled. Penny Wu turned red a moment later, tightly closing her mouth before her head slammed heavily into the pillow again, her heart seemingly pounding, and muttering as an afterthought, as if it really had gone bad? Another working day. Tangdu autumn morning air is still very pleasant. Chen Siwen in a good mood, passing by who he is smiling hello. Of course, everyone, including some of the top management of the academy, at the moment also responded with trepidation. Since the last annual meeting, everyone is not blind, and the chairman's attitude towards Chief Editor Chen is obvious to everyone. The speculation of the scholarly group about Editor-in-Chief Chen's identity and background was now something that was now completely turned into a nail in the coffin. At the same time, the words of this man, Editor-in-Chief Chen, the editorial department of everyone behind the discussion unanimously decided to. Don't ever believe it, he's too hard-mouthed. Casually pinching Mr. Wu's cheeks, the chairman himself was there to stand up for him. And then what then? Oh, favorite quote from Editor-in-Chief Chen. I'm clean with my boss. Can. Chief Editor Chen. You wait for me to go and move the Civil Affairs Bureau to you, huh? We are all clear. Even if you are married, it is still a verbal couple. Both of you are clean. After all, who asked you to be the emperor's son-in-law? What are you saying that isn't right? Anyway, well, there's goodwill everywhere in the company at the moment. Even during the meeting, Mr. Jun was still asking for his opinion. C1. I've read both Trinity 1 and 2. If it's adapted into a TV series, it will take almost 10 months or so from the planning of the filming to the release of the movie. At the earliest. I talked to the chairman on the phone, and we unanimously decided that 3 bodies can be released in the form of a novel first, and then take advantage of these group software like WeChat, the huge traffic to do the preheating, and first use these 10 months to accumulate readers, which will help a lot in the subsequent TV series, and even the movie's adaptation for the release. Moreover, if the novels are given to us, scholarship, to run in the TV series is given to Sunrise, this will actually have a positive effect on the share price of both companies. In the conference room, Chen Siwen sniffed and nodded. I'll listen to the company's arrangement. That's it then. Mr. Jin knocked on the table. At this moment also have a kind of extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side sent me a big wave of promotion opportunities of a small excitement. Too ruthless trisomy. Too ruthless Editor-in-Chief Chen. What dark forest law. What descending blow. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Hiss. Jinan inhaled a breath and could be said to be somewhat spirited with a wave of his hand. Tentatively scheduled for October 30th. That is, this Thursday, the entire network previews, and the official release of the 3 bodies in mid-November. Could be. Chen Sifeng nodded, having nothing to say about it. When the meeting was finalized, a strange clamor sprang up all over the company at the moment. Did you hear? Chief Editor Chen's sci-fi masterpiece, Part 1 or 2 of 3 bodies is finished. Mr. Yen is said to have declared in public that speed shifts, sleepless nights. That's what you don't understand. That's the political wisdom of our Mr. Shin. Seems like it's not a. There are whispers that through the chairman's channel, a certain vice president of the Blue Star Science Fiction Association is full of praise for the 3 bodies, even evaluating it as a PNW award stance. Teasing me? The Puhua Award is one of the most highly honored awards in the sci-fi world, and there doesn't seem to be a single person in Huaxia. And I know that Editor-in-Chief Chen is handsome and must be capable of writing good stuff, but isn't it a bit too much to brag about it like that? Yes, Chief Editor Chen is unrivaled under the sun. The sea and the earth are negative, not lost in the human dragon and phoenix. But let's think about it rationally. Chief Editor Chen, who has no sci-fi background, is being held up high by their group of people who have the heart to do so without any bottom line. Isn't it too much? Yeah, they're too much. We're the only ones who are different. Realistically, that's right. Editor-in-Chief Chen's talent for taking the clouds and capturing the moon as if it were a bag of tricks. But a conservative estimate is that by the time his old man gets the Puhua Award he should be in his 30s. I have to criticize you twice. 28. To believe in Editor-in-Chief Chen. Dare to think. He has all the light. Scholarly editorial department because of the previous editor-in-chief of the fight. Seniority is still shallow small editor-in-chief pulled. 3 people in a small group. The last is still the old editor-in-chief of the Chen Siwen. Comrade Wang Wei looked at his colleagues. Cannot help but speak out. Shit. You two are also too shameless it. Well. Wang Wei doesn't trust Chief Editor Chen. Take a screenshot and send it to him in the big group. Yes, those who obey my Chin clan will live. Those who go against my Chin clan will die. Bad smile. At the moment the group chat in the three editors-in-chief. Mainly joking meaning mostly, but at the moment touting is following the learned group's current internal habits. You do not know the learned now last name? The future emperor's son-in-law's surname? People are no less human. And rainbow farts are moist behind the scenes. Of course everyone now mostly feels that Chen Siwen he is a lucky man. Now the internal discussion of the hot omnichannel publicity of the three bodies. If I had a dear father-in-law whose last name was Wu and I wrote a random book, that would be the same effect Only a very small number of people have read Trinity 1 and 2 so far, and the uninformed certainly didn't put too much stock in the quality of Trinity. Not to mention that the Scholastic Group is in the business of fiction. Industry insiders know better. What a book to seal the deal. Reverse version of Sci-Fi Massacre. Pressed into non-existence okay. And Chen editor-in-chief from the platoon to shoot what is called their own screenwriter of the three bodies but at the moment 1 or 2 take out are to be officially released. But 2 months. It's almost like a game. How good can the quality of this be? And Chen Siwen before familiar with the three editors-in-chief at the moment are pessimistic attitude. Not to mention in Chen Siwen has had a small friction Zhang Xin. At the moment can only night into the boudoir and their husbands to complain about a few mouths. It's like before the sudden parachute grabbed my editor-in-chief. That is, was born with a pair of good skin. Evening up the small Wu. And so small Wu is tired of the total play. Maybe thrown him where to go. You still thinking about your editor-in-chief thing? You tell me, halfway to being cut off. And he took over your position before he came on as editor-in-chief. As if he was having a hard time with our family. I blame myself for the editor-in-chief thing. Anyway, husband, you see, the company this time is also pulling the plug. So big propaganda efforts. The result of publicity is relying on the defense. That is not lifting a stone to stone their own feet well. Husband, you just see, the higher you hold it, the more painful it is to fall down. And so it was in this atmosphere of hot debate that October 30th arrived. Unlike needing a mid-November release to see Trilogy in the flesh, insiders still have a little backdoor for insiders, and a trial print of Trilogy 1 and 2, of which each editor received a copy in advance because everyone is a professional. We'll do a roundup of opinions to preliminarily predetermine how the work will be tense once it's released. The book was handed out to everyone at the end of the day. People are carried away in the middle of the night. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing now? The questioning of everyone about themselves was especially clear in the confusing depths of that Tandu's night. Zhang Xin late at night did not touch their own pillows. Surprised to get up, looking at the study surplus flickering lights, pushed the door to go in, puzzled inquired, husband what are you doing? Most of the night do not sleep. As she spoke, her attention was focused on the top of the Trinity she had just brought back today in her own husband's hand, and she was a little surprised. It's so late. You're still reading it? Zhang Xian's lips slightly opened, her expression became astonished. You don't think this book is pretty, do you? The man at the moment dumbfounded, put down the hands of the three body too. Not yet finished reading. The gaze has been a little confused cloudy. Not good looking, but I seem to. Saw the door to a new world. Zhang Xin? Her breathing became disorganized at the moment, and not caring if it was late at night, she rushed to her desk and picked up Trinity 1 on it, the open light of the study shining on the pale yellow writing. This look is a whole hour. Just Zhang Xin himself did not realize. In the study continuously reading a book for a whole hour she is like a fixed black and white cartoon. She is the editor-in-chief. Reviewing the manuscript she is a professional. In addition to the almost instinctive page turning, sitting dumbly without moving a step, until the husband beside me finished watching Trisomy 2, holding a cigarette and walked to the bedside to press the lighter. Zhang Xin only suddenly woke up as if in a dream to find that his buttocks seemed to be sitting numb. Forehead afterthought outbursts of cold sweat. This is Chen Siwen? This is Chief Editor Chen? Have not even finished reading the first part. The precise transcript. The deep sense of picture. Zhang Xin at this moment realized how outrageous his previous ideas. While a little bit of desire to cry voice gradually became sharp, inhalation said, the science? This is not scientific. Of course she wasn't the only one who was surprised. There's also the editor-in-chief trio. At 4 a.m. or so, editors are pretty quick readers and don't need to stay up all night. Wang Wei until after flipping through the last page. There is a kind of I should be asleep now. I should still be dreaming sense of vestigial vision. Froze for a while, but his eyes are shining. The whole body is slightly trembling. The original science fiction novels can still be written this way. All doubts were cleared up. He said suddenly and quietly in the small group as if he had realized something. Sure enough, how can there be any normal people in the big boss's house? Chief Editor Chen, is this a newcomer to writing sci-fi? Fucking strong like a monster. Other colleagues said with young fantasies behind their backs. If I am handsome and have the chance to know Mr. Wu, Will I become the emperor's son-in-law as well? Wake up! What do you mean my generation is not a pool of things? A meet the wind and clouds will be transformed into a dragon. Wrong, everyone is wrong. Now think about it. Chen editor-in-chief, is you these small colleagues can touch porcelain? Unless you also hand rub a three-body first. The next day, the company, looking at each other because of the late night, did not sleep enough. More depressed spirit. Everyone is a tacit understanding of a smile. Well. It seems that everyone last night was shocked face. At this moment, looking at the eyes of Chief Editor Chen, there has been a slight change. Chen Siwen did not think too much about it, but just felt a little strange. Could it be that they have heard some more whispers about themselves and Big Boss? But recently the Big Boss went on a business trip again, to Haidu, for 3 days. Where did the wind come from? Chen Siwen shrugged his shoulders. Whatever. He is now also more able to adapt to everyone's different gazes. 3 Body 1 and 2 are going to be shot for 10 months. And after discussion, Mr. Jin believes that the release of 3 Body 3 is delayed a bit, and that the chemical reaction produced is the best when the first part of the 3 Body TV series is released. Chen Siphon thought about it, so he had quite a bit of free time recently without the pressure of catching up on his manuscripts. How long is the flight? Penny came home from his business trip today. 8 o'clock at night. I'll get you. Still a familiar answer. The private airport was also a familiar scene, and Penny rushed into Chen Siwen's arms as usual, and even after getting into the car, sniffing the familiar smell of Chen Siwen's body, Bean fell asleep again. Only the difference is that today there is no chairman. Chen Siwen carried her home and put her on the bed, and just pulled down the high heels on her feet, grasping her curved line of particularly beautiful small feet, looking at the light smooth slender white sexy incomparable long legs. Penny's eyelashes seemed to flutter slightly, and her eyes opened in confusion. Sleepily waking up and sitting up quietly, she sighed and gestured in sign language. Little Chen, how much do you like my foot? You still have to play with it even when I'm asleep. Chen Siwen had and then unhappily threw her feet to the side in one go. What words? I'm taking off your shoes and covering you up. Don't open your mouth to slander a decent man like me. Penny Wu thought about it and nodded. Little Chen, then I thank you. Then Bean can be said to Chen Siwen also have no defense, with an extremely stretching posture stretching the perfect body curve, stretched out, not knowing that this generous action, in the end, full of what kind of ripples, not to mention the bedside of that goods have been some cannot move away from the eyes, can only diverge from the topic. Business trips are so tired. Every time you come back to huffing and puffing. Penny Wu took her beautiful legs and rested down from the bed, and there were no slippers by the bedside for her to wear, so she stepped on the floor with her bare feet and walked in front of Chen Siwen, first nodding and then shaking her head. Chen Siwen didn't understand. What does it mean? Then Penny Wu sat down to where Chen Siwen's front edge of the bed was, her hands stuck to Chen Siwen's waist and gently inserted them, encircling his waist, her head slightly pressed against Chen Siwen's stomach, and hugged him for a while before telling Chen Siwen with her cell phone one by one, Xiao Chen, it's too far away from you, and it seems like I can't sleep. Chen Siwen's standing position, this posture, low head can see from above and below, tilted his head, good behavior to hold his own Wu Penny. The two are very close. I do not know if it is not an illusion. He can even feel the faint breath of Wu Penny patted on his navel. Stupefied look at the phone. Which who can top Penny, did you say you wanted to teach me sign language before? Chen Siwen suddenly bent over, blinking her sinful eyes. Penny nodded unnoticed and repeatedly, then waited until Chen Sifeng bent down and his mouth gently said something next in Penny Wu's ear. Penny Wu froze dumbfounded for 2 seconds, then her small face became scarlet with flesh, her big eyes flashed with bewilderment, and her butt slid smoothly, covering her face in one go and squatting on the edge of the bed. Chen Siwen coughed twice, crouched down and then helped Penny want to let her get up. The result is that she ducked. She also ducked. She escaped. He chased. Bean was on the verge of giving himself away to crouch in the corner in no time. Chen Siwen ass next to the edge of the bed, crying and laughing, looking at that side of the face of the wall. Shy Penny Wu. She seems to be a small head still gently hit the wall. The heart keeps muttering something. Teach little Chen to learn sign language. Teach little Chen to learn sign language. Penny Wu's face was getting redder and redder, and with a thud, her head seemed to be a bit down and on the verge of smoking. Chen Siwen got up, a few steps to the corner of the bedroom, hand down gently blocked. Feel that little head on the right straight into his hand. Heart. Fool. Forehead does not hurt. Facing Chen Siwen's suddenly approaching body, Penny Wu was startled and nervously waved her small hand. Little Chen, I won't be able to teach the sign language you said. How come it won't be? Chen Siwen looked at the anxious little expression, especially Q-Bum. Looked like he still had to tease her. Isn't this stuff all craft work? The same. Penny Wu lowered her head and stood up with great difficulty, and under the moonlight shining through the window, She carefully raised her head and bumped right into Chen Siwon's playful smile, and immediately avoided Chen Siwon's line of sight with a red face. Only he and Penny two people. Sure enough, the man's nature manifested at a glance. Chen Siwon is too bad. Sneaking close to Wu Penny's step, whispered Fling, really, the general public I do not give him to see. Penny, you come over, I give you to see. Bridge bean sacks, what are you pushing me for? Wait, stop, let's talk about this. Well, Penny Wu, you've changed, treating me like an outsider you. Wu Penny's small head seems to continue to smoke, lowered his head, small hand gently pushed the person. Chen Siphon also a little force is not used, let Wu Penny not the slightest bit of power to push him away. Pushed out of the bedroom. Bang, the door to the room closed. Penny Wu leaned against the door and flinched with a red face for a while before she suddenly ran to the bed in a few steps and smashed herself under the covers. And Chen Siwon stood in the living room, though driven out by Bean. Seems to be obviously more angry living room than when he first came. Tilted his head inside with a lost smile. Penny probably didn't even realize it herself. She had changed a bit, no longer just stuck on the internet. Not virtual, she was finally carrying a bit of reality with her. Penny Wu struggled to once slowly live into only themselves. Only Chen Siwon. Her world in addition to this blank. At the moment the subconscious real touch. The small world as if the sun rose. White clouds. Flowers also bloomed. There is life. This means that Penny is gradually returning to normal, with a belated teenage blush. However, when it comes to critical times, he is a shrinking turtle, but usually especially sticky. Bean, you don't realize that you have the mode of a late teenage girl's shyness, but your body is like a ripe peach. It's a really big burden on me. Chen Siwon had no choice but to return home, drag the sign language learning materials in the recycle bin back again, and chose to do it all by himself. In November, there's just one tail left of fall. Tandu is in the north and the air is slowly getting colder, and at the time, a science fiction novel called Three Bodies seems to be adding a fire in the winter to the early winter of this year. WeChat, WeView, and Circle of Friends pushes all seem to be hogged by some testimonials. Give life to time and civilization to age. We're all bugs in the gutter, but someone has to look to the stars. Day after day of seemingly flavorful sentences, they are always followed by the small line, Trinity Double 11 shock sale. It hasn't even gone on sale yet. You're publicizing the hell out of it. To be honest, there are pros and cons to having too much publicity, because too much advertising push is going to tickle a lot of people's interest and have heat, but it's also going to draw out a lot of hostility from a lot of people. Online, I've been a good boy in reality, but I can't strike a blow on the internet? Because the publicity has hooked the vast majority of people's interest and brought up the heat. Then in the end it's just a matter of seeing where that wave of heat leads public opinion under the influence of the quality of the work. Marketing is like this. Oriented to good, on the success, oriented to bad, but also have the traffic. Black and red may also be considered red. However, Sunrise Pictures, which is trying to get big and strong again like they are, definitely needs to be well oriented in order to be conducive to drama adaptations. November 14th, the day before the release. Mr. Jin met to ensure that every aspect of the foolproof. The chairman of the board of directors asked quite a few times. This time there is no room for error. Meanwhile, Chen Siphon received a reminder from the chairman of the board of directors on the 3 bodies of 3. He raised his spirit to code a few lines, but finally thought about it and decided to code the drama at hand after catching up with it. November 15th, the 3 bodies officially released. Publicity enough in place. The netizens would like to see the so-called rescue of Chinese sci-fi so-called 3 bodies in the end is a what the stuff. If the thunder is loud, the rain is small, then wait for the spray. Meanwhile, as Chen Siwon catches up on his drama, Penny Wu and her older sister, Sneaky the dog, mingle and read romance novels. November 16th, the first batch of readers roughly finished reading the 3-body 1 or 2. Big Lose Power initial display. What 3-body man what dark forest law what universe elevator give a person to meet the indescribable shock. A time Luoyan paper expensive. On November 17th, the internet was filled with the fear of being dominated by 3 bodies. On November 18th, the internet was filled with the fear of being dominated by 3 bodies. On November 19th, Penny Wu went into the study room, and then secretly opened the study materials, and finally caught by Chen Siwon, ran away with a red face by herself, and did not show up for most of the day. It was in her bedroom that Chen Siwon finally caught her, and when she saw him silently enter, Penny Wu panicked and put away her cell phone. Chen Siwon looked at her critically and grunted, a doggy sneaky look. Did you just do something bad? I want to check your cell phone browser. Penny Wu sat on the bed, her 2 beautiful legs also slightly closed and pressed to the sheet, her hands behind her back, her eyes blinking, then shaking her head tightly. Chen Siwon eeped. Penny Wu, Have you evolved to the stage of looking at something strange and weird now? Penny Wu shook her head. A look of I don't know what you're talking about. Xiao Chen, come on. If you don't look at your phone, I'll tickle your feet. Penny Wu was a little ticklish, and Chen Siwen raised his hand threateningly. However, Penny Wu actually hid her pair of beautiful legs into the comforter. Little Chen, in the future, can you not play with my feet? Chen Sifeng, who had been poised to fire, froze. Why? Turns out, there was a burglar in the house. The two oldest sisters who gradually became familiar with Penny taught her that a girl's little feet are like a boy's head. So how can you let a boy touch them so easily? Penny Wu was getting better at communicating. A girl has to protect herself. Sven Chen, what if I say no? Then, little Chen, you can play for up to 10 minutes a day. But that's not impossible, right? Penny Wu fought the discussion. What's that saying? Penny Wu's big eyes flickered as she honestly explained. Sister said that the things that are too easy for a man to get, the less a man will cherish. Chen Siwen's expression became odd, and he thought well, Chen Sejia, you are so whole right. You wait for me to go to the kitchen to add a chicken leg for you. The inside of Penny Wu's bedroom was with the particularly clear milky scent of her neck-sniffing body, mixed with the scent of her mature womanhood, and her dainty, fresh body seemingly sitting on the bed with a bit of naivety. Seeing this small appearance of hers, somehow, Chen Siwen's heart was on fire. So what do you say? My sister and I fall into the river. Who do you save first? Without the slightest hesitation, Penny Wu raised her hand and pointed at Chen Siwen. Then why are you listening to Chen Sijia that guapi? Quickly take out your feet. At that, Penny Wu stomped the quilt. The white and pink little feet were taken out from the quilt, and gently stuffed into Chen Siwen's arms. There is no way. Little Chen wants that to give him to play. As long as he doesn't feed himself spit. Well, and don't let himself teach his hands. Penny Wu's ears flushed slightly at the thought. Chen Sifen grabbed his blouse and set it slightly upwards, and sitting beside Penny Wu, he set her feet into his clothes, so that her slippery little feet could easily stick to the top of his stomach. Chen Siwen let her gently step on her stomach for herself, and said like a rogue, how are your feet so cold? Don't know to take care of your body. It's cold. Remember to wear a stocking tomorrow. Chen, thanks for reminding me. Penny Wu smiled. Then Chen Siwen highlighted an inch. By the way, show me the cell phone too. Penny Wu immediately hid her phone under her butt. Chen Siwen scrutinized her little reaction. Lifting his hand to pinch on her cheeks was questioning. Are you looking at something, Shibboleth? Penny Wu shook her head violently. So what were you doing running through my studies computer today? Here we go again. Penny Wu's feigned deafness, sniffing, covering her face with one hand, then wrapping herself in the covers and burying herself in one go. Chen Siwen grabbed her arm and peeled her upward. Look straight at me. In the end, Penny Wu was pulled into Chen Siwen's arms at once, her head hitting his stomach, and when Xiao Chen got a little tougher, she threw up her hands and surrendered, explaining why she couldn't show him her cell phone. Chat records. What the hell? Chen Sifen asked after him in dismay. And sister, Meng, sister Liang Ru's, I knock. Chen Siwen looked surprised. There's actually a small group? When did this happen and why don't I know? Penny Wu quietly glanced at Chen Siwen and carefully handed him his cell phone, but always keeping an eye on him to see if he had switched the microchat to look at the chat logs. Group pulled the other day. Chen Siwen saw her nervous little expression. Pinching her cell phone laughed. How nervous? Why? You said your chat records dare not give me to see. I'm such a serious person. Not after your consent I will look at it? My character is not trustworthy? Penny Wu weakly replied. Sister said your character are enough to be sentenced. Question mark. Chen Siwen patted the sheet. This is slander. Chen Sejia is simply red hot and naked. Quick, let me see what else my sister has been making up about me. Xiao Chen. Penny Wu shrunk her hands in embarrassment. You're the one who said your character is trustworthy. Just kidding. By the way, how did you guys pull the group together? Xiao Meng often looked for me to chat. Sister is a fan of Xiao Meng. Liang Ru's sister is the last sister pulled in. I do not quite know. Penny Wu briefly introduced herself. And when Chen Siwen sniffed, he suddenly showed a touching face and silently raised his hand and gently rubbed it on Penny Wu's hair. Wah! You're finally starting to grow up. Wu Penny raised her small hand and lifted Chen Sifen's arm. Xiao Chen. You play feet to play feet. Do not rub people's head. Wu Penny dissatisfied gently rubbed her small feet against Chen Siwen's stomach, signaling him not to move. Not knowing that her slender legs in Chen Siwen's body micro-movement is as hot as hiss. Chen Siwen took a breath. Penny Wu's return to normal is always going through these stages. Slowly have her contact with the real world moat, will also begin to understand. Know the difference between Xiao Chen and other friends. Know how to be loved. Know how to love. And at the moment this stage falls into the category of being painfully unpredictable. A little aggravation is aggravation right now. The psychiatrist was right. Recovery is a process of great change, and when she's out of touch with her old self, maybe she'll have her voice again. Chen Siwon thought in his heart. There was still her warmth on his stomach, and under his gentle eyes, there was a quietness that could not make a sound, and he suddenly asked, Penny, if you could talk now, what would you want to say to me in the first sentence? Penny Wu's raised little hand flinched for a moment, and there was more thought in her big eyes. Little Chen, can you stop playing with my foot? It's a little tired. Chen Siwon hadn't even stood up yet before he pinched Penny Wu's calves and took her feet out of her clothes, flipping them over on the other side of the bed. Excuse me, said to leave. Stay a little longer. He was afraid that he could not stand that aggravation. Meanwhile, in Chen Siwon's university class group, it seemed to be getting a little restless at the moment because of some small discoveries. Their agitation was not the same as Chen Siwon's. Chen Siwon was simply tickled because he was rattled and he was cheap, while they were purely amazed. Say, class, have you read Trilogy lately? Did you pay attention to the author's name? Read it. I think it's called Sven Chen. This Chen Siwon, is he the one we imagined? Also of the learning group, also only in his early 20s. I don't know. If it's really Chen, then he's a fluffer. He can write really well. As the chat grew, more and more students participated in the group chat. To be honest, many people's university classmates group once graduated. In fact, most of them have become a setup. Not many people bubbling, but because Chen Siwon their class out of a Manhwa, so the class is actually a little centripetal force. After all, people couldn't chat privately with a big star like Manhwa, so the only way to find a presence was in the group chat. Lu Yun, don't you guys at the person himself know? Xinhao, I have also seen the three bodies. I feel that the general, where there are online rumors so exaggerated. Manhwa, Chen Siwon, did you write three bodies? It's very well written. At Chen Siwon. Xinhao withdrew a message. Xinhao, Han Yun thinks it's great, then I think it's great too. Wang Chao. Manhwa, at Wang Chao. Why don't you reply to my private messages? In fact, everyone in the class knows that Manhwa and Wang Chao is a childhood friend. People freshman year so mushy. It is impossible to say that classmates do not notice at all. Xinhao's malice also came from then. Wang Chao acted as if he didn't see Manhwa's at, then threw the screenshot of the lively group chat privately to Chen Siwon. Big brother, they're all discussing you. Sure enough, Chen Siwon was the one who set the group chat as message-free, and even hid the conversation. Oh, looking at the message, he belatedly released the class group, and was greeted by Manhwa's Wang Chao. Why don't you reply to my WeChat as well as a brief silence from the whole group? Xinhao at this time is estimated to hide in the cell phone end of the jumping and cursing, and Chen Siwon lips opened. Meng big star how to feel or a licking dog. Do you believe this or do you believe that I am Qin Shi Huan? Chen Siwon blinked, still speaking at the moment to break the brief silence of the class. Yes, I wrote three bodies, getting officially certified. All of a sudden the group chat is back in full swing. I knew it was you. Sven, you're so awesome, aren't you? I've never read such awesome sci-fi before. It just makes my head spin. I'm dizzy. Now I finally understand why Chen just went to the company and was promoted to editor-in-chief. If I can write trilogy, I can go to our station manager now. Can you do it? I'll do it if you can't. Chen Siwon looked at this day's chat log and had a strange feeling. So she blinked, suddenly wanting to tease someone. Switched to chat interface, changed it, and sent, Penny Wu, can you do this, President? Penny Wu obediently replied, Little Chen, I can do it. Bean clearly hadn't heard Chen Siwon's cartwheel at the moment. Chen Siwon thievishly continued, good if you can do it. Good if you can do it. Penny Wu, Ing. Chen siphoned gluttonous people's body. He is really cheap. Daily despise himself, but the next time still dare to switch back to the chat box again. He saw that the class was discussing feng shui. One thing is for sure, the feng shui of our class is really good enough. We produced a big star, and now we have a big writer. Chen Siwon actually looked at himself from the small transparency of the previous class, to now what people talk about the great literary hero. The heart must have a little dark pleasure, but he humbly replied, No, I'm just a stinking book writer. The literary hero can be counted in a million. As it turned out, he was just being modest when someone held him up. Manhwa, Chen Siwon, I heard that a group has been built for three bodies. Are you interested in working together? At Chen Siwon. Chen Siwon thought for a moment. The Three Bodies TV series is a matter for Xinli Film and Television. Brother Chao is in Xinli. You can ask Brother Chao about the cooperation. Wang Chao, big brother, don't mess with me. I'm just a small intern scriptwriter. No human rights for me. Xinhao had shut himself up for half a day and finally jumped out again. That's right, What kind of discourse does a small intern screenwriter have? Han Yun. My dad seems to know a senior executive of Shinli Film and Television. Chen Si-won ignored Chin Hao's message. Don't be presumptuous. I'm a trilogy author. If I say you have casting rights, then you do. Chin Hao. It's getting hard to stay in this little shitty group. And Wang Chao is hey. Ha. You are not only the author of the three bodies. You are extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. Try to ask their own people who do not know it. Half of Shinli Film and Television surnamed Wu. The other half will be surnamed Shen. Wang Chao's private chat soon came from Yui. Big brother. Are you trying to screw me? Chen Si-won sighed, lost his smile and shook his head. Old Wang. Just giving you a chance to choose. You and Meng big star childhood sweethearts. Although I don't know what happened between the two of you. Maybe I can take the opportunity to say it. Meng Han-yun looks like she values you quite a bit. Of course, if you're not happy about it, just keep ignoring it. And well say you are my roommate. Wang Chao, huh? Sven Chen, it's time for you to be promoted. Oh. Is this what it's like when my roommate is the emperor's son-in-law? Wang Chao had 2 tears in his eyes and was moved. Thank you big brother. And Meng Han-yun's private message was also sent quickly. Chan Si-won. Thank you. You're a good person. The story that a big star and her wrong stallion had to tell. Not a family that does not enter a family door. Chen Si-won and his old sister have some aspects that are still very similar. At the moment, it is like the badger in the melon field. Highlighting a full-fledged emperor's son-in-law. Deputy Moon old man. Well, do not have to thank me, please call me Lei Boom. However, the news of Meng Han-yun is not over yet. Your cousin is also a very, very nice person. She does deserve to be loved too. Chen Si-won was like what? Meng Han-yun, Wang Chao likes her. Chen Si-won, old Wang, like her? Chen Si-won seems to understand her plus Penny Wu at the same time to find her chat is for what? Good guy. You are highlighting a know your enemy and know yourself 100 times off? Chen Siphon cried and laughed. You're overthinking it. Meng Han-yun, on the other hand, shook her head. I did not. The last reunion Wang Chao's attentiveness to her is obvious to everyone. Coupled with my eyes in Shinli Film and Television, I have to face a reality. Wang Chao he moved on. Didn't you and old king break up a long time ago? He broke up with me. I didn't break up with him. Wait, you wait? What's so weird about that? Chen Si-won looked stunned, and finally helplessly smiled and sent. You think too much. You borrow the old king 5 guts he would not dare to. Meng Han-yun, Chen Si-won. You don't have to comfort me. Chen Si-won, who comforted you? Didn't your eyes tell you who my cousin is? Menganian, I didn't ask. Chen Si-won, you're a first-tier star who doesn't know who the owner of Shinli Film is? Meng Han-yun, I've seen them at previous attendances, but I've heard that Shinli Film and Television has changed bosses, so I haven't had a chance to get to know them yet. Chen Si-won breathlessly punched a few dots, then continued, you already know. Meng Han-yun stammered in surprise and tapped the phone screen. Chen Si-won, yes that's right. Penny is the boss of Shinli Film and Television. Your mouth old Wang is courting Penny because he likes her or something. In fact, it doesn't exist at all. Meng Han-yun was quiet for half a day, presumably stealing joy away for a while, before she finally said, Chan Si-won, you really are a good person. If Lao Wang can break the mirror with Meng Han-yun and the two of them will have to erect a monument to Chen Si-won. Chan Si-won, he really. By the time he finished washing up and lay back on the bed, the group chat had already returned to quiet once again. But just as Chen Si-won picked up his cell phone, he saw another excited message from Penny Wu. Xiao Chen, we've known each other for so long. What characteristics do you think I have? Chen Si-won leaned against the bed, her mouth twitching a bit. And who asked you to ask me? Penny Wu, your sister. Chen Si-won straight up well. You and my sister 2 wolves and then crazy evolution. I'm telling you. You do not wait until you can talk. Otherwise, beat you up at night and make you yell for your dad. Chen Si-won often banged hard, hammered the bed and knocked. I should have known that I would have resisted the guilt and eaten beans straight up before. Ha. Penny was especially stupid in her clear eyes at that time. As a result, now there are crouching dragons and phoenix chicks pointing out behind her. Penny is better. Before there is no need to cheat, being she can take off on her own. Now, do not move a little bit of mouth to make bad. She will be witty if forced not to take the initiative to send. Chen Si-won then decided in Penny's recovery period. Calm and cool. Have to keep a safe distance from her, or the body really should not eat. This bean, highlighting a light to tease the fire, not to relieve the fire. Turn over to get up. Chen Si-won ready to go to drink a cup of milk to suppress the shock. Then saw in front of the refrigerator Chen Si-jia. Almost no hesitation. Chen Si-won rushed to the Chen Si-jia, set up her shoulders, shaking vigorously. Home into the thief I let you teach Penny. You give people to take the wrong Chen Xijia, you would have a heart. Ah. Chen Xijia was shaken to the point of dizziness and put her hands up in surrender, while thinking, what did I do me? Then it faced a righteous condemnation from Chen Siwen. Chen Xijia listened to a generalization and gestured for Chen Siwen to calm down. Between two people who have been mushy for a long time, sometimes they can't recognize themselves. Pulling back some distance and more lubrication. Chen Xijia's eyes flashed again with a wise light. You have not read romance novels. You do not know. Originally farcical happy couple. Keep a little distance from each other a little bit. They love each other to death. I am your sister. I can still harm you? Really? I, Chen Xijia, have at least 10 years of schooling, and have seen more relationships than you've ever eaten salt. So you're right to listen to your sister. Chen Siwen looked at his old sister with a surprised expression, and he actually felt that his old sister had made sense. It means that you are helping me. Yeah, where would a sister harm her brother? I thank you. Roar. Don't worry. This family, with me, can't be broken up. So the next day, at Penny Wu's home to eat breakfast, Chen Siwen tapped the table to propose, if you do not want me to blow up, the two of us now to maintain is 15 centimeters of safe distance. You do not take your pair of dorky eyes to look at me. This thing is not negotiable lately. Penny Wu angled a bit, then lowered her little head, took a bite of the egg, and then didn't mind that there was saliva on the top and handed it to Chen Sifeng. One less bite is one more bite. Penny Wu doesn't like eggs, and Chen Siwen at this moment did not have the good taste to open her hand. Look at you, look at you, look at. If she is really a little girl, clingy is just cute, but she is a body right big woman. Ah, sticky and sticky, and then what? At this moment, there are more motes of young girls. You taste, you savor. Chen Siwen couldn't top it. Really couldn't. Warningly pointing at Penny Wu, who was beside him with eggs wrapped in her mouth like a cute little hamster. You pay attention, ha. 15 centimeters of safe distance. Saying that, Chen Siwen finished the porridge in a few mouthfuls and went to work, not expecting the office to suddenly get such an explosive news at noon. No way. We just agreed on a safe distance and we're going on a trip together. Chen Siwen at this moment would like to hold Bean's shoulders and shake them violently. What is the matter with our academic group about your once-a-year public travel of Xinli Film and Television? You're traveling and you're a lazy bum who doesn't like to walk, so you'd have to hang on to me 24/7 like a wombat? My co-workers are here. Even if I can't stand the aggravation anymore, I can't possibly do anything to you. Okay, 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 okay. Because of the explosion of the three bodies of heat, resulting in the academic group near the end of the year, stock has been particularly good looking lately. Before I heard that this celebration is intended to be held outside the public travel time, but it turned out that the time and the newly Film and Television's public travel seems to have collided. Originally, each is good, and Penny Wu is generally very impatient to participate in this kind of tourism. In previous years have disappeared. Of course, it is impossible to secretly operate something, but she has a multi-talented multi-billion-old father. After hearing the news, well, a wave of the hand, in order to promote the exchange of brother companies with each other. This year, all the departments of the two companies to draw lots with each other, 2 and 2 together tour. Then there is news that this trip to the president's office of Xinli Film and Television, especially fair draw the editorial department of the learning group. Small Wu General Hearing and Small Chen together also decided to participate on a whim, so the staff of the editorial department was exhilarated. Just now, the staff announcement came out, informing that the day after tomorrow at 7 o'clock sharp in the morning in the center square of the Tengfei Science and Technology Park to gather the crowd of the academic editorial department, and the crowd of the president's office of Xinli, together to travel to the South China Sea. So, the colleagues are chattering at the moment and discussing matters of traveling enthusiastically. Nanhai, I heard that UV radiation is very strong. Jia, the bottle of sunscreen you recommended to me last time is quite good. You linked to send me once again. Yeah, but you need to protect yourself from the sun in the winter. 2. The South China Sea doesn't really have 4 distinct seasons. It's a summer climate most of the time, so remember to bring a few extra breathable clothes to wear. For his part, Chen Sifeng was a bit absent-minded. He had actually imagined a day plan for his first outing with Penny. Go to the hotel and get a night's sleep to regain your energy. Get up in the morning and watch a movie at 8 o'clock once. Second time at 9. Out for an early dinner, back to the hotel at 11 o'clock for the third time. Go out for another lunch and come back for a break. Fourth at 1400. Fifth at 1500 hours. Sixth at 1600 hours. Seventh at 1800 hours. Finish up and go out for dinner and shopping. Then come back to the movie for the 8th and 9th time. Get up in the morning and repeat. the itinerary is full. Now it really seems that the dream is beautiful, but the reality is bone dry. Returning to his office, Chen Siwon sighed enchanted in his mind, not to mention more than a group of light bulbs. Even Bean, she is still only there to shyly cover her face. Baba, have not been on the highway. Oh no, the car has not yet driven out of the kindergarten. In the evening, Chen Siwon was preoccupied as he accompanied the excited Penny Wu out to purchase some things to use for traveling. Chen, what do you think of these sunglasses? Penny Wu took a look in the mirror, twisted her head to the small face is now hitched to a wide black sunglasses. This angle is more able to see the top of her features. Whether it is the nose or lips, blocking half of the face has her charm. Do you have any plans for us to go out on a trip? Penny Wu's eyes flashed with Ying Ying's anticipation. Yes, I can go to the beach with Xiao Chen to play in the sand, go to see the sea together, and go scuba diving together. Very good. Chen Siwon blocked Penny Wu, who was about to come over to hold his hand and stick it. Stop. Safe distance. Penny Wu resentfully withdrew her hand, a nod for a moment, and then inquired. Xiao Chen. Xiao Meng said to bring Wang Chao along. She's coming too. Ha? Yes. Okay, I'll give Wang Chao the word. Chen Siwon can be considered to have raised a little spirit when he heard the words. Chasing the husband crematorium? Well, there is a new melon to eat. Then Chen Siphon, also just absent for a small half a day, also figured out. Since he is now in this stage with Penny, anxious also useless, cannot blame anyone. It's just that Penny the Bean puts the youthfulness she should have experienced as a teenager at 28. As the oldest sister said, distance creates beauty, and maybe that's not such a bad thing for either of them. Chen Siwon added silently. By the time everyone was ready to take the bus to the airport on Saturday morning, Wang Chao was in a happy state of mind and thought, I have a roommate in harness that is simply great. Came to the center square of the office park. Then he saw an obviously familiar nanny van. Wang Chao was a bit dumbfounded. No, it was their company's publicly funded trip. What's the point of Meng Han Yun coming to join in the fun? I'm paying for my own trip with the tour, can't I? Who are you to me now? It's not like you can control me. As soon as she looked at him, Meng Han Ryan got out of the nanny van and flung her head into the car. Wang Chao sleepwalked along behind, and saw Meng Han Yun in front with a smile going to greet Penny Wu, as well as the sight of a car full of people staring in disbelief. Lao Wang he also came. Mo, look at me. I and Meng Han Yun really do not have any relationship. To have a relationship that is also elementary school, junior high school, college, we are really cleaner than Chief Editor Chen and Chief Wu. Chen Siwon did not know what Wang Chao was thinking in his mind. Saw him get on the car, stood up and gave up a seat, signaling Meng Han Yun to sit, and Meng Han Yun froze for a few seconds, hurriedly lowered his voice a bit dissatisfied and said, Why are you letting me? I want to sit with Wang Chao. Chen Siwon replied as such. Distance creates beauty, don't sit together. Menganian. Wang Chao, on the other hand, was particularly moved, looking at Chen Siwon with two woofy eyes. Good, so good, good brother. When Chen Siwon saw that expression on Wang Chao's face, she couldn't help but shiver and moved her butt in disgust. People arrived quickly and there was an eerie atmosphere in the bus. Let's not talk about the big boss. Why is there suddenly a big star? Meng Han Yun has been so hot lately. Oh yeah, there seems to be news that her financial contract seems to have expired. Is this a sign that she's going to sign with us at Xinli? But we have always been in contact with the school to engage in behind the scenes. Do not engage in economic companies that said Is there a change in the company? It's not just the movie and TV industry, but now it's going into the whole entertainment industry? A little bit of wind and grass can be blown out of the small staff of the imagination, not knowing that the big star of the people at the moment from time to time to turn their heads to look at the side of Wang Chao. People are just chasing the husband to come. More than 2 hours, the airport arrived, because the two departments are quite a lot of people, coupled with the chairman of the board of directors of the rich and powerful. A wave of the hand does not go to the company's bills, out of their own pockets for the two departments of the trip provided by the chartered services, chartered aircraft. Everyone is joy. Send a circle of friends to send a circle of friends, excitedly chatting with each other's previous travel experience. Are their own people? Finally came alive. There is a secretariat of the little girl. The first time I know the plane turned out to have wine to drink. So excited to order a cup of wine. The amount of alcohol is estimated to be a level with Penny Wu. Drank the wine red-faced and dull to stand up and turn around and lie down on the chair through the strength of the wine foolishly asked. Chen, editor-in-chief. You say it, you and the big boss in the end. What is the relationship between the hiccups? Chen Siwon had a stiff upper lip before, not to mention now being in the stage of pulling away. My distant cousin. No, don't believe it. The girl bristled unhappily. Chief Editor Chen treats us all like fools. One of the girls who was usually close to her was simply terrified at the moment and hurriedly got up to control her. Meng, You're drunk. Sit down. I am not drunk. Editor-in-Chief Chen. I'm sorry. Meng Han-yun looked amused and smiled. You guys didn't know before. Ha, Penny is Chen Siwon's cousin. The big star added a sentence is a little different. Plus the big boss is still on the scene today. She looked at Chen Sifeng, then nodded her head in a good manner. Little Chen said, what is it chant? Now. A group of people around them perked up their ears, finally getting an answer from one of the people they wanted the most. The big boss that they usually had dared not to ask and met. Not far from Chen Siwen's seat, Wang Wei immediately reached out to find the two good friends beside him to ask for money. 300 yuan to bring. I said. According to my contact, the person Chen Siwen is an honest person. He said that there is a credible degree of words. You non-questioning me. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on the best of the best. Coworker A pulls out his wallet with difficulty, clenches his fists, and whispers, is this reasonable? Is this reasonable? How unreasonable? Chen Editor-in-Chief is the chairman of the family. Some preferential treatment is common sense. Not to mention that the chairman of the family may not know Chen Editor-in-Chief's talent. Promoted accidentally? Not unexpected. You change which Editor-in-Chief over. Can write the three body ah? Colleague A pursed his lips. Wang Wei proudly extended his hand. Bring it on you. $300 to hand. And then there was another reluctant goody two-shoes. You bring it too. $600 arrived today. Wang Wei only felt refreshed and couldn't help but laugh twice in his heart before muttering. Sure enough, I, Wang Wei, am the most sober man in the entire editorial department. Meanwhile, back over here again. The girl's eyes were a little confused. AC, then I don't have a chance to lose? Chief Editor Chen, can you add a micro chat? The drunken girl quickly added joyfully. My mom just said that it was hard for me to get into a big company and told me to find a golden son-in-law. Chen Siwen coughed, all choking on himself, crying and laughing too. What kind of golden son-in-law am I? How can it not count? Chief Editor Chen is so handsome, tall, handsome, rich and so talented. He. Chief Editor Chen, do you have a girlfriend? Can I be your girlfriend? The female co-workers next to the girl known as Dreamy all covered their foreheads and exclaimed, num, and may only know the truth of Wang Chao at the moment that is called a staring dog. Look at the expression of the big boss, simply almost scared to the ground. I have seen others to the side of the road to force. Indeed, have not seen their own to force themselves to the road to the ah. On the airplane, blue skies and white clouds flew by the window. Drunken girls talk a good game. Chen Editor-in-Chief, young and in a high position, handsome and capable of excellent youth A. Small Wu personally nodded to certify the royal relatives. The same department also has the president's office, secretaries mostly, belonging to the Tang monk into the land of daughters. What's the saying? If you have a secretary to do something, you have nothing to do. Ahem. Quite the world all drunk. I wake up alone. Wang Chao at the moment, a face of wooden look around, a lot of eyes bright up. The girls. Stop. You stop. To go far are you? Wang Chao felt like he was sitting on pins and needles in his seat. But then again, little Wu always just let old Chen wear the singles vest and even personally nodded his head and gilded this vest? Wang Chao lowered his head and muttered, just don't be afraid. Meng Han-yun's head came over. Just not afraid of anything? Wang Chao twisted his head and glanced at her, then rolled his eyes. This is also a no-point ha count. You also just gave an assist. If the old Chen was really caught by someone else, back to the big boss. The first batch of slaughter is you. Still did not bear to remind, you are fine less to participate in the big boss and old Chen's things. Meng Han-yun leaned a bit toward Wang Chao's side and winked. What could be going on? Oh, naive. But also filming it. The TV series cannot live more than 3 episodes belong to his self-enlightenment. Wang Chao worded succinctly, and then closed his eyes to recuperate. Not to see today's plane on the right and wrong. Meng Han-yun she also squinting, and then squinting head to the side crooked. Was Wang Chao glaring at the block did not let her reopen her eyes, and finally could only helplessly let her lean on his shoulder. Soon, the plane to the South China Sea. The airport hall is a tour group. The South China Sea is different from the Tang dynasty. The outdoor sun is warm, shining on the body of a piece of warmth. People cannot help but want to commit laziness. Xiao Chen. Here, the box. Before leaving the airport, Penny Wu, who still felt that nothing had happened, was the one who continued to obediently hand over her suitcase to Chen Siwen. Guilty of laziness, Chen Siwen tartly put on his sunglasses. Then his palm hit straight to block the pink box that slid over. Safe distance ha. Oh, Penny Wu lost her head and drooped, dragging her suitcase and silently following behind Chen Siwen. Because Penny Wu will not speak well. Like this occasion, colleagues go up to kiss ass, set close to do not know how to open. Not to mention that she also lowered her head. A look at what is in contemplation. How about going to find the official certified and warm royal relatives of Chief Editor Chen nagging? Not long after, when Penny Wu dumbly raised her head, she found that the small chin side is full of people, and she can't squeeze in. Fortunately, Meng Han Yun, who had slept on Wang Chao's shoulder for 2 hours and was now refreshed, accompanied him, so he wasn't too lonely. Penny Wu did not go to fight for anything, just feel that the air in the South China Sea seems to be a little bit not so good, a little stuffy, until again on the bus to the hotel. Chen Siwen got off the bus or took the initiative to take on her suitcase, and then dragged the case to her room. Not ashamed to be a dog big household a person living in the presidential suite. Don't say. The South China Sea days are much hotter than Tangdu. Chen Siwen wearing long-sleeved at the moment or some sweat. Can't help but ask, you bring breathable clothes no? No if I'll take you to buy in a while. This day is hot. Don't cover up the cold. I brought it, but I still want you to take me to buy it later. Little Chen. Penny Wu was well behaved and honest. Alright, then wait for me to go back to my room to take a shower and change my clothes first. Chen Siwen casually pulled a few sheets of paper on the table in the living room and wiped the sweat on the top of his forehead. Okay Chen, I'll wait for you. Penny Wu sat on the sofa, then peeled off her little patent leather high heels, her small hands propped up on the sofa, and with a gentle lift, she plopped her small feet on the sofa, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. Little Chen, do you want to play with your feet? Chen Siwen's hands full of paper were pressed on his head, staggeringly looking down at Penny Wu who was obediently seated on the sofa over there. His heart trembled slightly and he swallowed hard. Ha, my oldest sister is a 10-year-old in the fiction world, so it seems like it's true what she said. The distance seems like, it's really working. Ha, Chen Siwen forced himself not to look at the pink little feet, seemed to feel that he had tasted the sweetness, clenched his fists, and then pretended to shake his head. No, I'm going to take a shower first. See you in a while. After saying that, he went to the outside of the room, not daring to stay any longer. Well, old sister, you are really good. After a quick shower, Chen Sifen specialized in sitting in his room for a while before getting up and going to Penny Wu's room, and coughed when he entered. Sorry for being slightly late. How about you? Have you changed your clothes? Penny Wu nodded gently, then trotted over and handed out a necklace. Little Chen, can you help me put on the necklace? Chen Siwen reached out and pinched the two ends of the necklace. His fingers inevitably slipped through her gooseneck, simply got a bargain and said, just this once huh? The next time, remember 15 centimeters. Penny Wu dropped her head. Got it. Okay, let's go. It's free time. Go out and about. Go. The scenery of the South China Sea was particularly pleasant. The wind was warm, and Penny Wu wanted to tuck her small hand into Chen Sifeng's hand several times. They were all dodged by Chen Siwen, who was practically a prude at the moment, but actually had a much bigger plan in mind. The big boss was looking up at the sun that was still shining even though it was about to be winter in the South China Sea, with a dumbfounded look on his face. What? Chen Sifen stopped and twisted his head to look at her, still not holding back, lost his smile and walked back, holding her hand and walking towards the mall. The big boss wore a pair of small white sandals today, and at the moment it seems like she doesn't want to go to the mall to buy clothes, and would love for Chen Siwen to take her to the beach. Since it wasn't really a holiday or high season, the beach didn't seem to be that crowded, with sporadic sounds of activity coming through. Chen Siwen led her down the beach and watched as Big Boss stepped in a series of tiny footprints on the golden western sand, sandals on the upper side of the white straight legs, the upper side of a particularly ladylike small white dress, very slim, as if they can see the surplus of the small waist. The upper body is a round and smooth full curve. Chen Sifen just gave her a necklace to buckle gently hanging in front of the chest, as if to suppress the particularly clear and distinctive clavicle. In front of the sea breeze, in the sunshine, without saying a word, obedient and especially serene. Only when Chen Siwen pretended to let go of her hand would she reveal her naive nature, panicking and speeding up a few steps to be held again. Stop holding it. Enough holding it haha. Chen, I didn't hold it enough. That can't be done. The promised 15 centimeters. Chen, I hate safe distances. Wu Peinie beeped her mouth, finally expressed her protest, that no Chen Sifen this bad to flow plus all pretend not to hear. As if it is to see over there also came out to stroll the beach colleagues. Ran over. Froze for what? Good times on a publicly funded trip. Have fun with your co-workers. Chen Siwen twisted her head and beckoned, smiling. He was pleasant enough, and easily hit it off with his co-workers without realizing that there was no place for Penny Wu around him again at the moment. Penny Wu looked at that side and men and women can talk and laugh. Chen Siwen. The left thumb seems to fiddle with the right thumb. Clear eyes in the bottom of a flash of complexity. The heart of the afterthought surged out of the feeling of what to do, covered his chest. Little Chen. I'm bored. Wait until the evening when everyone reunion dinner. Lively ah. The the chairman of the contribution of the seaside outside the big villa. The night breeze caresses a large group of people. Alcohol slowly inculcated. Now seems to be completely free of the office of the rules and regulations. We have some young, some older, but at the moment the distance between each other seems to be considered really close up. Everyone wielded their social skills with abandon, which are usually rare, and there was a lot of laughter. There was a girl who had just woken up from a nap and hadn't yet drank, but her face was particularly red as she ran over to Chen Siwon and apologized. Chen, Editor-in-Chief Chen, I'm sorry, I was on the plane before. That's nonsense. That's just nonsense. What? My mom told me to find a son-in-law? How come I'm the only one who's your girlfriend? Shen Qingmeng, you're going to die. You. Chen Siwon smiled, raised his cup and waved his hand, obviously not taking it to heart. It doesn't bother me. Shen Qingmeng red-faced dried the wine, and then went to the side of the shameful shut up, and her appearance enlivened the hearts and minds of many girls present. At this moment, the alcoholism would not be comparable to the airplane. A girl directly asked, Chief Editor Chen, do you have a girlfriend or not? Yeah, Chief Editor Chen. You're so good. You should have been taken by someone else in college, right? I testify that Chen Siwon didn't fall in love once in college. Woo woo, the big star who is actively integrating into Wang Chao's current environment is being gagged with a dish. Wang Chao wants to hit people. Big sister, you grow a little bit. You also assist. A moment really liquidated. No one can save you. At this moment, the female secretaries drank no less than becoming a spirit. Chief Editor Chen, you won't still be in love for the first time, right? Wow, Chief Editor Chen is so innocent. Love. Editor-in-Chief Xiao Chen, I toast you. Wang Chao, beside Chen Siwon, couldn't he help but hammer his chest, thickly bury it, all of it. Chen Siwon is also a little tired to deal with, but his alcohol is not afraid to be dunked hemp. A total of 2 main tables. If Chen Siwon's side is a goblin nest, the other side has been surrounded by a lot of leaders, positive colleagues. Chen Siwon took a look over there, and a pair of big eyes over there also looked at this side dumbfounded, looking at the warblers and swallows gathered around Chen Siwon, and thinking about the coldness of these days. Somehow she tons and tons drank a few mouthfuls of wine, and then got up and dully ignored all the people in front of the table and headed out. Chen Siphon looked at her. Drinking is going to be a rush. Straight call stop. The result is to see her toward the outside of the villa over there is not open at the moment. The black pressurized beach to go. You guys eat first huh? I'll go over there. Chen Siwon hurriedly stood up and walked that way, and Wang Chao stared blankly at the figures walking away one after the other, and then looked at the unknown everyone, and said quietly, you guys are in trouble, in a big mess. Penny Wu was not walking fast in front. Chen Siwon soon saw her back. Stop, where are you going? Penny Wu didn't seem to hear, her small feet quickening a few steps. Dang, what are you doing walking so fast all of a sudden? Sister, big sister, slow down, wait for me you. No, why are you still running? It's dark, don't run, you'll fall later. Crow's mouth is a crow's mouth. Followed by Penny Wu just walked to the beach. Not yet a few steps, because of the soft sand of the landing changes, did not stand firm. In Chen Siwon wide-eyed, completely out of reach of the situation, Penny Wu actually slipped a foot at once, and saw her right to the right straight a fluttering fall, only to hear a muffled sound. Penny Wu collapsed onto the sand and didn't move. Hiss. Chen Siwon covered her forehead, suddenly a bit ashamed to look at it. Are you okay? Hurriedly ran over in a few steps, lent a hand, only to see Penny Wu slightly raised her head, half of her small face revealed next to the beach, somewhat dimly white and dimly lit, blinking dumbly, her hair hanging loose on the other side, shaking her head. You're angry? I don't know. Penny Wu was good and honest. Chen Siwon breathlessly pulled her up gently and said in a good-natured manner, then what are you running for? Penny Wu lowered her head and repeatedly typed a reply. Xiao Chen. I don't know. Silly. Chen Siwon said bitterly, then handed the phone back to her. First patted the sand on her back, then squatted down, gently patted her knees, carefully observed, all red, gently touched the red stains on the white skin, softly asked, does it hurt? Luckily the skin wasn't broken. Under the moonlight, Penny Wu, however, suddenly felt Chen Siwon. Little Chen, I seem to be having a particularly hard time. Didn't break the skin Chen Siwon also not minded to put his hand on her ankle. Could it be a twisted ankle? Look, what is the matter? Chen Siwon sighed, raised his head, looked around, trying to find out if there is any place to sit. He helped pinch Penny Wu's ankle, twisted on the trouble. It is not easy to come out and travel once. Chen Siphon looked at that side as if there were wooden chairs, so he hurriedly squatted in front of Penny Wu. Come up here. I'll carry you over there to take a look. Looking at Xiao Chun, who was busy and especially concerned about herself, the alcohol slowly smoked. Her face seemed to be flushed at the moment. Her hand didn't seem to be hanging on Chen Siwon's neck at the moment, but she squatted down as well, and a pair of her small hands suddenly followed Chen Siwon's shoulders and stuck to his chest, weakly holding her cell phone up in front of Chen Siwon. Little Chen, it seems like I've just felt smothered here. It's so hard to bear, but now it's better. Chen Siwon took the cell phone and froze, twisting his head to look at her in a daze. Her eyes carried a dazed, drunken look as she continued to negotiate with Chen Siwon. Little Chen, let's not have any safe distance, okay? Penny Wu carefully pulled the corner of Chen Siwon's coat and gently fiddled with it. Is it good? Hiss. Chen Siwon suddenly felt that romance novels were so horrible as this. It is said that distance produces beauty. Discussed the discussion. Stood up. Chen Siwon has not said anything. Wu Penny red face planted into Chen Siwon's chest. Through the strength of the wine, the small face greedily rubbed a rub. Xiao Chen, I want a kiss. The sea breeze carries a bit of a salty scent. Don't expect the lights to be much brighter on a big night. As if vision is not clear, sense of smell is extra sensitive, like. Between the nose is particularly fragrant. The arms is that warm and soft. Chest small head rubbing. In front of the eyes is the flashing screen of the cell phone. Chen Siwon froze, looking at the screen and then down at the head in his arms, swallowing hard. Penny, Ang? Penny Wu raised her head obediently, her pretty face with a blush, her long eyelashes slightly trembling, and her eyes with a bit of bewilderment. Are you drinking hemp? Chen Siwon stared into her big eyes, the two of them looking at each other with big eyes. Penny Wu shook her head. Xiao Chen, I'm not drunk. Then open your mouth. Penny Wu sniffed, really obediently on her rosy crystal red lips slightly one. Her lips arc is particularly beautiful kind. Natural are with a little bit of moist feeling, some full, and even at the moment seems to be slightly visible next to the white teeth. Naughty little red tongue. Chen Siwon seems to be able to feel her breath gently beat on his face. Who can top this? This who can top? Without further ado, Chen Siwon directly bowed his head. Hiss, kissing again. This time is different from the last wall thud. It's Bean's initiative. She also stood on her tiptoes, her fair white arms hanging obediently on Chen Siwon's neck, her eyes tightly closed. After a long time of lips parting, it seemed like there was the taste of lipstick on Chen Siwon's lips in addition to Penny's flavor. Chen Siwon pursed her lips, staring blankly in front of her. Her little mouth is like smeared with honey. How can it be so delicious? The back of Penny Wu's hand obediently affixed to the upper edge of the lips and swabbed. Her face flushed, looked up at Chen Siwon, and then quickly looked down, but at the moment did not squat up to hide in the corner. My dear sister, it seems that I was really wrong about you. Still, enlightenment. Chen Sijia this wave, she really, I cried to death. Sure enough, without her, this family will have to fall apart sooner or later. Chen Siwon sighed, then bent over again and inquired, did you twist your foot? No. Penny Wu shook her head obediently. Chen Siphon also saw that the sand stained on the top of her calf did not seem to be patted clean, and squatted down to give her a pat, and Penny Wu, with her big eyes flickering, put her hand on his head and gently patted it. Oh, there you go again. I wonder if the pat on the head will grow. Chen Siwon raised his hand to grab her mischievous wrist with a start, looked up, and looked at the big boss's little face that had been dipped in a little bit of wine at the moment, red and a little bit slightly drunken and dull. 2 glasses and you're down. Half a glass and slightly drunk. That's probably how much Penny Wu drinks. Chen, you weren't going to grow taller. Bullshit, boys grow in their 20s too. They get a little longer. Well, by then we'll both be more than 15 centimeters away from each other safely. Okay. Chen Siwon face not red heart not jumping driving. Knew that Penny Wu this naive cannot get on the car. Bewildered, Ang? Chen Siwon pinched her cell phone, propped up his thighs and stood up. The sea breeze seemed particularly pleasant at the moment. Raised his hand and pinched Penny Wu's face. So, are you walking by yourself? Or do you want me to carry you? The big boss eyelashes fluttered slightly. Raised his hands, did not say anything, but the little model without words is now better than words. Highlighting 4 words. To little Chen back. Come on up then. Anon. Penny Wu's hair curtains were drooping, her body pressed down, and her hands gently wrapped around Chen Siwon's shoulders. Chen Siwon hadn't carried her on his back yet. He just lifted her legs with both hands and stood up, upside down with a lost smile. You like to hang on to people? Were you a wombat in your last life? Wu Penny comfortably tightened Chen Siphon's neck. Light listening. The small chin is really in Chen Siphon's shoulder naive point. Small chin said yes, that is chanting. Silly. Chen Siphon is not the first time to carry her. She has a very good figure. The place where there should be meat is absolutely not ambiguous. The proportion of the body is also extremely good. To be honest, As far as the sense of touch is concerned, don't say. The back is really quite comfortable. Hold me steady. I can go. Penny Wu didn't seem to want to go back to the place where she was eating at the moment and held her cell phone up in front of Chen Siwen. Little Chen, can we go to the beach? Chen Siwen cried and laughed sideways, looking at the small face that was placed on his shoulder. Come on, the big boss is really a bloodsucker. Come out to travel, also want to enslave me as a small chief editor. Then you hold me steady, huh? Don't get swept away by the waves in a while, because it is walking on the soft sand. It is true that it is necessary to shake some, but the view is really good. The empty sea rolls with the sea breeze, blowing the green silk of Wu Pei'ni are followed by the flip. The small feet in the waist of Chen Siphon seem to be all languidly sloshing. The mature body is tightly affixed to Chen Siphon's back. Only when he pretended that he was going to throw her into the sea, would she reveal that girlish naivety in her maturity? Her hands tightly banded around Chen Siwen's neck, firmly sticking to him, not relaxing at all, grunting slightly protesting as she held the cell phone up in front of Chen Siwen's eyes, handing it to him to look at. Chen, don't leave me behind again. Okay, no loss. But let's just say, can you lighten up? Chen Siwen paused in his steps and helplessly patted Penny Wu's arm gently. Old me is about to be strangled to death by you. Oh, at night on the beach, there is the sound of waves amidst the tranquility. At the beach then walked not more than a few steps. Penny Wu rested her head on Chen Siwen's shoulder and suddenly raised her cell phone again to ask him. Little Chen, am I heavy? Chen Siwen mouthed a smile. According to his weighing, Penny now weighs an estimated 100 pounds out of the head. Her body is very well proportioned, belonging to the look thin. In fact, quite fleshy kind. Chen Siwen hummed and puffed as she walked on the beach, and did not answer positively, but said, What? Want to lose weight? Penny Wu suddenly witlessly lifted her head, which was buried in Chen Siwen's back, up and said, Little Chen, do you think I've gained weight? Of course not. Before Penny Wu could lose it. I just think you're too heavy. Penny Wu sniffed aggressively and passed her cell phone in front of Chen Siwen's eyes. So little Chen, I've gained weight. Can I stop eating meat? ? Chen Siwen inhaled. Ooh, you're waiting for me here? Chen Siwen rolled her eyes and rhythmically pinched her thighs a couple times. No, May, too. Penny Wu resentfully reburied her head. Alright then. After carrying Penny Wu around the beach, exhaled a breath, and did not go back the first time, Chen Siwen on just Penny Wu fell or some care. In case this being fell and twisted, still afraid of him worrying, hiding it is not impossible. So now looking for a brighter place by the side of the road with benches for pedestrians to rest on. Bending down to give Penny Wu her buttocks to rest gently on that. Turning around, he crouched down on the ground, and instead of getting his hands on her first, he looked up and pointed to her little feet. Before he could speak, a cell phone was handed to him in a panic. Xiao Chen, this is still outside. Can we go back to the hotel and play again? Chen Siwen was dumbfounded. Looking at Chen Siwen's expression, Penny Wu pursed her lips, first shook her head repeatedly. Her small face was tangled, and then weakly nodded her head, and then pulled the hair that drooped down around her ears, and her head suddenly lifted up and didn't know to look over there. And all of a sudden, she didn't look at Chen Siwen anymore. Chen Siwen looked at Penny Wu's reaction, and also said without a trace of anger, Who wants to play with your feet right now? Lazy this bean, there is no hesitation, and do not mind. The sandals of Penny Wu faded, bare feet, skin like snow condensation, fiber like a lotus flower. Naughty toes are also an inch born beautiful. This arc is simply amazing hook, but this is not the key. Chen Siwen's attention was still on the top of her ankle, which didn't seem to be swollen. Chen Siwen was also afraid of hurting her, and gently rubbed her joints, then murmured in a low voice, It seems like it really hasn't twisted. Penny Wu had originally cocked her head, and when she heard little Chen's words of concern, her pitch-black eyes bobbed around for a second before she quietly looked over toward Chen Siwen again. Chen Siphon observed for a moment, then looked up to ask Penny Wu what the hell her ankle was feeling like right now. His eyes briefly exchanging glances. It caused Chen Siwen to briefly freeze. Penny Wu sat on the chair. Chen Siwen let her feet rest on her thighs. This kind of lighting, this kind of perspective, shooting an idle drama? Thumping as if there was a heartbeat. Her eyes blinked. Does that hurt? Chen Siwen was fiddling with her ankle again going. Penny Wu shook her head. It doesn't hurt. So, like this? Does it hurt if I move a little more? A little. Will it hurt if I poke here? Chen Siwen inquired a little bit, and finally thought about it and came to the conclusion. It should be that I just fell don't a little bit. The problem shouldn't be much. Is there any safflower oil in the hotel? That stuff is almost ready when you rub it in. If not, I'll go get you a bottle later. I remember the scenic spots should all have a 24-hour pharmacy. Chen Siwen clapped her hands, stood up, and also put down her heart. But in her heart, she secretly spat out. See, her ankle is still a little bit small, and as a result, she is still fine and fine to say. This bean. Chen Siwen shook his head and made a call to Wang Chao, saying that he wasn't going back to the place where he ate over there, and asked him to pack up his own things, and the big boss's bag along with it, and he was ready to carry Penny Wu back to the hotel. Hanging up the phone, Chen Siwen moved his shoulders and walked back. Penny Wu was sitting on a wooden chair staring down at her bare little feet in a daze. Her toes were still moving mischievously. Let's go. The twist isn't too heavy. You should be able to walk on your own, right? Hearing Chen Siwen's voice, the big boss looked up again at the figure of little Chen returning over there. Penny Wu put her arm up and shook her head again. No go. Xiao Chen, you carry. Sure enough, you're a wombat. Chen Siwen blinked inside, only to squat down in front of Penny Wu again and said softly, Fine, fine. It's my bad luck to have a wombat like you. At the moment it was almost as if he had gotten the better of the situation. And Penny Wu this naive also do not go to refute Chen Siwen's, and even obediently lying on Chen Siwen's back after, but also serious cell phone held up in front of his face. That stall little Chen, is my luck. Who? Chen Siwen's heart poofed being pumped twice. Her pace quickened by a few steps. She suddenly exhaled, and was silent for a while before she said softly, Idiot. It wasn't until she returned to the hotel on her back and placed her on the sofa that Penny Wu suddenly asked, Little Chen, what song did you just hum? Did I hum? Chen Siwen didn't even care about it herself, and after moving her arms a bit, she planned to go out and buy safflower oil. It's called something like So You're the Luckiest Thing I Wanna Keep. This one. Chen Siwen laughed and turned around and cupped her face. It's called Meeting Me Is Your Little Luck. The 24-hour drugstore was not far from the hotel at all, a few steps away, and Chen Siwen quickly returned, seeing no one in the living room. Penny? Chan, I'm in the bathroom. Probably hearing Chen Siwen's voice, Penny Wu couldn't speak, but her messages were sent out from the bathroom. Chen Siwen then replied to her with a microchat. Didn't I tell you to sit on the couch and wait for me to come back? Penny Wu obediently walked out, and sure enough, there was still a little bit of twist in her walk, but it really wasn't serious, and she obediently sat back on the sofa, lifted her feet up, and let Chen Siwen apply the cold safflower oil, and then slowly rubbed it hot, looking at Chen Siwen carrying her back and running to buy medicine, with fine little beads of sweat on her forehead. Penny Wu, nudging her body to the side, did her best to hook the paper towel on the top of the coffee table. Lowering his head seriously, Chen Siwen also wondered about her ankle at the moment it suddenly felt a paper towel pasted to the top of his forehead. A small hand still wrapped in the paper towel to him to gently rub the sweat on his forehead. Little Chen worked hard. Chen Siwen raised his head, eyebrows raised. You know it's good. I Chen Siwen good to say a decent man. Don't play with your feet all day long. I Chen someone is that kind of bad guy? Aang. Penny Wu didn't hide or avoid, suddenly hanging on Chen Siwen's neck and asked, Little Chen, no more playing with your feet, so are you trying to kiss? Hiss. Chen Siwen inhaled a breath. Penny seems to have changed. Perhaps she herself did not notice the small changes. This change, called the initiative. At this moment, the heart is surging. Chen Sijia, carrying the family honor Sijia, you really are this Chen Siwen's attitude at this moment made a 180-degree turn. That's right, you're a good judge of character. I'm such a badass. After a while, Chen, after the kiss, you can't say safe distance anymore, okay? Penny Wu wrapped her arms around Chen Siwen's neck and huffed and puffed for a few breaths. Then she touched her cell phone from her hand, still calling Chen Siwen to discuss the matter. Chen Siwen wiped his mouth with satisfaction then nodded. The next day he got up early in the morning, went to buy the breakfast back, went into Penny Wu's room. Under the early morning sunlight, her eyes were clear and bright. Then she cleaned up the table, took the steamed buns in Chen Siwen's hands and ate a few bites by herself, then skillfully twisted a corner with 2 fingers, to stuff it into Chen Siwen's mouth. Xiao Chen, you also eat. Penny Wu then saw the sinister society. After sleeping for a night, Chen Siwen flipped out and blocked Penny Wu. Keep your distance, haha. Aang? Yesterday I said I'd never say safe distance again. I didn't say safe. Chen Siwen added a shameless remark. Penny Wu dumbfoundedly put down the steamed buns in her hands since, blinking with a bewildered face. Little Chen, you're playing a rascal. Society is simple. It's people who are complex. Chen Siwen is also too bad. Kissed dry wiped clean. The next day jumped up and down to deny. Old Chen, you seem particularly happy today? Traveling to the South China Sea. How can you not be comfortable and do a spa? Wrapped in a robe lying on the spa bed, Chen Siwen himself did not notice how cheerful he was today. Yes? Yes. So, Chen Siwen smiled. By the way, you took the big boss's bag yesterday, right? Feeling the light and heavy appropriate kneading on his back, Wang Chao sidled his head and replied. Meng Han Yun took it on. Didn't you say yesterday that don't bother her at night in the big boss's room? And she said to give it back to her when she asked the big boss to go shopping at the mall today. Old Chen. Speaking, Wang Chao was a little bit eager to speak. What? Chen Siwen was enjoying life with her eyes closed, having nothing to do, doing a spa. Beautiful. Wang Chao explained first. That is, Meng Han Yun and I are not related in any way, but I still have to help her explain. Wang Chao waved his hand, and then sat up, seriously said, Lao Chen, you and Meng Han Yun University also know. She sometimes and I like. Mouth a little big. Also love nosy, but her heart is no malice. Yesterday some of her words may cause some not so good influence. I help her to apologize. Chen Siwen sat up as well and blinked. Come to think of it, it's not a family. You two are a real match. Ha! Wang Chao. Big brother, don't make a scene. Tell you the main thing. Yesterday she almost didn't give me a fright. Open mouth. I'm afraid that the big boss back to slaughter her. Yesterday, Meng Han Yun. Oh, she had 2 key speeches and then caused quite a stir among her female co-workers. Chen Siwen thought about it, and as an afterthought stated, it's me who should give her thanks. If it wasn't for her, could she have fallen into the goblin's nest? If it wasn't for her, would Penny Wu, who had been pulled away a bit, have unconsciously tasted to the point of taking the initiative? No, this being has always liked to maintain the status quo. Chen Siphon kind of see. You do not stab her a little, she will certainly not move. She's used to being passive. You can't get her to be active unless she's in a hurry. Meng Han Rhyme, she's a good person. Not she and her oldest sister inexplicably played a wave of cooperation. You have to let Penny Wu actively beg for kisses. She could boil her dad to death. Now think about it. This is in Chen Siwen no 2 months before each other self-introduction of the Lord Ah. If not Chen Siwen attitude change, know that she is a female internet friend. Gee, they're both probably still in the office right now at noon holding their lunchboxes in a wide-eyed, goofy ABA. Although Wang Chao couldn't see it, he was greatly shocked at the moment. So, old Chen, you think there's no problem with Meng Han Yun? What's her problem? Add chicken legs. Definitely add chicken legs. How to add chicken legs again? Wang Chao does not understand. Can only ghostly ask, big brother? Here now we too. You honestly and I said. You and the big boss now. Chen Siwen sighed and replied with a Zhou Shuren-esque nonsense. Guess? Friends go together for life. Those days are no more. Wang Chao. Talk is talk. Why are you singing? And, guess, you think I didn't see it last night? You and the big boss beach kiss. Last night if I hadn't come over to take a couple of glances, and then with the 2 vice presidents Lin who were also there, blocking the co-workers, it would have been over. You only officially stamped royal relatives as cousins on the front foot, but you two ended up playing kissing on the beach on the back foot. That's it? If my co-workers didn't know better, they'd think we were going to cherry blossom this time. Old Chen, you're just like a woodpecker in a frying pan, a stiff upper lip. Yesterday on the beach, I can't even tell you how nice it was to look out from that angle. The air seemed to ripple with sweetness. He and Chief Editor Lin, 2 big old men, finally looked at the big boss on the back of Chief Editor Chen, and together they walked to the sea in the dark night. There's kowtowing. You have to believe in kung fu. As a result, the rightful owner just won't admit it, making the eating public itchy. Wang Chao lonely lay down, and silently recited to his pillow 100 times, one day without official announcement. This day can't be lived for CP fans. Obviously Chen Siwen couldn't hear his inner monologue, but this trip to the South China Sea did give him a lot to gain. Wherein the ascension of a relationship is there to be mushy all the time, there has to be pulling. Well, pulling. Traveling back close to the end of the year, the editorial department has a whole lot of things to do, but also to cope with a set of companies. Headquarters year-end summary. Editors are busy with their feet. Chen Siwen as editor-in-chief is considered a high level, but also open an endless variety of meetings for several days in a row to work overtime to 10 o'clock later. Just like that, it was still envied by Chen Sijia. It was said that the big star of their family almost sleeps in the car at the end of the year, sometimes arriving at the hotel at 3 in the morning, and at 6 in the morning it is time to get up and put on makeup. It's not good money. This is not true. The star's money is also considered too good to earn some, so it is reasonable to be so tired. So Chen Siwen does not sympathize with his elder sister, but also said disdainfully, "Where are you going with this?" Chen Sijia was silent for a moment, wanting to hit someone, and replied sadly, "Big stars make more money, but also has nothing to do with my little assistant. I'm a little assistant. Assistant. Take a dead salary, okay?" Chen Siwen handed being milk to Chen Sijia, then empathetically patted her back. Poor. It was hard not to have to travel and follow the nanny car on the highway. Able to rest, Chen Sijia drank a large cup before raising a little spirit. How are you doing with the big boss lately? With such a busy schedule, Chen Sijia couldn't even spare the energy to care about the love-hate relationship between the editor-in-chief and the president lately. At the end of the year, what can be done? Only endless meetings and endless year-end summaries. Chen Siwen tilted her head and paralyzed on the sofa. Penny went out for a meeting again. Their film and television company. Just like you. There are too many various parties at the end of the year. It's very busy. Chen Sijia suddenly sat up and issued a query. The big boss is busy traveling. So you're just lying stupidly at home for 2 days on a weekend that you should be? Otherwise, it would have been a bunch of things piled up from going out on a trip. Plus the end of the year. And as you know, I have a side project to code. I'm exhausted this week in the company. The weekend to make up for the doze. Back to the blood first. Chen Siwen's salty collapse on the sofa at the moment are difficult to move. Chen Sijia took a look at him and suddenly stood up with hatred, grunting and pulling him to sit up. What Siwen, you can't have forgotten that today is Christmas Eve. Chen Sifen then remembered. Busy week almost busy forgot. Tomorrow actually December 22nd. Is the Blue Star Christmas? She has to be in Tandu for the holidays too. You don't know to take a flyer to her, do you? It's too sudden, isn't it? Just for a foreign festival. Chen Siwen sighed. Is this a holiday thing or not? Chen Sijia again had the look of a frog with a heart of gold rubbing your stomach. This is an excuse. An excuse for your sudden appearance in front of the big boss. Chen Sijia eyes flashing administrator's light. Think about it. You hide it from her. Thousands of kilometers of distance cannot stop you from thinking about her heart. Holding a diamond ring, holding flowers. The end of the year, tired. Unfamiliar surroundings. Push the door is that you are standing in front of her with a warm smile. Romantic roses spread out on the ground. The ghost of the candlelight teasing people. You walked to the front of the big boss. One knee. Penny Mary. Chen Siwen, face shocked, hurriedly opened his mouth to interrupt. Wait. Stop. How on the diamond ring marime? Ahem. Slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue. It's Penny Merry Christmas. I've seen this episode before. The female lead rushed into the male lead's arms on the spot, and then they spent a romantic night together. Chen Sijia's eyes seemed to be filled with the pink color of kowtowing at the moment. Chen Siwen's lips parted. Really? You believe sis? Sis aka 10 years of books and have read more romantic plots than a dictionary. Will she still harm you? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and book your tickets. The fastest flight. And when you get there, contact Penny's secretary. Find the room number. Get the room card. And set it up properly. Chen Siwen froze for a moment. At this moment suddenly said quietly, Old sister, our family without you, indeed must be scattered. Chen Sijia laughed out loud, urging Chen Siwen go hurry to move. Chen Siwen also made a snap decision. And his oldest sister simply threw out an answer for him. A little munchkin. Over Christmas. Dragging the suitcase. Chen Siwen said to leave. It is already December. And the sky is still fluttering a small snow. Chen Siwen stepped on the plane to Haidu. At the moment Haidu was already a world wrapped in silver. Not to lose its title of the city that never sleeps. The early hours of the morning also has its intoxication. Chen Siwen was now at the door of the airport. His breath coming out with a white misty haze. His hands frozen and slightly purple. And only by moving around did he seem to be able to keep himself warm. At the same time, while calling out his hand, he spat out, Cam. By the old sister a burst of fling to go too quickly. Clothing less a sweater. Plus a jacket from the fall that I randomly picked up on the way out the door. It's freezing, but luckily he soon got into a cab, and the warmth wrapped around him made him feel a lot better. And when he waited until he reached the city, Chen Sifeng suddenly felt the malice of strange cities for travelers with fuzzy minds who set out on an impromptu trip. There's no room at the hotel. It's all full. The big city is full of people. I'm dizzy. Falling for the big one. Chen Siwen was simply carrying a school bag, standing in an obviously unfamiliar street. As confused as she could be at the moment. Night, 4 a.m. I'm on the main street in Haidu, waiting for a kind person to take me in, urgently. Cell phone, along the road, asked for a long time. Chen Siwen not only at the moment the body cool, the heart is also cool. In the bottom of the heart silently read 100 times 100 times, impulse is the devil The cold air blew him to want to die. Until after 5 o'clock, Chen Siwen finally in a nook and cranny, found an old small inn. Lived in a somewhat shabby small room. Shabby where? Shabby in the sense that it's wooden and air-conditioned. Wooden and heated. A bedding was also icy and percolating. The cotton seemed to be black cord, and could not be muffled at all. Chen Siwen only slept for 2 hours, felt his head sinking and woke up, embarrassed out of the small inn, only to feel a little stiff, tired lifeless sent a message to his old sister. Sister, when you fling others in the future, take a look at the time. In the middle of the night. Can't afford to be hurt, I can't afford to be hurt. sitting at a roadside stall to eat a bowl of noodles, and then only to fight to find the contact information of Penny Wu's secretary. Fortunately, the last time to the South China Sea travel had exchanged. Otherwise, Chen Siphon think he can directly from the Huangpu River jumped off the side of the Huangpu River. The life of the Wangpo have to be. Finally got in touch with the secretary, got on track, dragged myself through a night of hideousness, met people, got my room card, keep it a secret. After a few instructions, Chen Siwen entered Penny Wu's room, turned on the lights, took a shower, and just lay in a daze on Penny Wu's fragrant bed, squinted for a while, and when the alarm clock rang, it seemed that the more he slept, the sleepier he got, but there was no way to do so, and after silently counting 5 in the warm comforter, he suddenly held his breath and sat up. The winter comforter is nothing short of diabolical, and you can only try to defeat it by mustering up a breath of air. Gathered himself, out the door. The ring is still too early. Bought a necklace, bought a lot of roses, white candles, red candles, but also sighted a hot air balloon. A person busy for a long time. Thus, the raw and cold suite where Penny had originally resided seemed to be a little more cozy at the moment, with rosy red petals seemingly spread all over the floor and pure white hot air balloons floating casually on the roof. Are not yet in love. How to be tired. Chen Siwen looked at the time, a burst of tossing and arranging. Is 7 o'clock in the evening over? Rubbed his forehead. Picked up his cell phone. How long to go back to the room? On? Chen. Almost there. Just finished dinner. What's up? Penny Wu's message still came back so quickly. There's a surprise. On the other end of the cell phone, Penny Wu blinked blankly before the sound of Duck's heels hurrying away from the table, urging the driver to drive faster. He didn't stop until the moment he huffed and puffed and pushed open the door to his suite. There were flowers, balloons, and fluorescent candle flames swaying gently with the gust of wind that opened the door. Oh, and there was Chan in the suite. Her real Chan, not the one in the dream. After Penny Wu showed up, Chen Siwen finally said with some grudges, for the sake of a Merry Christmas. Lousy almost froze to death in Haidu. Somehow, a feeling that hadn't been there before rushed into Penny Wu's bewildered heart, and being suddenly rushed over with his arms open. Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen. Chen Siwen head a little heavy. At the moment the reaction are a little slow, half a beat. Froze and looked at the feet of the pedals. Eyes immediately became alarmed. Bridge bean sacks. All the pedals. Pay attention to the foot slip. Gear brake. I knock. There was a poof. And a figure panicked and shielded by a figure sure enough hit the floor hard. Hiss. Broken. Penny Wu. You want me dead. Chen Siwen would have been dizzy. At this moment simply fell in the eyes. Hurriedly pushed the body of Penny Wu. Where I know that this being fooled around is lying on Chen Siwen, embracing him to rub on his chest. Chen Siwen lying on the ground. Just feel a burst of head dizzy. Feel cannot. Head is too dizzy. Eyelids continue to fall down. The corner of the eye glances at his body. Big boss. The aroma of her body smells good. The body is also warm. Warm and soft. Touch a little bit of dazzling. As if especially let a person peace of mind. Chen Siwen quietly hand around her back. Eyes sleepy closed up. I don't know how much time passed. But in a haze I thought I felt a tear slamming down my cheek and the sound of panicked heels clopping and running. It seemed as if suddenly another group of people rushed into the house. People came and went, and the world finally fell silent. By the time Chen Siwen woke up again, it was already late at night. Sitting up, his head was still a little dizzy, but it was already much better than before. Turning his head to look east and west in bewilderment, and in the roughly unfamiliar surroundings, a familiar little head flopped down on the side of his waist, huffing and puffing as he slept. Chen Siwen slammed his forehead and smiled bitterly, hurriedly tiptoed and lifted the quilt, got up and gently picked up the bean who had fallen asleep next to himself, wanting to hammer his own heart to death. Dang, I've been working hard all afternoon to get ready, and when it's time to reap the rewards, I actually fell asleep? Sleeping, I'm asleep. The thermometer was placed at the head of the bed, and a few boxes of cold medicine, but yes, after all the tossing and turning last night, being cold and sleepy, and not getting much rest all day today, he was considered to be in good health to be able to fight and move around during the day. Fever is also normal, but the thought that some of his maneuvers had been ruined by a cold, at the moment his heart was altogether less drawn than the slight heat on his forehead. Putting Penny Wu gently on the bed, looking at her good and peaceful sleeping face, Chen Siwen, who felt like a big wrong seed, sighed and raised his hand to ruffle her hair. Just now she was in a hurry, right, and also cried. Smashed on his cheeks, teardrops seemed to have left a little trace. Her cheeks also seemed to have tear tracks. Chen Siwen stared at her tear tracks in a daze. The big boss cried. He seems to be the first time to see the big boss in tears. How desperate is she? And kept himself at the bedside all the time. Chen Siphon lost his smile and raised his hand to pull the quilt for her. He is considered to cut the actual feeling. The importance of paying attention to warmth in winter. the quilt to cover Penny Wu tightly. Then it was found that her eyelashes seemed to move. Her eyes opened somewhat blankly, looked at the small Chen who had sat up. 1 second, 2 seconds, panicked, lifted the quilt, sat up at once. A small hand lifted. The back of the hand at once pasted on Chen Siwen's forehead. Felt as if it wasn't as hot as it had been before. The full lips before a slight one spat out gently and skimmed the small mouth. Hand the cell phone languidly to Chen Siwen's eyes. Xiao Chen, you scared me to death. Chen Siwen smiled and clapped her hands. Then opened them. Surprised? Surprised? Belatedly embraced. Penny Wu sat on the bed all of a sudden sideways into Chen Siwen's arms, gently inhaling the smell of his body. Penny Wu, did you miss me? Chen Siwen's face was also pressed against her face, finally easing up from that awkward feeling of physical discomfort, feeling the temperature coming from this naivety as an afterthought. Think. Penny Wu nodded without the slightest hesitation. Let me tell you a secret then. You close your eyes. Yes, that's it. It was only at this time that Chen Siwen pulled out the necklace from his arms that he was supposed to put on her when he entered the door, opened the box, slid it over the smooth skin of Penny Wu's gooseneck, and brought it to her neck, clapped his hands, snapped his fingers, and revealed a smile of a great success. How is it? Do you like it? The big boss opened his eyes at the sound, dully lowered his head, and upon seeing the necklace on his chest, he immediately bent his eyes and nodded seriously and honestly. Chen Siwen is also particularly satisfied at the moment. It turns out that when you give a gift, it is indeed more than just the one who receives the gift that is happy. You wait, don't move yet. Chen Siwen suddenly stood up, excitedly went over there and picked up his cell phone, clicked a few photos for Bean on the bed, then smilingly let her see. How about the effect of wearing it on the neck? Penny Wu dutifully typed. Good looking. Chen Siwen had a smile on her face. Then change your position. Make a gesture or something. Yes. 1, 2, 3, eggplant. In the photo, Penny Wu gave a cute scissor hand, and it looks like she rarely takes photos. Chen Siwen fiddled with her cell phone, as if she was in love with the necklace around her neck at the moment. Penny Wu looked up at Chen Siwen and waved. Little Chen. What? With an expectant tug on his arm, Penny Wu dragged Chen Siwen to sit on the sofa as well. Then she affectionately took Chen Siwen's hand and raised her own cell phone above her head, aiming it at both of them from an angle diagonally to the left. I'm going to take a picture of me with little Chen. Little Chen. Smile. Chen Siwen's elbow was almost pressed against her chest, and the suddenly stiff and squeezed out smile was completely out of shape and odd. Oh, and it's a long time no photo master. 2. After seeing the photos out, Chen Siwen almost laughed out loud. What is this expression of their own Take a picture of a stupid death of their own got. The results of the Wu Penny actually satisfied with a nod of the head, especially Cuddly said. Chen, look good. Chen Siwen was all shy at the sound of it. No. Retake the picture and retake the picture. 2 nerds, together fiddling with the camera, fiddling for half a day, only finally shot a few barely matched their original face value of the group photo. Penny Wu joyfully sliding in the phone screen. Chen Siwen finally know why there will be people chasing the star. The little fangirl is really like this. This do not know is the first time tonight. Xiao Chen, you are really good looking. To Chen Siwen this thick skin are whole shy, coughing twice, took her cell phone, the photo album to her closed. Can, don't look. With that he stood up, ready to go get a drink of water and pee. Then when he came back, there was a barefoot wombat in the rose petals all of a sudden about to recklessly crash into his arms, and Chen Siwen ducked afterward. Seeing this, Penny Wu's brain circuits were particularly clear and suddenly typed. Little Chen, I'm not afraid of you keeping your distance from me now. I have a secret weapon. Afraid that she would fall. Chen Siwen, who had slightly retreated to the side of the sofa, looked up in bewilderment. What? Then he saw that the wombat was now not only hanging around his neck, but its lips were actually dutifully finding their place in bearing kisses. Penny Wu's eyes flickered, and she was witty as hell at the moment. You've never been able to avoid my kisses anyway. Little Chen. Chen Siwen choked a bit. Are you sure this is your secret weapon? Okay, I'll give you face. Next time you don't have to ask me. Feel free to kiss me if you want. I'll give up my life. Xiao Chen. Pro. Chen Siwen took a deep breath, completely gave up struggling, hugged her and sat on the sofa, opened his mouth and said, all said there is no need to ask. You directly kiss. Come, open your mouth. Oh, the harvest of Christmas Eve is not less than just the time has just arrived. Chen Siwen seems to be with Penny Wu at the moment, thoroughly completed pro by. In response, Chen Sijia she really. Chen Siwen had to put up a monument to her, because Penny Wu's status had improved significantly the last time she saw a psychiatrist. The psychiatrist made an early appointment for a year-end review. Counting the hours, it was indeed almost time. Back from Haidu, the air seemed to be overflowing with a different flavor, as if with pink ripples, which extended even to the psychiatric clinic. The psychiatrist's name is Su Yen, a woman in her 30s with short, capable hair, who speaks gently and quietly, not too fast or too slow. Wu Pei'ni went in. Chen Siphon is not in a hurry. Just sit outside the door and wait. Looking out the window in winter also with a little warm flavor of the sun is particularly lazy. The door wasn't closed tightly. Penny Wu wanted to look at Chen Siwen, and originally wanted Chen Siwen to sit next to her, just like last time, but as a result, Chen Siwen righteously refused. You've grown up. You need to see a psychiatrist alone. Penny Wu thought for a moment and retorted. I was seeing a psychiatrist by myself before, and now that I have little Chen, why shouldn't I let little Chen accompany me? Chen Siwen mercilessly then went out the door, because Xiao Chen wanted to sunbathe at the door. Su Yan was watching the little interaction between the two, while in her heart she said several times well, this is good. Simply doing past exchanges with Penny Wu, psychology, which is supposed to be the discipline of communication. Observing the patient's verbal expressions as well as body movements through the time of conversation, which is what Su Yan is doing. Penny, that's roughly it for today. Su Yan stood up and said with a smile, oh yeah, there's also your good friend. Tell him to come in for a bit too. Su Yan knew that Penny Wu couldn't speak yet, and she just didn't seem to be too keen on the profession of a psychiatrist, and there were some things that it would be better to compare and communicate with her than to ask Chen Siwen, who might be more efficient. Xiao Chen, the doctor said for you to go over there as well. Penny Wu facepalmed as she whispered the message. Chen Siwen had actually sked and walked in. Heard that. Again some of the inquiry. Chen Siwen obviously more than Penny Wu answered more rich, like what participated in the reunion. Went out on a trip. She recently had a small group of the small half a year of things to organize the language are accounted for. The diagnosis obtained is particularly welcome. Penny Wu's recent state has improved tremendously. Is so that Su Yan are a bit surprised, and finally put forward an idea, perhaps. Now Penny's state. Slowly give her some stimulation. She may have hope. Gradually restore speech function. Chen Siwen sniffed. Her expression froze, suddenly feeling that her lips seemed a little dry at the moment, and the thoughts in her mind seemed to be constantly tumbling. Rushing to ask in a panic. Stimulation. How about stimulation? Shock, fear, sadness are all emotions that can produce this kind of stimulation, but in a specific way. Maybe watch a scary movie, or hide in a sudden jump out to startle her? Mr. Chen can try. Chen Siwen's lips were slightly open, and he swallowed hard. Why? Does Mr. Chen have any more questions? No more questions. Roughly understood. Chen Siwen looked at today's medical record sheet in her hand. Bang, 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 bang. Behind the back seems to come the sound of knocking on the door. Chen Siwen exhaled a breath, did not move and handed the watch back, twisted her head to follow the sound and looked over. The sunlight sprinkled through the window pane and fell on her body, making her whole person at the moment agile in pure beauty to the point of not being able to do so. Big Boss reached out and shook his own cell phone, blinking his big eyes. Little Chen, are you still not well? Almost there. Chen Siwen clenched his teeth. His head suddenly had an idea that went against his ancestors, and the coward decided to give up his life to accompany the gentleman for once. You first book the ticket. 10 o'clock over tonight. Night show. Horror movie. Packaged. Let us two people to see. Isn't it just exciting? Come on. Come on. I, Chen Siwen, am going out on a limb. Penny Wu was a bit dumbfounded because she didn't think that this didn't want to come out of Xiao Chen's mouth. Su Yan is a psychiatrist. Observing people's expressions is her profession. She especially easy to detect the fear under Chen Siwen's eyes, but also feel his determination to go out of his way. In recalling that Penny Wu looked at him with that simply red and naked eyes, Su Yan, who majored in psychology with a minor in knockout studies, silently put the records of today's consultation into a file bag and told Chen Siwen that he could take Penny Wu and leave. Looking at the backs of the two leaving, standing by the window, Su Yan silently pushed her own glasses, revealing a professional smile that seemed to understand everything. At night, in the lobby of the neighborhood, the moonlight seemed especially bright tonight. Before going out the door, Penny Wu moved herself with a bit of difficulty, pulling Chen Siwen's hand and weakly handing him a message on his cell phone. Little Chen, are we sure we want to make things so difficult for ourselves? Chen Siwen twisted his head and reached out to straighten the collar of her dress, his fingers inevitably crossing her smooth face. This is destined to be an uphill battle tonight, but don't be afraid, everything is with me. Penny Wu's eyelashes fluttered slightly. So, little Chen, can you keep your hands from shaking? Chen Siwen smiled on the surface. It's too cold in Tongdu. Aang. Penny Wu simply nodded her head, and immediately raised her hand and pressed Chen Siwen's hand towards the top of her stomach. Then little Chen, I'll cover you. Cowards are afraid of horror movies. This is a normal thing. It's like the sentimental person who sees a movie in which the main character is brutally tortured and is so distraught that they can't watch it to close their eyes. Chen Si-won watched as the movie opened and a black cat suddenly came out of the big screen just as fast, and his soul started to lose it then. Didn't stimulate Penny to speak, but scared herself mute, swallowing furiously as if she would only aba. Coming out of the movie theater, the two nerds were a little weak in the knees and feet, and Chen Si-won twisted her head around woodenly. Why can't you talk yet? Penny Wu's large eyes stared east and west, her long eyelashes seemed to still have a backward flutter, and Dolly also twisted her head to look at Chen Si-feng. Of course expect to scare once. Penny will talk. This is obviously unscientific. Chen Si-won thoughtfully holding Penny Wu towards home, until the time to separate. He suddenly particularly childish twisted his head, to Penny Wu, a shocked yell. Ah! Frightening Penny Wu. She crouched down in one go, and then suddenly hugged onto Chen Si-won's thigh. Good job. It's not working. Chen Si-won felt that he was a little too anxious today after learning about Penny's situation, but psychologically, in fact, too much anxiety is also prone to the opposite. Pull back. Take your time. Under the moonlight, the neighborhood was somewhat silent in the middle of the night. Chen Si-won thought in his heart, and at his angle, he was just able to see Penny Wu, who was squatting at his feet at the moment, staring at a pair of pitifully large eyes under her long eyelashes and tilting her head to put herself in view. Whatever stimulus Penny needs to recover her language. Chen Si-won silently added another sentence. Penny Wu tilted her head. She could feel a blazing gaze was watching her, which made her at least a little bit more at ease. Her brain is not so much the black cat that opened its bloody mouth, and the electric car that suddenly scurried out of the quiet alley. However, Chen Si-won sighed at this moment and gently moved her leg. Alright, time to go home. Going home? Going home alone? Penny Wu dully twisted her head to look behind her and realized that it was empty, and her small hands immediately hugged tighter. Chen Si-won was stunned to feel the increasingly tight touch of her thighs, and then she slapped her forehead with an afterthought, and forgot that she still had the after effects of the horror movie. But old sister has followed the big star on a business trip out of town for an event in the past 2 days. Chen Si-won looked down, Penny Wu looked up, and the two of them were staring wide-eyed under the late night, dark sky at the moment. Don't you look at me. Chen Si-won stared at her for half a day and said quietly, my old sister is not at home. If you go to my house, you can only sleep with me. Then I'll sleep with little Chen. Penny Wu's eyes were especially clear and could be described as naive. It's not like we didn't sleep together last time anyway. Chen Si-fen's throat not surging. He does know what Penny said the last time he slept, but that you are drinking hemp, and now can be the same. Chen Si-won felt a bit numb, but he couldn't leave this being here, right? Moreover, looking at her like this, if she lifted her leg to take a step, she would probably hold on to her leg and follow and move a step, push open the door of the house. Chen Si-won's body are a little tight. Wu Penny entered the door and took off her shoes, squatting on the sofa, head on the sofa with his back and forth turn, bulging cheeks, blinking eyes, at the moment like a cute hamster. You don't snore in your sleep, do you? Hamster shook his head. You're supposed to be honest in your sleep, right? Hamster nodded, thought for a moment, put down the glass of milk he was holding in his own hand, and fumbled for his cell phone. Little Chen, didn't we sleep together last time? Knock. You know sleep all day long. Last time you are drinking hemp. Lousy, send you home. Take care of people, how can you call it sleep? Chen Si-won gas shaking cold. A hand to throw the pillow in the hand to that little hamster over there. Penny Wu honestly took the pillow, her head resting slightly on it. Oh, ow. Ow you big head. Penny Wu, I'm telling you, when you're better, you have to at least call me a father. I'm as bald as I am with my daughter now. Come on, don't dawdle on the sofa. Oh, go wash your face and feet. The towel is the same one from last time. The clothes you brought last time are in the cabinet in your old sister's room. Look for yourself. Chen Si-won fell into an old fatherly rant. Soon, Penny Wu obediently cleaned herself up, and then she saw Chen Si-fen go to the guest bedroom to get a few pillows and drive the bed along the center of the bed. A 38 line. Chen, what are you doing? What do you say? Little Chen, I sleep quite honestly. I'm afraid the old man won't be honest. Moonlight gently sprinkled in through the cracks in the curtains, and with a slight sideways glance he could see the quiet little face pressed against his arm. Honest? Ah, you call that honest? Feeling a thigh come crashing down hard on him right across the 38th parallel, the little hand came over in a daze looking for a neck to hang on to. Just this? Chen Si-won dumbfounded look at her, and stunned look up at the ceiling. Lips suddenly opened, gently spit out a mouthful of, if she is not mute, now a hand to push her awake, and then their baby. Next year we'll be able to abba right? Damn. So many years have survived. Chen Si-won, you can. Chen Siwen frantically doing construction on himself. After a while, his eyes are so much less cloudy, become clear. Some tender touch her cheeks. Chen Siwen is probably a fool himself, one of the rare ones. He had actually always wanted to hear her say the words, Xiao Chen, I love you, in her own words. Then, yesterday was not a good night's sleep, with several nightmares, each related to spring, and nearly fine waking up several times, early in the morning, staring at the dark circles under the eyes. Put what things are in fact just beginning to understand. Sleepy-eyed nerdy big boss to throw away. Thrown to the side. Looking at the pajamas are a little wrinkled also unconsciously being. Chen Siwen was a little intolerant, and decided not to eat at home this morning, and went to the company, which also has a cafeteria to provide breakfast for the company's executives. Chief Editor Chen is here so early today? Today, Chen Siwen, whose nerves were slightly weakened and whose spirit was somewhat depressed, nodded and greeted politely. Good morning, Mr. Chen. Jinan carried a cage of buns and sat down opposite Chen Siwen with a smile. Is this studying the new script? Little Chen, you're an invaluable asset to our company. Don't wear yourself out. Chen Siwen nodded with a fake smile. Yes, studying the script. Almost didn't study the script of Little Cherry Blossom. Yeah. Jinan sniffed with joy. What kind of script is it? Can you show it to me first? Sven Chen. Oh, I forgot. This is the same as the chairman of the Rush Party. The recent meeting as soon as the opportunity to test Chen Siwen third part of the three bodies of the third part of the writing is not yet done. Mainly three body he wrote too fast, and the fight has been in serialization. A while ago to code word almost give themselves code bald skin. The production team of donkeys are not so able to write so, Chen Siwen's surface in the writing. In fact, are playing, generally perfunctory. But now it's the start of a new year. Is it a new year? A new company, and of course a new Kai. Jinan took over the academy halfway through last year, and while last year could only be described as excessive, this is the year he's going to make his mark. As the author of Three Bodies, his right-hand man, it was editor-in-chief Chen's November wave last year that fed him well, a wave that filled him up, and so this year he still wants it. Chen Siwen perfunctorily passed him in the morning, and he came back at lunchtime, beautifully inviting Chen Siwen to dinner, and then started to sigh as he ate. Editor-in-chief Chen, it's not easy for the group this year. Highlight a company in jeopardy. The old Chen quickly returned to the sentence. The thing is such a thing? You are the chairman of the board of directors' own people. I will also tell you directly. The end of this year when the meeting of the chairman of the board of directors is proposed to let the small Wu total into the board of directors. But the effect is not very good. Tungfei across so many industries. There are so many subsidiaries of the big group. Like a big family, New Year's Eve always have to get together to report on the situation. Look forward to next year. At the end of the year, invite the leaders of each side of the company to have a meeting together, and then get together for a meal, which will help each company to exchange feelings, so that next year can be better with it. Little Chen, the chairman expects a lot from you. Jinan recently caught Chen Siwen urging him to struggle for the reason at the moment is also clear. Some headache said, the day before yesterday's meeting, the chairman did not like before the small Wu always graduated to take over the learning group forced the small Wu general into the board of directors. Small Wu General's situation. You also know that many of the group's top shareholders actually, hey, there are words I'm not good to say understand. Unfortunately so, the chairman of the board of directors very much believe you. In the meeting proposed, Xinli Film and Television within 2 years if back to the top 3 of the Chinese film and television companies. Then Small Wu always logically into the board of directors. Chen Siwen pursed her lips and inquired, top 3? How do you define that? Airplay. Chen Siwen nodded. After all, he is also a person in this industry, and also knows that, because of the unique position of the screenwriters, the various lists have already had statistics. Compared to the capital, literature and art is more developed. Blue Star, but also pay special attention to quality. Blue Star weighs the rankings of a movie or TV company beyond the slightly mundane stock price, market capitalization and whatnot. The most important point is the company's establishment so far. All the production of film and television drama through the Blue Star Film and Television Association statistics. Accounting firms supervise the announcement of the total number of broadcasts. Simple and brutal. You want to be famous? You say you're number one in the industry? Well, then, you come up with the results. You didn't score your first pot roast. Chen Siwen put down her chopsticks, and at the moment, she was completely hooked. Where is our Xinli Film and Television ranked now? 7th. Jinan tone slightly soothed. His pressure this year is really good. The chairman of the board in order to pave the way for the small Wu general. Back to the top 3 words in China has been put out. As in Xinli Film and Television is closely related to the brother company. The burden of a moment on the pressure. It's not done. Does it have any effect on Chief Wu? Do you know anything about it? That's the chairman's only daughter. How can it have any effect? Does it have any effect on Chief Editor Chen? That's the chairman's emperor's son-in-law from Not Easy. Jinan felt that she was the only one who was weak and helpless and wanted to cry. Fortunately, with the large IP adaptations from previous years to build up the bottom left behind isn't too bad. And the companies from the 3rd to the 10th haven't pulled too far away from each other. Speaking of which, Jinan think about it, knocked on the table and said, in fact, next year we also have the already confirmed 3-body drama version released. According to the current heat, the broadcast volume should not be low, but because of the attributes of science fiction, the word of mouth is really exploding. But the broadcast volume of this problem is also no one to say the right. As a learned hand, is certainly busy. At the moment came a phone call he is also directly press off. Continue to talk to Chen Siwen confide. Chen editor-in-chief end of the year opened so many meetings should know. Last year a year Shinli film and television production of a total of 371 episodes of the drama. A total of 11. The total playback volume of the whole network is only Kansan 10 billion. Shot in China all the film and television companies of the 12th. The situation is somewhat grim. Yes, at first glance we are 7th. After these 20 years of accumulation and the total list of the broadcast index has been 1771. From the 3rd 1901. It seems to be just short of 10 billion out of the airplay. 2 years. A year to catch up with the 5 billion can be, but obviously the account and cannot be calculated so, we are now shooting in the 7th, but and the top 10 companies are slowly being pulled away from the gap compared to the amount of airplay each year, not to mention the current 3rd in China. Sand River film and television strength is even more. Last year's short and sweet program produced only 221 episodes, but did close to 25 billion broadcasts, ranking 2nd in China. People 2 years this amount of output. Our 2 years of broadcast volume of 20 billion compared to others to maintain the status quo 2 years of 50 billion. The middle difference of the whole 30 billion. And there would have been more than 10 billion of the existing gap. Meaning that in addition to the filming cycle, we Shinli film and television 2 years at least need to deliver 60 billion of the broadcast volume of the results. Jinan said with a nod of the head bald. You know, our Chinese Film and Television Association certified explosive drama. The broadcast volume of more than 10 billion can be. Meaning that the light explosive, we need to come up with at least 6 in 2 years. Jinan sucked in a mouthful of cool air. There are only a few breakout movies a year in Huaxia. After so many years, there's only a total of 3 dozen or so pop-ups that have passed the 10 billion club. Editor-in-Chief Chen, don't blame me for being annoyed. It's the chairman of the board that this task is really grim. Chen Siphon was considered to have completely heard this time. He inhaled a breath and also felt a burst of pressure. He hadn't realized it before, and had actually wasted such a long time mixing up his life. Harm. Jinan put some words out also slightly relaxed, suddenly smiled. Told you so much. I guess you are tired of listening to. Delayed you Chen editor-in-chief. But you pressure is not necessary so big. The meeting, the chairman of the board of directors later added, said to keep the 5 to fight for the 3, and did not completely seal the mouth. The 3rd is the expectation of you. And the 5th is only the test of us. We slowly want a way, together to refuel. Chen Siwen said. Anyway, it's just a matter of having enough work to attract airplay, right? Jinan was Chen Siwen suddenly light-toned to the wholesome tears and laughter. Yes, the film and television industry. There are works on the line, but must be explosive. Explosive Chen chief editor you must be clear it. We Shinli so many years to walk away so many screenwriters. A total of only 2. It's very tough okay. Chen Siwen suddenly sighed. Dang, if I had known that I wanted airplay, I wouldn't have written 3 bodies before 3 bodies only sucks up the name. It's not like it sucks up the volume too much. Jinan, wait, what the hell is this sudden slight dislike of Triss in your words? Brother, are you serious? Chen Siwen looked at the fish she was eating on her dinner plate today and sighed. Sure enough, I should have been a stinky fish seller for once first. Jinan was confused. What stinking fish seller? God knows how long it took Jinan to figure out the meaning of Chen Siwen's words. He was just looking at Chen Siwen's hastily departing back at the moment, and for a moment he felt a bit saddened. Editor-in-chief Chen is still young. Chen Siwen he really heard what Shinli Film and Television, including their learning group, is facing in the next 2 years? Explosive dramas are unattainable. So how come he just sounded like, if I write it, then it's bound to explode? Like so many years of ups and downs, Jinan has seen a lot of people a lot of things, but also understand, with the 3 bodies of the fire, this year is actually the first New Year's Day since Chen's editor-in-chief has been on the job, has been counted as young and promising young people. Most of these young people have the problem of bullying, perhaps, The chairman of the board of directors put forward 2 years or so Xinli film and television back to the third of China's outrageous big words. Is part of the meaning of worrying about the editor-in-chief of the Chan also like it? 60 billion airplay. 6 explosions. Young people, you cannot do things. Powerlessness exists. Always have a recognize their own attitude. Good thing too. Looking at chief editor Chen like this right now. Well, it does need to be polished up a bit. In his opinion, if Chen Siwen comes up with another hit in the past 2 years, it would be considered gifted. And if he can come up with 2, it would be considered almost unrivaled in the same generation in China. At the moment, Chenin really did not think about with the Earth Father's strong love of Chen Siwen. Just like that first time down the mountain of the old Master of Heaven. It turns out that the world has been invincible. Chen Siwen back to the office before. Is ready to go to the pantry full of catch a large cup of water then in afternoon does not come out. Angry liver keyboard all afternoon. Overtime. Yards. As long as the yards don't die. He yards to death. The time to prove himself has come. The chairman's words are all in the front. In order to send Bean to the board of directors, Shen Siphon also took out the stance of sacrificing his life and fighting for it. I will regard yard work as my life. Then suddenly ringing received a phone call. Suddenly a little broken defense, crooked. Mom, don't you. Why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming to Tangdu? I didn't stop you from coming. I'm busy these days. No, how could I do anything bad? I'm not hiding anything from you. You wait for me to come back. Code words? Chen Siphon keyboard a throw. At the moment cannot code a little. The fire is anxious to rush to the home. Waiting for the bedroom door. Chen Siwen's silent look on the casual off in the bed of ice silk white small nightgown. Twisted his head. Looked to the expression of odd old mom. Blinking. Suddenly said. I said this is Sis's. Do you believe? Mom froze for a moment. Then turned her head and walked into the kitchen. Lao Wu. Calm down. Rational. I'm kidding. You put the spatula down. Let's have a talk. Okay. Shen Siwen hurriedly set up his mom who ran out of the kitchen in a huff, looking at her with bated breath. Wah big. Mom actually did not want to really do it. Bluffing at her. Waiting until Chen Siphon snapped and collected her weapons. The mom just did not have the good sense to blank him, and then patted his arm twice. Sighed, I'll say. The first few times I came to Tangdu. You and your sister too how sometimes strange. Say it. Engage in what the name of the game it? As expected. Over the people. Mom's eyes are as venomous as a camera. Several times to come to Tang easily found the oddity. What are these two kids doing in Tandu? What are they hiding? Grabbed a moment and came straight over to Dondo to rate it. Chen Siwen bitterly laughed and lamented. Holy shit, are you timing man? So good at timing. It just so happens that her oldest sister isn't here and Penny is sleeping at home again. What timing man? What catching the moment? Chen Siwen gave a sigh inside. And it was only at this moment, in front of his own old mom, that he honestly explained. She can't speak. We've known each other online for quite a few years. We met recently. She's my boss. Mom vaguely understood. You're in love? Since childhood. We have been dependent on each other for life. After dad left, mom is the only rely on. Shen Siwen at this moment is estimated only in the face of their own mom will say the honesty. For the time being not yet, but should be soon. Mom didn't have time for one happy moment. Then thought about the nightgown on the bed and froze again. You're not even together yet and you're sleeping in the same bed. Chen Siwen this matter is a bit complicated. You are saying that you had an online friend when you were in middle school and high school. You guys met recently. She is your boss. She is especially clinging to you because she can't speak before she doesn't have many friends. You guys are almost together. Yesterday because she watched a horror movie. She was scared so she went back home with you. No, you said before that your boss is Wu's own daughter, right? Mom suddenly inquired dully. Wu Guodong, Blue Star's almost household name, is as dreamlike as suddenly your son comes back and tells you, I'm in love. And yes, the other person is Papa Ma's own daughter. Mom opened her mouth, suddenly worried and stretched out her hand. The back of her hand probed on Chen Siwen's forehead. This child, and no fever What Mom had a somewhat strange expression on her face and actually muttered worriedly. That nightgown isn't really your sister's, is it? What the hell? Chen Siwen rolled her eyes and pulled her mom's hand away. So before I hid it from you, I was afraid to scare you into talking nonsense. You're the one who said this was too sci-fi. Mom withdrew her hand and suddenly knocked Chen Siwen's forehead. Chen Siwen helplessly covered her forehead. Anyway, I've given you what I should explain. If you don't believe me, then there's nothing I can do. Mom looked at her son's somewhat serious expression bag before some afterthought of suspicion. Really? You're in love with Wu Guodong's daughter? Not yet. That is, there might be later? Mom is now lying on her back on the sofa. as if she feels that her brain is a bit dizzy at the moment. We are saying that in the future, Wu Guodong and I will be in-laws. Where is this going? Chen Siwen also leaned toward the backrest of the sofa, in front of the former top pillar of their family. At this moment also unloaded all the burdens, said softly, Penny still can't speak, and there are still some problems with communicating with others. I'm afraid that you have an opinion about her, so I didn't want you to know before. Am I that kind of person? Your mom. Wu Fawn lost her smile and rubbed Chen Siwen's hair. But I can feel, son, that you quite like her, right? Can you not like it? Chen Siwen was currently holding her head, tilting it back to stare blankly at the ceiling. She's really good. That's good as far as it goes. And while I don't know what you mean by not being together for a while, all mom can say is, don't miss it. That's why I said it's complicated. Chen Siwen in front of his mom this over the face finally spilled his guts. I'm afraid that I now completely with her to understand. Together obviously there has been a change for the better. The doctor also said, there is a little bit of distance. To give her a little bit of space to contact the new people things are good. I'm also afraid that I can't help but step out of line. Chen Siwen covered his head at the moment a bit distressed. She is likely to be a love brain. No, she must be a super love brain. I really say through. Together, she must be full of eyes and just me. I'm so afraid of her obviously not yet good, not yet able to talk. Live to the end of the day it's just me and her again. Mom, who had been tenderly and gently rubbing Chen Siwen's hair, suddenly laughed softly and said, so you brought someone home last night? She's afraid. I'm afraid she's afraid. And we're both really somewhat innocent now. Well, Mom trusts you. You were raised to know to respect girls. Mom said softly, can I meet that girl of yours? Seems too soon, don't you think? Probably scare her. Gotta. The particularly measured mom slapped her own thigh when she sniffed. Then Mom will leave first. You and your sister. Be good in Tangdu. Mom. Chen Siwen has always been quite thankful for having this old mom. Okay, don't send. You have always been measured. Mom is very relieved. Preparing to wear shoes out of the door, Mom with a warm smile, pulling Chen Siwen's hand, patted the back of his hand, also very proud. At night, after exchanging with his mom, Chen Siwen finally breathed a sigh of relief. For what, the mouth is hard in front of everyone? Who does not want to admit frankly and openly in front of everyone? Yes, she is my girlfriend. We will soon have a child. But he is more afraid of his own lack of proportion, and then in everyone sentence by sentence bragging. Lost self. He lost self. Being that love brain, let alone have self. Looking at the feet resting on their thighs, sitting on the sofa while holding the milk tons, while watching TV, Chen Siwen to her while holding her little feet to her, repairing the toenails, while chattering, I'll tell you, when you're better, you'll have to learn to do laundry and cooking, folding clothes at home, or some people get up in the morning to take off their pajamas and throw them directly onto the bed and go out. There were white stains left from drinking the milk next to Penny Wu's lips at the moment, looking at Chen Siwen, blinking her eyes and handing him the unfinished milk in her cup. It's useless to sell cute to please me. We don't have aunts at home, and we don't invite them. We live our own lives. Chen Siwen raised his hand and pulled a piece of paper, wiped her mouth, and then the nails were cut, so he threw her little feet to the side. Then Penny Wu looked down at her feet, put the cup on the coffee table, and suddenly bent down, her two small hands going to pick at Chen Siwen's calves. Chen Siwen froze. What are you doing? Not being able to speak, Penny Wu didn't have a free hand to hold her cell phone and small cardboard anymore, so Chen Sifen confusedly allowed her to lift his leg up, just to feel his foot suddenly resting on the soft thigh, and only after Penny Wu had a free small hand did she excitedly type, Little Chen, nail clippers. Chen Siwen erupted. What are you doing? Penny Wu reached out nicely, to cut your nails. Chen Siwen pursed her lips, took a dry look at the serene and serious big boss at the moment, and said, forget it, dirty. Penny Wu shook her head. Little Chen, I don't mind you even if you're dirty. Chen Siwen hissed and with some slight trembling handed her the nail clippers. The lighting in the living room is adjustable. At the moment is a warm tone. Penny Wu at the moment hanging her head, her hair slightly sliding down her cheeks, as if mischievous drooped on the upper side of the calf. Itchy, that soft razor small hand warmly pinched on their feet. Click 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 click. Penny Wu was particularly careful at the moment, for fear of cutting into Chen Siwen's meat, but she obviously underestimated the kind of weight that she could not see her feet when she looked down, as if there was something soft as knot and his calf stick, one after another. When she finished clipping her toenails, as soon as Chen Siwen put down her legs and put on her slippers, she suddenly fled style and prepared to enter the bathroom. I'm going to take a cold shower. Penny Wu put down her nail clippers and was a bit puzzled. Little Chen, didn't you just take a shower? Sven Chen, bathe every day. My skin is fine. I love to be clean. Penny Wu nodded. I'll wait for you in bed then. Chen Siwon surfaces. Oh, in Chen Siwon's mind, I blew up. Early the next morning, Chen Siwon finally did not fall away, but always felt that something was not quite right, and could not help but give her a sideways glance before going out the door. The big boss is at the entrance door, small hand on the shoe cabinet, as if agonizing over which pair of shoes they wear today is good. The winter sunlight outside the door simply shine in. Have slept for 2 nights. Is still completely naive look. At first glance is very good to deceive the kind. Chen Siwon sighed and gestured for her to hold her hand up flat and zipped her down jacket. Today my sister will be good to come back, so you can pack up and go to my sister's room at night. Oh, good. The big boss nodded. Chen Siwon looked down at her legs. Today is wearing a pair of black jeans. Slender legs from the visual seems to be outlined luscious and exquisite. Chen Siwon pointed to a pair of patent leather lady small leather shoes. Nah, wear this pair. With a sniff, Penny Wu lowered her head and gently ruffled her hair, so she stomped off her slippers, and her small feet wrapped in white boat socks reached for her shoes. Warmth seems to permeate the foyer. Sure enough, it's the fondness that keeps you motivated. By the way, recently I'm going to close my eyes to code, except for the time to eat every day. I guess I won't be able to accompany you too much, so you can stay well by yourself, right? Can I say no? No. Then Xiao Chen, you can get busy. I can. Penny Wu lifted her head to look at him, her eyelashes fluttering slightly as she dutifully nodded. The touch of Penny's tiny hand on her foot yesterday, tenderly tweaking it, seemed clear now, and the clicking and clacking of the nail clippers loosening and closing seemed to turn into the sound of a keyboard flying. For Penny to get on the board as a matter of course. Chen Siphon held his breath with all his strength, many days in a row, scraping the bottom of the barrel, and the results that were remarkable. It was only a short period of half a month, and a script titled Rampage lay quietly in Jinan's mailbox. Jinan was instantly staggered. Did you read it right? This is an email from Chief Editor Chen? How long has it been since the last conversation passed? Mr. Chen is too impatient, isn't he? Half a month? Does he really understand what kind of script we need? Sure enough, the chairman is right in his foresight. Chief Editor Chen is in need of polishing. Jinan's smile was a bit helpless. Binging? Editor-in-Chief Chen, you should have been a bit restless lately and started to go wildly wild. Jinan opened her email, put on her own glasses, and downloaded the good document. Rolling black clouds, stormy weather, air pressure so low you can't breathe. The story begins. Not too long, but when watching the entire episode, Jinan did almost gasp. With a somewhat frightened expression, he gulped frantically and slid the tumbler up and down back and forth as if he had seen a ghost for several minutes. But it was a few minutes, and time seemed to be getting particularly long at the moment. After watching Rampage, Jinan woodenly touched his head and stood up. Floating? Biking around? Ha! Ha 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 ha. Jinan, hand holding a cigarette and did not smoke, stood by the window. The window is full of the tranquility of the night. He was a hard giggle. After laughing, his mouth slightly open, decisively in the bottom of the heart began to apologize. Okay, Mr. Emperor's son-in-law. I'm sorry. It's me, Mr. Jun, who spoke too loudly before. Time then flew by. Rampage was watched by Jinan in the evening, and the crew was pulled together in a fiery rush to set it up the next day. Unlike the grandiose nature of the scenes in Three Stooges, there is a demanding need for special effects technology. It's Rampage that's particularly typical of the scripts that lend themselves to being remade into TV shows. Unlike Three Bodies, which had such a long filming cycle, Rampage was shot in less than 4 months, and in fact only took 118 days on Earth. So if the review is green-lighted all the way through, it'll be ready for release in less than 6 months at the most. Counting preparations, it's also the 6 months that Rampage is filming, and Chen Siwon intends to work hard for 6 months to get all the bombshells he's going to send Penny into the boardroom for. It was an uphill battle, not to mention exhausting his brain, and while coding, of course he didn't forget the big deal of taking Penny Wu to find stimulation to help her recover. This year, New Year's Day at Blue Star is in February 5th. Today is New Year's Eve, which the people of Tangdu also used to call New Year's Eve. The crackling of firecrackers outside is deafening, and the streets are filled with the joy of Chinese New Year. Chen Siwon's mood is also like the New Year. Since yesterday the chairman of the board of directors watched the wild ride, suddenly took the initiative to give him said, "Small Chen, you have any idea? Let go of the dry. Uncle full support for you." Ha ha, it's not really just the chairman recognizing his staff. Know what I mean? Day by day, more and more hope. Chen Siphon sleep hate are happy. That call a happy. After posting a red couplet at the entrance of his house and squaring the blessings on the door, Chen Siphon turned his head back to the house, washed his hands and started to make bread and chai-filled dumplings in the living room. The only thing I regret is that my home is still so cold for Chinese New Year this year. Penny is not married. New Year's Day naturally have to go back to her father's side. It seems that there are also some relatives together, because the family is relatively large reasons. This year, Penny yesterday morning for the first time to take the initiative to go over to pay tribute to the New Year go. It is estimated that you have to finish the New Year and then come back. Mom is on the way to Beijing. The train has not yet arrived. The old sister with the big star tonight in Tang do have a spring festival gala. Back at night. So Chen Siwen can only personal puffing and puffing to knead the noodle. Ringing. The phone rang. Chen Siwen saw that the number was not recognized. So he picked it up and fed it. Oh, Editor-in-Chief Chen. Zhang Xin. Pay my respects to you. Wishing you all the best for the new year. Chen Siwen froze. Good New Year. Good New Year. Zhang Xin said a few words and hung up. Chen Siwen just thought up his now is not more than before. Not only someone to the new year, but also to the acquaintances of the new year. He was promoted last year to the editor-in-chief, but also invited students to get together for a meal, and then do not move, and special to go to the people's eyes as a conspicuous package. Gossip must be quite a lot, coupled with the fact that although he has someone in the company to cover, but the seniority is shallow, more unlikely to be greatly grinning. Penny, after all, in that position, the future, even if it is into the board of directors, no one under the hand cannot be she will not go around. The responsibility is not in their own body. So after thinking about it, Chen Siphon hurriedly picked up the phone to Jinan and Lin, editor-in-chief of the whole group of his leadership, Penny's subordinates, to pay their respects. Mr. Jun, Xiao Chen pays you a New Year's greeting. Thank you for your care and attention all last year. I will continue to follow Mr. Jun's footsteps in the coming year. Chen Siwen's crowning words were still a set of words, hearing Jinan in a moment of trepidation, but especially comfortable. Lin Hai, the old editor-in-chief, is even more so. Good New Year to you, Mr. Lin. I wish you a smooth and prosperous New Year. Good good. Lin Hai is a little touched. Look at others. Xiao Chen have become a prince of the side of the emperor's son-in-law, but still so humble and polite. One phone call to socialize, and finally Chen Siwen sat on the sofa with a cup of water for a while. I do not know how Penny's side is now. Her kind of status should also be a lot of people to her New Year's Eve, right? But she can't speak, so people probably just send messages. So thinking, as if speaking of the devil, the cell phone suddenly rang, a ringtone belonging to Penny Wu's special concern. Chen, can you come downstairs and pick me up? Chen Siwen was suddenly quiet for a moment, and immediately the house was a series of coherent sounds of dressing, changing shoes, and rushing out the door. This was probably the most anxious time Chen Siwen had ever waited for an elevator, and he didn't stop until he saw the small, dainty figure stomping her feet from time to time in the underground garage. In February, the days of Tang do have been particularly cold, red lips slightly open, protruding gas or turning up gusts of white mist. After Chen Siwen showed up, Penny Wu narrowed her eyes and jogged over. Little Chen, Happy New Year. Chen Siwen saw this day. She actually had a section of her neck exposed outside, and hurriedly took his scarf down a circle around her neck. You are not going home to pay homage to the new year. How come over? Pay your respects. Penny Wu's mouth huffed and puffed out white air, and being was too painful in the winter, trying to express something but also pulling out the cell phone, and her small hands were exposed to the bone-chilling cold air, and they were all frozen red. Chen Siwen hurriedly cupped her hand. It is really icy to the point of tight. Hurriedly lowered his head to give her a huff and puff and blow, and gas and warm. Said, such a cold day? At home to send a message on it. Come over for what? But also we're so little. After blowing for a short while, Penny Wu took her hand back and typed, her expression serious and grave at the moment. This is what makes it look more formal. Chen Siwen froze for a moment, also did not hesitate, directly to her hand tugged a little along his own corner of the coat, reached into the cinch in the warm belly to stick. Fool. Being controlled by her hands, Penny Wu was deprived of even the function of expression at the moment, standing in front of Chen Siwen blinking her big eyes dully. Chen Siwen saw this as a happy smile. You see, can't talk. Grab your little hand. The way to refute me are gone. Saying that, Chen Siwen felt the little hand that was mischievously scratching and grabbing her stomach. Don't move. You have to cooperate with the treatment and get well early. Do you hear me? Penny Wu's small hand that was attached to Chen Siwen's stomach was also gradually warming up with temperature at this time, and was still gently rubbing on Chen Siwen's stomach, nodding her head and cooperating. Well then, the day after tomorrow, the second day of the Lunar New Year, is there anything? I found a place. Let's go bungee jumping. Chen Siwen grabbed Penny Wu's small hand that wanted to hide, and waited until she managed to retrieve her cell phone before weakly handing it out. Can you not jump? No. The doctor told us to get a thrill. Bungee jumping. Is that exciting enough for you? No chance you'll laugh out loud. Penny Wu angled a bit, and had no choice but to nod. Alright then. So, Chen Siwon really took Penny Wu on a bungee jumping run on the second day of the year. When trembling and standing on the bungee platform, he realized that he seemed to be still afraid of heights. Regretted, but it was too late. Dorky accompanied Penny Wu from 100 meters high in the air when he leaped down. Chen Siphon he seemed to see him milk again, but Penny Wu unexpectedly showed particular excitement, pulling Chen Siwon with great interest. Little Chen, I still want to dance. Oh, jumped for several days in a row. Almost did not give Chen Siwon whole death. Chen Siphon those days, not only code words almost give themselves code bald skin, body spirit simply double torture. The result is useless. He almost roared out of voice. Penny Wu is still steady as a mountain. Chen Siwon still doesn't believe in this. Tried a lot of methods, even childishly pretending to be a dinosaur at home and then suddenly drilling out this thing. He did it all. And then what? Well, Penny Wu thinks he's playing house, saying that the dinosaur jacket has or doesn't have pink, and she's going to dress up. It just so happened that she had to go to the psychiatrist for a retest after the year. And when Chen Siwon reported her recent encounters somewhat lifelessly, Su Yan hesitated for a moment and said, maybe try a little bit of sadness? Babies and toddlers usually start crying and make their first sounds. Chen Siwon drifted off. Su Yan provided him with a new perspective. But then the question arises, how is he supposed to make her cry? Couldn't beat her to tears. Sadness? Also cannot. Sorry, compared to you, I love her more. Right? This thing Chen Siwon could not do. It's easy to make someone you care about laugh. It's hard to make them cry. The key, I guess, is that a lot of things can't get past the heart. But things soon took a turn for the worse. When Chen Siwon first scriptwriter finished shooting the TV series Rampage sent for review dailies on Penny Wu's desk, the first time of the little Chen, she is also particularly concerned about the dailies brought home, to watch with Chen Siwon 2 together. Penny Wu, don't run around the house barefoot. Penny Wu ran east and west, in the preparation of things to watch the TV series, listening to the voice of Chen Siwon, blinked, then ran to the entrance hall, then put on the slippers, and went to serve up a small plate with melon seeds and peanuts and cold beer. That's what Mengani did the last time she was a guest at her house, watching the network premiere of her movie, and at the moment Penny followed suit. Oh, who let you take the beer? Chen Siwon touched her hand on the pull-top can. Good lord, it's still cold. Confiscated. Chen Siwon mercilessly put the can of pull on the coffee table in front of the sofa that was originally in front of Penny Wu in front of himself. Penny Wu's delicate little face came right up to Chen Siwon without saying a word, blinking her eyes, and her fingers put up a one-letter word. Chen Siwon thought for a moment. A bite? Penny Wu shook her head. Xiao Chen. Just one bottle. One more bottle? Then you see a fart wildly You just wait to fall in my arms chaotic biawit. No points. Chen Siwon lazy to care about her. Pull open the can. Tons. Left her blinking big eyes pursed lips waiting for Chen Siwon to give her to stay a little bit. The results of Chen Siwon a mouthful of all the dry out. A drop did not give her left. Penny Wu's incredulous ass slid off the couch, her knees next to the carpet, and she picked up the empty can on the table and shook it dully. Turning his head, he saw that Chen Siwon burped and barred his mouth, saying with a smile, here we go. The passionate weekend of catching up with the drama has begun. Chen Siwon once play lax. Wu Pei'ni take him a little bit of way to Mordecai, still sitting on his knees on the carpet. The big boss at the moment also peeled the melon nuts, one by one, after peeling their own also do not eat. This naive actually to Chen Siwon's mouth into the. Chen Siwon also did not sit like a grandpa to enjoy the blessings. He is also a slip of the but also sat on the carpet. She peeled melon seeds, then he peeled peanuts. You feed me, I feed you, it's nice. Chen Sijia hard to accompany their big star. The middle of the night only to go home. Saw this scene, pink bubbles seem to be in a hard to proof out of the bubble. The hands of the bagger all of a sudden fell to the ground, smashed their feet, do not dare to make a sound. But in the heart of the straight call, kowtowing learning, to believe in kowtowing learning However, chasing the drama to the next day, the pink bubble seems to have been broken. Just recluse not long into the door of the kowtow when my sister came out of the bedroom to go to the toilet. Actually saw Penny crying. A time to shoot the legs startled. So good a girl. You actually bullied people, but also bullied them to cry? Chen Sijia suddenly had the indignation of I don't have a brother like you. And as a result, the righteous indignation hadn't been filled yet, and her small face was slightly red. It turned out to be Penny to watch the drama cried. On the wild ride, and Xin suddenly want to break up with Mengyu that cut. Mengyu bitterly begged, and Xin cruel twisted his head. So it's a drama. The old sister patted her chest. It's good that it's not a CP rupture. It's good that it's not a CP rupture. Shen Siwen pointed at the disruptive old sister without any good humor, indicating that please be more mellow. Waiting for her old sister to smirk and vanish away, Shen Siwen's hand tugging at the napkin suddenly froze, staring blankly at the large, slightly reddened eyes. Not right. Psychiatrist Su Yan's words suddenly dazzled his ears. Sadness? Crying? Right. Penny is such a nice girl. How could I bully her? But, Xiao Ding, Zhao Linger can Shen Siwen swallowed hard and seemed to suddenly have a decision to go against his ancestors. Shen Siwen really doesn't mind being tired, even if 2 years of $60 billion of airplay is like a big mountain on him. At the moment he still does not panic, and even intends to take the time to make an attempt. You started dropping pearls after seeing an XIN and menu breakup. Ha! Hiss! Dead memories suddenly began to attack Shen Siwen. Stunned in the study looking at the computer screen at the moment empty documents, he inhaled a mouthful of cool air. Then you saw Zhao Linger die in Li's arms. Baguio Fairy disappear with only small ragged pieces of cloth left behind. And Ariai's blood was drained by Herzog during her cocooning. What's the point of crying? The thought of Penny's red lips slightly parted, her white teeth biting the back of her hand. Lying on the bed, her hair messily strewn across the pillow, little pearls one by one crossing the corners of her eyes and falling down, making a wah 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 wah. Shen Siwen could not help but feel a little excited. As for what you said in bed. Oh, Penny is reading a novel in bed, and cannot cry while reading. Shen Siwen spat at herself for being too sinful, but turned her head and began to move her knuckles. But he was all very cautious about Penny, and when he had an idea, he wanted to try it incrementally. Immortal Sword, Immortal Punisher, Dragon Clan, etc. are too harsh, and only no Penny Wu reads a lot of romance novels from day to day. That has to start with romance novels first. As it happens, Shen Siwen immediately drilled a work into his head that was supposed to be one of the works in his $60 billion plan, 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, 10 Peach Blossoms. Don't underestimate this drama. As one of the few members of the 10 billion airplay club in The Last Life, its hotness actually has its certain reason. It is in the middle of the hot air. I do not know how many people are looking forward to. Su quickly jumped the exorcism platform. Things are roughly like this. Su original name is Bai Xiao, is the Empress of Qingqiu. In order to seal a big devil was convergence of appearance identity and then thrown to the lower realm to become a name. Su unarmed soft and weak mortals, began to experience her promotion of God's love robbery. The gods, in male immortal cultivation novels, are saints. Once Su succeeded in her tribulation, which was the only female saint in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, or the female emperor of the superpower Qingqiu. A bigot. This is definitely a bigot. As a result of the difficulty of the love disaster, when she was in the mortal world, she even met the Knight China, who is the prince of the noble heavenly tribe, according to the seniority of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, and had to call her an aunt. Yes, the prince of the heavenly clan called out to his aunt. You can imagine Bai Xiao's amazing status in the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. Then what? The little mortal at the time of the tribulation fell in love with a person who should not fall in love. After the sky, the emperor of the sky angry, villainous, to the mortal Su. In fact, the empress of the white shallow that called a burst of abuse and even in the sky lost her pair of eyes. Was her good nephew's hand digging? Poor The audience is not sad and angry Straight call. Su. You quickly jump from the immortal punishment platform. On the big you quickly go on the big hand to kill the villain In fact, the original Su jumped, shifted, the success of the robbery into the Qingqiu female emperor, the only female god of the 4 seas and 8 deserts, abusive husband, abusive villain, cool to death, and the final ending of the family of 3 living a beautiful little life. But in order to make Penny have the urge to wow and cry, Shen Siwen intends to write 2 versions. A version of it is submitted to the company for distribution. Jokingly, The Last Life in 17 Years, the work of more than 10 billion airplay, not to be used to make up for the 60 billion airplay gap between the newly film and Blue Star Third are a pity. What about the other version, which he intended to show Penny alone and only Penny? The story cuts off when he jumps the exorcism table. Su with a plain dress, a leap from the exorcism platform, was struck by lightning and died. Failed to cross. Qingqiu Empress Pawn. Yes. Shen Siwen is going to write Su off first and then see if Penny wows or not. Shen Siwen was not a production team donkey, but he was definitely doing more work than a production team donkey at the moment. None of the donkeys in the production team are as good as he is at coding. Okay? In the office, there was the sound of pounding on the keyboard all day long. And even because he was so eager to see Penny's reaction after reading 3 Lives and 10 Peach Blossoms altered, he coded words so baldly that he almost forgot about the time. Today is May 8th, the day Rampage officially comes out in theaters. Exclusive to Tundra Video. 8 episodes released on the first day at 8 p.m. Let the audience see a wave of awesome and fill them up. In fact, the audience did get a kick out of it. The fish seller's comeback was nothing short of awesome, alright. You call this a sweeps drama? Are you kidding me? Isn't this the history of the little guy's struggle to grow up? Unlike the trilogy, the early part of Berserk that is simply a chaotic ride at a cool pace. The story and compact. I do not know how many people in the small man fishmonger Geo Kikiang find resonance, and do not know how many people see Geo Kikiang into a friend to take over the original oppression in their own head. Just like that one of the nasty bosses Tang Xiaolong Tang Xiao who feel a burst of relief. As long as you make the audience find empathy in that soothing and pleasant moment in their busy lives, it's amazing what the audience gives back to you. That too. Keep in mind that in a previous life, with just over 4 months of accumulated data, the effective airplay of Rampage proper officially surpassed 10 billion airplay. And in a previous life, Rampage last 10 billion explosion Xingyunyan, it took more than 8 months to reach this achievement. Even Rampage is not a strictly pure network drama, premiered in the last life in the Central 8. Is the Central 8 nearly 9 years of ratings first? The whole drama average ratings of 1.54%. The single-day broadcast volume for the first time exceeded 300 million. Delivered a particularly beautiful answer sheet in the network era. Ask how many people at that time did not know the fishmonger Gao Chichanga, simply exploding with heat. Even the supporting characters are vividly portrayed. Who wouldn't want to have a daughter-in-law who is as feminine as your sister-in-law? Who sends you a godfather in one sleep? And who has a bright future ahead of her? If this thing wasn't afraid of not passing the scrutiny, it would have been fine to just change the name and call it The Legend of Kai Kung. For a while, Rampage blew up. It's been a few years since even Blue Star China has had such a bombastic breakout drama. The energy, the instant surge of heat, startled Lin Hai, who is now in charge of promotion and distribution at Sunrise Pictures. How many billions of airplay did it get? His secretary handed the first day's data to his desk, and Lin Hai picked up the copy a bit woodenly, glanced at it, and after a long period of silence, suddenly inquired, I heard from the learned Mr. Jun that this is the work that Mr. Chen took out after writing it for most of a month? His secretary blinked, and with a bewildered look in her eyes at the moment, replied weakly, well, like yes? First of all, I do believe in Chief Editor Chen's ability. He's handsome, young, humble, and has a particularly good character. Lin Hai opened his mouth, but as he spoke, the wind of his words turned. But Chief Chen can't brag like this. He simply knows too much about pleasing Editor-in-Chief Chen. Just like this to put gold on Editor-in-Chief Chen's face? Editor-in-Chief Chen can't see this simple bragging of yours? Ha! He's got issues. Lin Hai came to the conclusion, pursed lips, then the corner of the mouth at the moment cannot stop rising. 6 billion 6 billion. 8 episodes of 6 billion playback. Such as Rampage, this 39 episodes within 2 months of all playback. A simple multiplication will know. Playback shall not directly dry to 3 billion. This is still the first day. The broadcast volume did not reach the peak. Take a look at the numbers for other hit shows comparing the first day to the end day. Do the math on the ratios, and then do the math. Hiss. Lin Hai suddenly sucked in his breath and got a horrible fact. Finish this shall not break through 8 billion. Plus a lot of fans of the show like to wait until it's finished to see the coolness all at once. This mustn't kill the $10 billion club anytime soon. Ha! 10 billion club works. Which is not the screenwriter's exhaustion of the brain? It's not too much to say that it's comparable to carrying a fetus in October. And many screenwriters can't carry a fetus in October. Lin Hai scared his mouth, thinking that Mr. Chen simply opened his mouth. And in order to elevate Editor-in-Chief Chen, his speech was simply too much. Most of the month, just directly wildly? This Mr. Chen, in order to support the stinking feet of Chief Editor Chen, his mouth is simply crazy. Simply ashamed to be in his company. Just not like me. Lin Hai sent a line to Mr. Emperor's son-in-law about the raging first day's data, and had the political foresight to follow it up with a message that said, thumbs up, Editor-in-Chief Chen is simply unbeatable in the world. Ah cut. Mr. Jin is also pacing back and forth in the office at the moment waiting for the data forwarded from the side of Xinli Film and Television, and also can't help but sneeze twice. Thinking, cold? It seems that you cannot believe their wives run to the balcony at night. Although the stimulation is quite stimulating, but this day in May Tang do night temperature obviously did not get up. Naked in the balcony, it is indeed easy to catch a cold. Take a few days off. My wife wants a second child. Jenin, comfortable indeed, but it really felt like, honey, I'm not a 20-something anymore. I'm almost 40. I really can't top that. Janan is the one who fought back. After taking a few steps around the office, Janan sat down on the couch a little slightly out of breath and picked up his thermos. And it was about time he understood the words. People in middle age have no choice but to soak goji berries in a thermos. Jinan felt that his back was a bit sore at the moment, and stated that no matter what machinations his daughter-in-law used today, he would righteously reject them and go to bed. Sleeping veggies. Jinan thought so, nodded, put down the thermos cup. The secretary at this moment finally came in. When Jinan saw the date of the moment, it cannot help but drop those distractions in the heart now. A pair of eyes dead center on those wonderful figures. A hand slammed a clap thigh. Straight, good. This is simply God's love for him. Sending him a fierce general like Editor-in-Chief Chen, which is still a royal. Let's just say, at this rate, can a promotion and a raise be far behind? Jinan's entire being was overflowing with joy. By the way, Mr. Jun, Chief Editor Chen sent you another email. It's his new work. What? Jinan was still looking at the data joyfully. When he heard the secretary's words, he froze and looked up. Editor-in-Chief Chen's new work. You wait, again? This rampage has only just been released? You've got a new piece? Jinan's lips were dry and he swallowed hard, thinking, Chief Editor Chen, you're so positive. You don't really want to liver out 60 billion broadcasts in 2 years, do you? Even the top screenwriters in Huaxia now. The broadcast volume of all works is at this level. People are still 10 or 20 years of accumulation. Chief Editor Chen, are you polite? Is this scientific? Jinan sat down in front of the computer with a somewhat odd expression at the moment, staring at the email in a daze. 3 lives and 10 miles of peach blossoms? Why does that name look pink? Or is it the heroine's perspective? This isn't going to be a female frequency, is it? Jinan's expression was confused at the moment, thinking to himself that I should have handed in my rations and confused myself, right? Mr. Chen writes romance novels? You can still write romance novels? But after the first 2 times Chen Siwen snapped her face, Jinan is sort of honest at the moment, especially witty. I'll watch it first, don't comment on it yet. The clock snapped by minute. It was also getting late. At the moment, he, who hadn't read many female novels, was a little unsure, but greatly shocked. It's good looking. This was Jinan's first comment. But again, truth be told, this one didn't hit him as hard as Rampage did. He felt the quality was high enough to be able to read it even in one sitting. But after all, he is not a professional engaged in female frequency content. Not good to fully assess the quality of this book. Sitting at the window with a cigarette and looking at the sky. Just want to take a break from the eyes. I saw the phone has a lot of missed calls. Already daughter-in-law sent a message. Honey, where have you been? Not home yet? Honey, I'm hungry. I want to eat. Honey, why are you ignoring people? Honey, come back first. It's not like I'm going to do anything to you. Let's talk about what's going on. Jinan, are you not coming back? I'm telling you, you can't hide. Do you want to be in the office? Jinan was flabbergasted for a moment and hurriedly messaged back. I was just reading the manuscript. You know, Chief Editor Chen's manuscript. Well, I'll be back in a while, so don't come to the company. Come down and get me. Jinan slapped his forehead violently, hurriedly packed up and went downstairs, and returned to the office helplessly in a short while. Wife. No one. Just me. Don't be blind. Jinan's wife is called Young Cooling, 2 years younger than him, with a head of long hair that looks somewhat gentle, but at the moment it is a scrutinizing sweep of the office, finally resting on Jinan, clenching her teeth. Am I so unattractive to you now? Would you just rather hide in the office than go home? Not avoiding you. I'm reviewing the manuscript. You're kidding the kids. You're an old boss. Where do you get so many drafts for you to review all day long? I know. I'm just not attracted to you anymore. Nonsense. What has no attraction? Jinan had no choice but to say quietly, but the production team's donkey, you also have to let him rest. Where did I not give you a break? Didn't I rest the day before yesterday? I'm 40 and I have 1 day off a week. You're kind of hard on middle-aged men. Not in preparation for pregnancy. Jinan was silent for a moment and continued quietly. But you haven't even taken your ring yet. I don't care. Come home with me. Yang Cooling began to be irrational at this moment. Jinan, after the fear of pointing to the computer, hurried to diverge from the topic. Review? Really review it? By the way, wife, you resigned before you are not in the publishing house to manage the novel magazine this piece, or you help me to look at the quality of this female frequency content. I'm a little bit to see not to understand. Yang Cooling was somewhat reluctantly held down and sat down in Jinan's place, rolling her eyes. What work? 3 lives? 3 worlds? 10 peach blossoms? It doesn't sound good once you hear it. Yang Cooling had planned to perfunctorily flip through, then just comment that it wasn't good and then drag Jinan home, but as a result, without realizing it, her eyebrows seemed to wrinkle slightly, and she could only hear the sound of the tumblers sliding. Seeing this, Jinan tried to squeeze her shoulder. Honey, do you want a glass of water? Yang Cooling had a hint of professional seriousness in her eyes at the moment, slapping away Jinan's hand and spitting out 3 words. Don't disturb me. Good good. Suddenly was disliked Jinan, also not at all anxious and not annoyed. Turned around and exhaled. Then picked up the thermos cup, hands are slightly trembling, tons to drink a few mouthfuls of goji berry water. In the heart of the mind silently recite, I rely on the 3 lifetimes and 10 miles of peach blossoms to escape a robbery. Meanwhile, at Chen Siwon's home, he sat in his study, the snapping body of the keyboard rising and falling, the computer screen alive with words that, I was at the exorcism platform. Su Jin told me that if I jumped off, I could go back to where I should go back to. Nightwish, you let me go. I also let you go. We two from now on will not owe each other it. Su, dressed in white, finally relieved, walked barefoot into the exorcism platform. A moment of thunder. Su is dead. End of text. The sound of keyboards flying finally died down. It's so hard to kill. It took me a while to write it, but I finally wrote it to death. Chen Siwon moved his shoulders, then somewhat exhaustedly slumped in his chair, sighed deeply, rubbed his eyes, briefly packaged the document, and then silently sent it to Penny Wu with the message. Penny, I'll show you a baby. Penny was resting last night, and as soon as she woke up this morning, she sleepily saw the message that Chen Siwon had sent over, and dutifully typed the word Anon before inquiring. Okay, but I'm busy with a meeting today, so can I look at it tomorrow? Of course. Chen Siwon also got up, at the moment was holding a toothbrush in her mouth and was brushing her teeth. Thought for a moment. Forget it, it's better if you come to my house this weekend. I'll watch it with you. Penny Wu, Anon. Things are set up, and the afterglow of the rampage doesn't stop there. After Chen Siwon's intense coding work, today is finally able to take some time off from his busy schedule, and came to the pantry at noon. Was ready to take a break from the sun. I ended up seeing a couple of editors in the pantry chatting animatedly about the wildly popular episode. That's the thing about explosive dramas. They're always being discussed, and even when they're finished there's still residual heat. But amidst the heated editing, it seems that co-worker A is a bit off today. So, Wang Wei asked him, what's wrong with you? He sadly replied, broke up. Wang Wei froze. Who mentioned it? Co-worker A is even sadder, her BFF. Chen Siwon almost choked on his tea. This time his colleagues also saw him and hurriedly got up. Chief Editor Chen Siwon smiled and waved her hand as she walked over, joining in on the small talk, just to realize that everyone seemed to have quite a lot to say about the term bosom friend. One time in college, my girlfriend did the same thing. Said some of the girls she played better with in high school came over to hang out with her for a potluck. How many girls? 4 total counting my girlfriend. At the moment the editors in the pantry were attracted and gathered around. And Wang Wei asked curiously, and then what? At that time it was the senior year. I was outside the rented house. My girlfriend will occasionally come to me here to rent. Before leaving the door, I specifically asked her, you come back will still love me? She smiled and said, I little fool. Of course I will always love you And finally? Yes. It's him again. It's still him. Co-worker as sadly inhaled his cigarette. She pulled the plug on me that night. Chen Siwon saw that he didn't seem to be joking. Good guy. You talked about it in college now. And you haven't completely broken up yet? Colleague ghostly nodded. This stupid bitch every time is to listen to the wind is rain. Who said something? Ran back to make me. And then broke up. A few days apart. She fucking have to come back to find me. Pulling my hand to me. I think about it. They are not right to get back together. Your girlfriend is so hard to kill. Chen Siwon smiled. Then you this time. Colleague A gritted his teeth. Split. This time completely split. This stupid bastard stay up suffer. Support. +1. Chen Siphon and colleagues chatting. Also feel relaxed a lot. Daily well. Or to combine work and rest. And also to play with colleagues more heaps. Or people still think you have a frame. The human condition is a learned skill. Back home. The evening was still going to be a dinner with Penny. In the living room. Chen Siwon was particularly smooth with her dishes. Eat more meat. It's all bones. Penny Wu's eyelashes fluttered slightly. You said last time that I was all flesh and soft. Oh yeah? I forgot then. But you still need to eat more meat. Alright then. I'll eat. Penny Wu obediently cupped her chopsticks and took small bites of her rice. And taking a look at her, Chen Siwon suddenly remembered the topic of today's noon, raised her hand to gently wipe the grease stains on the corner of her mouth, and suddenly asked, what would you do if your best friend said bad things about me and told you that you'd better stay away from me? Penny Wu, Anon? Older sister who is her future sister-in-law doesn't count. This being should only have one that counts as a friend at the moment, and she and Menghan Rhyme will communicate from time to time. Just Menghan Rhyme, saying I'm a bad person and telling you to stay away from me. Chen, she wouldn't say that. Sven Chen, I mean what if she said that? See, there's no comparison. Penny Wu was serious and grave at the moment. Then I'll delete her. Pretty. Open your mouth and reward yourself with a little chicken leg. Penny Wu's mouth was already open to a great extent before she could barely wrap the small chicken leg into her mouth, her cheeks bulging out as she looked blearily at Chen Siwon. Is it good? Penny Wu shook her head, her eyes clearing. You dislike me too much, don't you? Auntie Zhang's chicken thighs are obviously delicious in sauce. Chen Siphon pinched the chicken leg bone and let her bite it, then gently pulled the leg bone out. The soft and sticky meat stayed in her mouth, waiting for her to barf, her lips slightly licking her lips to swallow the meat after. Chen Siwon copied the small chicken leg and stuffed it into her mouth again. By the way, remember to go to my house on the weekend. I'll accompany you to watch The Three Lives, okay? Penny Wu pursed her small, rosy mouth and nodded, not saying anything but stating, I know. The time is fast approaching Friday and the office is filled with an aroma called rest. Yo, so happy, face so good. Colleague A seemed to look a bit joyful today, and Wang Wei greeted him. Coworker A stared, then suddenly smiled in embarrassment. Wang Wei's face changed when he saw this. No, you're not getting back together again, are you? Colleague A thought about it and nodded shyly. Shit, Wang Wei spat. You were teasing us the day before yesterday. Didn't you say you split up? I'm not kidding, I really want to break up. Colleague A pursed his lips, but she wears bunny girls ah. Okay. You're doing this, aren't you? Wang Wei contemptuously raised his middle finger at him. Bitch. Chan Siwon, who was also carrying a cup of tea behind them, was also silent for a moment, then raised his middle finger. Bai Chi. Colleague A, Luckily, Chen Siwon went back and asked the big boss what he would do when he encountered this kind of thing, and he was originally quite satisfied, stating, look at it, how good our big boss is. As a result, now that I hear it, deleting friends seems to have become worthless compared to Bunny Girl. That's it? Your girlfriend? It's great that you can dress up as a bunny girl. The big boss will dress up as a big pink dinosaur. I'll tell you? That's right. After Chen Siwon pretended to be a dinosaur and scared her last time, she bought it back and childishly put it on to chase Chen Siwon to play. Chen Siwon of course refused. Me? I'm a big old man. Mr. Mighty. Super fierce man. I will accompany you to play such a childish trick. Then again, a brown dinosaur and a pink dinosaur were happily running around the house. Don't tell me. In fact, for every big boy, there is a girl who is willing to be childish with you, or you are willing to be childish with someone else. This stuff, it's still a real joy. Only after running for half a day did the two epileptic dinosaurs finally stop and lie down on the floor of the living room with a big grin, while the oldest sister was also finally back at this moment, her eyes full of bright Kauta aura. Dinosaurs? Look at the two fake dinosaurs. Childishly well-matched fake dinosaurs. Older sister silently took a picture, then knowingly retreated from the house. The weekend. You two enjoy playing. Do not worry about me. I will pick up garbage outside to eat by myself. The old sister jumped and went to find Liang Ru's sister to live, and turned her hand to send a message to Chen Siwon. Beautifully called. Working overtime on the weekend. Chen Siwon rested for a while before she was sweating profusely and got out of the dinosaur's jacket, huffed and puffed twice, lifted her leg and gently kicked the pink dinosaur lying beside her. Did you just hear any sound? The pink dinosaur sat up in bewilderment, shaking her head shortly after revealing Penny Wu's small face with reddish hair all sweaty and stuck to her face. Chen Siwon looked at her messy hair at the moment, then with a burst of amusement he raised his hand and straightened her up. Alright, stop messing around, pack up and go take a shower. Penny Wu was also blinking her big eyes, and before she could take her jacket off completely, her knees knelt on the ground, sliding slightly to move over to the coffee table over there, and then pulled two pieces of paper, stretching out her hand, and pasting her green onion white jade moist fingers on Chen Siwon's forehead, wiping his sweat. It was close to June. The temperature has gradually had the power. Chen Siwon is hot. Took a cool shower, re-wearing short-sleeved shorts, only to be considered alive. Penny a girl, the bath must be slower than they are. After half an hour interval, changed into pajamas before she wiped her hair with a dry towel while walking out from the bathroom over there. You're not wearing slippers. Chen Siwon is found. Wu Painting in the house has always been unhappy to wear slippers. Bare feet walk around. If she doesn't have menstrual cramps, who does? Every time the pain, ran to find Chen Siwon, pulling his hand on a hard to their stomach. But once well, good guy, drink ice, barefoot, how to do, highlighting a deadbeat. Chen Siwon went to the toilet without any good reason and took out her small, wet sandals at the moment and threw them at her feet. Next time you run around barefoot, I'll really take a ruler and beat you on the balls of your feet ha. Penny Wu lowered her head and couldn't look at her feet anyway, so Xiao Chen could hit them if he wanted to, but she was caught, so she obediently stuffed her feet into the sandals. Chen Siwon took one look at her and knew that she hadn't listened. Ooh, this bean, Sometimes it is exasperating. You're mad at me. Ha! Chen Siwen immediately pulled her to sit in the study, and then clicked the document of 3 lives and 10 peach blossoms, altered. Look, show me. You can't stop until you wow out. Sure enough, what he thought was also right, compared to the last time is in this position. She watched the 3 bodies of a little distracted, but also asked Chen Siwen desktop study material is a what is a thing. Penny Wu is indeed quite interested in romance novels. Read with great interest, a little obsessed. Or Chen Siwen look at the time is 12 p.m. Before turning off the computer screen, so that she first go to rest tomorrow continued. It was only then that she obediently went into her old sister's bedroom and climbed into her old sister's bed. Her old sister did not come back, and laying alone on the bed, she sent Chen Siwen a good night and huffed and puffed and slept. The next day is also early in the morning after washing up and eating breakfast. Excitedly slipped into the study, began to continue to read up. See the small white shallow in the Kunlun void to pay homage to the master. See the master of the white shallow is very good, but the spirit of the silence, the eyes flooded with red. Chen Siwen swallowed a mouthful of saliva, wiped her tears. This is where the master went away you drop small pearls. That white shallow jumped himself to the death of the exorcism platform? Sure enough, the night gradually deepened. When Penny Wu saw, Su died 4 big words, copied the mouse wheel want to pull down, but only pulled out the full text finished 3 words when, Wu Penny's small face was confused, dumbfounded, twisted her head to look at Chen Siwen. Her eyes reddened at once, tears uncontrollably slid down her cheeks. TSK, Dean was pitiful at this moment, but while shedding tears, he actually wiped them and typed, Little Chen, you write very well. Ha! Chen Siwen froze. No, because it's written by Chan. It's just good. Do you think she's a love brain? The filter is simply pulled full circle. Chen Siwen woodenly pursued. What if I didn't write it? Penny Wu covered her eyes, and at this moment, she was actually thinking seriously. Then I would want to condemn him. It's really excessive. Exclamation point. Chen Siwen suddenly realized a truth. Yeah, how could Penny Wu give up scolding herself? Chen Siphon a moment dawned on him, feeling as if his previous thoughts were all wrong. Whether it was to take her to see a horror movie, to go bungee jumping, to dress up as a dinosaur to scare her. What Su Yin said, the key to getting better is actually for her to have the desire to speak. But this being seems to have gotten used to communicating with him in this way a long time ago, and seems to have no desire to talk to him at all. Without desire, she won't try. Then how can she talk? How can she say she loves me? How long will it take for their child to hit the sauce? Chen Siwen pursed to the crux of the matter at once, to break out of her comfort zone at the moment. What can be broken? Chen Siwen looks at reading the novel and will empathize, drop little pearls, and even talk about condemning Bean. Well, Chen Siwen, this is really a sudden realization. He's really a nice guy and really didn't want to screw up like that. Even if this one was a special edition written especially for Penny. He still remembered the fear that dominated him when he watched the immortal sword when Linger died in Li Yi's arms dropping her little pearls, and the fear of watching Bagyo drop her little pearls even when she was left with only her little rags. Then I would want to condemn him. Her voice seemed to still linger. I rip all my umbrellas because I've gotten wet myself. Oh, no. In fact, Chen Siwen, really don't want all of you to have the same experience. But Penny Wu forced me. It looks like I'm going to start a trumpet. Looking at Penny Wu silently wiping her tears, she didn't react to anything other than crying. Even feeling the hand on her cheek as Chen Sifen wiped her cheek, she tried to squeeze out a smile. Chen Sifen couldn't help but sigh, feeling that he himself had sort of sorted out an important thing. He had fallen into a misunderstanding before, trying hard to find stimulation to see if he could stimulate Penny Wu to recover her speech function, but ignoring whether or not people wanted to speak or not. Take your time. Just create one of her urges to talk, Chen Sifen thought in his heart. At his angle at the moment he could just see that Penny Wu's long eyelashes still seemed to have water stains hanging on them. The only interest she had besides herself that Chen Siwen knew of was reading novels. Try to ask how many in the last life love to see the exorcism of the immortal has not been Xiaoding. Right, the dragon tribe has not been Jiangnan broken defense. Love to see the immortal sword has not been Linger broken defense. Love to see the golden mean has not been the little dragon lady broken defense. In addition to the last Christmas Eve fall, Chen Siwen has only seen Penny Wu cry twice, probably from her childhood experience. She seems to be particularly empathetic to some stories. Maybe it's really possible to create that impulse by starting with fiction. Penny just said if he didn't write 3 lives, 3 times, 10 peach blossoms altered, then she'd want to condemn the author. So let's say that when Bagyo, Zhao Linger, Airy Eye, and Little Dragon Lady are all by a single author, will Penny, who is particularly interested in novels, oh no, even if she is a particularly refined and easygoing reader, Be tempted to open her mouth and curse? Chen Siwen seriously thought about it. If there really is such an author, he does not go to greet his ancestor genealogy every day. Are sorry for the tears he left for that one vivid character. Well, whatever great evil it takes to ultimately create that impulse is going to be. Chen Sifen clenched his teeth and silently added, already having his decision to finally go against his ancestors. Although Penny Wu had her head down and wiped her tears, she could still feel Chen Siwen's straight gaze and didn't want to make him worry. Sniffling, she then raised her head. Little Chen, I'm fine. Chen Siwen took a look at her, clenched his fists, and spat out. Penny, if you read novels in the future and if you come across such an author, you don't have to be polite. Open your mouth and just curse. I can't open my mouth. Penny Wu was well behaved and honest. Then you have to fight to open your mouth. Curse him loudly, curse him for being a turtle. Chen Siwen flung out. Oh. Penny Wu winked and sent to the dialogue box with Chen Siwen. Ugui. Yes, that's the way to curse. Ugh. You must not be polite to such authors in the future. Well. You. Chen Siwen's eyes glared as he, are you fucking cursing me? Penny Wu hurriedly retrieved her cell phone and shook her head repeatedly. Chen Siwen sighed. My old sister is traveling again today. Are you going home? Or are you sleeping in my sister's room? Your sister's room. Okay. I'll go put the water on for you in a few minutes while you soak. Penny Wu's slightly reddened cheeks were still carrying tear stains at this moment, and her big eyes were also a little red at this moment. Suddenly holding Chen Sifeng's hand and leaning up, her head slightly next to his shoulder. Chen Siwen went to put water on her or something. She followed, sticking close to him like she had just been hurt by a novel but looking for the culprit for comfort. She didn't realize how much her soft body burdened Chen Siwen. I'm going back to my room. You take a bath and rest early. Handing her the bath towel in his hand, Chen Sifeng then burrowed into his room and entered the bathroom, letting the cold water slide down his back, and gurgling and soaking in the bathtub. Penny Wu's little face was a bit sad, and at the moment, she was still thinking, how did Susu die? Gently pat the white bubbles floating on the surface of the tub. Last time, Xiao Chen's sister said that if she felt sad, a small glass of wine would solve all the problems, and she herself would only drink one glass, definitely not more. Xiao Chen should not blame me, right? Penny Wu looked down at her chest, blinking her big eyes. She drank and went to sleep, and Xiao Chen couldn't find out. Well, Bean was actually moved to drink to drown his sorrows. So, a doggy sneaky figure sneaks and touches the front of the refrigerator. Click. Tons and tons and tons. Penny Wu wipes her saliva, and her gaze becomes happy. Tons and tons. Still say Xiao Chen cannot find it. Not long. This bean is alcohol dominated by the footsteps. Red face. Shaking a twist open the bedroom door, and then dizzy to the bed to jump. Update at 11 today. Update at 11 o'clock today. The bright moonlight spilled in mischievously through the cracks in the curtains and shone on the quilt. Amit was literally pressed against Chen Siwen without a ha count, his arm smooth and trying to hang Chen Siwen's neck as much as possible. Chen Siwen was even hanging under the sheet empty crotch. Pants did not have time to wear. You engage in this? What? Nose gently sniffing. Chen Siwen stared at her eyes, framed her soft arm to catch her up. I'm dizzy. You've been drinking. Penny Wu's face was flushed, her small hands scratched in the air, seemingly wanting to come down, only to be thrown on the other side of the bed by the unhelpful Chen Sifen, who had his arm first in a single frame. You have to wait for him to put on a pair of pants first. Reaching under the sheet, he hurriedly pulled his pants upwards in one motion and put them on, and was thrown to the soft bed of Penny Wu. Eyes also flashed a flash of confusion. Drunk and look good as a dopey. Confused as if the roll of alcohol down the sleepy head down on the bed of Chen Siwen. Wrapped in his quilt, a little bit do not give him to stay huffing and puffing to sleep up. Sven Chen. Okay. You're so fucked up, right? Wait for me to go to the kitchen to get you something to eat. Chen Siwen almost did not sleep well overnight. The next day's spirit is a little depressed. Wu Pei'ni woke up after the foreboding that things are not good. Want to go? The result was caught by Chen Siwen. Yesterday almost did not give him a soft fright. The tone of voice is very bad to inquire. You cannot Penny Wu. Learning to drink secretly behind your back. Who taught you that? My sister says that borrowing wine can kill your sorrows. Where do you get your sorrows? Yesterday Su died. Okay, don't say it. Chen Siwen slapped his forehead, belonging to the category of lifting a stone to smash his own feet off. Fortunately, it is a Sunday. You can make up for the sleep. Chen Siwen Monday is again full of spirit to go to the company. Looking at that side of the same very spirited colleague A, at the moment he and Wang Wei-tu relationship is more and more close to each other. The two of them together go in the balcony to smoke. Out to go to the toilet. Chen Sifen look at it, thought about it and also walked over. You're looking so good again today. Is your girlfriend dressed as a bunny girl again? Wang Wei asked his colleague slyly. No. Coworker A inhaled his cigarette. Broke up. Chen Siwon, you're splitting again? Colleague A turned his head first greetings, and then inhaled a cigarette sighing, recently watching The Wild Ride. She had to say that an XIN and Manhwa breakup is a thing that is incompatible with heaven and earth. An XIN is a scum, and my opinion is the opposite of her. I think that an XIN left Manhwa is just responsible for her, but also for their own heart that pursues the real thing is responsible for. He does not want to have a soft spot for himself. Do not want to have a soft spot for themselves get hurt. Then she told me to get over there with my soft underbelly on my own and split. How long do you plan to get back together this time? Wang Wei craned his head. Not getting back together. Not even when she's dressed as a bunny girl. Tired of it. Coworker A's mouth smokes. Ha, sure, that's the man. Wang Wei sneered. Lowly. Cheap. Chen Siwon laughed a bit and thought for a moment. Then why are you so happy this morning? A new book has been signed. It's called The Exorcist. Colleague A pursed his lips. Heaven and earth are not kind to all things as ruminants. Thief Hook 8 explosion. Chen Siwon froze and muttered in a voice only audible to herself. So it's signed in your hand. What? Chen Siwon smilingly patted his colleague A's shoulder, saying that you are very discerning. Cheering. Coworker A smiles. And Wang Wei froze for a few seconds. Sure enough. For the bunny girl, you care more about signing books. Colleague A mouth, this is not nonsense. Sign the book and so on like pie. Kpai is equal to the salary. That is money. The difference between a full meal and a full meal is still clear to me. Chen Siwon gave him a thumbs up. Let's not talk about it for now. It's work. We'll talk about it during lunch. Chen Siphon is going back to the office to code words. Liver to noon. The time is almost up. Pack up the table. Intend to go to the staff restaurant with colleagues to eat. Packed up just stood up from the seat. The phone in hand rang. Chen Siphon smoothly a pickup. Actually is the chairman of the board. Chen Siwon Dong. Uncle Wu. Is about to go eat it. Not hard, not hard. But don't. This is what I should do. Where do I need any reward? Chen Siwon's impulse to be able to enter the board of directors for Penny Wu was on full display, and Wu was very satisfied. Hope Elementary School, in my name? Hearing the smiling voice of the chairman on the other end of the phone, Chen Siwon gulped. Can't afford this, can't afford this. The chairman's voice is more majestic. See when you don't excuse yourself. The last time I said, arrange for you and Penny to go out to travel and play once. I grew up with Penny, basically big and small cities have finished. Although and you go to the effect is certainly not the same, but you young people should also have a unique belonging to your young people's own memories well. Ooh, don't tell me. The chairman is quite romantic. He went on to say, I've been agonizing over where you guys should go to play. Recently there have been a few charity dinners. I suddenly thought, why don't I just donate a Hope Primary School in the name of you and Penny the girl? By the time it's built, the two of you will take a break and go over to the ribbon cutting to play for a couple of days. Penny has never been to the countryside before, so maybe it's more and more meaningful. Uncle Wu this. Sven, don't you want to? No. The countryside is full of mosquitoes and the accommodation is not very good. It's the experience of traveling together like this that makes it more meaningful, don't you think? Not bad for your chairman. You know how to make memories. Then Uncle Wu, can I pay for this Hope Primary School myself? Good. Wu smiled at that. It was so good, but he added, this should be paid for by you and Penny together. Hanging up the phone, Chen Siwon stood in the office. The chairman of the board deserves to be the chairman of the board. Ginger is still old and spicy. It's really quite meaningful. Not for a while. The chairman's secretary sighed. The specific program out, roughly 700,000 investment. The construction period of 3 months. As soon as he got home at night, Chen Siwon reached right out. Give me $300,000. Penny Wu didn't say anything, and ran barefoot towards the sofa over there again, taking out her wallet from her bag and handing her black card to Chen Siwon. How much money do you have in this card? Chen Siwon took the card and looked back and forth, realizing that the texture was particularly good, shiny and seemingly gold-plated. I don't know. Credit cards? My dad said it seems like the maximum amount is $200 million a month. Chen Siwon silently handed her card back. Poverty simply limited his imagination. It's better for me to help you advance it. Remember, you're short of me by 300,000. Your father said that we should donate a Hope Elementary School together. A total of $700,000. I'll put up $400,000, and you'll put up $300,000. Then why not one person 350,000 Lu? Chen Siwon took a look at the black card, which was his little stubbornness. Because I am the family empire and you are the family disciple. Oh, waiting for dinner and sitting on the couch. Xiao Chen. I'm having my period and my stomach hurts. Then Chen Siwon, who claimed to be his family's empire, ran over and rubbed her tummy on his ass. By the way, After 4 months, we may have to go into the village. There are rats and cockroaches and moths in the village. Are you afraid? Penny Wu's head lay obediently on Chen Siwon's lap, her stomach upwards, allowing Chen Siwon to gently rub it, then shook her head. Not afraid. Yo, cowards got so much guts now? Penny Wu then shook her head before raising her finger to point at Chen Siwon. Because you're there. Sign language. Chen Siwon saw the situation flabbergasted, then gently pressed her little belly. Sighed. Can imagine how hard he should be after 4 months? You grew up living in that environment. The countryside environment is that way. The two contrast. You had to get used to every day to hang on me hang it. She was scared by the sudden scurrying of a big rat will talk. Chen Siwon thought that he would be happy to hang for the rest of his life. Slightly later, rubbed her stomach for a while, Penny Wu went to the bedroom to sleep. Chen Siwon also returned home. Standing in the balcony, into June, the morning and evening air gradually some temperature. A small wind is still warm. Chen Siwon this day at work only wore a single piece of clothing. Is not particularly thick kind. Looking at the black sky, to the mother made a phone call. Mom, there's something I want to ask your opinion on. On the other end of the phone, there is the sound of a TV series playing. It is true that mom still likes to watch a long and short TV series at night. Her voice softly, what's wrong? I want to donate a Hope Elementary School to my old home. Chen Siwon spoke softly. Mom on the other end of the phone flabbergasted for a moment, and then the voice slightly anxious. Donate what to donate? You have more money. Chen Siwon coughed. I now do not have 3 works in the earning rampage, you know. The heat is so high. The sales of the 3 bodies you can check online. And before the use of your ID card in the network published in the work, donate an elementary school of hope. A total of not to be $1 million. And now it is really painless for our family. Mom froze. How much money do you have on you right now? Sven Chan, 8 figures are there. Crooked? Moses. Mom, are you still listening? Wu Feng then reacted and gulped. Are you bluffing your mom? Didn't you only make 100,000 to 200,000 dollars a month last year? How come it's 10 million? Mom thought for a moment, said quietly, son, we are poor people cannot be poor. You and others to socialize, and do not lack of money, can never, do not. You this child smart, should understand the meaning of mom, do not owe people, in order to ensure that the relationship is healthy and reciprocal. Chen Siwon smiled helplessly. What every cent is earned by me. You won't think I'm a soft eater? Mom bristles. Doctors have been saying you're a kid with a bad stomach since you were a kid. Chen Siwon rolled his eyes. Stop. Anyway, you just need to know that little bit of money from the Hope Primary School doesn't even count for me now. Mom, do not take it seriously nor give them donations. You forget. Your father was sick. I took you and your sister back to your father's home to borrow money. They pretend to be poor. Say no. Your father from the beginning of the work, but no less than to call the money back. And then what? There are still people say I am a woman with 2 children. How can I afford to pay back? Mom said with some emotional excitement, voice also some choking. If it is not some of your father's friends' righteousness, your father even do the first surgery money cannot come together. Life is not willing to deal with your father's family. You are not allowed to go. Who is dealing with them? Mom, your ideological awareness needs to be improved. My father's family, highlighting a selfish self-centered. If I developed, donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to the village to build an elementary school, a penny did not give them, they are expected to be angry to death. I'll find a dozen cars, firecrackers and gongs to go back to the village, and we'll highlight the fact that you used to be indifferent, but now you can't afford to climb up to the top of the ladder. Isn't that good? Your mom, I am so childish? Mom was silent on the other end of the phone for a moment and bristled. Car, remember to look for a good car. Mom, still have to be you. Chen Siwon is a smile. Got it. Wu Feng finally sighed. Your father at first. They do not talk about that family. The village does support a lot. Your father, that place is poor. But even so, your father was sick. The other village secretary also mobilized everyone to donate, but also out of their own pockets to come up with 20,000 yuan to us. This thing our family really can't forget. Donate. This matter mom has no opinion. Chen Siwon exhaled. He couldn't do anything if his old mom wasn't happy. But Comrade Wu Feng was still very reasonable and didn't extend the anger he had suffered in Dad's family all those years to the village. One size does not fit all. Anyway, have decided to donate. Dad's old home is indeed also poor. Teaching conditions are particularly poor. That might as well benefit the townspeople. And as a child, Dad's summer and winter vacations did not bring him back. Have the impression that when the time comes to take penny, to where to touch the fish, to where to pick the plums, not to be headless like a fly. Hang up the phone, go in the living room to listen to half a day of Chen Sijia's flashing to the interest. Brother, You want to go back home to donate school Chen Sijia, who suddenly sprang out. Startled Chen Sifeng and nodded helplessly. What's wrong? This Chen Sijia is simply like a cat that smells fishy. The big boss will also go together. Right? Clothes returned to the countryside. The little girl in the countryside who was cold-shouldered by the people shifted to marry into a rich family and become the woman of the big boss. Wildly cool and cool. And the townspeople will have no remorse. Thinking about the plot, Chen Sijia was already getting high. And Chen Siwen rolled his eyes and pushed Chen Sijia away a bit and said, I was strongly opposed to Mr.'s withdrawal from the literary world back then. Chen Sijia, it's a shame that you don't go to write novels with this brain. Chen Siwen continuously poked Chen Sijia's head several times with his finger. And Chen Sijia was biting his teeth. It was originally, Dad, that era at that time there was no less money to his family. The result is that Dad is sick. Mom are almost to them on their knees. They remain indifferent. Don't you have any ideas? There is. Chen Siwen pondered for a moment and said so. I was wondering if the dirt roads in my hometown would affect my ability to drive a Ferrari with one hand. In early July, the heat of summer gradually fills the air with restlessness. A delightful weekend. Staying home. Penny Wu sat on the bare floor as if that was the only way to keep a little cold, her chin resting dully on the coffee table, sweat sliding down her rosy cheeks. Here, have a sorbet. Chen Siwen gently fanned his hand to his face and handed a sorbet to the hot Penny Wu. Smoothly picking up the bushel fan on the table, he coiled his legs and sat opposite Penny Wu, gently fanning the wind into her face. Penny Wu's little head stretched out in the direction of the bushel in Chen Siwen's hand, licking the sorbet in small bites, and after a few bites, she started typing into the cell phone on the coffee table. Little Chen, how long until the call comes in? The notice was 6 o'clock. Of course the mind is quiet. You'll have to get used to it. Chen Siwen's hometown Chuandu's summer that is common 40 degrees, coupled with extremely inconvenient transportation, have not yet realized the freedom of air conditioning. Chen Siwen remembered that when he used to accompany his dad back home during summer vacation when he was a kid, it was hot as a dog, so this was sort of an acclimatization before going back home. Wow. Penny Wu honestly bit into her popsicle, all but imagining her returning to her hometown dragging her suitcase, walking in a daze through the countryside fields, lying on her wooden bed back home, shivering in the middle of the night listening to the rats squeak. Chen Siwen couldn't help but pinch Penny Wu's face. It was still as elastic as ever. Penny Wu was holding the ice cream, her big, well-behaved eyes wide open, her cheeks flushed with a gentle blush under the baking of the summer. Chen Siwen suddenly smiled. Right, the book you've been chasing lately, Immortal Punisher, right? See there? Penny Wu sniffed and raised her head in thought, revealing her smooth chin and a white neck collar. I saw the latest chapter. Was it good? Good looking. Who do you like better, Baguio or Lu Sueki? Penny Wu replied seriously on her cell phone. Baguio. Accompanied by the rolling hot wind blowing in from the outside of the balcony. Chen Siwen nodded. It can be. It seems that there is no need to change the plot and write Lu Sueki to death. The ding of the air conditioner's sudden urging to wake up seemed to alert that the electricity was coming. The curtains were drawn, the glass door was pulled shut, and the room was finally more cool. And Penny Wu finally stopped sitting on the floor in a daze and propped herself up and stood up, coming over to gently rub Chen Siwen's arms. Xiao Chen fan half a day are. Chen Siwen, however, laughed and peeled her hand away urging her to go to bed. Penny Wu looked at the top of the clock clicking just 6 o'clock, a little bewildered. Chen Siwen looked at her in this naive manner and couldn't help but tease her a bit. If you don't sleep, you won't have any sleep tomorrow. It's full of rats. They're even going to jump on the bed and bite your ears. Penny Wu's small feet were tightly barred, and she weakly handed out her cell phone. Xiao Chen, we haven't eaten dinner yet. It's okay, a meal is just not eaten. Anyway, when you go back home it's full of spiders and you can't eat it. Chen Siwen threatened. Penny Wu nervously grabbed Chen Siwen's sleeve. What's wrong? Scared? Chen Siwen squeezed her small hand. Penny Wu nodded her head first, then shook her head after thinking about it. Her eyes filled with trust. Little Chen will protect me. Then Chen Siwen squeezed her hand and then mercilessly threw her hand away. No, little Chen intends to personally throw you to the spiders. It is not easy to go back to a trip home. Chen Siwen would have liked to call Mom together. Mom would have been the beginning of a happy, good, want to go back to raise eyebrows a hand. As a result, learned that Chen Siwen is and Wu Peinie their little two together. Immediately felt that it is not important to raise eyebrows, but also caught up with the want to go with the uproar to see the lively Chen Sijia, said, do you know what you're doing? You're running off to be a light bulb when people are taking Penny to find their childhood? Not allowed to go. Chen Sijia can only resentful nod. Knocking schoolmasters always have to face a lot of difficulties. Mom, this heavy difficulties themselves turned over. Can only instruct to Chen Siwen, brother? Childhood memories kill, the killing power of boss is huge. You must go to take Penny in the back of our hometown creek to touch the fish. Go to the back of the hill to climb the tree. And then the night must not go to sleep in the county. Ah, just in our grandmother's old house. Pack up and clean up. We'll live. The dark old house. The creaky wooden bed. The unforgiving little broken windows snapping in the wind. The president hiding in your arms like a kitten. Early in the morning, ready to leave Chen Siwen dragging the box. Looking at that side to talk about the colorful Chen Sijia students, Chen Siwen put down the box, suddenly walked to her in front of her, heavily patted her shoulders twice and said, "Please mister, quickly return to the literary world. Really, the romance novel world. I wouldn't read it without you." Chen Sijia wiped her nose proudly at her words. "Administrator," pushing Chen Siwen toward the outside. Chen Sijia finally said seriously, "Brother, take care of Penny. Then what's the point of your bullshit?" Without looking back, Chen Sifun waved his hand and came to the underground garage. It didn't take long for Penny Wu to come down dragging 2 suitcases and a small bag. Chen Sifun's old home is indeed a little remote. This year the express delivery are not yet through there, but it is also so. There is still a natural charm. That's slow? Chen Siwen feigned impatience. "I'm sorry." Penny Wu apologized honestly. "I'm telling you there's no driver this time. No ants. Just me. You must stay close to me. Got it?" In order to the happiness of the 2 young people, Wu Guodong have gone out of his way. Go. Just them go. No one else will bother. Just let them go out for the first time as a duo. Wu believes Chen Siwen will take good care of Penny, right? Seeing that his boss had gotten up early in the morning and was pacing back and forth in front of his house, the driver tentatively inquired, "Chairman, why don't I just follow?" Wu thought about it and finally sighed. "No need. In the future, Penny and Xiao Chen will also be their own little family with their own little arrangements. I can care, but I can't get too involved anymore." With that said, Wu just ended up touching his cell phone and sending a message. "Xiao Chen, take care of Penny." In the underground garage, Chen Siwen grunted and huffed as she put the suitcases through the back box. Penny Wu stood beside him also did not get on the car. And the last time to the South China Sea is not the same. This time completely on her and Chen Sifen 2 people. There is still a little bit of nothing to do. "Xiao Chen, I will help you." Chen Siwen shrunk his neck backward, looked at the cell phone handed out by Penny Wu, and waved his hand. "Help what? Get in the car. Turn on the air conditioner. This day, it's hot." "Oh." Penny Wu hurriedly stepped on her high heels and totted to the driver's seat. Chen Siwen listened to the sound of heels clattering and peeked her head down from behind the trunk, only to see today Penny is wearing a pair of silver and white high heels, feet also wrapped in black stockings, black wrap skirt wrapped around the small buttocks. The upper body is a light flesh-colored sarong especially transparent. Can see the inside is also wrapped in a pure black at the moment curvature is simply stretched to perfection of the camisole. Chen Siwen's lips parted and her eyes were shocked. "You're planning to drive in high heels?" Penny Wu's eyes blinked and hurriedly ran back again. Chen Siwen helplessly looked for a pair of flat-bottomed backless small leather shoes from the trunk and casually threw them at her feet. "Change into them." "Aang." Penny Wu stood right in front of him and bent over and just started picking at the heels on her feet and gently stuffing them into her little leather shoes. "Drive with some seriousness. Last night I told you to take an early rest. Just because the 2 of us have to drive for a long time to get there." Chen Siwen put the suitcase on hold and sat in the passenger seat first, not forgetting to chatter. Then Penny Wu opened her mouth with her head on the side. Chen Siwen rolled his eyes and helplessly opened the car mini fridge, twisted out a grape and stuffed it into her mouth. "Eat, eat, eat. You do know how to eat all day long." Chen Siwen skillfully fed her grapes one by one. One hand also tapped the center control. Now the center control is quite intelligent. Not long after the more soothing music sounded in the car, Chen Siwen hummed along, apparently in a good mood. The near countryside is not at all timid. Chen Siwen was no saint. He could honestly and openly state that he drove back this time just to pretend. "My mom can't afford to pay you back with my sister and me all by herself. My mom is on her knees to you, and my grandma is so angry that she's in the hospital, and she can't even get rid of your cruelty. See the car I came back to drive? Millions." Chen Siwen bought it with his own money from his manuscript, relying on the love given to him by Daddy Earth. "Everyone in the village pooled their money to lend my family 20,000 at the time, and I'm paying them back 700,000 for the school, and I'll pay them back 300,000 in cash when the time comes. All you can do is watch and eat farts." However, he wouldn't let that family know who Penny was. They didn't deserve it. Chen Siwen exhaled heavily. This is what earning money is all about. Giving a resounding slap to those who once looked down on you, or are looking down on you. The car without stopping through the roadside mountain villages and hills. Chen Siwen heart inexplicably have a kind of time passes quickly goodbye perhaps already things are not the same sigh. The memories rolled in slowly. The old man is gone and the new man has come. There's a stream behind the old house. It's quite clear. And in the summer, when you step in the water with your bare feet, it's icy cold. You haven't experienced it, have you? I'll take you to catch fish then. Have you ever played jumping checkers? Pick up a small rock and randomly just draw a square on the ground and bounce around. We can still climb trees and go up them and steal plums to eat. And it doesn't matter if you can't climb. I'll let you ride on my shoulders. Penny, I'll take you to meet Grandma tomorrow. Chen Sifeng spoke alone, and Penny drove and listened quietly. Cars don't travel slow, and the length of the road depends on the heart. Two people whose hearts are in sync certainly feel that even the longest journeys are close at hand. Got off the highway quickly. For the next few hours, the journey is not so usual. The smooth road is only so far. This small county of Kawada, far from the center of the city, has not yet all dormitory asphalt road. The car passes through seems to be dusty and shaky. Sure enough, it's hard to overstate how hard Rampage raced. Some places, always as back to the village of the potholes in the road, embarrassing. Year after year, shouting to repair the road. The phone, and even a few years ago, even called his mom. Said that cannot collect money to contribute some money. The road into the village to refurbish a little. Is this the fix? Even the last big stretch of dirt road into the village was too silky smooth to get down because of the heavy rainstorm yesterday. Chen Siwen could only curse a mother. Turned around and drove back to the commune. And could only park the car in the commune and walk down. Penny had been sitting in the passenger seat in a daze, all asleep, only to be shaken awake with a flutter. Her dopey eyes wide open as she looked out through the car window at the apparent strangeness of everything outside. Chen Siwen gave her to hold down the button of the seatbelt. A little embarrassed for the hometown, explained, yesterday the rain was too big. Back to Grandma's home road, car can't go down. A moment can only follow me to walk down. Or we return to the original way to go to the county first to live a night. Wu Penny shook her head, obediently pulled open the door, stepped on the small leather shoes down the car. This being quite a kind of marrying a chicken to follow the chicken to marry a dog to follow the dog kind of flavor. Full of curiosity to look at the countryside comes with that clean. And the fresh air. Well, the air does not seem to be so fresh, with a bit of cow dung flavor. It made Penny Wu arch her agitated nose and lower her head, looking at the somewhat muddy road in the countryside after the rain, and it seemed that it was a little difficult to get her small leather shoes off. Chen Siwen followed her out of the car, snapped the car locked. At this moment also did not care about the commune, heard the commotion, a curious look at this side of the townspeople, but a few steps to her side, once again asked, why not just go back to the county town today? Anyway, I came back today, was intended to go to clean up Grandma's house. Also have not yet contacted the cadres in the township. And so the day cleared. The road is good to walk again. It's okay to come over. Penny Wu just looked down at her little shoes, then pulled back her hair, raised her head, and typed, feeling unrelated. Xiao Chen, go to your grandmother's house. It's hard to walk home on a rainy day. There's mud everywhere. It's slippery. Aren't you afraid you'll fall? Will you let me fall? The big boss, who returned to the village for the first time, although he was not dressed in a way that brought with it the village earthiness, but his eyes were always centered on Chen Siwen. Chen Siwen shook her head. No, then I'm not afraid. Penny Wu handed her cell phone to Chen Siwen, lowered her head, and rubbed her little leather shoes in the dirt with great interest. Nerd, don't get your shoes dirty. I'll hardly wash them for you later. Oh, Chen Sifen looked at the time. Almost is already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After the rain dusk spills, put the mud road seems to print a burst of dusk. Hope that the elementary school is along the commune a few steps ahead of the intersection. The brand new school building. The iron gate seemed to be overflowing with the smell of completion. And Penny Wu suddenly stopped tugging on Chen Sifeng's sleeve. Xiao Chen. Dragging the suitcase, Chen Siwen twisted his head to look at the big boss. At this time is looking up at the school. The eyes clear look. Completely the same as that when they first met. But he just looked at it for a few moments before squeezing Penny Wu's small hand. Let's go. Go home. Penny Wu obediently followed his lead and headed for her grandmother's house. The little leather shoes stepped on the mud, and Penny Wu drooped her head as the little leather shoes exuberantly stomped a series of tiny footprints on the long dirt road. The stockings wrapped around her calves seemed to be dotted with splattered dirt at the moment. Knock! Don't you step on it. It's all muddy. Don't fall later. Chen Siwen, one hand dragging the box, one hand also have to protect the moment, look silly big boss, holding Penny's hand also from time to time by her pulling forward and back swing. A good friend, we hold hands together to go together with the excited look. But there is no excitement to how long. Not long to go to, just the car cannot go down. Full of muddy roads. Very steep. Penny Wu simply cannot go down. Small feet try a few times are not stepped on. Chen Siwen pulled the box in the lower, try to hold her a good half a day she did not dare to. Clenched his teeth, so that she can simply sit on the ground for a moment to slide down the muddy road. The skirt including the socks are now full of mud. Wet look. The palms of the hands are also dirty. The sky is slowly darkening. The big boss is now the whole person living a little mud man. Chen Siwon stood in front of the hard, holding her up. Looking at her pretty face, don't know where to go, stained with a little mud. Small hands can also vigorously wipe. The more you wipe, the more dirty. Finally, he looked up pitifully and stared at Chen Siwon. Chen Siwon couldn't help but poof a smile. Still complacent? Little mudman. Melon childlike. Chen Siwon really didn't expect that just after returning home, Penny Wu had gotten herself dirty. Of course, I have to blame the unpredictable weather of the last few years. Sometimes clear skies, soon followed by dark clouds. Follow this slope and you're almost there. Chen Siphon still didn't mind holding her hand. Anyway, he couldn't say how clean he was at the moment, and Penny Wu blinked, obviously a little bewildered by the mud all over her body. It's never been this dirty. Mud stains condensed on the body. All over the body is a twisted touch. Pulling Xiao Chen, the front also encountered a strange hunched figure, carrying a luo pocket, wearing a sweatshirt, holding a bushel fan. The eyes try to recognize half a day, and the mouth is still puzzled. The grandson of the fourth wife's family? Chen Siwon not often back. The main father's family in addition to the grandmother are not very close. Since the grandmother died, usually only the time of the Qingming will give the grandmother incense. So for the townspeople, his eyes are not born, but most of them are not very familiar. Taking advantage of the sky that was not yet completely dark, Chen Siwon took a look at the old man in front of him. He recognized him, turned his head and said, "Our neighbor, Granny Wang." Instead of neighbors, we can also say that they are the old people who stayed at home with grandma when she didn't pass away, and they usually chattered together, rushed to the market, and planted crops. After grandma left, it seemed like she was alone. Her eyes were cloudy but more with a bit of kindness. After determining that it was Chen Siwon, a cluster of pleased smiles suddenly bloomed on her weathered face. Good boy. Although Granny Wang does not have any culture, but listen to understand. The townspeople some time ago, the four grandma's children are now great. I heard that a big writer donated a new school to the commune. Spent a lot of money it. It's good to be back. The old lady held Chen Siwon's hand, and glanced at Wu Peinie. From the purse touched out a few rolled up paper towels. Wrinkled and obvious vicissitudes of the old hand trembling handed out, female child, wipe. Penny Wu obediently received the tissue, but at this moment, she glanced at Chen Siwon somewhat helplessly. See, on the importance of being able to speak. You can't even say thank you without being able to speak. Chen Siwon turned his head to look at Penny Wu. He also always remembered that year, still small, back home to borrow money for his father's treatment. Heard the news of Granny Wang, ran to the grandmother's house in the middle of the night. Which is this pair of vicissitudes of the hand? White rags crumpled is $2,117.80. Not much, but for only a disabled granddaughter. No one to rely on, almost relying on the mountains to eat water. Granny Wang, it is her all. Granny. Chen Siwon walked up and held the old man. His voice had a warmth to it. His willingness to go back to his hometown was the intention that there were still these good people around. Where are you going? Go to the commune and get some medicine. Yaha has a fever. Yaya is the granddaughter of Granny Wang. Chen Siwon heard also do not mind the dirt road dirty. Put the luggage box down. Took out a small bag. Handed the old man. Out of the house. Certainly need to be prepared. Standing cold and flu spirit is there. Granny Wang was a bit polite. Naturally, she blocked it, and repeatedly said that the commune was not far away, and she would be back in a while. Can Penny Wu, who was already wrapped in mud from afar, not know? But Si Chen Siwon insisted. Yeah, it is really difficult at home. Wang Granny finally rushed to take the medicine bag that still looks a little bit advanced. Chen Siwon all the way to help the old man, passing by the door of the house, pulling Chen Siwon to go to the house to eat. Grandmother's house has not been lived in for a long time. I go back to pack up and clean up, and then come over to see you tomorrow. The old lady nodded and headed for the house without saying anything. Penny Wu quietly poked Chen Siwon and handed him his hand, expressing, "Little Chen, the first time I see your grandmother, I seem to be a bit nervous." Chen Siwon glanced at her. She guessed that she hadn't figured out the exact situation yet. Nervous my ass. Go home and put incense on my grandmother first. The yard of Chen Siwon's grandmother's house was small, with 2 bedrooms to the left and right of the hall, as well as a storehouse and kitchen. Push open the wood door. Although it has been a long time since I went home, but the grandmother's home did not imagine the dust to make up for it. The door along the side of the wooden rocking chair seems to be dry and clean. There are traces of sitting from time to time, as if the grandmother's kind and quiet body with the wooden chair sunshine, squinting and falling asleep, fixing his eyes to find that it is yesterday's yellow flowers. He knew that Granny Wang should have come to the house no less often to clean it, and no less often to sit in the wooden chair and chatter with her old sisters. Chen Siwon silently led Penny Wu, walked to the hall in front of the incense table, The grandmother's photo is still so kind, but the tone is already black and white. Lit incense candles bought back from the commune, silently inserted in the candlestick, bowed slightly. Penny Wu didn't need to be taught, and followed Chen Siwen's well-behaved example and paid her respects. Granny, her name is Penny Wu and she's a little mudblood. It was only then that Penny Wu realized that she was all dirty, as if she was being particularly disrespectful, and hurriedly pulled on Chen Siwen. Wait, I'll go borrow some water for you. Chen Siwen family's old well-grandmother died after the deserted, usually back to go to the Wang grandmother yard borrowing. In fact, after the home appliances to the countryside, the village home has the strongest years to go out to work in the house, but also through the water, settled on the cooker home appliances. Just the grandmother died early. Those years Chen Siwen home is also not good. Her other two children do not expect to go to the provincial capital seems to be know these two families. Chen Siwen fetched the water and ran under the stove with a grunt to fill in the firewood, while Penny Wu behaved herself and jerked the cat on the side. Grandma Wan's house has a big yellow dog. There is a so-called cat in the three colors of Robin Ng's big floral cat. When Chen Siwen ran to carry firewood, the floral cat actually followed into the kitchen, around the feet of Penny Wu around and around and around. So well behaved. Okay, come on in the shower. Chen Siwen's voice accompanied by the sound of clattering water gently sounded. Penny Wu raised her head and looked at the large iron basin in front of her. Her gaze was a little stunned. In her image, I guess bathing was only bathtubs and showers. Where have you ever seen the scene where you open a tub, put it on the kitchen slab, and wash it all by rubbing it with a towel? The water is lukewarm, not hot. In a moment, you take this small basin and pour it on your body. The shower gel shampoo is put on the side for you, and your clothes are thrown on the small stool. I'm outside. If there's anything you just knock. Chen Siwen chattered and instructed, then went out and put her change of clothes on another small stool. Here, the clothes are here. Call me when you're clean. Saying that, he braced his thighs and was about to stand up, only for Penny Wu to seem flustered and crash in. Covered in mud. Dirty. Chen Siwen gently patted her back, then pushed her away and rubbed the already dried mud spots on her face, smiling faintly. Alright, I'll be right outside. Don't be afraid. Or do you want me to watch you bathe? Penny shook her head. And now, with a clench of her teeth, she also took out her courage as if she were marrying a chicken and following the dog, and gently pushed him. Chen Siwen tilted the corners of her mouth and teased. You don't even show me the bath? Treating me as an outsider, right? Penny Wu couldn't say anything and generally only let Chen Siwen, the trickster, bully her, and when she was back in the hall again, Chen Siwen moved a small chair and sat down at the doorway of the kitchen's wood door. I just took out my cell phone before I went from one to the other to report peace to my family in Tangdu. Bang, bang, bang. The firewood door was suddenly thumped. Chen Siwen immediately got up. What's wrong? After a few seconds of waiting and no one answering. Yeah, what do you make Penny, the little mute, say about what's wrong with her? But it seemed that the sound of barking, of water-soaked slippers making sharp contact with the stone floor, was heard. Chen Sifen worried about whether Penny has anything. At this moment cannot care so much. Directly pulled open the firewood door. The next moment, saw a scene of crying and laughing, between Penny Wu holding her dirty clothes in front of her body. There are still unrinsed bubbles on her body. Humble squatting to the corner. The smooth back, as well as the curved white legs were now naked in front of Chen Siwen's eyes. Chen Sifen opened his lips for a time. All looked silly. That hidden bare body. Simply. Chen Siwen's small bird still stopped in the stage of craftsman. In addition to learning materials where to see this scene for a moment forgot to blink, and saw Penny Wu trembling and pointing toward the door. It turned out to be a non-poisonous kind of old family hairy spiders are lying on the wall. Not to scare her strange, Chen Siwen rushed to feel the paper from his pants bag. The little thing grabbed and threw it out, and not yet had time to comfort it. It seems that there is some kind of bugs and worms from the embryonic walls fell on the shoulders of Penny Wu who was squatting in the corner. Hiss, the city's big lady were to see this she's simply scared as spirit, are about to cry. At the moment the clothes and the arms also do not care. A throw on the ground, stretching out two hands, terrified to Chen Siwen to jump. In exchange for the usual, jump it, Chen Siwen has been accustomed to hanging a wombat on the body. But now, Chen Siwen only felt her throat dry, her eyes filled with astonishment, and her hands were shaking. Wearing clothes. The naked and slippery body jumped onto Chen Siwen's body at once, still carrying the fragrance of the shower gel, and the thighs were now watery and slippery. The head leaned towards Chen Siwen's shoulder and hung onto him, refusing to come down, and Chen Siwen only felt wet, wrapped in water stains as if all of a sudden his thin summer clothes also soaked as if there is what strange touch tightly attached to his chest. This time it is not seam, He just can really feel the hotness of Penny Wu's skin. The warmth of that body rolled in. Chen Siwon throat not quite surging. Penny Wu's back is a little damp, but it is very smooth, and the skin is very delicate, and between the palms of his hands are all the edges of the bones, and thin and fleshy. The touch came. Chen Siwon at the moment could not help but heart silently recite 100 times 100 times. Thank you little spider. Thank you caterpillar. Thank you chairman. Thank you mom. Thank you sister. Thank you Hope Elementary School. You wash it. I'll be right next to you. Yuck. Men really are like this whenever they are craving for people's bodies. You're cheap. Bean's eyes look at the back of the side from time to time, bubbles sliding down the water stream. Penny Wu looked down at her own chest. A hand weakly pinched towel vaguely blocked. Xiong nose slightly wrinkled, ears slightly red, big eyes seemed to be turning around again. The heart once again muttered. Was looking at the light. Was looking at the light. After she took a shower. At the moment let her stay alone she obviously did not dare. So Chen Siwon at the moment especially shamefully took off his clothes, behind her back and began to rinse up. But also the evil first complained. Penny Wu, you are too much. Actually plainly and for no reason to destroy my innocence as a good young man. Penny Wu cannot speak. Of course, there is no rebuttal. Can only let Xiao Chen said. It was hard to clean himself up, wearing a pair of big pants, hand-to-face fan, as if to cool himself down. Looking at immediately come together in front of Chen Siwon seems to be able to seek a trace of peace in this unfamiliar countryside. Wu Pei, she also raised her hand to Chen Siwon fan. The kitchen that old dim white light under the side. Her little face is really too cubum. Right. Chen Siwon couldn't help but pinch it. Looking down he happened to see a pile of wet clothes that Penny Wu threw over there. Of course she, a rich young lady, wanted to throw the clothes away. Chen Siwon gave her a blank look and said, throw what away? You don't wear it and wash it all and still give it away. Once he thought about it, he simply carried all the clothes in his arms, took them to the door, poured washing powder on them and soaked them in an enameled basin printed with peonies. Penny Wu obediently moved a wooden stool and sat next to him as well. Chen Siphon looked at the time. Some tossing down is also 8 o'clock in the evening. Close to the full moon in the sky slowly and leisurely show ahead. The countryside at night, full of natural stars, bright. Penny Wu propped her head up and tilted it, looking at the sky. Chen Siwon silently rubbed her clothes next to her. Skirts. Sorry. Camisole. After washing these, Chen Siwon threw the clean clothes into another basin, then rubbed Penny Wu's black stockings. Stockings may be in the village entrance when slipped on the ground. A little broken. In fact, there is no need to wash again. But Chen Siwon still carefully wash her clean. Chen Siwon also rarely give women to wash their clothes, but at the moment it feels like a willingness to do so. Twisting his head to look at Penny Wu, the barking of the dog can be transmitted against the wind for 3 miles. The big spiders and small mice to keep company with each. Regret? Come back home with me. Penny Wu retracted her eyes from the blackened sky and nodded at first, but soon shook her head gently. What does this mean? Washing all the clothes? Chen Siwon shook off the water on his hands and exhaled, looking at Penny Wu typing for half a day before handing over the cell phone in her hand, twisting the corner of the cell phone. Chen Siwon was stunned to see so 2 messages at the moment. If it wasn't for Xiao Chen, then I would never want to come here again in my life. I think I could stay here for the rest of my life if I had little Chan. Penny Wu was serious. She wasn't being affectionate. The big boss was just being honest about what she was thinking. Stay here for the rest of your life? Chen Siwon gave her a sly look. Your father could kill me. It won't. The big boss was at that moment looking up and continuing to look at the radiance of the sky in front of him, with a silly look, innocently raising his hand and grabbing the stars in the sky. At a glance, it looked like he was very good at cheating. Help me hang my clothes. Aang. The cool moonlight shines in front of the old family firewood door. Penny Wu's eyes are still clear. Good copied the hanger to hang her clothes, handing it to Chen Siwon, staring warmly and softly at his slightly padded feet toward the beams to hang the clothes, hanging up the clothes and sweeping the floor. Chen Siwon helped Penny Wu make her bed, and of course, helped herself make her bed. It wasn't the first night they'd slept together anyway, and leaving Penny to sleep alone at night in her old home. The slightest breeze was probably going to scare her into shivering. Tonight they both sleep. Grandmother used to rest in the bedroom. The window Chen Siwon found a piece of newspaper pasted up, separated from the wooden board is not very breathable. A long time did not blow over the wind blade fan will be blowing on the blowing. Boom hot environment. Penny Wu wearing pajamas, as if the body is still with a fine fragrant sweat is still a little bit from the bottom of the foot. When she had been busy playing for a while and finally settled down, Chen Siwon pushed her. Why are you standing there? Get into bed. The wooden bed has obviously been on for years. There is a slightly rustic feeling. The cooler is separated from the sheet. And only after hearing Chen Siphon's voice did she carefully move her butt to be next to the side of the bed. When Chen Siwen let her sleep inside, she looked at the walls as if she was afraid, and when she let her sleep outside, it seemed as if the house was empty and she was afraid. In the end, he could only weakly hang onto Chen Siwen's neck and sleep on his body. You're so hot all over in the middle of summer. Chen Siwen opened her mouth or highlighted a got a bargain. But today was different. The days are really hot. Penny Wu was hot too, crunching and sweating. But more than the heat, she was afraid of big spiders, small mice, and the odd bit of squawking in the quiet nights of the countryside. Chen Siwen had no choice but to gently fan her with a bushel fan. Sultry wind, hot and dry body. Chen Siwen seems to be unable to sleep. Even the big boss is moving his head from time to time to open his eyes to look at Chen Siwen, and then honestly buried his head. Good behavior, fake sleep. What's the matter? Can't sleep? Is it too hot? Penny Wu's chin seemed to be shaking her head and rubbing it against Chen Siwen's chest. Then I'll tell you a story. Aang. The Tale of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Words of Once Upon a Time. Chen Siwen gently fanned the bushel and gently told a story, occasionally patting her back with the bushel. It's similar to when I was a kid and my grandma put into bed in my hometown during the summer. Caregiving is a legacy. Listening to the big boss's breathing gradually becoming calmer. His eyes closed tightly and no more movement. Chen Sifeng only breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Siwen at the moment thought, you are willing to accompany me here to stay for life. I am not willing. Chen Siwen is not from a young age in the hometown grew up. He is also on the big spiders of these small creatures' heart secretly afraid of. Chen Siwen is not a child in the old house. He is also on the big spiders of these small creatures' heart secretly afraid of. God knows how much courage he had just summoned up in order to shield the scared and confused big boss. The next morning, Chen Siwen was woken up by the rhubarb outside the door. The hot Penny Wu was sleeping on top of him. Could he sleep well? He still wanted to stay in bed for a while, but he didn't realize that his mischievous hair was also suddenly tussling on his cheek. Chen Siwen immediately fierce eyes wide open. Wu Penny immediately do a thief's heart to retract the small hand. The first time she was alone, awake and afraid. Can only wake up the small Chen. Chen Siphon helplessly pinched her face and also briefly stretched, making her sit up. Early mornings in the countryside are filled with the freshness of morning dew, welcoming a bit of morning light. As soon as he went out, he saw Chang Wei calling for blessings. Granny Wang's cats and dogs were playing and fighting in their yard, and the big fancy cat lived up to its name as the Robin Hood of cats in the tricolor mix, beating the big yellow dog with a wail. Chen Siwen was right next to him, biting his toothbrush, watching the cat and dog battle, and Penny Wu was also squatting next to him with white foam at the corners of her mouth, and her gentle face still had the budding look of when she first woke up. Her slightly curved and natural hair was tied into a bunch, and her clear big eyes carried the watery look of a freshly awakened sleep. It's just a pity that a set of ice silk high-grade white nightgown is a bit out of fashion. If you are wearing a flower cotton jacket at the moment is festive. Finish packing and I'll take you for a rub-down later. Chen Siwen a few times to take care of themselves. Boys, not so delicate. Penny every morning to apply essence. Apply what skincare milk what? To be much more trouble than Chen Siwen. However, Penny so will be Chen Siwen's people. Sniffing, but also casually rinsed his mouth, washed his face, held his hand, a face let him pull. Sold her probably help count the money of the droll look. Really have enough natural beauty. Pure face is also still beautiful. A few steps brought us to Granny Wang's house. Granny, Chen Siwen is here. The girl in the wheelchair, is the granddaughter of Granny Wang, is in the courtyard gently combing her hair, far away from seeing the acquaintances over. A big smile and greetings. Borrowing the morning light to take a look. The girl's body is a little thin. A plain dress is particularly clean. Maybe a long time to stay at home. Have not seen too much light. The skin is relatively fair, but it does not look like that kind of particularly healthy look. Granny's in the kitchen. Granny Wang's granddaughter is called Chenya. Since childhood, her own grandmother, and the village familiar people generally call her Yaya. She raised her finger and pointed to the small house next to the hall over there, and only then she saw the stunningly beautiful Penny Wu, with a somewhat stunned expression rolling her wheelchair backward. Chen Siwen turned her head and introduced, "This is Granny Wang's daughter, Sister Yaya. She can also be considered my cousin." Chuan do this side of the village more or less have some nicknames. What Wang Jiawan, what Li Jiago. Most of them have the same surname and are more or less related to each other. My name is Chinya. The girl blinked and said hello. Her name is Penny Wu. Penny, hello. Penny Wu finally pulled out her tool, a small cardboard, and held it obediently to her chest. Chenya's expression was a bit stunned. Chen Siwen didn't explain too much. Get along, time will help him make an explanation. Just looking at Granny Wang over there who walked out with a plate. Chen Siwen walked over and said, "Granny, there's no need to do too much. We'll simply eat a couple of bites and then we'll be on our way." Granny Wang froze for a moment. "I'll take her around to the back of the mountain in a while. The creek in the back of the mountain is still there. right? Chen Siwen explained and inquired. It's still there, but because the last earthquake changed the terrain, there doesn't seem to be any fish in the water anymore, only touching pebbles. Chenya pushed the wheelchair and helped her mother-in-law to continue the plate and put it on the stone table in the yard. This stone table is still his own father is still there, and Chenya's father together to beat the stone pilot. Time passes, but the stone doesn't change its shape, only the old man is gone. A very simple pancake with round 2 eggs. Certainly not as good as the luxury of the chef at home in terms of flavor, but in terms of value, the sentiment is priceless. Chen Siwen ate very well, and as the big brother watched Chen Siwen eat well, she also ate well, as if how much Chen Siwen looked like a downer. Chenya couldn't hold back any longer and inquired in a low voice. Where's Si Jia? Why hasn't she come back? Sister is not like Chen Siwen. When she was born, Dad's labor force was roughly stabilized in Tangdu. When she was just born, Dad and Mom were still crowded in the staff quarters, and like many left-behind children, Sister had a few years of her childhood spent completely with her grandmother in her old home. At that time, Chen Siba and Wang Erba were old girlfriends, while Chenya and her elder sister were 2 young girlfriends. At that time, Yaya's sister is not yet disabled. The two run between the fields, so happy, and when Chen Siphon a little bit older, the summer vacation is also like a little follower. The ass followed the two of them. It's a good time to feel the fish, pick the plums, conspire with another small group to get into trouble, or start another dispute. Just slowly, everyone grew up, go out to work, study, all scattered, only can not go out of her. Perhaps a lot of time to guard the village, waiting for the new year, waiting for the Qingming festival, waiting for that everyone may be almost forgotten, but she has never forgotten the bustle. My sister is working as an assistant right now, she's very busy. And it was kind of an impromptu decision to come back this time, so she didn't. Chenya lost her head and nodded. Her expression seemed a bit forlorn, but before I came here my sister asked me to get Sister Yaya to Tangdu. She misses you too, Chen Siwen added with a smile. No, don't bother. Chenya glanced at her mother-in-law and refused with a bit of embarrassment. When it's time for Granny Wang to come along, my mom has been saying she misses you. Chen Siwen took another look at Granny Wang, and didn't say too much on the subject. He had just arrived. It wasn't time to leave yet, but he suddenly smiled and said, this time I'm driving back. Whoa, 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 that's awesome. Chenya looked at her mother-in-law as if she did not have a clear intention of refusal, lowered her head and shaved her mouth, which also sort of hid the anticipation in her eyes, and then she heard Chen Siwen say, the car that drove this time, it's not very expensive. A few million. Chenya obviously didn't react. Why are you talking to me about this? Sister Yaya. Don't you think that the grandson of Chen Siba's family has come back? He's making a fortune now. Not only did he donate a $700,000 elementary school to his hometown, but he also came back in a multi-million-dollar car. Is this something worth running around in the village? Oh, Chenya there do not understand the meaning of Chen Siwen. The 4 grandma's family before that shitty thing in the village who do not know. Idle not spit a few 4 grandma really not easy. Raised 2 white-eyed wolf. Chenya. A few mouths to the bowl of cluck cake bar finish, propped up the cane and stood up, excitedly moving the cane forward. Penny Wu hurriedly poked Chen Siwen under the table. Little Chen, people are disabled and you're asking them to run for it. You. However, Chen Siwen was calmly helping her peel the eggs while waiting for it to be stuffed into her mouth before replying on her cell phone. Sister Yaya is very strong. She's only physically disabled since that earthquake, but she's not psychologically disabled in any way. She's just a normal person. Wang Erwu, only in the face of Chen Siwu talk a lot. When they 3 little ones talk, Wang Granny sat in the small courtyard, the old man quietly sunbathing in the sun. Granny, I'll go first, you help me watch when you go around in the afternoon. The slope road at the entrance of the village is not slippery. Remember to tell me. I'll bring the car back. Granny Wang naturally nodded her head with a smile, then got up and started to go clean up the dishes, while Chen Siwen seemed to be grinning greatly as she led Big Boss in that direction towards the back of the mountain. The big boss seemed to be amazed why they didn't go and help their mother-in-law clean up and scrub the dishes. Granny Wang didn't treat you as an outsider, so you should never treat yourself as an outsider. Well, have you seen the one whose own grandson still helps his mother-in-law wash the dishes when he returns home? Looking at Penny Wu is still very confused. Chen Siwen pulled her leisurely walk to the countryside, listening to the chickens and listening to the dog's lungs, said quietly, it is not easy to come back to a trip. Do not let down the old man expects simple love. With a nod of her head, Penny Wu was pulled closer to the grove by Chen Siwen along a path. The traces of the summer rains come and go quickly. Watching Big Boss's little leather shoes, which still had mud stains on them, rustle on the gradually drying fallen leaves and dead branches. When she went out, She was trying to change her shoes, saying that her leather shoes were dirty, and was stopped by Chen Siwon, stating, "Big boss, you are the one who has to understand the difference between dirtying one pair and dirtying many pairs. Okay, let's listen and endure." The big boss, this kind of big girl is some small cleanliness fetish, never clean, but small Chen want her to endure a little. Then she only nodded, forced to endure the discomfort of the small feet into the dirty small leather shoes. Leather shoes on top of a pair of loose jeans. Mosquitoes along the creek. Pants are not tight, or by the time Chuan-do belongs to the south of these demon mosquitoes. Through the pants can give you a big red bag bite. But even though the jeans were baggy, they had that Netflix style on Penny's legs that were just perfect. Plus the top half was printed with just a little red heart white with little short sleeves. The sunshine and the shade of the trees are alive with a big, ripe, beautiful woman. Only when Chen Siwon suddenly pretended to scare her with a small bug would she reveal her dorky nature and grunt in protest. "Little Chen, you have to stop scaring me. I'm trying to help you get your guts up. Didn't you say you'd like to live here with me for the rest of your life? Then we'll have to get acquainted with the little bugs and even sleep in the same bed." Walking on the path of childhood, Chen Siwon was more leisurely, while Penny Wu sniffed and poked Chen Siwon tightly. "Little Chen, I suddenly don't want to stay here with you for the rest of my life. A woman is a man. A mouthful of spittle is a mouthful of nails. Where can I go back on my word? Chan, that's manly. Whatever Zihans." Familiar surroundings appeared in front of her, and Chen Siwon raised an eyebrow. "Quickly take off your shoes," said. He put his feet on the flip-flop step down especially easily. Big summer. The feet into the shade of the forest only naughty sprinkle down a few beams of sunshine cold stream simply do not too cool la. Penny Wu obediently took off her shoes and held onto Chen Siwon, her white and tender little feet tentatively reaching into the creek. "How's that for comfort?" Chen Siwon asked with a slight smile as she bent down and rolled her jeans up slightly in one roll. Penny Wu drooped her head, her little feet curiously flicking the water up and down upside down. Chen Siphon happened to not have completely stood up at this time either, so he obediently put his hand underwater and gently flicked it towards Penny Wu's calf. Wu Penny through the sunlight gently ruffled down the naughty hair, big eyes blinking. Feet actually bad to Chen Siwon that direction of a gentle kick. The water splashed joyfully splash, actually ran to Chen Siwon face to fly. Bah! Bah! Chen Siwon even yucked a few times, eyeing the dog. He raised his head and looked at the big watery eyes in front of him. "What are you doing?" Bean winked honestly. Good good good." Chen Siwon suddenly bent down and cupped his two hands, so that they were fully immersed in the water. "Since you don't talk about martial virtues, come to sneak up on me, a naive big boy in his 20s. Chen Siphon rose in a single bound, riding on the fact that none of the water had reacted, and splashed the water cupped in his palm onto Penny Wu's body. Looking at the small droplets of water that seemed to follow her white neck and dribble down her delectable chest, Chen Siwon laughed twice, not expecting that she seemed to have found something very amusing. Bending her body and following Chen Siwon's movements, she splashed Chen Siwon stupidly, being proudly dodged by Chen Siwon. She was also particularly rascally and ready to bully. "Good. You actually don't stand and let me splash, and you dare to fight back. Rather like the enemy who not only didn't surrender, but had the audacity to open fire on me." Chen Siwon, with his childhood experience, is considered to bully Penny Wu into a rout. The last prince of small short sleeves or wet a piece of it, can only drum his cheeks and raise his hands back to Chen Siwon suddenly squatted aside. This bean's pants are squatting in the water. Chen Siwon suddenly thought, slammed his forehead, and hurriedly pulled her up. Looking at the jeans also with a wet feeling, the upper half of the short sleeve wet or almost wearing tights. Suddenly forgot. To the big boss hole wet. Suffer is not their own. Pulling a dress and unclean big boss to go in the direction of home. It was supposed to be the culprit. Chen Siwon also evil. "Last night, I tossed myself into a small mud man, and today I poured myself into a small wet man. Humph. Melons." Copying the dialect of Chuan-do, facing the gradually brightening sky, the tall figure holding a good girl, the voice accompanied by the rustling leaves in the forest crisp and audible. Chen Siwon took her home and had just changed her clothes when he saw Granny Wang returning from the village entrance. "The slopes aren't slippery anymore." Chen Siwon waved her hand. "Got it, Granny." Waiting to lead Penny Wu to the car, finally drove back to the village. The road also picked up the runaway Yaya's sister, usually out of the house. She estimated that the minivan are sitting less, stepping on the comfortable soft collapse, buttocks next to the particularly soft and delicate backseat seats, already feel out of place, apparently have a wave of inexplicable constraints. Not to mention, watching the curious eyes of passing grannies, grandpas and small children as the car moves along. Sure enough, Sister Yaya's running around obviously had an effect, and the phenomenon of people spreading the word expanded even further, and the village knew that the great writer of the fourth grandmother's family had returned. Before the blackmail, we have not been so clear feeling. At the moment that again the provincial city a rare luxury car engine roar clear sound. Folks just seem to be really steeped in sobriety at the moment. The children of the fourth mother-in-law's family are capable and have come back from earning big money outside. 1 by 1, 10 by 10. Despite having moved to the province. It seems like some of the news isn't a secret. Still go back for what? That year I said. Sister-in-law back to borrow money. Should be borrowed. You do not let. And now see people in the tang do made a fortune. Earn big money. And on the pole to rub up. Man holding a cigarette. Voice a little muffled. I cannot afford to lose this person. To go back to your own back. Chen Jiangnan. You don't give me here to yell. That is your big brother and not my big brother. You really want to iron heart to borrow. Who can still stop you? The woman is Chen Jiangnan's daughter-in-law. Called Jiang Yan, a head of short hair. Lips somewhat thin. Now standing in front of Chen Jiangnan ring chest. Who do not know you Chen Jiangnan? Your sister Chen Jiangxia is a child of 7 or 8 years old to bring the Chen 4 women to raise. And is not biological. Borrowing is the love. Not borrowing is the original. The group of people in the old country like to blindly participate in the affairs of others. Make it look like who owes whom. Big brother he. Jiang Yan interrupted without waiting for him to finish his sentence. Then why don't you borrow it? Chen Jiangnan's face slightly reddened. And in the end, he just averted his face to the side and took a puff of muffled smoke. Jiang Yan saw the situation then said, since you can do it, you have to admit. You and your sister. The fourth grandmother Chen Jiangbei is not raised familiar. You are not a family at all. Do not blindly pretend what noble. I Jiang Yan just do not want to borrow. But not my family. You want to borrow, I do not care about your money. Do not need anything pushed to me. The old lady does not serve. Jiang Yan looked at Chen Jiangnan, who was sulking at the moment, and sneered. If you want to be shameless, I am indifferent. But my son is going to graduate from the junior college soon. So let's see you. Chen Jiangnan, what channels you have to arrange a good job and a good future for your son. Chen Jiangnan's face became particularly ugly. The cigarette mouth seems to have been bitten into shape, and finally could only suffocated. I'll find a way to work on my son's job. You, what can you think of? Jiang Yan was very angry and handed her cell phone to Chen Jiangnan. Inside was clearly the group chat interface of the Yuqing hometown group. Jiang Yan gritted her teeth and said, take a look for yourself. Today your sister-in-law's good son donated the ribbon cutting of the Hope Elementary School, and the county governor went there personally. Looking at the photo of the ribbon cutting in his cell phone, Chen Jiangnan's expression was a bit wooden at the moment. Isn't he just a book writer? Chen Jiangnan Chen Jiangnan. How did my mother come across a man like you in her life? Perhaps at this moment, Jiang Yan truly realized the pain of the world has no regrets to sell. You don't know, right? The original should be your nephew Chen Siwen. People not only write books now is also a large group of senior. Can let the county governor of the old man are condescending to come forward to pull investment senior. One picture simply exploded. A lot of folks because of the influence of the environment. To donate money, to what the luxury car actually does not have a correct cognition. But to the secretary of the word, that is completely stay in awe of the feelings of. From the smallest to the brigade secretary, to the masses that is a clear reflection of status. The townspeople gathered around the commune, watching that tall, handsome figure who could even talk and laugh with their county's handlers and heads at the moment. Only at this moment did they most truly feel. The children of the four in-laws, they're different. It's like a complete world away from them. Chen Siwen in fact are puzzled it. On a simple cut of color. Where to use such a big battle? But think about it. The construction of the Hope Primary School is fully handed over to the Tinglong Real Estate is responsible for. Some of the wind below do not know. But you come over to the construction, as the county service top is certainly aware of some of the news. What's more, also listen to Penny Wu asked. They return to Tongdu before they want to go to the provincial capital to stop for a while. Go over to visit an uncle. Yes, Chuan Du's head, surnamed Wu, seems to be one of her what uncle what? Chen Siphon at once, the original in the Blue Star. In China, Wu family members are playing the national service. Princess Lord, villain I have been slacking on you recently. You can never remember the villain's fault It's 7 o'clock at night. The ghostly starlight loomed overhead. Grandma's house in the hall. The summer wind a fluttering past. Chen Siwen at the moment lapdog-like stood behind Penny Wu, pinching her hair with a blow dryer for her to blow. And Penny Wu at the moment in the recliner staring blankly at the starry night sky in the moonlight. Little Chen, the night sky in the old country is beautiful. No more beautiful than you are. Little Chen, you're so sweet-mouthed today. Chen Siwen smiled and pinched her loosely blown hair. Of course, you're a princess. I'm afraid of beheading. Chen, I want to visit the school again. Going home tomorrow. Chen Siwen continued to blow her hair. What's the matter? Listen to the tone. You still a little reluctant to give up? Little Chen, I still want you to take me to pick plums. It is late. There are snakes in the mountains in the summer. Chen Siwen gently rubbed her head. I see you ah. You want to ride on my head. Chen, I'll have to listen to your story when we get home. Fine, fine. You can send me off all you want. Chen Siwen felt a hint of an atmosphere called warmth faintly lingering around, and he rode on this warmth and teased again with a smile. Then I'll now tell you a story about a little girl who sells missiles. Chen, you told this story yesterday. That's the little girl selling matches. This is selling missiles. It's not the same, just be quiet and listen. Well, the little girl still hasn't sold a single missile today. At night, she was cold. She was so cold, she remembered her grandmother, so she lit a missile. The whole village saw her grandmother that night. Penny Wu's face held a red color and her small hand covered her lips before she said to Chen Siwen on her cell phone, Little Chen, you are indeed so bad. Okay, now this bad guy is going to drive you to the commune to see the school. Do you want to go? 2. Then hurry up and get changed. You have 2 minutes or the uncle who watches the door is resting later. Penny Wu stepped on slippers and hurriedly ran back to the house. Not long after his particularly plain short sleeves and simple shorts, stepping on a pair of pink flip-flops, Penny followed Chen Siwen and did a good job of following the customs of the countryside. Driving a car. Feel this trip is particularly successful. Chen Siwen passed in front of the door of Granny Wang's house. Rhubarb a strong barking. Chen Siwen rolled down the window. In a good mood. He and the rhubarb are catty. Huang sir. Their own people ah. You also called. Deserved that you cannot win the big flowers. Hearing his voice, the rhubarb suddenly barked even more fiercely. Oryea's sister came out to control it. Along the way, listening to the sound of the engine, all the dogs barked, as if they were cheering Chen Siwen to leave. The wolf team held a meeting, especially lively. Chen Siwen took Penny Wu, brushed her face, and parked her car especially easily on the concrete ground outside the plastic playground of the beautiful Hope Primary School. Looking at a brand new ping pong table, pulling a well-behaved Penny Wu around the first Hope Elementary School the two of them donated together. Walking from one small classroom to another, looking at one small desk to another, a flavor called youth seems to be running rampant. Moonlight filtered in through the glass dots of the window, and Chen Siwen patted the desk, allowing Penny Wu to sit on it, and suddenly stood in front of her out of the blue and inquired, if we had met in high school, would we have studied together and gone to college together? But just as I said it, I'd scared and dismissed the idea. You're 3 years older than me. 3rd grade. You should be in your first year. Penny Wu quietly held Chen Siwen's hand. Well-behaved and truthful, little Chen. I can stay in the class. Stay 3 years? Ha, you'd be a fool to. Halfway through his words, Chen Siwen looked at her slightly fluttering eyelashes, sat on the desk in the classroom, and actually slowly closed his eyes along with the moonlight. This time there is no alcohol. No shyness. The big boss to meet the moonlight is the initiative to tilt up the head. Small feet hanging in the air also a shake, revealing a full red mouth, lips slightly open. Chen Siwen felt the warmth in her hands. Inhaled and gently exhaled, her lips gently approached, and did not forget to complete the words she had just said. Silly. In the classroom, lips seemed to taste of green. Penny Wu's hands peacefully ring Chen Siwen's waist, and cannot be said to have any kissing skills. Anyway, just closed her eyes to give and take the appearance. Only after her lips parted did she open those big watery eyes and tilted her head to look at Chen Siwen. Her appearance. Chen Siwen really can't help but just want to open her mouth to tease her for a couple of sentences. Sin. Too sinful. Penny Wu, you play kissing in school? Anyway, Penny couldn't speak, and could only look at Chen Siwen with her eyes open and dumbfounded. Chen Siwen, the dog day pretender, sighed and shook the dog's head. This is a sacred school. I'm simply ashamed to be in your company, said. He also pretended to peel away the hand of Wu Pei and I. Turn his head with a doggy look of I've misjudged you. Disappointment to go. The key big boss also eat him this set. A jump from the desk, grunted and ran over to take another hand to hold. Chen Siwen smiled and didn't let go of her hand, holding her as he slowly and leisurely walked through the school building and through the small playground. Flip-flops were barreled down the plastic track. Penny Wu wasn't even looking down anymore, almost bending over a bit to look up at her feet. What are you doing walking bent over? Penny Wu honestly pointed to her feet. Her big clear eyes seemed to say, you can't see your feet without bending over. Chen Siwen silently looked at the original very loose short sleeves at the moment are supported particularly full and rounded arc. He was cheap. It had been a couple of days and he hadn't quite forgotten the touch of Big Boss's wet body slamming the whole way into his arms that day. What's the point of walking bent over? Hit it straight. Oh, little Chen, the flip-flops you bought me are quite comfortable to wear. Right. I told you it was comfortable. Chen Siwen said looking down at the Big Boss's beautifully discerning toes that were slightly parted and coughed twice. Let's go. It's late. Time to go back to rest. Good. A few days in the countryside has been familiar with the small road. Different from the lights and wine that serenity, the passenger side of the car window was gently pressed by Penny Wu, and every now and then a parting wind blew in, though it wasn't in the best of conditions, with no place to take a proper shower. Old bladed fans that creaked and little things that scurried out every now and then weren't all that pleasant. But here there is Xiao Chen. He will let himself ride on his neck to take himself to the back of the mountain to pick plums. He will also be very bad to splash himself all over the water. The night he can rest assured that he can lie on his body to listen to his story. Bushels of breeze that is so reassuring. Penny Wu seems a bit reluctant to go home. Xiao Chen. What? Chen Siwen parked the car in the yard of his grandmother's house, twisted his head to look at her. Habit is a terrible thing. His hand gently pinched her face, and helplessly laughed. You're still really good at raising awe. Well, get off. I'll boil water for you to soak your feet. It's not like you won't come back next time, but also come back to burn paper and incense for grandma. Penny Wu obediently sat at the firewood door with a small stool, and the moonlight shining from the stars was particularly cozy. Chen Siwen carried the basin that was still dripping with a bit of heat and placed it next to Penny Wu's legs, and she stomped her slippers off a few times, nudged the water, and then dutifully stretched down. At the moment it is possible to be very skillful in directing to with a cell phone. Little Chen, help me wash my feet. Chen Siwen squatted in front, reached out and put his hand into the water. His fingers of course inevitably fiddled with Penny Wu's small feet. Big boss, you back to a trip to the village is getting more and more good at making people. It's simply a blood-sucking capitalist. Penny Wu's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Then I'll help Xiao Chen wash it later as well. That's a nice thing to say, but let's forget about it in the old home. When we get back to Tangdu, not only will you wash my feet, you'll have to serve me tea to console me for taking care of me during this period of time. Penny Wu nodded her head obediently. Good. Then thought again. Little Chen, let's go climb a tree when we get home too. Chen Siwen skimmed his mouth. I think you want to climb me. Let's wash ourselves first. My sister sent a message, probably asking how soon we'll be leaving tomorrow, and the flight numbers of Sister Yaya and Granny Wang, so they can pick up the plane. Why don't Sister Yaya and Granny Wang drive back with us tomorrow? Sister Yaya and Granny Wang, that body can't sit on the highway for that long, Chen Siwen said while still wiping his currently wet hand right on Penny Wu's calf, then stood up. Sure enough, the old sister then asked her lady's Yaya sister's flight information. Chen Siwen briefly informed, and then casually barfed a couple of sentences. Older sister was obviously particularly concerned about his and Big Boss's travels over the past few days. Chen Siphon casually returned a few sentences to her. Chen Sijia, she suddenly asked, by the way, brother, did you take Big Boss to look for pebbles in the creek in the back of the mountain? No. Chen Siwen, the last time he went to the back of the mountain, it seems that he could play vigorously with the water to go. Forget about it. Then Chen Sijia sent a voice with some hatred, and Chen Siwen got his ear to listen. You're confused. Ya said that there seems to be heart-shaped pebbles in the creek in the back of the mountain. Why don't you pick one up and give it to the big boss? What's the point of giving that away? Narcologist Chen Sijia has a bellyful of ideas. You don't know. In the novel, the big boss touches the dark to pick up a heart-shaped pebble for a small employee. Simply don't be too knockout. Chen Siwen was stunned. Are you kidding? In the middle of the night, you're asking me to go to the back of the mountain? Chen Sijia, give up the child to set up the wolf. Could it be? You don't want to have a lot of romantic memories with the big boss? Brother, you think carefully. The big boss huffing and puffing. You sneak in the middle of the night to the back of the mountain, and so she woke up, a heart-shaped pebble in front of her. See, as long as you want, the river heart, I'll catch you over. TSK, that big boss shall not be moved to rush to you, to kiss, to hug, to lift high. The tone in the voice sent by Chen Sijia was getting more and more excited, as if she was present at the moment, while the sky was full of pink bubbles. Join the evolution of Necology. What the hell? Chen Siwen's expression became odd, twisted his head to look at the big boss over there who drooped his head and fluttered his little feet in the basin and still played with the water, shook his head, and then shook his head again. He ate too much in the middle of the night, didn't he? He also went to the back of the mountain to collect stones? In the middle of the night, looking at Penny Wu, who was already peacefully sleeping while lying on top of herself, Chen Siwen stared at a pair of big copper bell-like eyes that were still awake, hesitated for a moment and gently put her off of herself, and then tiptoed to put on his shoes. At this moment, the back of the mountain is already a quiet, no light, only Chen Siwen's cell phone torch emits a weak light. He came to the back of the mountain in the creek, looked around, and simply bit the torch in his mouth, stepping in towards the water with a single stride of his thighs. Chen Siwen silently cursed. Chen Sijia, if you don't find a heart-shaped one, go back to Tangdu and get yourself killed. So, in the silent stream, there was a figure humming and puffing and picking his way through the water for half an hour. maybe an hour, before Chen Siwen finally raised the torch in his mouth, tilted his head back, and greeted the sky, which was somewhat covered by the shade of the trees, with a silly smile. Chen Sijia, let's not get you killed yet. As a result, before he had time to observe more, the cell phone in his bag was vibrating straight one after another, and when he touched it out, the big boss was frantically calling him. Dang, why are you awake? Chen Siwen took the phone and even said to the phone that nothing is fine. She came right back, in addition to a little breathing sound, but also cannot get a little response. An urgent result of the slippers did not pay attention to fall into the water. The sky is dark, he was lazy to find, and then a foot wearing slippers, a foot barefoot can run hard to the home. It didn't take long to see a scared figure cowering along the door of Grandma's house holding his legs. Needless to say, it was the big boss who suddenly woke up beside him but was not there to be seen in fear. When Penny Wu appeared in front of his eyes, Chen Siwen sighed and stopped. Penny quietly raised her head until she saw him, her nose suddenly sour and swollen, her eyes reddened at once, suddenly got up and ran over towards Chen Siwen's side. Her head hit his chest heavily, and for the first time, she waved her small fists and gently smashed them in front of Chen Siwen's chest. Chen Siwen's throat all but choked up and hurriedly patted her back gently. For a long time, Penny Wu's breathing finally slowly calmed down. Cannot speak, but through the moonlight lifted up. I see the small face of the ghost of this moment but explains everything. Chen, I'm freaking out. Chen Siwen's hands were slightly trembling at the moment as he swabbed her face. I'm sorry. Emotions eased over. Penny Wu also shook her head. Her small hand raised, gently wiped Chen Sifeng's sweat, then wrapped her arms around his neck, and her legs naturally jumped up with a clip. Chen Siwen, however, suddenly patted her and put her down, and Penny Wu looked at him in dismay before he touched the pebbles in his bag that seemed to be a little warm at the moment, signaling the big boss to close her eyes. After watching her close her eyes obediently, she slipped the stone into the big boss's hand. Big boss, for you. Penny Wu dazedly pinched what seemed to be a particularly cheap pebble in her hand, lifted it up to what appeared to be a crooked red heart, and looked dully at Chen Siwen. Just went to pick it up for you, or where do you think I've been? And crying and hitting me. Penny Wu you. Well, before the words were finished, there was actually a wailing cry from Chen Siwen. Oh, at this moment, Penny Wu suddenly stood on her tiptoes, her lips printed up, her small hand that was pinching the pebbles lifted up, tightly wrapped around Chen Siwen's neck, closed her eyes and opened her mouth. Well, moonlight this time, kissing extra deep. Not long after, Chen Siwen went to wash a foot, still using a towel to wipe the saliva back to the bedroom. He saw the old home kind of dim white light. Penny Wu was lying on the bed, peacefully fiddling with the bed flip-flops, necklaces, pebbles. This is something Chen gave her. Chen Siwen took a look at it and said in a bad humor, "What are you doing putting your stinky shoes on the bed?" Penny Wu's originally sprawled body gently twisted, glanced sideways at Chen Siwen, and obediently stated, "The slippers I just washed. You can't put it on the bed even if you wash it." Chen Siwen breathlessly went and threw her slippers off the bed, then patted the cooler. "I think you're overexcited." Penny Wu pursed her lips and blinked, not caring about the slippers, and twisted her head again to fiddle with her little stone necklace. The calf is still mischievous up and down. Bending seems to be as if it is going to hit the top of her plump buttocks. Looking at the good figure wrapped under the ice silk nightgown, Chen Sifen gulped and suddenly raised his hand and slapped her. Penny Wu was startled and hurriedly glanced sideways at Chen Siwen, inexplicably rubbing her buttocks. Chen Siwen looked at her dull and cute appearance. He couldn't help but want to bully her, and he raised his foot to stomp her buttocks in an inch of time, but also beautifully said, "You've almost finished the bed. What's the matter? You want to sleep on your own tonight? Then I go?" Saying this, the big boss fell for it every time, and hurriedly sat up on his ass, pulling Chen Sifen's coat, and making a place for him out on the bed. Such a little place is enough for who to sleep. Let the people outside see it and think we can't afford to sleep. Wow. Penny Wu moved her but again in a well-behaved manner, a little further over. This bully is so close to walling people up against the wall. Penny Wu also let him squeeze, then hooked her hands around his neck, skillfully slept onto his body, then did not forget to grab the pebbles on the bed into her hands, looked down happily, and her little head comfortably rubbed in front of Chen Siwen's chest. It was also late in the day. Chen Sifen didn't play around anymore, picked up the bushel fan next to the bed and gently fanned it on Penny Wu's back, squinting his eyes as he was preparing to sleep. However, Penny Wu suddenly poked his face gently and handed her cell phone to Chen Siwen's eyes. Chen Siwen opened her eyes in confusion. "What for?" Just saw the cell phone suddenly came the question. "Xiao Chen, is it true that I have not given you any gift?" Chen Siwen pinched her face with an impatient face. "Sleep, don't ask these vain questions in the middle of the night. If you want to give me a gift, Just buy it and give it to me directly. Don't ask me if I like it or not. If I want it or not. There are those who give things that are just empty skin even if they are worth thousands of dollars. And there are those who give things that certain people sleep with clutching to their chests. Chen Siwen looked down at her chest, suddenly envious and jealous of the stone. She was on the verge of stuffing it into her clothes. Damn it, I'm obviously the one who gave away the stone. How did the enjoyment turn into a stone? Chen Siwen again did not close his eyes for long. It was poked awake again. A little helpless. Missy, what's wrong with you again? Tomorrow early in the morning we still have to drive to send Yaya's sister, Granny Wang, to the provincial city to take the airplane. Penny Wu's expression was earnest and serious. In the future, you'll have to rely on me like the heroine in a romance novel. Knock. Chen Siwen suddenly broke her defenses a bit when she sniffed. Then please get off of me now. Right now. Right now. Oh. Penny Wu's attitude shifted in a particularly dry manner. Then it's better for me to rely on Xiao Chen like a heroine in a romance novel. It could be seen that Penny Wu was particularly excited at the moment. So Chen Siwen stated, if you say one more word, big boss, I'll throw you outside and feed you to the spiders in a while. Oh, Chen. Good night. Good night. Night. Penny Wu is hugging people extra tightly today. Chen siphoned inner fire. With the bed is difficult to sleep at the moment. The silence of a few days of torrential rain once again attacked. The rain crackled on the glass, the roof, tree branches, splashing a burst of loud rattling, but also a little bit of the flavor of hail. Feeling shaky glass at any time there is a possibility of splitting into pieces. He looked at Penny Wu, who was relying on himself and sleeping exceptionally well, and hopelessly took the belly of his fingers and plugged his ears and eyes, making an effort to quiet his mind. Early in the morning, the rain stopped, and the mountains in the distance loomed in the mist. Hazy. Chen Siwen is a bit depressed. In the first half of the night, there was a fool touching a rock, a big boss staying up asking questions, no rest, and in the second half of the night there was a rainstorm. So very sleepy Chen Siwen silently looked at his side. Last night in their own body hanging sleep quality is good. The spirit is actually full of the culprit. Cannot help but put his hand on her face, a hard mess. Pinch. Penny Wu had a toothbrush wrapped in her mouth, staring blankly at the village, a piece of the mountains after the rain, but also let him rub it at will. This is good. It's raining so heavily. The slope at the entrance of the village is probably full of wet mud again. The car can't go up. Chen Siwen was unreasonable. See, this is the result of you not sleeping last night. Xiao Chen. It's not like I'm in charge of the rain. Fine. And talk back. You're penalized for kissing me 500 times. Oh, Penny Wu was already used to kissing with Chen Siwen. Well, the so-called practice makes perfect. Shyness and whatnot was absent at the moment. One hand cupping her toothbrush, one hand tapping the 9 keys of her cell phone. Then wait for me to finish brushing my teeth. Chen Siwen pinched her face again. Silly. Then got up and pushed the door and walked to the courtyard. The fresh air mixed with soil and grass seeds came to his face. Chen Siwen stretched his waist and took a deep breath to the clearing sky. His chest seemed to be especially relaxed under the fresh air. The door to Granny Wang's house was open. When, out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of Sister Yaya, who also seemed to have just gotten up, and who was packing up her things in the house with Granny Wang. Seeing Chen Siwen in the courtyard, Chen Ye, who was packing her clothes, was busy waving at him. You're up? Seeing that you seem to have slept late yesterday, I didn't call you in the morning. Well, Granny just finished the rice. Eat it while it's hot. Last night, seeing that Chen Siwen and the others were about to leave, Granny Wang stewed the only goose left in the house and drank it to warm her heart. And Chen Siwen, in passing, formally invited Granny Wang and Sister Yaya to visit Tangdu. Granny Wang initially shook her head and refused, but unable to resist Chen Siwen's soft words and her granddaughter's expectant eyes, she finally nodded. Chen Siwen then called back to let people book tickets. Today at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Originally said that this morning after breakfast we'll first drive the Yaya sister and Wang Granny sent to Chuandu to catch the plane. As a result of the heavy rainstorm late at night, the car seemed to be unable to get on the road out of the village. I should have known I would have parked there last night when I went to school. Chen Siwen muttered a sentence after the horse. After breakfast, Chen Siwen led Penny Wu to the village entrance to take another look, then shook his head and went back to Chenya and Granny Wang. It looks like we can't go today. This dirt road at the village entrance is too screwed up. Why don't I take my mother-in-law to the provincial capital? Chen Siwen looked at Chenya sitting in the wheelchair. Good guy. Yaya's sister. Are you serious? You're all booked up on airfare. Chenya's cheeks were slightly red. She was afraid of causing trouble for Chen Siwen. That's fine. You can change your visa. Yaya's sister. How dare you think of that? Do you think I will be relieved that you and your mother-in-law are going to the provincial capital alone? Chen Siphon barred his pancakes. To him, it made no difference if he left a day earlier or later. and then looked at the big boss who was bearing his plums and quietly nibbling on them. See, the big boss minutes tens of millions of dollars up and down are not anxious. Their own anxious what? Is it that good? Give me one to eat. Chen Siwen sat down next to her with her ass and opened her mouth. And with a twist of her small hand, Big Boss shoved a plum into Chen Siwen's mouth. When Chen Siwen took a bite, she poo-pooed it several times. So sour? Wu Painey Cheong nose slightly wrinkled, complaining looked at Chen Siphon, as if he was a little dissatisfied with his behavior of wasting plums. That day picking would not have been a few. Heartbroken. And do not mind to Chen Siphon ate half of the plums into their own mouths. After barfing, he opened his little mouth and looked at Chen Siwen. Completely without translating, Chen Siwen knew what it meant. Little Chen, it's time for you to feed me. Chen Siwen cried and laughed, grabbing a plum and rubbing it on his clothes before feeding it to the big boss whose little mouth had opened and was waiting with bated breath. Is it sour? Penny Wu shook her head, her eyes clearing. You're too good at eating acid, aren't you? You're sure to have a big fat son in the future. That's not good. Come and have a bite of chile. The so-called sour children. Chen Siwen prefers daughters. Seeing that Chen Siwen really went to look for a sunburnt chili pepper then ran back, Penny Wu immediately covered her mouth and shook her head vigorously at the sight. However, Chen Siwen followed the good advice. Good boy. You take a bite. I will go up the mountain in a while and pick many more plums for you. It was only then that Penny Wu weakly moved her hand away and lightly opened her red lips, her white, neat teeth gently biting on the chili pepper. And then she huffed and puffed one after another, her small hand fanning her mouth. Chen Siwen is also a mouthful of spittle. Let Yaya's sister take care of Penny. Rainy day slippery mountain certainly not let her follow. Or maybe into a small mud man again. Sister Yaha nodded her head and patted her chest, then said to herself, is it spicy? Is it very sour? Chenya eyes blinking, really is a good girlfriend. She looked at Chen Siwen's back on the mountain, suddenly covered her mouth and snickered. Obviously super sweet, okay? Chen Siwen headed towards the back of the mountain on the slanting side. Most of the mountain is a piece of grass and a piece of soil road. There are not many trees. The road is muddy. The foot is not careful. You may fall into a puddle of dirt and get muddy feet. Half an hour. 1 hour. The brain is still in the head of Penny Wu, happy to hold the plum, can vigorously nibble the scene. Obviously should be very tired, but did not feel it at all. But also the more dry the more energetic. Feeling what seemed like a gentle drizzle falling down the sky. The sweltering ground came up accompanied by a sense of humidity. Chen Siwen, the zombie must have eaten your brain right. It's raining. What the hell are you trying to pick more? Chen Siwen shook his head hard. Quickly, come a few episodes of Wang Baotuan digging wild vegetables. Love brain is not allowed to house, okay? Is she a love brain too? Oh, that's alright. It belongs to be paired up and matched. Ran back home with the basket on his back. What was just overcast and rainy actually morphed back into a heavy rainstorm in an instant. It's like going underwater. Penny Wu stood in the yard and looked over there from a distance, until the familiar figure vaguely appeared in the rainy mist over there. She rushed out from the house and raised both her hands in the rain foolishly to Chen Siwen and waved. Chen Siwen's eyelashes fluttered and she couldn't help but inhale. Dang, what are you doing out here? I didn't see it in such a heavy rain. Obediently caught by Chen Siwen into the house. Chen Siwen glared at her helplessly, then casually pulled a dry towel to wipe her hair. You say this rain is now how big? Penny Wu just ran out for a little while. Her clothes are soaked through. All wet, Chen Siwen said in a bad mood. Look at you. Before you leave and give me more work, right? Clothes and wet. Now give you a wash also, do not know dry not dry. Penny Wu let Chen Siwen chatter, and did not have to retort, and obediently raised her hand and cupped a towel to rub it on his head. Gotta. Both should lock up and watch a few more episodes of Wang Pachuan digging for wild vegetables together. Chen Siphon stayed in the kitchen with her, once again waiting torturously for this bean to clean herself up, washing herself briefly and then carrying the basin. Sitting in the wooden rocking chair in the parsonage, he began to rub his clothes again, and the big boss pulled a small bench, squatting and sitting in front of him, humming and puffing in another basin, washing plums, and not forgetting to pinch the plums with his slim little hands to stuff them into Chen Siwen's mouth when he finished. Chen Siwen hand is rubbing clothes. Can not spare, don't head, do not eat, sour dead. Penny Wu is not forced. Xiao Qin does not eat that she ate. Bark bark crunch, eating, but also with the wet after the bath little feet at the moment is not honest. Mischievous in the ankle of Chen Sifeng kick. Rub. Chen Siwen held back, did not hold back, then copied the hand still full of bubbles suddenly pulled on her face to both sides, just about to open his mouth to speak. That side seems to come in a raging storm. With an umbrella, wearing bucket shoes, hurriedly rushed over the figure. It's the old head of their Chin village. Dolls from the four grandmother's house. Dolls from the four grandmother's house. Before the people even came in, they were greeted with a hasty, "Hurry up! Hurry up! What's the matter, old village chief?" The old village headman was obviously in a hurry and did not know to run a few households. Breathing obviously some gasping, stuttered, "Township." The township came to the phone. Let our village all on the commune." Chen Siphon put down the hands of the face of the egg. In passing in his trousers Seam wiped the water, rushed over to help the old mayor. The old mayor of the village, he is also quite respectful. The old man is for the enthusiasts. The village which family encountered something. He can help never have a second opinion, but also deeply loved by the townspeople, before the father to put together the money, which is also initiated by him. When he was about to help the old village chief sit down, Chen Siwen asked suspiciously, "What is the commune doing in such heavy rain?" The old village chief, were in the mood to sit, hurriedly waved his hand. "For grandma's family doll. Grandpa does not have time to explain to you. With some of the valuable objects that can be taken away from the family. First take this little girl to the commune. And yeah, that girl. Faster. Faster." Chen Siwen heard the old village chief's hurried voice. Although he didn't know what had happened, he also got nervous and hurriedly led Penny Wu out the door. And the bath he had just taken was considered to be in vain. Looking at the mountain peaks over there, he seemed to have a bad feeling in his heart, but he still comforted himself in his mind to keep his thoughts to himself. Soon caught up with the front of the Wang Granny. The village is not a New Year's festival. Now stay at home young and strong or less. Or a crop old man at the moment on the back of the Yaya sister ran to the village entrance. Chen Siwen hurriedly chased after him and caught up with Sister Yaya. And the group hurriedly ran toward the commune on that side slope. Arrived at the commune to see a lot of people have gathered here. 7 mouths to mouth. Chen Siwen only gradually understand is what happened. "I just came down from the mountains. This year has been a lot of heavy rain. Now the mountain soil is very loose. The forest covers an area of not much. Now this momentum, but the chances of triggering a mudslide is very great. You believe it or not believe it. Hide and cannot afford to lose you a penny. In case of mudslides, want to run too late. You have not heard that a while ago is our county. The wolf's teeth. You didn't hear about the incident that happened in our county. Wolfsbane. A while ago?" A middle-aged villager concurred. "I heard about the landslide. A whole village was flooded out. This kind of earth wall in these villages of ours can't hold back an impact at all. Those who stayed at home had to be finished. So many people didn't have the time to react, and a lot of people died. But this year have dodged several times. Every time it is a thunderstorm. Every time it rains a little it is so screwed up. We still live or not live." Chen Siwen patted Penny Wu, who was currently holding onto her arm tightly, signaling her to feel at ease. An old man looked up at the sky and shook his head. "There was a mudslide in the village a few decades ago, but the mudslide only reached the foot of the mountain, not much farther before it stopped and didn't reach the village. And the rain is a bit less now than it was back then. So even if there was a mudslide, it wouldn't have flooded the village." The figure of the old village chief finally hurriedly walked over from over there. "Decades ago? You also know it was decades ago? Indiscriminate logging, pirated sand and gravel. Can the soil condition now be compared to before? Chen Skimmer, you brat. Don't make such remarks that are not conducive to unity. Don't joke with the lives of the entire village." Listening to the old village head's roar, the man known as Chen Skimmer skimmed his mouth and didn't say anything. And the sound of the naysayers in the room was much smaller. Looking at Penny Wu's face seemed to be a little pale. Chen Siphon hurriedly hugged her. It's okay. The village head is just loud. Don't be afraid of it." And Penny Wu bit her lip. Her eyes seemed to be red. Handing her cell phone to Chen Siwen, "Little Chen. I'm sorry. I seem to have lost the necklace you gave me. The little stone. At home." Chen Siwen hurriedly hugged her tightly. "It's me who just pulled you away too quickly. What's there to be sorry for? Silly." Wu Penny tightly hugged Chen Sifum. Heavy rainy day also feel not clear. Her eyes buried in his chest is not a heart in tears. Chen Siwen also had not experienced the greatness of nature. Nor did she have that kind of fear engraved in her bones. Looking at the booming rainstorm, without too serious a sense of urgency, she lowered her head and inquired, "Do you want me to go back and get it for you now?" Penny Wu hurriedly hugged him tighter, her head bobbing against his chest. "Then don't cry, okay? You're making me panic when you cry." Chen Siwen sighed. Penny Wu sniffed, raised her head, and did her best to squeeze out a smile for him. Chen Sifeng continued to hold her, trying to guard her a little peace. But as the rain got more and more compact, the annoyance of the group grew stronger at the moment. People are getting more and more pressed. A woman at the back called out, "My daughter has had a fever since yesterday. The wind blew when she went out. Now she's even sicker. If this goes on, my daughter will die." Old village chief, "I'm going back with my daughter. The township is tossing around so blindly and doesn't want to take the blame. We've all lived here for so many years, and aren't alive and well." Old village chief, "Just let me go back. The old village chief's hand on his umbrella trembled slightly, but he still shouted, "No one is allowed to leave." As a result, suddenly from the outside of the commune there, ran back to the countryside may have just gone to catch the return of the 50-year-old mother-in-law. Looking at the crowd and the impatient yelling something, "Chen Skimmer! Skimmer! Ting Ting! Our granddaughter?" Chen Skimmer's face changed at his words. "Didn't the granddaughter rush off with you in the morning? The road is so hard to walk in the morning. And yesterday she watched TV so early, how could I possibly wake her up?" "Chen! Skimmer Chen! You wouldn't have failed to bring your granddaughter with you." Granny's face went a little pale for a moment, and she suddenly pounced on Skimmer Chen a few times. "Skimmer Chen! What else do you know besides sleeping? Ah! What else do you do besides hugging your tobacco stick and smoking? My Ting Ting! Ting Ting ah!" Chen Skimmer couldn't sit still for a moment. Don't worry, I'll go back right away." The village chief heard this, also anxious. "You first do not rush. You skimming feet. Cannot you go back? In case something happens, you and Ting Ting two people cannot come back. Find a young man. Find a legs and feet numbpoint." The rainstorm is getting heavier and heavier. The rumbling seems to be accompanied by thunder. At this moment, the mountains seem to be oppressed by something. The sixth sense of human beings works. A few young people who are being stared at by the old village chief seem to be hiding in the crowd. Chen Skimmer couldn't wait any longer and was about to run down the hillside slope of the commune. The old village chief's smile was a bit bitter as he put away his umbrella and handed it to Skimmer Chen. "Stop it. I'll go. As long as I don't die, I'll definitely carry your family Ting Ting back." Old village chief. Chen Skimmer is not very well liked. The old village chief is a respected person. He gave the word. A few slightly younger young people from the same village finally gritted their teeth. "I'll go." "Village chief, how old are you? You don't necessarily have Chen Skimmer to run as fast as he does. You forget it too. Skimmer Chen, you fucking owe me a favor. Next time you play cards and you cheat, I'll beat you up." And the village chief won't be able to say anything. Just at the moment when the village chief's figure, which was already somewhat stooped, took that step forward, Chen Siwen seemed to understand the saying, "The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility." At the time they argued those sentences, Chen Siwen pushed some confused Penny Wu to Granny Wang, pushed Yaya's sister to let her obediently wait for their own. "I went to help you find the stone after." Chen Siwen ran into the raging wind and rain in a few steps. The dolls of the fourth wife's family. The village chief panicked at the sight and took 2 steps forward to catch up. "Chen Siwen." Sister Yaya held up Penny Wu, who was also in a hurry, and took a step forward. "Dolls. Granny Wang also waved. Chen Skimmer froze. And all the folks there froze, looking at that arm over there that was signaling everyone to wave at ease in the rainstorm. It's as if a most undeserved and unexpected person rushed into that unknown tension. The storm raged on and time seemed to pass by minute. At the bottom of the slope of the commune, a tall figure seemed to appear vaguely out of nowhere, and it seemed to be the figure that accompanied it, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, only to quickly raise it again. Suddenly, a rumbling noise came whistling from the far end. The figure froze, and the whole village froze. For the sound was not thunder. The air suddenly stagnated, and I don't know who shouted, "Mudslide! It's a mudslide! It's really coming! It's really coming!" Several of the women dropped to the floor and stared stupidly into the distance. "How?" Someone shouted. "Ting Ting, run fast! Hurry up! The mudslide is coming! Get over here! Chen Siwen, run!" Everyone was in a hurry, and shouts, cries, rain, and lamentations were interwoven over the commune. Chen Siphon, who was carrying a girl on his back, apparently also noticed something strange behind him, and he cackled, frantically running towards the hillside of the commune here while looking back to observe behind him. In a few blinks of an eye, the mudslide from the top of the mountain over there had already spread down to halfway up the mountainside, and was still killing the bottom of the mountainside on this side at a ghostly speed. From the momentum, the incoming torrent was at least 2 meters high. The old village chief sucked in a breath of cold air. "It's over, the village. It's over. Oh my home. I haven't moved anything out yet. Don't even cry." The old village chief looked back at them. "As long as the people are still there, we can build as many villages as we want. This time it's our lucky day. We owe it all to the township. We owe it all to the county. Otherwise you'd still be crying and screaming. Be strong." As he spoke, the mudslide had roared to the foot of the hill. Fast, too fast. Everyone held their breath, their eyes all focused on Chen Siwen and the little girl who were desperately running to catch up. "Faster!" Chen Skimmer, a brown man, also cried out as he wrapped his arms around his wife. Suddenly, just when Chen Siwen, 2 people are about to run to the foot of the slope, this side of the commune, this side of the hill, this side of the dirt is too slippery. Why is it still a dirt road? I grass. As if hearing her grandparents' voices at the moment, The little girl on her back seemed to suddenly be a bit instinctively rowdy, struggling to get off Chen Siwon's back. Hiss! Chen Siwon's feet suddenly mixed, fell heavily to the ground, scraping the dirt and sliding forward for 2 meters, and when the anxious man tried to get up again, he found that it seemed as if everything was too late. Chen Siwon subconsciously yelled, "Quick! Quick! Pick up!" The villagers who were shivering in the rain watched in stupefaction as the figure stood up, grabbed the 4 or 5-year-old girl, and threw her over there with almost all their strength. Everyone incredibly looked at the child actually from the foot of the slope. A moment was thrown on the mud halfway up the mountainside. Intense pain seems to make the little girl cried out. Chen Siphon where can care so much? Activity of the wrung ankle. Roared, "What the fuck are you still frozen? Down a few steps to pick up our grass." Only now did those youths just now run down a few steps in a hurry, grabbing the little girl who was at the moment dazed by the fall as if she couldn't stand up, and subconsciously stopping for a moment as if they still wanted to go down to meet Chen Siwon, when he could be heard nervously yelling out, "Run! Run! All the damn things leave me alone!" The youth raised his head and looked at the mudslide that was about to engulf the people. His face changed, and he could no longer care about Chen Siwon, and ran back to the commune without turning back. Chunya at the moment tears pushed out at once, madly called out, "What are you doing? Save people! Quickly save people!" His foot twisted, he can't run fast. "What are you doing?" A couple of youths were holding the little girl, getting closer to the hillside. "It's too late. If we save him, we'll all die." They were right. The torrent of swept branches and sandstone was about to kill halfway down the hillside, and as long as they stayed on Chen Siwon's side for a little longer, then they wouldn't be able to come back. All the villagers were silent in the face of the youth's action. Chenya's face was terribly pale at the moment. She knew that Chen Siwon was finished. The distance was too far. No one could save him at all. Even if a strong man ran to him as fast as he couldn't carry Chen Siwon, who was a full meter and 8 feet tall, back up the hill. Chen Siwon dragged herself over to a nearby private house, and then, probably clear that he himself was hopeless, sitting on the ground, she looked helplessly at the hillside, her face flashing a color of despair. "Tell my mother, I didn't disgrace her. Tell my sister, write my old man as a story. I haven't ended it yet. I don't want to end it yet." Touching the pebbles in his arms, the necklace, Chen Siwon shed tears like he was resigned to his fate. His lips were trembling, his vision was completely blurred, and he cried out with all his strength, "There's more, and, Penny Wu, Lousy loves you." The loud sound of tumbling mudslides was getting closer. All turned back. "Don't look," the old village chief gritted his teeth. "I don't blame them this time. It's too far from this side." That kind of situation, whoever else was there wouldn't have been able to save Chen Siwon. "He's good. Doll, he's good." Granny Wang was already in tears, and she couldn't wipe them away. But what? It's too late to run down now. As long as we go down this hill, no one can escape a death. No one is willing to put their life on the line for an outsider. Click, click, click. 2 large trees at the foot of the hill were instantly swallowed by the torrent. In front of the mudslide that was like a shocking wave, Chen Siwon's figure lying in the mud was so small, looking at his eyes that still had a trace of attachment to the world, listening to his voice, looking at the distant clouds. The big boss's expression went numb and tears soaked his cheeks along the corners of his eyes. Bean froze and took a step forward. "Daze, little girl, what are you doing? Girl doll, come back quickly, don't go. You're dying for nothing. Pull her quickly, hurry." In the gaze of Chen Siwon, who almost fainted, and in the gusty cries of shock from the villagers, Penny Wu ran faster and faster, her long hair flowing down the gusty winds, flipping madly, as she had already rushed towards Chen Siwon without any regard for anything else. Raging storm crackling in the face of Chen Siwon, he seemed to clearly see Huaran rose about 2 meters high behemoth, which has debris, sand, branches, trunks, just like a close to the viscous torrent, like a wall, swept. The strong wind mercilessly drowned him and Penny Wu, which would have drowned him alone. "Why did you come over? Why? Penny Wu, I beg you, don't come over." Chen Siwon's hair has been tightly soaked by the rainwater pasted on the head, covered with mud hideously climbed up, looking at that little figure that was facing the gale like a moth to a flame. Perhaps there could not be a dumber fool in the world than she. "Don't come over," Chen Siwon cried out at the moment and ran towards her as well, throwing mud at her with force. "Go back, Penny Wu, go the fuck back, do you hear me? Going back?" The mudslide, which was about 2 meters high, was already approaching the houses on the lower slopes of the commune, and even if she had turned around and run back, she would not have escaped death. Chen Siphon already didn't dare to look at it. Her palms trembled, tightly blocking her eyes, and she had already been sobbing uncontrollably. "Save her, please someone. Someone save her. Dying?" Chen Siwon only felt pain, so much pain, like his body was torn, and his grandmother's smile seemed to surplus in front of his eyes. All he could remember was that it was only after Penny's foolishness had rushed down that he had exploded with a desire for life, and with his amazing physique seemed to burst forth with a strength unimaginable to the common man. A subtle ringing splashed in his ears, as if someone was talking, but even though Chen Sifeng tried to prick up his ears, he was unable to hear clearly. It hurts too much. The body hurts so much. Arms, shoulders, chest, thighs, ankles, almost every inch of skin from top to bottom didn't hurt, and no matter how Chen Sifeng controlled it, the body didn't listen to the command, and didn't give him a single movement. It just went on for who knows how long. Slightly opening eyelids that seemed to be dangling from lead weights, he endeavored to look ahead. In a blur, Chen Siwen saw a room. No, there were no walls around it. It was a simple tent. Chen Siwen lying on a bed, the whole body is wrapped in bandages, with a large dumpling, surrounded by a doctor wearing a white coat, but also scattered with a few sets of simple medical equipment. Tick-tock, hanging on the iron frame of the liquid along the catheter slowly flow into the blood vessels of Chen Siwen's wrist. Saved? Chen Siwen's breath was weak. I'm not dead? Ah, you're awake? The female doctor in the white coat shouted outside in surprise. Great, director, he's awake. Chen Siwen wanted to turn her head, but realized that her neck was sore and stiff, and the whole person could not move at all. Not only the wounds, but also the muscles as if they were torn. Where am I? It's a makeshift tent that the rescue officials set up with the hillside outside the commune. The female doctor said, You've been unconscious for a night. The voice seemed weak. Inside the tent, clad in a military coat, Penny Wu walked in anxiously, with a male doctor in his 40s standing behind her. Chen Siwen's heart finally dropped, thankfully, and barely allowed herself to smile. The big boss looked at him with red eyes, and suddenly covered his mouth and flung himself on his bed with a whimper, crying all at once. Chen Siwen erred, wanting to reach out and wipe her tears, but her hand couldn't move. Don't cry. Aren't we all fine? You quickly go back to the hospital bed and lie down. Don't give the doctor any trouble. But no matter how he tried to persuade her, Penny Wu didn't say a word, just hugged him and whimpered under the covers. The tent attracted a lot of people. The old village chief and a few villagers came into the tent one after another. Chen Siwen saw the Yaya sister, saw the Wang granny, but also saw by that little girl named Ting Ting. The director in the white coat reminded, the patient is still recovering, so if you have something to say it as soon as possible. Don't delay the patient's rest. The old village chief trembled as he walked over to me, his face somewhat agitated. Doll, on behalf of the entire village, I thank you, Chen Siwen said. You are too kind. At this time, a female reporter squeezed through the crowd to come over. She may have just arrived, do not understand the situation, and immediately commanded the back of a man carrying a video camera to follow up. Then, to the old village chief and others, I am a reporter of the provincial television station, just rushed from the neighboring counties of the disaster area. Please. The first-line reporters arrived quickly. It's amazing, like it's a miracle this time. Chenya wiped 2 drops of tears and shook her head. The torrent collapsed the house. They jumped to the big tree of the commune. Siwen sent Penny to the platform on the half-slope waist of the commune, but it was too late. He couldn't get out of the turbulent mudslide anymore. He could only hold on to the tree trunk for a long time. The old village head dropped his tears and picked up the conversation. When the female doll could not go up fast enough, it was the male doll who carried the person alive from underneath from the water, and finally let the person go up to the platform, and he himself, except for his head and half of the nook, was buried by the water. It was a mudslide. There were stones and sand in it, don't you know? At that time, half of the people in our village were crying. The female reporter froze in dismay. In a mudslide? That's when help came? The old village chief sighed. It didn't come. How about? The director suddenly interjected. I arrived at that moment. The young man was just rescued on the shore. When I saw him that a dense wound, I almost cannot believe that this person actually still alive. I asked the villagers present, asked the young man in the mudslide stayed how long. The village people finished. My first reaction is impossible. An adult, a strong and healthy adult, if you let him in the mudslide holding the trunk of a tree to fix the body, can hold on to the time absolutely more than 3 minutes. Him, it's simply a miracle. The female reporter froze. What about him? 10 minutes? Granny Wang trembled and sniffled and said. Then the rescuers arrived, and so on to save the girl doll, and then wanted to save Siwen, found that he was still motionless holding the tree, and finally, it was the 2 armed police officers a piece of force, only to break his hands and feet from the trunk, and it was only then that we realized that he had already fainted. The female reporter erupted. No way, you can hold it even if you're dizzy? Chenya's eyes were red at the moment. He probably wanted to give her hope to live. There was a moment of silence from the female reporter. How is he hurt? The director said. He was given a blood transfusion and is out of danger. The wound needs to recover and the physical overdraft is too great. It's just that the environment over here is not suitable for recuperation. Well, when he slows down a little bit more, I would suggest to send him to the provincial hospital or the Tangdu hospital to recuperate quietly. That way, the recovery will be a little faster. A bit sleepy, Chen Siwen squinted her eyes and went to sleep at some point. When Chen Siwen opened his eyes again, the body below the fluttering seems to be carried on a stretcher. The left-hand side, Wu Peinie is giving him a tight quilt, surrounded by people. Not only the old village head Wang Granny Inn, up and down more than 100 villagers are also present. The stretcher every meter to the mountain to move a meter. Villagers are also followed by a meter. Do not move an inch. Everyone go back. A figure in a suit with glasses, presumably a secretary or something like that, said in a mellifluous voice, "There's a car waiting at the county. We'll get him back to Tangdu safely." Came in with laughter and left lying down. Back to Tanda. Leaning on the head of the bed, Chen Siwen yawned and moved his somewhat torn muscles up and down. Well, after a few days of rest and recuperation, his strength had basically recovered to 7 or 8, and his wounds, large and small, had all begun to heal. When we got to the big hospital in Tanda, the doctors were amazed. This is the Son of God, right? The turbulent mudslide actually avoided critical parts and organs, and the recovery was fucking extraordinary. Crap. The medical students urged to deconstruct so badly. But who dares to dissect him? He'll have to be dissected by Wu himself. My son-in-law. Do you understand? My son-in-law. Wu was so frightened that his hair seemed to have fallen out in shock. When told the full story, he thought on that day, son-in-law, you see that day is good. Father-in-law help you to move the Civil Affairs Bureau here. You and Penny to tie the knot first? If Wu Guodong actually had a little bit of wait-and-see small mind before, at this moment in Chen Siwen that life can be put aside under the courage, directly placed a bet. But on second thought, there's no rush. We have to wait for the virtuous son-in-law to recover properly. What's more, now that my daughter is on guard at the hospital, she's keeping a close eye on people, not even letting anyone disturb their rest too much. Everything still needs to be looked at in the long run. Looking over against the sunlight hitting the windows, a feeling of renewed life came over me. It was now on the top floor of the hospital, the VIP's room, which was literally piled high with miscellaneous visiting stuff at the moment. Chen Siwen was suddenly a bit unhappy. No, Penny Wu, how come you still can't talk? I'm dying. Why aren't you screaming? Little Chen, don't die? The big boss obediently wiped his mouth. At the moment is the end of the porridge bowl. At the moment to the porridge spoon blew. Penny Wu reached out to send it to the mouth of Chen Siwen. The big eyes of the buring. At the moment as if to say, Little Chen, open your mouth, drink porridge. In the past 2 days, Chen Siwen could finally understand the 8 words. Clothes come to the mouth. Bah! Meals come to the mouth. Clothes come to the hand. The big boss at the moment does not let him do anything. As soon as he wants to do something himself, then she is in a hurry. And even Chen Siwen peeing she has to follow. Because the doctor said that the arm muscles are somewhat torn, it is best not to overdo the activity. So she wants to take Chen Siwen off his pants. This, depend on it. Chen Siwen felt especially ashamed. Her face slightly red, reaching out to take the bowl. It's been hard on you these days. It's better for me to do it myself. Sitting on the bed, Peggy Wu's nose slightly wrinkled, gently moved his hand away, and then touched Chen Siwen's head, with a look of Xiao Chen. Don't move, lie down properly, I'll feed you, and then blew the kanji spoon, reaching out to send it to Chen Siwen's mouth again, like breastfeeding a baby. Chen Siwen opened her mouth in tears and smiles, biting the spoon and drinking a mouthful of kanji. You don't need to bother. I can move now, so I'll eat by myself later. Penny Wu was not only mute at the moment, she was also pretending to be deaf. And then this Missy, who had once not touched the water of the sun with her 10 fingers, used her hand to give Chen Siwen a run through the messy hair in front of his forehead, and actually began to take a knife and peel an apple for him. After finishing, Big Boss wiped the fine beads of sweat on his face, and without bothering to take a rest, he lifted Chen Sifeng's quilt without saying a word, and stripped the socks off his feet again, and quietly hugged his feet and warmly changed them into a new pair. Then took the plastic basin and soap to the bathroom over there, squatting on the floor and whimpering as she washed his socks. Right. The big boss at the moment the slender jade hand is not used to point out the mountains. Naive. Then began to help Chen Siwen wash up the socks. Chen Siwen inhaled. Ouch. Can you take a break? As a result, Penny Wu, who had her hands full of soap suds, turned around and smiled, shaking her head. Looking at the white tender backside exposed behind the half-squatting Penny Wu's clothes, Chen Siwen's eyeballs couldn't help but be attracted to it, but secretly screamed that it was bad, because he wants to go to the bathroom again. As expected, the atmosphere started to get a little awkward, and Penny Wu brought out the small basin from the toilet in one go, and started to come to hold Chen Siwen. Chen Siwen was resisting, but couldn't resist Penny Wu's look of "if you don't let me take care of you, I'll cry to you." As soon as the door was closed, the toilet lid was lifted off in a big way, holding up the Chen Siwen hanging bottle above his head, and his little head had sidled aside to look at the wall plastered with white tiles, although after Chen Siwen's repeated emphasis, this being finally stopped coming over to pick his pants. But at this moment, Chen Siwen went to the toilet in front of others. There is still a kind of shame and indignation. "Oops, you." Penny Wu turned her head to look at him, and then when she saw that he was hesitant to make a move, the nerd actually hooked her body and started to try to help him. "Day, you melon child. Mo, take off my pants, ah." It was hard to drive her away. Chen Siwen cried her heart out, grinding one hand to touch the hospital gown pants. Half a day did not take off. Penny Wu twisted her head curiously again. "I'm telling you, don't force me, ah. Penny Wu, if you're like this, why don't you just hold me up and pee?" Chen Siphon, a little broken defense. "Tang 7-foot man. I do not want a face, ah." Penny Wu, replaced before, has long covered the face, eyes turning circles to steal away. The results of this moment, big eyes seem to really hesitate, and then don't head, eyelashes slightly trembling, began to reach out quietly. "I knock. You're possessed? Are you serious?" Chen Siwen was so scared that he almost didn't pee directly. Chen Siwen finally realized where all of Penny Wu's eccentricities had come from recently. "Chen, it's a girlfriend's responsibility." Penny Wu's clear eyes were sparkling like a wise wife and mother at the moment. "Sven Chen, what the hell? Me, Chen's girlfriend?" Chen Siwen was a bit confused. When did this happen? Little Chen said it before. Penny Wu gathered her courage and after handing her cell phone to Chen Siwen, then she was ready to continue taking off his pants. "You love me. Wait, you wait." Chen Siwen looked at the cell phone screen. Her head was a little disorganized, her expression a little dumbfounded. "But you haven't said you love me." "Chen, I love you. Use your cell phone and say gross." "But I can't talk." "Then you'll have to do your best to open your mouth and say you love me." Penny Wu opened her mouth. This was the first time Chen Siwen had seen her try with some urgency. However, in the end, she pulled out her cell phone again. "Xiao Chen, I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you." In the air was the faint smell of disinfectant floating around the hospital. Chen Siphon was not knocked out by the big boss's sugar-coated bombs at the moment, and at the same time, he was calm as hell. Actually, right. Simply recall the words of psychiatrist Su Yen to understand. People who have not been able to speak for a long period of time are trained to recover their speech function. It is not as if she is able to speak fully and immediately if she wants to, and it is probably more than a little overwhelming for her to be in such a hurry. But Chen Siwen definitely had something to look forward to. After all, dude was on the verge of hiccuping. So staring, eyelashes fluttering slightly, he wound up waiting for a cell phone again. Flashing white. It was as if he was standing in front of the toilet at the moment, and with this angle, he was able to aim at the white piece of Penny Wu's chest. Chen Siwen was furious at the moment. The evil first complained, well, still cannot speak. Want to empty words? Mislead people innocent. I Chen Siwen, this gentleman is simply ashamed of you for the company. Penny Wu raised her head slightly and looked at him dumbfounded. Little Chen, why are you looking at me and drooling? The big boss asked with clear eyes. After going to the toilet, Chen Siwen armrests get up. At the moment a little sighing to relay will be on the hospital bed. Degrading. Wu Penny, unknown to him, again trotted over to cover him. Chen Siwen, one hand on her face, pinched, and then she thought about it. Actually put her head gently on the quilt of Chen Siwen. Wang Baotuan, ah. You dig wild vegetables digging so hard, ah. Chen Siwen's expression is a little bit of tears and laughter, but also a little bit of gratitude, calling out that it is fortunate that the two of them did not fall in love before. If this is in love, you see, she has not long been full of her own eyes, living in the shape of I am a small chin. Ahem. Shucks. Anyway, how else is this going to get out of that vapid little world of her own? Talking, and talk shit. It should be because he had been very tired lately. Lying on the quilt, the big boss fell asleep in a daze. Chen Siwen took a look at her, thought for a moment, sighed, fumbled for his cell phone, and started communicating with the psychiatrist, Su Yen. Chen Siwen also understood that there were patients who couldn't speak, simply because they didn't actually have the intention to express themselves. Including the big boss, her previous intention wasn't too obvious. Otherwise, Su Yen would not have suggested that Chen Siwen lead her to see a horror movie almost staring Chen Siwen himself into a fool. Nor would he have let her run off to bungee jumping with him, startling her grandmother in front of her eyes many times a day. According to what you said, little Mr. Wu now thoroughly has the intention to speak. which is a good thing, and can already start trying to guide Mr. Chen. Restoring speech function is a process. You can't rush. Now Chen Siwen did sort of truly feel her sort of intention that she wanted to express in order to respond to herself, but she couldn't speak a bit, so the big boss repeated the typing on his cell phone. Then according to Dr. Su Yen, he finally gave the advice. Stimulate this intention. Chen Sifen understood, looked at her lying on his lap, naive sleeping face, sat up, pinched her small nose, watched her frown slightly, drolly rubbed her eyes and sat up. Mo sleep here, catch a cold later. Oh, and Su Yan's words lingered in her ears. Exciting. Good. Let's have some excitement. Chen Siwen squeezed out a sentence from between her teeth. Big boss, I'm telling you, if you want to get my body, it's impossible without 100 loud and clear I love yous in your voice. Wow. Penny Wu didn't argue or refute at all. She just stood up quietly and bent over before starting to cover Chen Siwen's quilt. It was summer. The thin black camisole was hidden, and the big boss didn't treat Chen Siwen as an outsider. No, this black camisole, let's just say, why is it so white? Cheat. Open color plug-in. Chen Siwen tilted her head a little, whacked at the moment. Penny Wu, on the other hand, looked down at her chest, blinked her eyes, and now reached out and smoothed his cloaked head a little. Little Chen, you seem to be drooling again. Chen Siwen sniffed some broken defense. You don't understand. I am not full. Can your arm eat? Let me bite. Chen Siwen opened his bloody mouth and bit down on Penny Wu's arm. Penny Wu eyelashes slightly trembled. One hand on the mouth of Chen Siwen. One hand is operating the cell phone. Being one-handed operation of the phone also typed the wrong word, Xiao Chen, tug. After fooling around for a while, Chen Sifeng stared blankly at the ceiling, then saw him quilt was lifted. Just changed from the bathroom pajamas out of the big boss, 1 foot at the moment kneeling on the bed of, and then naive on the waist to Chen Siwen rub. Sleepy, skilled to go to bed. Chen Siwen felt the gush of slippery touch coming from his waist. He pushed her away in one go and said, from now on, this is a different price. Penny Wu stood dumbfounded at the edge of the bed, then thought for a moment and turned her head to run to the closet over there. Knowing some of Xiao Chen's pet peeves, Chen Siwen said quietly, you know what the psychiatrist said? She told me to stimulate you. What are you doing? You put down the stockings. Have a talk. The big boss was sitting on the sofa about to put black silk on a pair of beautiful legs. When he heard that, he looked sideways at Chen Siwen blankly. Chen Siwen fist clenched. Figure dagger, if you cannot speak, you will have no one to kiss in the future. No one to let your fragrant and soft body to hang on the body to sleep. No one to play with your feet. No, it's not right. Chen Siwen said. Good guy. The heart seems to be stabbed by someone. Pain. Too painful. Penny Wu sniffed and stopped her hand movements, obediently nodded her head to show her cooperation, and just went to pull open that small companion bed next to the hospital bed. Forget it. It's easy for you to catch a cold sleeping there. Chen Siwen sighed. Come up. I'll only make an exception for you this once today. Next time at least you'll have to make a noise. And then the next night. It's not really a big deal to cuddle to sleep. I've done it all before, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Third night. Nailed it. Last night, if you don't make a noise today, you'll be sleeping at the bottom of the bed from tomorrow. Night of the 4th day. Chen Siwen, you cannot sink so low anymore. Beauty is important, but Penny's recovery is even more critical. You wake up, victory is just around the corner. You have to show your own attitude. Night of the 5th day. Sleeping with the big boss in your arms. The early morning sunrise squeezed into the whitewashed hospital room and wisps along the window. A few sparrows landed on the branches, fluttering their wings and chirping and singing merrily. Chen Sifen turned away quietly, yawning and moving his shoulders, feeling a little more powerful than yesterday. But the thought that he had spent this month in a hospital bed, he was a little laid back and a little bored at the same time. At this time, the white nurse came in with a tray and gave Chen Siwen a shot, and her mom Wu Fong went outside with a lunchbox to get breakfast. And only after she came back did Chen Siwen see that her mom had 2 circles of obvious dark circles on her face, and her eyes still had a hint of fatigue and haggardness, obviously tired from this period of time. Mom, you go back to rest. The doctor said. I'm also almost done with this injury. 2 more days of observation and I can be discharged. Observation has to be good too. Mom's not tired. No way. You've got bags under your eyes that are bigger than my fist. Mom was in a bad mood peeling fruit for him. What do you describe? Then your mom is not a monster? Your sister is at work. Yeah, you followed your sister to see the stars. Granny Wang is at home. Where is that girl Penny? Going to work? Come over tonight after work. See? No one's here today. Mom's with you. Mom, is there a possibility that I have an appointment with a coworker today and don't need your company? Mom, I'm an editor-in-chief at least, and this is about to be discharged. So it's time to care about work. TSK? Well then. Mom reluctantly agreed. She was quite uneasy about Granny Wang being home alone. After the morning review, Chen Siwen urged a few more times before her mother turned her head away with 1,000 instructions. Chen Siwen was the only one left in the hospital room. There are times when everyone's concern is too strong, which in turn makes him a little bit awkward, especially when he feels that he has long since recovered his body physically strong, and that he can knock over a cow with one punch. And yet everyone feels that he is Hello Kitty at the moment. Let's dispense with the wishy-washy greetings and just have a chat. Chen Siwen looked at co-worker A with concern. How have you been doing with your girlfriend lately? Colleague A has not yet answered. Wang Wei slyly looked at the slightly shy colleague A, shook his head to help him answer. Chief editor, what else can be done? People wearing an apron back, just get back together. Because in the company, he is more familiar with his colleagues A and Wang Wei, and also more chatty, so today he just called the two of them. Nagging, by the way, to understand the recent editorial department things. Wasn't it a bunny girl last time? Is it so easy to get rid of this time? Chen Siwen froze. Wang Wei was silent for a while, a little pained. Chief editor, people only wear aprons. Chen Siwen froze for a few seconds, then a few strange images seemed to attack him in his head, and he raised his middle finger at his co-worker a fruity bitch. Wang Wei Tongbi, colleague A this time, but did not suffer in silence, but rose up to fight back. Where do I still have the heart to care about what vain girlfriends now? Apron. Chief editor Chen, do you understand? That urge to knife someone. Knock. Chen Siwen spat. People are wearing aprons and bunnies for you. Man, I advise you to behave yourself. However, Wang Wei seems to understand the meaning of colleague A, at this moment nodded approvingly and echoed quietly. If it is that dog thing, I also want a knife. It's, Chen Siwen from the hospital bed slightly sat upright. Some inexplicable. What? So the same enemy? Colleague A's expression is slightly lifeless at this moment. Chief editor, do you still remember the book I was so excited to tell you about some time ago? The Exorcism of the Immortals? Chen Siwen had a giggle. Heaven and earth are not kind to take all things as ruminants. What a great book. I used to think that I was going to rely on this book to fulfill a few years of KPIs, rely on commission, become a general manager, marry a rich white woman, and go to the peak of life. Colleague A's fists were clenched as if he was going to hammer someone, and with some gnashing of teeth he said, he's a eunuch. Sven Chen. Wang Wei steeply hammered his own thigh and took over the conversation and added sadly, not a human being, not a human being. He wrote Bai Yao to death and then eunuchized her. A female lead. What a nice Baguio. That woman in the wind, opening her arms to the sky full of sword rain, to the giant sword that took over the power of heaven and earth. 3 lifetimes, 7 lifetimes, and an eternity in Hades. Just for the sake of love. Though I die, I don't regret it. Boss, chief editor, you know what I mean. He fucking wrote the main female character to death and then eunuchized it and hasn't updated it in almost half a month. Chen Siwen can't help but hold his forehead. His brain is a little faint at the moment. I wrote Baguio to death. And then there's no update? Chen Siwen was calm on the surface, but actually panicked a batch in her heart. Is this so fucked up? I won't be buried with a razor blade. As the world of The Exorcist unfolded, the word exorcist had blown up in the Tangdu online literature circle long before. Plus Chen Siwen was a liver emperor before he went back to his hometown before coding. Who can say no to a daily baptism of 20 to 30,000 words of tightly plotted, excellent quality exorcisms? The readers are fed. Okay. This led to The Exorcism became the first half of the academic group fire out of the circle of the explosive. The horrific popularity of the book brings horrific popularity to the characters. And all of that popularity ultimately translates into readers' love and anticipation for the novel. Whether it's the stunning and hard to desecrate Lu Sueki, or the lively and sincere Baguio, every day, I don't know how many readers wait for their subsequent episodes and the development of the relationship between the male characters. And then there is no then. Baguio is dead and gone in ashes. People haven't even started cursing for a few days, the author is too far gone to be heard from. Blow up. Even the eaters who have not seen The Exorcism of the netizens, looking at some of the riotous readers, will follow the spit 2 curses. Dog authors? No little Tinkerbells. In the hospital room, colleague A is also still making accusations at this moment. I've been in the profession for so many years, and I've never seen such an arrogant author. Wang Wei also nodded his head. Don't let me catch him. If I catch him, I'll kill him in minutes. Chen Siwen swallowed hard, and finally, surprisingly, nodded. Yes, tenderize him to death. After this period of treatment, Chen Siwen's condition has improved a lot. Not only a lot of wounds on the body to remove the gauze, Hands and feet have also returned to the old days of the spirit. So it is in the hospital board Chen Siwon. Some of them cannot help but find the doctor to ask when can be discharged. It is estimated to be in the way of the Wu family's father and daughter's repeated instructions. The doctor did not dare to slow down, and can only say that one more day of observation. The last day. Noon. After eating the lunch that was specially delivered over, Chen Siwon, who felt that she was practically infamous at this moment, sullenly spat out her breath and listlessly took her medication. Lunch is not much complicated. There is pig liver, and pig liver. Prominent one can vigorously give Chen Siwon blood tonic, or really fast tonic into a pig, but this is the big boss family strong love, and does not provide for outsiders. The general public want to eat still cannot eat it. I think I, Chen Siwon, am as strong as an ox, but at this moment I remember the fear of being dominated by pig's liver. So when Chen Sijia returned to the hospital room after a good day's rest, clutching a box of freshly bought yogurt, she was seeing Chen Siphon on the bed staring down at his lunchbox, huffing and puffing in boredom. Chen Sijia snorted a laugh and walked over, placing the yogurt on the table. Are you stupid? How old are you? Chen Siwon rolled his eyes. I'm not idly doing nothing. In the past 2 days, he was mainly searching for ways to salvage his infamous reputation on the internet at the moment, only to find out that there seems to be no salvation. Everyone is cursing extremely hard at the moment, and there is no one left in his ancestry for 3 generations. Then have a yogurt. Here, I'm fine on my side. You tell mom she doesn't need to come over every day. And, where's sister Yaya? Not with you today? Yaya is at home watching TV with Granny Wang. She's recently gotten hooked on catching up on dramas and brushing up on her novels. Oh, why did you leave so much for lunch today? Are you not feeling well? Older sister looked at the lunchbox, then inquired with concern. Getting tired of it? I almost got a nosebleed getting up this morning. She's getting back at me for once feeding her meat, and then she's now forcing me to eat pig's liver. Older sister rewarded him with a big blank stare. Being in the midst of bliss, we can't eat the boxed lunch at the big boss's house even if we want to. Older sister helped Shin Siwon wash the lunchbox. This is what is called being favored with bullying. If you wanted to ask me how I'm doing with the big boss, you could have just asked. No need to get into all this vapid yin and yang. He. Chen Sijia immediately came to the spirit, knowing sister is not like younger brother. Then I will ask directly. Yesterday, I took Yaha to see Meng Hanyun, a big star. She thought that the big boss was your cousin, and the big boss was also present yesterday. Seriously and sincerely refuted and recognized her as your girlfriend. What kind of explanation are you going to give for this? Watching Chen Siwon open her mouth. If you are saying that you and big boss are innocent. Chen Sijia revealed a fierce expression at this moment. I'll strangle you. Chen Siwon sighed, and at this moment also said, not yet. That means it's still okay? Oh, you're still attempting to deceive your clever old sister? Chen Sijia extended her hand in exasperation. I'll strangle you. Then Chen Siwon was giving his old sister an explanation this time. So and so, this and this. Not bad for her. Chen Sijia, a loyal reader of romance novels. So, big boss she wants to be with you now. And that's her intention to speak, whereas before she hadn't actually had that intention, which is needed to regain her speech function, which is the impulse. Chen Sijia gently murmured for a moment, then snapped her fingers. I see, because opening is a process. You have to give her a lead to speak. Then, old brother, wouldn't you have to maintain a bit of a subtle distance from her at the moment, so that she always has the urge to say that she loves you, and then she'll be able to be guided to slowly carry out the process of opening her mouth. Chen Siwon immediately gave a thumbs up. Worthy of you, Chen Sijia. Penny hasn't been chatting with you a lot more lately, has she? And even yesterday. It was only after I emphasized it again and again that she was willing to move. Chen Sijia nodded thoughtfully. The big boss is now full of you. Right. And I understood very early on actually, that this condition of hers, full of me, was not going to work. And truth be told, she'd never even thought about talking to me before she got along with me. Because, the two of us used to be online friends for many years. It's all about getting into the habit of banging on the keyboard and talking about what's going on. Brother, isn't this bitter? It's okay, I'm willing to take so much aggravation for the big boss. But, brother, why are the big boss's pajamas on your bed? You're looking at it wrong. The next day, Chen Siwon was finally able to be discharged from the hospital. The family returned to the small west side home with great joy. Looking at the long-lost living room, Chen Siwon's heart fluttered with a trace of warmth. Sitting on his butt on the sofa and stretching long and hard, Penny Wu put down all the face basin slippers and other things for him, then came over to hold his hand and sat next to him in a good manner. At the moment, all of them, including Mom, have experienced an evolution of kowtowing. This is the big boss. Our big boss. So good. Father, in heaven's name, you must bless the marriage of a human girl. Mom prayed silently in her heart for a moment, then looked at Chen Siwen with a smile. It's better to be at home, right? Chen Siwen said. That is, with the hospital are fast to me to stay stupid. To what nothing. Alright, it's time for you to be safely escorted back, Mom. I'll take your Grandma Wong to see where I work. There are quite a few hometown people over there. Mom gently poured him a cup of tea to his hands, and then pinched Chen Siwen's face, drowning smile. You young people to stay together with some of the topic of conversation. Yahoo will not go it. There is something on the phone to Mom. These 2 days just discharged from the hospital, but also do not go out to run blindly. I and your Granny Wang first go. Aha, slow down, Mom. Door opens. Thud. Door closes. The body has completely recovered. Chen Siwen squinted his eyes in fake sleep for a moment, and as soon as he got up in a refreshed manner, he planned to go to the community garden to wander around and breathe some fresh air. As a result, I heard over there, the old sister's room there is crying. Footsteps, pushed the door to go in. The old sister is holding the shoulders of Yaya's sister, patting her back. The big boss at the moment is also peaceful and quiet to hand someone a piece of paper. Chenya cried like a thief. Wah wah wah, tears running down her cheeks. Chen Siwen heart thumped thought out of what happened. Just stepped into the house of the footsteps, almost did not stagger, to their own fall on the ground. Oh, I still haven't figured out why Baguio died. Upon hearing this, my oldest sister's eyes seem to have slightly reddened as well. I've also been wondering why he wrote Bai Yao to death and also directly eunuchized her. Since Chen Siwen had previously taught that when you meet that kind of author who writes the heroine to death again, you should scold him. So Penny Wu actually raised her cardboard and joined them. Ugui. And then seeing Chen Siwen, the big boss stepped on the floor with his bare feet and came over to take hold of him, as if he wanted to pull him over to condemn the dog author together. Chen Siwen at the moment is smiling on the surface. Heart. Chenya cried for a while and asked weakly, so will this author ever update again? Chen Sija's tone was undoubted. Definitely not. I've been reading novels for so many years. I can tell at a glance that this guy is doing it on purpose, specializing in writing dead female protagonists to satisfy his heart of fooling readers. Chenya hammered her chest. He's so over the top. He wouldn't be human. Ugh. Chen Siwen. Ha. 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 Subside to subside to subside. Cannot eliminate a little? Write the death of so beautiful heroine on the eunuch's author. Do you dare to believe? That is, do not know him, or tender death him. Oohoo. Tenderize him. Sven Chen. Then the more they discussed it, the angrier they got. Especially Sister Yaya, who had just finished reading it and was getting angry when she suddenly burst out with the old family curse. He gave birth to a child without an asshole. Watching the big boss copy his cell phone seemed silly to repeat it again. Chen Siwen face changed, hurriedly covered her small mouth. Crooked crooked crooked. This is not Xing said oh, and she can't talk yet, so her cell phone was seized. Then suggest that the three of them go out and have some fun instead of staying home and reading novels all day. Please, don't look and don't curse. Curse again. Resuming updates is non-existent. Didn't you see the heat of the discussion between the girls today when the big boss joined in? You are cursing. I can send the eunuchs feeling and then give you a stab, so that you even a little bit of hope are completely no longer. It's nightfall, the first day out of the hospital. Recently, I should have eaten too much pig's liver and caught fire. Plus the weak Chen Siwen has endured too much on the internet. And there's this day after day of being titillated by the big boss's vaguely exposed body. Chen Siwen felt like he was under a lot of pressure at the moment, and he needed to release it. What should I do? Men, there are always times when they have to solve problems on their own. He lay down on his bed and turned on his cell phone, which at the moment was distraction-free. He hadn't noticed a message in the slightest. Xiao Chen. Yaya's sister has to snore in her sleep. Can I come to your room to rest? Penny Wu waited and waited. The three big bosses were really a little uncomfortable. Let her go home to rest. She was not happy to go back. Sat up and stayed looking at the direction of the hooting sound. Thought about its smooth feet on the floor. Snapped and went to Chen Siphon room. Wait. Stop. Chen Siwen's expression suddenly became alarmed. Her toes are buckled tight sheets. Lift pants. This time is not like the last time she was drunk. She is sober. Her expression with a little confusion. And then her face suddenly red. At the time of Chen Siwen dumbfounded. She bare little feet walked to the bedside. Back Chen Siwen. Wrapped in ice silk nightgowns at the moment, especially textured buttocks slightly next to a little on the bed. But also do not dare to turn around. A hand weakly along the bedsheet slowly extended over. The other hand also typed quietly. Sneaking towards Chen Siwen's side. The big boss drooped and his little head seemed to be smoking again. Chen, do you still want to learn sign language? Hiss. Hands. Hands. Chen Siwen felt as if his renal hormones were spiking. But at the moment, he ducked and dodged. His hands were trembling. This kid was full of decent lies at the moment. I've told you before, Penny Wu, before you can't talk. You can't touch a single inch or a single millimeter of my body. I, Chan Siwon, am not the kind of man that you can get so easily. Then after a long interval, Xiao Chen, I'm going to wash my hands. Chen Siwon put the phone over his face and was silent for a while, which had no face to see. You can't keep sinking in steps like this. Chen Siwon is strong. You have to be strong. Yes, be strong. You can do it, Chen Siwon. Believe in yourself. The next day, Chan Siwon, who had her first taste, dragged the big boss back to her own home early in the morning. One time, just one time, one last lesson, and then he's going to be a high-flying pretty boy until the big boss can talk. And, well, it's like this, guys, 10,000 word update at 11. Iron juice guys, there's still a little bit of word count left, so I'm sending it out in one breath of yardage. Penny Wu's bedroom hadn't been slept in for a long time, but it still had that faint scent. It was very clean and the cleaning lady came over every day to clean. The big boss was currently but next to the bed. Chen Siwon squatted in front of her, taking wet wipes to wipe her little hands, and couldn't help but look up to see her bright little face with a weird reddish tinge. The big boss, whose defenses against him were now arguably getting lower and lower, almost non-existent, couldn't help but stand up and pinch that little cheek of hers. She also obediently wrapped her arms around Chen Siwon's waist, her head gently rubbing against his stomach, completely unaware of her rolling skin, plus the allure of that homey white ice silk nightgown wrapped around her. Chen Siphon this good stood on the edge of the bed, heart thumping. Heart said just now is the last time. Really? Distance produces beauty, Chen Siphon. You have to be a little bit more civilized, while vainly hiding his eyelids, lowered his head and glanced toward Penny Wu's milky white thighs, and then looked down to see the small white arm that was replaced in his own waist and swayed around. Chen Siwon clenched his fists and couldn't help but despise himself. How could he be so unfastened? From next time onwards, you must be more firm. After a short interval, Chen Siwon got out of bed as soon as she turned back around, and suddenly didn't want to dump the pot with a pussy face. It's all because of you. I'm going to be late for work. He raises his pants and talks. Just tough. Penny Wu followed suit and got out of bed, bundled her hair, opened a pair of big eyes to look at Chen Siwon and blinked twice. Chen Siwon tied the waistband of his pants in a knot, then turned back to her and straightened her hair. Quickly go and change your clothes, clean up and pack up and eat dinner. It's time to go to work. I haven't been back to the office for so long. The big boss nodded. Her pajamas were dirty ones at the moment. Chen Siwon saw her going into the bathroom, suddenly greeted, Bean, you do not throw your pajamas in the basket, A moment later in the afternoon Auntie Jean will come to give you a wash. People's aunts must have come through. That would be so humiliating. Chen Siwon coughed twice. You change your clothes in a while and put them in. Well, put them in this bag. I'll take them home and wash them for you. Penny Wu, barefoot, snapped on the bathroom light and twisted her head in a good-natured nod. Chen Siwon then went to the bathroom and the living room. Just intends to simply rinse. He came over this time, is dragging the suitcase. Don't think too much. Simply is it, too many clothes at home, no place to put them. Throw it to Penny's house to put it away. That's right, that's it. Chen Siphon is an honest person. There is no other strange and weird ideas. Letting the cold water flow gently caress over his back. The cool touch made Chen Siwon shake and silently recite several clearing mantras. Chen Siwon found everything tasteless. Getting up early in the morning and talking hard afterward. Today est day. The sun is bright. Spring blossoms. Chen Siwon slightly full of spirit to go to the company. I can see that going through the old home row was particularly rewarding. Chen Siwon beautifully pushed the door back to the editorial office. Everyone was there. Colleague A is with Wang Wei, two people in front of the copier creaking printing things. From time to time whispering low laughter chat. Zhang Xin to cover the body behind the computer monitor. Do not know what busy work. Some editors in the half-lowered head fake sleep lazy. Head little by little at any time to fall asleep as if. Some are left hand rubbing the legs of the right hand flipping through the computer. Reviewing the manuscript seems to review very tired. Wang Wei was the first to see Chen Siwon. His hand movement stopped. Chief Editor Chen is at work? The color is good. Everyone looked over, and co-worker A smiled and waved. Editor-in-Chief, congratulations on being discharged. Thanks. Once Chen Siwon when the editor-in-chief under a responsible editor is also moved the office chair. Concerned about, Chen Chief Editor can come back. How is the body? It's fine long ago. Thanks for your concern. Chen Siwon moved his bladder, signaling that he was moving freely. Zhang Xin had thought that Chen Editor-in-Chief for such a long time does not work. The position is empty. There should be someone to fill in. The results, the group up to the chairman of the board of directors, down to the boss of their learning do not agree with the jealousy. This is the status of So the mouth is also with the big slip of editor-in-chief, not yet well enough to remember not to dip in the water of the injuries. After exchanging pleasantries with his co-workers for a while, Chen Siphon went back to his office, turned on his computer and started working. Soon, he suddenly noticed a strange phenomenon. Everyone in the editorial department is a bit disinterested at the moment. Seeing Wang Wei go over there with his colleague A to smoke, Chen Siwen went to the toilet and followed him. What's wrong with the office this is? Except for him, how come they all look dead? Colleague A was slightly shy and coughed twice. Chief editor, what are you looking at me for? Chen Siphon aired. Nope, just looking around. He always felt that there was something wrong with this pussy of his co-worker A. Last night his girlfriend wouldn't come back to him to get back together again, right? Wang Wei, on the other hand, answered Chen Siwen's question, and his voice was also a bit ghostly, being scolded every day for no reason. Can you have spirit? Getting scolded? Yes, editor-in-chief, last time I didn't tell you. We have a big name in the Qi. The whole network is known as a big eunuch. Wang Wei explained. He did not update for half a month. Readers a few fists like hitting on cotton, as if to see him fooling everyone's eyes. How can out of gas? More and more. More and more. This does not explode. Do not know who led. A bunch of readers scolded the author after scolding the site to say that scolding the site scolded the editors. The means of the extreme cruelty. The people's grievances boiled over all. Chen Siwen, so high human? Wang Wei nodded. However, who says that black and red is not red? The exorcism so engaged. That is to bring a good wave of traffic coupled with the current anti-theft, daily sales of record highs. We are being scolded miserably. But, Mr. Jin is laughing hemp. The last meeting also said that the author of The Punishment of Immortals is his lucky star. Away from the big spectrum. Dog capital by Yao so good female role would have heart. Colleague A added. But a look at Chen Siwen. The royal relative said this before, you don't want to die? So, hastily explained, ahem, that, the chief editor. A slip of the tongue. A slip of the tongue Chen Siwen shook his head and didn't bar that to his heart. He had often joked with the big boss before, saying that she, a dog capitalist, sucked his blood. Cough. However, he thought about it and asked his colleague A in a low voice, then how come you still look so good and bouncy when you're scolded? Coworker A is a little hot-faced at the moment. She took me to the restroom in the park last night. Chen Siwen this morning also refreshed. At the moment a moment on the boredom. This is this? He and the big boss just drove out of the kindergarten at the moment. Colleague A this goods have been in the highway speeding. Chen Siwen's daily middle finger. Animal. Wang Wei with the same vertical. After a while, Chen Siwen re-entered the office. Roughly looked at the reader's messages. It's safe to say that the genealogy can't come up with half a mom anymore. Chen Siwen leaned back in his office chair and suddenly fumbled for his cell phone to find the big boss's microchat. Bean, there's a serious question I want to ask you. Chen, didn't you say this morning that it was the last time? The big boss before how simple people seems to have been brought bad. Together you think Chen Siwen's business is only to play your feet. Looking for you to kiss. Want you to hand. Shucks. Slander. This is red and naked slander Chen Siwen almost didn't choke to death on the tea. Put down the teacup. And hurriedly said, what words? And you say business. What are you talking about? The words of the tiger and the wolf. Wow. What was that about? Chen Siwen exhaled. Doing up her job as a psychiatrist at the moment. Big boss, do you still have the urge to say I love you to me lately? Chan. Yes, I love you. Oh, vapid cell phone confessions aside for a moment. So is this urge to say I love you stronger or fainter now that you're comparing it to when I was just hospitalized earlier? Penny Wu is honest and well behaved. Xiao Chen. It seems like the urge is fading a bit. Chen Siwen broke her defense a bit. I knew it. Women are all like this. After getting it, they start not cherishing it. Penny Wu was serious and grave. I cherish Xiao Chen. Chen Siwen was not in a good mood. Then what is your mouth for? Kisses? Shucks. Wrong. It's for speech. Chen Siwen was furious and suddenly then asked. So you followed my sister in scolding the author yesterday. Did that give you the urge to open your mouth? Penny Wu might not be cooperative with the psychiatrist. But she was definitely cooperative with Chen Siwen, yes. Then the urge to scold the author and the urge to say that you love me combined. Would you have more of an urge in your heart to open your mouth? Chen Siwen asked tentatively. Penny Wu innocently nodded. Well, little Chen, then it does seem like I want to talk even more. Good. The learned editors, the readers of The Exorcist thought that things would slowly drift away with time, fall into the dust and not be mentioned. But it did not occur to them that things seem to have just begun. They will eventually remember being Chen. Shucks. The fear of being dominated by the big boss. You can't really blame me. I'm actually a nice guy. Chen Siwen silently put away the cell phone. At the moment looking at the computer screen, The wrist seems to have a little trembling. The keyboard sound resounded. In the screen peacefully appeared so few words. The eunuch testimonials. It was after 8 o'clock in the evening. Editors usually do have a microchat with the authors under their hand. After all, after you've gone through the draft, you're the one who has to be contacted for posting. Everyone in the editorial department knows that the author of The Exorcism is signed under the hand of colleague A. That's a bitter pill to swallow. Colleague A is suffering in his heart. Colleague A, ha ha, big brother, why don't you give me a word in advance if you're going to write about the dead female lead? Let's discuss it. No reply after a long time. Colleague A, I think the giant you should be in order to promote the plot. Had no choice but to write this paragraph. Immortal novels. In fact, Baguio did not die. The back will be resurrected. Right? Ha! I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. After waiting another 10 minutes or so, there was still no reply. Colleague A, there is a say one. This description is quite good, but when do you plan to arrange the resurrection? This time I waited for several days and still not a single reply. Colleague A went home, looking at the readers who have not stopped for more than half a month, as well as the website traffic that is almost burst these days. Of course, the majority of those who came over to vent their anger, helplessly shaking their heads. The people are angry. Hey, coworker A couldn't remember how many times he had sighed these days over that pussy. If you're so good at writing books, why did you embark on the path of no return by writing a dead heroine and then eunuching her? He was actually a staunch Yuki party member, yet when he read the update the other day, his heart was pumping involuntarily. So, those Baguio party, the evils of the world. Honey, what are you still looking at? Work. What's the point of working at night? Come and play. Inside the rental house, coworker A's girlfriend at the moment tied her hands and threw a rope over herself. Colleague A swallowed hard. He really didn't want to get back together either. But what could be done about it? That's not a good way to tie it, is it? Pass me your hand for a second. Is that it? Ouch. You're pinching me. I'm angry. Look at the computer and learn from it. Fine. I'll be gentle. Wait. The colleague A, who had been glancing at the computer from time to time, suddenly scanned a glance at something, and the ambiguity on his face froze for a moment and turned into surprise, and a hand drew out the palm of the remaining warmth. Honey, wait a minute. I'm in a hurry. What? I'm all undressed. You're half tied up. And you turn around and go look at the computer again? I'm not attracted to you anymore? Dog. My mom is going to count to 3. If you don't come over here, we'll break up and have a bad time. Okay. Break up is break up. Coworker A ran outside the bedroom with his laptop in his arms and headed for the study, leaving girlfriend alone with rope wrapped around her in the wind. Nope. Messing around in bed. A few moments later, colleague A sat in the study, took a big breath. More than an hour ago the beautiful name of the meal to exercise. Ahem. Now again? You give the production team's donkey a break. 2. Colleague A shook his head, raised his pants especially hard, felt quite tasteless, and did not think so much. Rush to get your eyes back on the computer. Updated. Big eunuch update. He's going to make a response. Look at the title. Must see. Iron Juice guys. I have a decision to make. Look. He's got a decision to make. He must have felt that writing Dead Baguio had too much of an impact and decided to bring her back to life in the subsequent episodes for everyone to look forward to. Well, you're good. Colleague A, with a smile on his face at the moment, clicked on the single chapter. It's actually quite torn. There's so much I want to say and I don't know how to say it. Well, let's just shallowly send everyone a message. People have their sorrows and joys, and the moon has its ups and downs, and this matter can never be resolved. And who can influence these things? People will always be separated. It's something that has been unavoidable since the beginning of time. I'm the writer. You're the readers. We're all ultimately just ordinary individuals, and we can't avoid the clutch. At the same time, there is a limit to what humans can do, and the more you work at it, the more you'll be disrupted by some little thing out of the blue. Unless, of course, it transcends the human race, so there's no way out of it, and I'm going to fail to be a human being this time. Well, you guys were right in thinking that. As much as I'm sorry about it, all I can tell you is that I'm eunuch. After this paper, I'm not writing it. I said your ass. Colleague A smiled directly stiff, almost a second cut hideous. Cannot be tensed. Ah. That's it? You're red hot and nakedly provoking the readers. Your mom's kiss. Colleague A gritted his teeth a bit. Never seen such a brazen author before. In the meantime, Chen Siwon's home. The old sister followed the big star today in the outside busy day. Came home to see Yaya In and his own old brother pulling the big boss condemn something. Really? Chan Siwon. am also considered an industry insider, and I've never seen such arrogance. This guy, Chan Siwon, actually chose to join everyone. He actually sends out eunuch sentiments. How excessive and reviled is this? Come, join me in scolding him. The three of them were sitting next to the coffee table at the moment. The big boss's beautiful legs were bent, was sitting on her knees on the floor, her red lips opened, finally chose to use her cell phone. Ugwe, look at you. You can't speak, you can't even curse. Aren't you aggrieved? Big boss, he is provoking you He is a small author actually provoked Can you bear it? Can you stand it? If you can stand it, I can't stand it. Chen Siwon is like an old general on the stage at the moment. Ugh, is that enough? Write your favorite heroine to death, and then actually leave a sentence that I'm not a human being anymore. And eunuch? Chen Siwon was in pain. I can't watch it anymore Yaya's sister. You give the big boss a sample. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chen Siwon listened to Sister Yaya's small mouth as if she had installed a telegraph, and immediately stretched out her hand. Then said in a serious tone, in fact, you can express a little more euphemistic. After all, we are still polite and civilized. Chen Ya nodded. Then I'll continue to wish him a son without an asshole. The big boss thought about it and she had to follow the blessing again. Chen Siwon did not move to hold her small hand, while the old sister had a hard day's work, listening to some inexplicable, how to scold again. Then Yaya's sister at the moment silently opened her own phone to the software and flipped to the last chapter and handed it over to Chen Sijia. Chen Sijia looked at it for a while. Her teeth seemed to be clacked by her, and it was not easy to squeeze two words out of her teeth. Animal. Beastly. Ugh. The girls in the house are particularly united at the moment. Chen Siwon nodded with a fake calmness, surprisingly nodding. You guys are right. At the same time the heart was a little aggravated. The young man had given too much for the little intention that the big boss could open his mouth, and felt that he had really suffered too much indignity, and then immediately afterward he was relieved. The whole network, the editorial board, including the family, they net busted the big eunuchs. Everyone spraying is a big eunuch. What's it got to do with me? Chan Siwon? At most, after dinner, while holding Penny Wu's small hand and walking downstairs in the neighborhood to kill some food, he watched her unhappily hold out her cell phone. Xiao Chen. He's a eunuch. Chen Siwon echoed a sentence. Dog eunuch. Excessive. Indeed too much. What kind of author is this one? Scold him. Penny, you hurry up and open your mouth to scold him. July days. The air is pervasive and dry. Chen Siwon, because of the hospitalization, actually piled up quite a lot of work to deal with. Because of his screenwriting responsibilities, with the newly film and television side, in fact there are a lot of work needs to be handed over to him. The project for 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, 10 Peach Blossoms has been finalized for a long time now, but the cast is not available at the moment, and it's been on hold for quite a bit of filming time. The main casting problem, Chen Siwon said before, he has to take a look. After all, the success of the previous Life in Front of the Jade, Chen Siwon is graphic, and watching the actor audition for a scene is just right. Not easy to roll with the punches. When he came to the office building of Xinli Film and Television, Chen Siwon met the current person in charge of 3 Lives and 10 Peach Blossoms, Wang Chao. Big brother, looking forward to the stars and the moon. I can finally expect you to come back. Wang Chao neck with a license plate, wearing a competent suit. At the moment it seems to have faded. Some of the previous just entered the society of childishness, added some more maturity. Chen Siwon smiled and shot him a glance. How's it going these days? Still hanging on to your big star? Wang Chao sniffed and immediately looked around, then lost his smile and gently hammered Chen Siwon's shoulder. Big brother, don't talk nonsense. Make me look like a scumbag. Chen Siwon suddenly gave him a sly look. Isn't it? Wang Chao raised his head, then shook his head again and gently patted Chen Siwon's shoulder. Big brother, you don't understand the pain in my heart. You're still bitter about being chased by a big star, aren't you? The son of a bitch is still pretending in front of me. Remember, Chen Siwon just hospitalized for a while. Wang Chao came to visit him. Although by the big boss at that time, a pair of you do not want to disturb the rest of the little Chen. How not to go eyes to quickly dissuaded. But as soon as he left, the big star Meng Han-yoon back feet came. Chen Siwon was very surprised at. Asked her, why don't you two come together? Meng Han-yoon then said in a downcast voice, he doesn't want to be with me? Siwon, has he moved on? Chen Siwon blinked. I don't know although I don't know exactly what happened between you two, but it feels like Chao's intention to separate from you is quite obvious. Well, you're such a big star now, rich and good-looking. Chen Siwon was also in the middle of a leap of faith after communicating with psychiatrist Su Yen. So he enlightened, if you are now holding a cup in your hand, and in my hand is a pot of boiling water, and I add boiling water to your cup, are you going to let go? Meng Han-yoon Maybe Chow is in pain. What are you doing? Chen Siwon said and saw Meng Hanyun really took out a crystal cup from the bag she was carrying, and then cupped it to signal Chen Siwon to pour boiling water into her cup. He gave it to me, burned me, and I won't let go. Sitting in the conference room, waiting for the actors who came over to audition today, Chen Siwon looked at Wang Chao at the moment and said, believe him or believe that I'm Qin Shi Huan? Big Star's deadly love for me. Chen Sijia also didn't know Meng Hanyun very well, or else she could go to work again. Waiting for a newcomer actor to walk in front of the eyes of the audition. Xinli Film and Television currently does not have an artist department. There are good scripts or mostly with other entertainment companies, but the company's recent strategy seems to be to set up an artist department, so it was widely publicized, trying to find a little bit of good talent on its own, to see if it could hold up some people with Chen Siwon's good script. That is the chairman of the backhand. Penny Wu into the board of directors is not said before. To the newly film and television to achieve the Chinese film and television companies in the top 3. The difficulty is certainly huge. A great deal of likely to not reach. Then set up the department of artists. Artists, in addition to the works, the most important is the flow. Backed by the department of the Tang distribution channels, the flow of that can still be less? Bigger and stronger. That is not 3 fingers pinch snail hand holding the pinch thing. This is not the playback of the gap to make up for it. Wu Guodong waved his big hand and pointed to the mountains, having thought of everything long ago. Because of this, there are also a number of shouty stars whose contracts are about to expire who would like to take this opportunity to lean on the mountain of Tang's system. Of course there are those who want to take this opportunity to lean on their man. Meng Hanyun, how about it? Don't you guys think I look just like a 9-tailed demon fox? Already expensive as a rising first-tier actress, she actually squeezed into the pile of newcomers and ran to audition for a movie. Sitting in the conference room, Chen Siwon took a look at her, and then turned his head to look at him, and immediately intended to get up and leave. However, he was grabbed by Wang Chao, and his voice begging for help came from his cell phone. Big brother, don't leave me behind. This bitch has been a little crazy lately. She came knocking on my door in the middle of the night the other day. Chen Siwon was silent for a moment, retraced her steps, and suddenly offered, then you me 50. Wang Chao decisively sent out red envelopes. Chen Siwon collected the money to do her job. Ignoring Meng Hanyun's blinking eyes, tell me about your understanding of the role. Meng Hanyun, well, I look like a fox. Wang Chao thought for a moment. You may not like to hear it, but I still have to say that it's not like. You're saying I'm not good looking. Meng Hanyun gritted her teeth. Dog man, in the past you even said I was the most beautiful. Wang Chao coughed twice. You see, no matter what you say, you have to say before. So you're saying that what happened before, all the sweetness of the past, all the promises of the past, should be forgotten as if it never happened? Meng Hanyun's eyes reddened slightly. Wang Chao, I'm not you. I'm not that cruel. I didn't say that. But, Wang Chao clenched his teeth. The past is the past after all. Menganian, what do you mean? Wang Chao was ruthless. Meng Hanyun, we're done. We're done for sophomore year. Meng Hanyun's tears spilled out at once, then covered her eyes and got up violently. Wang Chao, I didn't say it was over. I never said it was over. Then it's not over. After saying that, he took his bag and ran out of the conference room without looking back. Wang Chao's hands were trembling a bit as he closed his eyes and rubbed his eye sockets, then somewhat apologetically said to Chen Siwon, I'm sorry for making you look at the joke. Chen Siwon patted his shoulder. Quickly, don't talk like this. You are my favorite family friend, as close as brothers and sisters. Wang Chao was also moved and wiped his tears. Siwon, you are truly my best brother. For his part, Chen Siwon shook his head and smiled, stating, you'll have to add another 50. The casting is almost finalized. Meng Hanyun as Bai Xiao definitely won't work, but Chen Siwon suggested that she could play Su Jin, the villain who abused Su Su during the mortal period, and the two of them actually look quite similar in appearance and image, especially the way they just cried. Wang Chao also didn't substitute his emotions into his work and nodded his head as well, thinking that Chen Siwon was the screenwriter, so it was fine for him to set it. Then Chen Siwon chatted privately with Meng Hanyun, asking her if she could come over to play Su Jin, and you can feel she's not in a good mood at the moment. You're asking me to play the villain who's obviously going to be spurned. I'm telling you, even if you break the sky, I won't do it. Chao is in charge of this project, and he should be guarding the crew for the next few months. After waiting a few minutes, the message came back from there. Siwon, I haven't congratulated you yet. Being with the big boss. The big star's mood seemed to have regained its composure after chilling out. So what? Hand my agent the contract. After fixing the actors. Chen Siphon stretched his waist. It wasn't for nothing that he received $100 from Chao, and he planned to treat him to a meal in the evening. In the car, Chan Siwon, who was driving, took a look at Penny and then looked at Wang Chao through the rearview mirror. What do you guys want to eat today? Wang Chao said indifferently. Whatever. Big brother. Listen to you. Wu Penny naturally no words. Good behavior copied the small hand on one to Chen Siwen feeding grapes. Although Wang Chao did not eat it, he knew that it must be very sweet. Ouch. The air seems to sweeten the flavor. Chen Siwen barred his mouth. Then said, nothing you want to eat? Let's go home and pack up after dinner. I've had the airfare booked. We'll leave tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Big brother. The opening of the theater group? If you're busy you actually don't have to go. It's better to make a trip. I haven't even been to the Three Bodies, the Berserkers opening, and I was locked up in the hospital for so long a while ago, it bored me to death. I'm going to go and see what's going on. Chen Siwen replied with a smile. And of course this past time, it was mostly just to get out of the way. He cannot dare to code at home now. The big boss sticky. In case he was found that he is the author of the exorcism of the immortal. Yeah, sister pulling the old sister is estimated to be able to sharpen the knife to kill the family. It's so hard to know that the big boss reacted so well to the cure text, so he mustn't take advantage of it, right? Where is this with the exorcisms? I haven't even written healing masterpieces like Dragon Riders, and people grow to hate water. First write the script of the Pauline lamp and shoot it. Sinking incense to save the mother, such a classic plot. How high the ratings were in the last life. It shouldn't be too much of a problem to become a hit, right? Give the big boss into the board of directors to add a hard penny. Then take advantage of the fire of the Pauline lamp, and then pull out the people grow to hate the water long east. Hiss, can't think about it. Thinking about it already makes me want to cry. When they came to Tunlong restaurant, the three of them casually ordered a few dishes and didn't ask for a private room, so they simply ate. As a result, the big boss in the hall naturally catches everyone's eye. Of course, being well taken care of by the big boss who was virtuous and gentle at the moment, Chen Siwen received more and more envious and jealous gazes. Chen Siwen smiled bashfully, and said, sure enough, men are all especially dedicated, and will always like young and beautiful girls, not mature at all, and then reached out to the big boss and hugged him into her arms, covering her absolutely beautiful little face from looking. Penny Wu first blankly sat sideways on Chen Siwen's lap, then obediently wrapped her arms around Chen Siwen's neck. It seems like you can hear the sound of chopsticks being rattled by teeth. Knocked. Wang Chao straightened up and called out, knocked. Big boss, are you hot? In July, this Tangdu day is still very powerful, although there is air conditioning, but after all, Penny's hot body is sitting on his lap at the moment, both temperature and heat. The big boss body in fact has always been a little cold. Wintertime small feet and hands are cold, favorite to reach into Chen's siphon clothes, in his warm belly stick. So at the moment, shaking his head, Chen, I'd like a little cold beer. The big boss handed him the cell phone. The gaze that was clear and cold in the face of others became watery at the moment. Chen Siwen looked at her, sighed, and pinched her cheeks. Drink it, only half a cup for you. Chen, you really are the best boyfriend I've ever had. Penny Wu puffed up her pink cheeks and wrapped her arms around Chen Siwen's neck and looked for him to stick it to him, her little eyes pleasurable to the core. Chen Siwen actually mercilessly pushed away her little face. Come on, Les. Haven't found you to settle the score. I haven't promised you to be your boyfriend yet. You are just proclaiming it outside. Attempting to ruin my reputation as a yellow-flowered man. Too much. Punish you for feeding me. Next time. No more of this. Oh. The big boss nodded, then copied his cell phone again and inquired. Little Chen, why are so many people here looking at you with clenched teeth? They probably have bad teeth. Bean, you must remember to brush your teeth morning and night. At the same time, sitting opposite Wang Chao are a little taut, at the moment shouting, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? I'm not supposed to be here. I'm supposed to be under the car, right? No, why don't you just kill me to give them both a boost? At the same time, the two of them for the first time in public to spread dog food. Spread a group of strangers cannot help but spit in their hearts. There is still God's reason. There is still the law. Is there any law? That's how you do it? And there seems to be what click 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 heartbreak sound. You see other people's girlfriend actually take the initiative to feed, how understanding? But since the family can vigorously dry rice to protect food for fear that they did not eat enough girlfriend, there's no harm without comparison. Damn, how come the food is so sour in such a big hotel? After the meal, Chen Siwen accompanied Penny Wu to drink a little bit of wine, and looking at her half smiling, good-naturedly holding onto herself, with her head leaning on her shoulder, he apologized and said, Chow, I'll trouble you to drive us around. It's fine, it's fine. Wang Chao waved his hand. Inside suddenly have a kind of magnificence. I wang someone, as if really become the emperor's son-in-law's roommate plus good brother. That's Blue Star Tycoon Wu's own daughter? Just ask anyone who thought they could be half as good as her before, let alone now when it's clearly more than half as good. They're getting married. so I should be able to sit in the front row. Wang Chao drove the car while looking at the big boss straddling on Chen Siwen to sleep obediently. The two of them, that simply bubbling pink little bubble atmosphere. No, 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 I'm not likely to be the best man, right? Mom, your son is doing well. The lights of Tang Du flashed backward a little along the car window. Evening. It's getting dark. When he reached the downstairs of the neighborhood, Chen Siwen didn't pull Penny Wu up the stairs, and he pulled the big boss around against the neighborhood's plentiful evening breeze. I'm going to Gangtok tomorrow. I might stay for a while. Will you miss me? Will miss you. Then call me a good brother and I'll stay away. Penny Wu's lips parted slightly, but she ended up pulling out her cell phone again. Good brother. Facing the evening breeze, the moonlight of the night is soft and gentle, and you can see clearly Penny's blush with a bit of alcohol. Chen Siwen is considered to know the big boss's specific amount of alcohol. A cup of drunkenness. 2 cups down. Half a cup is just right. Looking at her kind of slightly drunken and well-behaved little look of calling out to her brother, even though she was still calling out from her cell phone, Chen Siphon, who had had a few glasses of wine, felt as if he had an evil fire, averted his eyes, looked at the full moon in the sky. The serenity of the sky made him exhale, squeezing the big boss's slippery little hand a little cozy. A little sigh. Will you think I'm bad? Last night, this morning, the big boss has alcohol effect at the moment, and cannot see whether it is shy or slightly drunk. Twisting his head, clear eyes seem to contain watery meaning. Boys, it is normal to have this kind of need. Right, Xiao Chen. I will not feel that you are very bad. Chen Siwen sniffed. Her throat was a little dry. Where do you seem to be a boy? Well, it's normal. The face changed slightly. Eyelashes fluttered slightly. It won't be my sister again. Penny Wu shook her head and honestly answered with her cell phone. I searched with my cell phone. Xiao Chen. It's not good for boys to hold it for too long. They will get sick. Looking at Penny Wu weakly handing out her cell phone, Chen Siwen's expression became horrified. What are you reading on the internet all day long now? I'm going to check your cell phone's browser. Xiao Chen. The internet also says that between boys and girls, a little secret little space is needed. Knock. Have you been searching the internet for some weird relationship gem? The big boss didn't say anything, and I don't know if she was tired from the long walk or what, but she was breathing slightly faster. Chen Siphon then pulled her to sit down on a wooden chair in the neighborhood, and with the strength of the wine, he seemed to suddenly open a strange topic. Then do you know what about girls? Ahem. Is it normal for them to have needs? Chen Siwen was also a bit shy at the moment, didn't say anything, lowered her head and fiddled with her cell phone, and suddenly started chatting with the big boss on her cell phone in front of her face as well. The big boss's head didn't twist to look at it, red-necked and looking over at the gate of the neighborhood. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, in this atmosphere, shame and all that has long been infinitely diluted. Chen Siwen suddenly asked shamelessly, then how do you usually solve it when you can't help it? What do you do with yourself? Penny Wu simply turned red and bowed her head, stuttering as she typed, I don't know. Your own thing. How can you not know? Let's talk blindly. Talk to me into it? Boys deserve to be LSP. Chen Siphon at this moment also some brain heat chat open. I don't know why, but when a man and woman reach a certain point in their relationship, when they talk, they always start to talk about some strange topics. Penny Wu lowered her head at the moment and covered her face at once, as if she didn't dare to see anyone. Chen Siwen also clear that this is very that, but since last night their relationship clearly obvious step forward. This situation, ask what out of the ordinary topic also does not matter. You just as casually chatting about it. Are so, what words cannot say we are not young. There should be some of their own have to solve the problem. How to do it? Silence for a few seconds. Penny Wu finally cannot help it. Red face obviously more than slightly drunken boundary. Small hedgehog like a slide from the chair at once. Hold themselves into a ball. Back squatting aside. Completely a look of not dare to see people. Clear big eyes at the moment a heart to bubble circles. The heart again flooded with mutterings. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Chen Siwen felt that he had recently been evil and degrading, and could not help but despise himself. Then squatting down, he was about to help up the big boss who was crouching next to the chair, and the big boss, like a frightened cat, ducked a bit. Obviously at the moment his brain was in a state of downtime, confused by Chen Siwen's question. I won't ask, so don't be shy. Chen Siphon lost his smile and ruffled her arm, and she sneakily parted her fingers to reveal those big eyes of hers. Obviously, the question was still too astringent for Penny now, and when it was easy to help her up and take her by the arm, she was ready to go home. The night that the wind blew swinging she walks her still covering her face, as if at the moment there are some strange images in her head cannot be seen. Chen Siwen could only pull her arm. This dumbfounded look, the little look that didn't say anything but seemed to say something, made Chen Siwen couldn't help but have his heart jump slightly, so he wanted to tease her again. What do you usually take? The big boss covered his head is almost twisted to the back. Big eyes have a strand of confusion. Stood to the door of the house, footsteps are stalled. No, is not said not to ask. As a result, Chen Siwen clearly highlights the 4 big words of masculinity. Once every 3 days? Once every 5 days? Once a day? Leave Chen Siphon in the doorway with a meaningful smile. But soon, it is a stare. And then shook his head a little. Despised himself. So bad. So bad. Chen Siphon. You are simply so bad that you are pus. Go home and hold your head and lie on the bed, quietly looking at the ceiling. It must be that otherworldly recovery power at work. Actually, I, Chen Siwen, am still a proper and simple teenage boy by nature. The next day, got up early. The sun is nice. It is reasonable to say that. Many times the screenwriter many times are not required to be on the scene. The director shoots when there is generally a subscript. What problems in advance to find out the changes? The writers usually take the money and walk away, and fix things on the fly when things go wrong during filming. However, it's good for writers to follow the team at the beginning, so they can familiarize themselves with the shooting site and write a script that meets the shooting requirements. Chen Siwen was also partially in the mindset of learning and was prepared to follow the group for a period of time. Yeah, sister. You this came to Tangdu for so many days. Before the hospitalization, I didn't take you around, and now this is going to go out on a trip. Not in the way. Anyway, the old family house is also flooded. Wang Granny followed the side of the mom. Mom found her a job as a caretaker. Also considered to follow the mom settled down. Yeah has also decided not to go back. Stay here. She said to you as a live-in nanny or something. The wages you look at to give, inclusive of food and shelter, is good. How can this be done? Granny Wang is so old. But after thinking about it, maybe it would be more peaceful to do something in a big city. Old mom will surely take good care of Granny Wang too. Look at Yaya's sister. Chen Siwen suddenly laughed. I also said it before in Penny. Life is our own life. Do not need to ask aunts. Yaya's sister. What work at home we look together to clean up on the line. As for the nanny or something, even if we are our own people. So, Yaya's sister, I'll find you a job. You do not like to read novels and so on it. This period of time you first more brush book. By the time we start recruiting in September when the academic over, you come over. Then first as a trainee editor. Anyway, the company is close to home. You go to work is also relatively convenient. This is not good. Chen Yao was a little nervous. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. I'll ask the big boss later. Chen Siwen is also the first time to commit to help people find a job. Last year he himself is still looking for a job. But Granny Wang Yaya's sister, they are worth to help. Can help them, this unsupported grandma and grandchildren in the city, to settle down. Chen Siwen is certainly happy to be the most. Waiting for the luggage to be packed. Chen Siwen dragged his luggage and went to a building. The fingerprint password lock of the big boss's house, he knew the password. Dripping input and pushed the door to enter. And it was just like going back to his own home. Naturally stepping on his slippers and walking into the house. It's Saturday. And Penny Wu is currently lying on the sofa in a daze. What are you thinking about? I opened the door so big noise did not hear. This is if a thief. The home to steal all the estimates, you have to wave to people to say goodbye. Penny Wu, probably still having some after effects from some of yesterday's odd exchanges, was a little bit rattled, as if some secret had been revealed. Sitting up and looking squarely in front of her, looking particularly pleasing to the eye. Chen Siwen's drunkenness had already subsided, and he didn't bother to continue teasing her. He was going to take a plane ride in the afternoon in a while, so it was better to be polite. So also never mention that yesterday. Chen Siwen slowly into the house, covering the stomach, said, Big boss, let you leave me breakfast? I got up and packed my luggage for half a day, and if I don't have anything to eat, I should see the king of hell. I'm hungry. The big boss, who had originally looked straight ahead with a cool gaze, broke his defenses for a second and scrambled to his feet, about to run towards the kitchen. Clanging, in her haste to trot, her foot tripped on a table leg, and Penny Wu fell out diagonally. Chen Siwen scared a jolt, and hurriedly smiled bitterly and reached out to put an arm around her. Phew, you scare me to death again. What's the point of being furtive? I'm afraid you're hungry. Penny Wu weakly handed her cell phone to Chen Siwen to look at. Helping her up, Chen Siwen softly said, Don't be anxious, just kidding, not hungry yet. Waiting until he briefly mentioned Yaya's sister's matter with her, and then warmed up a little with her while lying on the sofa. Chen Siwen looked at the time, and pinched her small face with both hands. I may have to get busy during this period of time. On one side there is the matter of the new script, and on the other side there is the matter of the drama group. So it is estimated that there will be a period of time that I won't be in Tangdu. You'll be fine in Tangdu, won't you? Little Chen, I'll be good. Penny Wu's cell phone screen flashed as she replied dryly. It's not going to miss me particularly, is it? And then sneak off and cry, is it? No. Don't look at her naive. In fact she is witty as hell, Xiao Chen. I miss you, I'll take a flight and come to you. Penny Wu looked up at him, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, her eyes flickering. Chen Siwen took a look at her, but even suddenly pushed her face in disgust. Then eeped, Big boss, you are simply too dirty now. I, a yellow flowering man, have been brought down by you. The simple Penny Wu hadn't gotten in the car yet and was a little unsure. Ang? It's the height of summer, and it's hot and dry. It felt as if the heavens had put an invisible steamer over Jiangdu, coaxing the hot environment as if it were a few degrees higher than Chengdu. Because the largest filming base in China is located in Jiangdu, it leads to a particularly common scene at Jiangdu Airport from time to time. Start chasing girls going crazy. On such a hot day, Chen Siwen had just left the airport and felt that even if he didn't do anything, he could leave a sweat behind just by standing. The young maidens, as it turned out, were surprisingly indifferent to this weather. After 2.5 years of practice, it seems as if pigeonholing is the way to go. Fee, Chen Siwen also faced the craziness of her fans head on. To be honest, before, his image of the stargazers only stayed on the network, and when he came to Jiangdu, he saw how horrible the culture of the rice circle was. Getting off the plane there are people guarding the door of the airport, eating there are people guarding the door of the restaurant, and even filming. Outside the door of the big cast are almost full of fans with the support colors of the various main actors. Some people even saw that Chen Siwen was tall and handsome, and thought that he was that company's newly excavated newcomer, and ran over to ask for his microblogging number, wanting to follow him and powder him. Highlighting a connotation is a total crapshoot. Face value even if it's justice. If a brother is good looking, even if the brother is illiterate, then there must be a reason why the brother is illiterate. On July 19th, it was a bright day in Jiangdu. Chen Siwen went to the movie set for the first time. The sunlight poured on his well-defined face. A talent scout, whose eyes were as precise as a money detector, handed over his business card and asked Chen Siwen if he wanted to earn money. Does he want to be famous? Do you want Chen Siwen to become a household name in China? Then join me in the arms of the newly Pictures Artist Department. Chen Siwen was in a hurry to go to the opening banquet and didn't explain too much. On July 20th, knowing that Chen Siwen is actually still a screenwriter, the talent scout got excited and opened his mouth with, "Do you want to be Meng Han Yun? Do you want to be the next big new star? Buddy, join me in the arms of the artist department of Sunny Pictures. Sunrise Pictures will not let you down." The big boss was playing a video for him, and Chen Sifen didn't get to talk much more and hurried back to the hotel. The next day, an unfamiliar call actually came in. The other party claimed to be the chief agent of the Star Ocean Media Brokerage Department. First warmly greeted a few polite, and then straight to the point, "Star Ocean Media welcome you to join. With your face value, your ability will soon be in the Chinese film and television industry to make a name for themselves." On July 23rd, when Chen Siwen, who came over to visit the crew today, just got out of the set, there was actually a young girl holding a particularly fresh photo with a red face who came over to find him for an autograph. Chen Siwen fixed his eyes and realized that the person in the photo was actually himself. When was it taken? When was it taken? This open beauty face it. Chen Siwen said he is not a star, but the young girl is a bit insistent, said he is so handsome boy, will certainly become a big star, and shyly want Chen Siwen's private micro chat. At the same time, said she herself is learning to dance, height 1 meter 6'8", weight 54, will be split. When Chen Siwen words of refusal, said that you should be good at this age in school to learn to dance, should not go around outside blindly run by the scum cheating. The girl is still a little bit lost, drooping head a step 3 back to leave. Chen Siwen suddenly have a kind of crying and laughing feeling. The original good looking really can do whatever you want. On July 24th, Xinli Films talent scout was a little embarrassed to find over and apologize, saying that he had eyes but didn't recognize MT Tai, and that he had disturbed editor-in-chief Chen's rest in the past few days. Chen Siwen, on the other hand, patted his shoulder without caring, signaling him to do a good job. In the blink of an eye, it had been just about 10 days since Chen Siwen came to Jiangdu. Chen Siwen felt that he had gained a lot. The atmosphere of the cruise shoot made the images already in his head clearer, and the writing was more coherent at the moment. It also kind of makes sense why the fights in The Last Life were horsification, or the film and television boards were basically dominated by the female frequency. The difference between the shooting conditions of a TV series and those of a movie is simply not too great because of the difference in investment properties. Movies, investment of several hundred million, billions. In fact, the final need to shoot is only 1 hour or 2 hours of the screen. Biting the bullet certainly puts a dent in the special effects, and the same investment in a TV series to shoot dozens of episodes. Fighting, not riding a horse. People in the sky with wings open can fly. That's simply funding in the wild. And what if you don't burn the funds to make the kind of booming picture that readers have in mind? With all the coolness of some men's fiction, how about finding a handsome couple to have a miscellaneous romance without special effects and without too much money? It's just bitter for fans of the original. Meanwhile, in the process of Chen Siwon staying in the theater to learn to burst into more images, the crew is not a few of the main actors of this system of Shinli Film and Television are a little surprised, saying that this screenwriter in the end what is the origin. Although the screenwriter has a high status in Blue Star, it's not as if he seems to be the main focus of the crew up and down the line, including the producers. But soon it seemed like that question didn't need to be answered either. Chen Siwon is dragging the producer around the corner where the crew stays to chat and fart. A small gold man parked in front of the entrance of the crew's filming shed. A beautiful foot couldn't wait to step down from the soft collapse of the car. The sharp sound of high heels at the moment in the ground hit as if it was so crisp and pleasant to the ear. The big boss of Sunrise Pictures ran into the shooting site with a hurried pace. Manhwa can her acting skills have improved too much compared to when she was in college. Big summer. Recording shed cannot say too cool. The venue is certainly not the kind of air-conditioned house comfortable. Chen Siwon bite popsicle. Standing on the second floor of the platform. Standing high looking far can easily look down to the shooting site. At the same time, these days, personally busy and have to run out to pull some advertising sponsorships, but also to care about all aspects of the crew matters of the budding producer Wang Chao. By the hot sun of Jiangdu Tantan. At the moment it is not easy to be able to take a break. Take a look at the lower side of the Manhwa. She really quite hard. I heard that yesterday she got drunk and ran to your room and knocked on your door. As if she sat paralyzed in front of your room and cried. Crying something about how Mushroom doesn't want me anymore. Chao, you still have a little name Mushroom, don't you? Wang Chao was silent for a few seconds. What Mushroom? She drank numbness and shouted nonsense. Chen Siwon barred her ice cream and just stared at him without saying anything. Wang Chao, I won't explain a word until the lawyer comes. Chen Siwon gave him a sly sideways glance. Chao, it's a good thing that you and I stayed on the top floor of the Tinglong Hotel yesterday, and there was no one else but us, otherwise you two would have been on the hot search today. Yesterday, in the middle of the night, Chen Siphon just finished the video with the big boss. Bang bang bang, knock on the door sounded outside. Chen Siphon opened the door. The drunken Meng Hanhyun began to rush to the room. Which does not rush yet do not know. A rush to scare. Meng Hanhyun first cried and began to Wang Chao neckside hanging while also sadly said, Mushrooms are not shouting my small steamed buns. Chan Siwon, who was standing on the sidelines watching the show, almost didn't spray himself to death with a mouthful of salt vapor. Flowers play with flowers big brother. Needle mushrooms, buns? I'm knocking. Chen Siwon immediately pushed the door and hid in the bedroom, leaving the time and place to the two of them, and with his back to the door of the room, he shouted one after another, VI 50. I am Qin Shi Huang. Wang Chao, big brother. Sister-in-law is here. Chao, don't change the topic I tell you, you first V me 50. I seal you to be a big. Chen Siwon didn't finish, and with an inadvertent twist of his head, he saw the silhouette down there, looking around. Apparently the cast and crew and some of the external staff were still a bit baffled, thinking that this was a big star that had broken in. How come she's so pretty, but so unfamiliar? As a result, I only saw that the director over there was like seeing a ghost's eyes, stood up in a flash, couldn't care less about his own filming, and wiped the sweat on his forehead while greeting him respectfully, breathing a bit, gasping, stuttering and calling out, Wu, Mr. Wu, why did you come in person today? Penny Wu was obviously a little distracted. Her cool eyes bypassed the director and scanned around the scene until she heard that familiar voice coming from above before she raised her head, spread a smile, and hurriedly trotted towards Chen Siwon. Stop. You wait. Nemo, come up. I'll come down. Chen Siwon looked at her wearing a pair of high heels on the run there. On the second floor of the ladder is a gap in the kind of iron ladder. For fear that she fell, hurried to give her a forbidden gesture. The greater part of the month, and then it is also difficult to miss the 3 steps into 2. Sneakers snapped on the iron ladder, filled to the first floor. It's not even standing yet. The big boss ignored all the dumbfounded sight at the moment, hooked Chen Siwon's neck. Bean directly performed a jump in place. 2 rich white long legs set up Chen Siwon's waist. The wombat went to work directly hanging on Chen Siwon. Do not have to speak. The big boss at the moment the whole person is showing a sentence. Little Chen. I want you. Chen Siphon was her reckless rush. Almost not yet stood stilla but sitting on the ladder it. So no good luck to follow the trend of lifting her thighs. Pinched the soft flesh of her inner thighs. Lighten up. You're breaking your back. It seems to rest here complaining. In fact, Chen Siwon's voice is particularly soft, revealing a very pleased expression. smilingly also back to embrace the big boss pressed on his chest. And do not say anything, so quietly embracing each other. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. In fact, there is no lack of employees present at Shinli Film and Television's own people, and many of them still have the impression that after last year's staff tour, rumors in the company said that the big boss personally certified that the current editor-in-chief of Scholarship Group was her distant cousin. Ha, 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 clamped this tight? The few lead actors who were not from the Sunrise department but from other entertainment companies to work with were even more puzzled at the moment. Mr. Wu, that's the new president of Sunrise Pictures who took office last year, right? Oh, that's Blue Star Tycoon Wu's own daughter. Hiss. And so on, and so forth. She just clipped onto the waist of the Little Chan screenwriter? Most of the stars are human. At the moment it seems to understand the Little Chen scriptwriter before in the crew, so supreme position is where it came from, which played the Qingqiu Empress by Shallow, that first-line actress. Expression suddenly a little pale. The heart set off wild waves. Bad. Before she saw Chen's screenwriter status in the newly Film and Television so high. Will also write scripts. People look so handsome. She paced the heart. Actually took the initiative to run to tease him a little bit. Once at dinner, take off his shoes with his feet, wanna go to rub his thighs. Was eluded. But also feel that this person in the high and proud of what? Now think about. What is the old lady condescending about? Pei Yu was in a bit of a wow mood at the moment. What was he doing? You went to flirt with Wu's daughter's man? You don't want to die. At this moment, Pei Yu, who is wearing an ancient costume, at this moment wants to cry for her own unrestrained love of freedom. Help! Next time she will never wave again. Chen Siphon didn't take this matter to heart at all, and after feeling the slightly silent gazes of everyone around him, he also suddenly realized that something wasn't right. You're hugging me so tightly in public? Is this appropriate? Chen Siwen was a bit shy, wondering what the hell the sudden excitement was again. Hurrying to carry this bean who refused to come down out of the shooting site. Or Wang Chao reacted quickly, cleared his throat and said, "What are you waiting for? Then shoot the scene only to wake up some of the wandering everyone. After all, it's summer in Jiangdu. The temperature is hot The asphalt on the road are a little bit of that temperature ripples. The sky's sunshine down, as if there is a dust fog flying. Penny Wu at the moment wearing a long dress of well-behaved red satin. Dressing style is more and more like Chin Siwen, like to look on the side of the lean, ripe beauty. Under the hem of the skirt is also wrapped in a pair of thin flesh-colored stockings. It wasn't until Chen Siwen stood in the sun, sweating and crying out that it was too hot, and pinched the soft flesh on her thighs, that she somewhat reluctantly stepped on her high heels and stood down in front of the hotel entrance. Chen Siwen Hot let her first hotel lobby rest for a while, went to the convenience store over there to buy ice coke, and she was just good in place in the direction of his eagerly awaited, until he came out from the convenience store, which did stepped on white pointed patent leather high heels towards him to meet the two steps. The original face of the sight of people coming and going cold expression also instantly become cute and lovely. Chen, cuddle, greeting Jiangdu's sunshine, which is estimated to be almost 40 degrees at this moment. Chen Siwen rewarded her with a big blank stare, then used ice cola to ice her hand, then didn't hug her, just held her small hand. You really have body cold and don't know the pain of body heat. Isn't it hot to hold on to your body? Look at the front of your skirt, it's a bit wet. It's all the sweat that stays on Chen Siwen's body. Penny Wu tilted her face up to look at him dumbfounded. Xiong nose slightly wrinkled, did not take as a wombat, a little unhappy, but looked at the sweaty little Chen, reached out a small hand to him to wipe barely acceptable. Why did you come all of a sudden? You didn't even tell me about it yesterday. What's the matter? Making a surprise attack? Chen Siwen narrowed her eyes. Sister said, give you a surprise. After not seeing her for most of a month, Penny Wu's missing of Chen Siwen is certainly not just limited to holding hands. This beans Big Summer pulling out her small white hands towards the inside of Chen Siwen's clothes bag. Chen Siwen also helplessly looked at the big boss's small action. Into, pull out it, hot death he got. At the same time also said, you listened to my sister blindly all day long. Sooner or later one day you were sold to my house. You are still helping my sister count the money. Speaking of which, because in Tang do work more time. Living in the west side of the small courtyard, it is also away from the company more often in order to pay attention to some of the impact. Chen Siwen rarely pulling Penny Wu and Tang do pressure on the road. Generally 2 people just in the neighborhood to wander around. 2 people holding hands. Jiangdu also not much acquaintances, and do not have to pay attention to the impact. This is still the 2 of them rare in the streets of the big city holding hands on the pressure of the road. Without walking for a while, Penny Wu seemed to think about it as an afterthought, and honestly and obediently answered Chen Siwen's previous words with a cell phone message. Xiao Chen, I am your family. Just on the way to the entrance of the building of the Jiangdu branch of Xinli Film and TV, Chen Siphon silently looked at Penny's cell phone screen. Somehow, there were suddenly some fluttering in his heart. You chat a long-time female internet friends. Never met face to face. There is no voice video. Originally you still think she is not very unattractive time. She is like with a golden light like a fairy general came to your front. She's the owner of your company. The most beautiful heavenly girl. This is simply a miracle. Of course, more miraculous thing is that the original 10 fingers tightly interlocked hands. Chen Siwon suddenly stretched out the fingertips straight. And quarrelsome girlfriend full of backbone. There is a pair of time not to hold. And caused the big boss to stop. Grunting. Lowered his head. And with the other hand want to fasten his hand together. To 10 fingers, clasped tightly. See, it's another copy of the miracle. After 10 minutes or so, Chen Siwon was hot as hell and stated that she didn't want to go at all. However, Penny Wu was holding little Chen until she was on a roll. Little Chen, go. No go no go. Chen Siwon was like an old dog lying on the ground splashing and rolling. He was a real dog. The lion's share. You carry me. Then I'll go. 1.8 big man He opened his mouth and let 1.7 big boss back. Then this big boss thought about it and really loosened his hands. About to squat stupidly in front of Chen Siwon. Do you think Chen Siwon is going to even help her up and say he's joking at the moment? He shamelessly actually really hand then leaned towards Penny Wu's shoulder. Then didn't let her get up. Sticking to her back and gently wrapping his arms around her. His mouth came up to her ear. And simply rascal said, Go to the riverside. I want to sit on your back and blow the wind of the river. Penny Wu hummed and puffed and propped up the roadside fence about to stand up. But ended up suffocating her little red face and weakly reaching out for her cell phone. Xiao Chen. You're so heavy. I can't carry you. Chen Siphon of course will not expect the big boss that small body can carry him on his back to run around like flying just this dog cargo idol and teasing the big boss. Getting down from Penny Wu's back. Looking at her embarrassed big eyes. Chen Siwon smiled and opened his hands. She immediately mangled and crashed in. And the wombat went to work once again. Gangtok as the name suggests has a river. Chen Siphon at the moment hanging on the body of a big boss. As if all the body is thrown into the river to swim a bit. Was soaked in sweat. But there is no way Who let him stalled sticky essence of the big boss it. Facing the fiery river breeze. With the big boss's hot body in front of him. Chen Siwon smashed his mouth. You said, when will you let me be a wombat for once? The big boss's long eyelashes fluttered slightly. And before she could answer, Chen Siphon dismissed the proposal herself. Forget it. You're treating me like a wombat. Aren't you the devil's sinewy man? No good. Let's just keep it the way it is and be soft on you. Aang. Penny Wu nodded her head in agreement. Hanging softly on Xiao Chun herself would be best. Walked for a while. Chen Siphon narrowed his eyes to look at her. Why are you looking at me and barring your little mouth? Xiao Chen. I'm hungry. I didn't eat at lunch today. Chen Siwon sniffed a beat. And immediately rested her off of herself. Then you didn't say so earlier? Let's go. I'll take you to a particularly delicious noodle shop. Good. Jiangdu, the famous filming city urban area was actually not big. It was more of a film set. And it didn't take long to get back to the vicinity of their cruise set. Small noodle store does not have to be decorated how gorgeous to be delicious. Fly house, a bowl of noodles and a stool. Maybe the essence of shivering small noodles. Following the environment like Chen Siwon's old home is able to make do. Let alone a fly tavern. The big boss was dressed in an upscale all-luxury brand. But with a particularly well-kept pull of hair. Her small mouth huffing and puffing on noodles. And what seemed like a ring of naughty red oil splattered all around her rosy, full lips. Chen Siwon looked amused and hurriedly pulled a piece of paper to rub it on her small mouth. Slow down. As Penny Wu watched Chen Siphon reach out his hand, she tilted her head and stretched her mouth. She'll not obediently let him rub it on her mouth. Under the scorching sun, are completely unable to suppress the bright color of the big boss's face, but the face seems to be suddenly a little distressed. With a small hand typed the word and handed it to Chen Siwon. Little Chen, do you want to kiss? What words you this is? In public. You cannot defile people's innocence out of thin air. Chen Siwon took advantage of the situation and still sold her good behavior. So can you stop rubbing my lip? It's getting a little sore from all the rubbing. Big boss, you definitely need to make sure you look good when you go out. So I took it a little more seriously. Chen Siwon did not look askance, speaking as if it was true, but quickly did not move and let go of Penny Wu's really exceptionally full, yet translucent mouth, pretending to continue shivering the noodles as if nothing had happened. Hoo. Penny Wu also continued to start eating noodles, but at the moment their hands are pinched a paper towel, from time to time to wipe themselves, but also a little bit of no proportion on the paper she wiped also lifted his hand to Chen Siwon's lips. The rubbing was particularly cheerful. Chen Siwon actually pretended to eke out in disgust. It's all saliva. It's dirty. The son of a bitch all but barked his badassery as he held the big boss down and kissed him. So after waiting for the late morning face, just now the big boss's car is still parked in front of the entrance of the cruise recording studio, did not drive away. And when he went back to get on the car, the big boss suddenly framed Chen Siwon's head, right in the car's relatively confined space between the main driver and the passenger side. The big boss pursed his lips and passed forward, taking the initiative to kiss Chen Siwon's cheeks after a pause. Wu Peinie quickly glanced at him, another stretch of the head, kissed on the lips of Chen Siphon. 1, 2, 3, Wu Peinie's beautiful eyes gradually lost, but did not forget that before Xiao Chen suspected that she was dirty, retaliatory to give to him, breathing faster and faster, hissing, that kind of ripe beauty in the blush of the expression to make Chen Siphon in a trance enough. Still in front of the theater? Whatever. I couldn't see anything inside through the glass anyway, and immediately kissed her back. When Penny Wu took her lips back and pursed them, she began to wipe her mouth with the back of her hand. Chen Siwon smiled and gently twisted her hand into her hair. Say, why are you so proactive today? Big boss's neck reddened. Little Chen, you're dirty too. Chen Siwon hadn't understood what she meant by that at first, when she saw her wiping her lips warmly and softly, hoping for half a day. Big boss is showing that she has a problem with herself calling her dirty? Looking at Penny Wu's slightly reddened cheeks, and red lips that seemed to emit a weird feeling. No, big boss, is this how you show dissatisfaction? You're not coming to deliver here. Chen Siwon also does not care how long they both sit in the car, did not move, highlighting it anyway. Everyone cannot see, cannot catch the current, that we are innocent. Look, open his mouth, then said, dirty on the dirty, a little bit of it. Where there are men and women to stay together is not dirty, a little bit of reasoning. By the time the car drove off, it was half an hour later. It startled the cast and crew who were wrapping up their shift at the moment. There's someone in this car? No, how come someone in this car hasn't moved in over half an hour? This seems to be the big boss's car, right? Didn't big boss just go out with chief editor Chen? Hiss. 2 people, alone in a car for so long? Gosh, what have we found? Oh no, we actually found nothing and know nothing. But it's so exciting how you think about it. Chen Siwon was the same at the moment, feeling a bit irritated. When the car was just parked in front of the theater, the people outside couldn't see in, but they could see inside, because it is rarely seen luxury car. Many people come over to the car to look at. However, Chen Siwon is in the 2 kisses with the big boss. Penny Wu has long been shy to close her eyes and dare not look. Even at this moment, sitting in the passenger seat, head drooping, seems to be a little dangling. Bewildered, typing to hand the cell phone to Chen Siwon. Xiao Chen, kiss, was seen. Only when he returned to the hotel's underground garage did Chen Siwon pull Penny Wu out of the car, and then pulled her to stand in front of the car window, which was dark as if he could not see inside at all except for himself. That's a relief, not being able to see. Chen, you're so bad. Chen Siwon does not admit, you only bad, okay, get on the car, initiative to kiss is you. I obviously serious want to drive back. You have to pull me on the highway. Penny Wu just wanted to retort. The result was that Chen Siwon mercilessly seized the cell phone, and then there was only a dry stare with a pair of big eyes looking at Xiao Chen in a daze. However, Chen Siwon, the bully, also threw a mouthful of big black pots all over big boss's back alone. You haven't even said you love me yet, and you're attempting to possess me. Big boss, you're too sinful. Penny Wu only drumming pink cheeks, protesting, want to find Chen Siwon grab cell phone. The result is in the underground garage. Well, by the trickery of Chen Siwon, a rollover. A wall. The so-called mouth is not used to quarrel, is used to kiss. Really, kiss is in love with 2 people to ease the conflict of the most powerful means. After a couple of barbs, Big Boss was good enough to tuck his little hand into his and take his hand to go upstairs with him. In the previous room, Chen Siphon was paired up with Wang Chao, so it was definitely inappropriate to bring the Big Boss now, just a new sweet, into the house. Sitting in, the Big Boss began to take off her high heels. The days are too hot. She at the moment, even if the body cold, all sweaty, sticky body, open the suitcase, find a good number of clothes to go to the shower, and the obviously hotter, as if he was on the verge of dehydration. Chen Siwon was currently paralyzed on the couch, posing at the air conditioning vent, waiting for Wu Peinie's body with just after the bath fragrance of the big afternoon has changed into a particularly textured satin red pajamas out of the time. Cooler. Chen Siwon also did not delay, but also too lazy to go back to the original room to get their own change of clothes, took a shower, wrapped in the sweet ready bathrobe from the bathroom out. What? Why are you looking at me and barking again? Let me tell you, even though you are the big boss, I, Chen Siwon, would rather die than obey. Chen Siwon narrowed her eyes, still pretending to tighten her bathrobe. However, Penny Wu just blinked. Little Chen, I'm a little hungry again. It seemed that there had just been only 1 or 2 and a small noodle to give her a taste was certainly not enough. Chen Siwen touched his stomach and felt that the 2 taels of small noodle portion was just like that. It's true that prices are soaring, but the portion is not as good as it is every year. Then I'll call the waiter to send some food up. Yes, wait for the meal. The meals at the hotel were still good. On the soft sofa, Chen Siwen just leaned on it and rubbed his bulging belly, then even said that he was propped up, and also repeatedly complimented Penny Wu's cooking skills, which had obviously improved by more than 1 notch. Penny Wu sat next to him obediently. Hearing this, she honestly copied her cell phone and replied, "Little Chen, I don't know how to cook, but if you want to eat my cooking, I can learn." Chen Siwen looked at her with a smile. Big Boss is smart now. She actually understands everything at one point. So what would you like to eat? Chen, Buddha jumps over the wall. Encrusted bean sprouts, fresh razor clam and shredded radish soup. While Chen Siwen was talking, the Big Boss seemed to be really still taking notes on her cell phone. And she, who had almost never touched her fingers before, seemed to be really considering the feasibility of the matter. But the more you listen, the more frowns. Agar's nose slightly wrinkled. The small face of some bewildered thought copied the phone to Chen Siwen to play a little discussion. Xiao Chen, cannot learn a few less so much I cannot learn to come over they. Chen Siwen did not say anything, looking at her pink and tender little face, and pinching the phone at the moment in front of their own wobbly little white hands. The mind drifted a little far away. Gulp gulp gulp. In the heart of the heart silently wash their own brain broad. Really? The last time. Just degenerate today this time. Cannot let the Big Boss so easy to be close to themselves again. Then not long after that, in the hotel bedroom. So what? Gently, gently. Chen Siwen took a breath. The face is still a little red. Penny Wu looked up at Chen Siwen. She obediently got out of bed. One hand from the writing desk pulled out a wet tissue paper, turned over and wiped her hands. Sven Chen is soporific and a little shy. He's a bad thing. This moment simply highlights the fact that there is a 1, there is a 2, there is a 3. A man's mouth is like a deceitful ghost. You really have to believe. Then it's a real ghost. In the hotel, the moonlight flooded through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Chen Siwen face sighing cleaned up the mood. Lying on the bed, looking at the ceiling, staring at the stagnant heart said, I am simply too bad. Obviously said, first do a serious gentleman. The result is gluttonous Big Bosses of the small hand. You polite? After taking a shower, Chen Siwen also fell into sage mode and put on the dirty clothes that he had just changed out of himself. He was ready to go back to that suite he and Wang Chao were in. Can't stay a little bit. The Big Boss was good and barefoot, following him to the door of the room, then gently tugged on his sleeve. A pair of big eyes flickering as she looked at him, then handed him the cell phone. Little Chen, I believe you're the last one. Chen Siwen sniffed and looked at her. A little broken defense. The Big Boss she may simply hold his field. But Chen Siwen then felt that his personality suffered a serious insult. You can say that he does not have much personality. Now this is a challenge. And I will gamble my man's dignity of saying one thing and defeating myself. Plucked away from the Big Boss, Chen siphoned firmly out of the room. Wait until the return to the original suite. Simply rinse the sweat, changed into clean clothes, are sitting on the sofa for a while to stay in a daze. Wang Chao only drunkenly pushed the door back to the room. Chen Siwen also did not move his head. The voice was ghostly from the sofa uploaded. Chao. Boys in the face of the girl once reached a stage. Is not full of coaxing tricks. Wang Chao's footsteps lurched. His smile a little dry. How can you say that? Not all boys are like this. Right. There must still be exceptionally honest boys that exist. Just like you. Chao. Right? The last time you said you left Man Han Yun in the living room. You left her in the living room and didn't care about her all night. Ha. Ha ha. Wang Chao's small hands trembled at this moment, revealing a fake smile. Yeah. But why do you smell like perfume? Chen Siwen's eyes suddenly narrowed. Last time when Mang Han Yun drank numb and came over to slam the door and shouted for your mushrooms, didn't you still curse and say that it's impossible for you to have another drink with Mang Han Yun in your life? Wang Chao blinked and began to clumsily change the topic. Where did I put my car keys? Chen Siwen laughed. Long ago, a look that saw through everything. Sure enough, it's like I only rubbed. Men's words can believe all have ghosts. No, it was actually an accident. Wang Chao touched his nose in embarrassment. Chen Siwen sighed, expressed understanding and patted Wang Chao's shoulder. Normal. People, Mang Han Yun is such a big star, chasing after you every day. It's understandable that a normal man can't hold on to it. Not to mention that you and other people have a catfight in college. Chao, did you save Mang Han Yun's life? I saved her mom's life. Are you cursing? No, really saved. That is, with the strength of the wine, Wang Chao and Chen Siwen called the waiter. One person opened a few bottles of Lacan. Tons and tons began to drink up. While drinking, Chow finally said. Her mother is very good to me, too. She also listened to her mother. The two of us in high school, but also closer and closer to the university naturally together. Chen Siwen inquired curiously. Then how did you two break up? Xiao Mengshi is too possessive. She signed a contract with an agency before and wanted me to drop out of school to follow her and be her assistant. I didn't agree. Wang Chao sighed. Breaking up like that? Chen Siwen put down the pull tab with a strange expression. This is a bit too hasty. But it's also true that there's a bit of a lack of respect for this one when it comes to just asking you to drop out of school. Wang Chao nodded and shook his head. The moment she said she would pay me $100,000 a month, I knew. Wait. Chen Siwen was silent for 2 seconds, then took her cell phone out and suddenly said, "You V me 50 first." Wang Chao was also decisive and sent a $50 red packet to Chen Siwen. Chen Siwen nodded. Go on. You'll know what? I'll see if Jingke finishes killing tonight or not. I knew it. We're not in the same world anymore. I understand. I feel like I'm not from the same world as you either. I'm actually from the M78 Nebula and I can't go home right now. You V me 50 and I'll see if I can buy an interstellar ship ticket home. How to transfer again? Wang Chao drank a little high, thought about it or give Chen Siwen transferred, and then smiled bitterly. A boy, not to say to the girl happiness, cannot let the girl give happiness. When the identity gap is too large, get along with the environment of the sky is not far away. Rather than more and more deep, it is not as good as a lone pain. And she was signing a contract was I accidentally saw it. It was 3 years cannot fall in love. She did not hesitate to sign. So, I spoke first and wished her the best of luck in her future endeavors. I didn't expect that in these 2 years she did go forward, and in turn said that we had a fake breakup before, which was not done. Wang Chao seems to still have some burden. You say what can I do? This 2 years I obviously have been accustomed to life without her. I am also very bitter. It seems like Meng Han-yun hasn't taken the initiative to break up with you since college, right? No. Fine. You're so screwed are you? Chen Siwen tun drank a mouthful of wine, and at this moment suddenly said, I'll go to the kitchen to get you something to eat. I just want equal love. Where is so much equality in love? It's all about impulse. I used to think like you, but then I changed. To be frank, you are Meng Han-yun's first love. She loves you enough, but you must not love her enough. Wang Chao was a little silent as he held the can. Big brother, you don't understand. I don't understand? Chen Siwen, whose face was a bit swollen and red from the alcohol, slammed the can of pull heavily on the table. All I know is that as long as Big Boss dares to rush at me recklessly, I'll be sure to catch her. Even though there's a moat between the two of us. Because I just realized now that love is impulsive. It's just fucking crushingly not about those wishy-washy scruples. And wait until the next day. Chen Siwen this dog day seems to forget yesterday after drinking and Wang Chao too said words. Looking at early in the morning rushed to their big boss, mercilessly made a prohibited gesture, signaling her to break. In the big boss confused under the big eyes. Not only do not let her hang, at the moment even do not even let her hand to hold. The big boss grunted and was about to come after him to shove his little hand into his. Chen, hold. Chen Siphon didn't say anything and took out his cell phone to communicate to Penny Wu. Then you say you love me. Chen, I love you. Invalid. Chen, I love you. Oh, invalid. Chen, Penny Wu loves Chen Siwen. Invalid. Chen Siwen is like a repeater. Just do not go to hold Penny Wu's small hand. She ended up with a small face slightly anxious, actually as skimming the small mouth, pitifully looking at Chen Siwen blinking eyes. Xiao Chen, I love you in my heart. It's hard for me to open my mouth. Chen Siwen was amused, but quickly put away his smile and pretended to be high-strung and then sent. The days of attempting to toy with me if I can't talk are over. Now it's the high-strung Chen Siwen, and Wang Chao silently followed behind the two of them, staring blankly at the message he sent to Meng Hanrian on his cell phone's WeChat last night. Are you there? Do you want to have dinner together tonight? And raised his head to look at Chen Siwen's back, suddenly spit in his heart. Shit. This dog day yesterday swore to the old man said excited. Head hot. Suddenly to the direction of Meng Big Star rack up. The result today himself with the big boss loaded. Okay. You're playing like that, huh? Go back to your room tonight. I'll show you a treasure. Wang Chao looked at Chen Siwen with a sly look and went to the theater together. It was not easy for the big boss to come to Jiangdu for 2 days. Surely he wanted to follow Chen Siwen around from beginning to end, squatting on the small chairs of the crew and eating the boxed lunch as if it all smelled good. Because yesterday the two were too blatant. The company up and down in fact some strange rumors. The result, or Wang Chao explained. Newly film and television everyone at this moment to know. The original Chen editor-in-chief of this person is very bad. The cousin is just his vest. He actually has not been what the royal relatives. And the big boss family before there is no relationship. to say that there is a relationship, but also just now. Big Boss and Chief Editor Chen were sitting over there eating a boxed lunch, especially grounded with chopsticks, holding the rice and feeding it to Chief Editor Chen's mouth. And guess what? Chen Siwon actually dodged away in disgust. Yes, him, hiding. The staff present, including the few lead actors who were eating other people's company melons and holding their boxed lunches, all had somewhat odd expressions at the moment. Wasn't there 3 Lives and 10 Peach Blossoms drama a fairy tale romance drama? And now how come a sci-fi flavor had suddenly sprung up in the air? Is this a scurrying group with the Three Stooges next door? As time passed, more and more people in the crew noticed Penny Wu's side. Certainly seems like some people are already trying to gnash their teeth. But the big boss didn't pay attention to other people's minds. She was due back in Tangdu again this afternoon to work, so she wanted to know if Chen Siwon had any of those interesting things to do in Tangdu recently. Chen Siwon is also not hidden. For the recent situation, including what has a talent scout to pull him as a star, and small fans think he will definitely be able to fire. Including small fans, 6 meters tall, dance professional, can split these information, told the big boss. What's her name? How should I know? I didn't ask. And what's her name? Big Boss suddenly stretched out his little finger to point at the gorgeously dressed female lead actors over there. However, Chen Sifeng had obviously not paid much attention to it, and at most, he only knew a name and was not very familiar with it. However, Wang Chao knew their news like the back of his hand, and his little mouth blared as if he knew them by heart. That one is called Pei Yu. She's the first female in our crew. She starred in last year's smash hit Cat Demon Tale, and there are quite a few people in the company who say that she looks a little bit like her sister-in-law. A low-maintenance version of her sister-in-law. That called Liang Dong. Male 1. The first is mixed Hong Kong capital circle side. I heard that recently some of the drama for Love, in Pursuit of Pei Yu, that called Lu Yunxi, recently very hot, very beautiful, is considered a female number 2. But I heard that in the Circle of the Wind some not so good. A little wave, I heard people in the crew said. She previously down to find a lot of people to inquire about the Big Brother's news. Some scheming mind. Chen Siwon reached out and clamped a large chicken leg of the kind standardized by the crew to the big boss's bowl. Her face seemed to be the so-called scheming made some confusion. The chicken leg actually gently with chopsticks to the side, silently set up chopsticks and ate 2 mouthfuls of dry rice. Seeing that she had left for half a month, she seemed to have the vice of picky eating again. Chen Siwon took his hand and copied the chicken leg, then gently stuffed it into the side of Penny Wu's mouth, giving her pink cheeks a bulge, wrapped around a mouthful of meat, and looked at him blearily. Hurry up and eat. I'll take you to the airport later when you're done. Penny Wu shook her head, her eyes clear and bright, her small mouth bulging, with a chicken leg bone showing on the outside of her lips, and put down her chopsticks before she started typing. Little Chen, come back to Tangdu with me. Chen Siwon was unsure. Why? Penny Wu pursed her rosy little mouth and continued to drip type. There are so many goblins here. Chen Siwon had what goblin? Penny Wu's eyes seemed to have some justification in them. Sisters said that girls of unknown origin, who are close to the male lead, are all goblins. Chen Siwon puffed, almost sprayed rice, wiped her mouth without a good breath, then said, Chen Sijia that is reading novels to read Bewitched. You are also bewitched? Penny Wu didn't know whether her cheeks were puffed up with anger or with meat at the moment. But what if they're plotting against you? Chen Siwon ate while speaking. People are mixed showbiz. That is not people fine. The so-called scheming is to look at me as if I have a deep background. This is a particularly snobbish way of contact. Are not going out of the way. And you're scheming against me, that is not the same thing at all. Penny Wu blinked dully again. So, little Chen, what's with your scheming against me? I plot against you. Ah shucks. Who's plotting against you? It's clearly your big boss properly oppressing me. A weak and helpless little employee. If you slander me again, I'll find a lawyer to sue you, ha. Oh, Chen, then I won't say anything. Don't sue me. Penny Wu blinked her eyes in a good and serene manner, finally gulping down all the meat in her mouth, lowering her head, and starting to take small sips of soup. Chen Siwon heard this sucking and sucking sound of soup and felt as if her precarious character was once again being questioned. Don't look at Big Boss Melon. But she seems to be so resourceful on occasion that she'll actually go undercover and turn her own words she's plotting against her into she's plotting against her. Chen Siwon suddenly had a kind of being stepped on the tail of the angry and furious. Actually snatched the big boss originally drank the happy bone soup a drink, watching the big boss drolly holding the soup spoon barring small mouth. Really, the man is a teenager. He childishly attempted to use this way to relieve anger. It's high noon. I don't know why. Everyone at Shinli Film and Television seemed to uniformly spit at Chen Siwon in their hearts. Is that what you said earlier? That you two are as clean as a whistle? The soup bowl that the big boss drank. You just grabbed it for yourself tons and tons and tons, didn't you? What's the difference between that and kissing the big boss in public? And she's your distant cousin? What about honesty between co-workers? In particular, there are also colleagues who have been transferred from the scholarship group to Shinli Film and Television. Some sadness and indignation. There is simply not a word of truth in the mouth of this goods, at the expense of everyone who previously thought that Editor-in-Chief Chen was an honest person. That's it. You're so fucked up, right? Don't blame us for being mouthy. Big brother, it looks like you're going to cause public anger in the company. Wang Chao packed the empty carton on the table and said somewhat slyly, "It won't be Chao. Chan Siwen, have a good heart. In fact, I'm sure I'm especially popular in the company." Chen Siwen raised his eyes and glanced at the surrounding onlookers, suddenly revealed a bright smile and stretched out his hand, and the big boss, who was still wiping his mouth, hurriedly threw the paper away at this moment, and shoved his hand into Chen Siwen's hand. Seeing the two figures over there slowly getting up and walking over in their direction, the onlookers were all holding their breath at the moment, and with a somewhat dull gaze, they saw Chen Siwen's easygoing face and a voice full of encouragement. "Cheer up, work hard." Usually have not seen the big boss also stood serenely at the side. Indignation do not know long ago thrown to where. The small staff's small hand trembled. Thank you, Chen Editor-in-Chief Care. I will work well. Chen Siwen faintly twisted his head and raised an eyebrow at Wang Chao, at the moment as if to say, "Hey, brother, look, this is deeply popular." Hiss, so-called, holding the boss hostage. Wang Chao saw the situation. At the moment some scalp numbness. So the fuck can still be so popular? Well, it's so hot. No more holding. Today Chengdu's sky is also still very big. Out of the studio of the crew, the sunlight is a little hot. In a short while let a person is a little sweaty. Chen Siphon slightly fiddled to let go of Penny Wu's small hand. "Chen, I'm not hot." The original bright little face are with some summer redness. Long eyelashes seem to hang a little water stains. Penny Wu's eyes are cool. At the moment it seems like a really not hot look. "Look, you almost put me on the receiving end of my co-worker's scorn when you did that." Penny Wu twisted her head to look at Chen Siwen. The originally cool eyes suddenly watery, as if to say, "Why I thought we were going to be good friends who were always single and pure. But I didn't realize that you had changed your feelings for me and made my co-workers look at me in a subtle way." Penny Wu listened perfunctorily, because she was almost back to Tangdu, her hands sneaking around trying to find Chen Siphon's neck. Taking advantage of the fact that it was still in this point of time in Jiangdu, the kangaroo bear ended up going to work. Chen Siwen sighed and looked at Penny Wu, who was hanging onto her body again in front of her eyes. After all, it's this weak and helpless little employee of mine who has endured too much. Slow down. Don't pinch my ass. Pinch my waist, please. Penny Wu's big eyes narrowed, obediently moved on Chen Siwen. Her small eyes were pleasant to the point of no return. Now she counted her heart in the right place. "Little Chen, don't be afraid. What big bosses are there to help you? Bear with them." "Che, Moses, you're one, huh? The one who hasn't said he loves me so far. Next time you're out bragging about being my girlfriend in order to sully my innocence, I'll kick your ass, ha." This dog, he even opened his mouth to say that Penny Wu defiled his innocence. Penny Wu blinked her eyes as if nodding somewhat thoughtfully. Meanwhile, a few of his colleagues who could vaguely see the two men through the doors of the theater were a bit meddlesome. "What he said, he's clean with the big boss. Maybe, really innocent? Goddamn innocence. Hugging so tight, innocence to have a bunch of kids right. Face. Shit. Now it seems that the big boss and Chen Siwen this goods without several years of adultery is simply impossible to be so intimate. Before saying that innocence when no need to think about the estimated all you and me. And now pretend not with pretend. What he wants to do. Are embarrassed to think about it." The sound of his co-workers chattering Chen Siphon obviously couldn't hear. He was driving the car at the moment and was pulling the big boss towards the airport. "I'll still be over here for half a month, so don't find time to come over again. Wait for me to return to Tangdu." Chen Siwen parking then nimbly walked to the front of the trunk to give her under the luggage. The big boss stepped on high heels. Pavilion, pulling his hand, stood beside him, one hand typing, the other hand also refused to let go of the "then I want you how to do?" Chen Siwen tapped the button for the trunk to close automatically and lifted a hand sideways to fix her hair. Hit the video. Wow. Penny Wu took the suitcase and with her head hanging down, she settled down and dragged it inside the airport. "Penny Wu." Chen Siwen's voice suddenly came from the back. The high heels of the footsteps of Emil. The big boss, bewildered, twisted his head to look over. She saw Chen Siwen open his arms. She immediately boxes are not cared about. Da high heels urgent sound crashed over. Shallow hug, point to point. Be safe. Little Chen. You too. The big boss came over so much for a spin that it was practically a showdown too. No more pretending. The gossip that the company has stumbled several times for so long seems to be completely settled at this moment. Big boss and chief editor Chen are in love. Yes. On the spot, hugging extra tight, right in front of the big boss, the tiger's mouth. Editor-in-chief Chen grabbed the big boss's bowl of soup and tun 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 tun. A few mouthfuls. It's just not too nourishing. Some of the news has not been updated at the same time. Feel a little puzzled. Not that Chief Editor Chen is the cousin of the big boss? Table a big head. This Chief Editor Chen. There is simply no half-truth in his mouth. What is the situation, Lo? How a moment cousin? A moment harnessed by the side of a horse. The naysayers of the melon-eating crowd did not delay this moment when Chen Siwon was lying on his bed in the middle of the night holding his laptop and video calling with Penny Wu. Sister, I'm coding, 24 hours a day. You are hating to give me 25 hours of video. She can't speak yet, because the cell phone video process from time to time have to cut to the chat box to see what she said. So the two of them hit the video. Chen Siphon usually use the computers. Of course, Penny will use the phone, so that look at Chen Siphon will be more clearer. After all, the laptop comes with a camera. The pixels have a little bit of a mosaic. Chen, are you going to play a game? Then wait until I finish this last bit of yardage. Good. On the other end of the video screen, Penny Wu crossed her little legs and waited obediently. 1 minute, 2 minutes, until 10 minutes later, Penny Wu, who had been lying on her back, turned her little head and stood up with her chin propped on her arm. How much longer? Should be another hour or so. Penny Wu took a bewildered look at Chen Siwon on the other side of her cell phone and honestly rubbed her eyes. Little Chen, good night. Seeing that she was about to fall back to sleep again, Chen Siwon immediately stopped her from such behavior. No more sleeping with the camera on tonight. The radiation is high. Chen Siwon had just finished speaking, and Penny Wu seemed to have fallen asleep with her eyes closed on that side of the screen at the moment, appearing with her passive technique, playing deaf and dumb. Seeing this, Chen Siwon didn't treat her like yesterday this time, and directly and mercilessly hung up the video. Sure enough, soon another box popped up over there that the other party is inviting you to video chat, and Chen Siwon directly refused to answer. It took 2 times before a message came from there. Chen, nasty, Che, sleep honestly, there's still a few days left. I'm going back to Tongdu. Who? In the blink of an eye, Chen Siwon stayed in the Jiangdu side for almost a small month. The script of the Polin Lantern is not so complicated. The plot is not bloated. There is plenty of time. After seeing the shooting site, this is the first time that he has shown his work in the form of writing a script, instead of using the form of the novel you know best every time, as you have done before. That's the takeaway from the trip to Gangtok. Another improvement in writing skills, and a more rounded response to Daddy Earth's love. In terms of the difficulty of filming alone, Chen Siwon's formulation of the Pauline lamp this time must be the clearest. Of course, a month, 3 lives, 3 worlds, 10 peach blossoms, dozens of episodes. It is certainly not finished. When he came, it was Chen Siwon and Wang Chao who came together, and when he left, it naturally became Chen Siwon alone, and Wang Chao, the producer, still had to be busy for a while in Jiangdu. Brother Chao, don't send him off. The last time he came to the airport it was Chen Siwon who sent the big boss. This time it became Wang Chao sending Chen Siwon, dragging his luggage and waving his hand. Chen Siwon couldn't help but instruct. Brother Chao, in Jiangdu you and Meng Hanyun you two must pay attention to safety. I'm still young. I don't want to be a godfather. Wang Chao's ears reddened, and he clenched his teeth. Big brother, I am innocent. I was just drunk yesterday and slept in the restaurant. For a night. Gee, you're innocent too? Why does that sound so familiar? Forget it, Chao. Don't say anything for a while. VME 50. Chen Siwon sighed and opened the collection code. Wang Chao subconsciously had already skillfully opened sweep, then froze for a moment. No, how the fuck am I going to VU 50 again? Chen Siwon didn't answer. Looked at WeChat to arrive at $50, and patted Wang Chao's shoulder. Chao is gone. I'm going back to M78 Nebula. You're innocent, too. I'm innocent. Well, we both have a great tomorrow. Dondo, the West Side Courtyard, the Chen family. One bright morning, Chen Siwon was nestled under the cool, huffing blanket, too lazy to get up. The cold air in the room wasn't giving very much, but the icy silk spread seemed cold against my body. It's too hot in the middle of summer, so I might as well stay in bed for a while. Yesterday from Jiangdu after taking the plane back, he was a sudden attack and the big boss said before the time, 2 days in advance, directly back to the west side of the small courtyard. No one at home. The old sister asked for annual leave to take Yaya's sister to go to the old mother to see the king's mother-in-law. Stayed for a week. Penny Wu told herself last night that she was traveling on business today and also not in Tangdu. Not to mention, the house was too big, the furniture was a little too bright, and the oldest sister and the girls had been gone for a week without cleaning and laying a little dust on it. Yesterday back, Chen Siwon alone cleaned half a day before he picked up the room, take off the clothes and took a cool shower. Then comfortably drilled the quilt has been sleeping until now. People are stress-free. And over the weekend, the big boss ran out on another business trip. And there was no one at home, so there wasn't much to do. And it was a rare occasion when I could take a nap. But there is nothing to do is also a very depressing thing. Lying in the bedroom fuming, Chen Siphon was just about to plan to go outside to blindly wander around to pass the time. The cell phone rang. I rolled over and lay on the bed unlocking and opening the phone. Chen, guess where I am? The moment Chen Siwon saw this message was a moment of shock. Thinking, no, the big boss won't run off to Jiangdu again, right? Little Chen, I think I miss you a little. So I've come to Jiangdu to look for you. Let's go back to Tongdu together, okay? Chen Siwon slammed his forehead. This nerd. Is there a possibility that I'm not in Jiangdu anymore? Chen Siwon's voice sent it out in a ghostly manner. Aang, you big head was going to give you a surprise this morning. I fucking went back to Tongdu last night There seemed to be silence on the other end of the phone for half a day before sending a message. Ooh, little Chen. I seem to want to cry a little. By the time Chen Siwon received Penny Wu at the airport, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Watching that being dumbly coming out from the waiting hall over there. Seeing Chen Siwon over here leaning against the side of the car raised her hand and rushed over. Chen Siwon actually blocked her face. She pitifully twisted her head to look at Chen Siwon. Yet Chen Siwon just gently rubbed her cheeks and said softly with some tears and laughter. Silly. As a result, Chen Siwon really didn't let Penny Wu carry her up, but opened the passenger seat to let Penny Wu get in the car. Penny Wu sat in the passenger seat staring blearily at the side of his face, but didn't get much of a response, silently poking his arm and handing him his cell phone. Little Chen, are you angry that I went to Jiangdu to look for you? Not angry. How could I be angry if you thought me? Am I that uneducated? Chen Siwon laughed and started the car, and couldn't spare her eyes to look at the cell phone screen, so she drove all the way to her home without words. When the car came to a peaceful stop in the underground garage, Chen, hold, good. Chen Siwon greatly held Penny Wu's cell phone. I suddenly thought of an amazing idea in the past few days. The big boss was a bit confused being led home by Xiao Chen through his cell phone. Xiao Chen, what amazing idea. You'll see in a moment. Chen Siwon smirked. The big boss was still a bit bewildered, but soon she took out the cardboard board she hadn't taken out for a long time and held it up, annoyingly blocking it in front of Chen Siwon. Protest. Invalid. Protest. Invalid. Chan, I protest. I want a hug. Chen Siwon took a look at her, and actually snatched the cardboard from her hands, hugged it in his arms, and actually opened his mouth to say, good, hold it. Penny Wu gently hammered her little head, and took out her cell phone again and tapped the keyboard. Little Chen, I want a kiss. Chen Siwon didn't mind stumbling, and really barfed a kiss on the top of Penny Wu's cell phone screen. There's absolutely no problem whatsoever. Penny Wu withdrew her cell phone somewhat dumbfounded, and she who hadn't eaten yet after running all the way today was brought to the front of the dining table by Chen Sifeng, and rarely ate takeout. Her pair of big eyes watery as if still stayed in just small Chen kissed her cell phone, not for a while, stuffed a few mouthfuls of meat into their mouths. Gu Gills trotted back to the bedroom, out of a pair of fair white legs are already set on black stockings, a moment stuffed into Chen Siwon's arms. Small Chen, you play. As a result, Chen Siwon's eyebrows jumped, and with a squeeze of his fists, he actually pulled the big boss's silky and beautiful legs off his arms in one go, and took over the big boss's cell phone and began to play with it up and down. Okay, I'll play. Penny Wu looked at Chen Siwon dumbfounded for a while before she hurriedly brought her little face to Chen Siwon's eyes before taking back her cell phone. Little Chen, you can't do this. Sign language. Chen Siwon has been using sign language for so long now that basic conversation is possible. Of course he can read it, but he is playing dumb at the moment, blinking his eyes. What the hell? Little Chen, you're so bad. Penny Wu finally feet also do not wear slippers. Wrapped in black silk stepped on the floor and ran back to the room. You say she was angry. It seems not. After a few minutes to take off the socks, and obediently came out of the bedroom, and quietly eat. 4 days on end. It wasn't until Chen Siwon once again took the big boss for another review and waited for the psychiatrist to finish questioning the big boss about his recent situation and talk to him alone. It was only then that Chen Siwon looked at Dr. Su Yen, who was somewhat hesitant to speak, and said, Dr. Su, what's wrong? There is something you just say directly, making me weirdly nervous. Then Dr. Su sighed, pontificating. Mr. Chen, the matter of the opening is originally a matter that no one can say. In fact, there is no need to be too deliberate. Chen Siwon's heart thumped. Are you saying that I've deformed my operation recently, or some bad influence on her recovery? Dr. Su didn't say yes or no. The psychiatrist's posture was put on full display. just gesturing for Chen Siwen to take it easy. Then said, perhaps by going with the flow and giving General Manager Xiao Wu the most comfortable kind of getting along with her. She gave us a surprise. The most comfortable way of getting along? It's already the middle of August. There is still a tail end of the hot summer. Penny Wu was wearing a particularly refreshing short-sleeved and short jeans, obediently sitting at the door of the counseling room. The sunshine naughty sprinkled on her bright face. Looked so serene and natural. Chen Siwen had just pushed the door out. Stepping on her small sandals, she stood up obediently, and was about to follow Chen Siwen out, when she looked somewhat dumbfounded at the pair of palms that had not been handed out voluntarily for a number of days, and then raised her head to meet the sunlight to look at Chen Siwen's squinting and easygoing face. Hastily, he clutched his hand, as if that added joy to the serenity on his face. The most comfortable way to get along. Waiting to drive down the navigation to a food market. Chen Siwen suddenly laughed and pointed a finger diagonally across the street. First go to the food market to buy some of your favorite dishes. Today I'll show you my hand. After crossing the street, Chen Siwen turned his head inadvertently and saw that Penny Wu's shoulder was imprinted with a red mark by the bag strap. Tired, right? Let me get your bag for you? Chen Siwen held her hand and led her into the vegetable market shed. Big boss, you should be here for the first time. In the afternoon, the market doesn't seem to be as busy as it is in the morning, but the noisy air seems to carry a flavor full of life. Everything here was curious to Penny Wu, and she could only hold Chen Siwen's small hand tightly as her eyes looked around. Big boss, look, pig brain broad. Wow. It looks exactly like you. Look at this nose. Isn't it particularly similar? Chen, then this brain is you. Ooh, two pigs, huh? Eat the pig's brains or not? Eat. In front of the stall, Chen Siwen's mouth-flowery temperament was replaced by the temperament of the family cook in the twinkling of an eye. How do you sell pork? Okay, weigh 2 pounds. Spice flavor a little lighter. How to sell eggs? It's $4.30. Weigh 2 caddies. How much do you charge for chicken wings? Oh, have some. Wow, you're so handsome. Little Chen. Watching Chen Siwen and a strange stall owners fight back and forth. His little fangirl next to him on the line again. Eyes full of water. Silly. Handsome, what a handsome. Chen Siwen, carrying a few bags of miscellaneous dishes, twisted his head to look at her as if she was particularly easy to satisfy. Some expectant eyes suddenly gently pinched the palm of her hand, laughed softly. This is life. Oh. Wu Peinie took a look at the surrounding vegetable market that was particularly full of life. There was no big boss at all, and smiled rather yearningly, pulling Chen Siwen's hand up and down and swinging it around. Little Chen, then I like this kind of life. Chen Siwen didn't say anything, holding her hand, walking towards the entrance of the food market. The sunlight gently sprinkled on the two of them. It seemed to be warm. The big boss had actively wanted to give Chen Siwen a helping hand. Her desire to express today seems to be particularly strong. The phone one after another to Chen Siwen's face, said that the last time Chen Siwen asked her to learn to cook in Jiangdu, she and Auntie Zhang learned. Can help. But Chen Siwen refused to do so, and blew Penny Wu out of the kitchen, asking her to take a shower and then come over to eat. Wu Peinie could not resist his urging, so she had to take a shower and change her clothes with a bitter face and a drooping head. The west side courtyard. The Chen family. Still wet with hair, Wu Peinie gently rubbed his head barefoot from the bathroom. Came out. Bursts of chicken wings flavor along the kitchen squeezed into the nose of Wu Peinie. She enjoyed a deep breath, sighed fast into the house, obediently glanced towards several steaming plates of dishes on the living room dining table, then pinched chopsticks and carried the empty bowl, and without eating first himself, chucked a chicken wing and fed it to the mouth of Chen Siwen, who had just come out of the kitchen. Chen Siwen retracted her head after taking a bite. Wait until I wash my hands first. After saying that, Chen Siwen casually threw his apron on the sofa over there. And just as he entered the restroom, he saw Penny Wu following him with her bare feet and a bowl. Chen Siwen, didn't you just take a shower? Still need to wash your hands? Penny Wu shook her head, but instead looked at Chen Siwen's inconvenience in washing his hands, gently and sagely held up her chopsticks and proceeded to feed him chicken wings. With 2 people in the house, it seemed like a light warmth slowly raged. Chen Siwen looked up at Penny Wu, who seemed to have a particularly good appetite today, eating her own lips to the point of grease. Raised her hand and gently rubbed the corners of her mouth for a bit, and suddenly inquired, Big boss, we've been living like this. Would you find it comfortable? Penny Wu tilted her neck so she could make him a little smoother. Chen, it's comfortable. With his hand still pressed against the top of her red lips, Chen Siwen remembered Su Yan's words and inquired, Big boss, what do you think is the most comfortable way for you to get along with me right now? Penny Wu thought for a moment and lowered her head to type quietly. This time it seemed to be a long one. In the morning I can be woken up by Xiao Chen's soft voice. I can squint my eyes and hook my arms around Xiao Chen's neck. Eat breakfast together. go out to the office together, go to work and get off work together, come home together, and cuddle up with each other on the sofa to watch a cozy old movie. That's good. As you think, unlike before, when the two sides of the house go back and forth. Living in a house, only the two of us. Chen Siwon exhaled and took this most important step. Big boss, let's try living together. The words just fell. Penny Wu pounced on Chen Siwon around the table in one go, and with a thud, Chen Siwon's face was shocked as if he fell to the ground along with the chair, and fortunately reacted quickly to lift his head, or his brain would have to be dropped in a bag. But before she had time to react, Penny Wu's lips imprinted at once, and with it her cell phone. Xiao Chen. Kiss. Chen Siwon also as half next to the chair seat, half next to the back of the chair. A little helpless it, kissed. Then she seemed to freeze for a moment, lifted her head slightly, typed on her cell phone screen, gave Chen Siwon a look, and her head imprinted unreasonably downward again. You didn't even open your mouth this time. It was sunset. The sun is warm and yellow, shining through the bay window into the living room. The chair fell casually to the floor. Chen Siwon's back was diaphragmatized by the hard wooden touch of the chair back. What about the top of the body? It's soft and big boss. Don't look at her, usually look naive. She took a shower. Ice silk nightgown sticking to the body's touch looked silky smooth to the point of no return. White skin still with a little bit of redness left behind after the shower. Mature to be important. Chen Siwon's feet are levitating at the moment. Probably because that time she went from Jiangdu to now. There is too long to get close. The big boss is a bit on top at the moment. His face was hot. Chen Siwon and her pushed and shoved for a long time. The chair is pressing on my waist. Hurry up. It's heavy. Upon hearing this, Penny Wu instead wrapped her arms tighter around her. Big sister. Old man's neck. You lighten up. Lock throat it. Chen Siwon straight yells, for a while before completely flipping her over on her side, rubbing her being in a bad mood, then moving her head. Knock. Can you lychee a little? A sideways glance at the bewildered big boss who had been lifted to the side and whose red lips seemed to have some eerie crystals on them at the moment. Chen Siwon hurriedly handed her a piece of paper, then also helplessly wiped herself, not forgetting to mutter out, the meal isn't even finished, and you're just playing with me to stir it up. Big boss, you're too bad now. Penny Wu wiped her mouth, as if the intermittent brain fever of being in love had subsided, and suddenly recalling her impulsiveness just now, she lowered her head as she wiped, shielding her face with a weak tissue. For a while, the atmosphere of the two people together was again an exchange of offense and defense, until it was not easy to finish the meal again. Chen Siphon hummed a little song and went to the kitchen to wash the dishes, and returned to the living room, and saw the big boss whose face was still slightly red sitting on the sofa while fuming. For Penny Wu, it's true that it's been a long time since she and Chen Siwon have posted a sticker, but it's also true for Chen Siwon too. Not to mention the fact that this one was already bad as puss. Before in the psychological clinic heard Su Yan said that his recent way is not right, perhaps not to rush, to give the big boss an absolutely relaxed and comfortable way to get along with the time. The first thing is to feel a burst of relaxation of the taut nerves. The mind fled a few contempt for their own images. Chen Siwon, long ago, is not a human being, suddenly ran to the front of the sofa, two legs along the clamp the big boss's legs, and then the body in the big boss is still a little unresponsive to the big eyes of the big boss downward pressure. The mouth beautifully. Big boss, I learn a little bit just now Then the bastard started looking for Penny Wu's mouth to nibble on, and at the moment it wasn't quiet. He was also dubbing Penny Wu's mental activities, clamping his voice, and under the shocked eyes of the big boss, he was kissing her while having a conversation with himself. Clip tone Chen Siwon, little Chen, kiss, Sven Chen, no kiss, I'm eating garlic. Clip tone Chen Siwon, ouch no, I don't mind. Sven Chen, kissed and kissed. Clip tone Chen Siwon, Chen. Stir it up, come on. French stir it up. Chen Siwon, can you be a bit more lyrical? Clip sound Chen Siwon, ACA, don't hide. Little Chen, you don't hide. You haven't kissed me for a long time. Mew 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 mew. Chen Siwon was so excited about acting that she didn't notice that the door to her home just seemed to have been opened. The air was momentarily a little stagnant. Chen Sijia pushed Yaya's sister. People at the moment are stupid. The hand pulling the suitcase seems to have no grip on the text. Plopped down on the ground. The expression became extremely strange. Chen Siwon's face changed greatly at the sound of the voice. His head woodenly looked in the direction. Holding Chen Siwon's waist originally closed his eyes. The big boss at the moment was also dumbfounded and opened his eyes, almost without any hesitation. The redness spurted up along the neck at once, and the big boss actually slid down from the sofa at once, then covered his face and crouched in a ball with the whole person shrinking down at the feet of Chen Siwon. I just remembered. I think I left my cell phone in the cab. I have to go down and look for it. My oldest sister, who was still holding her cell phone in her hand, said it was too late, hastily pulled her wheelchair around and closed the door with a bang. Chan Siwon, brother, you are really patronizing. Is this how you usually play with Big Boss? Romance novels aren't as exciting as you are. At the same time, Chen Siwon slowly has come back to God. Look down at the shrinking into a ball extremely pleasing to the Big Boss. See her so shy. Chen Siwon himself is not shy, and even want to tease her again. Opening is the old so that will not be able to talk to the Big Boss was blackballed. Look, it is you. How to think of forcibly kissing me? Grabbing Penny Wu's arm, she gently grabbed her from the floor, looking at her cheeks that were red as if they were about to drip, as well as her big, bewildered eyes. Big Boss, do you think, is it true that if you hadn't pressed down on the chair and forcefully kissed me during the meal before, what just happened on the couch wouldn't have happened, and my sister wouldn't have stumbled upon such a shameful scene? Penny Wu wanted to cover her face after hearing this, but Chan Siwon, the inappropriate person, didn't let on and said in a serious tone, shyness doesn't serve any purpose. Things since it has happened, Chen Siwon will bully the Big Boss. Let's do it this way. In a while you will obediently go to admit that you forced me. I resisted to the death. You have a strong attitude, and in the end there is no way. Pure as white paper. As a small staff I can only be mistakenly innocent by you as the Big Boss. Ang? Penny Wu raised her head dumbfounded, already forgetting to cover her face, with a blank expression. What is he talking about, Xiao Chun? Wasn't it me who was just held down on the sofa? How come I seem to be mistaking Xiao Chen's innocence every day? With a flushed little face, Penny Wu decided at this moment to discuss the issue about innocence with Chen Siwon. However, just raised his cell phone. Before he had time to start discussing it, his backhand was suppressed, and Chen Siwon even said beautifully, who is discussing issues with you on your cell phone? Since the mouth can't talk, let's kiss. Xiao Chen. Sister. Stop it. Penny Wu was held by Chen Sifeng at once and sat on his lap. That fleshy body was next to his body. Weakly raised her cell phone. Chen Sifeng moved his mouth. So tell me, between the two of us, who misplaced whose please? You misplaced my innocence. Okay. Chen Siwon moved over to her mouth again. Now what? Chen Siwon barked and moved her mouth. Little Chen misplaced my innocence. Penny Wu's eyes were a bit cold, attempting to reason with Chen Siwon at a time like this. However, it got this expression from Chen Siwon. Ha, your mouth is actually so hard today? No, I have to kiss it softer for you. In the end, the Big Boss understood the truth that a good man is not a good man, and his long eyelashes fluttered slightly. Little Chen, I went too far and misplaced your innocence. Waiting for Chen Sijia's sister and the two of them to finally return. Listening to the heavy news that Chen Siwon suddenly opened her mouth. Chen Sijia swallowed hard. Same. Cohabitation. This was followed by ecstasy. Penny. Old buddy, you two are finally together. Living together is not the same as being together anymore. Sharing a room. Sister, you don't have to worry about me. Under the Big Boss's evil intentions, I will definitely protect myself. Chen Siwon sat on the sofa. Penny sat on the carpet next to him with her legs crossed, and Lao sister and Yaya sister sat across the coffee table. You, protect yourself? Chen Sijia couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Penny, you need to be careful with him. He usually looks like he might be honest when facing outsiders outside, but he's actually the worst at home. Penny Wu's small feet moved, and her eyes blinked slightly, obviously agreeing with Chen Sijia's statement, but it seemed that she felt little Chen's line of sight if nothing else. The Big Boss's expression was bland, and she shook her head, pushing her cell phone in front of her oldest sister. Sister, little Chen is a good person. Tons of it is a good guy card. Chen Sijia cried and laughed a little. Okay, I won't talk about this, or I'll become the bad guy instead. Sister, you're a good person too. Chen Sijia bared a smile, looking at Penny Wu's eyes serious. A simple tone of pajamas cannot hide her temperament. Well-behaved plate sitting over there. This sister-in-law is good at. A little bit of family conflict does not come with it. And even Penny Wu looked at Sister Yaya's eyeballs and gave her a good person card. Sister Yaya, you are also a good person. Chen Siwon felt a bit amused at the situation. Our family are all good people, right, Big Boss? If you want to have a good relationship with your future sister-in-law, you don't have to blindly send her a good guy card. You can throw a store for her to play with. In this way, I guess if I have a fight with you in the future, she will be able to kill her family, and twist my head off for you to kick as a ball. Oh, Penny Wu blinked, intelligence flashing from her eyes. Chen Sijia, on the other hand, was rightly embarrassed as she stretched out her foot from underneath the coffee table and came over to kick Chen Siphon a few times, her cheeks reddening. Nonsense. Chen Siwon nodded and turned her eyes to Penny Wu inside. Oh, exempt. Then you're done. You can't buy my sister out by sending her to the mall. Really, when you get married, you'll be waiting to be bullied until you cry. Older sister couldn't hear anymore, and immediately lay on her side on the carpet, using a life-taking chain kick to pummel Chen Siwon's calf. Look, when you get poked and prodded, you get all huffy and do it, but I have a big heart, so I won't bother with you in general. Chen Siwon slipped up and also knew that his old sister and Yaya's sister did not eat because of the boat trip, so he walked into the kitchen and also warmed up the refrigerator with his own handmade meal and packed it out. The living room is instantly filled with a rich flavor. Old sister Yaya's sister sitting at the dining table to eat. Chen Sijia followed the big star sometime 3 days hungry 9 meals running around. Do not say, but also some thin. Do not say, Chen Siwon are so handsome. A lineage of old sister is also quite a face. Belongs to the kind of glasses little beauty. In addition to the side of the water and soil to raise a side of people. Yaya's sister's skin. Small face born is not bad. Of course, there is still no comparison between them and the big boss who is estimated to be thrown in the entertainment industry and can overwhelm the crowd. Didn't you just eat? How come you're sitting down and picking up the bowl again? Chen Siwon wiped her wet hands on her apron and stared at Big Boss. And the big boss barfed his mouth in front of his face and sent Chen Siwon a message on his cell phone. I just didn't get enough to eat. Chen Siwon touched his stomach and realized that he was not full either. And sure enough, decent people who kissed while eating it is polite. The second meal began. The oldest sister's afterthought to the end of the bowl. Mouth at the moment still holding the rice. Some vague questions. Hey, you guys live together. Brother, is it you who moved to Penny's house? Or Penny who moved to our house? Sister before the package of food and shelter. And there is spare food on hand. Is able to take Yaya to live outside. This side of the house is too big. Chen Siwon shook his head. Why would 2 people live in such a big house? I'm going to take Big Boss back over to East 8th District to find a house. East 8th District well. Chen Siwon their family moved back from there. The old raggedy little special more. But also so with a little now less and less seen called neighborhood life gas. Chen Siwon lived over there when she was very young. And the living conditions might be worse. But there seemed to be a small inexplicable coziness. And it was unlikely that the big boss would enjoy this coziness. The thought of pulling Penny Wu early in the morning also does not drive. Take the subway. Take the bus. When you don't have money this is called life. When you have money maybe it's called a fling. You're taking the big boss back over to the old house to stay. It's not an old house. There are also elevator houses and other neighborhoods over there. Just not high grade, but used to live completely enough. The most important thing over there I am familiar shopping food market. Take the subway. No, you're not planning on taking the big boss to buy groceries and cook your own food to take public transportation to work, are you? Chen Sijia was a bit confused as he reached out and poked his finger at his own oldest brother's head. Are you alright? Otherwise what's the point of cohabitation? Chen Siwon twisted her head to look at the big boss who was biting her chopsticks with a face of I'm going with the organization. Smiled and pinched her face. Cohabitation is of course to live a life to go. Aang. Big boss nodded obediently. What to do? Chen Sijia sat on the sidelines, and again felt that this simple little interaction seemed to have little pink bubbles fluttering outward with vigor. Knock. 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 You're all thinking about how to live your lives. So can marriage be far behind? Is the time for me, Chen Sijia, to become Big Boss's sister-in-law still far away? Hey, hey, hey. The corners of Chen Sijia's mouth were unconsciously grinning as she lowered her head to dig into her rice, stealing a smile. Oh, and what about this house when you guys move out? Chen Sijia asked with a renewed wink. You're staying with sister Yaya, Chen Siwon replied carelessly. Older sister immediately shook her head. No no no. Your rent for this house is so expensive. Just me and Yaha 2 people. Do not live it. A big loss. Chen Siwon asked slyly. What's the matter? You want to participate in my duo with Big Boss again? Chen Sijia pursed her lips. A 2-person world is a 2-person world. What kind of 2-person talk is this? No, we're just acting like a duo. She never gave me a name. So where's the duo? Penny Wu suddenly raised her hand to cover his lips, shook her head gently at her oldest sister, set aside her bowl, and in a few steps ran to the coffee table and picked up her small cardboard. Her beautiful legs bent, her knees quietly stuck to the floor, and with her head hanging down, she scribbled and drew on the small cardboard, finally ran back and stood behind Chen Siwon, holding up the small cardboard with earnestness and seriousness in his big clear eyes above Chen Siwon's head. On the white paper on the cardboard were 3 large letters, boyfriend. Then again, there was actually a small arrow underneath those 3 words, obviously pointing at Chen Siwon. Chen Sijia froze, then hurriedly covered her mouth. Somehow, how saliva almost slipped down the corners of her mouth. How come this chicken wing made by my brother is so sweet? So sweet, so sweet. Cluck, 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 cluck. Sweet to knock your teeth out. However, See, their own old brother mercilessly seized their so well-behaved younger sibling's cardboard, but also gently poked the younger sibling's head. Said, "This does not count. In front of my sister and you ruined my innocence." Even still bitchy backhand Sai younger sibling is too much. Chen Sijia finally slapped the table on behalf of justice. And then Chen Siwon's calf was kicked hard by his older sister. The two immediately looked like unusual siblings, kicking each other. While kicking, Chen Sijia said angrily, "Dog, your sister. I've put up with you for a long time. Sibling, in the future, if he bullies you, just give your sister the word and she'll help you beat him up." Seeing Penny Wu blinking, her head was actually nodding like a chicken pecking at the moment. Chen Siwon annoyed. "Do not know to beat the younger brother before it is too late." The tall and big and also the Hang Chen Siwon backhandedly suppressed the old sister who wanted to rebel, and was about to continue to suppress the Wu Penny who was actually eyeballing with the rebel comrade Chen Sijia at home. Who knew that she was particularly resourceful? Her eyes were clear and cold as she raised her small cardboard, which clearly had 4 big words. "Little Chen, surrender." Chen Sijia was suppressed on the sofa by Chen Siwon with his knee, and at this moment, he wanted to cry without tears. This younger sibling is good everywhere, but in the face of Chen Siwon, your willpower is too unfaltering. Right, you are the big boss. You cut him you flank up to take him but that thought is ultimately a mirror image. This bad thing Chen Siphon also royally used Penny Wu's small cardboard as a gun at the moment and then pointed it at her. "Hold your head, crouch down. Surrender should look like surrender." The big boss's eyes are still clear, and he knows that Chen Siphon is joking more. And there is always a person who is willing to accompany you to be childish. It's like an internet overdose of spaced-out belly rubs. The house may seem rowdy at the moment, but Sister Yaya has that soft smile on her face as she holds her bowl. Someone to accompany you to make a mess. With you crazy with you laugh. The sun slowly slides down, and the soft moonlight seems to be hanging over the bed at the moment. There is a kind of night that is called home sweet home. The big boss recognized the time and obediently held his head and squatted in front of Chen Sijia before blinking his eyes at Chen Sijia. "Sibling sibling. Why is big boss like this?" Chen Sijia collapsed on the sofa in a state of lifelessness. "Well, it's hopeless. The home is filled with the fear of being dominated by Chen Siwon at the moment. The hilarious hijinks are over. Only after Chen Sijia straightened her hair and sat up did she then offer, "Then I'll go with you to the agent to check out the house tomorrow after work." After making a fuss, Chen Siwon is bumbling to help Chen Sijia rub his arm. The so-called beating is pro-scolding his love. The more fuss actually shows that the siblings have a good relationship. Shaking his head with a light smile, "There is no need to move. This house I'm a deposit of 3. This quarter has just been paid. That is not to lose it. I and your Yaya sister 2 people live a month several tens of thousands of houses. My salary is only 8,000. Counting the occasional Liang Ru sister in a good mood to give me a bonus pool, but also just over 10,000. It's too extravagant." Chen Sijia was not polite with Chen Siwon at the moment, and even asked him to help pinch her shoulders. "What luxury is this?" Chen Siwon smiled and pinched her shoulders yet. The big boss even squeezed over in a good behavior, to pinch the left side of his old sister, while Chen Siwon pinched the right side. "It's like a dream." Chen Siwon also smiled and said, "The Shiqing Xiaoyuan was built by Tinglong Real Estate. What's more extravagant than the fact that the young proprietor of the house is also giving you a shoulder squeeze at the moment? Self-old brother to help pinch the shoulder." Chen Sijia can be accepted in a dignified manner, but the big boss's small hand is a delicate hand pointing to the river. His own shoulder to bear it, hurriedly said no. The results of the big boss to follow the Chen Siwon to get along with a long time, but also more and more good at talking. Thought about it and raised his cell phone. Xiao Chen said that if you don't get on good terms with your sister, you'll be bullied until you cry when you marry. Chen Sijia hurriedly patted Chen Siwon's shoulder in a good-natured manner, then said with some condemnation, "You don't listen to his day-to-day nonsense. There's only one person in our family who can bully, and that's Chen Siwon himself. Che, slandering me." Chen Siwon laughed disdainfully, then still convinced his old sister to just stay at the West City small courtyard for the simple reason that Chen Siwon showed her bank card balance at the moment. Chen Sijia was silent for several seconds, then rubbed her fists together and said, "Is creative writing so lucrative? I want to write a book too," then excitedly ran to the study, intending to dominate Chen Siwon's desktop computer. Anyway, Chen Siwon's things about the vest are stored in his laptop, so also generously let the computer out. When it was slightly later in the evening, Chen Siwon was ready to send Penny Wu home, and the oldest sister was still a bit facetious as she said, "Brother, you're still going to miss you when you move out, sister. Moving a hair today. The house isn't even a good one. I'll take her home and be back in a bit." "Oh, that's okay. Wait until early the next morning. Last night's sleep quality is a little bad, probably because of the fear that Chen Siwon cannot read it. The main Wu Penny in the middle of the night had to stay in the bedroom to learn sign language. Chen Siwon, at least a good child, said not to go back too late. Mom will be worried about it. The results of her just do not listen to. Once he learned it now. And the big summer sun woke up early, already spilling into the Chen family's living room through the window. Granny Wang was sitting on the sofa watching TV. It seemed to be Channel 8, early in the morning, playing some kind of mother-in-law drama. Yata's sister took the old man's arm to accompany her side. I didn't expect that Mom is estimated to take the earliest train again. 9 o'clock has arrived home. Is the kitchen banging to do breakfast? Brown wood round table. Old sister wearing glasses is holding a pen and paper, writing and drawing something. Looks very serious. You came back willingly? The oldest sister scrutinized her somewhat depressed brother, put down her pen and paper, and grunted. A look of depression. Did you go off and do something bad last night? And is a little while a night what you're talking about? In normal times, Chen Siwon would have spouted nonsense, then revealed that she was innocent. But now, yesterday told them to live together, and then said innocence of their own. Mom will probably run out of the kitchen with a spatula in hand to say that he is irresponsible. Yawning, he sat down next to his oldest sister, then looked down at her book, and she immediately stumbled and almost fell over, covering it up. No looking. Nerdy president fell in love with me? Chen Siwon blinked. Old sister, if you want to draw on the story of me and the big boss, you didn't get a good title for this book. What's it called? How about all tailgating then marry you? Marry what? I marry. My president is a male. What puff name? Put into the female frequency. Do not know how to die. Chen Sijiao rewarded Chen Siwon with a big blank stare, and Chen Siwon just shrugged her shoulders, indicating that her older sister didn't understand appreciation. After a simple wash, after eating breakfast, Chen Siwon patted his stomach and went back to the bedroom, fell into bed, slept sweetly, slept until the afternoon, got up and took a shower, tarred up his hair briefly before taking the elevator and preparing to go out to rent a house. In a building downstairs, waiting for almost 10 minutes, Penny Wu, wearing a particularly competent suit, originally some cold eyes on the top, actually put on a particularly aesthetic rimless glasses, until seeing this side of the waiting for a long time Chen Siwon. Cold and clear eyes only flashed a flash of college student's light. Little Chen, next time we can't stay up all night. I slept all morning and I'm still so sleepy. Chen Siwon looked at the slippery little hand that she skillfully handed out, as well as the cell phone. His ears slightly flushed, the knot in his throat moved, and he turned his head before he came up to the big boss's ear and exhaled. Who told you to be so stupid? Chen, my hands are sore. The big boss tilted his face and raised his hand, looking at him dumbfounded. And Penny Wu was not nearsighted. Her eyes are just flat mirrors, but they still add some more colorfulness to the originally bright little face. Chen Siwon's sight did not stop at the top of her glasses, but suddenly and unconsciously lowered his head to get together, swallowed hard, surprisingly said this way, if you listened to me yesterday, we wouldn't have to stay up all night. When Penny Wu sniffed her face, she ducked towards Chen Siwon's chest and weakly handed out her cell phone. Xiao Chen, your mouth has to eat. It's not allowed. Chen Siphon hurriedly coughed twice. Today the atmosphere is not as ambiguous as last night in the fragrant bedroom of Penny Wu, so Chen Siphon rationally felt that he was too bad, really bad to float a lot of pus. The afternoon sunlight seemed to illuminate Chen Siwon's sins as he digressed. Let's go find a house. Good. The two of them held hands and walked together towards the outside of the neighborhood. The buses rattled. The subway was crowded. Speaking of which, this was the first time that Chen Siphon had taken the big boss on public transportation in Tangdu. Looking at the subway, it was hard to wait for a seat, sat down and gently wrapped his arm around his waist, his head pressed against his stomach, closed his eyes, as if the noise had nothing to do with her at the moment, and fell asleep at ease with the big boss. Chen Siwon pulled the crossbar with one hand, and gently held her back with one hand, and for some reason, there was a sudden throbbing inside. She supports all your decisions, she accepts all your circumstances, and heaven forbid she's never been good at settling. Chen Siwon thought he must have met a miracle. Until the subway to the station. The horn sounded. At this moment, do not want to shout to wake her. Chen Siwon bent down in public, gently picked her up, looking at her although her nose slightly wrinkled but finally just head rubbed buried in their shoulders. Chen Siwon was walking in the sunshine and under the wide public today, holding Penny Wu, who was passively becoming a wombat. A dog sneaky young man has been following for half a day, sneakily took several photos, and couldn't help but give his previous company colleague, Brother Wei, look what I found. Photo. Wang Wei's reply was quick, Shall you left before I don't know. The news has long been out. Small Wu General and Chen Editor-in-Chief, since last month, is a semi-official state. Colleague B is a bit stunned, looking at the back of that side gradually walking away, and look at the phone. Suddenly thought of what body stiff, dryly inquired. Boss, I remembered. Chen editor-in-chief before is not officially certified to be a royal relative. Is the cousin of the small Wu general manager? Which? I think I've seen this episode before. Do I seem to have come to Sakura? What official certification? Wang Wei particularly penetrating Ha2 voices. Chen editor-in-chief and small Wu total almost become a family. His old man now say what words are not official certification? Colleague B, boss. I've realized. Talking about it, when colleague B looked up, he had realized that the two men outside the subway entrance had already walked away. It was not until she was out of the subway station, and the mischievous sunlight was gently tweaking the big boss's eyelids from time to time, that she slowly rubbed her eyes. And after reacting to the fact that she was on top of Chen Sifeng, her big eyes narrowed, and her red lips foolishly printed on Chen Sifeng's face. Che, after hugging you for so long, you're not sincere at all. Your mouth is just for kissing your face. Ha! Penny Wu shallowly stamped on Chen Siwen's lips. Who knows this son of a bitch isn't satisfied? Is the mouth just for kissing? Penny Wu sniffed and blinked, probably looking a little drier with her rimless glasses on again, and actually digressed. Little Chen, when you worked before, was it all this hard? In public, Chen Siwen did not get too naughty, gently tidying up the hair of the big boss who had only just gotten up from sleep, and suddenly smiled. It's everyone. It's so hard to make a living. It's just that I met my little fortune. Chen, I want to hear you hum that song. What song? Turns out you're the luckiest thing I've ever wanted to keep. You mean Little Lucky, right? Chen Siwen bristled. You're really good at making things happen. Although she grumbled so on her lips, Chen Siwen soon hummed softly. Chan. Penny Wu stepped down from Chen Siwen's body. Her small hand clasped Chen Siwen's hand, and continued to walk warmly along the street where the sunset was infinite and the breeze was not dry, earnestly and seriously pinching her cell phone. You're my little lucky one too. Instead of coming out to rent an apartment, the two of them dawdled as if they were out on a date, and it took them a while to get to the agent, the big boss quietly waiting on the sidelines with a paper cup. You expect her to communicate with the agent to rent a room that is obviously unrealistic, or on the side of the T. And the first thing Chen Siwen entered the door is not to rent. He saw the agent door posted as if there is a set of particularly familiar one-room package needs to be sold. Suddenly interested. While waiting for the homeowner to come over, Chen Siwen returned next to Penny Wu and watched as she naturally leaned towards her lips with a paper cup in her hand. Little Chen, drink. Chen Siwen also pretended to pick and choose. It's hot. Penny Wu then retrieved the paper cup and puckered her lips to really huff into it. Chen Siwen couldn't help but pinch her slippery little face and took the paper cup and drank it all in one go. Then he heard a sound coming from the other side of the glass door and twisted his head to look over. Chen Siwen? Me? Auntie White. You're the one who's going to buy my house, aren't you? Well, it's me, and it's a good thing I came over to look around today, or it would be a shame if your old house was sold by then. Auntie, the person is Chen Siwen before the landlord. White Aunt, originally looked quite foreign, a middle-aged woman. At the moment looks as if some of the mess. Just 1 year. The spirit seems to be a person like a change, draped in green uniforms. The upper side seems to have written the name of the home of Tang supermarket. The foot is the kind of bucket shoes seem to have a little fishy. Chen Siphon also some wonder it. White ants reasonably in Tang have 7 or 8 houses, although most of the old house, but long ago, food and clothing, very early in the days to play mahjong every day to collect rent. The small life do not say how moist it is. Seemingly noticing Chen Siwen's gaze, Auntie Bai seemed to still have some consternation of not wanting her once own tenants to see her jokes. Chen Siwen hurriedly reached out to help Auntie Bai. Not at all slack. Mom used to be a woman with herself and Tang do life is not easy. Auntie Bai is a warm-hearted good aunt. Often help. A distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. The neighbors of the old house, more than all enthusiastic, which is also the reason why Chen Siwen wanted to come back to see this time. Chen Siwen that kind of respect, so that the white ant cannot help but cover the eyes, chatting only to know that the original white ant that son from childhood with a little too much pampering crown raised, before it is not at home to chew the old. The results of last year I do not know which tendon is not right. Said he wants to earn big money, found a job. Let the white ant at home to sit down and wait for enjoying his well-being, resolutely embarked on the road to Maine. Seems like the bull bragging about his family having a dozen houses in Tanda, being pressed into service at the poker table, winning money at first, and even having him come back through. But the aftermath is simple. I don't know how many people don't get along with gambling and drugs just because. Auntie Bai has only this one son. The deposit gambling no, house gambling no. Do not pay the gambling money owed to the other side. The other side of the people threatened to cut her son into segments, section by section to send her. Auntie White was forced to do the old job of killing fish. The side said the last 600,000. As long as the 600,000 hit the past, will put his son back. which is anti-white in addition to their own live on the hands of the last suite. When signing the purchase contract, Auntie Bai's hands were trembling, and she couldn't help the tears falling one after another. Chen Siwen supported her, and Big Boss quietly handed her tissues. Auntie Bai clenched her teeth and signed the contract. A sniffle, a wipe of the eyes also reset up. Sorry, say so much, delayed your time. Chen Siwen shook her head, then exchanged phone calls with Auntie Bai, and softly comforted, Auntie Bai, it's all going to be fine, call me if there's anything. Until dragging a tired body back to the home that seems to be somewhat unlike a home. See the transfer information. Chen Siwen silently transferred more than 50,000 yuan. Auntie Bai couldn't help but cover her eyes and hold her head to cry. This day, when will this day be considered to be the end? Upstairs, the old house. Take the key and open the door and go inside. The moment the door opens, a damp, cloying smell hits you. Let Chen Siphon subconsciously cover the nose of the big boss. White ants were in the mood to tidy up this house. This smell is not surprising. And then look to the living room table, chairs and furniture. The top is attached to a layer of dust and soil, although the windows are closed, but their side of the wind and sand is more serious, or accumulated so much soil. It was already evening and the sun wasn't as hot as it had been in the middle of the afternoon. Penny Wu stepped on her high heels as if she was particularly interested in wandering around Xiao Chen's former home. Underneath those suit pants, on the tops of the feet of the black high heels, there were actually black stockings showing, which were simply beautiful. Not long after, Chen Siwen went to the bathroom to take a look at the mop, and then came out again to see that she also used her fingers to gently on the dust-filled sofa, and couldn't help but say helplessly, dirty, don't touch it, I'll clean it up and come in a while. Walked over, fished a piece of paper out of his bag, took her hand, wiped it on the tops of her fingers, looked at his watch, a little after 6, looked up and straightened the collar of his upper shirt for her. Hungry? She tilted her head and shook it. Then you wait a while, huh? I'll wash a rag and come out to wipe a chair. You sit and wait for me to clean the house, then take you to dinner. Chen Siwen went to the kitchen, skillfully found a rag, dipped it in water, and just came out to see the big boss, who seemed to be rolling up his sleeves and about to do something. What are you doing? I'm going to clean the house with Chen too. Chen Siwen looked at the active big boss, using his hand that was wet at the moment with water to sprinkle it on her face, and watched her long eyelashes close and flutter slightly. Don't add to the chaos. Be good today and do your high and cold big boss image. As Penny Wu watched Chen Siwen wipe her chair, she gently tugged on the corner of his shirt before showing Xiao Chen her cell phone. Xiao Chen, I can do it. Penny Wu blinked her big eyes and tentatively was about to grab the rag in Chen Siwen's hand. Chen Siwen took a look at her and finally let go of her hand with a lost smile. Before long, the sun was falling and the sun was setting. Inside the house, Penny Wu before and after actually had the style to busy housework. Wiped the table, washed the curtains, cleaned the hood. Not a moment to spare. Chen Siwen to wipe the table. She grabbed over to wipe. He turned his head to go to insert the TV cabinet. The big boss again grunted and pulled his wrist, shaking his head, but also led him toward the chair before he gave the big boss to wipe. Well, want to let her sit in front of the chair. Little Chen, sit. Chen Siwen smiled helplessly. Ooh, people are facing to dodge when doing chores. You're good. You're brave, right? Just talking about it. Then suddenly watched the big boss out of a chair, and then actually stepped on high heels to reveal black silk insteps on the humming and puffing, stomping a chair, stretching the shoulders to wipe the overhead chandelier. I'm dizzy. Chen Siwen was startled, almost didn't fall, stumbled and hurriedly ran over in 3 steps to help her thin and soft waist and hurriedly caught her down. Stop, stop, you are also really not afraid to give yourself a fall. The big boss managed to land on the ground and struggle a bit before she had to get on the chair again, as if she had a bone to pick with the ceiling today. Chen Siwen breathlessly asked her why. But it turned out that she actually seriously and gravely handed her cell phone to Chen Siwen, stating, anyway, there is Xiao Chen who can catch me. Chen Siwen did not say anything, just helplessly went up. Did not say that people are willing to clean their own. Still not happy, uneducated. Still unsure, though, he watched as Penny Wu literally stomped on a chair and stretched her shoulders to start rubbing the chandelier overhead. Chen Siwen aside, always a little scared. Big boss, hey, can let her humming and hawing to do the cleaning if not many people it. In case he fell, that shall not be heartbroken to death? Chen Siwen then carefully held onto Penny Wu's waist, holding it squarely to her, tilting his head to look at the chandelier with her as well, watching her rubbing it one at a time without saying a word. Effortful, isn't it? Chen Siwen inquired, only to see her standing on the chair as if she was all set to reply to him with her cell phone, and hurriedly greeted him with a sarcastic, forget it, I'd better shut up. For a while, there was a bit of silence around the old house. In addition to a little bit of breathing sound, Chen Siwen held back a little bit of words, did not say more. The key to this talk. The big boss in a hurry to pull out the cell phone. A moment did not stand steady to fall. Just looking at Penny Wu was still new hand straining to reach the lampshade above. A little bit of rubbing the dust on it. Very meticulous and concentrated. However, it is estimated that Chen Siwen himself does not know that when he was in the Jiangdu hotel, he played a rascal and joked about letting the big boss learn how to cook, but she took it for real. Home began to follow Auntie Zhang to learn to do housework. Not to mention the bones of that gentle and virtuous strength, as if with a little bit of dexterity. At the moment is called a model. Chen Sifeng were a little surprised, but positively held up his hand to drag her waist, but afterthought increasingly felt a hint of strangeness. Ha! Nothing else. It was the big boss's white belly that was just a dozen centimeters away from his eyes that seemed to flutter with hot air, and the black suit pants seemed to be outlining Penny Wu's lower half tightly. The curve of the thighs, the tucked-in belly, all of it was printed in the air as if it were not a trace, and in the middle of the summer, it seemed to have a bit of sweat staining under the blush. The ethereal fragrance of the big boss's body also drilled into Chen Siwen's nose from time to time. Chen Siwen, you polite people do cleaning it, cannot help but despise himself, but the soft touch of Penny Wu's waist in his hand is more obvious, even on the skin of the lower end of the right hand that was holding her up. It seemed as if he could vaguely feel some of the plumpness with its curves as he nudged his hand upward from time to time. Isn't it for cleaning? Chen Siwen, what are you thinking? He too, you're cheap, while spitting at himself a few times, but the bastard's hand was clearly in a state of barely touching in iffy ambiguity. Do clean. Chen Siwen, you don't think too much. Chen Siwen, honestly, coughed to indicate that he would not look at it, and simply raised his head with the intention of staring at the ceiling for a while. But the more times like this, the more heads up you want to get? She was still reaching out and lifting her hand in a good manner. It can be said that the big boss had no defense at all against Chen Siwen, and the shirt was naturally propped up, and as her hand lifted higher and higher, the hem of the shirt went upwards, the buttons became more and more crumpled, and the fabric above and below the buttons was slowly propped open. First exposed is the stomach. Suit pants waist squeeze out of the belly, white flowers swing in Chen Siwen line of sight, and then exposed is the button in the light of the inside wear clothes. Although Chen Siwen gave her clothes washed, but really from this perspective to look at the big boss to throw off the shirt seems to be like attending a pool party at the moment dress code. Think back, or for the first time, she doesn't even realize how hooked she is. Chen Siwen heart some hot, but also do not dare to blindly look again. People are still busy with business. You put here to think about the West. You beast so silently lowered his head. Simply look at the feet of the big boss. A few moments later, Penny Wu swayed a little on his feet. Chen Sifen panicked and put his hand on her. Be careful. It's better for me to do it. You're standing on a chair and wiggling around and I want to die. Who knows that the big boss at the moment ignored him. Hands stuttered, perhaps feeling unsteady in high heels under the plate. Simply two small feet rubbed. Want to take off the shoes, but grunted for a while and did not come off. She stood on the chair. Bending down is not good to take off. Reaching out or no way. So she finally took out her cell phone. Xiao Chen, take off your shoes. Chen Siwen, who was already a bit brainwashed just now, only reacted now. Dang, that one taught you to step on high heels to get on the chair. Chen Siwen didn't dare to let go of her either. Holding her waist with one hand and lowering his head, his other hand then touched the big boss's ankle. It's slippery, very delicate. It's got black stockings wrapped around it. Penny Wu then slowly lifted her foot up a few centimeters. Chen Siwen immediately handed drop, breaking the back end of the black high heel shoes off her feet. A release, put on the ground, and then immediately have to touch her second foot, and so the big boss lifted up. Chen Siwen once again a break, but this time the action is a little bigger. A few fingertips accidentally in the removal of the heel at the same time touched the big boss's beautiful feet. Fingertips along the side of her foot long rubbed down, probably tickled. Big boss's beautiful feet wrapped in black silk shrank a little. Chen Siwen put down the second high-heeled shoes. Busy? You be careful cannot or change me? Day after day do not know do cleaning or robbing what? Penny Wu looked up quietly again, bare feet in stockings on the chair, and continued to look up to reach the lampshade, scrubbing it carefully clean. At this moment, Chen Siwen, a proper gentleman, that was simply raising his head and not lowering it. Above cannot see. The following is a few exquisite toes exposed in the black stockings. Small jade feet, see which all feel a little itchy. Chen Sifen cannot help but silently read, don't jade. What jade can only harm you? It's after 7. Wait until the sun has completely set. It was a full hour before the room was finally cleaned up. From the kitchen to the living room, from the bathroom to the bedroom. The house is not big. Today almost all of the big boss is picking up alone. It is considered to be a practical exercise of the housework teaching of Auntie Zhang at home the other day. As for Chen Siwen, he is just playing a hand today, not doing anything. The couch. Penny Wu seemed to be exhausted, collecting her beautiful legs and laying dully on the sofa. The sofa in the old house wouldn't look like the one in the small west side yard, and with the big boss's dimpled body making a trip up to the top, there was almost no room for anyone to sit down. By the time Chen Siwen washed her hands from the toilet and came out, she could only get her butt slightly next to a side on the sofa, and then sidled up attentively and copied her hand to gently pinch on her shoulder. Exhausted. Right. Penny Wu obediently nodded her head, then sat up, her small head leaning on Chen Siwen's shoulder. I want to give Auntie Zhang a raise. Row. Plus. Chen Siwen picked up the old house, had some old teacups on the old coffee table, tenderly pasted on her red lips to feed the saliva, looked at her baring her lips twice. Hungry? What do you want to eat? Penny Wu didn't answer him this time either. Instead she wrapped her arms around his waist and leaned lazily on his shoulder. Little Chen, from now on we'll be living in this little home? Chen Siwen put down his teacup and rubbed her head sideways, narrowing his eyes. What's the matter? Disliking my home for being too shabby and unsatisfied? The big boss's small face stood up against Chen Siwen's shoulder. Her long eyelashes moved slightly, her head stretched upwards, and very shallowly she printed on Chen Siwen's lips. Point blank, little Chen, I'm very satisfied. However, Chen Siwen looked at her simply budding little face, said to endure her for a night, opened his bloody mouth and bit down, but also beautifully said, good ah, would have liked to take you out to eat mountain delicacies, abalone lobster and whatnot. As a result of such a late night you actually are not hungry, just want to drink water. You are too sinful. Penny Wu nerds out. Barf? Half an hour later, man is steel. A meal is still hungry. This side, that's Chen Siwen's home turf. He started studying over here in 4th grade. Middle school, high school, the streets are filled with the smell of youth. In the past, I went to school. I had to take this road every day. 3 forks up to my middle school, 3 forks down to my elementary school. Unfortunately, there was a person who didn't go to school and was illiterate. Chen Siwen even let go of the big boss's hand as she said that, as if she was disliking her. The big boss grunted after typing and chased over from the back again, shoving his hand into Chen Siwen's hand. Little Chen, I went to school. Chen Siwen stood still in front of the entrance of Shipingzi Elementary School, then raised her hand to point. So you went to elementary school there? Penny Wu was good and honest. Home. Chen Siwen pinched her face disdainfully. Che, isn't that just not going to school? Chen, I went to college. Oh, so did you have friends in college? Ever been in a relationship? How many activities did you participate in? Chen Siwen took her around the entrance of her own elementary school, and then intended to take her to see the entrance of her middle school. And while walking, he looked at her confused little face and issued a soulful question. None of them? So what kind of university did you go to? Little illiterate. After pondering for half a second, Penny Wu felt that what Xiao Chen said was not right at all. So with a grunt, she handed her cell phone towards Chen Siwen's eyes. Xiao Chen, I am not illiterate. Okay, little illiterate. Chen, I'm not. No problem, my little illiterate family. Xiao Chen, well, it's not easy for me to admit it for once, but you made me hurt so thoroughly. Chen Siwen made a gesture to speed up his pace by a few steps. The hand held by the big boss was not happy to part. Day. Stepping on high heels to chase a few steps toward him. Side of the head to block Chen Siwen. It's your family, but not illiterate. Okay, watch the road. Don't fall in a while. Chen Siwen smiled and moved her head. Oh, away from the steel and concrete skyscrapers in the center. It seems like there is more human landforms in the old town. Coming to the entrance of the middle school. It was summer vacation, and at this point in time, the outside of the school was particularly quiet, devoid of the usual bustle except for a few sporadic struggling seniors passing by in their uniforms. Probably because of the high school when poor, Chen Siwen most of the time are in the cafeteria casually eat some pad stomach. Only occasionally scholarships are issued down to the store in front of the school home to improve the food. Remember, especially clear is the entrance to the school 100 meters away from a Shanda chicken boiler's store, because it is the same classmate's home open. We'll take care of the extra chicken. Time has erased the once youthful and tender face of Chen Siwen, but a little bit of the youthful look seems to remain between his eyebrows. The boss's wife, surnamed Zhang, in front of the school selling chicken casserole has been more than 10 years. The years in her simple face left a lot of marks, some wrinkles in the corner of the eye, holding the order of the book, and from time to time to raise their eyes to look at Chen Siwen, as if there is a curiosity to be said and yet to be stopped. Auntie Zhang, long time no see. The traces of living here for more than 10 years, in addition to the old house, seems to be gradually become strange but left in the memory of a section of the neighborhood once lived. You are, Chen. The students who come and go as if passing like smoke do not know how many. Chen Siphon is not a big boss. go wherever it seems to shine brightly, and is not what the school's man of the hour. Auntie, Chen Siwen. Auntie Zhang tapped her head, then just smiled. Right. Chen Siwen, Lu Yang's high school classmate. Lu Yang can be said to be one of the few classmates that Chen Siwen knew well in high school, because their dads all had problems at the wrong time, and they were all brought up by their moms alone. Of course they are not the same. Lu Yang's father left when they left. The mother and child mother left this store located in front of a key high school in Tangdu, as well as selling chicken casserole very early, left a few sets of real estate. Lu Yang's small life is still very good, and Chen Siphon's family debt-ridden difference is still very big, but that's not why the two were close in high school and their contact dwindled after graduation. Relationship, this thing, from the time of school, is to use money to walk, go out and drink milk tea together, do not pay off, the weekend get-togethers don't cost anything, sing karaoke, go to the bar. Lu Yang just went to college when off and about. Chen Si went to go out to play. Found about not out. Slowly, of course, not about. One way running to the previous Chen Siwen diploma, what it is. Gradually drifted apart. Poverty is one of the fundamental reasons why Chen Siwen looked at not having many friends before, and also the reason why he liked to chat online before. It doesn't cost anything to chat online. Sven, your girlfriend is so pretty. Lu Yang's mom had been watching for half a day. It was the first time she had seen a girl who looked so beautiful, like a big star, and couldn't help but open her mouth. Noticing the big boss's eye-rolling gaze, Chen Siwen didn't tease her in front of outsiders and nodded with a smile. I'll thank you for her. Aunt Zhang didn't know what that meant for a moment, but briefly observing that they seemed to be communicating on their cell phones, not only did a flash of realization appear on her face, but the poor girl, while Chen Siwen looked at the cell phone screen. Xiao Chen, this aunt is a good person. Chen Siwen froze. Look at her flashing eyes. Suddenly realized. Yesterday she also a hard to Chen Sijia and Yaya's sister sent good guy card. In the middle of the day. Those who stand up for you being my girlfriend are all good people, right? Chen Siwen a little crying and laughing, then used her cell phone to enter the message to handback, instead of vainly sending good guy cards to others. You might as well make an effort to see how to talk, and then cross your arms to go around and show off your strength to show that I, Penny Wu, am Chen Siwen's girlfriend to be real. Oh, don't be look at the menu. What do you want to eat? Ordering cleanly. Auntie Zhang, where's Lu Yang? Oh, when the university seems to partner with someone to engage in a what game studio, Auntie does not understand much. Auntie Zhang mentioned his son seems to have a touch of joy at the corner of his eyebrows, but also some pride. It seems to be quite profitable. A year can earn hundreds of thousands of it. This kid in college hasn't asked for money from his family. He earns all of his living expenses and tuition on his own. And call home. Chen Siwen didn't ask too closely, but Auntie had already said a lot. Awesome. Chen Siwen gave a thumbs up. When I was a child, my parents were the bottom of the doll, and when I grew up, the doll became the splendor of my parents. Chen Siwen especially understand, because listen to the mother where to sneak around back to the old sister said. Mom's group of square dancing old sisters. There is no one who does not know her son, is a big writer, is a big screenwriter. This old woman. It seems that there was a time when they organized their old square dance partners to watch Rampage as a group, as if they had recently heard that their son's new drama 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, 10 Peach Blossoms was going to be released. Another date with old sisters planning to chase peach blossoms together. Just happy to smile broadly and introduce everyone. It's a good play, isn't it? My son wrote it. At the moment, Lu Yang's mother is the same. Their son's college on the annual income of several $100,000. People just graduated from the same age is still running for work. The son has opened a studio as a small boss. The air is joyful. You sit first, Auntie, to give you urge food. Trouble, Auntie. Chen Siwen politely said politely. After a while, 2 small burgers steaming with the smell of meat were brought to the table. It seems that the big boss is still a little less than impressed with the meat-based meals. Chopsticks picking and pulling the meat pile. Lack of interest in shaving 2 mouthfuls of rice. Until Chen Siwen saw the situation and began to stuff meat into her small mouth. She began to barf it up. Highlight a poke and jump. The habit of picky eating was so bad that by the time Chen Siwen finished her meal, she paid the bill after Auntie Zhang pushed and shoved her and led her home all nagging her. The big boss now especially likes to reason with Chen Siwen, but can only type and cannot speak. Speak and cannot speak. Can only cover his ears. Fell down on the sofa lifelessly. However, Chen Siwen still refused to let her go. The palm that peeled away, lips then output against her ear. Long-term picky eating will lead to unbalanced and insufficient intake of nutrients. You won't be able to grow up. Lying on the sofa, Penny Wu looked down at her chest. Then with a twist of her head, she blocked Chen Siwen's lips with her lips under his dumbfounded expression. Blocked for a good half day. Then with clear eyes actually typed to Chen Siwen like this. Xiao Chen. It's written in the novel. Can't tell you. Then I'll kiss and cry you. The result would of course only end up with the big boss looking at Chen Siwon with big watery eyes. In the compact but cozy little house, Penny Wu almost cried from the kiss. Little Chen, can you stop biting? It's hurting a bit. Wrong yet? Chen Siwon just let go of her a little, and Penny Wu immediately pursed her little lips, her eyes fluttering. Little Chen. Wrong. Chen Siwon came with a soulful question. So where did you go wrong? The big boss really cannot answer this question. The living room that some dim white light, some bewildered look at Chen Siwon blinking, and finally sitting on Chen Siwon's lap can only skim the small mouth, swinging closed his eyes. A look of I don't know. Then you bite it. Luckily, Chen Siwon's sudden ringing cell phone saved her. Hey, it's me. Express? I didn't buy a delivery. You've got the wrong number. Yes, my name is Chen Siwon. What the fuck did I buy? Fly. Airplane. Holy shit. The voice on the other end of the phone had been somewhat deliberately lowered became clear, as if it still had a long unseen smile. No, I say old Chen. Senior graduation, this is only the 6th year. Right. The voice, you can't hear it? Some classmates, as if they have not been in touch for a long time, but the way they communicate with each other seems to have long become a habit engraved in their memories, and do not need to be slightly formal and polite. Chen Siwon also hurriedly patted the big boss's back signaling her to stand up first, stood up and suddenly laughed and scolded. What the Open your mouth to open a yellow accent. What's the matter? You kid. You came to my house to eat a chicken pot without even calling me and giving me money? Are you looking down on me? Lu Yang's voice seems to come with a little bit of quacking sense of joy. Duck voice, according to his own words, is that he changed his voice when he fell in love and his girlfriend kissed? Kissed more than one so that the change of voice period had a little accident and then formed the voice of the current slight sense of joy. But just listen to what he has to say. Then you microchat me back my money. 2 small burgers, 2 bowls of rice, charge you 34. Come out and I'll give you cash. Where? Didn't your mom say you were over in the college town? I'm driving back. Wait for me in front of the school. I'll be there in 20 minutes. The phone hangs up. Chen Siwon cannot help but shake his head and laugh. A youthful figure seems to be accompanied by the sound of a sudden living up. A turn of the head to see the big boss is now on tiptoe to their ears, but also curious, copying the phone to ask, Xiao Chen, you bought what plain lo? ? Where did the bad habit come from? Eavesdropping on other people talking on the phone? Chen Siwon said, coughing twice, so he pushed her little face over a bit. Big kids things. You little kid, ask less day by day. Wu Peiniang nodded and did not ask questions. Her legs were ready to put on her shoes, which knows that Chen Siwon wrapped up a handful of her to hold her down on the sofa. I'm going out in a while. You're alone at home. Remember to pay attention to fire prevention and burglary. Penny Wu's long eyelashes moved a bit, as if she appeared to be a little bit dopey. Little Chen, what about you? Didn't you just hear the call? I'm going out for a spin with my high school friends later. Chen Siwon didn't seem like he was joking, because in the middle of summer, he was just going to go out in a pair of flip-flops, ready to go. Wu Peinie, a little anxious. How can she stay at home alone? Would have been a coward. The home is not as bright as the small courtyard of the west side. The lights are dark and ghostly. Down the stairs when the lights of the hallway, some of them are not bright. Duck duck duck, bare feet followed. Wu Peinie wrapped her arms around Chen Siphon's neck and jumped on his back. Chen Siphon. This bad guy. Of course. Just teased her a little bit. Smiled and propped up her butt. Okay. Change your shoes. I'm not going alone. I still have to take my family's big boss to show off the whole scene. Penny Wu did not listen. Along with Chen Siwon's hand-strength body also climbed upwards. Wrapped in black silk legs also through the summer, slightly thin clothes seemed to have been directly attached to the skin as if clamped him. Chen Siwon palms also came from the thigh's silk greasy touch. Pursed lips. Can only bend over. The pair of high heels that Penny Wu wore today to lift on slipped and slipped out of the door. Until downstairs. Wu Peinie is willing to come down from Chen Siphon's back. Put her in a curb chair, pinching her wrapped in black silk small feet to high heels. Her calves are still naughty at the moment, wobbling. Was Chen Siphon did not have the good taste to pinch the pinch, to be honest. Arrived at the school entrance is already 30 minutes later, but Chen Siwon did not have much hurry. Sure enough, 9:10 appointment of 20 minutes. Now are 9:40. A few minutes apart. The car slowly parked in front of the school. At the moment mixed up with the old classmate Lu Yang, although it is a big summer sunny. But in the middle of the night he actually hung a pair of sunglasses on his eyes, burning bag down the car. Sorry for the traffic jam. I thought a $500,000 SUV with enough horsepower just made it right through that stoplight. The bastard's not forgetting to hold the car keys in his hand as he spoke, afraid that others would not see it. Chen Siwon also just rolled his eyes when he heard, especially skillful as a sentence, go out and do not pretend to be struck by lightning. Lu Yang also does not care, smilingly pinching his fist and then hammered Chen Siwon's shoulder. Punch, old Chen. You are really hook 8 difficult about. Of course it must have been the car keys he was clutching in his fist. Chen Si-won quietly sized him up and suddenly laughed heartlessly twice. Did you go abroad to dig for coal? How did you become so dark? Laughing my ass off. I'm going to the spa in Haidu. You know, a pot roast. Lu Yang cursed, and then also sized up Chen Si-won, especially noticing that mom had said on the phone before in a fervent manner that it was especially beautiful, just like the big star Penny Wu. At once, the jaws of the astonished chins quickened to the ground. Then the goods actually familiar formula. Always chatterbox mouth broken Lu Yang in front of the big boss became stuttering up. In addition to a hello. In addition to a hello. In front of the big boss cannot even speak a complete sentence. Coy as a girl. So yeah, you can tell how much of a no-brainer it is when you say he bragged in high school that his kissing affected his voice change because he was kissing his girlfriend. Because of the presence of Penny Wu, Lu Yang, who was already a completely social person, originally wanted to ask Chen Si-won to go to the business K to have a talk, but his plan also fell through. One could only honestly accompany the two Chen Si-won and Penny Wu as they transferred into the middle school campus, because compared to Lu Yang, it seems that the big boss is more concerned about Chen Si-won's student days. 100,000 reasons why. Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen. Lu Yang suddenly felt as if he was a little bright under the black sky. However, it seems that he is also a little busy, is not about to answer the phone, as if it is the matter of his game studio. Hey, that list is not already completed? I go. Again. Strength so strong? How many numbers? Control number a few days to come? 50. 5 days? Fine. Fine. 50. 000 bucks right. I got it. Lu Yang's voice seemed to have risen slightly when he said $50,000 for 5 days. Chen Si-won finally smiled and inquired. Your new car is good. How much did you buy it? Lu Yang, who had been holding the car keys in his hand and was almost suffocating, finally narrated in a refreshing manner. Chen Si-won saw the situation and then gave him a word. You are now great. The studio so earned money? $50,000 in 5 days. Chen Si-won is to understand him. Sure enough, Lu Yang came to the spirit. Old Chen, you do not know. Playing the game of the rich can be really much SLG hand tour. Alliance battle. Occupation of the capital city is like a small war. In order to win the war, those games in the gold masters but can be hard to smash the money. The so-called military expenses. 50 Big Brother number 24 hours to ask the studio to trainer the key battles in a row. A day is $10,000. Lu Yang simply made it clear what kind of studio he is now engaged in. Briefly and succinctly, it is a hot game. Take the liver for money. Participate in the game. Some resources trading. Chen Si-won is nodded to this kind of studio can be so engaged in money, and did not show a particularly surprised expression. Nonsense. Well, at the moment quietly standing next to Chen Si-won listening to him and his old classmate's speech of the big boss is not playing the game of the rich it. Hearing the game, eyes seem to light up. Or the first time tonight and Lu Yang 2 exchanges. What game is it? Lu Yang this goods is also really face brother can heavy fist. Face girls he is coy. Palm still in the pants seam beside wiped his hands. Still some shivering stuttering to Wu Penny typed the word replied. Tenga's SLG handheld game. The general public under the sky. Penny Wu thought for a moment and gestured at Chen Si-won. Then Chen Si-won looked like a retelling toolman. She asked you if it was fun. Okay, fun. Can I interact with others? May. Got any good-looking skin? Yes there is. Lu Yang and the big boss at the moment threw the Chen Si-won this mode feelings of the toolman a question and answer. As if to see the big boss's interest. Lu Yang tried to ask, so what? Tomorrow there is a new area. 3888 area. The leopard area. Sister-in-law. I'll bring a group to go in to help fight to take over the conquests. You if you want to play. I can give you with the old Chen. Get a set of numbers. Conquest well is that the game's highest reward. With the king of the defeat of the enemy in the end only one side of the forces to obtain. And a set of number is to spend money to buy a set of points of currency. Pumping generals to enhance their own strength as a courageous individual to help their own forces to achieve the final victory. A day is capped at 600 draws for 8,000 bucks, while a set is 1,338, which is a little over 3,000 bucks for 2 numbers. Although Lu Yang does like to brag and pretend, but to friends is still quite generous kind. Especially to girls. Middle school and high school is so. Old Lu, are you still not in love? Lu Yang nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Have you been a lickspittle again lately? Lu Yang first pecked like a nod, and then reacted immediately shook his head, and said, I Lu Yang, now open 500,000 cars. The university win the annual income of several 100,000. The university chased me girls my eyes cannot pick over. I will be a licking dog? Chen Si-won silently watched him light up a cigarette. What about the girl you're chasing? Lu Yang stood at the side of the car. silent for a few seconds, at the moment swallowed a half a day, then threw the cigarette on the ground, stepped on a few feet, stooped down to pick up the cigarette butt and threw it into the trash can, at the moment cursed, damn, sometimes it is not happy to talk to you, go away, alright, more contact. Watching the car drift away with the moonlight, Chen Siwon revealed a smile and pulled the big boss along the familiar road after school. Let's go home. What do you keep staring at me for? Penny Wu winked. Chen, we haven't played a game together in a long time. Aha. I want to play games with you. Play. Waiting to go back home. Walking so late. Still wearing high heels. Wu Penny's calves seemed to walk sour. Sitting on the sofa on the gently hammered their calves. See Chen Siwon to open the air conditioning in the house. Tired all day, also intends to exhale a breath of air over to sit on the sofa to rest for a while. Feel a pair of legs justified to lift up and stuffed into their own arms, but also with a small foot naughty stomping Chen Siwon's stomach. Chen Siwon pretended to be disgusted and slapped her little feet away. Ha, dirty, go wash your feet. Undaunted, Penny Wu lifted up again. Little Chen, my calves are sore. Help me pinch them. Chen Siwon looked down and could see that through the black seemed to be able to see a touch of white little tender legs. Also grunted as if someone was forcing him to do the same. Reluctantly a pair of thieving hands on her legs randomly needed. Not a moment later warmed up a cup of milk for her as well. And at the moment the lazy big boss hung on Chen Siwon's body with his hands too lazy to lift, reached out and fed her a mouthful of milk, and reached out to help her wipe the white stains that spilled out of the corner of her mouth with his little thumb. I ended up having a few more feedings afterward, and each time a little bit of milk accidentally spilled out of the corners of my mouth. Question mark. Chen Siwon looked at the expression particularly strange, and then without holding back, he said something into Penny Wu's ear. The big boss eyes fluttered and shook his head back and forth. Xiao Chen, it is not with the mouth, so play the game. Chen Siwon, che, naive. Young people play like this. You really don't? Penny Wu lowered her head and immediately pursed her lips, then covered her red little face, looking like she didn't understand anything. When Chen Siwon came out with a sigh of relief after taking a shower, his clothes were not even taken off, and the big boss, who was foolishly lying on the sofa, had already fallen asleep, not pretending to be asleep. He had indeed slept too late yesterday. Looking at her stretching sleepy eyes, Chen Siphon didn't mind that she hadn't bathed all night, tiptoed and picked her up, gently placed her on the bed in the inner bedroom, lowered his head and imprinted on her forehead, and then wrapped his arms around her from behind her, feeling the smell of her sweat that wasn't strong at all. And even the back of her neck seemed to still have that kind of faint milky scent. Chen Siwon slept especially peacefully through their first night in the old house. It wasn't until the next day that Chen Siwon came to say if she wanted to rent a house with an elevator and a neighborhood. And it turned out that Penny Wu seemed to quite like that particularly compact little house. So Chen Siphon can only spend a few days roughly to change the furniture. The bed has to be replaced with a bigger one. At least 2 people sleeping and rolling around is not crowded. It. Kitchen stove, water heater, and whatnot rewired. Only then was the big boss notified that she could drag her big suitcase over to turn up and move in. Don't play with your cell phone when you walk. Chen Siwon took a box in one hand, neither of which was particularly laborious, and prodded Penny Wu in front of him for a bit. Oh, comparison of the old building. Glossy seems a bit out of place, and the big boss twisted his head to look at Chen Siwon, then obediently nodded once, put away the phone, until he returned home. High heels a stomp. Penny Wu pounced on the new bed at once, took out his cell phone and began to point at it. Chen Siwon hummed and hawed as she packed the things in her suitcase and looked at the small home that had been redecorated and was so much brighter and prettier. After busy, Chen Siwon stood in the living room, can look at the big boss over there on the bed holding a cell phone, legs very rhythmic, one up and one down to flap the sheet. The gas does not come out. The 2 days of the new home things, this being did not care about anything. As soon as he had time to hold the phone to play. Walking into the bedroom, Chen Siphon slapped slightly harder on Penny Wu's ass. She shivered and gave a confused sideways glance at Xiao Chen. The cabinet is packed for you. Get up and pack your own box. Chen Siwon grabbed her small arm and gently brought her upwards. Then she smoothly wrapped her arms around Chen Siwon's waist. Her small face gently rubbed against Chen Siwon's stomach. Lifting her head, the wombat was especially pampered, staring dully and blinking her eyes at Chen Siwon. Little Chen, I want to hit the town in a little while. Help me pack up, okay? You say, Chen Siphon how, when she put a gas. White her a glance. Hand without good will want to in her face a pinch. The result also do not know where she learned. Face obediently in Chen Siphon's palm on the side of the rubbed. Chen Siwon throat not are moving. This summer Nima is too hot. People are fast to him heat melt. There's no way. The best thing about being a spoiled brat is that Chen Siwon can only grunt and then help her pack her clothes and cosmetics. She just settled down in blue and wrapped up in the bed happily playing with her cell phone. and every now and then her little hand clenched into a fist to give Chen Siwen a gesture. Little Chen, go for it. Sure enough, there are no boys in the family who don't do anything, only girls who don't use the right methods. Soon, however, when Chen Sifen was packing up his clothes, he received a message that the summer was still only a small tale, but it could not resist the fire that should be on the fire. Lu Yang, Lao Chen. I dizzy. Sister-in-law, what comes open area 5 days, every day full pumping, and those limited time card packs through pumping full, 5 days gaga on the fast charging $100,000. The corner of Chen Siwen's mouth twitched slightly twice. Lu Yan, $188 a whole service announcement she just sent is 100. All just 2 words. Xiao Chen. This is the way the rich show love. Big brother. I and my studio partners. No. Me and all my game buddies are almost stunned. Chen Siwen slapped his forehead violently, turned around and caught a certain big boss who was slowly rolling around on the bed in a daze, and said with some broken defense, I knock. What did you just do? Inside the bedroom. Chen Siwen knee next to the bed. Wu Pei's legs were 8-legged sitting on the bed. Just on the bed also did not care about their own hair has no naughty messy fly. At the moment cannot say that the dress is exquisite, but especially full of life looking at Chen Siwen unknown to blinking big eyes. Without saying anything else, Chen Siwen raised one eyebrow and reached out. Cell phone. Waiting to watch the game screen coming from his cell phone, he felt a body behind himself gently leaning over. With fragrance, rolling hot head still slightly next to his shoulder, behaving in a particularly well-behaved manner. Chen Siwen pulled the game interface in the phone, looking at the screen, modeling the grass with a small city, and miscellaneous with traction lines. Maybe the game of what fight team riding a pony moving. Chen Siwen rolled her eyes on the spot. For this crappy game, you charged $100,000 in 5 days? Seeing that Chen Sifen had discovered something, the big boss who originally had her small head on Chen Sifen's shoulder turned her head to look at Xiao Chen's side face, and immediately pursed her lips, her eyes fluttering. A kind of anon? I can't understand what you are talking about. It wasn't until Chen Siwen threw the chat screenshot in her face that she kissed Xiao Chen's cheeks nicely. Chen Siwen realized that since the last time she decided that the two of them would move out, probably because it was completely just the two of them, she was getting more and more petulant, not caring about what kind of status her big boss had. Spreading pampering is of no use? Chen Siwen wiped her face in mock disgust, and then looked at the cell phone screen and muttered, this game doesn't feel like much fun. How did you manage to top up $100,000 in 5 days? Chen Siwen's butt was next to the bed, and Wu Pei was behind him, and especially naturally, she redrew Chen Siwen's arm, and then the whole person comfortably leaned against him, and also lowered her head to look at the cell phone screen, and her white little hand pointed a little on it. You mean, this card draw is fun? Look little Chen, I have so many beautiful martial arts generals. How much does such a warlord cost? Xiao Chen the martial artist with a fan. Look at you. So this thing is just hitting the ground running? Xiao Chen. This warlord is so fierce and ugly. And what does this fortress do? Xiao Chen. A question. Just know whether the generals look good or not. With the previous play 5v5 game is the same. Ask her is fun. Ask her how to play. Is a small Chen. The skin is really good. Chen Siwen asked for a while simply furious. Hands pinched in the face of Penny Wu to pull out. Engage in half a day. You also do not know how to play it. Same as before when you play 5v5 and can charge up for skins. You just space out and spend money on card draws and don't think about the playstyle at all. Playing is very simple. Penny Wu didn't care about Chen Sifen's small hand pinching on her cheeks. She lowered her head and typed for a while, then raised her head and hung onto Chen Sifen's neck. The big boss was well behaved and serious, waiting for little Chen to bring me along to play. Chen Siwen's small hand that was cupped on her face couldn't help but tremble, and as soon as he wrapped his arms around her, and briefly locked eyes with her big watery eyes for a few seconds, he barred his lips and kissed her several times. Not long after, or ProSequel continued to look at the game interface said quietly, is this why you spent 18,000 in the game? Sent 100 Xiao Chen? Anon. Chen Sifen liked rubbing Penny Wu's small face the most. The feel was especially good, while rubbing, but also cursed, Ang your big head don't know that I haven't started to play can't see it. Chen. It's visible. Question mark. There are little Chan students in the game. I'll go. Chen Siwen was astonished. My big boss has become witty? Penny Wu's face rubbed Chen Siwen's hand in dissatisfaction. I'm already witty. Fine. You're the wittiest. What do you want to eat for dinner? I'll make it for you. Chen Siwen got up and was ready to start busying herself again. Vegetable salad. Oh, potato stew? Okay. Chen Siwen just as did not see Wu Pei's order, and then originally heard the stew. A skimpy little mouth of the big boss heard Chen Siwen later added the words and again is happy. Right. You take my cell phone to download the game on the bar. After dinner I research. Or else you nerdy melon, so much money is not a white charge? Oh, again without shoes. Penny Wu went barefoot to pick up Chen Siwon's cell phone on the pink dresser that Chen Siwon had gotten especially for her. Password 1314. The big boss looked up at the figure over there in her apron, then down at her cell phone, her finger gently next to her lips as if she were smiling stupidly before dropping her head and gently slamming herself down on the bed, upside down for half a second. Big boss, you're completely exploiting the labor of a small employee like me. Chen Sifeng carried her and slowly went out of the bedroom to rest her on the sofa. There is no special table in the house anymore. On the coffee table is a pot of fragrant potato stew, and a cabbage soup, simple fried cabbage, as if it did not have the high-end atmosphere of the previous home in Penny Wu's house. But the small living room, the warm color of the coffee table does have more small warmth. Is it down yet? Penny Wu nodded as if there were little bits of cabbage juice sliding down the corners of her mouth. It spilled the last time I drank milk. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Chen Sifeng reached out and gently wiped her rosy little mouth. Seeing that Chen Siwon had noticed, Penny Wu immediately closed her lips tightly. Her mouth was still wrapped with cabbage, slightly bulging that much, looking like a little white mouse that had been stealing food, waiting to eat and drink. She came again with a stretch. Chen Siwon just wanted to collect the dishes into the kitchen to clean up. See, this also can only blankly glance at her, to contribute their own 100 pounds of meat. Let her grunt and climb up. However, this time into the bedroom, Chen Siwon suddenly had a sudden whim of a bent finger gently to the cabinet next to the bedroom door, making a thumping sound, and then rushed to pretend to be in a hurry to touch on the back of her head, and even greeted, "Oh, it's okay." As a result, after the big boss froze for a few seconds, she actually did have a small mouth, and her head was buried in Chen Siwon's shoulder at once, as if she was aggrieved and rubbed against the top of his neck. Drama. Big boss seems to be getting more and more real, and he's learning to act at the moment. It would be a shame if he didn't go to Northern Film to further his education. A few steps into the bedroom, threw her on the bed. Pity is non-existent at this moment. The big boss sat up and also rubbed his head. Chen Siphon did not take care of her anymore. Out of the bedroom, washing dishes. When it was hard to finish washing the dishes, the kitchen cleaned up, went back to the bedroom, carried the luggage, organized the luggage, cleaned up the house, cooked the meal. Busy all afternoon, Chen Siphon can finally fall, lying on the soft bed to rest for a while, and when the big boss saw him enter, it was as if he'd been fitted with a tracking device, clutching two cell phones and moving his ass a few times to stick it through. Later, I'll lie down. Chen Siwon closed his eyes and blocked the cell phone handed over by Penny Wu. The big boss saw the situation also does not make fun of him, but the good behavior of the kneeling on the bed, copying her slender white small hand gently hold Chen Siwon's head and then towards their soft thighs rested. And then the belly of the finger is also delicate in the Chen Siwon temples on the side of the rubbed a little. The night had grown progressively darker. Because of the light change, the house is all about being brighter. It had been 10 minutes, and Chen Siwon still maintained that position, lying comfortably against the big boss's lap, feeling very good. He felt more and more comfortable with the way the two of them were living, as if it had changed since the last time they had gone to see a therapist. The most comfortable way to get along. The need is not only for Penny Wu to say, but also for Chen Siwon to listen to. Do not be impatient. So many years without talking, whereas to say completely recovered to recover. Also find their own most comfortable way to deal with this thing. Maybe one day, unexpectedly, she gave herself a surprise, right? But Chen Siwon really is also looking for his most comfortable way to get along. Hand touched on the side, and then found Penny Wu's long and slender right tee up, the palm of the hand slowly down. After a slice of concupiscence, the ankle with a delicate and bony touch was transmitted to the palm of the hand. Chen Siwon squinted his eyes and looked down, and immediately touched the big boss's foot with his hand. The top of the foot was covered with a thin layer of flesh-colored stockings, sandy and slippery, and the bones of the foot underneath were also angular and thin. I had just opened my eyes when I saw a cell phone screen flashing in front of me. Chen, are you rested? Chen Siwon smiled and shook her head. Nope, while pretending to yawn. A little bit of rest is not in the mind. Continue to caress her beautiful feet. At the end, but also boldly gently pickpocket. Let her slightly up a little bit. Will be her beautiful legs straighten. Sat up on a pair of her beautiful feet held tightly in the arms. Began to repeatedly rub up her entire beautiful feet. That arc makes him very fascinated. A few days she was wearing black silk tiptoe, rubbing the lights of the picture seems to appear in front of the eyes. Chen Siwon can be rattled. The last where the big boss cannot wait to lift his leg, gently stomped his stomach, and then hand out his cell phone. Want to play the game? Chen Siphon let go of his hand with a fondness and took the phone before asking, what name did the game give me again? Chan. What about yourself? Wu. Yes. You wait, haha. I'll ask Lu Yan how to play first. Chen Siwon sat up. Oh, It had been a long time since the two had played a game together, and the big boss was clearly motivated, leaning his whole body over again. Yoko, I was busy the other day. I didn't have time to play the game. I built it today. Are there any newbie tips for this game? Liu Yang is to engage in the studio. In order to greet the boss is almost all day and night hanging on the network. Of course, it is very fast. I did not get a number for you before. I let someone help you control the opening it. You on the number. I teach you. Open? Yes. This game is like a parody of ancient war games. War, not only to money, but also food, stone, iron or wood. Money, as the name suggests, is to recharge you become more powerful. Used to draw a variety of tough generals, and open up the land. That is, the map. This one represents a variety of resources of the small grid hit down to increase their own production of the main city. Not bad for a veteran of this game who also makes money off of it, and explains it quite clearly. Chen Siwen roughly understood the essence of this game. Fight the land to obtain resources, and then use to cultivate military generals, and then participate in a war similar to the ancient battlefield to seize the city and land. Finally obtaining the highest ranking city in the game, which is the capital city, is considered to be the end of a season. That the thing is the romance of the Chinese engraved in the bones, which is also the most primitive fun of this game. Chen Siwen listened to the voice of Liu Yang talking feverishly, and then looked at the account password that he sent over, and his own next to the big boss, who looked at himself with bated breath, lost his smile and said to the end of the cell phone, "Forget it, you're out of time. It seems like you can't even change your name. I'd rather use the number that I've just built." Big boss had named Xiao Wu, and she'd be lost if she didn't have Xiao Chen with her in the game. Liu Yang's voice on the other end of the phone gave a beat. "Old Chen, the new area which has opened a few days. If you get a new number may not be able to keep up with the rhythm, and we are the 3888 area. The number of people bursting. You should not be able to enter the I'm already in." "Oh, well then." Roughly chatting, Chen Siwen also know the general gameplay. Then hang up the phone. The screen switched to the game. The recharge interface open. Touching his chin, Chen Siwen is considering, recharge or not. He himself is now also not short of money. Before I feel that recharging is very stupid. That is because of the pressure of no money. Now, in fact, feel that sometimes for the sake of pleasurable mood, he holds millions of cash in hand. Recharging at $10,000 seems to be no longer before the kind of being sent a few sets of skin. It is too eager to go to customer service every day to find the heartbreaking feeling of the refund of the underage. Xiao Wu classmates are spicy bullish. Themselves as her CP Xiao Chen classmates also have to support the flute up to the right. So with a little shake of the hand, Chen Siwen for the first time into the game Kryptonite and 648 for the lottery. Liu Yang's news came especially fast, his eyes staring like copper bells. "I go. Xiao Chen, is you right? You also come to the..." Chen Siwen seemed to have so much experience with the joys of gaming Kryptonite. We knock. Liu Yang said quietly. "Old Chen, this game card draw has a whole service floating screen. You float the screen for a good half a day." "Ha ha, yeah." Chen Sifan quite soothingly raised his hand and pinched the big boss's face. "And the pleasure of the whole service floating screen? But old Chen, why are you staring at a waste card pack rattling randomly pumping it? Inside there are not a few can use the general's pit to death. You draw the famous general's card pack now just opened the area out of the good generals of the high chances. Smoking wrong?" Chen Siwen's hand squeezing on the big boss suddenly gave a start. It's like spending tens of thousands of dollars on a Chanel bag and opening it up to a Chanel daughter. Liu Yang was silent for a moment. It's a complete waste. At this Chen Siwen's mouth involuntarily twitched for a moment, then turned his head to look down at the big boss who was still tapping on his cell phone. Felt a trace of heartache. Suddenly show indignation dumped. "Why don't you remind me to top up to draw the wrong thing?" And a little closer, the big boss was seen looking up blankly, his fingers seeming to frantically tap on the same card pool he had just drawn the wrong one from. Chen Siwen froze. "What are you doing?" The big boss is good and truthful. "I'm drawing cards." "Chen Siwen, you've been playing for 5 days and you don't know that all the cards here are waste cards?" Penny Wu nodded. "I know." Chen Siwen cracked her defenses a bit. "So what are you doing?" Penny Wu smiled. "I'll accompany Xiao Chun." Chen Siwen directly broke the defense, cursed and opened his mouth. "I go. You have more money, I'll send money to Tangda. Tangda, your home open." Speaking, Chen Siwen shut up, silently got up, stood up in front of the window over there, looked at the bright moon in the sky, and gently exhaled. "I was wrong. I was very wrong. What's the point of her charging more money? What's a dog trot compared to her?" Feeling a small hand suddenly poke his waist, he twisted his head to look back to see the big boss sitting cross-legged on the bed with a pair of big clear eyes. Well. Chen Siwen stood in front of the window inadvertently seems to see the world channel of this game. There are actually a group of people said this is a dog trust. Internal number to stimulate consumption. Chen Siwen suddenly some crying and laughing covered his forehead, and said, "Brother duh, Torah ah Torah, Tung da or her family opened ah." Then Chen Siwen silently sat back on the bed. Never mention what underage refunds. This is a game produced by Tung da. The big boss recharge can still recharge their own bankruptcy? It's just a bunch of data. True cracked to know about it? At the same time, Liu Yang at the moment the studio internal are uproar. An opening agent trainer moved away from their headphones. Cannot help but suck a mouthful of cool air. Brother, this new area called Xiaowu. What is the head of the small Chen ah? Money is not so burn ah. Useless card packs can be pumped vigorously. They not only draw cards, and now together in the whole service screen show love. $188 a line ah. This broken game now so much internal number? Liu Yang at this moment is also lit a cigarette, standing in the window door. Some silent swallowing several mouthfuls of smoke, and finally the ghostly head down and said, "You've seen last night also with me in the school slipping campus." Remembering the past internal tour, the little brother of the substitute trainer could not help but sigh. "Brother, your high school classmates are really rich." Liu Yang took a look at their own goddess to transfer 200 yuan of red envelopes in exchange for just a thank you, and see the game at the moment 188 yuan a line, full of small Chen 2 words. He suddenly sniffled, somewhat enlightened, inexplicably a little sad switching the chat box. "Old Chen, if you are young evening a rich woman you remember to tell me ah. I can pull the black you in advance. ? Isn't it always like this between brothers? I am afraid that my brother is having a hard time. But I am even more afraid that my brother is riding a tiger. Tell me, my younger sibling is not a rich woman. In fact, you have always been a rich second generation. Only recently took over the family property, right? Sven Chen, it's true that she's not a rich woman." Liu Yang hadn't had time to laugh. "Chen Siwen, she's a rich sister. You are young. You can't grasp the rich sisters. So what? Ask your sister-in-law if there are any other rich sisters? I have a friend that wants their contact." Chen Siwen thought for a moment. "Yoko, what about the goddess you've been chasing for a long time? You don't want it?" There was a brief gap over at the chat box. "Old Chen." Liu Yang's heart seemed to be stabbed. "I hate you." Chen Siwen a smile. "Just sit on the edge of the bed. Leisurely play the game." At the moment also completely regardless of his ass behind the bed lying in bed big boss in the game of the operation of the money like dirt. Nonsense. The left bag into the right bag. Recharge all as a dog to promote consumption. There is a horse father playing a girl to attract users. The existing big boss recharge to promote consumption. You don't necessarily lose money, but capital must be bloody profitable. In the days that followed, Chen Siwen led the big boss to gradually adapt to the life of waking up every morning to first take the bus and then transfer to the subway. The two seem to be really like a newlywed couple, waking up together every day. The wombat goes to work from the moment she wakes up, hanging onto Chen Siwen's body so that Chen Siwen can easily rest her butt on the washstand, washing up, full of bubbles, and not forgetting to lift her feet to gently rub Chen Siwen's stomach. After washing up some time happily eat Chen Siwen early some up to get a good breakfast, or go out of the morning fog. Simply on the side of the road will be a little also do not have any comments. Though then, the conditions were nothing compared to what they were before, but the big boss's smile was noticeably much brighter. The president's office of Xinli Film and Television seemed to have welcomed the gusts of spring, and the secretaries were all surprised to see the big boss smiling and raising his hand to greet them early in the morning. The former big boss is not to say ice cold. That is a little bit of words, not to mention greetings, and even can be said to have a little no one in sight. But these days the big boss has changed. Walking seems to have a little bouncy. It is like letting people like spring breeze, not only sigh, seems not like spring to arrive at, but obviously have been almost fall. Oh, could it be? Big boss and chief editor Chun over there. Are they going to fix things up? On the fifth day, the curious secretary finally couldn't hold back. Look at this, 8 or 9 of them. So that means that our group's sidekick might actually be getting his final chapter? No, you are wrong. I entered the secretariat after the graduation of Mr. Xiao Wu. After so many years, to the life of the cold Mr. Xiao Wu only has a temperature to one person. The old secretary fussed. I should say, maybe from the beginning. It's the final chapter. Not him? Of course the bouncing is definitely not only the big boss. Chen Siwen came to the academy with vigor, all morning with a smile on his face, and his mood was incomparably happy. Colleague A immediately came over. Boss looks good. Is there something good happening? Obviously feel this cohabitation. The big boss would love to really some change. She will actually take the initiative to raise her hand with the neighbors to say hello hey. She in the game and the Alliance channel will also join the topic of everyone from time to time hey. The most comfortable way to get along. Dr. Su Yan, she really. Love you game. You're great. 2. It turns out that all the previous methods didn't seem to be right. And now the big boss, she seems to be just really starting to slowly herself. Yes, you heard me right, it's starting to come out on its own accord. Chen Siwen put away the somewhat six-parent smile on her face at the moment, and turned to ask in return, where do I look as good as you? You are the one who has been particularly cheerful lately. What good thing does your girlfriend have with you? You directly say it. Mo Vane head of the pleasantries so much. Wang Wei looked at some shy, red face half a day to put out a loud fart, good buddy. Swallowed a mouthful of clouds, some ghostly to help him say, chief editor. He and his girlfriend engaged. Chen Siphon had thought about it, and his expression was a bit odd. What did she pretend to be this time when you went from it? Colleague A sighs. I don't want to push myself into a marriage grave at a young age either. This motherfucker is still pretending. Chen Siwen rolled her eyes at him. Speak directly. No nonsense. Colleague A backed his hand. But she suddenly called me master. Chen Siwen froze for a moment, as if there was some kind of cartwheel ran over his face. Looking at the face of colleague A sighing, and Wang Wei could smoke hard. His eyes seemed to be almost smoked red by himself. Chen Siwen burst out on the spot, foul-mouthed leaning, and then particularly skillful erected the middle finger. You have a big fucking problem. Chen Siwen listened to the words of colleague A, back to the office, slightly dazed, said, people drive between young couples or on the highway to drift 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 to drift. I can't believe I'm still makabaka to lie down every night and play games with the big boss for the better part of the day, or the kind of games that are strictly mobile. Chen Siwen immediately felt unhappy and immediately pulled out her cell phone stating, I want to see you in a bunny girl. Penny Wu, Anon? Chen Siwen has a model. Love this thing, well, talk about talking more and more will, but also more and more open. Well, this kind of rabbit. I now order. You wear to me at night to see. Justified. JPG, Penny Wu, Chen. Rabbits are white, not black. Penny Wu, image. Seeing a picture of a real white rabbit sent over there. Chen Siwen sent out a voice, the sound of which was a boy's skillful rascal anyway. Don't digress. I don't care. I want to see it. Sending it to the big boss, who wasn't too shy now. Show me. JPG, Chen Siwen and the big boss is becoming more and more like a couple in the daily exchanges, but also accumulated a lot of expression packets. Pampering, well, the man pampering is also the best life. In the small conference room in the president's office, some of the top executives of Shinli Film and Television, they saw the corners of the big boss's mouth couldn't be restrained from rising. The big boss has been doing this a lot in recent times, looking at his cell phone screen and giggling every now and then. It seemed as if the entire Shinli Film and TV wore a wind of love because of the fall of the boss, and the air seemed to be filled with the sour smell of love. A certain old father on the roof with eyes all over the company seems to be laughing all the way to the bank these days, when seeing Penny Wu's side not a moment apart. It was first a child covering her face and running away in shame emoticon, then followed closely by a sentence. Well, Xiao Chen likes it. Wear it for you to see it. Chen Siwen laughed all of a sudden as well, then sent a text message to Penny Wu. Are you working overtime today? I'll go grocery shopping first and wait for you to come home. After sending it, Chen Siwen cannot help but be a little happy. How this tone is like the two mouths. Tick-tock. Is the beauty of it? The big boss's message reply came over again. Do not. I want to go grocery shopping with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, you come to the company to pick me up today, okay? My side is also almost off duty. Then we go to the food market together. Chen Siwen looked at it, and cheerfully returned a good word. Do not say. These days Chen Siphon has not run to the big boss's downstairs to pick her up. The two also sneak to run to the intersection and then converge before walking home together holding a small hand. I don't know, just highlight a cover-up. The first scene is the vice president of Shinli Film and Television. Lin found out. The sunshine looked over there. Just a few steps big boss put his own little hand in his pocket and pulled out. Seeing this scene, Lin Hai are a little emotional. Once he bumped into a scene connected into a line from his own mind, one by one crossed. Big boss is really beautiful, and you can't pick out a single thing wrong with his delicate features. Chen editor-in-chief tall and big is also still dazzling, and she walks together with the man and the woman is a good match. What about two people who are so well matched that they hide at intersections and then go home holding hands? I don't know that there are no secrets left at all. If there's one bump, there's a second. And if there's two, there's three. Human beings can't escape the phenomenon of human transmission. Sneak around the coworkers more and more. Z crazy began to Z crazy. Now there are still some fantasies of envy and jealousy. Hate to see the small Wu general manager the moment the young colleagues who are surprised to be a girl as a girl still refuse to believe that questioned. Maybe they are just friends. All will be other coworkers zip back, God fucking just friends. Big boss face or letting him randomly rubbed. The chairman came also dare not so open I'd say nonsense. Ah. No. Dong. Chairman. Then the chairman actually did hear the wind and arrived. No. 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 The young junior colleague was devastated and did not want to believe that the chairman of the board of directors had personally come down to open the kettle. And there were accidents? It was time to leave work on this particular day. One by one, people were getting off work, but it seemed like they were slowly starting to move their feet. The day that all knew was coming sooner or later. It was the first time that Chen Siwon came to pick her up from work downstairs at Shinli Film and TV, staring at the crowd and looking for her. Suddenly, Penny Wu's figure walked out from the glass door bypassing a number of her co-workers who had begun to move at a turtle's pace, and trotted out. Plait hair, white shirt, coffee-colored OL skirt, flesh stockings, black high heels, a competent dress that is how to look at it is not tired of taste. Chen Siwon stood peacefully not far away. Wu, Mr. Wu. Penny Wu nodded haughtily. Old, boss. Penny Wu raised her hand sideways in response. Don't say. Wu Penny face others at the moment although willing to greet others without once everyone even if greeted her is ignored absolutely cold, but at the moment also has a sense of distance. As if there is really a share of strong women's momentum. But this aura is also in the moment of looking at Chen Siwon, which is high heels footsteps are accelerated a little. The original slightly cold sense of distance immediately became silly and cute. Chen. Hug. Chen Siwon greeted today's sunny just right sky. The breeze is not dry air. Greatly generous almost when the moment off work rush hour. Seems to be surprisingly a little bit of a traffic jam downstairs of Shinli Film and Television. Ringed the shoulders of Penny Wu. There was no more pretense. No more showdown. And she was gently hugged. Big boss. My innocence this time in the company can all be destroyed by you all. Immediately into the fall. The wind seems to carry a little coolness. Wu Penny arm slightly tightened Chen Siwon's waist, gently tilted his head. Actually tiptoe. Squinting eyes. Red lips even in Chen Siwon lips printed a bit. Just now there is also some cold gaze seems to suddenly become watery ing at this moment seems to be only in the said, Xiao Chun. Innocence is only now ruined. Hiss. Crazy. Kill crazy. At this moment the bottom of the building surrounded by the various high-rise buildings in the Tengda office park was filled with silence. My buddies and I have been completely amazed. Some of my co-workers' eyes were frozen. Some of their little feet buckled. And some of the corners of their mouths turned up as if they were swinging in a burst of anti-smiles. There even seemed to be the sound of a clicking heartbreaking. Are you kidding? That's Penny Wu. Super rich Wu Guodong's only daughter. Once in the company loan high as a match. Do not know how many new employees have been surprised by her. Also do not know how many floating thoughts. That has not been a shiny gold mine. That is bright and blind people's eyes of the big gold mountain. Just to be able to simply dig a hole. A lifetime do not have to look at. Not to mention the hole hold away. Who can chase her down? Who can make her? The flower of solitude. Yearn for love and interpret it in practical terms? There shouldn't be anyone. There's no one. Who fucking deserves it? But now, everyone saw her standing in front of Chen Siwon with a good send on red lips. The scene that I could not even dream of was laid bare before my eyes. There was no need to gossip or speculate at this moment. The fact seems to have been in front of the eyes. The company's everyone perhaps gradually divided into two extremes. There is a large part of the young male colleagues maybe at the moment hate to kick Chen Siwon fly, envious and jealous of the shouts. Why not me? And a portion of the girls clearly feel that the sweetness is over the top at the moment. The seal in public This scene seems to have seen only in the romance novels. The president of the arrogant voice dazzling ears. Women. Bah. Man. Stamped from now on is my person. Old man's insulin. Chen Siwon felt the softness of her lips leaving. The knot in her throat moved. And she said quietly, if you do this, it will blow up inside the group tomorrow. Eh? Forget it. Blow up or blow up. After all, I'll take it all for you before you even speak. Chen Siwon gently wrapped around her thighs. At this moment is also completely out of sight. Crazy are starting to go crazy. Then let the storm come a little more violent. With a slight push, Chen Siwon easily picked up Penny Wu, letting her hang on to her body just like usual. But this time is different perhaps. The crowd of onlookers is a little too large. Zip, zip, zip it. It's all crazy. I still remember that once Chief Editor Chen once said that he and Big Boss were clean. Good. Hugging so tightly now in public. Surely you'll have more than one in the future, right? Feeling Chen Siwon's broad shoulders, slowly and especially down to earth. Penny Wu puffed up her pink cheeks. Her little eyes were pleasurable to the point of no return, and her body seemed to faintly overflow with a flavor. Oh, it turned out to be the sour smell of love. Little Chen, will be completely unclean from now on. What the hell? Chen Siwon shook his head and suddenly smiled, saying somewhat meaningfully, That depends on when you allow my genes to influence yours, said Chen Siwen as she stood still, then lifted the big boss who had somewhat slipped off of herself by turning her ass upside down. And yet you even now think that mouths are just for eating and are not innocent? That makes a bit of no sense on your part. Penny Wu at the beginning of the big eyes there is a trace of bewilderment in the results later there is a little stunned. Base, gene influence gene, mouth. With a reddened face, her head was suddenly buried in Chen Siwen's shoulder in one go, as if there were teeth gently knocking on his shoulder. Chen Siwen immediately yelled, bleeding, Penny Wu, you're giving me a bleeding bite. After nourishing colleagues, in addition to Tangda Office Park's entrance, Chen Siwen put down Penny Wu, and then hold her little hand, all the way to the subway station, skidding and went to visit the food market. All bought Chen Siwen loved to eat dishes. Back home, the big boss took off his high heels meet silk small feet stepped into the slippers, actually grabbed in front of their own set of aprons. The big boss small cook's skin limited time online. Don't say. Penny Wu's bones are also a gentle and virtuous strength, have the talent to be a good wife and mother. Before the small courtyard in the west side followed Auntie Zhang to learn a few hands, and now do things are really decent. On the coffee table, just the two of them, Chen Siwen ate and gave her a thumbs up, then filled his stomach to the brim, burping while sitting on the sofa and rubbing his stomach, watching the housewife like Penny Wu busily picking up the dishes. He felt so happy at the moment that all he wanted to do was close his eyes comfortably and nestle into the couch for a nap. If a colleague could see Chen Siwen still lying on the sofa like a grandpa in their house, the big boss was humming and puffing and busy. One had to call out that if anyone could marry the big boss as his wife, he would be happy for the rest of his life. Gee, look at her growing tenderness and virtuousness. Chen Siwen half squinted his eyes and saw the kitchen Wu Penny's white thighs nonsense it. Two plump white legs suddenly stepped over, closer and closer, as if even a strand of grain on the bamboo surface slippers can be seen clearly. Little Chen, play the game. Penny Wu obediently stood in front of him. Fine, play the game. The so-called warmth of the heart is what? Chen Siwen held her little hand at the moment. This goods did not have any good intentions. Not a moment bedroom. Ah, Xiao Chen. It's not even bedtime yet. Hey, I feel like I should have a fever. It's kind of hard, so take my temperature. Little Chen, you're so bad. Penny Wu's face heated up. That's not true. Small hands are not allowed to measure. Boys at the moment generic cheeky by Chen Siwen simply interpreted the best. Lying on the edge of her ear cheeky said, this time to take the mouth measurement. In the bedroom, the curtains were drawn so you couldn't see the star-filled sky. On the side of the bed, pressed against the quilt, Chen Siwen lay on all fours, and Penny Wu covered her small face and sat cross-legged on the side of his legs. The big boss is not the first time to hear Chen Siwen say these strange topics, and previously saw Chen Siwen sign language learning materials in the study, although looking at a pair of big eyes in a trance, a look of I don't know anything. But the finger cracks sneak open to look down at Chen Siwen, and the root of the big boss's neck is even hotter. Geez, just once, just this once, next time I'm absolutely. After a few moments, Penny Wu still couldn't refuse, and it seemed that she slowly agreed to many of the excessive requests that Chen Siwen had mentioned. Wu Penny raised her head as if she was a thief to look at Chen Sifeng, which covered her face and gently bent her body, perhaps feeling a little convenient. She changed the disc sitting into kneeling again, her pursed mouth slightly opened a little. Will be against the lower lip, the palm of her hand to cover most of the reddened face, slowly lowered her head and omitted the N-word. The house was full of divine refreshment. Suddenly feeling tasteless, Chen Siwen leaned against the bed. For her part, Penny Wu went to the bathroom in a panic, and it was only after a while that she moved back as if she was a little afraid to see anyone, and came to the bedside. Looking at Chen Sifeng's somewhat meaningful smile, the big boss slammed herself heavily on the bed in one go, and collapsed next to Chen Sifeng, and then buried her head on the pillow with one effort. Bloodhorse simple Penny Wu. Chen Siwen was currently lying on the bed, twisting her head to look at the big boss who was currently wrapping herself into a ball and burying herself to the side. Just like a dream to dream the picture really appeared in front of his eyes. He could not help but despise himself. You really are not a person. People haven't even learned to talk their little mouths off yet, Penny. You're letting people learn some weird stuff, right? Bah, you gluttonous little mouth. You're so sinful. Chen Sifeng does not know how to describe his mood at the moment. Lying in bed, mixed thoughts about everything, and then a little bit of sleep down a little bit. Lying behind her, Chen Sifeng gently poked and prodded her waist. She red little ears looked up to sneak a glance, as if the picture just now also in her little head flashes back like. Her big eyes seem to forehead and rotate out of the small fist, subconsciously purse small mouth, then suffer, fluttering and burying pillows on the top of the go. Ouch ouch. The big boss at this moment of hindsight shyness is also too cute. Chen Siwen cannot help it. A hand caught her, and then forcefully gave her in her arms. Feel her warm body. The nose is simply greedy, buried in her long and slender neck, deeply sniffing her good milk fragrance. The whole person seems to be suddenly satisfied. She also did not struggle. Just small hands still put their own face blocking. Not moving, not a word. And so Chen Siwon ruffled her arm. Looking at the palm under the side of the fast-dripping crimson pretty face, people seem to melt. Lips just cannot help but to her face on the print. Finished printing the nose stamped and then looked for her trembling eyes, and finally gently kissed her on the forehead, holding her comfortably in his arms, as if feeling another touch on his abdomen. Big Boss's body stiffened, and a bit giddy, he lifted his cell phone up. Xiao Chen, don't, I want to play the game. Chen Siwon winked. I want to play too. After a while, Penny Wu stifled her red little face and ducked. Little Chen, I suddenly don't want to play the game. Play. You play with me first, then I'll play with you. How nice. Chen Siwon also stopped talking at the moment, using her cell phone to communicate with Penny Wu. Then, Xiao Chen, no. You just clearly said it was going to be one time. Yeah, Chen Siwon said with a fervor. Just once. Now once, is just once. Little Chen, you're cheating. Another moment passed. Xiao Chen, can we rest now? I'm going on a business trip out of town early tomorrow morning. Okay. One last time. The next day, early in the morning. Tangdu, the parking lot outside the Wu family's private airfield. In the car, Chen Siwon kissed Penny Wu's head. You are going to talk about the acquisition this time. You may not be able to come back for half a month. You, take care of yourself. Don't be picky about what you eat. If you come back skinny, don't blame me for spanking you. Penny Wu obediently raised her cell phone and on, but did not move the nest. What's wrong? Chen Siwon looked at her. Can't give up? Penny Wu nodded first. Then the bastard Chen Siwon came to her ear and said something. The big boss face immediately reddened, and through the hand that pushed the cell phone, he also sort of pushed Chen Siwon. Not at all. Then go. Get going. Call me before you come back and I'll pick you up then. Then, Penny Wu looked at him, pursed her small lips, put her head together and slowly kissed him on the face. Her neck immediately red, pulled open the car door a few steps and got out of the car and walked away. Chen Siwon laughed and waved his hand as he rolled down the window. Be safe on the road and give me a call when you arrive at the hotel. The big boss nodded, then slowly disappeared over there with a step and a half. Chen Siphon only retracted the gaze of fondness, fastened the seatbelt and stepped on the gas pedal, drove the body-generous SUV ran to Tengda Office Park. Show and tell. The big boss exquisite body when it is really a special thing in the special thing. Taste once can be addictive. Last night after dinner time, the two people in addition to open the game slightly on the number to see. Chen Siwon full of the last time. Just one time. I do not know how long to make trouble. Until Penny opened her big watery eyes, held up her cell phone to control the meal. Small Chen. My chin is sour. Ahem. The big boss's half-pushed, soft and weak little look, still makes Chen Siwon reminisce. Unconsciously, the mouth hums a little song. Chen Siwon beautifully drive the car. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Eyes to the company. Today's company and the usual seem to be different. Full of a silent tribute. According to reason, Comrade Chen Siwon as the editor-in-chief. To obtain the small editor-in-chief small editor's respect, that is a natural thing. The big company employees of the resourcefulness is not the name of the game. But then, it seems like that respect doesn't just stop at a small editorial office anymore. Just like attending the meeting. For example, as soon as Chen Siwon entered the conference room, almost all the attendees, including some of the top management, stood up and were almost welcomed in. Well, you're not pretending anymore, are you? Then we won't pretend. So what? Mr. Emperor's son-in-law, tea or coffee? Just highlight a courteous. Colleagues of the eye, people understand for several days in a row. The whole thing made an honest person like Chen Siwon slightly shy. And the big boss is basically the official announcement in the open. We are saying that this gossip can be less? So Chen Siwon only got the benefit of the doubt and condemned the big boss, saying that she had delayed her work routine and needed to be compensated. Penny Wu, Chen, in fact, you want me to use my mouth can directly say, anyway, come back, you will also coax me that it is the last time. Chen Siwon, in fact, you don't understand. I am helping you to exercise the degree of opening and closing of your bite muscles, stimulating the vitality of your perioral muscles. I am a serious man. Would I lie to you? Penny Wu, then I thank you. Chen Siwon survived between the two of them at the moment, just highlighting it. Don't push your face. No need to thank you. No need to thank you. I hope that after you come back, you will properly cooperate with my bite muscle exercise technique in order to gain more power. Penny Wu, Xiao Chun, I'm going to a meeting. Penny Wu, bye, smile. Chen Siwen mouth tilted up, and then put away the phone. Stood up and moved his body. Looked out the window. Look at the time. And then hit noon. Chen Siwen stretched out, but also leisurely ran to the staff cafeteria to eat. Today, colleague A saw him in the cafeteria and pulled Wang Wei to sit over. Sitting directly across from him, Chen Siwen pinched his chopsticks and raised his head just to ask what is going on. Colleague A then joyfully touched an invitation out of his wallet, placed it on the table and handed it over. Chen Siwen put down her chopsticks and opened it. Didn't you just say a few days ago that you and your girlfriend just got engaged? And that you'll be having a wedding on the 18th of next month, so isn't that only 20 days away? Chen Sifen cried and laughed as she shook the invitation in her hand. No, you guys are flash married. Colleague A is also very helpless but he cannot help. I do not want to be in such a hurry She had to say that the night is long and dreamy. Anyway, before each other on the parents have met, pick a lucky day to do it. Chen Siwen glanced at her colleague A's eyes for a few moments before closing the invitation in her hand and rolling her eyes. Say, what kind of tactics did your girlfriend use this time in order to sleep with you? Colleague A, this time the surface reveals the light of justice, are licensed. The future is a couple, where there is no means of hand. We are discussing, and then after all, the heart and soul. The family has no opinion, and soon the goal was agreed. So set the date. Chen editor-in-chief at that time must come to hold the scene In fact, co-worker A is a little ashamed to speak at the moment. He does not want to be in such a hurry, to make himself so tired. But his girlfriend, now you can say that the wife, let him go. The back door Chen Siwen looked at the expression of the colleague A, knew that things are not simple, said quietly, before look as if you put your girlfriend to pinch. Now think carefully, like a puppet on a string was lifted to go. It seems to be you are right. Wang Wei also nodded approvingly and added, the so-called excellent hunter often appears in the image of the prey. Congratulations, step into the grave of marriage. Colleague A skimmed his mouth, took a look at Wang Wei, and cut out, Che, you've never been married. What do you know? As a result, I didn't know that Wang Wei took a sip of soup and actually broke a shocking news. I've been away. Chen Siwen almost choked on her rice, while her colleague A was dumbfounded, while Wang Wei continued, my family had 4 sets of house before. One was my wedding house. Now only half of it is left. Before marriage I called her sweetie. After marriage she called me old by stirrups. Colleague A's expression became a bit odd. Aren't you only 28? I haven't heard that you have a girlfriend before. How come you're still divorced? You press fast forward Wang Wei rubbed his eyes. The two of us were also college classmates. You and I. We met each other's parents before graduation, got married after graduation, and divorced in half a year. And I hadn't even come to work at the company at that time. Chen Siwen froze. You two were in love for 4 years and then divorced after 6 months of marriage? Wang Wei over the eyes of the people could not help but look at them. We are basically living in the dormitory for 4 years in college. Married before counting completely cohabiting. Only then is considered to understand a truth. Marriage and love is not a thing at all. The last is considered a peaceful breakup. Aren't you supposed to be living together and be sweet? What At first it is quite sweet, but in the end, it is living life. Firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy, vinegar and tea. Who washes the clothes? Who does the laundry? Who mops the floor? Who cooks the food? You can't order takeout every day. There are parents at home, but outside everyone is pampered master. Slowly go far away. Wang Wei gave Chen Siwen a sly glance. But Chief Editor Chen definitely can't appreciate this miserable life of ours anymore. You two are living together now. The big boss will definitely arrange everything for you, right? Chen Siwen was the chopsticks that had been holding the food subconsciously pointed at herself. How do you guys know that I'm living with Big Boss? Boss, just stop pretending. Colleague A sighed. Do you think that the group is so big and there are so many people? There isn't a single one who lives over in the East 8th District? There are quite a few co-workers who have caught you and Big Boss taking the subway home together in the morning and evening. But, what kind of wealth does the Big Boss have, that he would actually accompany you on the subway? Wang Wei added, now the company forum are not crazy. A bunch of little girls say again you guys and girls, is true love. Chen Siwen cannot help but also silently said in his heart, not only is riding the subway, the Big Boss will accompany themselves to do a lot of things can be done. There are strange things that cannot be said, that have to charge. And today I went to work when I ran into the chief editor Lin. His old man before is not in USL. This morning is also patted my shoulder said what? Small Wang you are not aware of. Now the company spread the news. I know the oldest. More than cohabitation it is simply the marriage will be close to. Wang Wei, of course, also received a colleague A invitation. But this is obviously not important. The main event must not be the big boss and Chen editor-in-chief of the century wedding. He can straight call himself out of the blue. Because Chief Editor Chen, the wedding of the tycoon can be mixed in. He could think of how much his circle of friends, his whatever elementary school, middle school, high school, and college classmates, would blow up that day when he sent out a friend's circle and prepared a copy. So at this moment, somewhat curious, Chief Editor Chen, how soon will you and the big boss get married? Chen Siwen smiled faintly and clumsily and digressed. By the way, didn't I hear that Editor-in-Chief Lin followed the negotiation team of Xinli Film and Television to go to Haida to talk about acquisitions? How come you still ran into him in the morning? It's not like the big boss snuck back early to surprise him too, is it? Wang Wei sniffed, also put away the gossip. Seriously replied, oh. This morning when chatting also heard Lin Chief Editor said, the progress of the negotiations in the past 2 days does not seem to be very ideal. Since Cixi listed, in addition to our newly side, it seems that there are Shanghai Entertainment, Peachfield Entertainment, Cixi Culture eyeing. Chen Siwen, wasn't it said before that this time it's just going over to evaluate the situation and then communicate specifically about the acquisition, and it's all about signing the contract. Colleague put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. Say it is so, but people and we invited the assessment. Before the final contract is not signed, you can also look for Shanghai and Taoda's people together with the assessment. The cost and the assessment of chanting. After all, the people of the Cixi culture is also the strength of just the boss wants to take the money to retire and go away. Sven Chen commented, there are really quite a few first lines of Cixi culture. Before the newly film and television has a strategy and backed by China's first traffic Tingda's ambition to fill completely into the entertainment sector. China is considered a second-tier entertainment company and the top stream of the Cixi culture listing is really worth attention. Take over the Cixi culture is equivalent to the 2 years towards the strategic goal of Wu Peining in charge of the newly film and television, a solid step forward. Cixi culture is not able to target our Xinli. Mainly our Xinli film and television plate has just rebounded. The other entertainment plate can be said to be penniless. And Cixi culture powerful is also the film and television plate. Their boss wants to make a move also because of the Shanghai and Momota. Several big companies join hands on the blockade of the film plate, music plate and so on, for the merger and acquisition. The same conditions, Xinli film and television cannot be said to be a good match for anything. Not to mention that Cixi culture, in order to retain people early on, that several have Cixi culture, a lot of shares of first-line singers have long suffered from the company did not have a good composition. There has been no impact to the Song King and Queen. They are of course inclined to put into the arms of those 3 major entertainment companies in Huaxia. Chen Siwen on the newly film and television things of course care, but the big boss went home and liked to find him to play. Chen Siwen also spoiled her. The 2 people off the shift will be carefree happy. Do not talk about the work of they. Some things still have to go through the company's colleagues to know. Wang Wei, fortunately, Chen Editor-in-Chief, you are now in our Chinese film and television circles, can be said to be famous. This year's annual Best New Screenwriter is definitely you. May also be able to enough Best Screenwriter this award. Wang Wei's tone soothed slightly. Cixi culture of a few first-line actors, thus weighing our Tengda video traffic channel sake or some 10 to our Xinli film. Chen Siwen nodded. So now the negotiations are at a standstill, with the singers and actors each sticking to their own words because of their different focuses. Speaking of which, Wang Wei again shook his head. Editor-in-Chief Lin's original words. False stalemate. Just take a Xinli film and television as a way to raise the value of their Cixi culture to force Shanghai, these real entertainment giants, to come up with more sincerity. Colleague couldn't help but alt-scat and added, after all, Shanghai these also have their own film and television channels. A few first-tier actors' appetite is still able to satisfy. Tengda's side also have their own performance evaluation. It's impossible to refuse the excellent content dissemination of the money this thing. How can the capital not earn it? Boss, you are a screenwriter, you also understand. If not because your work this year to make the newly film and television new life, Cixi's actors really valued your potential may be a little tangled, or else the dust has long been settled. Wang Wei, and where can we, Xinli film and television, come up with something that will satisfy those singers from Cixi culture? So Chief Editor Lin simply came back. Chen Siwen's mouth opened. Harm. Wang Wei suddenly laughed. You see, this has been said for a noon. Chief Editor Chen is tired of hearing it. Chen Siwen shook her head and thought for a moment. To make music? Yes. Annoying. We Xinli film and television is not involved in the music section before comparable to Chen Editor-in-Chief of your musicians, so that a few singers to see the potential of our Xinli music section of the people, pressed the root of the existence of the OK. Chen Siwen was also a little less certain at the moment. It seems to exist. What? Chen Siwen shook her head and suddenly stood up, then ran back to the office, humming and puffing as she went about her business. He doesn't know anything about music. It's just that Foley is a bit more cerebral and has a better memory. So he filled out a book on basic music theory directly and memorized it by rote. then looked for his oldest sister, who works as a small assistant in the entertainment industry, and asked for a location of a recording studio, and ran inside and locked himself up for the afternoon. Well, not music is very simple. Looking for the memory of a tone to follow the head to fill in the music theory test. The same is copied, only this time you need to turn a corner. Slightly more complex. The results also really give him to copy out something. Took out his cell phone and operated it on the spot. Mr. Lin, are 10 songs enough? Lin Hai was resting his eyes in the rest area of the company's senior management. Hearing the special concern was confused. What 10 songs? Chen Siwen took out her cell phone email and operated it for a bit. Then said, I'll send you a song first. Lin Hai was even more confused. What did you send me? Chen Siwen rubbed his brain. He had sort of taken on too much to help the big boss get on the board. Quiet. He wanted to be quiet at the moment and his head was scratching his bald skin. And the phone at the end of the Lin Hai ghosts know how long stumped before figuring out what Chen Siphon meant. A time simply confused tree confused over. Confused tree you and I. What the hell is quiet? Big brother? Moses? He didn't mean to send himself a song called Quiet, did he? Lin Hai, who had originally closed his eyes to rest his mind, mumbled and sat up, silently opening his mailbox. Ooh, it's true. An audio song called Quiet was lying peacefully in their company's encrypted mailbox. Lin Hai stared at the name for half a day, and for a moment, he cried and laughed a little. Chief Editor Chen, are you serious? If Editor-in-Chief Chen sent him a piece of lyrics and asked him to find someone to compose the music, Lin Hai was feeling nothing surprised. But this thing of creation is like a mountain apart. What the heck, audio just sent it over? Aren't you preparing a new script 1 minute, and then music the next? Oh, you've heard that their acquisition has been thwarted, and Chief Editor Chen is going to go to great lengths to save the day? Brother, how do you know what kind of work we need for this acquisition in order to convince those first-tier singers? Lin Hai said, that are at least masterpiece level works, and that is far more than one but a full 5 people, 2 actresses, 3 male stars, also not right. Now are pressed not the song or not a song. Can they be compared to the big 3 in China? They are popular composers and have been inducted into the Hall of Fame for a whole lot of compositions. Is it still possible to jump out of a person to represent their newly? Suddenly beckoning. I want to hit 10. What's more, there are more than 10. Unless the 5 songwriters who own the stakes are really impressed by their work, or even fed it once, maybe they'll change their minds and peak. You can feed 5 first lines on the work in one breath. How many songs would you have to come up with in a short period of time? Is that even possible? It's not possible at all. There aren't even any such people in Wasia. But Chief Editor Chen had sent over everything, so there was no way Lin Hai wouldn't listen. At this point it doesn't matter if the song is a masterpiece that every creator treats as a treasure, even if Mr. Emperor's son-in-law can't help them. So what? It's important to be ideologically correct, okay? Just his attention to Xinli, his heart for little Mr. Wu, is worth Lin Hai's own good report to the chairman. It's time for another private exchange with the chairman of the board to brush up. The smile warmed quietly. Lin Hai opened his mailbox, fished out his Bluetooth headphones from his bag, and listened to the song called Quiet. I don't know why, but it seems like you can see Mr. Lin's eyes are gradually losing focus. And the 5-minute 34-second song is not too short to say it's not too long to say it's not too long to say it's not too long to say it's not too long. The song was quickly aired, but when he finished listening to the song, Lin Hai's mouth seemed to suddenly close, and he froze and played the song again. It was still that little bit of time, but this time it seemed to suddenly become very long. After listening to the song, Lin Hai stood up almost immediately, hardly able to endure the loneliness of beating back and forth for a while, touched his cell phone, looked down at the message he had just conversed with Chen Siwen, and muttered, "Are 10 songs enough? Ha, 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 I must have not rested well last night, right, daydreaming most of the day. Yo, old Lin, what are you standing here stupidly for? What are you thinking about? So out of your mind." Jinan, who came over to Xinli Film and Television to hold a meeting for most of the day, also came to the lounge, and at a glance saw Lin Hai, who was standing stumped, wearing a Bluetooth headset and looking as if he was dumbfounded. Lin Hai looked up woodenly. Jinan suddenly remembered something, comfortingly came over and patted his shoulder. "Is this still bothering you about the acquisition here? Old Lin, don't be anxious. We all understand the chairman's mind, wanting to send little Mr. Wu to the board of directors. This is something that his old man will definitely not stand by and watch. I guess I don't need the chairman." Lin Hai silently removed his headphones. "Ha, what?" Before Lin Hai could reply, Jinan added with an excited face, "You've heard about it, right? Berserk's airplay has broken 10 billion. There are 2 more plays by Chief Editor Chen to be released later this year, and his new script is also finished. I took the time to look at it today. It's estimated to be another editorial explosion play with explosive airplay. Ha ha, what did the chairman say at the meeting at the end of last year? That within 2 years, Shinli Film and Television will return to the top 3, and that Little Wu will be able to get into the board of directors as well. I'm telling you, the likelihood of that is very high now. Chief Editor Chan as a screenwriter. Too ruthless. Ha, ha, ha. Screenwriter? Lin Hai's mouth opened slightly. His head at the moment in a trance. Only one idea flashed is, this is our extra horse harnessed by the side of the Emperor's side. What the fuck is a monster? Open it. Enough 2 days and 2 nights. Chen Siwen should be in the recording studio. Confused and finally put together 10 songs. Packaged and thrown to Lin Hai. Has not been inside the shed to lie down for a while. Older sister actually came to make an arrest. Chan Siwen. You don't want to die. 2 days and 2 nights without sleep. Oh, I'll sleep now then. Seeing loved ones, Chen Siwen unloaded a tired head to sleep. Not knowing that he is a big tall man of 1 meter 8 is a multiple burden on his old sister. It was exhausting until she grunted and huffed and carried him home and threw him on the bed. It was killing her, and she hated to use her life-threatening kicks one after the other towards her oldest brother who was now lying on the bed, huffing and puffing. Such a coincidence? Your family's big star Liang Ru is from Cixi culture? You're actually Cixi culture's little assistant? Early the next morning, Chen Siwen was hungry, yawning and foraging for food in the living room when his old sister, who didn't give him any good looks at the moment, said that she was going to follow Liang Ru to Haida for a meeting in a while, so that he could fix his own breakfast. Chen Siwen realized that his old sister was actually going to a meeting at Cixi culture. Chen Sijia is still distressed about his brother's stomach rumbling, looked at the time, rushed to fire, intending to give him a fried egg to pour a cup of milk and then go to work. While answering, Sister Liang Ru brokerage is not in the Cixi, but in the Tang Du of the Siwen brokerage. Just stayed before. There is at Cixi shares. Is not recently busy acquiring it? Such a big thing she has to be there. Chen Siwen nodded, gulped down a mouthful of milk, and looked down to see a bunch of messages on his cell phone. And the most important one was none other than this one. Chen, I'm angry. It was sent by the big boss last night. Of course Chen Siwen knew what she was angry about. He had not slept for 2 days and 2 nights. His brain power was too consumed, and he came back yesterday by lying down. And it is not as if there is no mole in the house. Instead of being angry, the big boss was worried at the moment. Chen Siwen took the initiative to edit the message. I'm sorry, it's true that I've been under too much pressure in the past 2 days, and I lost track of time for a while. Penny Wu's reply was still quick, and the Cold War was non-existent for her. Little Chen, I'm not happy. Chen Siwen, I promise this time will be the last time. Next time I won't fool around with myself so much. Penny Wu, Xiao Chen, I know, you are all for me. The songs they received, very satisfied. I am a little bit happy, but a little bit sad. Seeing the news, Chen Siwen's heart was sort of slightly relieved, showing that these few days were not in vain, finally revealing a smile. Then what's the point of being sad? It's good that things are done. Little Chen, sister says you're very tired. She's never seen you that tired before. Listen to her, she's just trying to exaggerate and blah 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 about how much I've done for you to cause you to fall in love with me. She's bad. This time the message came after a short interval. Chan, well, what? I've been in love with you for a long time. Then say you love me. This was the first time Penny Wu answered the question with a straight face. Xiao Chen, sooner or later I will open my mouth and say I love you. And you're going to open your mouth and propose to me. Chen, good. When we have children in the future, you, too, will have to say that it was you who craved their father's body for a long, long time. Little Chen, I've been craving your body for a long time. The corners of Chen Siwen's mouth couldn't control the upward movement at the moment. Silly. Penny Wu, on the other hand, dropped her head. Little Chen, you shouldn't be so tired next time. Good. Chen Siwen felt as if her heart slowly all quieted down, and suddenly asked, my sister is coming to Haida soon. Do you need me to hitch a ride and fly over to give you a big hug? Penny Wu, really? Chen Siwen, really? Lying to you is a puppy. Little Chen. Penny Wu thought of something. Her big eyes seemed to drift a bit, subconsciously pursing her lips. You've been a woof 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 for a long time, waiting to follow Liang Ru's nanny car to arrive at Haidu. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening. The big boss was waiting for him on time. When he saw him, the original cold expression immediately melted away, regardless of whether there is no one else. Half a month did not see. Hanging on Chen Siphon refused to come down. Engaged or for the first time in front of the face by Chen Siwen and the big boss Zui Liangru pulled Chen Sijia sneakily emotionally. Jia Jia, your brother and small Wu general manager good love ah. Chen Sijia also smiled and nodded once, thinking, all living together, can not love? It is not possible to wake up one day and become an ant yourself. Hitchhiking, but also just to the mealtime. Chen Siwen let the big boss set the location. Certainly to entertain a meal. Chen Siwen holding Penny Wu walked in front, not forgetting to come to her ear. Softly ask, how is the acquisition? I don't know yet, but it should be finalized in just the next couple of days. Penny Wu was typing her reply when she reached the table and sat down. Aha! Chen Siwen nodded. If it's still a problem with a few singers, remember to tell me and I'll take care of it. Penny Wu was aggrieved. You promised me not to be so tired, and you're going to woof woof again. Chen Siwen very owed sincerity pinched her little face. How could it be? Last time that was an unexpected contingency. Well, Chen Sijia snickered from the sidelines. The big boss's soft and sticky look was simply too good to knock. The big boss seems to have a little bit of sulking. The menu are lazy to see. Chen Siwen humming and hawing on the side of the food, one by one, asking what to eat. Chen Sijia winking. You just casually point it. By the way, don't you want to come to some wine? Chen Siwen rolled her eyes and stopped her. Don't. She doesn't drink. Anyway, two people are living together. This little joke cannot afford to open? Chen Sijia smiled and said, will not drink only good drunkenness after drinking or something, brother As a result, Chen Siwen took a look at the big boss who was puffing out her little pink cheeks and intoned lazily, do I need to get her drunk? Big boss wants to lift the table. Woof, 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 woof. Seeing this, Chen Siwen also stopped teasing her and patted her placatingly. Alright, I won't let you drink. And no alcohol allowed. Obviously the big boss is a little wine fanatic. Don't turn your head away from anger is also sulking. Chen Siwen laughed, really not teasing her this time, and let her drink, coaxing big bosses and whatnot. Who has his experience? An hour or so later, Chen Sijia again suddenly looked worriedly at Chen Siwen half hugging the big boss to the car. Holding Liang Ru twisted her head and said, do you think my brother will do something to the big boss? Liang Ru suddenly said quietly, so is this what you wish for, or what you don't wish for? Chen Sijia sighed thoughtfully, I do think that my mom is old enough to be a grandmother. Chen Siwen carried the big boss up the stairs. The big boss drunk eyes fuzzy look at the door, and then hide into Chen Siwen's arms, apparently refused to go in, confused. Their own hotel room seems to be unrecognizable. Chen Siwen cried and laughed to get half a day to figure out the meaning of the big boss. This is not my home. I want to go home. Good boy. This is our home. You're drunk and confused. Don't you recognize Xiao Chen? Wu Peinie raised her red face, then her small hand touched Chen Siwen's face, giggled, pulled out her cell phone and had to talk to Chen Siwen. Little Chen, you are woof woof woof. What the hell? Little Chen, you don't count your words. Every time you say last time, then you want hands and hands, then mouth and mouth. Chen Siwen coughed violently twice. Her face was hot. Okay, I'm woof 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 okay. Stop it. Where's the room card? I'm going to open the door. Then little Chen, you have to promise me that after you open the door, you can't be bad. Oh. Chen Siwen lost his smile. She was really drunk. She dared to say such words, so he smoothly coaxed her. Okay, I don't promise. Then it was happily and sparingly rummaging through the bag, fumbling for the room card, and with a flourish, she pounced on Chen Siwen, her hand spontaneously hanging onto his neck and recklessly crashing into his lips. Chen Siwen began to have a few moments of tears and laughter, kissing her as she messed around, and had to wrap his arms around her waist for fear that she would fall. But as the actually somewhat sweet flavor of wine filled the lips and teeth of the two, delicate and soft, gradually as if a few rolls came up head-on, before not living together, drinking numbness, Penny Wu stupidly began to touch Chen Siwen's belt. Not to mention now, that's not alcohol. Chen Siwen hugged her with one hand, took the room card from her and opened the door, carried in some guy who was rubbing on him, then kicked the door back and was about to turn against him when, well, wrap it up. Penny Wu moved her lips away in a daze and let out a small yawn, then lowered her head and buried it in Chen Siwen's chest in one go. The big boss slumped over his shoulder, and in no time at all, let out a slight, even breath, leaving a big old man, dumbfounded, holding her dumbfounded. Oh, at this moment baring his lips and not saying anything, but Chen Siwen, who was halfway ruffled, saw a few large words peacefully seeming to cross over in front of his eyes. Little Chen, I'm going to bed. Chen Siwen looked at the big boss who really slept. Some gnashing of teeth. On this. Let you do not drink, you do not listen. Have to drink. Numb for a while of tawdry operation. And then you this on their own to sleep? It's really something that ants can tolerate. But uncle can't. Intending to get something back, Chen Sithing huffed and raised his hand to place it in a position where it belonged. As a result, The closed eyes of Penny Wu frowned and didn't open her eyes, subconsciously moving her hand away from her chest. Then wait for Chen Siwen gulped. Unforgiving again put his hand on the time. She is not move away. As if she felt what diaphragm their strange uncomfortable. Actually confused copied the two small hands on the humming to find the corner of their own clothes. In Chen Siwen's stunned eyes. No! You wait. Nice guy. Reckless is about to tease upwards. The sky was full of stars at the moment covered by the lights of Haidu, leaving only a few starlight flashes. Summer seems to have left a tail that draws one's body all over the place as if it were a bit restless and hard to resist at the moment. Inside the hotel, the smell of that alcohol didn't seem to be too overpowering anymore, and the air was filled with rippling sensations instead. White and tight without the slightest blemish of the small belly exposed in the air. Drink hemp Wu Penny that know how seductive their own body in the end. The slender legs have been accustomed to meet Chen Siwen's preferences wrapped stockings. Thin flesh-colored stockings at the moment as if he could not cover his legs that white frost and snow. The slender waist without the cover of the clothes surplus can be gripped. Delicate belly flat cannot be. The upper half of her camisole was thrown somewhere with her eyes closed. And she also inadvertently scratched what was left of her shoulder straps. Snapping and snapping. Completely unaware of how provocative the casual movements were. Not to mention the fact that a certain cargo who was saying wait, while instead decisively moving his hands to make room for the big boss to lift up his clothes, could no longer take his eyes off of her. There were two little people in the back of my head who suddenly fought as well. It's almost fall now, and it's so cold I have to tuck her in. The temperature today is 37. I didn't mean to run into them. I despise you. The main thing is that it's too heavy, and if it crushes her body, she'll be heartbroken herself. So that's why I'm helping her carry it. Chen Siwen. People are huffing and puffing and you're still craving people's bodies. You're such a dog. One. Just one. One last time and I'll let go and take a cold shower. Another 10 minutes have passed. Chen Siwen, you're a dog. Aren't you? Chen Siwen shook his head to get rid of the mixed thoughts in his head at the moment suddenly through and through. Looked down at his hands big and white. And thought. Woof. Woof woof. LOL. About shutting the door in the middle of the night and talking shit to the big boss woof 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 or whatever. Who has experience with Chen Siwen? By the time the next day rolled around, the sun was rattling in mischievously through the slits in the curtains. When she woke up in the morning, Penny Wu's eyelashes were ruffled and itchy, and she opened them in a daze, realizing that she was rolling in her own little Chen's fine and strong chest, her head resting on someone else's arm, her lips only inches away from the hard, taut muscles, and her hands were touching someone else's waist. The big boss's big eyes flickered in flashed memory, followed by the reaction, hurriedly closing his eyes and then subconsciously copying his little hand to touch it twice as hard. Then a little dangling brain gradually awake. It seems to feel that there is something hot and white on his body, and he slightly looked down and looked at his chest, and his face has not been able to fade away the redness after sleeping all night, and Xiao Chen is really a woof, and I have no more clothes. The big boss tremblingly stretched out his paw, carefully raised his head, his body moved in small increments, to move Xiao Chen's hand away, but just as he picked it up, before he could put it in place for Xiao Chen's hand, he was gently pressed down, and his hand and hand found their way back. This is even better, and goes straight from static to dynamic. Don't move, sleepy, sleep some more. Chen Siwen's voice, which had just woken up, was low and hoarse. The big boss red face blocked the block, but found that it could not be blocked, and finally drummed the pink cheeks and opened his big eyes to look at Chen Siwen. You think she is going to resist? The result is not. Swinging on the bed. And finally all just weakly find a cell phone to condemn him a sentence. Little Chen sleep on sleep. How do you strip me of my clothes? You also. Well. Not ashamed to be a big boss. You open your mouth Who pickpocket your clothes? Obviously last night I stopped it again and again. But I can't stop your determination. Chen Siwen's eyes were half squinting at the moment. Slightly with a smile. Amnesia. You took off by yourself. Penny Wu seems to be not completely disconnected kind of body. The memory of the hangover vaguely jumped out and attacked her. Her small face added some more redness. In order to prevent this topic from continuing, following Chen Siwen, the big boss also slowly learned to preemptively change the topic. That little Chen, can you take your hands off And, you're not drunk. Why do you sleep without wear clothes? What's the matter? Only the officials are allowed to set fires. Not the people, right? With that said, his long solid and powerful legs moved slightly, immediately putting the big boss in an even more embarrassing situation. Wu Penny's big eyes are fluttering at the moment. She seems to slowly realize a truth. At home, the state officials and the people seem to be little Chen said. They are a little poor. Feeling his burning heat that was waiting to happen, Little Pitty weakly raised her cell phone to remind him. Little Chen, you promised not to be bad yesterday. You do remember. The palm resting on her ass heaved nonchalantly. But who started it yesterday? No matter. Xiao Chen has to keep his word or you're just woof woof woof. Okay. The big boss is only relieved that someone doesn't have any face at all. Woof woof woof. Big boss's little face was shocked for a moment. And then these days of cohabitation experience told her that if she didn't let little Chen have his way for a bit today, he would definitely not let her go. So Big Boss also puffed up her pink cheeks and resigned herself to her fate, obediently pressing her cheeks against his bare and sturdy chest, and then sending him a message in front of her face. Little Chen. Then you bad. Only a little bit bad. Oh. Okay. Just a billion dots. On, Chen. You made a typo, didn't you? However, very soon, the big boss did not have the heart to pull anything with Chen Siwen about whether she made a typo or not, because she simply did not have any hands to use for typing, not to mention having a mouth to speak with. It was only possible to draw a gap after a few moments. Little Chen, it's time for us to get up and eat. Right away, right away. Xiao Chen, your hands are sore. A little while. Chen, my secretary sent me a message law. She said 2:30 p.m. It's only 11 a.m. There's no rush. Little Chen, your mouth is sore. Finally, really finally. The big boss was all sorts of mortified. Finally wrapped his mouth, sat up, and sincerely typed, Little Chen, you're just a woof woof woof. Oh. Chen Siwen perfunctory nod, and then pulled the paper to wipe her mouth. But also face sigh, this is what time? You really? 2 o'clock in the afternoon in business. Next time do not allow this ha. The big boss sniffed as she poo-pooed the words, lifted her head at once, looked dumbfounded at the bad guy in front of her, and finally typed in annoyance, Little Chen, I want to bite you. Chen Siwen heard, there is such a good thing, but there are serious things in the afternoon. Time this is not enough so warm smile to help the big boss to organize the messy hair. Is proposed, night, come back at night. Which knew that when it was too late. Penny Wu actually grabbed Chen Siwen's wrist and bit on it without saying a word. Holy shit, the big boss there could spare the force. She was the bean who had to greet Chen Siwen in advance before biting, but Chen Siwen still shrieked. Wu Penny scared and quickly loosened her mouth. Big eyes blank. She did not force but small Chen Pain where'd it come from, also pointed to the moment in addition to just a little water stains. Even the teeth marks are not left on the arm. Fussed, look, a big mouth. Bleeding. Penny Wu hurriedly glanced at her arm worriedly, then looked up at Chen Siwen again dumbfounded. The emperor's wound? I don't know. Chen Siwen directly showed his teeth and started to touch the porcelain. What are you still waiting for? The saliva is sterilized. If you lick it, then it will heal. Penny Wu met their family bad little Chen. There is no way. Hooked body a ruffled hair. To Chen Siwen false modeling finger wounds gently licked. When she got up and bent over to pick up the camisole on the floor, she walked into the bathroom and rinsed the foam off her face. Penny Wu looked up at her bright-eyed self in the mirror. No biting little Chan next time. He's not just woofing, he's bumper sticking. 1:30 p.m. In the artist lounge at Sishi Culture in Haidu, there are a few brightly dressed men and women do have some entanglement. The acquisition of things have entered the end. Sishi Culture is all of us. This time do not hide. What ideas are said? We discuss the discussion. Are shareholders with equity? There should also be a finalization. The speaker was a middle-aged man with a rather eloquent voice. Then I'll say it directly. I think Shanghai entertainment is more sincere now. Shanghai's music section is also the #1 in our China deservedly. The help to our first line in the singing world is huge. The man who answered at this moment is called Lu Yang. His face with a trace of insubordination. Young age, early 30s ranked in the first line. Indeed also has his proud capital. The middle-aged man who just spoke nodded his head, obviously present to control the scene. The highest status is him. He is also the only one of Sishi Culture's musical singers at the moment. Xiao Lu already has his attitude. What about you guys? Look at the reservations people still have. The middle-aged man sighed, we are all understanders who have been in this industry for quite some time, and have made some achievements. But which of the 3 major companies in China are not a bunch of song kings and divas sitting in the town? And how much capital does each one of us singly, including me, have to bargain with these giants of Shanghai entertainment? At the moment it looks like we still have the qualification to pick. That is, we are all tied together at the moment. Is a collective interest, so that the outside world had to carefully weigh the value of our Sishi. The words do say so. The only other girl in the room, the one with a better figure spoke up. Then I'll make my attitude clear as well. I think then everyone has received the sincerity from Newly, right? I'm going to Newly. Sishi Culture at the moment the lounge last did not speak a man and a woman. The man with glasses, more calm for people, when speaking is also concise. Shinli film and television. No, before it is not said well, take Shinli to lift the body, and ultimately join the strength of the more powerful 3 big. Lu Yang saw 2 people state, A sit-up is a little unhappy. What's wrong with you guys? Just be a person 2 songs bought, okay? I admit that the quality of the song is not bad, but also not to let us put a good 3 big not go to the level of it. For the reason that sharing 10 songs together may lead to song scrambling and conflicts affecting the acquisition. The songs were picked in pairs and encrypted and packaged to be sent from their respective emails. The last remaining that body almost, but more beautiful woman with nothing to do played half a day finger up. At this moment only beautiful eyes a pick. I wanted to ask yesterday, Lu Yang, Xinli Film and Television side to give you what song actually let you did not return to the heart, but also determined to go to the 3 big. You do not have a brain of? Lu Yang White Zhao Menghan a glance. Che, I see a Xinli yesterday in the end to you planted what compulsion? A music desert. Suddenly do not know where to find a few songs. Your position all changed. Really Zhao Menghan you are hair long knowledge short. Who are you calling short-sighted? Zhao Menghan and Lu Yang commonly looked at each other with anger. Who has no brain I say who? Lu Yang did not panic in the slightest but also crossed his legs. It is said that the chest is big and brainless. You also have enough flat how is it still brainless? Lu Yang, Zhao Menghan gritted her teeth. The two had always been at odds after they broke up. The middle-aged man had a bit of a headache, and quickly waved his hand. This kind of big event has differences is very normal. Don't quarrel, don't quarrel. I also make a statement. I am actually somewhat optimistic about the newly film and television. Although we did before the music desert, which is also the main reason why we before the beginning of the pass off the newly film and television. But, the middle-aged man is quite sensible. Now we are eating the dividends of the newspaper group, but later into the company. It is always integrated into the collective. How many of the 3 major first tier? How many of the impact of the King of Songs and the Queen of Heaven? I do not need to give you a popularization of the right. Not to mention a person with 2 songs in particular quality masterpieces. The Chinese a year a total of a few songs can be known as the mention of this song to recall the singer as the standard for the evaluation of the King of Songs and the Queen of Heaven. How many songs a year in China can be called a masterpiece that reminds the singer of the song and can be used as a criterion for evaluating the King and Queen of Song? Xinli can breath out so many songs, no matter how the source, at least enough to show their sincerity. Rather than the 3 big humming and puffing painted some of the not easy to fulfill the cake. Xinli's conditions are more visible and touchable. China's largest flow of Tengdao's brother companies already have access to the means of masterpieces. Plus we join as the only few singers that can be held by the newly music plate. It means that you all want to merge with Xinli. And I'm being sidelined? Lu Yang skimmed his lips. If you can produce songs now, who knows if you can in the future? Xinli just hasn't heard of any great lyricists or composers. So, this is also a gamble for me. Compared to the strength of the 3 big ones laid out in plain sight. I want to bet on the future of Xinli. The middle-aged man was also very frank and smiled as he added, I am not without selfishness. Once we merge with Xinli Film and Television to set up Xinli Entertainment with the backing of the Tang system, I am the only song king of Xinli Entertainment. So everyone is a first line of stars, and not a small karami. Can have business under the auspices of the middle-aged man. Hebu fan. The entertainment industry is famous for the good old man. 4 people frank and open. Zhao Menghan saw Lu Yang somewhat silent. Also as then said nonchalantly, you do not want to go to the newly do not go. Poor you one is not bad. More than one of you is not much. You sell your shares to me. You retreat yourself and your Shangxia Entertainment to talk about your price to go. Lu Yang smiled at his ex-girlfriend Zhao Menghan and opened his mouth. 500 million. Lu Yang you damn. Zhao Menghan gritted her teeth. The middle-aged man are a little crying and laughing. Thought about it, patted Lu Yang's shoulder and then said, Xiao Lu. Just said, because our entire Xishi culture, including film and television colleagues are in fact a collective interest, I do not want us to end up falling apart. If it's because you're not happy with the work, perhaps we can talk to the new film and television and then talk about it. It's not necessary. It's not impossible to give my work. Lu Yang lost a laugh, but suddenly became particularly curious. Brother I actually now oddly want to listen to the song that Xinli gave you guys. How come yesterday when the song was sent, you guys acted like you were on top? Meh, shows someone has no basic appreciation at all. Isn't that so? Or else I would have been in love with you cutie for so long before. Lu Yang. What? Joe Monahan? He is a little speechless. This small Zhao is really, every time the fight cannot fight, but is to go to tease, and finally got himself a fire. So do not break up all the ghosts. The middle-aged man once again and in mud. And then look at Lu Yang thought. Xiao Lu. Xinli Film and Television side does not public broadcast maybe because we have not yet signed. For fear of adding some things. And so on the acquisition contract after the signing of the contract, we should be able to each other to hear the sincerity of these Xinli Film and Television. Then it's settled. Sign it. Sunrise Pictures. Lu Yang did not move to look at his ex-girlfriend who revealed her knotted white teeth as if she wanted to bite herself to death. and finally sighed, hoping that Xinli would not let him down. Then on the evening of the end of the signing with Xinli Pictures, after all the dust had settled, Lu Yang, in his own upscale apartment, was finally able to satisfy his curiosity and put on his headphones to play the works of a few other singers that Xinli Pictures had given them for Tsishi culture. The first two songs are pompous, quiet. For King of Songs Lu Yang blushed and listened to it so many times that the knot in his throat seemed to surge unnoticed, and his scalp was a little numb, worthy of the sincerity given to the King of Songs. It's no wonder that it can impress brother he. The third or fourth song is Dear That's Not Love, Aurora for Zhang Ting. The melody languidly follows the membrane of the high-grade headphones into the ears, and the corners of Lu Yang's mouth seem to twitch a little. The fifth six songs are Flower Scent. Tears of Polaris is for another male singer who goes for a calm style. After listening to it, Lu Yang immediately removed his headphones. The moonlight outside flickered. His expression seemed a bit ugly, as if he felt the thick malice of Xinli film and television towards him. Until I heard Courage by Sunrise Pictures for his ex-girlfriend, Ning Xia. Lu Yang glanced down at his two song titles. Yumiko Sauce and Li Bai were completely taut. WOJ. No wonder. No wonder. The songs come at night and the people completely change their minds in the wee hours of the morning. Damn. Is Sunrise Pictures looking down on me? I don't want two songs. You but give me a song. Pompous quiet you give the king of the song I'm not going to say. Lu Yang is just a mediocre first line. I have a forced number. But you the hell Xinli but give me a song of flower fragrance to me. And I'm also pressed not to mention to go to the Shengxia Entertainment I was told earlier that I was not to be sidelined. I'm getting fucking ostracized. Doesn't it seem like you're looking down on people? No, 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 no. Is this a deliberate attempt to screw me? Lu Yang's face changed greatly. In his heart straight, Day Nima refund. Oh no. As if there is a mole. Terminate the contract Lu Yang paced back and forth in the living room of his upscale apartment, walked for a good half a day. Held back half a day cannot hold back. Took out his cell phone. And found their previously established Sishi culture of these first-line small group. Looking at the Hebrew fan lead. We are hot discussion. The scent of flowers is good I feel that the tune suits Shaoli's. This year's new song chart is estimated to keep 5 to fight for 3. Ho! It's your pompous quiet that's blowing up. It's okay. It's all pretty much the same. Then I'll take Flower Scent and Polaris Tears for a quiet song for you He Buffon decisively sidetracked the topic. By the way, Xinli Film and Television mysteriously did not say. This is how much money spent to secretly cultivate how many compositions Zhao Menghan was also joyful at the moment. Conservatively estimated 7. 8, but I feel that the styles of these 10 songs are all quite different. 10 is also impossible to say. He Buffon grinning. They pressed the song as the same person to do the above thought. We are all knowledgeable people. Does this kind of composition still exist in China these days? The era of the gods and goddesses has passed. It doesn't exist anymore. Okay. If there are really 10 of them, we're betting on the right one. And 10 of these gold medal composers who can write masterpieces can feed the 5 of us with the songs they come up with every year. The group chat is filled with a joyful atmosphere. And Zhao Menghan almost didn't laugh out loud when she heard the song Xinli gave Lu Yang. Not that it's bad, but there's quite a bit of difference compared to them. Right. Especially that umebashi sauce. How could Zhao Menghan not take advantage of the opportunity to add to her ex-boyfriend's fall from grace? Where's Lu Yang? Why didn't he come out and say a word? At Lu Yang. Well, your happiness has nothing to do with me, Lu Yang. So he gritted his teeth and typed. I want to cancel my contract. Zhao Menghan laughed as she lifted her long legs and rolled on the bed. Why do you want to cancel the contract? Is it because your shallow smile is like umebashi sauce that doesn't sound good? Did you screw up? Don't you sling mud Where am I capable of that? However, I do take particular delight in it. Zhao Menghan. What? Lu Yang? The good old man He Buffon began to make peace with the mud again. Xiao Lu, you calm down. Xiao Zhao, you also say a few words. In fact, Li Bai's song is still good. Not to mention that I think the melody of these two songs is quite memorable. So maybe it will burst into flames? You don't want to be so hasty? Why are you about to cancel your contract? By what Zhao Menghan this woman can what courage? Ning Xia, to me, well, you shallow smile. I laugh out a ghost. Oops, Xiao Lu. Oh, brother don't persuade me. I Lu Yang even if I lose the liquidated damages and die outside. I can't possibly join Shinli Entertainment. Tomorrow I'll go to the people of Shinli Entertainment. You're too disrespectful. The group chat was slightly quiet for an hour. He Boo fan suddenly at Lu Yang. Xiao Lu, I spoke to Mr. Lin of Shinli. Mr. Lin has sent another song. Do we want to listen to it first? Break up or several years. I have so long not been Zhao Menghan, this bitch wrote on the body. This time was directly stepped on the face. Lu Yan lying on the bed intends to sleep to eliminate anger. Sleep half can climb up to spit a low animal. No song can bring back my broken heart. Subsequently, he Boo fan uploaded Celadon. Oh, what's with the hustler? Is it so easy to mend a broken heart? I Lu Yang do not want face ah. Celadon porcelain? Ghost flower porcelain is not even allowed. I, Lu Yang, with a mouthful of spit, am a big star with principles. After a while, Lu Yang immediately pressed pause, and then clicked on the group chat, her small hand shaking. Lu Yang withdrew a message. Nothing can undo his broken little heart. Celadon can. As for principles, I, Lu Yang, am indeed the giant principled beautiful man dash. Wouldn't it be a son of a bitch to have a song and not sing it? Finally, the dust has finally settled. Lin Hai, who originally felt that he had no chance before, only felt that the peaks and valleys had turned, and what it means for a person to save the day. Indeed, the chairman's family is nowhere simple. If they can become the emperor's son-in-law, can they be ordinary people? Lin Hai was right there in front of him, watching Chief Editor Chen, in less than an hour, come up with a song, and his eyes were filled with heartfelt admiration at the moment, looking at the recording studio at the moment as if overdrawn stamina. Chief Editor Chen looked shaky to fall into the arms of the big boss. He immediately backed out, and then also took the door. As soon as Chen Siwen heard the sound of the door gently closing and closing, he looked at the long black leather sofa sitting quietly next to the console over there, next to the largest recording studio in Sishi culture. Wu Painey Big Eye's blinking frequency is not fast. Good behavior, crossed legs sitting on a chaise long lethargically leaning. Chen Siphon slightly smiled. Also do not mind the floor is dirty. Come up to the floor in front of her to sit on the ground. Greatly generous head pillow to the big boss, slim slender legs. Ears almost pressed in the root of her thighs. Soft hoo-hoo. Chen, what's wrong? The celebration banquet of the successful acquisition had just taken place, and as the absolute protagonist, Penny Wu listened to Chen Siwen hearing what Lin Hai had said, and then suddenly said that she wanted to go to the recording studio, and she immediately ran over with a grunt. It is no secret that the big boss and chief editor Chen, right in front of everyone at the celebration banquet, shoved his hand into Chen Siwen's hand. Chen Siphon teased her, put her hand loose. She immediately to the banquet hall door side did chase a few steps. Finally see Chen Siphon not hold her. High cold female president at the moment, simply pressure route does not exist. Hastily raised his hand to Chen Siphon's neck around. Almost will not be able to speak. Or not less sticky hum. Small Chen, wait for me law. A group of co-workers' eyes silently followed the two figures leaving the banquet hall. Z, just one word Z. I don't know if it's a problem with the Haidu dishes. How come every dish is so sweet? Is it a workplace injury when you exceed the sweetness limit and pee sweetly? Luckily, they didn't see the studio at the moment. The great meritocracy. Chen Siwen closed his eyes, lying justified, tired. Rest your feet. You are comfortable on your legs. A hand was suddenly rubbed against that hand, and Chen Siwen blew out her breath. Stop it. It tickles. It seems to be the case that the more Chen Siwen tickles the big boss, the more interested he gets. Cut. Chen Siwen was ruffled and sneezed, and said without a trace of anger, oh, you're still addicted. No naughtiness allowed. Upon hearing this, Penny Wu nodded obediently and narrowed her eyes, playing with Chen Siwen's hair, wrapping strands of it around her fingertips while looking at the recording studio. Chen Siwen opened her eyes and looked down. What are you thinking about? As soon as Penny Wu lowered her head, the corners of her lips spread into a smile, and her cell phone picked up straight. I want my family's little Chen. Chen Siwen pursued. Oh, what did you miss about me? Thinking about little Chan singing to me. Oh, is it good? Chen Siwen's head lying on her lap tilted back. Penny Wu nodded obediently, then touched his face. Now that the contract is signed, how long will it take to get back to Tangdu? Chen Siwen closed his eyes, comfortably enjoying the big boss's small hands on his face for a while, sliding. For a while to hold down his head, but also for a while to stroke his hair. Mushy for a while, before Penny Wu typed, go back tomorrow. Xiao Chen. This time I'll rely on you. You're really good. Upon hearing this, Chen Siwen smiled and said, really? However, Chen Siwen suddenly said, put aside the vain compliments for now. It's not easy to complete the acquisition. Why don't you think about how the two of us are going to celebrate? Penny Wu's small hand that was still fiddling with Chen Siwen's head gave a start, and her long eyelashes moved slightly. Little Chen, What's the celebration? Let's talk about it at home. Chen Sifeng narrowed his eyes anew. It was getting late outside. 10 minutes. Chen Siwen still maintains that position, comfortably leaning against the beauty's thighs, lying, feeling very good, but his mouth is still picky. Big boss, you this massage technology to be improved. Nails are getting pain in my scalp. So, Chen, I'll be gentle. Come. Chen Siwen shyly rolled over and sat up. Lie on my lap. I'll help you hold it down and teach you. At the words of the big boss, a blink of an eye. Good behavior from the sofa holding the skirt slid down. Also do not mind sitting on the floor. Wait until Chen Siwen climbed on the sofa, patted the thighs. She had slightly side of the next to it. How's that for comfort? The big boss seemed like a big lazy cat at the moment as he closed his eyes and nodded. How's the force? I'm telling you, you don't like to exercise at all. You just like to stay at home and play games. How can you do that? Your neck feels stiff. Xiao Chen. It hurts. See, this is what happens when you don't exercise for a long time. You have a cold body and heavy dampness. It looks like I'll have to take you to cupping and cupping or something some other day. No, I'll give you cupping at home some other day. Oh, Chen, what are you thinking? Suddenly, Penny Wu could see Chen Siwen smiled. Then those lips were getting closer and closer and closer to her two sexy red lips, huffing and puffing. Chen Siwen's mouth was soft and flickering. I think I know what we should do to celebrate. Go back to the hotel. Go. The big boss was dragged back to the hotel by Chen Siwen in a daze, and then saw him mysteriously close the bedroom door. Turn off the lights thievishly, put the cell phone on the pillow, beckoned, and let the dumbfounded big boss lie down on the bed, covered the quilt and secretly opened the cell phone webpage. Learning is how we celebrate. Wu Pei and I hiding in the nest, big eyes are still unknown, looking at the cell phone screen, and the two people com exchanges it, the results of which know the screen originally calmed two people. How suddenly excited uplo. The big boss dumbfounded sideways look at lying next to their own Chen Siwen, and then the cheeks of a moment to turn scarlet. A moment to cover the face is buried in the sheets. Chen Siwen, no matter how to pickpocket her, she did not dare to reveal her head, and finally hid to the corner of the bed, forced to grunt in condemnation. Xiao Chen, where someone learns how to learn, massage is how to learn. Chen Siwen's first little interaction between couples that couldn't escape was declared a failure, but he's clearly not discouraged at all. Water is drunk in sips, food is eaten in bites. They both live together, and the big boss is a stickler. Back to Tangdu. The next few days, the big boss from time to time cheeks are red, from the first began to hide everywhere, and then slowly the little head is buried in the sheet and does not move. The last it actually sneakily lifted the little head, although a pair of small hands are still tightly cover the red little face, but in Chen Siphon cheeky attack, even the closed small hands are slightly exposed a small gap. It's as if some strange knowledge is floating by. Was it good? When she heard this woof 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 bad voice of their family's little Chen, Penny Wu immediately smashed her little head heavily into the comforter again. Then her little head hummed and puffed and bobbed back and forth, and her white little legs seemed to flutter gently a few times without even noticing. Chen Siphon was not at all anxious or annoyed, and at the moment was completely caught up in the little fling between the complete start of his cohabitation life with the big boss. Every night, Chen Siwen hand will be naughty, and then Penny Wu will first grunt and move his hand away every time, but as long as Chen Siwen puts it again, she will use her knee to protest and gently rub against Chen Siwen's thighs, and every time after not getting a response, she swings and doesn't move. Every morning to get up in a daze to raise his hand hanging on Chen Siwen. Let him hold their own to wash, eat breakfast, also want to feed, even outside, do not want to walk. The hand is particularly conscious of hanging up, as if again revenge small Chen every night to make bad like, and it's because it's getting mushy. The chats between the two of them seem to be getting more and more unpleasant. Chen Siwen, big boss, is massage learning obsolete? Penny Wu, Chen, no. Chen Siwen, learn to massage. A little more knowledge. Next time you hand. Mouth will not be sour. Penny Wu, Chen, you're bad. Chen Siwen played dumb. Then it's so happily decided, ha. Penny Wu, don't. Chen Siwen, let's try it just once. Just once. Lying to you is a puppy. Penny Wu, Chen, you're just woof woof woof. Chen Siwen hallowed. Woof woof woof. By the time the evening came, the doggy Chen Siwen, squinting his eyes, lay down comfortably. After the big boss closed the door like a thief, she brought a sunglasses, a mask to cover up her scarlet pretty face at the moment, unscrewed the cap of the massage oil, squeezed some of the dorsum of Chen Siwen's feet, pinched from the bottom to the top. The small hand stroked that slippery greasy hoo-hoo oil, a little bit, each toe. Every inch of the skin is carefully cared for by the big boss. Her technique cannot be said to be very in place, but wins in careful. After a while, Penny Wu's head was next to Chen Siwen's chest, her fingers gently drawing circles on his face, waiting for the tasteless Chen Siwen to drive her fingers away before she was able to pick up her cell phone. Xiao Chen. We seem to be oddly. Nonsense. Where's the weirdness? It's all normal between couples. Okay. But, lying on the bed, the big boss was a bit distressed and used his little feet to clip Chen Siwen's calf stomach. His eyes were a bit trance-like at the moment. Little Chen. Chen Siwen lowered his head to the naughty little foot from his calf, mercilessly toggle away, and then looked up at the chat record. All could not help but face a hot, dry throat, coughing 2 times, slightly shy covered his face. That what? The next time must be. From time to time, a warm touch came from her shoulder, numbly making people shiver, and Penny Wu half slept, half awake, letting people kiss her for a while before sleepily hitting her protests on the public frequency. Don't. It'll be late. It's Saturday. What are you late for? Anan, is it Saturday again? But the credibility of what came out of their Chen Wolf's mouth was so low that the big boss didn't believe him now that he was witty. One time not too long ago, also early in the morning, she thought it was Monday that she had to work, but someone insisted that it was still Sunday, and she hadn't even woken up yet to be fooled. Being pressed on the head. After a while the big boss covered his mouth and ran into the toilet before realizing. It turned out to be really Monday. Almost late. Afterwards Chen Wufang also gave her a reflection on herself. Then I'll try to hurry up next morning. You also know my fighting ability. I hope you can understand me. Of course, between a man and a woman, it's also about making an effort with each other. Big boss, and I want you to improve your business. Little Chen had better be reflecting. As the two get to know each other better and better, the big boss realizes with hindsight that Little Chen is too shameless. It's obvious that it's a matter of playing bad, and he actually opens his mouth to bring up the level of business. The most damnable thing was that he also pinched his cell phone in his hand and didn't even give her a chance to retort. Bullying. The big boss messed around on the bed for a while. Fong touched his cell phone, picked it up to see. Today is indeed Saturday to come. Blinking to look at Xiao Chen, swinging, squatting and sitting up. He used to say that the capitalist sucks the blood. Obviously Chen Wangwang is the most sucking the blood. So soon after the more tense and exciting business exchanges in the morning, Chen Siwen went to take a shower contentedly, and the big boss rolled over twice on the bed before pulling back her hair, intending to get up and organize her things. It's not like the acquisition is over and done with. She ran off to Haidu again a few days ago to get busy. The suitcase dragged back home. There are simply bad people in the house. Only a little bit of time one after another can be organized. And there are still some clothes left to be done. Sorting out the clothes one by one and hanging them in the closet, Penny Wu couldn't help but be dumbfounded when she took a look. Their small home bedroom and not too big. The closet is not like in the west side of the small courtyard. More compact. Do not know without looking at a shock. It turned out that their little Chen's clothes only so little piled up in the corner. The other all their own clothes. The picture of the romance novel seemed to be suddenly flickering again. Big Boss's eyes were glowing with buring. Looking at Chen Siwen who was rubbing her hair and was uncertain, Big Boss positively stated, "Little Chen, I'm going to buy you clothes. Buy lots and lots of clothes." Romance novels are explained. The main man and woman together after the sweet and sweet. The overbearing president are to be justified to become a qualified husband protection treasure. Of course, she is no exception. Only other people to protect the husband is the husband of the lady. Their own protection of the husband is the husband of the husband. What's your whim again? If you want to buy clothes then it's also my turn to buy you. To buy you lots and lots of clothes. Chen Siwen wrapped his arms around her and whispered in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Penny Wu then pushed him, then raised her finger to point at Chen Siwen, then quickly retracted her finger and grunted as she buried her head to organize her clothes. Chen Siwen saw that she suddenly squatted down again with the look of a little aggravated, and was also a little unsure. Did he just tease her? Obviously didn't do anything, just said a couple of mushy words. I don't know that it is this mushy words caused the big boss's dissatisfaction. Well, Penny Wu was someone's girlfriend's psychology after this period of time, although satisfied, but people as a big boss's vanity is not satisfied at all. I'm not sure if you're a big boss, but I'm not sure if you're a big boss. Big Boss piled up his clothes and looked back, a flash of protest crossing his big eyes. Little Chen, you haven't even used much of my money. Deeply indoctrinated in romance novels, Penny Wu has had this opinion for a long time. People's novels in the side of the big boss entitled to power are as strong to their object shelter to provide a variety of benefits. Protect well. The results of the small Chen never let me protect. And every time I also protect me, before writing a script is, and now writing a song is again. Protest. Without staring at Xiao Chen over there who was scrolling through her cell phone messages for a long time, she was grabbed over. Her little pink cheeks were pinched by someone not too gently, and Chen Siwen laughed lowly. So how does the big boss want to be protected? Spend lots and lots of money on little Chan first. Chen Siwen narrowed her eyes and patted her butt. Go find me some clothes. Isn't it going to cost you money? how you're going to spend it at home. Oh, Big Boss is considered to be completely and thoroughly planted in Chen Siwen this dirt. She wants to be a qualified husband protector treasure, to revitalize the style of their family's overbearing president, but also first asked for the consent of the small Chen editor-in-chief. The president of their family can be really overbearing, but where would Penny Wu consider so much? Getting the first chance to spend money on Chen Siwen in a big way. She was very excited. In order to show that she valued him, on the road when she was still on the subway, she started to investigate. Little Chen, do you have any special favorite dongs? They have been taking public transportation a lot of times is not to do. The main bar. The big boss cannot talk now, and they do not want the driver to interfere with their little couple grounded private life. In public transportation they can free their hands to chat, which is not just good. Bunny girl, what kind of answer is this? Penny Wu, Xiao Chen, you are a little more serious. I'm serious. So Penny Wu had a premonition that she wanted to revitalize the domineering president's masculinity at home. It might be a painful price to pay. Sure enough, it hadn't been around for long yet, and without buying a few things, Chen Siwen pulled her into a mysterious store on the side of the road. Xiao Chen, stop it. I came out today to spend your money. Yes. No. Spend it here. And won't it be worth its weight in gold for you and me? Wu Peining should have known that Chen Wangwang is the worst. Bad enough to flow pus every day. Eyes become a little lifeless. Xiao Chen, where is the overbearing president to buy these things for his own object? With his inner cow full of face, he exited the first store, carrying a small bag, and the big boss sincerely suggested, Xiao Chen, I'll have the people at the mall send everything they want to buy back home. We're not shopping anymore. Chen Siwen expressed her disagreement. Who said anything about spending money for me? It's a certain self-inflicted naive chanting, the big boss staring blankly at the sky, before stepping into the next swimwear store, long eyelashes curved, seriously and good-naturedly stated, Little Chen, trying to be a qualified domineering president in a romance novel is also too difficult. Rice should be taken one bite at a time, and water should be drunk one bite at a time. Chant, take your time, I believe in you, big boss. Chen Siwen also encouraged, I, too, wait for that kind of romance novels by the hegemonic president to be in charge. Do not have to care about anything to protect a tight feeling. Chen, then can you let me be the boss for once and return these underwear? They can't even cover. No. Penny Wu drooped her head in depression, and then Chen Siwen didn't intentionally make a fine, letting Penny Wu drag herself to the men's clothing store. Chen Siwen heart funny. In fact, he did not know what was wrong with him, and not deliberately in order to do what looking at his family's soft and sticky big boss. He intentionally 10,000 play bad. Just feel that she grunted and protested is too Q-bomb. Chen Sifen was having a wickedly fun flashback to someone's depressed look from earlier, when she raised her eyes, but she saw that someone running over with a grunt holding a jacket. Little Chen, this dress should look good on you. The big boss, she really does not hold a grudge. Gambling is not more than 3 minutes. Lost a smile, and did not try on the clothes, directly signaling the big boss that he likes it very much. Big boss held up the clothes and gestured in front of Chen Siwen. Don't you want to try it on for size? Chen Siwen smiled. The one you picked will not fit? Wu Peining did not understand. A wave of the hand to let the waiter to the clothes are wrapped up, and wide-eyed look at, multiplied by Chen Wangwang so honest at the moment, hurry to grab a lot of clothes, until the waiter who followed him stomped on the heels or a little bit of a stumble to hold. The first time I encountered the sale of luxury goods as if selling Chinese cabbage guests. A little uncertainty inquired, Miss, are all wrapped up? Wu Penny stopped her footsteps, looked sideways at the waiter. Looking at a person can hold a few pieces of clothing, as if this moment is the real big boss possession. On white neck, small hand of finger, almost swept across all the shelves, slender hand 6 relatives a lift, handed out her black card. The waiter's hands were a little trembling at the moment, unbelievingly following and sweeping through all the shelves. Miss, is it all wrapped up? Before the big boss could nod her head triumphantly, Chen Siwen mercilessly caught her, then smiled and said to the waitress, just check out for the ones you're holding. The waiter felt the black card in his hand, looked at Chen Siwen blankly, and then looked at the big customer who was pinched by the neck at the moment. The big bosses there cannot hide the rich and noble gas, and Chen Siwen generally dresses quite casual, and do not pursue what luxury brands, look quite grounded, standing with the big boss. As far as dress code goes, that's a little follower. You should know that the commission of the sales in the luxury store is not low. If all the package, the commission. The waiter swallowed hard, his eyes revealed the desire. Big customers, big rich woman, you do not listen to your little follower. Buy them. The girl said do not. Oh no. The boy said do not, that is to be. You buy for people. He will be very happy. Not to mention that you are the gold master. Hey, the waiter at the moment eyeing Penny Wu. A big boss, you will certainly buy it, alright? I don't know what to expect. I got the right guy. But, little follower? Someone has just built up a little bit of overbearing presidential aura. It was caught in the neck of fate. A small head drooped. Good behavior took hold of Chen Siwon. The body of a bias. The pendulum leaned on the shoulders of Chen Siwon. A look of obedient look that let Chen Siwon do the work. Stay waiter holding the clothes, some tears, some crying in the heart, as an old sales, accompanied by tycoon shopping little sister have seen more, which is not obedient. A body of weak and easy to push down the delicate look, highlighting as spend money as a big man. But, the waitress surface smiling carrying a bag to welcome the two out of the store, as if she missed an opportunity to get rich. The back is the gas shaking cold. Ooh-hoo, how they spend money on the poor cannot do the Lord. The weather is gradually starting to get cooler. About being the main thing, cohabiting for a long time, the big bosses seems to be getting more and more relaxed, from the heart to the outside kind. Thoughts gradually become unusually active, and Chen Sijia Chenya, three people began to secretly chat about something behind the scenes. The so-called three ignorant cobblers are better than a Zhu Guliang, as if they are suffering from the oppression of Chen Siwon for too long and want to overthrow his brutal rule. To this Chen Siwon did not react at all. The kind of most comfortable way that Dr. Su said before seemed to have really been found. Looking at the big boss's state seemed to be getting better and better. Just Scarlet Chan plus the boss? The first time he walloped and kissed Penny Wu was the opportunity created by Chen Sijia. The skank. Okay, the two of them revolted. And easy mode couldn't win. Okay. Oh, and Chenya. Now Sister Yaya is a tiny trainee editor-in-chief of their editorial department. A subordinate of Chen Siwon. This day the air is high and refreshing. The so-called know your enemy and know yourself. When you go to work, Chen Siwon wants to develop comrade Chenya to become his mole, to report on the movements of the big boss and their girlfriends group. Chenya is all proud, but people don't want to be invincible, and Chen Siwon can say that the world can be invincible at the moment. Yeah, sister, you don't want to be bullied every day you're at the office to the point that you're crying, do you? Chenya gritted her teeth, put down a sentence. I'll let Jia and Big Boss clean you up, and angrily left the table. Chen Siwon shrugged indifferently, skinned a little happy, and also packed up and prepared to go to Xinli Film and Television for a meeting, because even if the merger and acquisition is confirmed, there is still close to a month of turbulence in the middle. Just like the old sister's previous company was merged by Tsiwon Brokerage, busy with the establishment of a new department, planning a new office area, as well as accepting Cishi culture over the staff. Chen Siwon just went out of his private office and came to the big office of the editorial department when he felt an agitation, which might be the group's recently rumored big news of Xinli Film and Television's merger with Cishi Culture to successfully rename itself as Xinli Entertainment. It means that in the office building not far away, there will be an artist department that everyone dreams of, and at that time, maybe you will be able to see big stars in the company. I especially like Mr. Hebu Fan's music. I wonder if I can have a chance to meet him by chance. Colleague A was the first to start the topic, and Zhao Menghan, her voice is so nice and pretty. I wonder if I'll have a chance to get her autographed photo. And Liang Ru, the last annual meeting when I saw, so beautiful and beautiful. I did not expect this year to join our Teng department of the family. You guys say, we should win and Xinli Good at least is a brother company. Is there any possibility that we can meet with these big stars and meet up close and personal contact? Estimated hanging, these big stars in the company are a lounge. I heard that the newly Film and Television before their 18th floor all changed into the rest of the artists especially paved an elevator. The big stars are traveling with a nanny car. Meet is estimated to be difficult, but we are in the newly Film Entertainment have acquaintances. To a few autographs should not be a big problem. Wang Wei took over the conversation and added, and have you heard? Cishi Culture's several first-tier singers were actually reluctant to merge with Sunrise before, preferring the big three, and I heard that it was our editor-in-chief Chin who made the move to save the day. Zun de fake do? Colleague A was a bit surprised. A singer? Isn't our chief editor Chen a screenwriter? You're talking about a movie star, right? It's the singer. You guys don't know yet? Our chief editor Chen, can also write songs. Wang Wei froze. Holy shit, you're kidding. Really? Just ask around and you'll know. I heard from a few people who came back from a business trip from Sunrise Culture. Invincible to the point of exploding. Editor-in-chief Chen. Chen Siwon waved his hand and revealed a smile. You guys talk. I'm going to have a meeting. Chen Siwon walked on the road to Xinli Entertainment, pursed her lips, and a tsk sound came out of her mouth. Just amazing. They obviously what more did not say. Honestly do their own. I do not know why. A nourishing feeling from the ears and nourished into the head. Cool groove rubbing seems to be full. Autumn has arrived. The air faded from the summer so hot flavor. Filled with coolness, Chen Si went all the way to the 18th floor of Xinli Entertainment. What about today's meeting? It's more of a private meet and greet than a general meeting in the traditional sense. The songs are out. How could he Bufan and his team not want to meet the author of the song? At this moment, all the pre-preparation matters were completed, and they also finally stepped from Haidu to the new company located in Tangdu. People are still on the road. Chen Siwen came a little early. Boredom wandered around the 18th floor. Not long into a room, looked up, as if through a layer of very thick ceiling. Chen Siwen can directly see the roof of the office in front of the silhouette of the same. Touched the mixing console. In busy? I'm going to record a song. Do you want to come down and listen? Chen. It's not busy. I want it. Where's the studio on the 18th floor? You know my speed. You can't hear me if I'm slow. Penny Wu, Chen. No. Then soon after, the president's office, which had recently been overjoyed because of the perfect conclusion of the acquisition, saw their big boss suddenly run out of her office, and rush towards the elevator entrance with a grunt and a whimper. Meanwhile, on the 18th floor of Sunrise Entertainment, the nanny vans, one by one, finally parked in the underground garage. The car door pulled open, and the first to step down was He Bufan with a warm smile. Mr. Lin, long time no see, long time no see. Vice President Lin was waiting for everyone early, smilingly extending his hand for a handshake, exchanging pleasantries and leading the way into the company. He was finally able to say the words, "Welcome to the big family that is Sunrise Entertainment." The smiles on everyone's faces all seemed to be as thriving as the atmosphere in the company at the moment. Lu Yang can finally ask the question that they have been discussing in private for a long time, and tentatively asked, "Mr. Lin, for so long, the company is secretive. Who in the end is the author of the writing of the Celadon Porcelain? I prepared a small gift for him." Well, there are other songwriters, and we've got 10 meet and greet gifts for each of us, and we don't know if that's enough. We'll all be comrades in the same trench from now on, and we're all human enough to know the role of good relations. Lin Hai led the group to the elevator. Actually, there's no need to be so polite. Editor-in-Chief Chen is still very amiable and not difficult to get along with. Inside the more atmospherically decorated elevator, He Bufan froze for a moment. Chief Editor Chen? Following the elevator smoothly upwards, Lin Hai added, "Before, I was afraid that you wouldn't believe me, staring everyone and thus affecting our signing. I didn't introduce. Chan Siwen, our company's famous Chief Editor Chen, is the author of everyone's 11 songs." He Bufan's expression became a bit bewildered. Chan Siwen? Berserk? Lin Hai had seen this expression on everyone's face after all, just as he had before. Yes, Chief Editor Chen is still the author of Berserk. No. Zhao Minghan's agaric nose wrinkled slightly. Then isn't he a screenwriter? Yes, Chief Editor Chen was considered a screenwriter before. Meaning, we have so many songs that were written by one writer? Seeing that Lin Hai actually nodded seriously, as if what he said was true, Lu Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes. You said it's all about wordsmiths. Writing lyrics, I still think it might make sense. Screenwriting and composing, that's not even on the same track. Mr. Lin, it makes absolutely no sense for you to say that. Okay? Lin total. First, please forgive me for being cranky. Last time to the song to give themselves a song of umebashi sauce. To them is what pompous. Lu Yang at the moment had to spit out. Yushili is not playing me again? And this time, everyone in the elevator is the industry's old oil. All know how big the screenwriting and composing span. The so-called arts and crafts. A big screenwriter who can write such a breakout hit as Rampage to create a script must have taken up most of their energy. Right. Ooh. Out of the gate is the flamboyant, quiet, Xinghua porcelain. Everyone is no longer a 3-year-old child. Vice President Lin jokingly? Doesn't it feel like humor? At the moment, he got off the elevator and was on his way to the conference room dedicated to the 18th floor. Including the good old man He Bufan at this moment feel that Vice President Lin is telling a joke. The old oil man just thought of matching the vice president to laugh a little, but the result is that he passed a room covered by a black door. As if flabbergasted for a moment, twisted his head to look at it, looked in, and eked out, "Anyone?" Lin Hai also saw the inside through a diamond-shaped glass window on the thick black door, startled, and then looked at the figure standing with headphones in the recording studio over there, and at once exhaled, in the sight of the unknown crowd, until he saw the figure of Chief Editor Chen over there coming out in the recording cubicle. He tried to knock on the door, and it wasn't long before the door opened. Sishi's old oilman at the moment hurriedly sized up the young man that Lin Hai, who was a vice president level figure of Xinli Entertainment, had greeted somewhat respectfully. Quite tall, good looking, with a kindly air, and looking in again along with the door thoroughly drawn open, not unlike the negotiations that were then pending at Haidu with perhaps a little arrogance. At this moment, the dust has settled. We have completely joined the big family of Shinli Entertainment, and Mr. Wu is the deserved head of this big family. Not to mention that Mr. Wu's back on behalf of we're not only a small Shinli Entertainment. Everyone is mixed in the entertainment industry. People are refined. Even Liu Yang put away a few points of his own arrogance and hurriedly squeezed out a respectful smile. Mr. Wu. At the same time there was a sudden feeling of emotion in his heart. According to the reasoning that on this kind of occasion today, Mr. Lin alone had come to receive them, and it had already indicated the importance that Sunnyside Entertainment had attached to them, and as a result, even the big boss, Mr. Wu, had waited for them here early. Well, a Sunrise Entertainment. The king treats me as a nationalist. I will repay him as a nationalist. At this time, Lin Hai took a look at the microphone, which seemed to be smoking, and asked curiously, Chief Editor Chen, were you recording a song just now? Well, a momentary hand itch. Chen Siwen smiled and looked at He Bufan. Hello brother He. Hello, Chief Editor Chen. It's fine to call me Little Chen, or Siwen. Chen Siwen had seen quite a few stars, and at the moment, he didn't have that overly special feeling, but politely used the most classic way of greeting in the entertainment industry. And, brother He, my mom loves your songs the most. I'm waiting for you here and thinking that you'll give me an autograph and I'll take it back to my mom. Well. The next few Chen Siwen also repeated the same trick. Brother Lu, my sister likes you a lot. What about a couple of female singers? That is, Sister Joe. I have a good buddy who loves your music. Chen Siwen's ability to communicate externally is completely different now compared to what he once was. Soon came the conference room and the atmosphere was good. Just after sitting down, Zhao Menghan couldn't help but ask, Xiao Chen, I heard Mr. Lin just say that courage, Ning Xia, were all written by you? The moment she heard someone else's mouth call out Xiao Chen, Penny Wu's nose wrinkled slightly, and her long eyelashes fluttered slightly. Not like, Chen Siwen hummed. Pompous and quiet too? Chen Siwen nodded. Look at Shinli Film and Television seems to be serious. Where to 10 gold medal compositions? At the moment simply can be called 99 to 1, 10 compositions to feed 5 people. And suspected compositions to feed 5 people. Why does it somehow feel like a big deal? Sonny, Mr. Lin, are you serious? What's wrong with you? Screenwriters to composers, tons and tons is just pompous and quiet. Aren't you guys pompous a little bit? The scene suddenly seemed to be a little quieter as well. There are times when the rightful owner is in front of them. Something that exceeds one's perceptions, and one is wanting to refute it, but one doesn't know how to open one's mouth. It was Lin Hai who suddenly suggested, Chief Editor Chen, you should have just been recording a new song in the studio, right? Can we listen to it now? Chen Siwen said, it's okay. There are times when hearing is believing, and the way to break through the skepticism is to show strength. You guys don't believe that writers can write songs and think it's unscientific, so live is fine, right? As the lilting intro played, the lyrics hadn't even appeared yet. As if something had suddenly thumped a sudden heavy shot into the hearts of a few of the music industry veterans in the room. The sound of backward breaths in the conference room rose and fell. After the song, everyone was confused. Originally some bratty, some disdainful Liu Yang's expression suddenly became wooden. The pen in his small hand trembled as if it snapped to the ground, and he asked dully, what's this song called? Chen Siwen answered truthfully, Nocturne. He Bufan reacted quickly. A singer king's eyes flashed with a hint of fire at the moment. Can I sing this song for me? Chen Siwen hadn't had time to open her mouth to respond. Liu Yang directly committed the following offense. Brother He, you have enough good songs. Can you leave soup for the brothers? Siwen, please be sure to hand over this song to me. I will live up to the company's cultivation. He Bufan is very witty, Xiao Lu. The blue and white porcelain has been able to. So, you are not satisfied. This song you do not fight with me. I that song quiet take to you to sing. Liu Yang shook his head. As a result, at this moment Cixi had a total of 3 first-tier male singers, and the honest one who had been very quiet and just looked quite naive suddenly spoke up as well. I think, the vocal line of this song is quite suitable for me, so you can sing it for me. Liu Yang stared sideways. Not old Zhang. You also contend? Nocturne, who doesn't argue? Looking at Liu Yang's fiery appearance, even Zhao Menghan joined in. Little Mr. Chen, I didn't believe it before, and somewhat questioned Mr. Lin's statement that the song that Shinli gave me wasn't written by you alone, and it was only then that I came to my senses, and felt that I was deeply convinced by your talent, and was fast becoming a small fan of yours. Do you think that this nocturnal song female voice can sing it? I feel as if I have the vocal range to try and manage it. Chen Siphon sniffed his head a little big. How to suddenly grab up. He is most unaccustomed to dealing with such a situation. so he opened his mouth to take an excuse to want to leave, and said, "What is that? My editorial department still has a little thing. I'll go first, the song thing. You guys and General Manager Lin discuss it." Lu Yang hurriedly said with a smiling face, "Okay, I won't bother you, Chief Editor Chen. Aha, and I'm already a little fan of Mr. Chen, so I hope we can exchange music together sometime." Oh, in front of the big boss face. Zhao Menghan, this girl actually said that she is a small Chen's small fans, but also squarely sent an invitation to Chen Siwen. After Chen Siwen led the big boss, who seemed to be puffing his cheeks at the moment, to vanish, Lu Yang opened his mouth to sell his misery. "As you all know, my ex-girlfriend died before I was born. I'm miserable, and this song might be able to mend my broken heart." Zhao Menghan, after greeting, is still in the process of understanding the logic of this thing that died before birth, but the result is that her eyes glared. "Old lady is not your ex-girlfriend. Lu Yang, you fucking." As a result, this time there is no quarrel yet. Lin Hai glanced at Zhao Menghan and suddenly said quietly, "Our chief editor Chen and Xiao Wu are always a couple, or the first love, the kind of special love." Oh, that was just them getting ahead of themselves, screwing around with the fact that the big boss was down here to keep her boyfriend company, and it had nothing to do with welcoming them in. No, the big boss is down to keep his boyfriend company. Zhao Menghan suddenly froze. Free to communicate together? She noticed the deep meaning in Mr. Lin's eyes at the moment, and her throat seemed to be a little dry. It's not like she hadn't seen idol dramas before, and she had even made a cameo appearance. "Lin, Mr. Lin, does Big Boss love Chief Editor Chen very much?" Lin Hai nodded. "So far, it would be a lot of love. A lot of love." Zhao Menghan licked her lips as if they were a bit dry. "Is the big boss jealous?" Lin Hai shook his head. "This is not clear at the moment, but it's likely to be clear recently." "Mr. Lin, what do you mean by that?" "Me? I've become the head of the pack?" Zhao Menghan's expression was a bit tearful. "Thinking that I just joined the company. I won't be so unlucky, right? Po ha ha ha." Lu Yang saw Zhao Menghan's expression, and at this moment, she covered her stomach and almost had a seizure of laughter. "Big idiot, telling you to wait for a day." In normal times, Zhao Menghan would have long been to return the mouth to spit fragrance, but at the moment is to cover the eyes. No words, and it is not far away. Just out of the conference room not long, Si Chen Siwen waved really want to take another elevator back to the editorial department. Penny Wu high heels did accelerated 2 steps to follow behind Chen Siwen. Small hand stretching out, wrapped his arms around Chen Siwen's waist. When Chen Siwen twisted his head in confusion and looked over, Penny Wu skimmed her small mouth, hung her hair, and typed, "Little Chen, I think I'm a bit unhappy." Chen Siwen cupped her little face. "What's wrong? Today did not tease you to eat a crystal grape." Then happy, casually into a lounge, picked up a small grape from the refrigerator and fed it to the said unhappy, but will not be angry with Chen Siwen. Most of their own board gassed themselves. Heard Chen Siwen want to feed her. The small mouth has opened, is waiting for the big boss of the eyeballing. Still having fun? Penny Wu nodded and shook her head again, her small hand holding up her cell phone as she asked, "Little Chen, am I your girlfriend?" As soon as Chen Siwen replied, "No," Penny Wu immediately grunted and started gently bumping Chen Siwen's chest twice with her head. Chen Siwen's small hand clamped another crystal small grapes to her mouth and fed it over. "See, teasing you. I can understand the reason why you are humming. You can't learn the bad habits with those bad girls, playing dumb riddles." Penny Wu pursed her rosy lips. "Is the bad girl the one called Zhao Menghan?" "What? What if she likes to call you Little Chen too?" Chen Siwen sniffed, her eyes looking at the big boss, and also fed herself a grape, obviously sweet, but pretending to poo-poo it. "What kind of broken grape? Why is it so sour? A smell of vinegar yet?" Penny Wu sniffed and nodded her head approvingly, stating good-naturedly, "Little Chen, I'm jealous. I know. Are sour dead me. This cannot must change. People are just older than me, or a big star. Out of politeness compliments just," shouted Xiao Chen, and you think shouted Xiao Chen is not a meaning at all. She also said she was your little fan and asked you to talk about your music privately. And I'm your little fan as you said, but you haven't even talked to me privately about my music. Chen Siwen tilted his head breathlessly. "Have I exchanged fewer things with you? A little fan. In private, just short of firing a fan." Cough. Chen Siwen lowered her head and then pinched Big Boss's smooth little face. "What exactly have you and Chen Sija Chenya's 2 lying phoenix chicks been exchanging day after day? And you actually know how to be jealous?" Penny Wu's small hands dripped as she typed. "Sister has said it before. The evil female second tends to show up just when she least expects it, wanting to break us up." Oh. Chen Siwen wiped the little bit of juice that was still stained from eating the grapes with her little thumb. "So did my sister teach you any coping methods?" Penny Wu thought for a moment, her expression serious and earnest. Transfer her to Nandu. Chen Siwen, ? There is no need to listen to the slanderous words of the villain. People are not guilty of this. Instead of eating flying jealously here with a false head, it is better to think about what we will eat at home in the evening. Penny Wu was fed a few more grapes by Chen Siwen, her little legs happily swinging twice. Especially good at coaxing. Her big eyes watery as she looked at Chen Siwen. I want to eat the peppery green eggs made by little Chen. Fine. I'll make it for you at home. Waiting for the evening, after a happy meal, Penny Wu's warm and soft body wrapped in an ice silk pajamas, lying on the bed and pinching the phone as if chatting for a while, and then suddenly sat up in a flash, pulling Chen Sifen, who was coding, cupping his face and saying in a serious manner, "Little Chen, I think you're attracting too many bees and butterflies out there. It's best to do nothing and stay at home." Chen Siwen moved his swivel chair a little closer towards her, rolled his eyes, and caught Penny Wu's little face. Was this Chen Sijia's or Chen Ye's idea? Instead of answering, Penny Wu gestured expectantly. "Little Chen, it's about time you asked me who's going to support you if you don't work." Chen Siwen rubbed her face recklessly, let out a light laugh and matched her. "Oh, then who will support me if I don't work?" Penny Wu positively patted her chest at this moment. "I'll raise little Chen. I'll give little Chen lots and lots of money. Little Chen only needs to look beautiful in the future. I'll be responsible for making money to support my family." Chen Siwen nuzzled his mouth. "Good guy. Woman, now you're this complete, want to adopt me, ah? Aha! Well, I'm going to look at your cell phone and see what the old sis and the girls really taught you." Wu Peinie hurriedly blinking eyes a-hide. Chen Sifen vicious and she messed around for half a day. Not too tough. Wiped his mouth and got up, and went to the computer in front of the busy work. Do not try to earn money. Is it really rely on their family big boss to support it? Although very fragrant. Cough. Chen Siwen is that kind of person. And Penny Wu pursed her red lips, looked down at her chest, rolled over and began to look at the phone again. A few days ago she accidentally in the microchat days revealed cohabitation traces. Was radar sensitive. Chen Sijia noticed that what? And so that unkind completely excited. Finally, it's the turn of technical director Chen Sijia to take the stage. Oh ha 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 ha. It seems that the textbooks recommended by my girlfriend's group are slowly being updated and upgraded. Wu Peinie twisted her head to look at the serious work of Xiao Chen, barefoot, sneaking from the living room bag to pick up a copy of the book and read it. I have to say that the textbook chosen by my older sister is still very relevant. Look at the title of this book. President Lord You Lightly. What's with the random flip being all kinds of hot ah? The big boss casually glanced at Two Eyes, was shocked by the novel that profound knowledge, cannot help but look down with reverence. The more you look at the more blushing, but also, I can't stop reading. Lying on the sofa is reading into. Suddenly, the hand of the book was drawn away. Chen Siwen was standing in front of her at the moment, casually flipping through her hands before raising her eyebrows slightly. The big boss at once covered his red face, hung his head and did not speak. Finished, like a bad student who did something bad and was caught by the class teacher. Chen Siwen flipped through the tiny book in a few minutes at a glance and mused. Big boss, I really didn't know that you and your old sister were learning all this. Some serious self-reproach appeared on Chen Siwen's face. It was my dereliction of duty. The big boss's small hand blankly showed a slit, blinking dully. I always thought I still needed to give you time, but lately you seem to want to speed things up. Big boss's head was still spinning in a daze when he was suddenly picked up by a handful of. Since you're all set. Chen Siwen's breathing was a bit wheezy, and his voice was a bit deep. Big boss, I'll be gentle. The moon seemed especially pretty today, and a touch of coolness in the fall couldn't suppress the dryness of the two youngsters in the slightest. Wu Peinie in Chen Siwen's arms at the moment also attempted to explain with him. The result was thrown onto the bed. Flesh along the ice silk nightgown seems to be all swung, and then reflexively pounced on his cell phone. Xiao Chen, I did not. I'm innocent with my sister's ideas. Chen Siwen reached out and grabbed the somewhat bewildered big boss and hugged him in his lap. It doesn't matter if you're innocent or not anymore. You won't be innocent soon anyway. Eh? The big boss suddenly sensed the danger. The hand that encircled her waist seemed to be extraordinarily hard at the moment, making it impossible to move in the slightest, and the breath of a mature male was exhaled in her ears. Big boss, you really should exchange and learn more from Chen Sijia Chenya. Those two crouching dragons and phoenix chicks. The big boss gave Chen Siwen a dumbfounded look, with bewilderment in his eyes. Chen Sifen let out a his palm wandering and caressing near her heart, learning to deliver. Although it was through the clothes, Chen Siwen's palm was blazing hot like a branding iron, causing Penny Wu to gasp. Little Chen took the opportunity to play hooligan. The big boss's hands were scrambling to grab his hand, but the result was a messy skirt, the hem of which seemed to have crumpled up. Chen Siwen smiled. The moonlight was permeated with rippling strength at the moment. Stopping his evil hands, looking down at her, Chen Siwon said softly, "How long have we known each other? I used to be afraid to even meet you, let alone want to put my arms around you and have you like I do now. Penny Wu, karma makes a difference. I love you." The last 3 words had been slurred, and hot, scalding lips began to suck lightly and slowly on the side of her neck. The big boss realized what was going to happen even if he was stupid. His skin was red and dripping blood. 1 minute. 5 minutes. Enough to kiss for 6 or 7 minutes. Gradually, the big boss is sore and weak, has long been unable to resist, 2 hands at a loss to grasp the bedsheet, the eyes do not know where to look, stupidly lying there to let him hold down the mouth. Chen Sifeng was so moved that he held her lips while picking at her body. In fact, many times Chen Siwen had done much more excessively than now, but every time at the last moment, he would stop in time. However, this time it seems different. Perhaps, Chen Siwen has been waiting for this day. Wait until you don't have any more worries. Wait until she is no longer wrapped in a lonely blankness, but is as alive as this moment, humming and jealous, communicating joyfully, reaching out for strange but exceptionally normal information. Not long ago, Chen Siwen stopped kissing, body together, backhanded the nightgown to her off, of course inadvertently able to feel the smooth skin, fine and delicate. After all, the house is darker without the lights on. The brightness of the moonlight is still not enough. Chen Sifen did not listen to her, bent over with one lift of his hand, and pulled a table lamp on the bedside table on. The big boss, who could feel the fall in his body, froze and immediately covered his face, nuzzling to turn it off. It's clearer with the lights on. The big boss covered his hands and feet, ashamed to the core at the moment. Chen Siwon's appreciative eyes swiveled around her body, a ray of fire still in his gaze, and he couldn't help but barf on her full and clear mouth. Big boss, you're so beautiful. Penny Wu rushed to grab the quilt, not only covering her body, but smothering her head as well. Chen Siwon just like her this dull hoo-hoo stupidity. Wrist a lift, with her into the quilt, in the reach under the quilt lifted a few times, and finally found the hidden small hand. He really cannot help it. What the consequences are also thrown in the back of the mind, only to leave a thought. This has to pay, is another price. Early the next morning, the warm sunlight poured down softly and gently, illuminating the small room. Tick, tick-tock, barking. The hand of the wall-mounted watch pointed to the 8 o'clock position. On the bed, Chen Siwon's smooth breathing sounded choke. Slowly woke up from a deep sleep. He rubbed his eyes to look at the table. Only 8 o'clock, so the head is ready to continue to stare for a while. Suddenly, there is an afterthought of rippling gas as if this burst only counted the roll of the attack. He brushed his eyes open to the startlingly mature and beautiful little face in front of him, and with a rattle in his heart, he was so sleepy that he remembered what amazing things had happened last night, and smiled, and his arm encircled the naked big boss in front of him, and took her carefully in his arms, and gave her a kiss on the side of the head. Lashes fluttered, and it was sort of a complete yes that their big boss was awake. Chen Siwon erupted. Sorry for waking you up? Penny Wu was still in a daze, ghostly opening her eyes to look around. When she saw Chen Siwon, she subconsciously lowered her head, busy and tightened her legs to cover her chest, and then tried to cover her small head with the quilt again. You look like I'm ashamed to see anyone. What's the point of covering it up when it's like this? Penny Wu silently revealed a pair of bright big eyes, but the small mouth and nose and stuff under the eyes were covered by the pure white quilt. It wasn't until Chen Sifeng laughed and lifted her quilt with one hand, then narrowed his eyes and wrapped his arms around her that he said, "Sleep a little longer. There's nothing to do today anyway." Penny Wu blinked her eyes. Her head fell back towards Chen Siwon's side, but she still lay there somewhat unnaturally, her petite body taut, and there seemed to be a little bit of tear marks on her cheeks. Chen Siwon kissed her hair painfully, his hand caressing her back. "I'm sorry for yesterday. I was too impulsive." This, ahem. For her part, Penny Wu raised her head, and her head was buried in Chen Siwon's chest again for a moment. Chen Siwon looked at her expression. Regretting it now? Penny Wu pursed her lips, didn't say anything. Her head shook weakly in front of Chen Siwon's chest, then her small hands felt around on the bed, found her cell phone, typed, and her watery big eyes lifted up. "Can you not let my sister and the others know about this? They will say I'm stupid." "Why is that?" "Sister wants to teach me to take the initiative, but little Chun I can't grasp it at all." Big Boss bitterly bumped his head gently against Chen Siwon's chest. Chen Siwon felt funny and stroked her hair with a soft "Then we won't tell her. We'll sneak around." She nodded and blushed again, her eyes fluttering at the moment, unsure of what to do. Atmosphere seems to be suddenly quite stagnant. The main Penny will not speak. The head of a haze. People do not know where. See the situation. Chen Siwon coughed heavily to break the stalemate, blindly looking for a topic. Anyway, Today there is no need to rush to work. Or not today. I will accompany you to wander around the Tang dynasty at the ancient street TV tower Yes, there is also my school and so on. We have not gone to it. And snacks this day to take you to eat a roast duck. And bao mai mutton what? We have not been to it. There are snacks in Tongdu. This day to take you to eat a roast duck. And popping tripe haggis and so on. Aang. The big boss was still in the midst of his own complete lack of innocence and shyness. And the atmosphere was silent again. Chen Siwen dryly laughed and rubbed his nose. It's a nice day. Aang. Just right for going out. Isn't it? Right. No words to find a few sentences. Chen Siwen feel that they are at the moment in the cell phone dialogue box a little twisted. Shit. What is this atmosphere too solidified. Shouldn't we wake up early the next morning with sweetness? I don't know where the sweetness is, but the big boss is looking at his cell phone with his head hanging down. Why does he feel so dull at the moment? No. That's not good. As a man, Chen Siphon felt that the burden of opening the situation, it is bound to have to fall on his head. So after thinking about it, he simply put his hand down. In the meaty thighs of Penny Wu pinched a handful of oil. Greasy hands, a piece of the feeling is excellent. Your legs are really soft. The big boss's little face, which had been drooping, lifted up and reddened slightly. Anan? It's plump and soft and so nice to touch. The big boss's eyes blinked and she couldn't need a parting of her head to look aside. Chen Siwen rubbed her hand back and forth on her thigh. Be good. Head over. I want to kiss you. The big boss grunted and twisted half a day, but also did not completely turn his head. Chen Siphon had to hand her hair, broke her head, let her face side over, and then put together his mouth to kiss up. 2 pieces of red lips are also very delicate, fragrant, like ripe hot honey, kissed on the general, do not want to let go. The big boss's big watery eyes just looked their Chen Wangwang in the eye, and her knees gently stomped on Chen Siwen's legs. Kissed for several minutes. Penny Wu gave him a push with some panting and handed him her cell phone. Xiao Chen, it's time to get up. Chen Siwen's heart was on fire again. How about, do it again? We haven't gotten up yet anyway. Aang? Penny Wu reflexively clamped her legs together, a trace of bewilderment flashing through her clear eyes. Little Chen, it's dawn. It's better when it's light out. Chen, this is not good. What's wrong with that? It's just the 2 of us here. Just one last time. Little Chen, you are here again. Talk is not good. Wait for the night. Wine can wait for dinner. How can this stuff wait? Penny Wu retorted but couldn't, but Woofy-chan dropped her cell phone with a swing and covered her face. If you don't say anything I can. Really that? Chen Siwen said and held down her cell phone. And Penny Wu covered her face even more tightly. Chen Wufang is the worst. Not only does he not talk, but he also bullies people. If you don't give me a cell phone, I can't talk. Wu Penny neck a contraction. The body moved a little bit. Chen Siwen knows no problem. Smile. Body a wrap around the big boss. See her stupid cover her face chaotic hide don't know where to look. Chen Siwen barred kissed the back of her hand. And then dissatisfied with the pickpocket opened the phone. And then kissed her eyes a few times. And grabbed one from the edge of the pillow by hand. It's back to paying early in the morning. When it was over, Chen Siwen hugged her and kissed her shoulder. Big boss, you're so cute. The big boss was not breathing steadily at the moment. And instead of covering his feet with his hands, he just covered his big eyes and grunted and sucked in big breaths. Chen Siwen knows her. Getting up no? Or rest a little longer? The big boss was startled, afraid that he would come again. Panicked and covered the being sat up. Reached out to reach the nightgown that was thrown to the end of the bed last night. This sitting, the whole back and most of the beautiful legs were exposed. Chen Sifeng smiled and put his head up. Stopping and hugging her. The big boss's hands hurriedly held down Chen Siwen's arm. And his little head could turn around. As if saying, not coming, not coming. Little Chen is not coming. I'll hold you a little longer. It's so cozy. The big boss was holding the pajamas in his hand. And he couldn't wear them, so he could only sit dryly, looking back at him from time to time and blushing a little. In fact, the current Penny Wu's head was very messy. He hadn't even reacted yet. He seemed to have been sparingly eaten and wiped out. And he looked down at his skin, which was full of redness. And the big boss eyes drifted around with the look of I seem to understand a little bit of something strange and weird. A little after 9 o'clock, the 2 of them packed up and went out of the bedroom. Chen Siwen mood is simply like a big year, like a moment to wipe the face of Penny Wu, a moment to help her brush her teeth, and so on. The lips are bubbles after, but also cannot help but in her red lips on the edge of the bar a little bit, the beautiful name, to help rinse the mouth. Wu Penny shyly drooped her head for a moment, stretched out her small hand to pinch Chen Wangwang, but also by Chen Siphon bit back and said her, good ah, follow my sister to learn bad, and now know to move your hands and feet, punish you to kiss me 5, 6, 7 or 8 times. I don't know how he could have been so cheerful last night if it wasn't for the opportunity given by his oldest sister. Breakfast. Chen Siwon was in a good mood. Drinking cold water seemed to feel fragrant. Seeing Penny Wu sitting next to him taking small bites of eggs, her eyes moved and she patted her thigh. Come over, sit on my lap and eat. The two of them had reached this point in their relationship, and there was no need to hide anything anymore. The big boss had eggs wrapped in her mouth at the moment, puffing out her cheeks. In normal times she obediently came over, but today she hurriedly shook her head as if Chen Siwon was going to do something bad to her. Really? Chen Siwon felt a deep misunderstanding. He is so honest. Is not letting others eat peacefully like a bad person? Chen Siwon smacked his lips, patted the root of his thigh, and said, come on, I can eat well when I hold you. Hesitating for a moment, in the cozy living room, Penny Wu still slowly propped up the coffee table, stood up from the floor, walked over to Chen Siwon, and handed her hand out. Sit. Chen Sifeng smiled as he wrapped an arm around her and pulled her onto his lap. Hey, their big boss was quite heavy, but it felt really good. Chen Siwon then a hand holding her while taking chopsticks to eat the egg. A mouthful, 2 mouthfuls, sure enough, holding the big boss in his arms. Even if it is a plain egg is also eaten with flavor. Really delicious. How to just dry look. Here, warmed up the milk for you. Drink the milk. Said reached out to sit on the crystal cup raised up next to the mouth of Penny Wu. The big boss her eyelashes at the moment is also a slight tremor. Look at Chen Siwon began to purse small mouth to drink milk. After the meal, Chen Siphon also did not let go of her. Tightly wrapped his arms around her waist, pressed his face against the ice silk nightgown on her back. The touch was particularly special, warmly closing his eyes. In the living room, in front of the couch, Penny Wu was still sitting on Chen Siwon's body, lowering her head and gently rubbing the back of his hand with her fingertips. Stop it. It tickles. Chen Siwon closed her eyes and hummed softly. Seeing this, Penny Wu did not move. Feeling the arm on her waist and the temperature behind her, she had a moment, gently touched Chen Siwon's hand. Slowly, the big boss eyes also became gentle. Soon, it was almost 10 o'clock. Chen Siwon got up and was about to drag the big boss out when his plans were interrupted by a phone call. Old Chen, I'm going back to Tangdu. I have to go back to the company for a meeting in a while. Mr. Lin asked me to call you. Wang Chao's voice was slightly tired at the moment on the other end of the phone. Chen Siwon pinched the phone to look at the big boss over there who had already packed herself with her bag and waited in the entrance hall, then said to the other end of the phone, when did you come back? This has just arrived at the airport. So what I heard that you are now living in the East 8th District, not too far from the airport. Why don't you come over and give me a lift? We will go back to the company together. Chen Siwon thought for a moment. Wait a moment, I'll call you back in a while. The big boss stopped his own little shoe-changing feet and put his slippers back on and twisted his head back around. Mr. Lin told me to go to the company for a meeting. The big weekend is estimated that things are a little urgent. The original white neck was planted a small strawberry. Chen Siwon coughed, raised his hand to her to organize a sweater collar to cover the road. If you do not accompany me to the company to see what the situation is, busy after we go shopping. As an afterthought, Penny Wu touched her neck and then looked down at her chest. Her face was slightly hot and she shook her head in a hurry. So you'll be good and wait for me at home? You won't be scared alone, will you? It's not like it's an old home. Penny Wu nodded, then gently rubbed her eyes, signaling that she was also a bit sleepy, and that she hadn't rested at all last night when someone went rogue. Chen Siwon saw the situation directly. Princess picked her up, felt her soft body, a few steps to carry her into the bedroom, gently put her on the bed. When he got up, did not forget to kiss her eyes, and then covered her with a sheet, looked at her well-behaved lying on the bed, before gently pinched her face and said, then you rest well at home, and wait for me to be busy to go home. After a few words of instruction, and then reluctantly bearing the big boss's little face, Chen Siphon hurriedly went downstairs and drove, heading straight to the airport. In front of the airport, Wang Chao easily saw his best friend who stood tall and handsome in the crowd. He immediately complained, Old Chen, you don't know today on the airplane. Encountered air currents almost scared me to death. Thought I was about to hiccup. Oh, then wouldn't you have experienced a life and death with Meng Han Rhyme as well? I don't even fly with her. Chen Siwon also has not seen his old friend for a few days. I do not know why. As soon as I saw him, I wanted to let him be his own 50, said quietly. You are afraid that you have not forgotten that Meng Hanrun is a public figure, and the fans who picked up the plane over there have not yet completely left the scene. Wang Chao sardonically laughed twice, then very insincerely pretended to have a sudden realization. So Meng Hanrian and I are on the same flight today? I didn't even know that before. Chen Siphon cut out, then helped put his luggage into the trunk, driving the car while chatting casually. Old Chen, you should not have heard about it. Just next door to our crew there is a line of Flo male star to sleep with her fans pregnant, people's parents to find over, or the producer of the money and efforts to put things temporarily suppressed. And this? Yes, it happened not long after you left. I heard that the female fan is a college student, studying dance, 6'8", can do the splits. Holy shit? What's wrong with old Chen? It's okay, it seems to be a bit of a picture all of a sudden. This time I and Jiangdu can be considered a long time to see. Old Chen. In the future we have what the play must be a good pick of the main actor bad character to deal with too tricky. The next group of producers' head is big, for fear of things to make a big deal. When the play cannot be on that would be a big loss. Waiting until the car was quickly parked in the underground garage of Shinli Entertainment, and just got out of the car. It seemed like a voice was puffing and running over from the nanny car. Wang Chao, why didn't you wait for me after getting off the plane? Chen Siwen twisted her head to look at Wang Chao. The corner of her mouth twitched, and said quietly, Old Wang, remember you're 50 short of me. Wang Chao, raising his hand to sort of greet Meng Hanyun who ran over. Meng Hanyun smiled and nodded to him even as a response, and then stared sideways at Wang Chao in a bad mood. When I was on the plane I encountered some air currents and was close to hiding in my arms. And then you started again after getting off the plane. Didn't you? Just like in Jiangdu time. Lift up the pants on. Oh. Wang Chao could not top it. His old face was red, and he hurriedly raised his hand to cover Meng Hanhyun's mouth, and then shallowly twisted his head to look at the expression somewhat chin-siphon, revealing in a sir, I am actually innocent eyes. Blah blah blah. Meng Hanyun broke away from Wang Chao's hand as soon as her head moved. Just wanted to say something, crossed her eyes at Wang Chao, and then looked at Chen Siwen. Probably because there were outsiders, grunted twice, and also gave her own man a little bit of face. I'll look for you to settle the score later, said. Put the lips that was covered by Wang Chao retaliatory low and Wang Chao close wiped, waving his hand. Maybe a boat trip intends to go home to pour their own. Go away, surnamed Wang. If you dare to pull the black old lady, the old lady will dare to die with you. The exhaust from the nanny van soon lingered, and the man just ran over to question and threaten and left. Staying Chen Siwen smilingly touched his chin. And Wang Chao saw the car go far away, only suddenly dared to swear to look at Chen Siwen and said, Old Chen, she and I are actually innocent. Chen Siphon laughed and took the lead to prepare to go upstairs, but before pressing the elevator button to go upstairs, or undoubtedly said, remember to microchat pour me 5,000. Wang Chao froze for a moment. How come you're 5,000 short again? Shit, Old Chen you blackmail Chen Siwen raised her eyebrows. It's you who is innocent first So do I believe you or do I believe I'm an alien? I can't find a spaceship to go home. It's not too much to ask for $5,000 for living expenses. Wang Chao had then shook his head while tisking. No, big brother, you're the one who started the innocence first. Wang Chao finally understood Chen Siwen's logic and learned it in style. So believe you or believe I'm a college student? The dance department can do the splits. It's not too much to ask for $5,000 for hush money. I and the big boss are innocent Chen Siwen inexplicably stared at Wang Chao, not pretending. Showdown, the two of us are innocent to give birth to 5. You two give birth to a few? Wang Chao, question mark.